Before the impending apocalypse, the ordinary young man, Jiang Zheng, unexpectedly acquires a camper system, tirelessly gathering supplies in the final moments. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, the world descends into chaos and darkness, bringing suffering to all. Yet for Jiang Zheng, it becomes a realm of leisure and freedom. Outside the camper lies the grim reality of the apocalypse, while within, there are beauties, sumptuous feasts, and a soft bed. The life inside the camper is nothing short of enchanting. Chapter 1. The Oncoming Doom. According to reports from correspondents ahead, today marks the 20th incident of individuals inexplicably going berserk and injuring passersby. The assailants typically exhibit frenzied behavior, their eyes a fiery red. Results from the Centers for Disease Control indicate this resembles a mutated rabies virus, with the origin of the virus currently unknown. Detailed investigations are underway. In the inconspicuous rental unit on the eastern side of Jiang City, the incessant hum of the air conditioner amplifies the already cramped quarters. Opposite the air vent, a room of less than 10 square meters contains a minuscule living area and a nearly rusted iron bunk bed. To call it a living room is somewhat of a stretch, as it doubles as a bedroom despite its modest size. The space remains relatively tidy. The male occupant, a slender young man, sits on the lower bunk, his gaze fixed intently on the smartphone propped up on the table. The screen displays the national midday news, scrolling relentlessly. Is it the 20th already? Jiang Zheng muses, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes as he picks up his phone, opening Weibo and navigating to the trending topics. At least 7 of the top 10 entries report various global natural disasters: earthquakes, droughts, tsunamis, and tornadoes wreaking havoc. The overall temperature of the planet rises steadily. Countries near the equator resemble vast furnaces. The specter of the apocalypse resurfaces in public discourse. However, unlike the fears following the 2012 Mayan prophecy, people have largely dismissed such absurd claims. Despite the prevailing anxiety, society continues to function normally. People eat, drink, and shop as usual. This transformation unfolds over a mere fortnight, and no one comprehends what these events herald. Yet, drenched in sweat, Jiang Zheng knows the end is genuinely approaching. Initially, Jiang Zheng too was skeptical. Anyone to whom he shared this would merely chuckle. Should he attempt a serious explanation, others would likely deem him a fool. If fortunate enough to encounter a kind-hearted soul, they might even contact a mental health facility to ensure his well-being. 2 weeks prior, a voice unexpectedly resonated in Jiang Zheng's mind. Indeed, upon further reflection, he confirmed that this was the hallmark of protagonists from countless novels. A system. As thoughts swirled in his mind, lines of text materialized. Apocalypse camper system host, Jiang Zheng, age, 22, abilities, ordinary human camper information, not activated personal skills, not activated doomsday countdown, 71 hours, 22 minutes, 19 seconds. The system will activate upon the onset of the apocalypse. In 3 days, precisely at this time the day after tomorrow, the apocalypse shall commence. I must act swiftly. Jiang Zheng contemplated the information before him, lost in thought. Though he had been aware of the impending doom for a fortnight, the absence of any tangible events had left him in a state of disbelief. He found himself questioning the authenticity of the system, fearing he might be descending into madness, conjuring fantasies in his mind. Without any corroborating evidence of the apocalypse, he remained skeptical. As fate would have it, from the day after he acquired the system, major news outlets began to report an array of bizarre occurrences, natural disasters, and violent incidents from around the globe. Despite his lingering paranoia, Jiang Zheng could not afford the luxury of self-doubt. In this moment, action was imperative. He was merely a member of society's underclass, hailing from a modest background, devoid of any academic prowess. He barely managed to enroll in a vocational college, which he left prematurely to seek employment. Not long ago, tragedy struck when his parents perished in a car accident during a visit. Returning to hold their funeral, he faced scorn from villagers and distant relatives, hastily arranging the service with the meager compensation he received. Now he found himself utterly alone in the world, burdened by the daily struggle for sustenance and shelter, toiling at a mundane job that afforded him a meager monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, barely enough to survive in this city. Should the apocalypse and the system prove to be genuine, he might thrive through careful preparation and the system's support, a stark contrast to the drudgery of his current existence. After all, as the protagonist of a narrative, he was uncertain of how far he might progress in this new reality. In fictional tales, the hero never meets their demise endowed with extraordinary abilities, Guided by the author's narrative direction and buoyed by the reader's fervent support, such scenarios remain confined to literature. In stark contrast, reality is fraught with unpredictability. He could easily fall victim to unforeseen dangers in the initial days, even before the system had a chance to manifest its potential. Thus, Jiang Zheng braced himself for the worst, determined to forge ahead. A true man acts decisively, he declared as he rose and approached the window, gazing upon the sprawling refuse recycling plant outside, a few mosquitoes flitting past the pane. His expression bore a mix of gravity and resolve. Previously, he had not devised any plans for the future. His immediate goal was to acquire a recreational vehicle. Life after the apocalypse, equipped with such a vehicle, would offer unparalleled convenience, facilitating bathing, storage, rest, and cooking all in one. If only the system were operational now, rather than waiting for the apocalypse to activate. This delay was incredibly frustrating. With a curse escaping his lips, he acknowledged his ignorance of the system's requirements. He had no knowledge of what conditions were necessary for retrofitting a recreational vehicle. It would be prudent to secure one first, preparing for the system's activation, after which he could devise his next steps based on its capabilities. Considering that large trucks, typically lacking interconnectivity with their cabins, cannot be easily transformed, the expenditure and time constraints render such modifications impractical. At this juncture, a motorhome that facilitates daily living emerges as the prime choice. Moreover, Jiang Zheng has long harbored dreams of traversing the world in a motorhome. Although the prospect of travel has since faded, his desire to explore remains unwavering. To speak candidly, barring unforeseen circumstances, armed with the system, what realm would he dare not venture into? Previously, Jiang Zheng found little discomfort in his lifestyle, having grown accustomed to living paycheck to paycheck. However, that is no longer tenable. The absence of funds for essential supplies could prove fatal, and he does not perceive the system as a panacea for all troubles. Preparing adequately to face the impending apocalypse is crucial for navigating the initial phase. He retrieved his phone and glanced at the contacts, falling into silence. The list contained but a handful of numbers, and the likelihood of finding someone willing to lend money was even slimmer. Even if he could borrow, it would amount to merely a few hundred, which falls drastically short of the funds he requires. His pre-war supply budget is considerable. He estimates needing at least 20,000 to scrape by. Naturally, acquiring more funds would be ideal, yet for now, all he can do is contemplate this reality. Chapter 2. Financial Strain. Hello, Su Ming. Are you busy at the moment? It's me, Jiang Zheng. What is the matter? Feel free to speak. I am more than willing to assist you. Upon connecting with an old classmate, Jiang Zheng felt a wave of relief wash over him at Su Ming's reassuring words. Before making this call, he harbored uncertainty, given that Su Ming was merely a former roommate from high school, and their friendship had not delved deeply. Despite sharing a dormitory for 2 years, their bond was not particularly strong. Additionally, Su Ming hailed from a family of considerable means, leading a lifestyle far removed from Jiang Zheng's modest existence. While Su Ming indulged in extravagant pleasures and frequently changed girlfriends, Jiang Zheng found himself struggling financially, which naturally created a chasm between them. Knowing that Su Ming was among the few contacts he could reach out to, and considering his wealth, Jiang Zheng felt compelled to take a chance, however slim the possibility of borrowing might be. Minggu, I'm in a bit of a predicament, and I was hoping to borrow a sum of 20,000. Do you think that would be feasible? Jiang Zheng spoke cautiously, his voice barely above a whisper. Come on, don't be so formal. Just tell me how much you need. Money is trivial for me. Su Ming interjected before Jiang Zheng could finish. Hearing this, Jiang Zheng's spirits lifted immensely. After nearly 3 years apart, he was pleasantly surprised that their superficial camaraderie could withstand the test of financial need. All right, I must clarify. Are you dawdling because you look down on me? Su Ming teased, sensing Jiang Zheng's hesitance. I have an urgent matter, and Jiang Zheng continued, only to be interrupted. Sure, just spit it out. How much do you need? Su Ming pressed. I was hoping for 20,000, Jiang Zheng replied, his voice trembling with anxiety. 20,000? I thought you meant 2,000. I'm not unwilling to lend you the money, but I am currently quite busy. I'll definitely lend it to you next time. This amount is insignificant to me. You know that, right? Su Ming's initial willingness faltered upon realizing the magnitude of the request, although his monthly expenses approached that figure. Lending such a substantial sum to someone he hadn't spoken with in over 2 years gave him pause. The prospect of being taken advantage of loomed large in his mind. I could. Jiang Zheng attempted to respond, but before he could finish, Su Ming hastily interrupted. All right, I have other matters to attend to. Let us talk another time. Before Jiang Zheng could voice his thoughts, Su Ming eagerly hung up the phone. How utterly disheartening. Jiang Zheng mused, feeling a sense of frustration. He had hoped to borrow a modest sum and perhaps even engage in some profitable venture, a practice he was well acquainted with during his school days. However, Su Ming's abrupt dismissal left him feeling disillusioned. He harbored no fear of non-repayment, for he was well aware of his own roots. His classmates were familiar with him, and defaulting on a loan would tarnish his reputation. Yet, the sum of tens of thousands weighed heavily on him, and given his meager circumstances, it was quite likely he might abscond with the money. He was not in the business of charity. Should he acquiesce to such a request, he risked ensnaring himself in a debt trap, which would be a source of great humiliation. As Jiang Zheng gazed at his phone, the incessant beeping jolted him abruptly back to reality, oblivious to Su Ming's ulterior motives. Initially, he had believed Su's words, or else he would not have requested a loan of 20,000. It seemed he had to devise a plan on his own. Alas, Jiang Zheng, filled with disappointment, ended the call, feeling as though he had plummeted from heaven to hell in mere minutes. His confidence in acquiring the necessary funds for his urgent needs had waned significantly. It appeared he had no choice but to reach out to him, uncertain of how long he had been staring at his phone or how many times he had scrolled through his contacts. He finally located that unfamiliar number he had never dialed before. A peculiar smile crept across Jiang Zheng's lips as he read the contact's name. "Hello, is this Brother Ba?" He ventured. "This is Xiaozhan. I would like to borrow some money from you." "Xiaozhan? Are you the security guard?" Came a voice tinged with confusion from the other end of the line. Jiang Zheng cursed silently in his heart but maintained a tone of utmost respect as he replied. "Yes, I am the security guard at Day Mall." "Oh, I remember now. What is it? You need to borrow money?" Li Wangba's interest was piqued at the mention of borrowing, and his tone softened slightly. "Indeed, Brother Ba, I have some urgent matters." "Speak. How much do you wish to borrow?" "I need to borrow 20,000, Brother Ba." 20,000? Why do you need to borrow so much?" Li Wangba inquired with skepticism. He was involved in campus lending, and many sought his assistance, predominantly students who typically borrowed a few hundred or a few thousand. Most of these were young women, driven by material desires, willing to go to great lengths for luxury items such as high-end cosmetics, handbags, and phones, with some even resorting to compromising situations to avoid high interest rates. Jiang Zheng was well aware of Li Wangba's extensive connections. "I recently had to borrow some money from relatives for a funeral back home, and now they are pressing me for repayment. I thought of you, Brother Ba," Jiang Zheng said, half earnestly. He understood that borrowing even a modest sum of 20,000 was a stretch, without a car, a house, or any valuables. It was a considerable amount. His approach was tentative. If he could secure the full amount, that would be ideal, but if not, he would seek smaller loans from other friends. "All right then, when do you plan to come and borrow?" Li Wangba did not dwell on the details. He had frequented Day Mall often, where he had developed a rapport with Jiang Zheng, who regularly assisted him by saving parking spots. He was aware of Jiang Zheng's living and working conditions and felt no apprehension about repayment. Since he is engaged in this endeavor, it is only natural that he possesses a certain level of skill, is it not? However, he will undoubtedly reap the consequences of his actions. "I can come right away. Is there anything I need to bring?" Upon hearing that borrowing was an option, Jiang Zheng eagerly agreed. "Simply provide me with your home address and identification card, and additionally, you must write a promissory note indicating the sum of 100,000. Furthermore, a video recording of the promissory note is required, where you will hold it and recite its contents, affirming that you are doing so voluntarily. Once you have repaid the loan, I will destroy this note in your presence." The two continued their conversation for a few more moments, confirming the necessary items to bring before concluding the call. Jiang Zheng quickly began to prepare for his departure, gathering the requisite materials for the loan. Before stepping out, he meticulously checked the contents of his backpack, ensuring everything was in order before closing the door and hurriedly descending the stairs. Standing by the roadside, he waited for a while until a taxi arrived. He waved it down, and once it came to a stop, he entered and informed the driver of his destination. As he sat in the car, he began to contemplate the preparations that lay ahead. First, he would secure the funds, then he would rent a vehicle, followed by a visit to the supermarket to procure his daily necessities. There was still ample time. In his mind, Jiang Zheng was silently strategizing his subsequent actions, understanding that his initial stop at the car rental agency was strategically advantageous, as it was conveniently located near the place where he intended to borrow money from Li Wangba. Chapter 3. Car rental. After sitting in the vehicle for several minutes, I finally arrived at the agreed-upon meeting place with Li Wangba, a familiar establishment. Stepping out of the car, I gazed at the somewhat ostentatious faade before me, where the grand characters of Long Fei Feng Wu hung prominently above the pawnshop, flanked by two imposing stone lions that undoubtedly stood as the most eye-catching figures on this street. As I reached out to touch one of the stone lions, I couldn't help but muse. It seems that such enterprises indeed prosper, though I wonder how fate will unfold in the apocalypse. With a few murmurs to myself, I entered the establishment, guided by a staff member to Li Wangba's office. Boss Ba. Upon entering, I greeted Li Wangba and promptly retrieved the materials I had brought. After a cursory glance at the documents, Li Wangba confirmed their contents. While transferring funds to my account via his phone, he scrutinized me from head to toe and casually remarked, "As I've already mentioned over the phone, remember the consequences if you fail to repay in a month." Of course, Boss Ba. Do you take me for someone who borrows without intent to repay? Besides, how could I dare to default on your loan? I flattered him while inwardly cursing. Borrowing 20,000 and having to repay 27 was exceptionally harsh. Even the most usurious lenders would not be so merciless. Yet, despite the exorbitant interest, it mattered little to me. What was interest, what was threat? Just a merely Wangba. When the apocalypse arrives, will I still heed your words? This predatory lending scheme, I had firmly resolved to conquer. With this thought, a cold smirk crept onto my lips. As I observed Li Wangba transferring the funds into my account, I refrained from further conversation, expressed my gratitude, and hastily exited. My arrival and departure were both swift. What is that doorman in such a hurry for? I've never seen anyone so anxious when borrowing money. He's not planning to flee, is he? Li Wangba muttered as he watched my fleeting figure. Though he entertained such thoughts, he dismissed them without concern. He was unperturbed by the possibility of my default. He had ample means to ensure that I would find myself in a position of desperation. Poor Li Wangba, despite having sensed my intentions, remained oblivious to my resolute determination to consume his predatory lending practices. Achoo! Just as I descended the stairs, I suddenly sneezed, wondering who might be thinking of me. I quickly hailed a cab and rushed to the car rental company. The market for recreational vehicles is inherently limited, and given their scarcity, they are not as readily available for rental as standard cars. After inquiring with numerous rental companies online, I finally located one that had available vehicles. They urged me to hurry, reserving a car for only 3 hours, which spurred my haste. I managed to arrive at the rental company an hour early, and as I caught sight of the store's sign from a distance, a sense of relief washed over me. The rental establishment was modest in size, adorned simply yet elegantly. The first thing that caught my eye was a young woman seated behind a reception desk. With her flirtatious eyes and exquisite makeup, she indeed appeared to be a remarkably beautiful girl. However, the notably slender and prominent bridge of her nose evoked a sense of aversion in Jiang Zheng. This must be what is referred to as the quintessential internet celebrity nose. Even without any enhancements, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Yet her current nose detracted from her natural allure. "Hello, may I inquire about the type of vehicle you wish to rent? If you have a reservation, you can pick up the car in advance." Li Jing watched as Jiang Zheng approached, promptly rising to greet him. However, upon noticing his attire, her brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Zheng was acutely aware of her reaction, yet he paid it little mind. Indeed, his outfit was rather shabby. He wore a loose, grimy yellow t-shirt, faded and tattered jeans, and shoes that had long since lost their color, were they white or black. To top it off, his hair resembled a bird's nest, leaving a poor impression upon their first encounter. Nevertheless, Jiang Zheng was unconcerned. With the apocalypse looming, he saw little point in being overly meticulous about appearances. Nor did he have the time for such trivialities. "I have reserved a camper online," Jiang Zheng remarked with a smile. "Mr. Jiang Zheng, is it?" Li Jing glanced at the records on her computer, confirming his identity. "Yes. Very well, please follow me." Without further ado, Li Jing led Jiang Zheng to the last remaining camper. Upon seeing the vehicle, Jiang Zheng could not suppress a sigh, exclaiming, "No wonder it has been rented out for so long." This camper, undeniably an old classic, bore the marks of time with its once white exterior now tinged with yellow. Its less noticeable areas were marred by several scratches, and the wheels appeared worn and slightly deformed. As he approached, a peculiar scent of engine oil wafted through the air, a testament to its years of neglect, with dust covering its surface. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, the interior resembled the images online. The entrance revealed a compact living area, while to the right lay the cockpit. The sight of the antiquated seats and control panel made Jiang Zheng hesitate, questioning whether the vehicle was still operable. To the left, the interior was largely consistent with typical campers, and after a cursory glance, he exited and called out to Li Jing, "Let us sign the contract quickly." Li Jing had known of this vehicle's existence since she began working here. She had only glanced at it once, and with no inquiries ever made, she had nearly forgotten its appearance. Just by observing the camper's exterior, she had deterred potential customers, standing at a distance to avoid soiling her shoes. She wondered what Jiang Zheng intended to do with the vehicle, thinking it would never rent out again. To Jiang Zheng, this camper was merely a temporary solution, As long as it could drive, its condition mattered little. He was not in a position to be choosy, as all the vehicles at nearby rental companies had already been taken. Even if there were options, they were all reserved. As this summer season was particularly busy with middle-class families embarking on vacations and tourists renting cars to explore the area, Jiang Zheng swiftly finalized the contract with the rental company. He cast a brief glance at the stipulations within the agreement, and indeed, the terms were rather stringent. The myriad of detailed compensations stipulated that even a single additional scratch could incur considerable charges. It seemed that the vintage car could potentially cost him dearly before it even embarked on its journey. Nevertheless, Jiang Zheng merely skimmed through the document before boldly inscribing his name. "Your identification card must also serve as collateral," Li Jing remarked with a practiced smile. With a decisive motion, Jiang Zheng slapped his pre-prepared ID onto the table, acknowledging that its ultimate purpose would likely conclude here. He then received the car keys and departed from the rental company, driving off in the motorhome. Chapter 4. Procuring supplies. Jiang Zheng maneuvered his motorhome along the road. Although the exterior of the vehicle did not meet his aesthetic expectations, it functioned adequately, albeit requiring cautious handling due to its antiquity. His driving skills were not particularly adept, compounded by the fact that this was a manual transmission, and he had not driven since graduating from driving school. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of manual operation, he could only traverse the road at a leisurely pace. Despite his inner turmoil and urgency, he could only proceed slowly, his anxiety mounting. After what felt like an eternity, he finally arrived at a large supermarket near the car rental company. Jiang Zheng eagerly disembarked and hurried into the store. What is wrong with people these days? Not even a word of apology after bumping into me, just rushing off without a glance back. The youth today truly lack manners, exclaimed a fashionably dressed middle-aged woman, her voice laced with indignation as she watched the figure swiftly vanish from her sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng was oblivious to the commotion. Although the apocalypse was still 2 days away, his frayed nerves could not be quelled. It was akin to a terminally ill patient grappling with despair and fear before death. Only in that final moment does one find true release, born from the terror of the unknown. Hastily, he made his way to the seasoning aisle, rummaging through the shelves without pause, collecting an array of condiments essential for post-apocalyptic cooking: salt, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, starch, noodles, vinegar, chili, cooking wine, and more. Anything that could be utilized in cooking found its way into his shopping cart until it was brimming and nearly overflowing. Without delay, he pushed his cart towards the next section. Just as Jiang Zheng departed, another middle-aged woman approached, intent on purchasing some everyday seasonings, having run out at home. Upon peering at the shelves, she was taken aback to find them nearly barren. What kind of person clears both rows of shelves? Buying so much, one might think the apocalypse is upon us. How ridiculous, she scoffed, shaking her head at the fleeting figure before humming a tune as she proceeded to gather other items. Jiang Zheng continued to load his cart with various food supplies, and behind him, 5 carts piled high with goods formed a mountain of provisions. He chose foods that were more easily preserved in a time of crisis, such as cured meats, dried and pickled items, and bottled beverages. Water was of utmost importance, and he prepared the most of it, recognizing the critical need for clean water sources during the impending disaster. In the midst of his bustling efforts, he had already requested the staff to summon their manager, arranging for several boxes of compressed food to be wholesaled from the supermarket. Items such as compressed biscuits, sealed canned goods, self-heating rice, instant noodles, bottled water, and rice were included in his order. Given the substantial quantity of his purchases, the supermarket manager graciously offered him a discount, which was a boon for Jiang Zheng, as it allowed him to acquire even more supplies. However, the sparse stock on the shelves limited his options, forcing him to select only what was readily available. Due to the multitude of required items and the fact that the supermarket's workers had already clocked out for the day, after a thorough discussion with the store manager, it was decided that the workers would deliver the goods to the residence of Jiang Zheng early the following morning. Were it not for his limited funds and the restricted space in his vehicle, he would have purchased even more. However, he had already exerted himself to the fullest. The supplies he had procured would suffice for him to live independently for a duration of 2 to 3 months. His usual consumption was modest, and if he were to ration his meals, he could extend that time frame even further. In any case, he had endured enough chaos before the impending cataclysm. Thereafter, he would rely on the system's assistance. Once he had confirmed that his purchases were nearly complete, he calmly proceeded towards the checkout counter amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, provoking a flurry of speculation. What could this young man possibly need with such an abundance of items? Could he be unhinged? Who in their right mind buys so much? Murmured the onlookers, recalling how they had seen him frantically gathering supplies earlier. It seemed that he might have caught wind of some foreboding news, convinced that the apocalypse was upon them. Reminiscent of the panic surrounding 2012, a few elderly patrons began to gossip, their eyes glinting with mockery, sharing what they found amusing, erupting into laughter. Jiang Zheng paid them no heed. Even if he were to inform them of the approaching doom, it would likely only reinforce their perception of him as a fool. Moreover, he had no inclination to divulge such information. He was no altruist compelled to speak out. Ideally, he would be the sole individual privy to the forewarning. And the very laughter they now shared would soon give way to understanding the true nature of the impending disaster. The cashier, observing the several overflowing shopping carts before her, was taken aback by the sheer volume of goods one person could accumulate. Jiang Zheng merely smiled at her. Having completed his purchases, the weight on his shoulders gradually lifted. The most crucial task was accomplished. With a day remaining, he could reflect on the trifles and conduct thorough checks. Time passed, though he could not discern how long it took to finalize his transactions. He then enlisted the help of the supermarket staff to assist in transporting the items to his RV. However, the contents of the 5 shopping carts occupied a significant portion of the available space in his vehicle. Once the wholesale supplies arrived the next day, he would organize everything properly. As dusk settled, after considerable effort in moving the items, Jiang Zheng finally drove his RV leisurely on the return journey home. By the time he arrived, the sky had completely darkened, and a gentle breeze transformed the oppressive summer heat into a refreshing coolness. After a simple dinner, he retreated to the bathroom for a quick shower, rinsing off the day's fatigue. Wrapped in a towel, he lay on his bed. Jiang Zheng stretched, feeling as if every fiber of his being had been released, as if the shower had washed away the day's exhaustion, and he let out a contented sigh. Reaching for his phone, he noticed several missed calls. One call was received at noon. Upon checking the number, he realized it belonged to his former manager from the mall security team. A text message accompanied the call, and upon opening it, he found a few simple sentences conveying the unfortunate news that he had been terminated, as he had not reported to work for 3 consecutive days. Furthermore, his salary for the month would not be disbursed. Jiang Zheng chuckled nonchalantly. With the impending apocalypse, he barely had time to prepare, let alone concern himself with a job. As for this month's wages, having only worked a few days at the beginning of the month and with previous payments already settled, he felt little attachment to it. Casually, he deleted that message and turned his attention to another missed call. Upon recognizing the familiar number, Jiang Zheng's previously listless gaze suddenly sparkled with life. Chapter 5, The Final Moments. Hello, what a surprise to receive your call. Jiang Zheng returned the familiar number, his tone gentle. I saw your post on social media. How much do you need to borrow? I still have some money, came a melodious voice from the other end. Reminiscent of a golden aureole, refreshing and uplifting. I truly appreciate your willingness to lend me during this time, but I've already secured what I needed, Jiang Zheng replied. Warmth flooding his heart upon hearing her voice, a smile naturally forming on his lips. That's great. I hope I didn't let you down. Hearing her words, Ting tightened her grip on the hem of her clothes. Why speak such nonsense, you silly girl? You've helped me countless times before. Besides, I wouldn't dream of borrowing from a girl. It simply isn't my style, Jiang Zheng teased playfully. The girl on the other end was Jiang Zheng's high school classmate and deskmate. It was indeed a twist of fate. Throughout their high school years, there were many changes in seating arrangements, yet they remained together until graduation. Ting hailed from a well-off family, possessing a serene beauty and an aura of literary grace that brought tranquility to those around her. She excelled academically and was known for her amiable personality, making her the center of admiration among her peers. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng consistently found himself at the bottom of the academic ranks, youthful and brash. Fully aware of his lack of academic talent, yet still prone to boasting. As desk mates, they often engaged in verbal sparring. Jiang Zheng was notorious for his thick skin, frequently provoking Ting's irritation. While she excelled in her studies, her athletic abilities were remarkably poor, a stark contrast to Jiang Zheng's prowess in sports. He often shone at school athletic events, breaking records and earning a reputation as a standout figure. During physical education classes, it was common for the sports teacher to be absent, leaving Jiang Zheng in charge, a position he subtly exploited. He would intensify the training during running sessions, naturally leaving Ting struggling to keep up, resulting in public reprimands in front of the entire class. As the most outstanding student, Ting was accustomed to praise and admiration, and she found it hard to accept such criticism. Pouting in defiance, she would often return to class with weak legs, needing support from her female classmates as they climbed the stairs. Over the span of 3 years, their relationship was marked by playful bickering. It was more akin to being little adversaries than mere desk mates. To their classmates, the nature of their relationship was clearly more complex than a simple friendship. However, after graduation, this delicate dynamic faded. She was accepted into her dream university and ventured far away, while he, with less favorable grades, settled for a local college. The flutter of youthful affection that Jiang Zheng had harbored was buried deep within him. Years later, upon her return home after university, she sought out Jiang Zheng, only to find he had not completed his studies and had embarked on his own journey to Jiang City, marking a 4-year separation, a true twist of fate. It seems that a thought struck him, and Jiang Zheng continued, "By the way, you should hurry to the supermarket in the next couple of days to purchase some essential items, such as drinking water, medications, daily necessities, and food. Make sure to charge your phone fully, and, if possible, acquire a few power banks, even though I am uncertain if they will be of any use. Remember to lock the door from the inside and refrain from going out." Why should I do all this? Wenting listened to Jiang Zheng's admonitions, resembling that of a concerned mother, instructing her on what necessities to prepare and urging her to confine herself to her room. She was utterly perplexed. Not just Wenting, but any rational person would find it difficult to comprehend Jiang Zheng's words. You need not concern yourself with the reasons. Just ensure that you procure everything needed. At 4 o'clock the day after tomorrow, it is imperative that you do not venture outside. Jiang Zheng, observing Wenting's confusion, spoke with a grave tone. Promise me. Even though I have never asked anything of you at school, I am pleading with you this time. His demeanor was firm, yet one could discern a hint of desperation in his voice. The recent changes in his life, particularly during the period following the death of his parents, had plunged him into a profound sorrow from which he struggled to emerge. Fortunately, he had this girl by his side, able to offer him words of comfort and warmth, rekindling a glimmer of light within his desolate heart. If there existed anyone in this world whom he felt closest to, it was undoubtedly Wenting. Even though she might not share the same sentiment, it was merely his own unrequited affection. Though they were separated by thousands of kilometers, his desire to protect her was thwarted by the vast distance, rendering him powerless to care for her as he wished. Nonetheless, he could still offer reminders, urging her to prepare for what lay ahead. The uncertainties of the post-apocalyptic world filled him with trepidation. "All right, I promise I will do as you say," Wenting relented, a playful pout adorning her lips, her cheeks flushing a radiant shade akin to that of a ripe apple, almost tempting enough to bite into. She had never encountered Jiang Zheng speaking to her in such a manner. He had always been playful and lighthearted. Although the recent upheaval had rendered him more composed and taciturn, this was the first time he had adopted such a commanding tone with her. Despite her playful discontent with his demeanor, it was indeed the first time Jiang Zheng had earnestly implored her, causing her heart to race like a startled deer. The strange nature of women never ceased to amaze her. Upon hearing Wenting's agreement, a great weight lifted from Jiang Zheng's heart. He truly feared she might not believe him, as he wished for her safety above all. The events following the apocalypse were unpredictable, yet being prepared would enhance the chances of survival. "That is good. I shall say no more. Take care of yourself. I will hang up now." "All right," Wenting replied, ending the call. Although she found Jiang Zheng's words somewhat peculiar, she chose to trust him. As she reflected on their conversation, a sweet smile crept upon her lips. "If possible, I will return to find you." The following day, Jiang Zheng rose early. By 8:30 in the morning, the supermarket's delivery truck had already transported all the items purchased the previous day to the base of his apartment. Jiang Zheng directed the laborers to carry the goods into his camper according to their respective categories. After approximately half an hour of diligent effort, the unloading was finally completed. Once the workers departed, Jiang Zheng stepped inside the vehicle. Before him lay a plethora of supplies, arranged in an orderly yet diverse manner throughout the modest confines of the camper. Jiang Zheng surveyed the space. Apart from the bed designated for his repose and the narrow passageway leading to the restroom, it was filled with an assortment of items. Gazing at the abundance within the vehicle, he was instantly enveloped by a profound sense of satisfaction. Chapter 6. The Coming of the Apocalypse at Noon. Jiang Zheng, having skipped lunch, clutched the remaining funds from his recent procurement of supplies, intent on acquiring a few additional necessities. After shopping at the supermarket, he found himself with less than 2,000 yuan in hand. His next destination was the pharmacy, where he intended to purchase essential medications for everyday ailments, items such as pain relief, cold medicine, fever reducers, and various vitamins, all of which would prove indispensable in the aftermath of the impending catastrophe. Upon acquiring an assortment of pharmaceuticals, Jiang Zheng's funds dwindled to under 1,000 yuan. He resolved to procure some fresh meat, vegetables, and durable fruits. After all, he did not wish to subsist solely on canned goods and instant noodles once the apocalypse began. And although his purchases were limited, they would suffice for 10 to 15 days. After completing his shopping, he drove back to his rented apartment. The clock striking 2 in the afternoon. With no time for lunch, Jiang Zheng hastily prepared a bowl of instant noodles to quell his ravenous hunger. Once he had satiated his appetite, he regained some strength, having spent the previous day contemplating the necessary preparations for the impending doom, including his itinerary for the post-apocalyptic journey. In the remaining hours, Jiang Zheng busied himself charging the numerous power banks, his phone, tablet, and the drone he had bought previously, which had served little purpose beyond fulfilling a childhood dream of flying. However, he pondered that in a post-apocalyptic world, the drone could function as a rudimentary radar, serving as his eyes to explore uncharted territories, proving useful in critical moments. Meanwhile, he scoured the internet for information on wilderness survival and basic first aid techniques, as well as maps of the surrounding area. Jiang Zheng even took the precaution of downloading a national map onto his tablet, ensuring accessibility even without internet connectivity. This map detailed nearly every point of interest, from small shops to significant resource locations and major highways down to rural roads, all meticulously marked. He had spent several hundred yuan to obtain this map from a friend who had a penchant for hiking across the country, as free mapping software lacked such detail. His second-hand laptop was also meticulously stocked with a myriad of films, from Hollywood blockbusters to Chinese historical dramas and Japanese anime, encompassing both the familiar and the obscure. In terms of physiological needs, Jiang Zheng had made ample preparations, downloading an extensive library of content featuring various adult film stars, ensuring he had ample material for his future enjoyment. In addition to these, he had curated a collection of music, downloading not only his personal favorites but also a diverse array of the world's finest melodies. In the solitary journey that awaited him post-apocalypse, music would undoubtedly serve as a balm for the spirit. In summary, Jiang Zheng had diligently prepared for both his material and spiritual needs. With his funds exhausted and preparations nearly complete, all that remained was to enjoy a restful sleep and await the arrival of the morrow's apocalypse. Outside, the evening breeze howled past, causing the windows to rattle ominously, reminiscent of ghostly wails that stirred a sense of unease within him. Jiang Zheng lay quietly on his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling illuminated by the light, seemingly unaffected by the howling winds outside. He appeared to be in a state of deep contemplation, lost in thoughts that perhaps revolved around the dawn of tomorrow or the plight of humanity after an apocalypse. This night, it seemed, was destined to be sleepless. At 9 in the morning, Jiang Zheng reluctantly rose from his bed, his darkened circles beneath his eyes betraying the restless night he had endured. Indeed, he had suffered from insomnia. Throughout the night, he pondered the scenarios that would unfold post-apocalypse, contemplating countless strategies and routes, drawing inspiration from protagonists in various apocalyptic narratives. After much deliberation, he resolved to set out immediately before the cataclysmic event occurred, heading to a location he had meticulously chosen the previous night, Chao County. Chao County is a small town under the jurisdiction of Jiang City. Its population and resources have largely gravitated towards Jie Province's capital, Jie City, and other burgeoning regional cities nearby. Due to the mass exodus of the labor force, the permanent population hovers around a mere 200,000, with many towns and villages inhabited predominantly by the elderly and children. Jiang Zheng had researched the specifics of this county online, discovering that it was characterized by vast expanses and sparse inhabitants. As long as one steered clear of densely populated villages and towns, there were few people to contend with, an appealing prospect for him. Given Jiang City's substantial population, which fluctuates between 3 to 4 million, the outbreak of an apocalypse would undoubtedly incite widespread panic and a mass exodus. The highways, major national roads, and rural paths would likely become chaotic, if not completely congested, making a swift escape an unattainable dream. For Jiang Zheng, preemptively fleeing Jiang City was an imperative strategy, particularly as he remained uncertain about the system's true function. In the absence of reliance on the system, safeguarding his own well-being was his foremost priority. Swiftly donning his clothes and gathering the supplies he had prepared the day before, Jiang Zheng cast a calm gaze upon the fully stocked RV, feeling a surge of fervor and inexplicable excitement within him. Everything was ready. It was time to embark on his journey. As he drove the dilapidated RV along the road, the world outside remained as tranquil as ever, with people going about their daily lives. Some strolled leisurely, others engaged in sports, and vehicles moved in an orderly fashion, an idyllic scene that belied the impending doom. Were it not for the system's ominous notifications, he might have wished to live as peacefully as they did. As he observed the unfolding scenes, a wave of compassion washed over Jiang Zheng, stirring a sense of melancholy within him. Just as he was about to leave Jiang City, he suddenly spotted a few knife shops along the street. He stopped the car and spent his last few hundred yuan on a steel machete for self-defense. According to the shopkeeper, the blade could slice through iron as if it were clay, though its veracity remained uncertain. Nevertheless, possessing a reliable weapon in the aftermath of an apocalypse was undeniably crucial. He secured the machete in the vehicle and swiftly made his way toward the outskirts. On the highway leading to Chao County, Jiang Zheng observed the scant traffic, with only 3 or 5 vehicles in sight. His resolve strengthened. The fewer the people, the greater his chances of survival. Jiang Zheng was swiftly en route to Chao County, as it was in close proximity. Within half an hour, he arrived at the borders of Chao County, and his destination lay in a quaint town nearby. After spending another 10 minutes traversing the roads, he reached the town. Jiang Zheng chose this location due to its relatively sparse population compared to other towns in Chao County and its convenient access routes. The nearest city to Zheng's location was Chao County, and the closest town to Chao County offered the shortest path, accessible even without highways and flanked by several gas stations for round trips. This town boasted a large gas station, serving as a transit point for various long-distance vehicles. With numerous auto repair shops, making it a hub of convenient transportation amidst a tranquil setting, this was Jiang Zheng's rationale for his choice. Upon opening the system panel, he noticed that the doomsday countdown had dwindled to less than 2 hours, indicating it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He parked his vehicle inconspicuously at a village entrance not far from the town, shielded by a small hill, making it difficult for passers-by to notice its presence unless they ventured nearby. Jiang Zheng was quite pleased with this temporary hideout. Through the rearview mirror of the RV, he could clearly observe the comings and goings at the village entrance, where a few elderly individuals strolled and chatted, their laughter occasionally wafting through the air. In the afternoon, sunlight bathed the earth, exuding the essence of summer. People strolled leisurely, engaging in conversation, while verdant foliage thrived quietly, and wildflowers unfurled their tender buds. The gentle hum of flying insects occasionally brushed past his ears, reminiscent of a typical day. Seated within the RV, Jiang Zheng sought to calm his tumultuous emotions amidst the serene stillness before the storm. Whether it was excitement or fear, his hands began to tremble involuntarily. He lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, and the interior of the vehicle quickly filled with swirling smoke. Tick-tock. Time flowed slowly. And after nearly a dozen cigarettes, as the moment of reckoning approached, Jiang Zheng's mind began to echo the rhythmic sound of a clock. 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. The doomsday virus had commenced its outbreak, and the doomsday RV system was activated. Please, host, open the system to check for detailed information. It has begun, he murmured instinctively, but before he could access the system, an overwhelming wave of dizziness engulfed him. A nauseating sensation churned within his chest, and a splitting headache threatened to burst forth, cold sweat trickling down his brow, rendering him in a state worse than death. His face turned ashen, and his limbs involuntarily began to convulse. His eyes reddened, and the veins in his neck bulged grotesquely, creating a terrifying visage. Jiang Zheng felt as if his body was no longer under his command. A soul-wrenching tremor assaulted his brain. An insatiable thirst for blood coursed through him. Am I destined to become a zombie? Damn that system. Jiang Zheng's consciousness grew increasingly murky, and just before he lost awareness, his final thought was a fervent curse. Chapter 7. The Apocalypse RV System. At this very moment, the apocalyptic virus began to spread globally, eliciting varied reactions from individuals, yet, without exception, each countenance bore the weight of profound anguish. Particularly those unable to withstand the torment transformed into zombies, succumbing to a frenzy of biting and wailing. Vehicles in the city collided abruptly, while on the highways, a chain reaction of rear-end collisions ensued, involving hundreds, if not thousands, of cars. Some even erupted into flames amidst the chaos on the streets and in factories. The sudden onset of the virus resulted in a multitude of accidents. With dark smoke billowing into the sky, the air filled with the shrill sound of incessant horns, the desperate cries of women, the wails of children, and the curses of men resounding endlessly. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Jiang Zheng awoke from his slumber, struggling to open his eyes as if they were burdened with immense weight. He grimaced, clutching his head with both hands, the pain from before his unconsciousness still lingering. After sitting with his eyes shut for what felt like an eternity, the throbbing in his skull gradually subsided. Upon finally opening his eyes, a vast expanse of darkness greeted him. The sky had completely succumbed to night, and the surroundings echoed in eerie silence akin to a ghost town. A chilling wind occasionally howled past, instilling an unsettling sense of dread that amplified the terror of the encroaching night. Is this the apocalypse? Jiang Zheng murmured to himself, momentarily lost in the scene before him. As he prepared to rise and investigate, he realized his entire body was drenched, sweat clinging to his skin and saturating his clothes. The discomfort of this stickiness prompted him to consider wiping himself down in the RV, but then a thought struck him. Jiang Zheng's heart raced as he activated the system in his mind. Apocalypse RV System Host, Jiang Zheng Age, 22 abilities, ordinary human RV information, not activated personal skills, not activated system notification, due to the host's exposure to the virus and being on the brink of death. The system has initiated a life-saving response. A minimal amount of energy has automatically been expended to counteract the threat. However, due to insufficient energy to fully activate the system, the host must replenish the energy deficit. Current energy required to activate the system, 10 points. Friendly reminder, energy can be acquired by eliminating enemies, including but not limited to zombies. After carefully reviewing the system notification, Jiang Zheng understood that without the system's support, he would have become a zombie before even beginning his journey. The realization sent a shiver of cold sweat down his forehead. Thank goodness for the system, otherwise, he would have been utterly helpless. Feeling a wave of anxiety, Jiang Zheng patted his chest. The necessity of acquiring energy to activate the system narrowed his eyes. It was clear he would need to disembark and confront the zombies, a perilous endeavor indeed. This thought caused him to furrow his brow. As for the notion that energy could be obtained from sources beyond just zombies, verifying that theory seemed a daunting task. Perhaps even taking a life could yield energy points. However, it was now evening. Jiang Zheng glanced at the time on his phone and realized that over 4 hours had passed since he had lost consciousness. It was already past 9 o'clock at night, while the apocalypse had erupted at 4 in the afternoon. Having missed the opportunity to observe the peculiar changes in the village during daylight, he was unaware of the number of zombies that roamed, nor could he ascertain their strength. With nightfall having descended upon the small village, the absence of illumination rendered visibility exceedingly poor. Relying solely on the moonlight was akin to fishing in the ocean, impossible to discern anything clearly. The prospect of taking action to eliminate the zombies seemed increasingly daunting. After much contemplation, Jiang Zheng resolved to get a good night's sleep, intending to investigate further come dawn. With this decision firmly planted in his mind, he left the driver's seat and made his way to the living area, stripped off his clothes, and lightly wiped his body with a damp towel. He turned off the lights and laid down on the bed. Having expended considerable mental energy resisting the virus, he soon fell into a deep slumber. The day after the apocalypse, the blaring of his phone alarm jolted Jiang Zheng awake. With bleary eyes, he rose from bed, dressed, and stretched his body. After a refreshing sleep, he felt invigorated. The fatigue of the previous day had dissipated, replaced by a newfound vitality. After attending to his morning routine, he reached for the machete he had purchased the day before, now resting on the sofa. The weapon was not heavy, weighing less than 10 pounds, and he swung it casually a few times, feeling its lightness. Indeed, just as he had suspected, it felt even more effortless than when he had tested it yesterday. Following the virus's trial, Jiang Zheng sensed subtle changes within his body, likely a result of the system's energy bolstering his physical capabilities. Contentedly wielding the machete, he peered out of the car windows to ensure there were no zombies lurking around the vehicle before cautiously opening the door and poking his head out to survey the surroundings. The sky had been cloaked in a layer of gray mist, and amidst the hazy shroud, Jiang Zheng stealthily approached the village entrance, seeking shelter behind a barrier while cautiously peeking out. To his astonishment, he spotted 3 or 4 zombies meandering not far from him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the familiar elderly figures he had seen prior to the apocalypse, their attire unmistakable even if their faces were obscured. Seeing the long-anticipated zombies for the first time caused Jiang Zheng's heart to race inexplicably, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the machete. Although he had practiced some swordplay for amusement in the past, he was uncertain whether he could actually slay a zombie. As he hesitated, contemplating how to approach and eliminate them, he noticed that one of the zombies had strayed from the group and was slowly making its way toward him. Jiang Zheng's focus sharpened, and he tightened his grip on the machete once more. He was filled with trepidation regarding his ability to slay the undead, grappling with an overwhelming fear as he confronted such a terrifying creature for the first time. Yet, he realized he had no choice. He must confront this reality sooner or later. The activation of the system hinged upon these very zombies, and at that moment, he could only muster the courage to fight with all his might. As the zombie drew nearer, Jiang Zheng's heart raced, thumping violently as he absorbed the sound of its footsteps and the low, guttural growls emanating from its throat. Anticipating the precise moment to strike, he prepared himself. When the sound of the approaching footsteps was almost upon him, Jiang Zheng suddenly sprang from his hiding place, gripping the hilt of his knife with both hands. Drawing strength from the ground beneath his feet, he channeled it through a twist of his waist and hips, allowing the force to travel through his arms and into the blade. With every ounce of energy he could muster, he swung the knife horizontally toward the zombie's head. This was Jiang Zheng's first close encounter with a zombie, and he beheld it with horror. Half of its face was drenched in blood, its mouth and teeth stained crimson. and its eyeball bulged grotesquely from its socket. The low, mournful growls escaping from its throat were a testament to its terrifying nature. To witness the elderly man, who had been so jovial just yesterday, transformed into this grotesque visage sent a shiver down Jiang Zheng's spine, a chill creeping from his toes to the crown of his head, leaving his scalp tingling. Upon sensing a living human, the zombie, which had been sluggish, became suddenly animated, clawing and flailing with frenzied energy. However, it could not evade the forceful strike from Jiang Zheng. The blade struck the creature's head, embedding itself deeply, as if it were lodged in the very skull of the zombie. The once terrifying creature now bore the knife, its bulging eye fixated on Jiang Zheng, prompting him to gasp in horror. What the hell? No matter how hard he tried, Jiang Zheng found it nearly impossible to extract the knife from the zombie's hardened skull. Panic surged within him as he cursed silently, fearing he might perish in that very spot. He had not anticipated the resilience of a zombie's cranium. With no time to ponder, the creature, seemingly in pain, leaned forward, swinging its arms to grasp at Jiang Zheng. Should it succeed in its grasp, he would undoubtedly share its fate. A wave of terror washed over him like an impending tide. In that moment of peril, an idea struck him. He shouted sharply and swiftly kicked the zombie in the abdomen. The creature staggered back, allowing Jiang Zheng to seize the opportunity to withdraw the blade. Without hesitation, he advanced, leveraging the fleeting moment before the zombie could regain its composure, and with all his strength, he struck once more at its head, producing a dull thud. This time, the zombie's head finally fell to the ground, motionless. As silence enveloped the scene, Jiang Zheng exhaled deeply, his racing heart gradually calming. The sheer hardness of the zombie's skull had left his hands aching from the impact. The entire encounter, from Jiang Zheng's initial leap to the conclusion of the battle, transpired in merely 2 or 3 seconds. Yet, those fleeting moments represented a critical juncture between life and death. Had he not delivered that kick, extricating the knife, he might very well have met his end there. In the recent struggle against the undead, I felt no particular sensation. However, upon witnessing the fallen zombie and its severed head, a tumultuous wave surged within my stomach. I stepped aside to gather myself, when a sudden thought struck me. Rising, I approached the zombie, suppressing my nausea as I forcefully plunged my knife into its neck. The blade easily pierced through. It appeared that the neck, whether of a human or a zombie, was indeed its most vulnerable point. Fortunately, it was the cleaver the first wielded. The head, being the hardest part of the human body, had transformed into an even more formidable target in its undead state. Had my strength not been sufficient, I might have truly lost my life. Having identified the zombie's critical weakness, my confidence swelled. It seemed as though the remaining zombies sensed something amiss, as another one broke away from the horde and approached me. This time, emboldened by my previous encounters, I felt considerably more assured. Adopting the same tactic as before, I waited patiently for the zombie to draw near before springing into action. With precise timing, I struck downwards at the creature's neck. As I anticipated, I managed to behead it with a single blow, the head rolling away in silence. Through these 2 encounters, I found myself gradually acclimating to the gruesome reality before me. Witnessing the validation of my strategies, I eagerly prepared to gather the energy required to activate the system. I resolved to methodically pick off the solitary zombies at the entrance of the village. Time slipped by unnoticed, and by approximately 2 in the afternoon, I had stealthily dispatched 10 zombies. My grip on the knife had become painfully strained, my palms swollen from the exertion. This truly was a labor of strength. Thankfully, the zombies in this village were dispersed, granting me ample maneuverability. Had I been in the city, I would have encountered far more zombies and far less advantageous terrain. Upon slaying the 10th zombie, I heard the system's prompt resonating in my mind, confirming that I had met the requirements to activate the Doomsday RV system. Taking a deep breath, I resolutely declared, "Activate." Chapter 8. The Lottery. With the confirmation of Jiang Zheng's command, the system promptly presented another directive. Please select a vehicle for modification. Jiang Zheng raised his gaze towards the camper van situated not far away, focusing intently as he declared, "Commence the modifications." As Jiang Zheng transmitted his clear instruction through sheer will, a resounding echo resonated within his mind. Subsequently, a faint white light swiftly surged from his consciousness towards the camper van. Upon making contact, he sensed an inexplicable and subtle connection between himself and the vehicle, as though they were merging into one, a truly mystical experience. A radiant white glow enveloped the entire exterior of the camper van, visible solely to Jiang Zheng, for he feared attracting the attention of the zombies. Within this vehicle, now spiritually linked to him, he could already perceive the gradual transformation taking place inside. Camper van functionalities activated. Scanning vehicle information. Vehicle type, medium-sized camper van. Age, 8 years. Speed, 100 kilometers H engine, obsolete, risk of breakdown, tires, severely worn, left rear tire punctured, wheel hubs. Summary, extremely poor condition modification initiated. Estimated completion, 4 hours. As Jiang Zheng reviewed the system's scanning results, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was taken aback to discover the vehicle's dire state. Fortuitously, his journey to Chao County had not encountered significant issues. Otherwise, he might not have survived to tell the tale. He pondered whether the modifications would rectify such problems and felt a surge of anticipation for the camper van's post-transformation condition, especially since it was under the system's care. Time slipped away, and Jiang Zheng leaned against a nearby stone wall, feeling the weight of monotony. The sun had begun its descent, casting a warm glow over the land, and through the eerie, hazy mist, a unique and enchanting beauty emerged. Jiang Zheng stood on edge for nearly 4 hours, fearing that the zombies from the village might inadvertently wander his way. He had scarcely eaten throughout the day and had expended considerable energy hunting the undead. Since early morning, he had long exhausted himself, lacking the strength to confront any more zombies. With the camper van undergoing modifications and inaccessible, Jiang Zheng now felt starved, his eyes gleaming with hunger, perceiving everything around him as potential sustenance. Having learned his lesson, he vowed never to undertake modifications outside the safety of the camper van again, for it was indeed a precarious situation. At long last, a long-awaited voice echoed within Jiang Zheng's mind. Camper van modifications complete. Doomsday RV system host. Jiang Zheng age. 22 ability. Ordinary human RV information. Doomsday RV. Modification completed. Basic version. Model. Level 1 RV. Disguised appearance. Space configuration. Bedroom X1. Kitchen X1. Bathroom X1. Living room X1. Storage room X1. Weaponry. Onboard compressed light beam. Basic. Charging time. 15 seconds. Capable of annihilating level 2 ability users upon full charge. Cooldown time. 12 hours. Instant acceleration. Instantly reaches maximum speed. Duration determined by fuel tank reserves. Body strength. F-class. Defense against standard bullets. Power. Gasoline diesel hybrid maximum speed. For 100 kilometers H, all faults have been repaired. Personal skills. Basic store information. Body enhancement serum. Defective. 100 energy body enhancement serum. Basic. 1000 energy standard semi-automatic pistol. 100 energy standard machine gun. 1000 energy steel battle suit. Basic. 2000 energy. Jiang Zheng gazed in astonishment at the lengthy information, his heart brimming with excitement. The results of the modifications were exceedingly satisfactory, not to mention the yet-to-be-clarified onboard compressed light beam. The vehicle's defensive capabilities alone resembled that of a tank. Furthermore, the inclusion of a store system, where one could purchase firearms and body enhancement serums, provided an undeniable double layer of security. He observed numerous items yet to be unlocked, each more impressive than the last, such as infinite storage space, ability-enhancing armor, limitless energy, and onboard closed defense cannons, leaving him momentarily speechless. Moreover, the fact that these functionalities belonged to the basic version indicated that even more formidable enhancements awaited discovery and upgrade. Now, this vehicle had significantly increased Jiang Zheng's chances of survival. Next, he intended to thoroughly explore the modified RV before he could dwell on it further. The system's prompt echoed once more in his mind. The first modification is complete. You have earned 1 free lottery chance. Increase fuel tank capacity. 10,000 liters. Current tank. 1,000 liters. 500 energy. Increase water source reserve. 10,000 liters. Current tank. 1,000 liters. 500 energy. Increase space storage by 50. Increase vehicle dimensions. 500 energy. Personal skill. Random lottery. Possible rewards include body enhancement level, defective, standard semi-automatic pistol. Embrace the sister skill, blade/skill. As the RV's level remained at its initial stage, the lottery offered choices that he could select for purchase, reflecting his limited authority, thus resulting in a narrow range of options. Upon reviewing the RV's upgrade descriptions, he realized that only by upgrading the 3 RV options could he elevate the vehicle to the next level, unlocking more formidable functions and refreshing the store with higher-tier items. Furthermore, the information regarding the basic modified RV primarily focused on enhancing storage capabilities. Jiang Zheng contemplated the enticing options laid before him, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Zheng ultimately chose to draw for personal skills. He believed that enhancing the functionality of his RV, while it would save him 500 energy points for upgrades, would not equip him with the capability to eliminate 1,000 zombies. Therefore, he resolved to select personal skills instead. Firstly, strengthening his own abilities would enable him to gather energy more effectively. Secondly, it would enhance his safety upon leaving the RV. After all, he could not remain confined to the vehicle for eternity, as he still needed to procure essential supplies. Weighing these considerations, he opted for the personal skills category, hoping that a handgun might be among the rewards, allowing energy to flow in abundantly. As the lottery commenced, Jiang Zheng watched intently as the pointer transitioned among 4 options, murmuring, handgun, handgun, handgun. His heart raced, and as the pointer gradually came to a halt, his pulse quickened, his eyes wide with anticipation as he focused on the outcome. The options revealed were, embrace the sister skill, blade/skill, and body enhancement potion, defective. Ding. Congratulations. You have received the body enhancement potion, defective. Jiang Zheng gazed at the results with disappointment. They were far from what he had envisioned. Even if he had drawn the embrace the sister skill, he would have considered it a boon, despite its somewhat juvenile name, as it was still a skill and unlikely to be entirely ineffective. However, this defective body enhancement potion was clearly subpar, and Jiang Zheng couldn't help but internally criticize his luck. Shaking his head and sighing, he found himself holding a small vial of liquid potion. Resigned, he sighed, well, who can blame me for such poor luck? With that, he uncorked the vial and poured its contents into his mouth, tilting his head back to swallow it all. 2 minutes after consuming the potion, Jiang Zheng eagerly anticipated a transformation within his body, yet felt no changes whatsoever. His face fell, and he glared at the now empty vial. Realizing it was indeed a prime example of a defective product, utterly worthless. In the next moment, however, he suddenly felt a surge of energy coursing through his limbs, as if his meridians were being unblocked. His body erupted with crackling sounds reminiscent of popping beans, the thunderous noise ringing painfully in his ears. Soon after, his limbs began to tremble uncontrollably, muscles in various parts of his body convulsing violently, causing his veins to bulge alarmingly. Jiang Zheng struggled to maintain control over his agonizing body, only to feel his heart begin to race erratically, akin to palpitations, booming like thunder. The sensation was akin to teetering on the brink of death, bringing immense suffering. Sweat poured from his forehead as the palpitations intensified, each wave becoming more forceful and rapid, leaving him feeling faint and on the verge of collapse. Chapter 9. Transformation of the RV. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Zheng, who had been curled up on the ground for quite some time, slowly rose to his feet. The completion of the medication intake signified a surge in his strength, elevating him to the level of a novice supernatural being, as indicated by the system's prompt resonating in his mind. Have I truly attained the strength of a novice supernatural being? Jiang Zheng exclaimed in disbelief. However, as the effects of the drug lingered, his body felt somewhat sore and numb. After leaning against the wall for an extended period to recuperate, he gradually regained his composure. Once he felt sufficiently restored, he stood up to stretch his limbs, acutely aware of a substantial enhancement in his strength. He swung his fists with abandon, and to his astonishment, the air whistled with the force of his punches. Sensing the transformation within, he suddenly shed his clothing. Looking down, he was astonished to find that his previously indistinct muscles had emerged from beneath the layer of fat, now clearly defined, with his chest and arms radiating strength. His once flat abdomen began to reveal well-defined abdominal muscles. The agonizing sensation he had previously experienced, akin to a deep muscle strain, had seemingly invigorated every muscle in his body, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of latent power yearning to be unleashed. Surveying his surroundings, he approached a smaller boulder. Although modest in size, its density suggested it weighed around 200 pounds. Gripping the sides of the rock, he shouted with determination, channeling his legs and body into a powerful upward thrust. To his amazement, the 200-pound stone ascended just above his head. Straining with all his might, his face flushed from the effort, he ultimately relinquished the stone after a few seconds of exertion. Gazing at the boulder he had just lifted, Jiang Zheng developed a profound understanding of his newfound strength, his face illuminating with joy. He felt immensely satisfied with the transformation the medication had bestowed upon him, now brimming with confidence to confront zombies. Without pretense, he believed he could effortlessly fend off several zombie attacks and vanquish them. However, he recognized the limits of his capabilities. A single encounter with a zombie could spell his doom. Overwhelmed by numbers, he understood the peril of being surrounded, as exhaustion would inevitably lead to his demise within a horde of zombies. Hence, he remained cautious and prudent. While the medication had significantly augmented his strength, he noted that his agility and reflexes had seen little improvement, urging him to exercise additional caution. As for his previous disdain for the subpar medication, those sentiments had completely faded from his memory, leaving no trace behind. Truly, it echoed the well-known adage, delightful, indeed. After gaining a preliminary understanding of his body, The exhilarated Jiang Zheng recalled that his RV had been modified. With excitement coursing through him, he dashed toward the vehicle. As he retrieved the car keys from his pocket, he noticed an unusual sensation. Upon closer inspection, the once ordinary key had transformed into something imbued with a sense of advanced technology. At its center, a brilliant blue gem shimmered with radiant light, while the jet black body of the key bore intricate patterns that glimmered with a subtle blue hue. He examined it thoroughly, only to find that it lacked any buttons. Jiang Zheng gazed at his car key, feeling perplexed. He was at a loss as to how to unlock the door amidst these changes. Just as he pondered this, a beam of white light emerged from the slowly rotating blue gem on the key and entered his brow. This ethereal light conveyed the key's functionalities. In essence, by merely holding the key and concentrating, he could unlock the car door from within 100 meters. Furthermore, he could command any function of the vehicle and delegate these commands to others. Though he could not enter the driver's compartment, his permissions were equivalent to Jiang Zheng's. Since Jiang Zheng was directly bonded with the vehicle, he could unlock the door without the key, making the car feel like an extension of his own body, requiring only a thought to open it. The exterior of the modified RV remained unchanged. Yet Jiang Zheng knew the interior had transformed drastically from its original state, allowing the worn appearance to serve as a better disguise, making it difficult for anyone to notice the nature of his recreational vehicle. After familiarizing himself with the key, he finally stepped inside the long-anticipated RV. As he entered, his eyes widened in astonishment, mouth agape. He was utterly taken aback. Before him lay a realm infused with a sense of advanced technology. Lights embedded within the vehicle shifting in hue, casting a dazzling glow. Jiang Zheng was thoroughly impressed with the newly added lighting effects, which created an extraordinary ambience upon entry, exuding an air of sophistication. The internal structure of the vehicle had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The once cluttered space was now devoid of all excess materials, revealing a spacious expanse. The previously cramped living area had transformed into a remarkably expansive lounge, imparting a sense of comfort that had been absent before. The old, tattered sofa had been replaced with a brand new leather set along with several tables. Although Jiang Zheng could not discern the exact quality of the leather, its texture was exquisitely smooth. As he settled onto the plush sofa, it enveloped him in softness, prompting him to think, so comfortable. Reluctantly, he rose to continue his exploration of the transformed interior. The RV was now divided into several sections, each separated by elegant automatic doors. As he approached one such door, it opened seamlessly, allowing him to step inside with satisfaction. The previously chaotic arrangement of space had been meticulously reorganized. Adjacent to the grand lounge was a bathroom, and across from it, a well-utilized kitchen that maximized space without feeling cramped. Further inside lay a restful bedroom, occupying the entirety of the segmented compartment. This new bedroom was incomparable to the small one he had before. Two small windows adorned either side, allowing sunlight to stream in beautifully, while providing a splendid view of the outside. When it was time to sleep, he could simply close the inner window. Seated upon the expansive bed, with its luxuriously smooth fabric and exceptionally soft, resilient mattress reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic waterbed, Jiang Zheng found it spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 3 people. On the side of the bedroom opposite the window lies a compact pull-out desk and chair, adorned with a petite glass mirror on the wall. Perfectly suited for a woman's makeup routine. Is this not a vanity table? To the left of the vanity, there stands a storage wardrobe. Modest in footprint, yet ample in capacity for clothing. A large full-length mirror graces the wardrobe door, ideal for trying on outfits. Jiang Zheng can already envision a splendid future in this space, and he is exceedingly content with this chamber. No, this bedroom. It is indeed a bedroom. A bedroom. Such is the importance of the matter that it warrants repetition. Adjacent to the right of the vanity, a partition conceals a door leading to an independent bathroom, which boasts significantly more space than the previous toilet, now equipped with convenient shower facilities. Further in, there exists a small compartment housing a washing machine, opposite which is a space designated for drying clothes, complete with a small window that can be opened on pleasant days to allow fresh air to circulate, enhancing the drying process. At the far end of the vehicle lies the largest compartment, serving as the storage room of the RV, occupying nearly half of the entire space. Previously scattered household supplies have now been meticulously organized and categorized, presenting a far more orderly arrangement than Jiang Zheng's earlier haphazard organization, facilitating the retrieval of necessary items. What once seemed like an overwhelming accumulation of supplies has been reduced to less than half in this room. He distinctly perceives that the overall size of the vehicle has increased significantly, likely attributable to the system's adept reconfiguration of space. In any case, the space has certainly expanded. Having completed his tour of the interior layout, Jiang Zheng proceeded to the living area. To access the driver's cabin, he must pass through the nearby sensor door, which requires authorization from the owner, Jiang Zheng, for activation. He is quite pleased with this arrangement, as the system's layout and attention to detail are remarkably meticulous. Upon opening the sensor door, the previously dilapidated driver's cabin has undergone a stunning transformation. The interior is now strikingly modern. A sizable display screen dominates the central console, while the steering wheel area resembles a control panel, equipped with various buttons and levers. Jiang Zheng settled into the newly upholstered, luxuriously soft driver's seat, which offers even greater comfort than the previous leather sofa and waterbed. The RV has already established a faint connection to Jiang Zheng's mental energy. With the slightest thought, information regarding the various buttons on the control panel materializes in his mind. Chapter 10, Combat Power. The fuel tank still holds several dozen liters of fuel, while the water tank is fully loaded with 100 liters and used. However, after modifications, both tanks have been expanded to a capacity of 1,000 liters. The original storage volume now appears utterly inadequate. Moreover, this RV has been transformed, growing nearly 1.5 times its original size, and the enlarged storage compartment has left a significant portion of space vacant. It seems I must seek additional supplies. After touring the newly renovated RV, Jiang Zheng settled onto the genuine leather sofa in the living room, savoring a bowl of freshly cooked egg noodle soup while contemplating his future plans. Once I finish this bowl and satiate my hunger, I must seize the daylight before it completely fades and venture out to eliminate a few zombies. The village is sparsely populated. I've already scouted it earlier, and most of the young people have left, leaving only a handful of elderly and children, perhaps just a few dozen souls. They shall serve as my initial source of energy. Nearby, there are a few more villages, where I can gradually gather energy before encircling the city. Rural encirclement of urban areas. I truly am a little genius. As Jiang Zheng indulged in his delightful scheming, he devoured the noodles with great enthusiasm. Before heading out, he had deliberately donned several layers of thick clothing, wrapping himself like a dumpling, adopting an appearance befitting a formidable adversary, all while armed with a machete. This was his only recourse, lacking protective gear. He had to bundle up to avoid any unintentional encounters with the zombies. If only he could acquire a bulletproof vest. Alas, such dreams remained mere fantasies in his mind. What could a remote mountain village offer? Although there were tactical vests and bulletproof gear available in stores, he could not afford such luxuries at this stage. Now that his hunger was appeased, Jiang Zheng no longer approached with the same caution as before, stealthily lurking to ambush. With his enhanced physical capabilities, he possessed a markedly more formidable combat prowess, easily capable of handling 3 to 5 zombies. He was eager to test the strength of a novice ability user. Striding boldly into the village, he immediately captured the attention of several nearby wandering zombies. Those once aimlessly staggering, their faces smeared with blood, suddenly surged towards Jiang Zheng as if propelled by rockets. Although his strength had significantly increased, he remained vigilant, keenly observing the approaching horde while contemplating how to dispatch them safely. With a burst of speed, he charged towards the gathering of zombies. As he encountered the first zombie, which lunged forward with claws bared, Jiang Zheng deftly planted his left foot on the ground, spinning in midair, and with his machete poised, he delivered a decisive diagonal strike to the zombie's neck. The razor-sharp blade sliced through its flesh as effortlessly as cutting tofu, and before the creature could reach him, its head fell cleanly away, blood gushing from the decapitated body and splattering onto Jiang Zheng. Witnessing his newfound ease in dispatching zombies, Jiang Zheng felt a surge of confidence. The fear that once gripped him began to dissipate, and the mental barriers that had haunted him quietly melted away. The ferocity of Jiang Zheng's combat was unparalleled, devoid of any significant suspense, as he effortlessly dispatched the 5 scattered zombies before him. The commotion of the battle attracted more zombies from nearby, who emerged in groups from various alleys. At this moment, Jiang Zheng's fighting spirit soared. Never had he felt such an aura of invincibility. His eyes gleamed with determination, and his previously tranquil heart now surged with fervor. "Come forth, you wretched creatures," he bellowed at the approaching horde, swiftly severing the head of the nearest zombie with a single stroke. With an increasing number of zombies drawn to the commotion, Jiang Zheng was cautious not to charge recklessly into the fray. He remained uncertain of how many more zombies might be lured by the noise. Being surrounded would spell disaster. With vigilance, he surveyed his surroundings, adhering to a strategy of prudent development. He fought while retreating towards the open area at the village entrance, which would facilitate his escape and reduce the risk of being encircled by a sudden influx of zombies. Perhaps the zombies in this village were too dispersed, for fewer than 20 had gathered, albeit their sudden arrival was somewhat intimidating. This was Jiang Zheng's first direct confrontation with such a considerable number of zombies, instilling in him a sense of caution. Time seemed to stretch as he methodically eliminated the remaining zombies, panting slightly as he surveyed the battlefield. Apart from his presence, the ground was littered with dismembered corpses. The sight of the gruesome scene no longer affected him deeply. It seemed the enhancement from the serum had fortified his spirit as well. Gazing at the scattered heads of the zombies, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but self-deprecatingly muse. My dismemberment technique has become increasingly refined. Although he found it relatively easy to slay the zombies, the intense focus and relentless effort required for each strike drained his energy. He sensed that the serum had significantly amplified his strength, yet his abilities in other areas, such as speed, had not seen a notable improvement. It seemed the serum could only enhance specific facets of his capabilities. As he rested and contemplated, Jiang Zheng remained stationary for a moment before re-entering the village. Venturing into an uninhabited house, he noted that the structure was a two-story building. Upon entering, the grand hall was empty, save for the dried blood splattered across the floor, a grim testament to the previous horrors that had unfolded within. After exploring the house, he found no living souls. The original occupants had likely succumbed to the zombie plague, perhaps now among those he had previously vanquished. The house offered little of value for Jiang Zheng to collect. The cash from the pre-apocalypse era was now rendered useless, and devices like mobile phones could no longer connect to the internet. He had previously discovered that aside from downloaded content, anything requiring connectivity was inoperative. The world had devolved into a time devoid of network access, complicating and slowing the transmission of information. Uncertain of the state of the world beyond, he shook his head, casting aside his thoughts, and continued to navigate through the labyrinth of streets and alleys. Upon encountering a zombie, he would strike without mercy. If one were to gaze from above, they might witness the heads of the undead rising and falling in an unending tumult. As the sun descended, casting its waning light upon the desolate village, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, a haunting solitude that echoed through the lifeless expanse. This village, though modest in size, had homes closely clustered together. In less than an hour, Jiang Zheng had traversed its entirety, vanquishing every visible zombie in his path. Fortunately, the zombies were sparsely scattered, lacking any inclination to band together, and the remaining few were swiftly dispatched. At this juncture, his energy level had surged to 85. He had effectively eradicated the majority of the village's undead. While a handful may still lurk within the confines of their abodes, it was likely only a scant few remained. During his foray, he encountered but a single living soul, a young man who, before Jiang could rush to his aid, fell victim to a zombie's bite upon his neck. The young man emitted a heart-wrenching scream, only to fall silent thereafter. Moments later, the body on the ground began to convulse as if devoid of bones, writhing in a manner reminiscent of a grotesque climax. Suddenly, with a jolt, he stood upright in an unnervingly contorted posture, blood gushing from the wound inflicted by the zombie. Slowly, he raised his head, revealing eyes obscured by his fringe, eyes that had turned a ghastly shade of crimson, the hallmark of the newly transformed undead. He charged toward Jiang Zheng, who stood at a distance, while the zombie that had bitten him followed in a daze. A chill ran through Jiang Zheng at the sight. Witnessing the transformation of a human into a zombie for the first time filled him with dread. Yet, as compassion stirred within him, he realized that this individual was no longer one of his kind. These two zombies posed no significant threat, and within mere seconds, he dispatched them with ease. Reflecting on his experiences, he concluded that despite the uniformity of the zombies, each possessed distinct attributes of growth, strength, speed, reaction time, and defensive capabilities varied among them. Some exhibited an unexpected ferocity, leaving him puzzled. Perhaps those he had slain frequently had grown stronger, or maybe the more one was infected, the more powerful they became. Alternatively, could it be that some were simply born as formidable hosts? The uncertainty weighed heavily on him. If these zombies were capable of continuous evolution, it would spell trouble for humanity's future, ushering in a protracted struggle. Lost in such troubling thoughts, Jiang Zheng felt a headache brewing. Just as he prepared to turn back, his enhanced hearing suddenly detected an unusual cry, causing him to pause in surprise. A peculiar light flickered in his stern gaze as he followed the sound to a courtyard adjacent to his position. The voice emanated from the second floor of the house before him. Without hesitation, Jiang Zheng brandished his machete, stealthily traversing the threshold and ascending the stairs, careful to maintain silence. His approach echoed the old adage, enter quietly into the village, for those who shoot do not discriminate. Upon ascending the stairs, he was immediately drawn to the muffled cries emanating from within a room. Jiang Zheng approached silently. The door was firmly shut, yet the sounds, seemingly suppressed, persisted in their loudness. He surveyed his surroundings before swiftly maneuvering to the opposite side of the house, cautiously peering through the window. Indeed, just as I suspected. Jiang Zheng silently cursed, yet his captivated gaze remained fixated on the lascivious scene unfolding within, accompanied by the tantalizing sounds that danced in his ears. An unexpected stir of response welled up within him. After stealthily observing for a moment, he advanced to the door, where the sounds appeared to reach their crescendo. And with a decisive kick, he burst through the doorway. With his enhanced physique, Jiang Zheng sent the door flying open, eliciting astonished and indignant screams from within. Maintaining a serene expression, he slowly stepped inside. Chapter 11. Gathering supplies inside the room. A stunning woman was engaged in a pleasurable affair, one that is often celebrated during her physiological cycle. As she approached the peak of her ecstasy, a rosy hue blossomed on her porcelain cheeks, rendering her irresistibly alluring. In this moment of heightened desire, her eyes glazed over, ready to transcend into blissful oblivion, when suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the doorway. The door was forcefully kicked open, crashing into the room and startling the woman. With a gasp, she emitted a sound so enticing. Yet her complexion drained to a ghostly pallor as she collapsed onto the bed, clearly shaken, her eyes wide with terror as they darted toward the entrance. Jiang Zheng stepped inside with deliberate grace, a knife held firmly in one hand. Just as he crossed the threshold, a frantic commotion erupted behind him. Turning slightly, Jiang Zheng caught sight of a youthful man, somewhat delicate in appearance, rushing out from the bathroom. The urgency etched on his face, mingled with fear, indicated that Jiang Zheng's sudden intrusion had startled him considerably. Clad only in his undergarments, his emaciated form appeared weak and unsteady. Faced with a stranger in his home, the young man's temper flared, ready to unleash a reprimand. However, he was met with the chilling gaze of the cold man before him. Jiang Zheng's piercing eyes scrutinized the pair, his expression stoic, the bloody knife in his hand evoking dread in both onlookers. The unfamiliar man, dressed in numerous layers that appeared cumbersome, bore crimson stains upon his garments, as if enveloped in a shroud of blood. An inexplicable wave of fear emanated from him, intensifying the atmosphere. Upon catching sight of Jiang Zheng, an awkward silence enveloped the room, their eyes locking in mutual unease. The woman, regaining her composure, hastily pulled the covers to shield her bare form, trembling as she cast fearful glances at Jiang Zheng. Having dispatched countless zombies, an aura of lethal intent surrounded him, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to remain unafraid. Jiang Zheng observed the pair with a keen, discerning gaze, though his attention lingered slightly longer on the woman, whose exquisite figure was accentuated by her ample curves and striking beauty. A flicker of desire ignited within him, yet his countenance remained impassive as he coldly inquired, "Are you two the only living souls here?" His tone brooked no argument. I cannot say for certain, brother," the young man stammered, his face a mask of terror. "All I know is that we are the only ones alive nearby. Others have either turned into zombies or have been bitten and succumbed to the same fate. We have been hiding here for 2 days." He had indeed attempted to escape, yet every few steps outside led him to encounter a zombie. Just moments after he had ventured out, he witnessed his neighbor quietly slipping out, only to be caught off guard by a wandering undead. He watched, horrified, as that familiar neighbor was brutally bitten to death, subsequently convulsing on the ground before transforming into a zombie. This sight rendered him utterly paralyzed with fear, prompting both of them to remain hidden until the arrival of Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng nodded in understanding. His assumptions were confirmed as he had wandered through this village for quite some time. Apart from the unfortunate young man who had turned into a zombie, he had seen no other survivors. Perhaps they truly were the last 2 living souls. With this thought in mind, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Brother, I am Su Xing, and this is my girlfriend, Chen Xiaohua," replied the man named Su Xing, his demeanor submissive. "Girlfriend? Then why did you just do that?" Jiang Zheng's question left him momentarily stunned. Chen Xiaohua was undeniably beautiful, yet Su Xing had just resolved matters himself, an act not typical of a young man. Could it be that Su Xing? Suddenly, a strange expression crossed Jiang Zheng's face as if he had come to a realization. Chen Xiaohua's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable. She glanced at Su Xing, who had lowered his head, clearly resigned to his fate. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. "Our relationship is somewhat unique. Due to his functional deficiencies, I had no choice but to take matters into my own hands." Her words were delicately phrased, yet it was not difficult to detect a hint of reproach in her tone. After all, being with someone like him could hardly lift one's spirits. They were all so young, still in need of some passion to enliven their lives. Su Xing, already in a sour mood, now bore an even grimmer expression. It was bewildering that at such a young age, he had developed an affliction like impotence. Faced with his own predicament and accompanied by a stunning beauty, He felt utterly helpless, which surely added to his distress. However, Jiang Zheng had little interest in their personal matters. His time was far too precious. Do you have any food supplies left? He continued to inquire. We have some rice. For the past few days, we've only been able to eat porridge. As we never anticipated such an event would occur, we had planned to go out to buy groceries on the day of the apocalypse. Who could have known it would turn out like this? Su Xing recounted their recent days, his stomach audibly growling, clearly struggling with the monotony of porridge. Having gathered a general understanding of their situation, Jiang Zheng nodded. You two should get dressed. I have eliminated the zombies in this area. Please come downstairs to find me. I have questions for you. Noting their disheveled state, he felt it inappropriate to discuss matters in such a manner. So he instructed them to join him downstairs before turning to descend himself. What? All the zombies here have been killed? Su Xing, with an expression of disbelief, muttered in astonishment that the zombies which had nearly claimed their lives had been vanquished by that man. Was he a monster? Perhaps he was akin to the extraordinary beings depicted in novels. Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable prowess? Chen Xiaohua, her cheeks flushed as she donned her clothing, pondered and replied, regardless, let us descend and investigate further. Without dwelling on it any longer, Su Xing swiftly dressed and joined her in descending the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, the two hastened to the entrance, gazing at the scattered remnants of zombies and the splattered blood. Clear evidence of a fierce battle that had transpired, their faces etched with shock. He was indeed telling the truth, Xiaohua, Su Xing exclaimed, staring at the lifeless corpses outside, struggling to comprehend the reality. When he finally regained his senses, he began to believe Jiang Zheng's words. You're all down now, Jiang Zheng remarked as he quietly emerged from a room within the house. Observing the two standing with their hands behind their backs, his demeanor calm and collected. However, his gaze lingered on the woman for an extended moment. Previously, he could only glimpse her from afar, yet now, standing before him, he could see her clearly. She was indeed a stunning beauty, possessing an alluring charm, with a hint of bashfulness gracing her face that melded with her captivating gaze, evoking a sense of tenderness. She embodied the essence of a delicate gem, and her figure was quite appealing, fitting his ideal standards. Where it should be ample, it was ample. Where it should be curvaceous, it was curvaceous. Clad in tiny hot pants, she showcased her enviable, long, fair legs, and recalling the moment he had secretly admired her. Jiang Zheng felt a rush of blood to his face. If one were to encapsulate her allure in poetry, it would be most fitting to say, the beauty eclipses time. The lotus blushes in the presence of jade. Brother, it seems all the zombies here are truly dead. You're quite impressive, esteemed brother. I am enlightened. Su Xing approached Jiang Zheng, showering him with compliments in a rather natural manner. Do you know where the water source in this village is? Jiang Zheng merely cast a fleeting glance at him, his expression unperturbed, before addressing the two of them. Brother, our tap water has ceased. The usable water should be from the village wells nearby. As Su Xing spoke, he led Jiang Zheng to the well located just behind the house. Indeed, it was quite close, and the well was covered by a stone slab that had not been disturbed for quite some time, evidently untainted. Having identified the needed water source, Jiang Zheng nodded in satisfaction and instructed, you too, when you head into the village, search each household and gather all the edible provisions you can find. Night has fallen, and I noticed there is a vehicle in your yard, so it should be swift. Move quickly. If you don't search, you won't have food to eat. Do not attempt any tricks, understood? Understood, brother. We will get right to it. Su Xing replied eagerly, a smile plastered on his face. By the way, how should we address you? I am Jiang Zheng, he replied with a nonchalant tone. All right, brother Zheng, we shall promptly attend to your directives. With that, Su Xing took off in a light jog, accompanied by his girlfriend, eager to seek out supplies. This fellow truly knows how to flatter. Jiang Zheng smiled as he watched Su Xing's retreating figure. His intention was to gather all the consumables from the village, and then drive the RV over to load everything inside. He couldn't possibly cover every household himself. So he had fortuitously found 2 free laborers, thus sparing himself the effort. With a water source located, it was time to replenish his supplies. At the hillside outside the village, Jiang Zheng approached the RV, settled into the driver's seat, and switched on the lights. 2 brilliant high beams pierced the darkness. As he pressed the accelerator, the RV roared to life. With the pedal to the metal, the vehicle surged into the village like a ferocious beast. This was Jiang Zheng's first time driving the modified RV, and its performance was incomparably superior to what it had been before. The powerful engine's roar and its responsive acceleration thrilled him immensely. He also discovered that the control panel featured an automatic cruise system that could operate without manual intervention. He had already uploaded the map data onto the RV's central display. Once the transfer was complete, this function would be fully operational. Just thinking about the RV's capabilities made Jiang Zheng's mouth water with anticipation. By the time the two laborers had exhaustively scavenged the entire village's supplies, the night had deepened, the wind howling under a darkened sky. At 8 o'clock, he surveyed the mountain of supplies before him, predominantly rice, alongside a few remaining vegetables, fruits, and packaged snacks. With a thought, the RV door slowly opened, and he instructed the two to begin loading the items inside. He then retrieved the water pump from the RV and positioned it over the well, starting the extraction with a low hum. Wow, Brother Zheng, your RV is so impressively modified. The door is even automatic, and the lighting and decor are just extravagant. You're such a tycoon, I'm envious. Su Xing exclaimed while moving the gathered supplies into the storage compartment. Initially, he had perceived the exterior as just another second-hand clunker, but upon stepping inside, he was utterly astonished. Although he had seen RVs before, none were as spectacular as this one, and the cost must have been considerable. Chen Xiaohua shared Su Xing's initial impression upon first seeing the RV, but her envy became evident as she explored its interior. To her, it resembled a mobile hotel in a post-apocalyptic world, with dazzling lights in the living area, a spacious bedroom, a massive full-length mirror, a vanity, a bathroom, and an abundance of supplies. All of this filled her with envy. If she could, she would choose to live in this RV. Life after the apocalypse would be tough, and she feared that their future days would be spent in hiding. Moreover, this man could single-handedly dispatch so many zombies, making her feel safer in his presence. Turning her gaze towards Jiang Zheng, who was busy drawing water from the well, she sighed silently, thinking, it's only a dream. Jiang Zheng, feeling a certain sentiment, turned his head and caught a glimpse of Chen Xiaohua gazing at him with an envious expression. The meaning behind her gaze was something he could easily decipher. Nevertheless, he pretended not to notice and continued to draw well water into the tank. The interior of the RV was not off limits to others. As long as he refrained from utilizing the onboard weaponry, people would merely perceive him as a wealthy second-generation enthusiast of automobiles, without delving further into the matter. However, he could not allow anyone to occupy his treasured RV just yet. He had yet to experience the pleasure of sleeping in the refurbished vehicle. The inaugural night must belong solely to him. Chapter 12. A satisfied feast. Once all tasks were completed, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Xing and Chen Xiaohua were resting in a vacant area, while Jiang Zheng had filled the RV's water tank with 1,000 liters. Satisfied, he returned the pump to the RV, but his stomach growled in protest. After a long day of exertion and the exhausting task of eliminating the zombies in the village, he had yet to eat. As he rubbed his stomach and lifted his gaze, he noticed Su Xing and Chen Xiaohua looking at him, clearly having heard the rumbling of his belly. Observing their pale faces and the apparent lack of nourishment, he approached them, standing tall as he asked, "Who among you can cook?" Chen Xing shook his head but nudged his girlfriend, Chen Xiaohua, who stared blankly at Jiang Zheng as if she had been called upon by a teacher. Weakly raising her hand, she stammered, I can cook. Is it any good?" Jiang Zheng inquired further. "It's acceptable, Brother Zheng," she replied, a flicker of confidence emerging on her previously anxious face. Her tone resolute as she met his gaze. "The refrigerator contains fresh vegetables and meat. Please retrieve them and prepare a delightful meal for us to share," Jiang Zheng suggested. Nodding slightly, after giving the order, he retreated to the RV to rest. Having encountered 2 free laborers, he intended to take full advantage of the situation. While he could cook, he was exhausted and his own culinary skills, though edible, did not quite reach the level of deliciousness. He was not picky. As long as the food filled his stomach, he was content. However, the prospect of having someone else prepare a tasty meal was indeed welcome. Moreover, they had assisted him today, and sharing a bit of food was only fair. The supplies gathered earlier were more than sufficient. He had not yet reached a point of desperation, and with ample resources at hand, he understood that to earn their heartfelt assistance, he could not simply demand their labor without providing for their needs. Sometimes, small acts of kindness could leave a lasting impression. Upon hearing his offer, a hint of color returned to their pale faces as they exchanged surprised glances. They had not anticipated Jiang Zheng would share such valuable food. Fresh vegetables and meat were undoubtedly the most coveted commodities in this post-apocalyptic world, especially considering Jiang Zheng's decisive nature had left a strong impression on them. Having gone 2 days without a proper meal, they found it bearable to skip 1 meal, but 2 days of only porridge had left them drained. The prospect of fresh meat was, without a doubt, a more joyous revelation than hearing about the eradication of zombies. After all, human nature craves sustenance. And excitement sparkled in their eyes. Chen Xiaohua stepped into the RV, casting a lingering glance at the coolly lit Jiang Zheng, who was resting with his eyes closed, before moving to the adjoining kitchen to begin her culinary preparations. In just a few minutes, she had washed the rice and set it to boil. During the process of rinsing, she had taken the frozen meat from the refrigerator and placed it in the sink to thaw. As night fell, the sounds of insects chirping in the nearby grass filled the air around an open space in the village. Inside the brightly lit caravan, even from a distance, one could hear the rhythmic chopping of a knife on the cutting board, punctuating the night with a steady cadence. Everything progressed in a meticulously organized manner. The tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, causing two hungry men to salivate, their empty stomachs growling audibly as they gazed longingly at the woman preparing the meal. Jiang Zheng couldn't help but muse inwardly, this world cannot do without women. Unbeknownst to him, this heartfelt sentiment would later circulate widely among the survivors in the post-apocalyptic human settlement, becoming a phrase rich in philosophical depth and critique, earning him the nickname Lu's son. After nearly an hour had passed, the clock struck 10 in the evening when Chen Xiaohua finally brought the dishes she had prepared to the table in the living room. Wiping the sweat from her brow with one hand and resting her other hand on her hip, she confidently smiled at Jiang Zheng, who was seated in the center of the sofa, and said, "So, how does it taste?" Jiang Zheng was already overcome with hunger, gazing at the nearly overflowing array of 8 dishes before him, each one a feast for the eyes, fragrant and enticing. He swallowed hard, trying to maintain an air of indifference as he picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his mouth. "Delicious," Jiang Zheng praised while chewing. Savoring the tender meat that was perfectly cooked, it held together just enough not to fall apart with a mere chopstick's poke, yet melted in his mouth. Rich but not greasy. Coupled with his hunger, the flavors ignited a dopamine rush in his brain, prompting spontaneous compliments. Su Xing sat beside him with a respectful demeanor. Upon seeing Jiang Zheng finally dig in, he eagerly picked up the dishes before him, his face glowing with happiness. Watching the two of them devour the meal with such gusto, Chen Xiaohua wore a satisfied smile and joined them at the table. Su Xing took a piece of braised pork and, while chewing, respectfully asked Jiang Zheng, "Boss, where do we plan to go from here? What are the arrangements?" By subtly referring to Jiang Zheng as his boss, he effectively tied himself to him. He had already learned from Jiang Zheng that the world was engulfed in a viral apocalypse, with societal order in chaos and the government in disarray. Having witnessed Jiang Zheng's prowess in single-handedly dispatching a horde of zombies in a village, Su Xing recognized him as an invaluable ally he needed to hold on tightly. Without Jiang Zheng, he was uncertain where to go next or how to survive, as food was a pressing concern, at least for now. Being near him ensured he wouldn't starve. Jiang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, oblivious to Su Xing's subtle intentions. He had not yet contemplated the matter too deeply. As he dined, his thoughts wandered, and after a brief silence, he declared, "Starting tomorrow, I intend to explore the nearby villages to gather supplies and, at the same time, assess the external conditions." He had resolved to first collect energy from the local villages before heading to the county town. For the undead in the villages were relatively few, perhaps around 100, manageable enough for him to confront individually. In contrast, the urban environment posed a far graver threat. With a population of several 100,000 in Chao County alone, the streets would often erupt with the cacophony of dozens, if not hundreds, of zombies converging. Currently, he could only maintain a safe distance while taking down a handful of zombies one by one. When faced with a horde, combat was futile, leaving him with no choice but to flee in terror. Food was of utmost importance now. Many crops had withered since the onset of the apocalypse, and some lands and water sources had begun to suffer contamination. Thus, he had no qualms about accumulating resources. Su Xing nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent as he turned his attention back to his meal. The three of them soon fell into a rhythm of consumption, devouring their food with fervor. Once satiated, Jiang Zheng retrieved the chilled cola he had placed in the refrigerator earlier, distributing a bottle to each of his companions. He popped the caps and gulped down the refreshing beverage. The icy cola slid down his throat, providing a welcome relief from the summer heat. How invigorating! A sense of satisfaction enveloped him, and he patted his now full belly, letting out a contented belch. Chapter 13. Wounds. As Su Xing and Chen Xiaohua took their chilled cola, they began to drink heartily. It was summer, and in the countryside, where water and electricity were often cut off, even decent meals were a luxury, let alone cold beverages. Chen Xiaohua, drenched in sweat from cooking in the kitchen, relished the refreshing drink, grateful for such a delightful respite from the sweltering heat, and they both indulged without hesitation. After their meal, Su Xing and Chen Xiaohua, without needing any prompting from Jiang Zheng, instinctively began to tidy up the dining table, placing the leftover food into the refrigerator and cleaning the used bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Zheng was quite pleased with their demeanor. He never intended to view them as subordinates, but rather as helpers to assist him in transporting supplies. He was clear in his mind about their roles. After all, was he living independently quite appealing? As they finished cleaning, the clock struck 11. Glancing at his phone, He noted the time. Although he couldn't connect to the internet, he could still read the hour. Observing the two resting nearby, he remarked, "It's getting late. You should head to bed. Tomorrow, you must rise early." The pair acknowledged his words with a simple good night before sauntering back to their home. Their earlier trepidation dissipated since the zombies had been eradicated by Jiang Zheng. Watching them walk away from inside the vehicle, Jiang Zheng's thoughts shifted, and the door of the RV slowly closed. He stretched, shedding his sweat-soaked clothes and tossing them out the window. Earlier, while scavenging for supplies, he had also procured a few fitting garments. After all, clothes were now of little value, and he preferred to discard the dirty ones rather than wash them. After removing his last piece of underwear, he strolled into the bathroom, turned on the shower head, and warm water cascaded down. He had refrained from bathing for the past few days due to the limited capacity of the water tank. However, after enhancements, it now held 1,000 liters, fully replenished, allowing him to enjoy a shower without concern. As he lathered his hair with shampoo and applied body wash, humming a cheerful tune, he reveled in the simple pleasures of life after the apocalypse. This was the essence of existence in a world transformed. Meanwhile, back at their home, Chen Xiaohua and Su Xing sat on the bed. With a heavy heart, Chen Xiaohua turned to Su Xing and asked, "Should we follow him?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xing replied, "Of course. Where else can we go? We'll leave once we find a more populated gathering place. But I feel that the gathering spots outside may not be as safe and reliable as being near him," Chen Xiaohua countered immediately. Su Xing scoffed, fixing a dark gaze on her. "Do you really believe he sees us as his own? Right now, we're merely useful to him. Otherwise, he would have discarded us long ago. What is this? Are you developing feelings for him? Defending him so fervently? Don't be ridiculous. That is not the case at all. Even if I did like him, do you think he would ever notice me? I merely feel that he has been relatively kind to us." Chen Xiaohua furrowed her brow, as she believed he understood her character well. Although he was timid and prone to fanciful thoughts, she could not fathom why Su Xing would speak of her in such a manner. A deep disdain for his emotional transgressions surged within her, causing her feelings towards him to plummet. He was doubting her. Su Xing cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xiaohua and refrained from further comment. He proceeded to remove his clothing and, looking at Chen Xiaohua, remarked, "I was startled by that foolish creature during the day. It nearly unnerved me." "Come." "No," Chen Xiaohua retorted, her stomach churning at the sight of Su Xing's naked form. She had no desire to engage in such activities at that moment. A resounding slap echoed as it struck her face. A crimson handprint appeared on her fair complexion, and Chen Xiaohua, in disbelief, touched her cheek in shock. Her wide eyes brimmed with astonishment as she stammered, "You hit me? Are you out of your mind?" He had never struck her before, and she found it hard to believe, her voice tinged with the tremors of impending tears. Su Xing suddenly stood up and delivered another slap. After the second blow, Chen Xiaohua could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. "You little wretch. And you claim not to like him? Weren't you the one who adored this before? Don't think I haven't noticed your gaze, like you were under the influence of some aphrodisiac. I see it all. Does he even care about you?" "Harlot." Su Xing, with a darkened expression, verbally humiliated Chen Xiaohua while forcibly pulling her closer. Despite her desperate resistance, the strength of a girl could not match that of a boy, and she was swiftly yanked towards him. "Do you believe I won't kill you for daring to betray me?" A cacophony of cries intertwined with male shouts echoed through the air. Jiang Zheng, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding elsewhere, was contentedly applying a facial mask. He watched a downloaded drama for a while, leisurely indulging, before turning to his bedroom to sleep. On the third day after the apocalypse, Jiang Zheng rose early, now at 6:30 in the morning. For someone who used to sleep until 8 or 9 and never felt rested, his biological clock now exhibited remarkable strength. He awoke early and felt entirely alert, brimming with energy, as if he had been invigorated by some elixir, perhaps a result of the medication he had taken. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and completing 500 push-ups and sit-ups, he grabbed a few pieces of bread and milk for breakfast. His newfound physical prowess made such exercises effortless, a feat he would have never dared to believe possible before. He leisurely watched some Dragon Ball anime. While he had not yet attained the formidable strength depicted therein, a seed of hope had been sown within him. He believed that, with the system's assistance, soaring through the skies and splitting mountains would not merely be a fantasy, but rather a goal within his grasp, requiring only time to realize. At 8 o'clock, the time Jiang Zheng and Su Xing had agreed upon, they prepared to set off for the next village, embarking on his energy collection plan. Not long after the appointed time, Su Xing drove up in his dilapidated second-hand Haval sedan. Pulling alongside the camper van, he rolled down the window and cheerfully called out, "Boss, let us get going." Jiang Zheng, crouched at the camper's entrance smoking a cigarette, nodded in acknowledgement, his peripheral vision catching sight of Chen Xiaohua, who sat in the passenger seat, devoid of the spirited demeanor she had displayed the previous day. Her countenance was now expressionless, marked by distinct purple-blue handprints on her face, swollen lips, and healing scars at the corners of her mouth, her eyes puffy from weeping. Jiang Zheng regarded Su Xing, who was enthusiastically waving at him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Although this situation bore no direct consequence for him, and he had no desire to unravel the underlying reasons, he could not help but form a judgment. This man was undeniably despicable, inflicting violence upon a woman with such ferocity. A true scoundrel. In the days preceding the apocalypse, he would have been condemned by the fervor of feminist outrage. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic reality, strength reigns supreme as the ultimate truth. Without a hardened fist, one is destined to become another S-pawn, merely a laying hen. Despite the harshness of this reality, Jiang Zheng harbored an aversion to men who resort to violence against women, and Su Xing's image in his mind had significantly diminished. He himself did not endorse violence towards women, although his feelings towards Su Xing had never been particularly favorable. It seemed he had indulged too much. While his mind raced with thoughts, reality unfolded in mere moments. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he carelessly discarded the spent butt onto the ground. Casting a lingering glance at the dejected Chen Xiaohua within the car, he turned and walked back toward the driver's seat of the camper. Chapter 14. Instant acceleration. Jiang Zheng settled into the driver's seat, and with a mere thought, the previously dim cockpit illuminated brilliantly. The dashboard, central display, and various operational indicator lights sprang to life. With his hands firmly grasping the steering wheel, Jiang Zheng gently tapped the central display, pinpointing a nearby village. As the navigation system activated, he pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared to life with a thunderous growl, propelling the vehicle forward. Su Xing watched in astonishment as the large RV surged away in an instant, prompting him to start his own vehicle in haste to keep up. He had not anticipated that such a massive RV could possess the acceleration of a sports car, shattering his previous understanding. Despite his efforts to catch up, he found himself trailing Jiang Zheng at a distance, helplessly enveloped in the dust and debris stirred up by the RV's speed. In less than 10 minutes, they swiftly arrived at the village on the other side. Before even reaching the village entrance, Jiang Zheng noticed several zombies drawn in by the RV's thunderous noise. Rather unfazed, a cold smile crept across his lips. With the RV's enhanced defensive capabilities, it was the perfect opportunity to welcome these unwelcome guests. He slammed the accelerator down, and the RV, which had been cruising slowly, surged forward once more, charging toward the zombies on the narrow path like a ferocious beast. The zombies, devoid of any intelligence, instinctively moved toward the approaching vehicle, their grasping hands and gnashing teeth presenting a grotesque sight. Jiang Zheng observed with a hint of derision, thinking to himself, let them understand the folly of their overconfidence. As the RV collided with the zombies, it barreled through them with catastrophic force. The impact sent several of the creatures crashing against the windshield, blood splattering everywhere. How revolting! The already hideous faces of the zombies were grotesquely flattened upon impact, their features unrecognizable, reduced to a pulpy mess. The gruesome sight resembled a foul smear on Jiang Zheng's windshield, prompting an expletive to escape his lips. Other zombies were mercilessly crushed beneath the wheels, their bodies transformed into a mushy pulp. In that moment of annihilation, a voice echoed in Jiang Zheng's mind. For zombies eliminated, earning 4 energy points. Total energy, 89 points. Jiang Zheng, momentarily taken aback, realized that he could also gain energy points from the zombies dispatched by the RV. A smile emerged from his previously astonished expression. This discovery made acquiring energy considerably easier. Satisfied with this newfound knowledge, he glanced at the repulsive remnants obstructing his view and pressed the windshield wiper button. Instantly, 2 steel-like wipers extended from either side of the windshield, sweeping away the gruesome remains with a single, decisive stroke. Subsequently, a stream of white cleansing liquid burst forth from both sides, and the windshield wipers swept across once more. In the blink of an eye, the once bloodstained screen became immaculate, appearing as pristine as new. Jiang Zheng had never witnessed such immaculate glass. The zombies' assault had left not a single mark. Indeed, the bulletproof glass was formidable. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch the glass, utterly astonished. Su Xing, who had been following closely behind, had naturally observed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. This rich second generation. The quality of this glass must be made from bulletproof materials. Even when getting a car, they have to include bulletproof glass. This is outrageous. He dared not ram the car into anything. Without speed, he could hardly hope to eliminate a zombie, and his windshield would shatter upon impact. He was not willing to gamble with his life unless absolutely necessary. Beside him, Chen Xiaohua watched intently, her beautiful eyes fixated on the RV racing ahead, radiating an inexplicable brilliance. Seeing such formidable defenses, Jiang Zheng felt a surge of reassurance and confidence as he drove towards the village. During the previous encounter with the zombies, he had already attracted a horde that had gathered at the village entrance. A glance revealed an estimated 40 to 50 zombies, and his eyes sparkled with a strange fervor. "Let me see your true strength." Jiang Zheng, brimming with excitement, wore a slightly manic expression as he pressed the gas pedal to the floor. He then pressed a red button. In an instant, the already speedy RV surged to its maximum velocity. The engine roared with a thunderous growl, and the speedometer plummeted to the limit, racing towards the horde at a staggering speed of 400 kilometers per hour. The button he had pressed activated a newly modified function, instant acceleration. Engaging this feature consumed a significant amount of fuel, generating immense thrust and propelling the vehicle to its peak speed. He was eager to test this function while simultaneously honing his skills against the zombies. The RV surged forward with the ferocity of a tempest, charging ahead with unstoppable momentum. In the next moment, it carved a bloody path through the horde, akin to a meat grinder, scattering limbs and flesh for dozens of meters. Fortunately, the village entrance was a straight road devoid of obstacles. Otherwise, he feared the vehicle might crash into a house, resulting in catastrophe. Although the RV's defensive capabilities were substantial, he was not inclined to take unnecessary risks. In that fleeting moment, the zombies aligned in the RV's path were obliterated, transforming into energy points for Jiang Zheng. He counted nearly 20 points accumulated in one swift collision. This was far more efficient than personally dispatching them. However, the sheer number of zombies began to accumulate beneath the vehicle, and for a brief instant, he felt the RV teetering precariously, his heart racing. If it were to topple, it would certainly be an amusing spectacle. It seemed that despite the RV's power, there were potential drawbacks when confronting a horde. While its might was undeniable, one could never be too certain that it wouldn't eventually become overwhelmed and flip over. He dared not gamble, as a few stray encounters were manageable, but facing a dozen or 20 was a different matter, fraught with the peril of overturning. It was akin to a speeding vehicle on a highway encountering a minor obstacle, carrying a certain degree of risk. Moreover, the instantaneous acceleration was alarmingly swift, leaving him with a sense of trepidation as he patted his chest. In a reflexive motion, Jiang Zheng cast a glance at the fuel gauge. In that brief moment of acceleration, he had consumed nearly 20 liters of gasoline, bringing the tank perilously close to empty. Truly a gas guzzler. He winced at the thought of the expense, realizing that after scouring the area for supplies, he would need to return to town for refueling. Such contemplation was fleeting. For the remaining half of the horde of zombies surged towards him. Jiang Zheng swiftly grasped the machete at his side, flung open the car door, and leapt into action. "Come forth, you wretches, and show me your prowess." With a blade in hand, he faced dozens of zombies, his fighting spirit ignited. Having gained combat experience from his previous encounters, he found dealing with these ordinary zombies to be a matter of ease. With a powerful shout, he swung his machete down upon the first zombie that charged at him, severing its head in an instant, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain. The headless body continued to lurch forward instinctively, prompting Jiang Zheng to deliver a forceful kick, disdainfully wiping the zombie's blood from his blade. As he surveyed the remaining advancing zombies, Jiang Zheng's gaze sharpened, and in the next heartbeat, he drew his sword. Chapter 15. Just too much love. Su Xing sat in his car, utterly astounded by the scene before him. He had just driven into the village and had not witnessed the earlier chaos, yet what now unfolded before his eyes resembled a macabre purgatory. Not far ahead, a blood-red river, stretching dozens of meters, starkly contrasted against the landscape, flowing directly towards Jiang Zheng's RV. The ground was littered with splattered remnants of the undead, grotesquely flattened like refuse, forming pools of flesh. It was evident without a doubt that this crimson path had been carved by Jiang Zheng's vehicle. Surrounding the RV, approximately 20 zombies lurked ominously. Jiang Zheng, like a deity of death, wielded his blade with a spectral grace, relentlessly reaping the lives of the undead. Severed heads soaring through the air. To Su Xing's astonishment, these formidable creatures were dispatched with an ease reminiscent of a child at play. A chill coursed through Su Xing's veins. The slaughter did not linger for long. Within mere minutes, only Jiang Zheng stood amidst the fallen corpses. He wiped the blood splattered across his face with his arm, panting heavily as his hand trembled slightly around the hilt of his knife. Despite his skill in dispatching zombies, the exertion left him fatigued after eliminating just over 20 of them, necessitating a brief respite to regain his strength before re-engaging in battle. He had employed a similar strategy in the previous village, conducting several rounds of guerrilla warfare, resting to recuperate, and then moving on to continue the fight until every last zombie was vanquished. Once the undead lay defeated, Su Xing, momentarily disregarding his astonishment, swiftly drove up to Jiang Zheng and exited his vehicle, admiration flooding his features. "Boss, your prowess is truly beyond the realm of ordinary men. You cannot imagine. I would be terrified to even glance at those zombies, let alone confront them. You are incredible." Su Xing gushed, his words tumbling forth in a fervent stream. Jiang Zheng, maintaining a stoic expression, rested while observing Su Xing's enthusiastic display. The tension that had built within him during the fierce battle began to dissipate, his furrowed brow relaxing slightly. He found the flattery oddly comforting. After a few moments of recuperation, Jiang Zheng regained a significant amount of his strength. Casting a glance at the effusive Su Xing and the concerned expression of Chen Xiaohua, Su Xing was indeed a chatterbox, lavishing praise for those few minutes, which initially seemed pleasant but gradually revealed his insincerity and sycophancy, traits that Jiang Zheng found distasteful. In contrast, despite her visibly wounded appearance, Chen Xiaohua's concern was unmistakable, further fueling Jiang Zheng's disdain for Su Xing. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Zheng pointed decisively at the vehicle Su Xing had driven. "You shall circle the village in the car and draw the remaining zombies here." Upon hearing Jiang Zheng's words, Su Xing wore a face that resembled one who had just consumed excrement, completely devoid of the earlier exuberance. His countenance was exceedingly grim, yet he implored with a demeanor of subservience, "Boss, you are truly putting my life at stake. You may slay the zombies at will, but I cannot. I fear that upon encountering them, I shall not return." It was precisely due to this timidity that he had remained holed up at home for 2 days, not daring to show his face for fear of being seen by the undead. Jiang Zheng's remarks were evidently a jest at the expense of his life, stirring considerable resistance within him, and he resolutely declined. The commotion had undoubtedly attracted all the nearby zombies. Those that remained were few and scattered at the fringes of the village. Jiang Zheng waved his hand dismissively, his impatience palpable. To him, this was an utterly mundane matter. A man in the post-apocalyptic world could not lack the courage to confront zombies, for that would render him no different from a woman. Observing Su Xing's effeminate demeanor, he felt an innate disdain and could not help but cast a disdainful glance his way. Realizing that his pleas were in vain, Su Xing, like a defeated rooster, trudged back to the vehicle with his head hung low. Jiang Zheng could not suppress a smirk at the sight of Su Xing's dejected figure, his inner monologue mocking. What can you do about it? He intentionally assigned Su Xing the task of attracting the zombies alone. Although Chen Xiaohua bore no direct relation to him, she was nonetheless attending to matters on his behalf. It was only the 3rd day since the apocalypse began, and yet her true nature was already surfacing. He pondered whether he would eventually become cold-blooded and heartless. He was not a truly virtuous man, but neither was he an unequivocal villain. At least for now. His conscience remained intact, and he still adhered to a moral baseline from the days before the collapse. To witness a woman being beaten so brutally under his very nose was an act devoid of virtue. Such an ugly display was a source of personal discomfort, sullying his mood for no justifiable reason. Their relationship was his own affair, yet it resulted in the loss of a labor force, an intolerable outcome. Law? He was the law. To regard a person lacking in both ethics and reason with contempt was his prerogative. He acted upon his whims. Chen Xiaohua, of course, observed all of this keenly. The pent-up frustration and hatred within her surged forth, her eyes brimming with a desire for vengeance. What girl does not cherish beauty? She had been left in such a disheveled state, uncertain if scars would mar her skin. Moreover, how many girls would willingly endure a beating? Her heart was truly shattered. Upon arriving that morning, she had already initiated a breakup. She could no longer tolerate a partner who would resort to domestic violence. This was a matter that transcended others. It was her bottom line in a romantic relationship. Furthermore, it was all due to his own unfounded assumptions. Although she harbored feelings for Jiang Zheng, they had not yet blossomed into love, let alone a betrayal of trust. The notion of unjust accusations was preposterous. She had contemplated why the man she adored had transformed in such a manner. For him, she was willing to relinquish a promising career in her city and journey alone to his hometown, solely to be by his side. He had been unemployed at home for 6 months, with no source of income. All living expenses were borne by her. Even his peculiar preferences were indulged by her, as she forced herself to satisfy his whims solely to bring him joy. These instances were merely the tip of the iceberg, with countless other unspoken sacrifices weighing heavily on her mind. She hesitated to even mention the mundane details of their daily life. Each time he returned home, she would remove his shoes for him, despite their unbearable odor. When he felt hungry, she tirelessly served him tea and food, bringing it to his lips. Daily, she would provide him with warm water for foot baths, all to ensure his satisfaction and happiness. In those moments, her love for him was profound. However, recently, she had grown weary. His propensity for wild imaginings had become exhausting. He would conjure elaborate fantasies at the mere sight of her conversing with another man, compelling her to shrink her social circle until he was her sole companion. He took her daily manifestations of love for granted, mistaking her voluntary acts of devotion as mere obligations. When one gives so much without reciprocation, it marks a turning point in the relationship. There is no such thing as a servile admirer in love. It is merely an overwhelming affection. His behavior in the aftermath of the apocalypse left her utterly disillusioned. He lacked the courage to confront the zombies. When the end began, they had a chance to escape by car. Yet, Su Xing, paralyzed by fear, refused to flee, hiding with her in the village for 2 days, missing their opportunity. Such behavior left Chen Xiaohua profoundly disappointed in him. He showed no sense of responsibility. Despite his blatant indifference, cowardice, and disdain, she did not immediately summon the resolve to end their relationship. However, their affection gradually waned, devoid of the passion they once shared. Until the events of yesterday unfolded. Was it merely the arrival of the apocalypse that triggered this change? Had the collapse of societal order unlocked the moral shackles within her? She was uncertain and unwilling to delve deeper. She had given enough and wished to escape the entanglement of her feelings. Rather than continue to serve as an outlet for his frustrations against her will, she preferred to bring this chapter to a close. Jiang Zheng noticed the subtle shifts in Chen Xiaohua's demeanor and chose not to comment, instead sitting on the ground to rest and prepare for the impending battle. Meanwhile, Su Xing drove, casting a resentful glance at the resting Jiang Zheng. His expression fluctuated, as if caught in a dilemma, the emotions in his eyes shifting continuously. Seemingly resolute, he fixed his gaze with determination, a hint of resolve gracing his face. With a darkened stare towards Chen Xiaohua, he clenched his teeth. His movements swift as he pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding away in a cloud of dust. After several minutes, Jiang Zheng slowly opened his eyes, glancing at his watch with a frown, pondering to himself, why hasn't Su Xing returned? Could he have been frightened away by me? Or worse, has he met his demise? No, that seems unlikely. There has been no sign of him. After contemplating various possibilities, I ultimately resolved to wait a while longer, for driving would not so easily lead to demise. Several minutes later, Jiang Zheng gradually rose from the ground, casting a glance at Chen Xiaohua, who was furrowing her brow in silent contemplation. Let's get in the car, he suggested. Chen Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback, having waited so long for her boyfriend's return. She too found herself pondering certain thoughts. She had a faint sense that her ideas might align with Jiang Zheng's. Her fingers tightened around the hem of her clothing, as if attempting to crush it, her face displaying a myriad of complex emotions. Yet after a brief hesitation, she resolved within herself and hurriedly made her way to the camper van. Chapter 16. Escape. Jiang Zheng drove slowly through the narrow alley, traversing the village without encountering a single soul. Earlier, he had spotted a small path on the other side of the village leading to a somewhat muddy road, marked by fresh tire tracks. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that the boyfriend must have slipped away from there. The thought made Jiang Zheng chuckle to himself. Did he truly abandon his girlfriend so easily? What a coward! Shaking his head, he found it hard to comprehend. Chen Xiaohua seemed to have anticipated this, her expression somewhat placid. Let him go. He is timid, and it is only natural for him to fear such circumstances. Though her words appeared to defend Su Xing, one could discern a subtle sense of relief within her tone. Yet, the bitter smile on her lips could not conceal the loneliness in her heart. Timid? In this apocalypse, one must eventually confront the undead, who could possibly protect him for a lifetime. Strength is the only truth. Jiang Zheng scoffed at the notion. Even without the system, he had faced and slain zombies alone. In the end times, there is no room for cowardice. What a bold heart you possess. What drew you to him in the first place? A man who abandons his girlfriend is nothing short of a coward. What right does he have to find love? Jiang Zheng pondered, bemused, at how someone as lovely as Chen Xiaohua had ended up with such a scoundrel. Let us each find our own peace, he mused. He has left. The notions of right and wrong have lost their significance. Without him, my life may become challenging, but as long as I can breathe for another day, I shall not relinquish my hope for survival. As Chen Xiaohua gazed ahead, the relief in her words was now vividly reflected on her face. She no longer cared. Upon hearing her final words, Jiang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Is it true that one must never give up? He could see the stubbornness that lay beneath her exterior, yet even he could not guarantee his own fate. Shaking his head, He had intended to listen to her vent, ready to enjoy the unfolding drama, but it seemed to end abruptly. Noting her lack of desire to continue the conversation, he hesitated before asking, "So, where do you plan to go?" With a capable worker gone, it leaves just one woman behind, and collecting supplies is a task she likely cannot manage. After a brief pause, he voiced his concern. "Are you trying to send me away?" Chen Xiaohua's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her previously melancholic expression transformed into one of vulnerability as she spoke in a slightly petulant tone. "How can I survive alone in this apocalypse?" At that moment, she was not thinking too far ahead. Following the man before her was undoubtedly the best choice. Listening to her, Jiang Zheng remained unmoved, deciding to lay his cards on the table. "Please, don't send me off alone. I have no idea where to go. In such dire times, a girl like me cannot possibly survive on her own." As Chen Xiaohua fervently prayed, she clutched Jiang Zheng's hand, playfully coaxing him. She was acutely aware of the situation unfolding before them, her heart clear and resolute as she beseeched him. Leaning in close to Jiang Zheng, her gently swaying hand inadvertently brushed against his impressive physique, sending a wave of softness along his arm. In an instant, Jiang Zheng's ears flushed crimson. Although he had encountered women before, the passage of time had left him with a flutter of excitement in this unexpected circumstance. "By the way, Brother Zheng, have you considered where you might go next?" Chen Xiaohua inquired, noticing his silence. "I might return to my hometown, Yangcheng, to take a look," Jiang Zheng replied, taken aback by her question. At that moment, his thoughts were solely focused on gathering energy, leaving little room for further contemplation. The apocalypse held little nostalgia for him. He yearned only to see his hometown, and more importantly, to catch a glimpse of Winting. He couldn't help but wonder if she would still be alive by then. "Will traveling to Yangcheng require passing through the provincial capital, City J? I recall there is a national highway that leads directly there," Chen Xiaohua remarked, displaying her familiarity with the surroundings. "Yes, why do you ask?" Jiang Zheng responded, puzzled. "My family resides in City J. Isn't that convenient?" "I also wish to reunite with my loved ones," Chen Xiaohua said, her voice trailing off as tears welled in her eyes. She too was uncertain whether her relatives could endure. It had been over a year since she had left home, and she had not returned for the previous New Year. It was impossible for her not to miss her family. An unsettling silence fell between them as each contemplated their own thoughts. Jiang Zheng primarily mused on the futility of bringing a woman along, especially with the impending upgrades to their vehicle that would complicate matters. Yet, she was the first person he had met after the cataclysm, and he could not bear to abandon her to fate. Moreover, the route was convenient, making it difficult for him to refuse, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. "All right, if you can gather supplies on your own, I will agree to let you walk to City J once we arrive. If not, then I'm afraid it's not possible," Jiang Zheng said. His heart softened as he observed Chen Xiaohua's tearful expression. After all, it was an easy detour, and he reluctantly stated his conditions, leaving her success in her own hands. Upon hearing his words, Chen Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with joy, a radiant smile illuminating her face. She eagerly nodded in agreement, gratitude evident in her gaze. "All right, get out of the vehicle now. There are no zombies nearby. Gather some supplies here and see if there are any survivors in this village," Jiang Zheng instructed. Chen Xiaohua nodded and promptly exited the vehicle, determined to prove herself worthy of staying. Moments later, she dashed off, disappearing into the distance. Jiang Zheng watched her receding figure, glancing at the tear that had fallen onto his hand, still warm against his skin. "Is this what it means to be a saint?" Jiang Zheng sighed, muttering to himself in self-deprecation. However, such matters, for the time being, he would only engage in this once. Henceforth, he harbored no desire to concern himself with the fate of others. He lacked the capability to do so. His heart, though, was tender. It was not made of stone. The apocalypse had only just begun, and without having endured the brutal lash of its reality, how could one abandon the moral constraints and emotional sensitivity that had been instilled over 2 decades of societal education, at least within the realm of his capabilities? He found himself unable to do so at this moment. Ultimately, he could not become cold-hearted and unfeeling, shaking his head in resignation. Chen Xiaohua's words prompted Jiang Zheng to contemplate his future plans and aspirations. The ultimate goal he could envision was to return to his hometown, Yangcheng, in search of Winting. Despite the possibility of life and death diverging, and the chance that everything may have changed, this obsession had already taken deep root in his heart. His immediate objective was to escort Chen Xiaohua back to the provincial capital, J City, while simultaneously enhancing his own abilities. Hastily accumulating energy to acquire more formidable weapons to bolster his chances of survival. The world had shifted dramatically. He had deeply experienced the ferocity and terror of the undead. The perils and uncertainties along the journey necessitated utmost caution, and he resolved to return as expeditiously as possible, understanding that lofty ambitions were impractical without the means to achieve them. He was acutely aware of this reality. Jiang Zheng found himself lost in thought about the future, unaware of how much time had passed before he regained his focus. Who could predict what lay ahead? Pained by the weight of these thoughts, he reclined in his seat and closed his eyes, seeking solace. In the afternoon, Jiang Zheng awoke from slumber, having enjoyed a 3-hour nap that rejuvenated his spirits considerably. Stretching languidly in his seat and stifling a yawn, he finally opened the car door and stepped out. Upon exiting, he noticed a pile of supplies beside the vehicle, significantly less than what he had encountered in the previous village. As he pondered this, he was suddenly startled by a series of hurried breaths. Turning around, he was met by the long-lost Chen Xiaohua. She was struggling under the weight of a large burlap sack, her face glistening with sweat and flushed from the exertion. When she finally dragged the heavy sack to him, she was panting heavily, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The frailty of her physique was evident, as the sack must have weighed at least several dozen pounds. What could possibly be inside? Jiang Zheng inquired, gazing at the sack before him. Some rice and a few rations, snacks, Chen Xiaohua replied, half squatting and catching her breath. How did the supply gathering go? Jiang Zheng posed his question, curiosity piqued. This is all there is. I encountered 3 living individuals earlier, a family of 3. They mentioned that the remaining survivors in this village have gradually fled by car, taking with them whatever edible provisions they could carry. Thus, only this little was left behind. After hearing that the zombies had been cleared, they immediately drove off with their wife and child. Chen Xiaohua recounted her recent experience, still panting. Did you not inquire where they were headed? Upon hearing that there are indeed survivors, Jiang Zheng felt a twinge of surprise. He had long assumed that the odds of humanity resisting the virus were exceedingly slim, particularly since he himself had once faced death. He had heard that most had fled to Jiang City, rumored to be home to a military presence. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xiaohua spoke. The military? It seems I must hasten my actions. The mention of the military caught him off guard. He was aware that Jiang City had always maintained a military force. However, he remained uncertain about the current state of the national system. He pondered whether the military had been infected, if they would retreat, or if they might seize vital resource reserves, such as oil. From his perspective, his location was relatively remote, and he believed the military's reach had not yet extended this far. Very well, gather these items and load them into the vehicle. We shall prepare to move to the next location, Jiang Zheng commanded, his hands clasped behind his back as he regarded Chen Xiaohua. Though there were few items to collect, the information gleaned proved to be a modest triumph. While the process of gathering supplies was time-consuming, loading them into the vehicle was swift. Before long, everything was stowed away in the storage compartment. As Jiang Zheng contemplated how to swiftly acquire energy points, a sudden realization struck him. He had accumulated enough energy to exchange for a handgun, illuminating his thoughts. He recalled that a handgun required merely 100 energy points, and possessing one would undoubtedly expedite the rate of energy collection. Chapter 17. The handgun with a mere thought. Jiang Zheng summoned the system's control panel within his mind. He navigated through the product categories and discovered the handgun valued at 100 energy points. A prompt appeared. Would you like to exchange for a semi-automatic handgun, Apocalypse Edition? This action will consume 100 energy points. The system's cold voice resonated in Jiang Zheng's ears. Yes, he confirmed without hesitation. As he affirmed his choice, a brilliant white light enveloped his hand, and suddenly, a handgun materialized in his grasp. The weapon was entirely black, emanating a dim, eerie glow. Its design not markedly different from a typical handgun. However, the barrel was somewhat elongated, dark as night, resembling a beast poised to kill, subtly exuding an aura of danger. The handgun felt remarkably light in his hand, and Jiang Zheng surveyed it with satisfaction. He promptly engaged the safety and tucked it into his pocket before making his way to the vehicle. The scorching afternoon sun beamed down upon the earth, waves of heat rising from the ground, accompanied by distorted vapors, scorching the land. Driving towards the town, Jiang Zheng intended to traverse the villages along the way. After a brief drive, he halted at the nearest village entrance, eager to locate some zombies to test the handgun's might. Glancing at Chen Xiaohua, who sat quietly beside him, he hesitated momentarily before saying, "Wait for me here." Chen Xiaohua, without further inquiry, nodded silently. Upon receiving her response, Jiang Zheng said nothing more, opened the car door, and stepped out with his machete in hand. His vehicle could only be operated with his mental authorization, which allowed him to trust Chen Xiaohua to remain inside. Approaching the village entrance, he had yet to step inside when he spotted a zombie in the distance, flailing its arms, drooling profusely, with crimson eyes and a bloodied visage, charging towards him. An inexplicable thrill surged within Jiang Zheng as he drew the handgun from his pocket, disengaged the safety, steadied it with both hands, and squinted at the advancing zombie. Bang! The sound of the trigger being pulled was faint yet distinct. Was this truly silenced? Jiang Zheng felt a jolt of surprise. His gaze filled with delight as he examined the handgun. However, the targeted zombie continued its relentless advance, undeterred by the shot, its crimson gaze intensifying, and its speed quickening. Damn it! My aim is atrocious. Jiang Zheng lamented, slightly chagrined at having missed his confident shot. Nevertheless, he calmed his emotions and raised the firearm once more. This time at a distance of merely 10 meters. Bang! The faint sound echoed once again, and this time, the zombie he aimed at was finally struck down with a shot to the head. The explosion of its skull was akin to a shattered watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere. This bullet possesses explosive capabilities? He observed as the projectile penetrated, a layer of red light igniting, followed by a miniature explosion. Incredible, Jiang Zheng thought, filled with amazement. He had not anticipated that this 100 energy handgun would prove to be so effective. Ignoring the sound suppression, it ensures that surrounding zombies remain undisturbed during use, while significantly enhancing its power and area of effect. Truly, it is a remarkable bargain, Jiang Zheng mused. The sounds of gunfire echoed in succession, and with each shot, the number of fallen zombies increased. Jiang Zheng's marksmanship grew increasingly proficient with every pull of the trigger. The handgun's magazine contained 7 rounds, a complimentary addition upon purchase, with subsequent ammunition requiring acquisition from the store. One magazine consumed a mere point of energy, making it exceedingly economical. Having fully utilized his initial handgun purchase, he exchanged his remaining 17 points of energy for bullets. Thanks to his enhanced physique, his reflexes had markedly improved. While he may not achieve a perfect score, he boasted a 60 accuracy rate within a 20-meter range. Moreover, with repeated practice, his skills steadily refined, and his precision gradually heightened. Firing approximately 2 rounds per zombie was sufficient for Jiang Zheng, who was still acclimating to the weapon. At closer distances, such as within 10 meters, his accuracy soared above 90%. The purchased magazines would be stored in the shop and would automatically replenish his handgun's magazine once depleted, continuing until the bought magazines were exhausted. Though there was a 2-second interval for reloading, it was hardly a concern. This convenience led to the impression that his handgun had infinite ammunition. Armed with the pistol, his survival and killing capabilities were significantly enhanced, and without fear, Jiang Zheng excitedly ventured deeper into the village. Why has he been gone for so long? Chen Xiaohua pondered as she glanced at her watch, noting that it had been 2 hours since Jiang Zheng left. Had he encountered some danger? Her eyes brimmed with concern, and her expression darkened. She wrestled internally with the pros and cons, contemplating whether to wait or to investigate. Resolutely, she decided she could no longer remain idle and resolved to check on him. A hint of determination surfaced on her pale face as she exited the vehicle and ran toward the direction where Jiang Zheng had vanished. Surveying his surroundings, Jiang Zheng furrowed his brow when he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. On the other side of a crushed vehicle, he spotted an enormous footprint. Setting aside the footprint for a moment, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the vehicle itself. Wasn't this Su Xing's Havel? He vaguely recalled the license plate. It was indeed that car. Hadn't he fled? A sense of unease washed over Jiang Zheng as he realized his assumptions had been misguided, and those seemingly suspicious clues were merely a ruse. Yet, doubt lingered in his mind, prompting him to forcefully pull apart the crushed debris, revealing the interior. Upon seeing what lay within, Jiang Zheng paused momentarily, then suddenly broke into a radiant smile, as refreshing as a gentle breeze. What kind of gruesome scene awaited him inside? Following the icy gaze of Jiang Zheng, a grim sight unfolded in the driver's seat of the car, which was drenched in a deep crimson hue. A copious amount of blood filled the space. Yet due to the passage of time, it had begun to tarnish, indicating that the corpse had been lifeless for some while. Surrounding the blood, a foul stench emanated from decaying flesh strewn across the interior, evidently trampled into ruin by a colossal footprint. Swarms of flies and maggots crawled amidst the putrid remnants, a consequence of the sweltering summer heat and the exposure of the cadaver to the relentless sun. This accelerated the proliferation of bacteria and the feasting of insects and animals on the remains. As Jiang Zheng's gaze ascended, he noted that part of the body remained intact. Though battered, the owner of the body had one half of his skull shattered, brain matter splattered like a grotesque bloom, while the other half was grotesquely distorted, with the eyes protruding unnaturally and the mouth severely deformed. The scene was a gruesome tableau, intolerable to behold. Yet, even amidst such horror, Jiang Zheng discerned the features of Su Xing in that half-destroyed visage, despite the catastrophic disfigurement rendering him nearly unrecognizable. The remaining portion of his face bore familiar traits, a well-known expression, a tear mole at the corner of his eye, and bloodied scratches upon his skin, all unmistakably familiar. This wretched victim of heinous violence was indeed Su Xing himself. Nevertheless, Jiang Zheng felt no shred of compassion for him, for he deemed him unworthy of such sentiments. What pity could be afforded to scum? His gruesome end was a fitting retribution. He had brought this fate upon himself. Had he not fled, he would not have met such a brutal demise. The demise of a notorious villain was met with Jiang Zheng's silent applause. After scrutinizing Su Xing's tragic fate for some time, Jiang Zheng finally diverted his gaze, his expression unchanged. The enmity between Chen Xiaohua and Su Xing had drawn to a close. This outcome could be considered a relatively favorable resolution. Presently, Jiang Zheng's attention was captivated by the terrifying footprint. It was not the mark of a human or zombie. Rather, it was nearly 2 meters in length, with depressions as deep as a palm's breadth, suggesting it was made by a creature of considerable size. But what beast could possess such immense footprints? In his recollection, only an elephant's foot could match such dimensions. Jiang Zheng regarded the colossal print in silence, seemingly lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a tremendous disturbance broke the stillness, a sound so overwhelming that it was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It resonated like a terrifying explosion, reverberating in his ears. Jiang Zheng instinctively clutched his ears in discomfort, his expression grave. The sound grew nearer, emanating from the dense mountains and forests before him. Abruptly, the noise ceased. At this moment, Jiang Zheng felt a surge of panic, preparing to flee, when he beheld a colossal figure obscuring the sun. His excitement was indescribable, his face etched with shock, as he instinctively exclaimed, "What the hell?" The object blocking the sun was none other than a monkey. The sheer size of the monkey was overwhelming. As it leaped into the air, it obscured the sun, resembling a small mountain. Its powerful, muscular physique radiated an aura of strength, and its blood-red, fierce gaze was filled with a menacing light that coldly scrutinized Jiang Zheng, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Its broad nose exhaled a cloud of white mist, making it evident that this was a colossal ape transformed into a zombie-like creature. Upon witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Jiang Zheng was immediately gripped by terror, a chill surging from his feet. Instinctively, he fired several shots from his handgun at the mutated giant ape, only to create a few superficial wounds that proved utterly ineffective. Such feeble attacks did not impede its movements in the slightest. The brief flicker of shock in its eyes vanished quickly. Jiang Zheng's complexion darkened considerably, as the once steady rhythm of his heart suddenly escalated into a frantic pounding. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zheng propelled himself off the ground, rapidly retreating towards the RV with decisive urgency. As he turned back, he caught sight of Chen Xiaohua standing nearby, her expression vacant and her eyes devoid of life, clearly stunned by the horrifying scene before her. Jiang Zheng's expression faltered for a moment, baffled by her unexpected presence. He cursed under his breath, wondering when she had arrived and if she was concerned for him. With little time to ponder, a glimmer of urgency flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "Come here." Before Chen Xiaohua could react, an immense force lifted her. Jiang Zheng swiftly encircled her waist with one arm, as if hoisting a mere doll, and made a hasty escape. Just moments after they departed, the ground where they had stood was violently struck by the descending giant ape, creating a deep crater and sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Realizing that its attack had failed to eliminate the human, the massive creature touched the bloodied wounds on its chest with its enormous hands. Though not seriously injured, it felt a stinging sensation akin to being pricked by needles. Observing the blood flowing from its own body seemed to incite its fury. The mutated giant ape's rage ignited, and it began to pound its chest repeatedly, fury evident on its face, before launching itself into the air in pursuit of the vanishing figure. "Ah, Chen Xiaohua," cradled in Jiang Zheng's arms, could not contain her scream. The horrifying spectacle before her shattered her understanding of reality. Chapter 18. The mutant giant ape, cease your cries. In this moment of crisis, Jiang Zhengjian's irritation surged as the woman continued to scream. In a fit of anger, he struck her sharply on the backside. The sensation was unexpectedly exquisite, yet he had no time to dwell on such frivolities. Jiang's blow was powerful. Chen Xiaohua yelped in pain, on the verge of tears, feeling as if her behind might bloom from the impact. Indeed, as someone endowed with extraordinary strength, Jiang's furious strike, though tempered by reason, was not something an ordinary person could easily withstand. Fortunately, the RV was not far away. With a burst of sheer determination, Jiang surged forward, his feet seemingly transforming into phantoms akin to Olympic sprinters, swiftly arriving at the vehicle's side. Before reaching it, he willed the driver's door to swing open. In mere strides, Jiang reached the door, quickly climbed in, and unceremoniously tossed the bewildered Chen Xiaohua into the passenger seat. She collided headfirst against the opposite door, a jolt of agony coursing through her. Before she could utter a word, her head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng was oblivious to her plight, too focused on the task at hand to notice that he had knocked her out. His expression turned grave as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, furiously twisting the wheel while pressing the accelerator down hard. The vehicle's front end swiftly pivoted, making a hasty escape. Through the rearview mirror, he glimpsed the giant ape, launching itself into the air with a formidable leap, akin to a mountain crashing down. A thunderous roar erupted as the massive creature landed mere feet behind his vehicle, creating a deep crater in the earth, the soil splintering like a spider's web, fracturing under the weight of its descent. Witnessing this scene, Jiang's face contorted in a grimace of horror. His expression was one of deep concern as he shouted, "Damn it!" aware of the giant ape's immense power and size. He realized this was a force far beyond his capacity to confront. It was akin to an evolved being, a mutant birthed from a viral transformation. Even with his own burgeoning abilities, he knew he would be no match for it. Stopping on the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward, and in his peripheral vision, he noticed a blood-red button on the right side that he had never pressed before. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated it. The compressed light beam was initiated. The charging time required 15 seconds to power up, capable of obliterating a level 2 mutant. This was the weapon system installed in the modified RV, the onboard compressed light beam. Damn it! Zhang's expression shifted as the voice echoed in his mind, revealing that the activation of the compressed beam required a countdown. The fuel left in the vehicle was dwindling, and he feared he might not escape the wrath of that accursed ape. It was imperative to endure until the energy reserve reached the speed of light. In a fleeting moment of determination, Jiang Zheng gritted his teeth and pressed down gently. Instantly, the motorhome roared to life, the speedometer plummeting as if a wild stallion had been unleashed. The wheels spun with terrifying velocity, grinding against the earth and stirring up clouds of dust as they made a hasty escape. Yet this acceleration could only last for a brief moment before the unparalleled surge of speed dissipated, for his fuel was running low. 10 seconds remained. Jiang Zheng, glancing at the rearview mirror while keeping an eye on the countdown in his mind, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Jiang Zheng was taken aback. The colossal ape had leaped forward, landing directly in front of his motorhome, its crimson gaze fixated upon him. And Jiang Zheng felt a jolt of fear as he perceived a mocking hunger in its eyes. However, he was not overwhelmed by the monstrous strength of the beast. Instead, he swiftly regained his composure, flooring the accelerator and bellowing at the giant. "Come on, who's afraid? You beast!" In an instant, the motorhome charged toward the giant ape. Bang! The collision was effortlessly absorbed by the ape's massive, muscular arms. Nevertheless, the brief acceleration had propelled the vehicle with such force that it slid back several meters. No matter how Jiang Zheng twisted the steering wheel and pressed the gas, the wheels merely screeched against the ground, rendering the vehicle immobile. The giant ape let out a furious roar and raised one arm, aiming to smash down upon the motorhome's cabin. With a resounding thud, Jiang Zheng watched in horror as a huge dent formed in the roof of the vehicle. He had not anticipated such immense power from the creature. Warning: vehicle damage detected. Defense durability at 82. Upon hearing the alarm in his mind, Jiang cursed under his breath. Damn. At this rate, we won't last much longer. Enraged by its inability to crush the vehicle, the giant ape struck down repeatedly upon the cabin. The dent in the roof grew larger, and the windshield shattered, fissures spreading like veins across its surface. Fortunately, the bulletproof glass was multi-layered, preventing an immediate shatter, but it seemed it could only withstand a few more blows. Warning: vehicle damage detected. Defense durability at 68. Warning: vehicle damage detected. Defense durability at 52. Warning: vehicle damage detected. Defense durability at 39. As the alarms blared incessantly in his mind, despair engulfed Jiang Zheng. He realized he had no possibility of maneuvering. The overwhelming display of power left him devoid of any hope for resistance. The giant ape, frustrated by its failure to breach the metallic shell, clasped the motorhome in both hands. This several-ton vehicle was effortlessly lifted above its head and hurled into the distance. Jiang Zheng felt himself being lifted off his seat. Fortunately, he was secured by his seatbelt, preventing him from floating away. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohua fared worse, flailing in midair, her head repeatedly striking the glass. Soon after, the airborne motorhome crashed down onto the ground nearby, kicking up a cloud of dust. The motorhome shuddered violently, as before Jiang Zheng's eyes. The front of the vehicle buckled under the strain, and the roof cracked open. The airbag in the driver's seat deployed forcefully, striking Jiang Zheng's face and leaving him momentarily dizzy. The cacophony of pots and pans clattering behind him echoed ominously as they tumbled to the ground. A grave warning blared. The motorhome was damaged, with a defensive durability of merely 18, leaving it immobilized, and the internal power system incapacitated. Jiang Zheng gazed at the approaching mutated giant ape, which emitted a low, menacing roar that reverberated through him. It felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his heart, constricting it and rendering it nearly unable to beat. This was the oppressive aura of a being far superior to him, and Jiang Zheng's face turned ashen, his spirit diminished. Just as he contemplated surrendering to despair, a voice resonated in his mind. Compression of light speed ready. Please select target. He then perceived a black cannon barrel extending from the center of the roof. With his thoughts locking onto the target, the protruding cannon aimed directly at the charging mutated giant ape. Upon hearing this seemingly divine prompt, Jiang Zheng burst into maniacal laughter. His pallid visage, juxtaposed with his newfound grin, took on an eerie and terrifying quality. With a twisted expression, Jiang Zheng raised his middle finger to the monstrous creature before him. In a hoarse whisper, he declared, "Die." Though this sequence of events transpired in mere seconds, it felt to Jiang Zheng as though an eternity had passed. Now, with his trump card primed, he stood on the brink of death, yet found a flicker of hope. In this moment, he was but a thought away from salvation. Chapter 19. Compressed beam. As Jiang Zheng's mind focused, a searing white light erupted from the massive cannon. In the blink of an eye, this radiant beam pierced the heart of the mutated giant ape. The penetrating light shot forth into the distance, seemingly unending in its energy. Upon breaching the giant ape's heart, the luminous beam appeared to siphon away all its vitality. The creature's crimson gaze was filled with disbelief. It could not comprehend why it had succumbed to such an abrupt demise, without even a chance to resist. Accompanied by its astonished expression, the colossal body slowly collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. From the wound in its heart, a rich white light surged forth, rapidly enveloping the gargantuan figure, which then shattered as if struck by some unseen force. In an instant, like a mirage, its massive form expanded into a web of radiant light emanating from the heart, transforming into a dazzling array of colorful shards. Much like a fantastical glasswork, these fragments coalesced into a stream of luminous colors, painting a breathtaking rainbow across the sky, dispersing throughout the world. Jiang Zheng stood transfixed before this extraordinary spectacle, as if caught in a dream woven from vibrant hues. Following the recent tumultuous events of life and death, he found it difficult to regain his composure. Then, the cold voice of the system jolted him from his reverie. You have slain a primary mutated beast and gained 1,000 energy points. 1,000 energy points? Jiang Zheng momentarily froze, his dazed expression swiftly giving way to exuberance, a gleam of excitement lighting up his face. This influx of energy left him somewhat bewildered. After toiling for 2 days to accumulate merely a couple of hundred points, how could he not be thrilled? However, the subsequent system notification promptly extinguished his enthusiasm, causing his countenance to fall. Repair of the base vehicle requires 1,000 energy points. Do you wish to proceed with the repair? Yes. As he gazed through the damaged front of the vehicle, the scorching sunlight streamed through the broken sections, illuminating Jiang Zheng's face, which wore a look of resignation as he reluctantly nodded. There was no alternative. The vehicle had to be repaired. His earlier elation dulled. He felt a tinge of melancholy. Soon, a milky white glow enveloped the RV, and within moments, the deformed front and other damaged areas miraculously restored to their original state. Even Jiang Zheng, who had been intent on witnessing the repair, failed to discern how the restoration occurred. The white light flickered and vanished, and when he reached out to touch the previously shattered glass, it felt as pristine as it had been prior to the encounter with the mutated giant ape, leaving him astonished. Primary crystal core detected nearby. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes. This item can serve as a prerequisite for upgrading the RV. Would you like to convert it into 500 energy points? The notion that an upgrade required this crystal core was entirely new to Jiang Zheng, prompting him to hastily open the system panel. Upon reviewing the requirements for the next upgrade, it became evident that, in addition to satisfying 3 upgrade conditions, there was indeed a need for a basic energy crystal core specified in the small box at the bottom. This additional requirement was not prompted by the system, leaving it for the user to discover independently. Fortunately, by chance, I managed to slay the giant ape. Otherwise, I would have found myself helplessly staring at the screen when it came time for an upgrade. After some contemplation, Jiang Zheng decided to forego the upgrade, as he was lacking the necessary crystal core. It seemed unwise to squander energy for a mere 500 points when he could easily acquire it with his handgun. After all that had transpired, he felt the need to rest and calm his anxious mind, steering the RV to a safer location. He was wary that the commotion might attract other mutated zombies, which would be a grave miscalculation. He dared not take that risk. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohua lay on the seat, gradually awakening. Suddenly, her body jolted as if she recalled something terrifying, her face filled with dread. She widened her eyes in panic and glanced around, letting out a soft gasp as she noticed that the massive gorilla she had seen earlier was nowhere to be found. Doubting her own senses, Chen Xiaohua pinched her thigh hard, a sharp pain radiating from her leg confirming that this was indeed reality, not a dream. Relieved by the affirmation of her thoughts, she exhaled deeply, only to feel a fresh wave of discomfort emanating from the seat, prompting her to rub her sore backside. She vaguely remembered that it must have been during her escape with Jiang Zheng that she had sustained this pain, and it hurt tremendously. Angrily, she recalled the moment, her frustration boiling over. Scanning her surroundings, she wondered where Jiang Zheng had gone. She ventured into the RV, searching in vain for his presence. Just as her confusion grew, Jiang Zheng's figure swiftly returned to the RV. Catching sight of him, Chen Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with joy. She had feared something had happened to him. Seeing him lively and well, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Jiang Zheng entered the vehicle and took a seat, noticing Chen Xiaohua's worried expression. He nodded reassuringly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Perhaps it was excitement, but his hands on the steering wheel trembled slightly. What could be causing such joy? Chen Xiaohua, observing his barely contained laughter, inquired with a hint of skepticism. It's nothing. Jiang Zheng suppressed his excitement, attempting to feign calmness. This man is truly peculiar, Chen Xiaohua thought, puzzled by Jiang Zheng's sudden composure. By the way, what about that giant ape? Chen Xiaohua asked, belatedly aware of her own fear, as the sight of such a colossal creature had utterly shattered her understanding of reality. Oh, I managed to shake off that ape, Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly, steering the conversation away. He preferred not to delve into details with Chen Xiaohua. Sometimes silence was more prudent. Let us take a break for now. Tomorrow, we will head to the town to refuel and see what the outside world looks like. Jiang Zheng informed Chen Xiaohua about their plans. Huh? Are we not going to search for supplies anymore? Chen Xiaohua, surprised, voiced her doubts without much thought. No need. Everything here is available in town. Jiang Zheng waved his hand dismissively. The search for supplies was merely a spontaneous decision. His primary objective was to gather energy, with the formidable advantage of a handgun. He anticipated upgrading the RV within 3 to 5 days. The village was remote, and the zombies were too scattered, making it cumbersome. What he required now was a substantial number of zombies to amass energy. Apart from the recently vanquished mutated giant ape, he reflected on his earlier findings. He discovered that the bullets not only exploded but also penetrated. A single shot could pierce through 2 zombies before losing its potency. This was one of the reasons he was eager to head to town, coupled with the fact that the RV was running low on fuel. Although it could sustain normal travel for quite some time, unforeseen circumstances might necessitate the use of the acceleration feature, and the remaining fuel would be insufficient. In the recent skirmish with the zombies, he garnered 144 points of energy, expending approximately 42 points for about 300 bullets, thus netting over 100 points. Additionally, he had acquired 1,000 energy points by using compressed light speed to eliminate the mutated giant ape, but the risk associated with that was exceedingly high. Failure could mean his demise. This was incomparable. It was far easier than his previous exhausting efforts. Such substantial gains were undeniably exhilarating. Does your face still hurt? He inquired, sipping a chilled cola he had just retrieved from the refrigerator, while glancing at Chen Xiaohua, who sat beside him, somewhat shy. A little, she replied, her hand brushing against her injured face, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Jiang Zheng said nothing further, rising to directly approach the storage room. He retrieved several packets of injury medication from the categorized supplies, placed a few bottles into a bag, and returned to the living area, setting them down on the table before Chen Xiaohua. Here, before the apocalypse, I had purchased these for myself, but since I have no use for them now, they are yours. As he spoke, he pushed the bag of medications toward her. Thank you, Brother Zheng. You were so kind to me, Chen Xiaohua expressed her gratitude, taken aback by his concern and willingness to provide her with medicine. In the post-apocalyptic world, such supplies were far more precious than food. She was acutely aware of this, both before and after the cataclysm, and felt her cheeks flush slightly as she spoke. Jiang Zheng, however, did not dwell on it. Her earlier concern for his safety and her efforts to seek him out had altered his perception of her. She was no longer merely a subordinate. She could be a trustworthy companion. After all, there was now a woman in the RV, and with her previous actions earning her points in his eyes. The typically reticent Jiang Zheng found himself engaging in light conversation with Chen Xiaohua. Life after the apocalypse was solitary, yet humans remained social creatures. While he had grown accustomed to solitude, he did not dislike a vibrant and lively existence. Sometimes, having someone to converse with was quite pleasant. It prevented thoughts from festering unvoiced within. Chapter 20. life as night fell. Even in the face of impending doom, the chorus of frogs in the rice fields persisted, their melodious croaks punctuating the dim and tranquil darkness. In a clearing, an old and dilapidated caravan stood parked, its windows aglow with bright light. Drawing closer, one could occasionally hear the sounds of laughter and conversation emanating from within, revealing a sense of warmth and harmony. Inside the caravan, Chen Xiaohua was engrossed, her eyes riveted on the tablet before her. "Damn the servant. He has angered the empress," echoed the voice of a eunuch from a historical drama. What captivated Chen Xiaohua was the extensive collection of films and shows that Jiang Zheng had downloaded prior to the apocalypse, ensuring that their future days would not be steeped in solitude. Fresh from the shower, Jiang Zheng emerged from the bathroom, a towel draped casually around his waist, his torso bare as he made his way to the living room. The summer night still oppressively warm. He retrieved a bottle of chilled soda from the refrigerator, quenching his thirst as he strolled into the living room. Settling onto the sofa, he observed the woman before him, utterly absorbed in the screen, a snack in one hand, oblivious to his presence, a true embodiment of a woman lost in her drama. Sipping his soda, he tilted his head, intrigued by the array of emotions flitting across her face, particularly the furrow of her brow, which elicited an amused chuckle from him. Chen Xiaohua was engrossed in the plot, her brow tightly knit in response to a scene where an innocent empress was unjustly imprisoned, her small fists clenched in agitation. Suddenly, a burst of laughter broke the tension, and her expression soured, eyes flashing with anger as she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Zheng. Yet, upon noticing his bare torso, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. His mirth only intensified, finding her reaction amusing. He had previously encountered discussions online about the earnestness with which women watch dramas, but he had not taken them seriously until now. Despite her irritation, he found her demeanor rather endearing. As Jiang Zheng's laughter grew louder, Chen Xiaohua, infuriated, seized a nearby pillow and hurled it at him with force. With ease, Jiang Zheng caught the projectile and tossed it back. Chen Xiaohua, caught off guard, was struck squarely on the head by the returning pillow, a sense of grievance swelling within her. She had been so absorbed in her show, feeling a mixture of sadness and anger, only to find Jiang Zheng mocking her. To make matters worse, the pillow she had thrown had rebounded upon her, a true case of self-sabotage, intensifying her frustration. Tears of indignation welled up in her eyes, a mist forming as she gazed at Jiang Zheng, her expression one of hurt. Jiang Zheng, equally bewildered, had not anticipated such a dramatic emotional response. He raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, shrugging in feigned helplessness. Chen Xiaohua, seeing his nonchalant demeanor, huffed in annoyance and turned her gaze away from him. Jiang Zheng observed the situation keenly, a wicked amusement stirring within him as he contemplated teasing her. "I'm hungry. Could you warm up the leftovers for me?" He deliberately coughed to capture Chen Xiaohua's attention and casually instructed her to prepare a meal for him. Chen Xiaohua retorted angrily, "Didn't you just eat?" She had discerned his intention to provoke her. "Is it wrong for me to want to eat?" Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly. "Very well, I'll get to it immediately," Chen Xiaohua said, rising to her feet, her expression strained yet composed as she attempted to suppress her simmering anger. She tilted her body slightly, addressing him with a gentle tone. "That's more like it. Hurry along," Jiang Zheng responded, pleased with her demeanor. He could easily perceive her faint gentleness, the fury in her eyes nearly bursting forth. It was quite a challenge for the young lady, he mused inwardly, without saying another word. Chen Xiaohua turned and strode hastily towards the kitchen. Jiang Zheng couldn't help but smile at her busy silhouette. The nature of their relationship had transformed completely. Following their recent conversation, which was more of an emotional confession from Chen Xiaohua than mere chit-chat, it was evident that she had been wounded by her recent romantic experiences. Having been abandoned by her boyfriend, it was impossible for her not to care. He had gleaned insights into her life, including amusing anecdotes and her relationship with Su Xing. She was quite an admirable young woman, albeit a bit naive, yet she possessed a passion for love, displaying her unique character. Jiang Zheng appreciated this, and their bond had indeed grown closer, resembling a friendship more than anything else. Before long, Chen Xiaohua returned with the freshly warmed dishes, impressively quick. Jiang Zheng gazed at the steaming food before him, feeling a sense of appreciation. As he lifted his chopsticks to grasp a piece of braised pork, he suddenly caught a whiff of a spicy aroma wafting through the air and noticed Chen Xiaohua's eager expression, which struck him as peculiar. Without a word, he set aside the piece of meat he had intended to eat and, looking at the slightly bewildered Chen Xiaohua, smiled and said, "I must have upset you earlier. Here, have a piece, consider it my apology." He walked over to her side, offering the morsel near her lips. Chen Xiaohua panicked, shaking her head vigorously. "I can't eat that, it's meant for you, and besides, I'm on a diet." Her fear was palpable. After the apocalypse, maintaining a slim figure is unnecessary. Being robust is essential for survival, Jiang Zheng insisted playfully. No, I want to eat it. Chen Xiaohua replied defiantly, turning her fair face away. The more she resisted, the more it confirmed his suspicions, and his smile grew wider as he moved closer, offering the piece of meat once more. As Chen Xiaohua noticed Jiang Zheng leaning in, she instinctively leaned back to evade him. However, he too leaned in, and they found themselves drawn together in close proximity. At this moment, the scene depicts Chen Xiaohua reclining on the sofa, with Jiang Zheng sprawled atop her. His elbow rests upon her chest, reminiscent of a lecherous man. Chen Xiaohua's face flushed crimson. She felt the weight of his arm pressing down on her bosom, causing a sudden pang of pain that escaped her lips. Jiang Zheng, taken aback by her unexpected collapse, found himself unable to prevent his own fall alongside her. With one hand clutching chopsticks and the other lacking a place to steady himself, he hesitated, unwilling to hold his hand against his chest, which would have painted him as a pervert. Thus, he resorted to using his elbow to descend along the side. Jiang Zheng, acutely aware of the sinking sensation, witnessed Chen Xiaohua's sudden scream and disregarded the prevailing awkwardness. Swiftly, he seized a piece of braised pork from his chopsticks and deftly placed it into her open mouth, lifting her chin in the process. The morsel finally slipped down her throat, and only after seeing her consume it did Jiang Zheng hastily rise to his feet. Once Chen Xiaohua finished the piece of meat, her complexion transformed to that of a ripe apple, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, her eyes seemingly ablaze. She dashed into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and retrieved a bottle of soda. With a quick twist of the cap, she gulped down the fizzy drink, as if it could quell her discomfort. It's burning me alive. Chen Xiaohua's tears nearly brimmed over. She had added an excessive amount of chili to the dish in a fit of frustration, only to find her cleverness had backfired, revealing her intentions to him. Jiang Zheng, observing her flushed visage akin to a boiling kettle, couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at, you rogue? Chen Xiaohua retorted, her fiery anger directed at him as she rubbed her pained chest. I didn't mean to. You mustn't misinterpret. Jiang Zheng maintained his composure, fully aware of her insinuations. Yet he would never concede. You certainly did. Scoundrel. Pervert. Lewd. Groper. Chen Xiaohua exclaimed in exasperation. If you eat this entire plate of braised pork, I will confess. Chapter 21. Little Stone Town, 4 days after the apocalypse. At 9 o'clock in the morning, on a rugged country road, Jiang Zheng maneuvered his RV along the path. After a day of rest, he was poised to visit the quaint town of Little Stone, which he had reached before the end of the world. Navigating the treacherous terrain, Jiang Zheng soon arrived at a more spacious provincial road, which could lead directly to the bustling Jiang City and the provincial capital, J City, with Little Stone Town conveniently situated along the way. As he drove along this provincial road, he noticed several abandoned vehicles lining the roadside, their windshields shattered and doors stained with dried blood and the stench of decaying entrails. Not far from the road, a few zombies could be seen wandering in the distance, while crows, typically unseen, circled ominously above. Throughout the entire stretch of road, apart from his vehicle, there was no sign of life. Only the mournful wind howled through the windows, shrouding the air in a veil of mist that obscured the path ahead, forcing Jiang Zheng to proceed slowly. One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other rested on the window sill, a cigarette in hand, exhaling a cloud of white smoke. He mused to himself, is this what the end of the world looks like? The half-hour journey had taken nearly an hour, and as he entered Little Stone Town, the skyline of distant buildings came into view, accompanied by an increasing number of zombies in the vicinity. The wandering undead, alerted by the noise, began to charge toward Jiang Zheng's vehicle. Rather than slowing down, he pressed the accelerator, plowing through the zombies ahead with disdain. Could these creatures truly impede my progress? Although there were many zombies here, few managed to reach the front of the vehicle. With a swift push on the gas pedal, the RV surged forward, leaving the trailing zombies far behind. Seated in the passenger seat, Chen Xiaohua watched in horror as the grotesque faces of the zombies pressed against the window. Her pallor deepened with fear. Jiang Zheng glanced at her, and then focused back on the road, reassuringly stating, there is no need to be afraid. These zombies pose no real threat. Moreover, confronting the undead is an inevitable choice for anyone surviving in this post-apocalyptic world. Although she had been with him for several days, she had not experienced the horrors of the zombies up close, as he had always dealt with them before allowing her to scavenge supplies. Fear, therefore, was only natural. After a few more minutes of travel, they reached the heart of Little Stone Town, following the navigation's directions through winding streets, occasionally colliding with scattered zombies to gain a few energy points. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Something is better than nothing. Fortunately, not long after, they arrived at the gas station in Little Stone Town, having traversed a broader road. Upon entering, the street adjacent to the gas station was devoid of zombies, and a few individuals could be seen moving about in the distance. The entire street appeared eerily quiet, as if it had been meticulously cleared. Jiang Zheng did not ponder much and swiftly drove the RV into the Jiangyu station, preparing to park and refuel when he noticed several individuals rushing out from the gas station's convenience store. "Hey, kid, do you understand the rules? Coming to refuel without paying first?" A young man with bleached hair yelled from a distance. Jiang Zheng's expression shifted to one of confusion. Was this gas station under someone else's control? He silently contemplated as the young man, accompanied by 3 or 4 others, hurried to his car window, panting heavily. The young man rapped on the window with a metal rod and, catching his breath, addressed Jiang Zheng. "I'm talking to you. Kid, my apologies. I just arrived here and am unaware of the local customs," Jiang Zheng replied, feeling a flicker of displeasure as the young man forcefully struck the glass. However, he quickly masked his irritation. Resisting the urge to confront these individuals, he chose instead to observe the situation, believing it unnecessary to escalate matters. "You're new, aren't you? Listen well. This gas station is under the protection of my brother Nan. He's the one who cleared the zombies from these streets. So everyone living around here has to pay a protection fee, and those coming to refuel must pay an additional fee," the young man explained, still panting. "Is your brother an ability user?" Jiang Zheng nodded slightly, pondering his question. From what he understood, only a power user could clear such a vast number of zombies. Given that even a strength-type ability user like himself could dispatch dozens of zombies, it was evident that a fully evolved ability user would be even more formidable. Of course, who else could slay so many zombies? The young man, noticing Jiang Zheng's skepticism, immediately grew annoyed and clarified. "So, are you going to pay or not? If not, just leave and stop being an eyesore here." Jiang Zheng, lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing the young man's impatient shout. "How do I pay?" "The payment depends on the supplies you provide. You offer a certain amount of food or water, and you can refuel once," the young man explained, struggling to contain his growing irritation. "Understood. I can offer something, though it may not be of great value," Jiang Zheng replied, realizing that food was the currency of this post-apocalyptic world. He gestured to Qin Xiaohua to remain seated while he dashed to the storage area and retrieved 3 boxes of instant noodles. He had stocked up on instant noodles before the apocalypse, so parting with a few boxes seemed inconsequential, and given his vehicle's large fuel tank, it felt like a fair exchange. Returning to the driver's seat, he displayed the 3 boxes of noodles through the window to the young man outside. "Will this suffice?" "It's all I have." The young man's eyes widened at the sight. Suppressing his excitement, he maintained an indifferent expression and casually remarked, "Just this? I'll grudgingly let you refuel once." It is apparent that few have come here to refuel. Most are individuals seeking to escape to Jiang City or City J. The local populace remains hidden, having no need for fuel. Thus those who do come for refueling are often subjected to exorbitant prices. The larger supermarkets nearby have long been stripped bare, and the small town offers little in terms of supplies. To procure food, these individuals must venture elsewhere. Though the outside world is fraught with peril, those 3 boxes of instant noodles can sustain a person for 10 days to half a month, making them exceedingly valuable. Jiang Zheng rolled down the car window and handed the 3 boxes of noodles outside. Although he was significantly stronger than most, he chose to remain seated in the car for safety as he passed the items through the window. The yellow-haired attendant was unperturbed in the aftermath of the apocalypse. People have become astute and cautious with an unprecedented level of safety awareness. Jiang Zheng turned off the engine and opened the fuel tank cover, while the yellow-haired attendant wasted no time, moving to the side and inserting the fuel nozzle into the tank to commence refueling. "Why is it taking so long to fill up?" The yellow-haired attendant scratched his head in confusion. A typical vehicle would have been filled by now. Preoccupied with the 3 boxes of noodles in his possession, he thought, the longer it takes, the better. This dilapidated car seemed to have a surprisingly large tank. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the tank, holding a full 1,000 liters, was finally filled. Jiang Zheng glanced at the yellow-haired attendant in the rearview mirror and exhaled a sigh of relief, as another moment of waiting might have tested the attendant's patience. "Brother, it's filled. Your tank is truly massive," the yellow-haired attendant remarked as he approached Jiang Zheng. "Yes, I modified the vehicle to have a larger tank. By the way, is this place under your management?" Jiang Zheng inquired, producing a cigarette from his pack and offering it to the attendant. The yellow-haired attendant accepted the cigarette with delight. In this post-apocalyptic world, such luxuries were rare. The pressures of survival were immense, and cigarettes, this form of mental sustenance, were indeed scarce. Yes, here we the yellow-haired attendant, now elated, began to recount the events in their area. Jiang Zheng listened with keen interest, enjoying the smoke as he absorbed the attendant's words. Following the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus, the area quickly descended into anarchy. The infection rate was alarmingly high. No organization could withstand the chaos brought about by the outbreak, resulting in a temporary dissolution of order. The government had collapsed, and most police officers had succumbed to the zombie plague. Who, then, could maintain any semblance of order? The populace soon became aware of the lawlessness, abandoning their basic civic duties in a frenzy to raid supermarkets for supplies. There was no longer any notion of order or legality. Those who were quick to act secured resources, while later arrivals found little to salvage, as supplies were woefully scarce. This fuel station had become a focus of effort for Nango, who was determined to establish it as a base. It is said that in the future, it will undoubtedly prove to be immensely useful, a sentiment that Jiang Zheng wholeheartedly agrees with. In the initial phase, there may be a scarcity of food, while in the latter stage, the struggle for energy will ensue. Brother Nan possesses remarkable foresight, and naturally, his ideals have garnered the support of his comrades. Brother Nan is a security guard at a nearby mall, and after awakening to his extraordinary abilities, he, along with a dozen of his brothers, dedicated themselves to establishing this sanctuary, exerting considerable effort in the process. In their relentless pursuit to eradicate the zombies from this street, they labored tirelessly for 3 consecutive days, with Brother Nan shouldering the majority of the burden while the others merely assisted. They only completed the task last night, sealing off certain passages in the street to prevent the zombies from entering, thereby managing to render this enclosed street relatively safe. The route through which Jiang Zheng entered was relatively devoid of zombies and also served as an exit, allowing access. Today, they officially ventured into the street to demand food from the survivors residing there, essentially a form of protection fee. Brother Nan conveyed to his subordinates the objective of transforming this street into a secure haven and notifying the survivors therein to pay this protection fee, which amounted to the provision of food resources in exchange for safety. This strategy not only allows them to mitigate risks, but also facilitates the acquisition of supplies with relative ease. It was a plan he conceived upon awakening to his abilities in this post-apocalyptic world. According to Huang Mao, regarding the number of survivors, it would be quite fortunate to find 20 individuals among 100. Furthermore, the awakening of extraordinary abilities is exceedingly rare, currently. Brother Nan stands as the sole individual endowed with such powers. Chapter 22. Rescue. Jiang Zheng conferred with Huang Mao about staying here for the night and departing the following day. Huang Mao, without much contemplation, readily acquiesced. Considering Jiang Zheng a valued client, Jiang Zheng's intention was to observe the capabilities of the so-called South Brother, an extraordinary individual. During the day, he would embark on his energy collection task on the opposite side of the small town. The town was not extensive. After a brief drive, he had circumnavigated it and arrived at the other side. Along the way, he encountered a considerable number of zombies, which surged towards his vehicle upon sighting it. However, Jiang Zheng's speed was swift, and these ordinary zombies could not keep pace. Gazing into the rearview mirror at the throng of the undead, a chill ran down his spine. At this moment, he lacked the means to confront such a multitude. As he smoked a cigarette, squinting his eyes, he pressed down on the accelerator, and the RV kicked up a cloud of dust. Xiaohua, I'm going to check the situation. Remember to prepare dinner, Jiang Zheng said with a smile, his pistol tucked in his pocket and a machete in hand as he stepped outside. All right, be careful. I'll be waiting for you at home, Qin Xiaohua replied, her expression tinged with concern. Although she was aware of Jiang Zheng's ability to face numerous zombies, her worry was palpable. A warmth enveloped Jiang Zheng's heart. This RV was his home, and now a woman was waiting for him there, evoking an indescribable feeling within him. He regarded Qin Xiaohua with a gaze that held unspoken sentiments, nodded slightly, and then turned to leave. Qin Xiaohua intertwined her fingers, standing motionless in the vehicle, watching Jiang Zheng's figure until it completely vanished from her sight before finally closing the door. Jiang Zheng swiftly approached the street corner, peering around. As anticipated, the street was teeming with a multitude of ominous zombies. Roughly counting, there were at least 100, and surely many more lurked in the shadows and stairwells. After briefly assessing the situation ahead, he withdrew his head and turned back towards the nearby building. Jiang Zheng had no intention of directly attracting the zombies' attention on the street. Instead, he planned to take a more circuitous route, first clearing the zombies from the building and then stealthily eliminating them from above. After all, the sound of the pistol was relatively muted, making it difficult for the zombies below to discern his presence, even if they were drawn to him. It would not attract too many. Moreover, in the narrow confines of the stairwell, his pistol would have a distinct advantage. With the machete slung over his shoulder and the pistol in hand, Jiang Zheng quietly slipped into the building. Inside the vast, empty lobby, the outer glass lay shattered, and shards of glass scattered across the floor. Jiang Zheng, his expression calm, tread carefully upon the debris. His eyes scanned the surroundings meticulously. In this corner, devoid of direct sunlight and lacking illumination from overhead lights, the items lay strewn about chaotically, and there were still traces of uncoagulated blood on the floor. The scene was one of disarray, and within this vast yet eerily silent space, an unsettling terror seemed to emanate. Having surveyed the area without any significant findings, just as he began to lower his guard, a loud crash echoed through the stillness. A female zombie suddenly burst forth from a shadowy corner, her hurried steps scattering debris at her feet, producing a cacophony of sound. She emitted a series of guttural growls, her long hair cascading wildly, her gaze fierce and her countenance monstrous. Jiang Zheng was taken aback, his expression betraying a hint of panic. It was difficult to discern the presence in that corner without approaching, which explained why he had not noticed her before. The visage of the female zombie had turned a ghastly shade of blue, her exposed fangs glistening, and her blood-red eyes radiated a menacing glare. Clad in a vibrant, youthful attire, a pristine white t-shirt paired with a pleated skirt that revealed her long, fair legs, she seemed to be of a similar age as Jiang Zheng, the cruel hand of fate having dealt her a tragic blow. Alas, were she not a zombie, she would undoubtedly be a striking beauty. A lament Jiang Zheng could not suppress upon witnessing her plight. Thus, he could not be blamed for his decisive actions. While contemplating this, he raised his handgun. A barely audible shot echoed from the barrel, and the zombie's grotesque head exploded like a ripe watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere, and she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Goodness! At that moment, as Jiang Zheng watched the female zombie fall, his gaze inadvertently strayed beneath her skirt, revealing that she was not wearing any underwear. This revelation startled him, a slight thrill coursing through him. However, given her current state as a zombie, he dismissed any lingering thoughts. Not sparing another glance, he stealthily ascended the staircase, gun in hand. Before he could reach the top, a commotion erupted below. "Ah, run. Someone has turned into a zombie." A woman's voice rang out. The tone seemed oddly familiar to Jiang Zheng, stirring a sense of unease within him as he pondered its origin. Amidst the tumultuous footsteps, he spotted a terrified woman rushing down the stairs. In her haste, she stumbled, letting out a startled cry as she tumbled down the staircase. The rolling figure careened towards Jiang Zheng, who instinctively planted his foot firmly upon her, directing the muzzle of his gun at her. Uncertain whether she was human or zombie, he resolved to reassess once he could discern her features more clearly. "Oh!" The woman beneath his foot cried out in pain as the sensation surged through her. "What is happening up there?" Upon realizing that she was not a zombie, Jiang Zheng lowered his weapon. The woman looked up at him, her gaze falling upon the gun in his hand, her complexion paling. Just as she was about to speak, she felt an immense pressure against her chest, and, looking down, realized that the man before her was standing upon her. Her face flushed crimson, and she pointed at Jiang Zheng, stammering, "Why, it's you?" She had intended to chastise him, but, upon recognizing his face, her tone shifted to one of astonishment. Jiang Zheng felt a twinge of confusion as he lowered his gaze to the woman beneath him, suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall her name. "Weren't you the one who purchased a motorhome from our company a few days ago? I was the one who attended to you. I'm Li Jing," Li Jing exclaimed, her face lighting up with relief as if she had found a lifeline. "Ah, it's you." Upon hearing her words and looking at her closely, he indeed recognized her as the saleswoman he had encountered days prior. However, this connection felt inconsequential. He was merely astonished by the serendipity of their meeting, having first crossed paths in the bustling Jiang city and now in this quaint little stone town. Could you please move your foot?" Li Jing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, avoiding Jiang Zheng's gaze as she spoke softly. Jiang Zheng paused, momentarily taken aback, then glanced down at where his foot rested. His expression unchanged, he quickly withdrew his foot, having intended to rescue the woman. He had not realized he was standing on her, and he self-absorbedly inquired, "Please respond to my earlier question." Li Jing noticed his tone was harsher than before, and a flicker of resentment crossed her delicate features. Yet, recognizing the gravity of the situation, she reluctantly replied in a subdued voice, "On the day of the apocalypse, I had just returned from Jiang City and did not have the opportunity to gather supplies from the nearby supermarket. With food dwindling, we helped one another on our floor. One man ventured out to search for resources, but returned injured. Not long after, he transformed into a zombie, and several others in the house were bitten and turned as well." The woman, still trembling, recounted her harrowing experience, her pallor reminiscent of a ghost. Jiang Zheng comprehended her account fully and opted not to linger, hastily moving upstairs. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? There are several zombies up there. Li Jing could not refrain from warning him as he ascended, but upon seeing the gun in his hand, she fell silent. Jiang Zheng, undeterred by the potential presence of zombies, proceeded up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he found a door ajar, and before stepping inside, he could hear cries emanating from within. He approached, pushing open the half-closed door to reveal a horrifying scene. Several zombies were feasting on a man. The man's screams pierced the air, his face ashen, and his arm, a gruesome sight, was being torn apart by the ravenous creatures. Blood spilling across the floor like a river, transforming the room into a hellish tableau. Although this was not his first encounter with such brutality, after countless acts of violence, his mental fortitude had strengthened considerably. Yet, even in this grim moment, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Silently, he raised his pistol. And with a series of muffled gunshots, bang, 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 the three zombies and the man being devoured were struck down, their bodies riddled with bullets that left gaping wounds. Within mere seconds, the cacophony of screams and cries in this hellish scene faded into an eerie silence, as if nothing had ever transpired. After a long while, the sudden creak of a door breaking the profound silence echoed through the air. Hearing nothing for what felt like an eternity, a narrow crack appeared in the tightly shut door next door, and a head cautiously peeked out, wondering if the zombies inside had perished. The woman who emerged, her face tinged with fear, gazed at the young man holding a handgun and tremulously inquired. Jiang Zheng turned to her, appraising her with a measured glance before giving a slight nod. Meanwhile, downstairs, Li Jing, who had just been rescued by Jiang Zheng, sensed the unusual stillness and, with a limp, hurriedly ascended the stairs to investigate. Li Jing, are you all right? The woman peering out called, unable to restrain her concern upon seeing Li Jing in the corridor. Sister Wang, I'm fine, Li Jing replied, using the staircase for support as she approached Jiang Zheng. Her pallid complexion betrayed her vulnerability, yet she offered a warm smile, extending an invitation. Zhengge, why not come in and sit for a while? Jiang Zheng, without further ado, nodded and stepped inside. Before him lay a modest apartment of roughly 60 square meters, adorned with a simple yet elegant decor and furnishings that exuded a touch of understated luxury. After a brief survey, Jiang Zheng settled onto the sofa in the living room, prompting Sister Wang, upon entering, to promptly pour a glass of water and present it to him. Jiang Zheng glanced at Sister Wang, who appeared to be in her late 20s, with a neat bob haircut and a somewhat gaunt visage, rather unremarkable in appearance. Nevertheless, she exhibited a commendable sense of propriety, swiftly serving him water as he took a seat. However, he refrained from drinking, wary of potential contamination in the water source. Remaining reclined on the sofa, he offered her a polite nod. Sister Wang, noticing his disinterest in the water, gently pulled Li Jing, who stood beside her, to sit next to Jiang Zheng. Smiling as she said, Little Jing has already expressed her gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Jiang Zheng was well aware they were merely flattering him and waved his hand dismissively, turning to them and inquiring, are there any zombies left upstairs? He was not there to play the savior. He had energy to collect. There should still be quite a few zombies upstairs. Many of the residents I knew have turned into zombies in the past few days, Sister Wang replied candidly. The individuals she referred to were once her neighbors, with whom she had exchanged pleasantries and laughter just days before. The abrupt transformation into zombies was a bitter pill to swallow, and with a heavy heart, she sighed. Having gathered enough information, Jiang Zheng rose and strode purposefully towards the door. Brother, could you take us with you? Sister Wang urgently called after him. With the man next door now a zombie, and only the two of them left without any means to procure food, they were too frightened to venture out into the street teeming with the undead. In the present circumstances, the only option seems to be to await starvation. Yet at this moment, a man who appears like a savior can be regarded as their lifeline. Indeed, I could also be your girlfriend, Zhengge. Li Jing, aware of Wang Jie's intentions, hastily voiced her own conditions while accentuating her alluring figure. Jiang Zheng turned his head, casting a glance at her. Clad in a short shirt and tiny hot pants, her snow-white skin and seductive legs showcased her enchanting physique. Li Jing's attire was undeniably quite revealing. She possessed a modicum of beauty and charm, yet that was merely the extent of her appeal. He held no interest in her. I shall take a look. You both just wait here. After a moment of contemplation, he silently uttered this to the two women, who were filled with anticipation, before turning to leave. Wang Jie and Li Jing exchanged glances, both perplexed, and watched as Jiang Zheng's figure faded from sight, prompting them to hurriedly close the door. They then sat quietly in the room, waiting, for they had no other recourse. Chapter 23. Gathering energy, Jiang Zheng ascended from the second floor to the rooftop. During this journey, it was indeed as Sister Wang had mentioned, the majority of the upper levels had succumbed to the undead. With the presence of a pistol, Jiang Zheng efficiently dispatched any zombies he encountered, significantly honing his marksmanship. There were still a few individuals clinging to life. They were those who had rushed to stockpile supplies in the immediate aftermath of the apocalypse. They had not ventured outside in days, yet food would inevitably run out. And he had no desire to contemplate their fate. In this excursion, he amassed nearly 30 points of energy, bringing his total to 195 points after adding the previous energy collected. Jiang Zheng converted 100 points into ammunition. After clearing the zombies on this floor, he retreated to a room on the 3rd floor. Here, he observed the scene. The window faced the street below, where numerous zombies roamed, providing an excellent vantage point. The presence of advertising billboards offered him concealment, making it difficult for the zombies to detect him. Shutting the door, he approached the window, gazing down at the throng of oblivious zombies. With a stoic expression, he raised his pistol, targeting the unsuspecting creatures below, and began to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. With each faint gunshot, a portion of a zombie's body would burst, its vitality extinguished, and the lifeless corpse would fall to the ground in silence. The surrounding zombies, witnessing this, appeared bewildered. Being mere ordinary zombies, they possessed little intelligence. Upon hearing the noise, they instinctively glanced around, discovering no living beings, and continued their aimless wandering until they encountered a living target. Little did they know, at that moment, they had become prey in someone else's eyes. As time passed, Jiang Zheng found himself increasingly adept with each shot fired. With his shooting prowess and the almost absurdly inexpensive ammunition from the store, he became a perpetual energy harvester. Devoid of danger, a perfect means to smoothly navigate through the early stages of his evolution. Jiang Zheng remained crouched at the window, silently pondering his thoughts while methodically eliminating the zombies on the street below. At 5 in the afternoon, do you think he will return? Li Jing inquired. Seated on the sofa, glancing at Sister Wang, who appeared lost in thought. Sister Wang shook her head. She too hoped that the man would come back to lead them to safety. With their food supplies depleted, they had no options left. Alas, I noticed he had a gun. What if he forces us to do something? Li Jing reclined on the sofa, hugging her knees, lost in her own musings. Now, we can't dwell on that. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rescued us, Sister Wang reasoned, shaking her head as she contemplated the situation. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks echoed, abruptly interrupting their conversation. Upon hearing the knocking, they both felt a surge of hope. It could very well be that the man had returned. They hurried toward the door, yet remained cautious, peering through the peephole to ensure their safety before opening it. Upon seeing the two longed-for men, Li Jing's previously tense expression instantly transformed into one of joy. She hurriedly opened the door, her gaze fixed on Jiang Zheng, brimming with excitement, as if she were beholding her beloved. Do you have a vehicle? Jiang Zheng silently observed the two women and, recognizing their expressions, immediately grasped their intentions. He harbored reservations about admitting two strangers into his car. Although he was acquainted with Li Jing, for she had handed over the vehicle to him, he remained uncertain of her character. He did not wish to encounter unforeseen complications. If they lacked transportation, he was reluctant to offer them a ride. He intended to casually take them to Nangu's location, but how they would manage to survive there was of no concern to him. After all, women in the post-apocalyptic world were akin to those who sought affluent partners before the calamity. Survival was attainable with little more than a willingness to engage. I have a car parked downstairs, Wang Jie interjected, her tone resolute. However, I haven't ventured out in days due to the recent outbreak of zombies. Jiang Zheng nodded, gesturing for them to follow him, and then proceeded to descend the stairs alone. Wang Jie and Li Jing exchanged a glance, summoning their courage, and resolutely followed suit. Carrying nothing but the car key, there was nothing else worth taking. As the three reached the ground floor, Wang Jie and Li Jing cautiously trailed behind Jiang Zheng. Upon witnessing him stride confidently outside, their hearts raced with alarm, just as they contemplated warning him of the danger. They were taken aback to find that the hordes of zombies outside lay lifeless, all sprawled on the ground. The street was saturated with the stench of blood, and the ground was littered with dismembered remains and the remnants of eviscerated innards beneath their feet. The two women turned pale, having never encountered such a hellish scene. Gazing at the man before them, an inexplicable intuition arose within them. It was highly probable that the gruesome fate of these zombies was orchestrated by him. His nonchalance suggested that he regarded the undead as mere trifles, and an unsettling aura emanated from him, sending shivers down their spines, a palpable essence of one who had witnessed bloodshed, having annihilated the zombies visible on this street. The energy expended in bullets had yielded nearly 300 points, bringing his total energy count to a bountiful 385. You drive, and follow that RV. The zombies here should all be dead, Jiang Zheng instructed, pointing towards the dilapidated vehicle before them. The two women gazed in astonishment at the shabby, filthy RV. Wang Jie was taken aback that this man would operate such a decrepit vehicle, while Li Jing silently contemplated his retreating figure, her thoughts inscrutable. All right, I'll do it right away. Despite their surprise, Wang Jie grasped Li Jing's hand and dashed to the nearby red sedan, opening the door and climbing inside. As Jiang Zheng watched them start the car, he turned and approached the RV's driver's side door. With a mere thought, the door swung open. Upon entering the vehicle, Jiang Zheng settled into his seat and gazed at the empty passenger side, calling out into the cabin, "I'm back. Brother Jing, you've returned." Upon hearing Jiang Zheng's voice, Chen Xiaohua, who had been engrossed in watching television in the lounge, brightened up instantly. She trotted over to the driver's seat and took her place beside him, a smile adorning her face as she looked at Jiang Zheng. He nodded slightly and inquired, "Is the meal ready? I am starving." Indeed, he felt ravenously hungry. Ever since he had taken that medication, his appetite had surged remarkably, leaving him with an insatiable feeling. "It's ready. I've placed it in the warming box, just waiting for your return," Chen Xiaohua replied, her eyes sparkling as she observed Jiang Zheng's focused profile. "Great, we shall eat shortly. By the way, why is there a car following us?" Chen Xiaohua asked, glancing curiously at the red sedan in the rearview mirror. "The individuals I rescued earlier had nowhere to go, so I'm taking them to Brother Nan," Jiang Zheng explained to Chen Xiaohua. She was aware of Brother Nan, having overheard Jiang Zheng's conversation with Huang Mao previously. "Are there two women in there?" Chen Xiaohua questioned, her tone tinged with displeasure as she caught a glimpse of the occupants. "Yes, why? Do you have a problem with that?" Jiang Zheng discerned the subtle discontent in her words, though he refrained from addressing it, responding in the straightforward manner typical of a man. "Oh," was all Chen Xiaohua replied, internally grumbling, "You dense man, can't you pick up on such obvious hints? No wonder you don't have a girlfriend." Before long, they arrived at Brother Nan's gas station. Jiang Zheng noticed through the rearview mirror that numerous zombies were pursuing them along the way. Although they encountered little danger, Wang Jie and Li Jing appeared visibly shaken, their faces pale as sheets. Jiang Zheng stepped out of the car and approached the red sedan, addressing the ashen-faced Wang Jie. "You will live here from now on." "Here?" Wang Jie asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Yet, upon observing the street's cleanliness, devoid of any zombies and bustling with people, a wave of relief surged within her. Jiang Zheng nodded affirmatively when he suddenly recognized a familiar voice. Huang Mao, accompanied by a few of his brothers, rushed over, initially preparing to express his anger, but his demeanor softened upon seeing Jiang Zheng. Huang Mao approached Jiang Zheng and clapped him on the shoulder. "So, you've brought some people along?" "Yes," Jiang Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging pleasantries, Huang Mao turned to the red car and noticed the two young women inside, their beauty striking. A grin spread across his face as he mischievously inquired, "Your friends?" "Not quite. I encountered them on the road, and since they had nothing to eat, I thought of you all and brought them along," Jiang Zheng clarified, shaking his head. "My dear brother, I have decided to forge a lasting friendship with you. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall resolve them for you." Upon hearing Jiang Zheng's words, Huang Mao's smile radiated even more brightly, as he was indeed generous enough to offer them women. "I shall leave the two of them in your care. Please look after them," Jiang Zheng remarked before turning away, uninterested in their subsequent affairs. It was evident, even without much thought, that women lacking capabilities would resort to selling their bodies to survive. While he disapproved, he did not condemn it, for ultimately, it was a matter of survival. As the sun set blood red, Jiang Zheng leaned against the side of the camper, basking in the warm twilight, smoking a cigarette, and casting a sidelong glance at the distance. Huang Mao was engaged in lively conversation with Wang Jie and Li Jing, clearly brimming with excitement. His face adorned with a radiant smile. His squinting eyes occasionally darted toward their fair, slender thighs, and the corners of his mouth seemed poised to drool. Although the apocalypse had only just begun and societal order was in disarray, the moral fabric of humanity had not yet frayed to the point of allowing excessively outrageous behavior. For the time being, they could not indulge in too extreme actions, yet it was likely that transactions of a carnal nature would persist. Jiang Zheng chuckled softly, discarding the nearly finished cigarette but onto the ground and extinguishing it with a firm press of his toe. With a thought, the door of the camper opened slowly, and he turned to step inside. Chapter 24. Shyness. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun hung low in the sky, its golden rays casting a warm glow upon the earth, offering a glimmer of vitality amidst the desolation of the day. People gathered near the gas station occasionally ventured out, a rare sight since the onset of the apocalypse. Inside the RV, Chen Xiaohua cheerfully stood before Jiang Zheng, her eyes sparkling with delight as she spoke. Jiang Zheng was momentarily taken aback by her presence. The bruises on her face had nearly healed. When he first met her, she appeared weary and haggard. But after spending the past 2 days together, her visage had transformed, her face now rounder and her complexion considerably more radiant. It was evident that she had applied a subtle touch of makeup, enhancing her delicate features while maintaining an air of modesty. She wore a fitted crop top, accentuating her figure, revealing her proud assets, while her lower half was clad in a pair of exceptionally short denim shorts that showcased her long, fair legs. On her feet, she sported a casual pair of pink flip-flops. Noticing Jiang Zheng's unwavering gaze, a sense of triumph swelled within her. Seizing the opportunity while he was outside, she had changed into this alluring outfit. Feeling an inexplicable sense of competition after encountering the 2 women earlier, she had no intention of being overshadowed. Chen Xiaohua stood on her toes and twirled in front of Jiang Zheng. As he beheld the snug shorts, his expression faltered. In that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of her bare skin. Just how short were those shorts? Jiang Zheng pondered, questioning whether they could even be classified as shorts. With a hint of mischief dancing in her beautiful eyes, Chen Xiaohua approached Jiang Zheng, grasping his hand and leading him toward the sofa in the living room, where a sumptuous meal awaited them on the table. Stop staring, or the food will get cold. I'll let you appreciate it properly later, she added playfully, her tone imbued with a playful emphasis. Realizing he had been caught in a somewhat foolish daze, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Jiang Zheng's face. Chen Xiaohua had transformed into such a captivating vision in his absence. He was momentarily speechless, yet he could not deny her alluring form. The table was adorned with 5 dishes, 2 vegetarian, 2 meaty, and a soup, a simple yet comforting array of home-cooked food. The stir-fried eggs with chives and the bok choy were accompanied by braised pork, shredded pork and garlic sauce, and a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. Although these dishes were unpretentious, they delighted Jiang Zheng, evoking fond memories of meals prepared by his parents back home. His hunger, already considerable, intensified as he devoured the food with remarkable speed. Chen Xiaohua's smile widened, her eyes resembling crescent moons as she watched him indulge. For her, the sight of him relishing the meal, unencumbered by decorum, was the highest form of appreciation for her culinary efforts. In a whirlwind of consumption, Jiang Zheng polished off nearly all the dishes, revealing an astonishing appetite. He now eschewed the use of bowls, opting instead for a larger metal basin to accommodate his voracious eating. Jiang Zheng let out a contented belch, gently patting his belly, which had swollen from overindulgence. He cast a glance at Chen Xiaohua, and upon observing her expression, he felt a momentary jolt of surprise. She rested her chin on one hand, her face adorned with a playful smile as she gazed at him. An uncomfortable sensation washed over Jiang Zheng. Her gaze seemed peculiar, almost predatory, sending a shiver down his spine. "Why aren't you eating? Don't waste food," he remarked, noticing her bowl, which had barely been touched, still containing a substantial amount of rice. A frown crossed his face as he voiced his discontent. Chen Xiaohua shook her head, cradling her delicate face in both hands, her eyes fixed on him. And in a teasing tone, she implored, "Would you help me eat?" Jiang Zheng found her demeanor quite strange, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss. He scrutinized her with a puzzled expression, while simultaneously scolding her and reaching for the unfinished rice in front of her, taking a few bites. "You mustn't waste food. If you can't eat, just have a little," he admonished, standing up and moving beside her, pinching her cheek, which felt pleasantly plump. He playfully threatened her. "You must be careful." "Oh." Chen Xiaohua remained unfazed, still smiling at him. "Clean up," Jiang Zheng instructed, giving her a quick glance before turning to leave with a huff. "You insufferable man," Chen Xiaohua muttered under her breath, watching his retreating figure with indignation. Later, Jiang Zheng reclined on his enormous bed, relishing the softness that alleviated the day's fatigue. As he closed his eyes and stretched luxuriously, his outstretched hand unexpectedly encountered something soft and fluffy. Grasping it, he was met with a wave of softness that compelled him to squeeze it gently. Suddenly, he heard a muffled sound beside him. Turning his head, Jiang Zheng withdrew his hand in shock, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he beheld Chen Xiaohua beside him, her eyes wide with surprise. Stammering, he asked, "What? What are you doing?" Bewildered, he gazed at her, having assumed she had come in to bathe, only to find her at his bedside. Chen Xiaohua's face flushed a deep crimson, the hue spreading from her neck to her ears, her eyes sparkling with bashfulness. After emerging from the bathroom, she had caught sight of Jiang Zheng resting with his eyes closed, and in a moment of distraction, found herself lying beside him. Unexpectedly, his hand had reached out towards her, and when he touched her, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Caught off guard, she could only stifle a sound. But when he playfully squeezed her, she let out a soft whimper of pain. Feeling wronged, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. It was he who had taken advantage of her, yet now he was questioning her, leaving her in a state of emotional turmoil. Jiang Zheng felt unfortunate. He was not accustomed to witnessing a woman weep, especially not due to his actions. A wave of guilt washed over him as he patted her back, offering words of comfort. However, his clumsy attempts at consolation proved futile, only serving to amplify Qin Xiaohua's tears. What should I do? Jiang Zheng lamented, aware of his wrongdoing and feeling helpless. You bullied me, so you shall sleep on the sofa. Qin Xiaohua sobbed, her body trembling slightly as she voiced her grievances. Very well, I shall sleep on the sofa while you take the bedroom, Jiang Zheng replied, momentarily speechless. It seemed he was destined to relinquish his own bed. Nevertheless, he quickly acquiesced. Really? Qin Xiaohua cast a glance at Jiang Zheng, who wore an expression of resignation. Indeed, Jiang Zheng nodded earnestly. All right then, to prevent you from reneging. Let us seal this with a pinky promise. Fine, pinky swear. Is this sufficient? Have you forgotten the stamp? Stamp it. Finally, the two childish souls completed their pact, and Qin Xiaohua ceased her tears, while Jiang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon observing Qin Xiaohua, he caught a glimpse of a sly smile at the corner of her mouth and a twinkle of mischief in her eyes. Jiang Zheng realized he had fallen into her trap, yet he felt it inappropriate to voice any further objections, as he had already made a commitment. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to parting with his beloved bed, letting out an exasperated sigh. Then I shall head to the living room. I need to sleep now. In an instant, the once tearful Qin Xiaohua was all smiles, unable to resist sprawling on the bed, luxuriating in its soft comfort, entirely forgetting her previous sorrow. Jiang Zheng turned away in frustration, casting one last glance at Qin Xiaohua, who was frolicking on his cherished bed. Anger bubbled within him. After all, it was his territory. As his thoughts festered, he halted, returning to the bedside in indignation. He pressed down on Qin Xiaohua's body with one hand and playfully smacked her bottom with the other, swiftly retreating afterward, which alleviated some of his pent-up frustration. Ah, you hit my bottom. It hurts. Qin Xiaohua truly cried out in pain this time. The strike had been rather forceful. Turning around, she discovered her backside had turned red, rubbing the sore spot. She pouted while inwardly cursing the mischievous man. Chapter 25. Abilities at 8 in the evening. After finishing his shower, Jiang Zheng reclined on the sofa in the living room, staring blankly at the car's roof. He never anticipated that he would find himself in such a predicament, dozing off on the sofa. While the comfort of the sofa was not to be underestimated, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of his bed in the bedroom. It was quite a situation. Since Qin Xiaohua had joined him in the car over the past 2 days, she too had been sleeping on the sofa every night. He was not benevolent enough to relinquish his beloved bed to another, nor could he bring himself to do so. With his hands cradling the back of his head, Jiang Zheng reflected on the evolving relationship he shared with Qin Xiaohua. Their connection was no longer that of mere acquaintances. Her whimsical nature and delicate appearance belied a core of remarkable strength. She possessed a maturity that was commendable. There were matters she would not inquire about, choosing instead to focus on her own endeavors. This was one of the reasons he held her in such high regard. The playful bickering, peculiar misunderstandings, and heartwarming gestures over the past few days had undeniably intensified their bond. He felt an undeniable attraction towards her, and he sensed her feelings in return. It was a nuanced form of intimacy that added a subtle complexity to their interactions, yet it remained just that. He understood that the more pressing matter at hand was their emotional rapport, which allowed him to indulge in her playful antics. Though they occasionally irked him, there was a certain charm to it, infusing his life with a hint of joy amidst the bleakness of their post-apocalyptic existence. As he reminisced about their shared experiences, a smile crept onto his lips. Life after the end of days surely required a woman to enliven the drab monotony. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden commotion outside broke his reverie. Initially, he intended to disregard it, but the clamor grew increasingly frantic. He hastily rose from the sofa. Leaning against the side of the vehicle, curiosity piqued as he peered through the car window. The night had long since enveloped the surroundings in darkness. Yet at the street corner piled with debris, something appeared to have burst forth, obscured by the lack of light. Then, Jiang Zheng caught sight of several figures dashing past his camper, racing inward while shouting towards the front. Run. The zombies are coming. The remaining individuals lingering outside were instantly thrown into a state of panic, their screams echoing as they fled towards the stairwell. In the wake of their urgent cries, several people suddenly emerged from the convenience store at the gas station, wielding flashlights as they sprinted towards his direction. Through the beams of light, Jiang Zheng recognized one of them as his old acquaintance, Huang Mao. Huang Mao hurriedly approached, seizing one of the fleeing individuals by the collar. his expression fierce as he demanded, which entranced did the zombies break through. The man, caught in his grip, stammered and pointed towards a street corner behind him, exclaiming, "Th there." Releasing the man, Huang Mao turned to a tall figure behind him, his demeanor shifting to one of deference as he reported, "Brother Nan, the zombies have breached that entrance." As he spoke, he gestured towards the street corner ahead. The man known as Nangu responded with a soft hum and then strode forward alone, with his followers closely trailing behind. Jiang Zheng observed this scene with narrowed eyes. Having already discerned that the man leading the way was indeed the Nangu mentioned by Huang Mao. Under the illumination of the lights, his slicked back hair gleamed, clearly laden with styling gel. His otherwise unremarkable face bore a hint of determination, and his sharp gaze suggested a keen awareness. Dressed in a flamboyant short-sleeved floral shirt paired with white jeans and polished leather shoes, he projected the image of a spirited young man. The group halted not far from the street corner, facing a swarm of zombies surging forth from the breached entrance. Behind them, even more zombies eagerly pressed against the street entrance, ready to burst forth. Witnessing the approaching horde sent a chill creeping up Jiang Zheng's spine. And the onlookers behind Nangu exchanged anxious glances, their hands gripping their weapons trembling slightly. Fortunately, they were aware of this man's prowess. Otherwise, they would have lacked the courage to stand their ground. However, Nangu displayed no trace of fear. Instead, excitement glimmered in his eyes. As the zombies charged towards him, a smile crept across his lips, and he extended his hands forward slowly, as if preparing to unleash a formidable attack. Jiang Zheng, perched on the sofa, watched with keen anticipation, eager to witness the abilities of this so-called supernatural being. Suddenly, those outstretched hands retracted, and to Jiang Zheng's astonishment, he began to unbutton his shirt. As the garment fell away, it revealed a massive wolf head tattoo emblazoned across his back. Following this, he swiftly removed his pants and shoes, leaving only a strikingly vibrant pair of pink underwear. Jiang Zheng's expression turned bizarre, his wide eyes reflecting utter confusion. What peculiar quirk was this? Disrobing before a battle, what madness was this? It was as if he had a penchant for exhibitionism. The followers behind Nangu remained unfazed. Clearly accustomed to such an audacious display, their expressions hinting at a strange sense of anticipation. The spotlight fell upon Nangu, who, with a hint of disdain in his smile, faced the advancing horde of zombies. With a thunderous shout, his body began to swell, rapidly multiplying in size. Within mere seconds, he had doubled in stature, transforming into a figure reminiscent of a werewolf. A colossal wolf's head, adorned with a luxurious white mane, emanated a menacing glare that sparkled with sharp intensity. Its enormous jaws, slightly ajar, revealed formidable, razor-sharp teeth, with drool perpetually dripping from the corners of its mouth. The creature's physique was a tapestry of explosive muscles, each sinewy contour delineating an unparalleled sense of power. Its hands had morphed into lethal claws, the gleaming white of its talons exuding an aura of danger from a distance. The lower limbs transformed into robust, wolf-like legs, with the terrifying musculature of its thighs capturing the attention of all who beheld it. This metamorphosis into a werewolf was the manifestation of Nanji's extraordinary abilities. With a swift flick of his claws, Nangu surveyed the approaching horde of zombies, letting out a disdainful snort. He propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth beneath him to fracture. Like a cannonball, he surged into the mass of undead, his hands slicing through them with the ease of cutting through tofu. Jiang Zheng observed in silence, taken aback by Nanji's transformation. The power, speed, and reflexes exhibited post-transformation were more than double that of his current state, particularly the speed, which was so rapid that it rendered his movements nearly indistinguishable. Nangu, akin to a relentless killing machine, wreaked havoc among the zombies, limbs scattering like confetti, resembling a meat grinder unleashed in the throng of the undead. Yet, despite his formidable prowess, the overwhelming number of zombies began to wear him down. It was evident that the transformation demanded considerable stamina, and the duration of its efficacy was limited. After approximately 5 minutes of combat, realizing the relentless tide of zombies was insurmountable, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in Nanji's eyes as he swiftly retreated, creating distance from the advancing horde. After a momentary respite from the intense battle, he lifted his gaze towards the oncoming zombies, his ferocious wolf visage radiating an icy chill. Suddenly, he opened his gaping maw and inhaled deeply, his chest expanding rapidly, only to deflate dramatically moments later. Then, with a thunderous wolf howl, an almost tangible sonic wave surged forth, crashing against the zombies before him, the reverberations unsettling Jiang Zheng, who felt as if his head might explode from the force. This was merely the aftermath of the howl. The sound penetrated the very core of each zombie, causing them to momentarily freeze before erupting into a violent explosion of limbs and blood, instantly creating a vast vacuum around Nenge. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt laterally, grasping a nearby sedan, effortlessly dragging the several-ton vehicle towards the street entrance. He then hurled various obstacles into the opening, effectively barricading the ravaged street within moments. After completing these tasks, Nanji's werewolf transformation was abruptly lifted, his form rapidly shrinking back to its normal state. The human Nenge collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His chest heaved with exertion, clearly indicating that the transformation and battle had severely drained his stamina, particularly the final piercing howl that had hastened his transformation. Observing this, his subordinates rushed forward to assist him, with Huang Mao expressing concern as he inquired, "Nenge, are you all right?" The others looked on anxiously. After all, if their leader fell, their days of comfort would come to an end. "I'm fine," Nenge replied, his complexion notably pale, revealing the extent of his exhaustion. "That's a relief. As long as you are well, we can breathe easy," his subordinates responded, visibly relieved. How strange. These ordinary zombies should not have been able to breach the barriers here. Nenge furrowed his brow, deep in thought as he murmured to himself. "Boss, it can't be that mutated zombie, can it?" Huang Mao said, a hint of panic in his voice as he realized the implications. "Very likely," Nenge responded gravely, his expression reflecting the seriousness of the situation. "What should we do?" One of the subordinates asked, worry etched across his face. "Don't worry, my strength has improved significantly. Now that I have mastered some skills, I should be able to contend with it," Nenge assured them, though doubt lingered in his heart. He was acutely aware of the mutated zombie's formidable power and believed it prudent to avoid confrontation if possible. His reassurances were meant to calm his anxious subordinates. After exchanging a few more words, they helped Nenge back to the gas station, and all of this did not escape Jiang Zheng's notice. They were not far from his RV, and the commotion was loud enough for him to hear every detail. A mutated zombie? An entity even more powerful than Nenge? Jiang Zheng pondered the weight of this newly acquired information, having witnessed Nanji's prowess firsthand. The existence of a zombie even stronger than him was truly astonishing. Clearly, he needed to accelerate his efforts to gather energy, or else. Chapter 26. Upgrading the RV on the 5th day, at 8 in the morning. Jiang Zheng sat languidly on the sofa in the living room, staring vacantly ahead, the dark circles under his eyes betraying a night of sleeplessness. Forced to sleep on the sofa for the first time, he found it difficult to reconcile with this discomfort, having grown accustomed to the soft embrace of a comfortable bed. "Come, have some of the heartfelt breakfast I just made," Chen Xiaohua said, tying her apron. In her hands, she held a steaming sweet potato bun, alongside a bowl of porridge, several eggs, a plate of pickles, and a bottle of milk. A simple yet thoughtful morning meal. Jiang Zheng hastily consumed the food before him. His appetite diminished, treating breakfast as a mere necessity to stave off hunger. Yet, he had grown accustomed to Chen Xiaohua's attentive care over the past couple of days. She prepared all 3 meals in advance, waiting for him to arrive. As he gazed at her smiling face, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Was this not the very essence of life one sought before the apocalypse? Noticing his distracted gaze, Chen Xiaohua blushed slightly, unaccustomed to his intense scrutiny. Observing the dark circles under his eyes, a playful smile crept onto her lips as she teasingly asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Jiang Zheng snapped back to reality, casting a fierce glance in her direction, and retorted bitterly, "Oh yes, it was wonderfully restful. I never knew sleeping on a sofa could be so comfortable. Since it's so comfortable, you might as well sleep on the sofa from now on," Chen Xiaohua immediately replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. That doesn't seem quite right," Jiang Zheng stammered, bewildered. "There's nothing wrong with it. It's settled then. Are you still a man?" On the other side of town. In the alleyway, anyone passing by or glancing downward would witness a bizarre scene. A multitude of zombies staggering at the street's entrance were collapsing one by one. It was as if an invisible hand were erasing their vitality. As they fell, their wounds burst open. The eerie silence surrounding this gruesome spectacle made it all the more horrifying. Who knows how long it lasted? But as Jiang Zheng gazed at the bloody scene he had wrought, he noted that only a few scattered zombies remained standing in the corners. While the fallen bodies were too gruesome to behold, blood and brain matter flowed freely, resembling a river of crimson, with severed limbs and internal organs strewn about, rendering the scene a veritable mountain of corpses amidst a sea of blood, so horrific that words could scarcely encapsulate the devastation. My energy is nearing 700 now, Jiang Zheng reflected, mentally plotting his next steps. At this rate, in less than 2 days, I should have enough energy to upgrade the RV. He had already made up his mind to stay outside for the next few days, diligently gathering energy. There were too many zombies. Such a splendid opportunity was not one he wished to squander easily. This industrious demeanor was something he had never exhibited so earnestly while gaming in the past. 1 week into the apocalypse, at 6 in the evening, was he finally able to level up? Jiang Zheng set down his pistol, contemplating the images in his mind. 2 days had passed, and his energy value had soared to an impressive 1,800. The primary 3 upgrade options for the RV required only 1,500 energy units. A surge of joy coursed through Jiang Zheng's heart. He had anticipated this day for a long time. Unable to contain his excitement, he swiftly descended the stairs and hurried back to the RV not far away. "I'm back." Each time Jiang Zheng returned to the vehicle, he was greeted by this warm and affectionate phrase, akin to a couple who had spent many years together. This extraordinary sensation was difficult to articulate. Jiang Zheng nodded slightly, his gaze intensely fixed upon her, his eyes reflecting a complex array of thoughts. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Chen Xiaohua, as usual, brought the prepared meals from the warming box to the dining table. Noticing Jiang Zheng standing motionless at the door, she inquired with curiosity, "Is something the matter?" Chen Xiaohua sensed the shift in his demeanor and, with a more serious expression, asked, "Is everything all right?" "Nothing's wrong." Jiang Zheng shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his face as he playfully pinched Chen Xiaohua's cheek, gently caressing it, and, in a rare moment of tenderness, said, "I'm taking you to a place to hide for a while. I need to step out for a bit, but I want to be long." "All right. Shall we leave now?" Chen Xiaohua hesitated slightly, but without overthinking it, she agreed, aware that something must have occurred that required her to be out of sight. Jiang Zheng smiled, taking her hand as they briskly walked down the vehicle towards the building he had just returned from. On their way, Chen Xiaohua naturally witnessed the repulsive scenes surrounding them, though she had grown accustomed to it. In the past 2 days spent alongside Jiang Zheng, she had encountered far too much. Everywhere she looked, there were corpses, and she had a nagging suspicion about Jiang Zheng's intentions, though he did not speak of it. Every time he left, she noticed zombies inexplicably falling dead nearby. Her instincts told her that everything happening here was orchestrated by the man before her. No evidence nor reasons were necessary. She trusted her intuition. Jiang Zheng led Chen Xiaohua into a house, carrying a large bag of snacks and the downloaded tablet he had brought along. Upon seeing the items he presented to her, Chen Xiaohua's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and she looked at Jiang Zheng with a hint of panic, half-jokingly saying, "You're not going to leave me here and not come back, are you?" Hearing her playful tone, Jiang Zheng felt an unexpected pang in his heart. He was acutely aware of her concerns, which led him to hesitate over how best to shield her from them. He was not yet ready for others to uncover the secrets he harbored. "Rest assured, I shall return shortly. I will not abandon you. I promise," Jiang Zheng declared, placing his hands gently on Chen Xiaohua's shoulders and bestowing upon her a warm, reassuring smile. "All right," Chen Xiaohua replied, gazing into Jiang Zheng's sincere eyes, her previous anxiety dissipating significantly as she returned his smile. "Once I leave, remember to secure the door tightly and refrain from going outside. Do you understand?" Jiang Zheng advised, turning back for one last reminder before his departure. "Yes." Chen Xiaohua nodded in affirmation. Observing her compliance, Jiang Zheng cast her a lingering, reassuring look before turning to leave with a sense of ease. Chen Xiaohua, akin to a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return, watched Jiang Zheng's figure recede into the distance, lost in thought. Accustomed to life in the RV, the sudden suggestion to hide sparked numerous contemplations. Nevertheless, she firmly believed he would not forsake her. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng maneuvered the RV swiftly towards a secluded area, devoid of any zombies. He resolved to prepare for an upgrade there. Increase fuel tank capacity, 10,000 liters. Current tank, 1,000 liters. 500 energy. Increase water supply reserve, 10,000 liters. Current tank, 1,000 liters. 500 energy. Expand storage space by 50, increasing the vehicle's volume and length. 500 energy. Acquire a primary energy crystal nucleus. Conditions met. You have selected the above 3 options. Upgrade requirements. Consume 500 energy. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. Without hesitation, Jiang Zheng confirmed his choice. He then witnessed a sudden flash of white light outside the window, enveloping the entire RV in a soft, pearlescent glow, visible only to him, leaving him unconcerned about anyone noticing the extraordinary occurrence. Chapter 27. Upgrade complete. Soon, the entire vehicle began to sway gently, signaling that the system was initiating its gradual transformation. Jiang Zheng's anticipation grew stronger. The upgraded RV would not only enhance its performance, but also unlock a plethora of superior goods, thereby elevating his capabilities to new heights. He then glanced at the time required for the upgrade, his eyes widening in astonishment. 8 hours? This duration exceeded that of the initial upgrade. However, given that it was a reinforced upgrade, it seemed justifiable. Jiang Zheng reclined on the spacious bed in the bedroom, quietly savoring the subtle vibrations of the RV. 8 hours felt considerable, especially after a long day of exertion. Lying in bed, he yawned repeatedly, his eyelids fluttering as if weighted down, gradually succumbing to slumber without realizing it. On the 8th day post-apocalypse, at 9 in the morning, Jiang Zheng finally awoke. He had not set an alarm. He relied solely on his biological clock to rise naturally. Today, however, he woke unusually late, yet felt remarkably refreshed. Upon awakening, he had no time to ponder anything else. His immediate reaction was to question whether the modifications had been completed. With a mere thought, the information pertaining to the RV system reappeared in his mind. Apocalyptic RV system host, Jiang Zheng age, 22 ability, semi-awakened RV information. Activation as follows: apocalyptic RV, modifications completed, intermediate version, model, level 2 RV, camouflage, capable of adapting to surrounding environments, spatial configuration, bedroom X1, kitchen X1, bathroom X1, living room X1, storage room X1, new addition, armored turret, weaponry, onboard compressed light speed, intermediate, charging time, 10 seconds. Capable of annihilating level 2 awakened beings upon completion. Cooldown time, 10 hours, instant acceleration. Instantly increases driving speed by 200, duration determined by fuel tank reserves, body strength, degrade, immunity to standard bullets. Capable of withstanding the strength of primary awakened beings, power, gasoline and diesel hybrid maximum speed. 600 kilometers per hour. All malfunctions have been rectified. Personal skills. Activation as follows: 0 intermediate shop information. Activation as follows: body enhancement potion, primary, 1000 energy body enhancement potion, intermediate, 5000 energy iron battle suit, primary, 2000 energy standard machine gun, 1000 energy front bumper sawtooth, 2000 energy onboard Gatling gun, 5000 energy onboard flamethrower, primary, 20,000 energy onboard radar, primary, 5,000 energy frozen space, 10 cubic meters, 5,000 energy conditions required for RV upgrade. Increase fuel tank capacity, 50,000 liters, current fuel tank, 10,000 liters, 5,000 energy. Increase water source reserve, 50,000 liters, current water tank, 10,000 liters, 5,000 energy. Increase storage space, 50, expand the RV's volume and length, 5,000 energy. Enhance wheel strength, immunity to standard wear. Capable of withstanding standard bullets, 5,000 energy. Special requirements, 3 primary energy crystals, 2 level 2 energy crystals. Gazing at the updated system panel information, Jiang Zheng found himself momentarily entranced. Aside from the increasingly stringent upgrade conditions, the enhancements were evidently more formidable. The newly added weapon turret and the refreshed onboard weaponry in the shop stirred his enthusiasm. The upgrades primarily served as auxiliary features. The foundational requirements were essential, but the true strength lay in the powerful items available in the shop post-upgrade, which could significantly bolster the RV's survival capabilities. It became clear to him that the shop was the most formidable aspect of this system, rather than the RV itself. Other features, such as the RV's onboard compressed light speed, which previously could only eliminate level 1 awakened beings, now had the capacity to eradicate level 2 awakened beings. After hearing South Brother mention even more formidable zombies, he felt no trepidation. Previously, he feared that the RV would not withstand the onslaught of zombies. However, with the enhanced weaponry and defensive capabilities, he was now equipped to contend with the threat of mutated zombies. The various enhancements, both large and small, brought immense joy to Jiang Zheng. He was thoroughly satisfied with this upgrade. All that remained was to slay zombies and gather energy, then exchange his modest weapon for something far more formidable. Upon completing the upgrade, the system presented him with a reward, a chance for a full-level random draw. Would he like to claim it? Just as Jiang Zheng was reveling in his triumph, a chilling voice echoed in his mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him. The prospect of a full-level draw was indeed exhilarating. Without hesitation, Jiang Zheng confirmed his choice. Before long, he witnessed a flurry of items flashing before his eyes, too rapid for him to discern their nature. Suddenly, the pointer of the lottery came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Zheng was taken aback. This draw was markedly different from the last. Congratulations! You have received instant teleportation, beginner level. What on earth is this? With a puzzled expression, Jiang Zheng opened the description of the drawn item. Instant teleportation, beginner level, will evolve alongside the RV. Exclusive limitation. RV exclusive performance definition. Active skill description. The host can instantly return to the RV within a 30-meter radius. including any person or object in contact with them. Is that all? Jiang Zheng had anticipated a more impressive prize from a full-level draw, but this seemed rather underwhelming. Perhaps it had some utility, but for now, it was not particularly useful. After voicing his internal grievances, he wandered inside the RV and noticed that the entire cabin had significantly expanded. This transformation was a result of the upgrade to the RV's storage capacity. He could clearly perceive that both the length and width had increased by at least 1 or 2 meters. The fuel and water tanks had been augmented to a staggering 10,000 liters, rendering the previous capacity of 1,000 liters utterly inadequate. He would need to enhance the energy storage shortly. Contemplating this, Jiang Zheng stepped outside the vehicle and was taken aback by what he saw. The once ramshackle exterior of the RV now seamlessly blended with the surrounding mountainside, as if it had materialized from thin air. Approaching it, he reached out to touch the surface, and the sensation confirmed its tangible existence, albeit cleverly concealed from view. He took a few steps back, moving 30 meters away, and instantly felt the connection to the RV sever in his mind. Upon returning closer, that peculiar sensation re-emerged. With a mere thought, Jiang Zheng found himself instantaneously transported back inside the RV, astonished by the experience. Although it lacked offensive capabilities, the spectacle of it all filled him with delight and astonishment. After stepping outside again, he wished to test whether he could control the camouflage function. With another thought, the RV gradually revealed its original, dilapidated appearance. Realizing he could manipulate the vehicle's disguise with ease, Jiang Zheng felt a slight relief wash over him. If he had been unable to control it, reaching a human settlement could have posed significant complications, drawing unwanted attention to himself. He was quite pleased with the subtle modifications to the RV. As he scrutinized the reinforced vehicle, he noticed that the upper section had been significantly thickened, reaching an imposing height of approximately 1 meter. Is this the mobile artillery platform? Jiang Zheng murmured to himself as he gazed at the transformed exterior of the RV. With a mere thought, the information regarding the artillery platform flooded into his mind. It revealed itself to be in a camouflaged state. Once armed with the onboard weaponry, it could unveil its shell and extend the armament from within. With numerous loading positions available on the platform, observing the slowly revealing artillery platform, which appeared utterly vacant, a surge of fervor ignited within Jiang Zheng. Just envisioning the potential combat prowess if all positions were fully equipped filled him with exhilaration. He could already imagine the scenes of galloping across the vast expanse, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Chapter 28. Thoughts. Jiang Zheng returned to the caravan with satisfaction, settling quietly onto the sofa. He was in high spirits, humming a soft tune, a smile radiating from his face as his fingers gently tapped on the dining table, creating a rhythmic melody. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his expression shifted dramatically. He stood up with a look of anxiety, hurriedly rushing to the driver's seat, muttering to himself, "Oh no, how could I have forgotten her?" Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohua listened to the roar of the caravan's engine as it departed, leaning against the window to watch the vehicle fade into the distance with a hint of melancholy. Despite her rational understanding and unwavering belief, she found it impossible to truly let go. Fortunately, she still had her tablet, snacks, and films to occupy her time and alleviate her boredom. Turning away, she made her way to the bed, clutching her tablet to watch the series she had been following, while munching on a bag of snacks, seeking solace from the anxiety that plagued her. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Chen Xiaohua had endured and completed the series she had been binge-watching for 3 days. Feeling drowsy, she yawned twice and reached for the snacks beside her, only to find nothing. Turning to the empty snack bag, she realized it was her last one. Beneath the bed lay discarded wrappers, remnants of her consumption scattered across the floor. Glancing at the time on her tablet, she noted it was already 10 o'clock. 4 hours had passed since Jiang Zheng's departure. With delicate hands propping herself up, she lightly walked to the window, gazing down at the emptiness below, still awaiting the figure she longed to see. She had lost count of how many times she had checked. With a soft sigh and a downcast expression, she returned to her bed, contemplating a brief rest. Blinking her eyes closed, the world outside grew quiet, enveloping her in a serene stillness. Yet, the silence only deepened her restlessness, tossing and turning in her bed. How could she find sleep when her mind was so agitated? After an indeterminate duration of restless attempts to sleep, Chen Xiaohua, with disheveled hair, sat upright, leaning against a pillow while staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. The profound silence filled her with dread. She feared that such stillness might last forever and that he might never return. She missed the lively banter with Jiang Zheng in the caravan, recalling their playful arguments. Moments of irritation, joy, and heartfelt connections. As her mind wandered through these cherished memories, reality crashed back in, and the oppressive stillness filled her with fear, leading her thoughts to spiral further. He had promised to return shortly. Why had he not come back after all this time? What a liar, Jiang Zheng, you deceitful scoundrel. It's been 4 hours, she thought. When he finally returned, she would make him pay for making her wait so long. Could something have happened to him, causing this prolonged absence? Regardless, when he returns, I shall give him a stern reprimand. It has been 6 hours, and he is still not back. Could it be that he has truly met with misfortune? I no longer wish to chastise you. I shall refrain from our verbal sparring. Please, just come back. It is now 4 in the morning. Have you truly abandoned me? Moments ago, I heard the sound of a car outside, and in my haste to investigate, I stumbled and fell, my leg aching and bleeding profusely. How I long for your presence by my side, yet it was not your vehicle. Is there something I have done amiss? I am willing to amend my ways, but please do not truly forsake me. Jiang Zheng, I miss you dearly. Even if you have left me, could I not catch just one more glimpse of you? Jiang Zheng, there is something I have longed to tell you. Will you return so I can share it? I like you. Are you aware of this, you fool? Jiang Zheng, I miss you so very much. At 8 in the morning, Chen Xiaohua, with dark circles under her eyes, curled up on her bed. Her arms wrapped tightly around her legs. The unsettling fear and the despair of solitude had rendered her heart utterly cold. Alone and sensitive, she felt both silence and panic engulfing her. Time passed unmeasured, and the tempest of thoughts in her mind gradually subsided, her murmurs fading into silence. She could no longer endure the fatigue. She only wished for a moment of respite. Just a moment. The chaotic breaths, born from her restless mind, began to stabilize as Chen Xiaohua quietly closed her eyes. She was truly exhausted. Jiang Zheng raced towards Chen Xiaohua's residence, unceasing in his urgency. The roar of the powerful engine and the screeching of tires against the pavement shattered the tranquility of the neighborhood. Upon parking, he leapt from the car and sprinted towards the building before him, his hurried footsteps echoing through the corridor. Arriving at Chen Xiaohua's doorstep, a serious expression crossed his face, but upon seeing the door unscathed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that all was well. Jiang Zheng thought to himself, his solemn demeanor easing significantly. Gently, he knocked on the door, calling out, "Xiaohua, open up, it's Jiang Zheng." Yet after a prolonged silence, no response came from within. Jiang Zheng's previously relaxed brow furrowed once again. Could something truly be amiss? The peace within him was suddenly replaced with anxiety. Terrifying thoughts flashing through his mind. He knocked and called out once more, but still, there was no reply. Jiang Zheng's furrow deepened. Could it be that she has merely fallen asleep? He leaned in to listen at the door, and indeed, he heard the sound of rhythmic snoring. Instantly, the furrow in Jiang Zheng's brow relaxed, and a faint smile graced his lips. Thankfully, all was well. This pig was sound asleep. He chose not to knock. Instead, turning to the other side of the house. Approaching the window, he cast a glance outside. This window was in close proximity to Chen Xiaohua's, allowing him to step onto the external air conditioning unit and traverse the windowsill. Following his intentions, Jiang Zheng climbed out the window and, with a leap onto the air conditioning unit, arrived at the edge of Chen Xiaohua's window. The window was unlocked and ajar. He reached in to open it wider and then, with a sideways motion, jumped inside. This stealthy entry method surprised even him. He did not wish to burst in through the door and disturb her rest, so he devised this means to enter. As he surveyed the floor littered with snack wrappers, his gaze fell upon a few dried bloodstains, causing him to frown. He then turned his attention to the bedside, where a figure lay curled up, the snoring emanating from her. The corners of her slightly parted mouth occasionally dribbled saliva, which dripped onto the bedding. On her knee, an unbandaged crimson wound suggested that the blood he had seen earlier had originated from there. How careless, as foolish as a pig, Jiang Zheng thought, shaking his head as he approached. He sat beside Chen Xiaohua, gently tucking the stray strands of hair behind her ear. Upon seeing the pronounced dark circles under her eyes, his smile faltered, and it felt as if all the blood in his body had come to a sudden halt. He could sense the turmoil she must have experienced the previous night. In that instant, an indescribable emotion surged within him. He hadn't returned all night. She must have been frantic with worry. A twinge of pain gripped his heart at the thought of a woman losing sleep over him. How could one not be moved by such devotion? As a woman, what if he had not returned and something dangerous had happened? How lonely and desperate must she have felt, enduring a sleepless night? Jiang Zheng dared not ponder further. Gently, he caressed her cheek, noticing the trace of tears that had marked her face. His feelings of remorse deepened. He seldom made promises, yet when he did, he failed to fulfill them, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. A sigh escaped him as he silently regarded her. In that stillness, he realized that this moment, watching her, was the most genuine connection he had ever felt. He had never experienced such a sensation before. After taking a moment to observe her, he pulled the nearby blanket over her with tenderness. He gazed at her for a long while, wishing for her to sleep longer, more soundly, and more peacefully. Chapter 29. Jiang Zheng glanced at his watch and noticed it was already 3 o'clock. This little piglet had yet to awaken, sleeping quite soundly. He gently shook her shoulder, only to see her petite lips purse slightly before she turned over, continuing her slumber in another direction. Observing this, Jiang Zheng helplessly touched his forehead, a wry smile crossing his face. He shook his head, rose to his feet, and cradled Chen Xiaohua in his arms. Embracing her, he savored her warmth, softness, and delicate fragrance as he stepped out of the room. He descended the stairs slowly, striving to keep his footsteps quiet so as not to disturb her. Yet, it seemed the sounds of his descent were still somewhat loud, for Chen Xiaohua, nestled in his embrace, gradually stirred awake. Her beautiful eyelashes fluttered as she blinked her sleep-filled eyes open, quietly gazing at the familiar face slowly coming into view. Her eyes, slightly swollen from tears, immediately reddened again, and a soft whimper escaped her throat as she leaned her head against Jiang Zheng's chest. Feeling the warmth of his chest, she seemed to find her voice, albeit in a hushed tone. She murmured, "You're back." Jiang Zheng sensed her awakening and turned to look at Chen Xiaohua, who resembled a small kitten curled in his arms. She lay nestled against him, her complexion somewhat pale yet still gazing at him with affection. Jiang Zheng offered a warm smile and replied softly, "I'm back. I find it hard to believe." Chen Xiaohua's voice was faint, as if she had recently recovered from a serious illness. She trembled slightly as she reached out her delicate hand, drawing one of Jiang Zheng's hands to her face, placing it gently upon her colorless cheek. Feeling the warmth of his palm and its slightly coarse texture, she thought, perhaps it is real. The tension and anxiety within her heart relaxed instantly, and she gradually closed her eyes again, her furrowed brows smoothing out. Seeing her drift back into slumber, Jiang Zheng felt a myriad of emotions swell within him, his expression becoming somewhat complex. The accumulation of feelings over these past days, the tenderness in her heart, and the little daily gestures all spoke of her true thoughts. He was neither a fool nor an oblivious man. He could certainly sense her affections towards him. His own heart was not untouched, yet he restrained his emotions, for reason ultimately prevailed over sentiment. He was merely a passerby in the narrative of her life. Perhaps he had left a profound mark on her existence, or perhaps it would fade into the mists of time. Returning her to City J, during this period, he would do his utmost to safeguard her, considering it the best conclusion to their serendipitous encounter amidst the vast sea of people. Yet, he had other matters to attend to and more significant individuals to seek. She had her own life and entanglements, even if she could forsake everything to accompany him. It was impossible for him to take her along into the perilous unknown that lay ahead. Perhaps one might perish along the journey, or reach the destination only to find that the cherished individual has transformed into a zombie, or worse, succumbed to the hands of the undead. Countless possibilities loomed, and he dared not entertain any certainties. Apologies escaped his lips, with a resolution forming in his heart. He gazed at the person before him in silence for a prolonged moment, before silently vowing to himself. He then embraced her tightly, quickening his pace towards the RV. Inside the RV, he gently laid Chen Xiaohua on the bed, covering her with a blanket. Sitting beside her, he observed her serene, sleeping visage, his heart a tumult of emotions. Sighing softly, he rose to leave the bedroom, only to be startled by a faint whisper behind him. Unable to discern the words, he turned, approached her side, and sat down gently, asking softly, "What is it?" Chen Xiaohua, eyes closed, moved her lips slightly, but her voice was barely audible. Jiang Zheng leaned closer, tilting his ear toward her mouth. This time, he caught her words, so cold. Suddenly, he realized something. Reaching out to touch her forehead, and indeed, she was running a high fever. Her forehead felt alarmingly hot, and her face was taking on a sickly hue. No wonder her body had been so warm when he had held her. He had found it strange that her temperature could be so elevated. He swiftly rose and made his way to the storage room, retrieving several effective antipyretic medications from the organized shelves. In the living room, he poured hot water into a cup and returned to the bedroom, settling beside Chen Xiaohua. Gently shaking her warm hand, he whispered, "Xiaohua, wake up. Here, take some medicine, and you'll feel better soon." Hearing her name being called, Chen Xiaohua struggled to open her eyes. A throbbing pain coursed through her head, a chaotic disarray clouding her thoughts. She felt utterly drained, her mouth tinged with a slight bitterness. Jiang Zheng helped her sit up against the pillow, offering her the hot water and the prepared pills. Once she swallowed the medicine, he gently laid her back down, finally feeling a sense of relief. A smile graced Jiang Zheng's face as he tenderly held Chen Xiaohua's hand, softly assuring her, "After taking the medicine, you'll be fine by tomorrow. Now, Rest well, my dear. Chen Xiaohua obediently nodded. The moment she ingested the medicine, drowsiness enveloped her, and she could no longer resist the pull of sleep, her eyes fluttering shut as she succumbed to a heavy slumber. At 10 o'clock that night, Chen Xiaohua was beset by a nightmare. In her dream, she saw Jiang Zheng leave her, never to return. Days later, she learned from others that a man in an RV had tragically perished in an attack by a horde of zombies. The weight of this dreadful news shattered her world, plunging her into a haze of confusion in the days that followed. She wandered aimlessly, devoid of purpose, as if she were a living corpse, an animated being without thought. Startled, she opened her eyes wide, gazing at the glaring white light of the ceiling, her eyes struggling to adjust. Just as she was about to shield her eyes from the blinding light, she felt a gentle tug, prompting her to turn her head to the side. A man was seen leaning against the edge of the bed, clasping his own hands, bathed in the warm glow of the orange lamp. The scene exuded a sense of warmth and tranquility. What a cozy feeling, Chen Xiaohua thought to herself, smiling at the man before her. This smile, appearing on her pallid face, revealed a hint of a delicate, sickly beauty. Their intertwined hands tightened slightly, and an inexplicable sense of safety radiated from his palm. The rapid heartbeat, which had been stirred by a recent nightmare, gradually steadied. Chen Xiaohua had pulled her hand away with some force, causing Jiang Zheng, in a semi-conscious state, to awaken abruptly. He looked up to see Chen Xiaohua gazing at him, and could not help but smile. You're awake? Chen Xiaohua nodded. How was your sleep? I had a nightmare where you were bitten by a zombie and died. I was so scared. She recounted the chilling scene from her dream. Silly, don't say such foolish things. I want to die, Jiang Zheng chuckled, unable to resist reaching out to ruffle Chen Xiaohua's hair. I believe you, she replied earnestly, nodding obediently and offering him a smile. All right, are you hungry? You've hardly spoken. Noticing her serious demeanor, Jiang Zheng playfully pinched her cheek. No more chubby cheeks. You've lost weight. Stop it, Chen Xiaohua said with a serious tone, though Jiang Zheng continued to pinch her cheek, causing her to pout in an attempt to appear cute. The atmosphere, once filled with the gravity of life and death, seemed to dissipate. She felt an urge to scold him, exasperated by his lack of understanding of a woman's sentiments. I'm hungry. I want to eat, she said, suppressing her irritation. All right. I just cooked a bowl of porridge and put it in the thermos. It should have cooled down by now. I'll bring it to you, Jiang Zheng said, hurrying out. In a short while, Jiang Zheng returned with a bowl, settling beside her on the bed when he heard Chen Xiaohua softly say, I'm so thirsty. He quickly placed the bowl aside, poured a cup of warm water, and sat beside her, helping her sit up while bringing the cup to her lips. Leaning against him, Chen Xiaohua slowly drank most of the water. Would you like more? He asked. She shook her head, then motioned towards the fragrant preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Jiang Zheng promptly set the cup down, picked up the porridge, and began to feed her while supporting her. Chen Xiaohua gazed at his face, allowing him to spoon-feed her, her heart fluttering with emotions she had never experienced with her ex-boyfriend. As the bowl of porridge was quietly consumed, Jiang Zheng looked up at Chen Xiaohua and asked, Would you like more? She nodded, having not eaten for a whole day. Jiang Zheng then went out again to fetch another bowl of porridge, continuing to feed her. Two closely situated silhouettes, illuminated by the gentle glow of an orange light, enveloping the two figures in a soft radiance that is far from harsh. It is reminiscent of a sweet couple, and within this modest room, an ineffable atmosphere pervades, invoking an immediate sense of warmth. Chapter 30. The novice ability user. While taking care of Chen Xiaohua, Jiang Zheng found himself with some spare time and began to drive aimlessly through the city. Upon encountering zombies, he would open a small window in the RV, brandish his handgun, and commence his harvest of the undead. The upgraded RV was equipped with soundproofing capabilities, significantly minimizing external noise interference. Even while in motion, it exhibited a remarkable stability, akin to remaining stationary. Each compartment possessed a degree of sound insulation, providing layers of protection. In the event of an encounter with an adversary like Brother Nan, who employed soundwave attacks as long as they did not exceed a certain level, the occupants within the vehicle would remain largely unharmed. With his energy reaching 1,000 points, Jiang Zheng contemplated whether to exchange it for new equipment or to save it. After eliminating the zombies on this street, his energy continued to accumulate, facilitated by the presence of his handgun, which accelerated his energy collection. He found himself torn between two choices: to acquire a mounted machine gun for the vehicle or to obtain a basic body enhancement serum. The latter would grant him physical strength akin to that of an ability user like Brother Nan, greatly improving his chances of survival. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately opted for the body enhancement serum. Although the harvesting speed with the handgun was somewhat slower, collecting energy merely required time, and he could wait a few more days. At present, His most pressing need was to bolster his survival capabilities, without enhancing his physical strength. The mere thought of encountering an ability user like Brother Nen made him wary of congregating in underground areas. If Brother Nen harbored any murderous intent, stepping outside the RV's protective range could spell disaster for him. Would you like to exchange for the basic body enhancement serum? This operation will consume 1,000 points of energy. Yes, Jiang Zheng confirmed without hesitation. In an instant, a radiant white light appeared in his hand. Having witnessed such phenomena before, he was no longer surprised. Items purchased from the store always manifested in this manner. The basic body enhancement serum was considerably smaller in volume compared to the defective serum he had previously acquired through a lottery. Through the transparent packaging, he could discern the liquid within, which emitted a faint blue glow. As he unscrewed the cap, an indescribable fragrance filled the air around him. A gentle inhalation allowed the aroma to permeate his senses, invigorating his cells and making him acutely aware of his body's newfound vitality. The mere act of sniffing had such a profound effect that he could hardly contain his eagerness to consume the serum in one swift motion. Sitting in his chair, he prepared himself for the potential discomfort that might accompany the transformation. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he experienced no violent pain as he had anticipated. This time, as the liquid coursed through his body, he felt a symphony of subtle sounds emanating from his limbs and bones, while his muscle fibers stretched and relaxed. Mentally, he experienced a sensation of emptiness. Yet, rather than pain, it was a gentle and soothing process that enhanced his physique, an extraordinarily pleasant experience. Was this the essence of the basic serum? It was certainly far more benign than the defective version. Jiang Zheng pondered for a moment and discerned the reason behind it. The pharmacological purity of the substandard product was compromised, and its stimulating energy was excessively chaotic, resulting in immense suffering for the consumer's body. Furthermore, it would only yield partial enhancements, which was the inherent flaw of the inferior product. In stark contrast, the authentic potion posed no such concerns. One could simply await the gradual absorption of its energies by the body. Before long, Jiang Zheng received a notification from the system within his mind. You have successfully advanced to the rank of a novice superpowered individual. With a sudden jolt, Jiang Zheng opened his eyes wide, exited the vehicle, and clenched his fists tightly. He gazed intently at the wall ahead. In an instant, he propelled himself forward with great force, causing the concrete beneath his feet to crack. Like a cannonball, his body surged ahead. With a thunderous impact, his fist collided violently with the wall, which had once been impervious before the apocalypse. The wall, seemingly intact, began to fracture outward from the point of impact. Observing the web-like cracks he had created, he withdrew his hand from the crevice. Suddenly, the wall crumbled as if succumbing to a landslide. Jiang Zheng deftly sidestepped, watching the wall collapse before him, and then lowered his gaze to his own fists, which were astonishingly unscathed, his skin untouched. His strength and resilience had been exponentially amplified. The explosive speed he had just unleashed with his legs had also seen a significant enhancement. Feeling the transformation within his body, Jiang Zheng was confident that he now faced Nen Ge without trepidation. Clenching his fists tightly, he savored the change in his strength. Even his ordinary force could now exceed 1,000 pounds. His overall physical prowess was now comparable to that of Nen Ge, if not superior in strength. However, he acknowledged that he was somewhat inferior to him in speed post-transformation. Savoring the remarkable changes in his physique, he tightened his fists, relishing the explosive power contained within. And a faint smile graced Jiang Zheng's lips. Nen Ge, I can't take it anymore. In the room, a series of delicate gasps filled the air. Yet, the seductive pleas for mercy bore little effect, instead inciting a more ferocious storm of passion. After some time, Nen Ge released the woman he had been holding, retrieved a cigarette and a lighter from the side, ignited it, and inhaled deeply. With a piercing gaze, he glanced at the woman beside him and stated indifferently, "Since you have become my woman, you are to serve me well. If you continue to disobey, prepare to be food for the zombies." "Why yes, Nen Ge," Li Jing replied with a quivering voice, her tone tinged with tears. Her eyes were red from weeping as she lay curled up on the bed, resembling a small kitten. Ever since Jiang Zheng had brought her here, she had been given to this man by Huang Mao, while Wang Jie had been taken away by Huang Mao himself. Both women were resistant to their fates, yet powerless against their captor's brutality. The die had been cast, events had unfolded beyond their control. Despite their countless unwillingness, they could only endure and survive. Women lacking capability can only rely on those above them. It is more accurate to say they are mere instruments of desire than to call them their women. He already has over a dozen women around him, all of whom hope to exchange their bodies for sustenance, safety, or power, a facade maintained for the sake of reputation. By the way, the man who brought you back, did he really slay an entire street of zombies? Nangu exhaled a puff of white mist, his expression grave. Lost in contemplation. I am uncertain, yet the aura he exuded suggested he was indeed responsible. He appeared utterly composed, and he even possessed a firearm. Li Jing seemed to recall something, her excitement palpable. Upon hearing this, Nangu let out a cold smirk, lifting his gaze to the bright ceiling. A gun, you say? I shall see which is mightier, the gun or my fist. The evening breeze quietly wafted in through the partially open window, mingling with Nanji's chilling words, transforming the atmosphere from one of gentle warmth to a pervasive coldness, suffusing the small room with a sense of impending doom. Naturally, Nangu is formidable. While he gives off an intimidating presence, in your eyes, his adversary is merely an insignificant ant. Li Jing sensed the shift in mood, a sudden chill prickling her skin. Her face adorned with a forced smile as she fawned over him, while secretly cursing Jiang Zheng. Had he not brought her here, would she and Sister Wang have become mere instruments of others' desires, with no room for resistance? They believed Jiang Zheng had delivered them to a place of opportunity, only to find this reality. Li Jing was incensed, her previous admiration for him extinguished, replaced by a deep-seated resentment, waiting for the day it would erupt. Thus, she subtly divulged information about him to Nangu, hoping he might seek retribution, ideally finding himself on his knees, begging for mercy. Little did she know, without his guidance, the two of them might have starved in the days to come. Truly, the old adage holds, it is difficult to nurture both women and scoundrels. Chapter 31. The beginning. To his astonishment, Nangu was oblivious to the presence of such a perilous individual nearby, one armed no less. As far as he knew, firearms were non-existent in this small town. The current situation left him in uncertainty regarding whether this person was friend or foe. If indeed an adversary, it would severely undermine his capacity for survival and elevate the risks he faced. Furrowing his brow, Nangu fell into deep contemplation. His suspicions were not unfounded, and an instinctive sense of crisis began to swell within him. He would weigh even the slightest threat with utmost caution, especially one involving a firearm. He surmised that this man might also be an unknown superhuman, and without the transformation into a werewolf, his physical resilience could not withstand the menace posed by bullets. Being targeted could lead to severe injury or even death. Furthermore, the man had commanded him to. Li Jing, with a pitiful demeanor, stammered through her tears. To do what? Nanji's musings were abruptly interrupted, and he queried with a hint of impatience. To become his woman. Woe is me. Had I not resolutely resisted, you would never have seen me again, Nangu. Li Jing's performance was indeed convincing. Before her words had fully settled, she began to weep sorrowfully, genuine tears cascading onto Nanji's arm, presenting a heart-wrenching sight that elicited sympathy. Fear not. I shall compel him to kneel before my lovely lady and apologize. How dare he lay a hand on my woman? Upon hearing this, as he observed his beloved in such distress, a torrent of rage surged within him, deepening his animosity. Although Li Jing was not a paragon of beauty, she was certainly a significant improvement over the previous unsightly encounters, and her dedication pleased him immensely. The notion that another man would demand his woman to submit as his own would incite jealousy and concern in any man, especially one in his position of authority. He could not afford to lose face. He contemplated the opportunity to test this man. If there were any signs of threat, he would decide then whether to eliminate him. This would provide a legitimate pretext to act decisively, a cloak of righteousness wrapped around his intentions. Nangu quietly strategized his forthcoming actions, for he was a man who valued his reputation. The apocalypse had only just begun, and humanity had not yet descended into utter depravity. It was his first impulse to contemplate murder. He recognized that brutality would inevitably invite retribution, and such a course was not a sustainable approach. Beyond the matter of women, this conflicted with his aspirations to establish roots in this place. This would mark his first intention to take a life, undoubtedly amplifying the fears of those around him and his subordinates. He needed a plausible excuse to uphold his righteous standing. If feasible, eliminating threats while simultaneously setting an example would bolster his authority, ensuring that the inhabitants of his territory dutifully paid their protection fees without causing undue trouble. Would that not be splendid? On the 10th day post-apocalypse, at 9 in the morning, you're awake. Jiang Zheng sat on the sofa, engrossed in an anime, and upon looking up, he spotted Chen Xiaohua approaching slowly, clad in a pink nightgown. This particular garment had taken Jiang Zheng a considerable amount of time to find in various clothing stores, and the fit was exceptionally flattering. Clad in her attire, which complemented her somewhat pallid visage, she surprisingly radiated a semblance of youthful vigor, completely shedding the appearance of illness. Chen Xiaohua settled beside Jiang Zheng. Nodding slightly, seemingly preoccupied with her thoughts, gazing at him with a hint of conflict, she inquired, Jiang Zheng, am I a burden to you? Nonsense. You are one of us in the vehicle, so it is only natural to look after you, Jiang Zheng replied, affectionately ruffling Chen Xiaohua's hair with a smile. I am quite hungry. I would love some congee, she said, relishing the comfort of his touch, which afforded her a sense of security. All right, I shall fetch it immediately. Jiang Zheng responded, promptly heading to the kitchen to prepare it. Observing his hurried retreat, a joyful smile blossomed on Chen Xiaohua's pale face. Before long, Jiang Zheng returned with the congee, which he had prepared earlier, merely needing to reheat it for her consumption. As he placed the bowl and spoon before her, he was about to speak when Chen Xiaohua interjected, I want you to feed me. The soft, affectionate tone of her request, as she nestled against his shoulder, ignited a spark within him. Though he initially intended to decline, he found himself agreeing, all right. Witnessing the change in Jiang Zheng's expression, Chen Xiaohua beamed with delight. Intuitively grasping his thoughts, it was evident to any discerning observer. As Jiang Zheng earnestly fed her, she could not suppress a playful pout, internally chiding, naughty man. Naughty man. Both harbored their own sentiments, yet outwardly they maintained a serene ambience, illuminated by the warm hues of the vehicle's interior, suffused with a sense of cozy sweetness. As twilight approached, with the sun nearing its descent, Jiang Zheng drove towards Nain's gas station, basking in the sunlight's afterglow. Earlier that day, he had utilized his firearm against zombies, discovering that the enhancement from the serum had significantly augmented his precision and alertness as an ability user. His previous shooting accuracy hovered around 70, yet now, within a 50-meter range, he boasted an astonishing 90 hit rate, an exceptional feat indeed. It is noteworthy that standard handguns in military operations typically maintain an effective range of approximately 30 meters, which filled Jiang Zheng with elation. Upon their arrival at the gas station, Jiang Zheng spotted his old acquaintance, Huang Mao, loitering in the square, accompanied by a woman. A closer look revealed it was none other than Sister Wang. In broad daylight, Huang Mao acted lewdly, shamelessly engaging in inappropriate displays, seemingly oblivious to the discomfort of others, including Jiang Zheng. The state of the world had become painfully glaring. Jiang Zheng felt a surge of indignation, while Sister Wang's expression betrayed her discontent. It was evident that she was resistant to her current situation. After all, before the apocalypse, she was a respectable office worker, and now she found herself demeaned by someone she once looked down upon. With no means of escape, her survival hinged upon their whims, and she had to serve him, hoping that by doing so, she could secure her next meal. The sorrow and grievances within one's heart might have transformed into an ocean of despair. Jiang Zheng no longer cast his gaze upon them. Instead, he steered the vehicle to a gas station. Upon halting, several young individuals approached, seeking fuel payment. Jiang Zheng presented them with 3 large boxes of instant noodles that he had prepared in advance. They had previously encountered Jiang Zheng through Huang Mao and refrained from further conversation. They began to refuel the vehicle with the gas pump, which dispensed fuel continuously. Yet after an extended wait, the tank remained unfilled. This left the attendant in a state of bewilderment, glancing in confusion at Jiang Zheng, who had poked his head out. The fuel tank has been modified, and the dispensing is rather slow, hence it requires a bit more time, Jiang Zheng called out from the window. Only then did the young attendant dispel his doubts, and before long, the tank was full. The young man glanced at the RV that was slowly moving away, and then at the gas pump in his hand. Ultimately, he turned to check the display behind him, which astonishingly showed no numbers, muttering, what on earth? Jiang Zheng parked the vehicle across the road from the gas station and turned to the passenger seat, where Chen Xiaohua sat, looking listless. Would you like to step out for a walk and breathe in some fresh air? He asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Chen Xiaohua's face, her spirits lifted. Sure, I haven't stepped out for a stroll in quite some time. Observing her cheerful demeanor, reminiscent of a child. As she exited the vehicle, even the typically composed Jiang Zheng couldn't help but smile in return. The gentle summer breeze caressed her hair, the silky strands dancing in the wind, particularly under the setting sun's radiant glow. Her dimpled smile, serene and healing, brought tranquility to his heart. He felt his heartbeat synchronize with her joy. Standing there against the backdrop of the dying sun, she stirred his soul. The daily slaughter and the nauseating scenes had rendered his heart numb, leaving him in a state of emotional detachment. He feared the day would come when he might become nothing more than an instrument of violence. Yet, to witness such a smile amidst the apocalypse was a silent comfort and transcendence in his heart. Indeed, smiles are contagious and possess the power to heal the wounds within. Chapter 32. Conflict. Don't wander too far, Jiang Zheng called out, peering his head towards Chen Xiaohua, who was strolling not far away. Got it, Chen Xiaohua replied, turning her head and smiling sweetly at Jiang Zheng, who was half leaning out of the car door. Jiang Zheng chuckled softly, producing a cigarette and lighter from his pocket. He lit it, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke, a contented expression gracing his face. He had refrained from smoking for the past couple of days, and it had left him quite restless. After casting a glance at the serene Chen Xiaohua, he retreated back into the car. On the second floor of the gas station convenience store, in an office, Brother Nan, here are the supplies we've gathered over the past few days. Please take a look at the data, Huang Mao said, extending his accounting book towards Brother Nan while explaining the recent developments. Brother Nan casually flipped through a couple of pages before closing it again, nodding slightly. The records of every transaction were something he had requested. They not only provided a meticulous account of each individual's situation, but also served to prevent his subordinates from embezzling funds. He had separated the warehouse and the accounting personnel, distributing some authority among them to minimize collusion. I just noticed a record of a refueling. Is that the person who brought Li Jing? Brother Nan casually inquired while savoring the fruit laid out before him. Yes, that fellow was quite generous. Purchasing 3 boxes of instant noodles in one go, Huang Mao promptly replied, his impression of Jiang Zheng still vivid. Next time he comes to refuel, take a closer look. Brother Nan instructed after giving Huang Mao a sidelong glance. Huh. All right. Huang Mao was momentarily taken aback. This request was indeed a way to extort money, something that most people could not afford. Thankfully, his quick wit allowed him to adapt, and he readily agreed, understanding that his boss had his reasons. Brother Nan nodded, gazing at the golden rays of sunset streaming through the window, his spirits lifting considerably. Rising from his seat, he looked at Huang Mao and said, let us go downstairs for a stroll. It has been ages since I've seen such a beautiful sunset. Sure, Brother Nan, Huang Mao replied, a smile spreading across his face as he eagerly followed Brother Nan downstairs. The sky was previously shrouded in a thin mist, but today, without the fog's veil, the heavens appeared remarkably clear. Brother Nan stood in the square, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the setting sun with a sense of wonder. Indeed, it has only been a few days since the apocalypse began, yet it feels as though an eternity has passed. I haven't experienced such a pleasant sensation in a long time, Huang Mao echoed in agreement. Brother Nan greedily admired the sky for a considerable time before reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. Just as he turned, he caught sight of a woman not far off. Dressed in pink pajamas, her exquisite features adorned with a tranquil smile. In the glow of the setting sun, her aura radiated an extraordinary elegance, a soothing presence that blossomed in the hearts of all who beheld her. How is it possible that there exists such a refined beauty here? How have I not noticed her before? Gazed, entranced, at the ethereal beauty before him, a figure that seemed to stand apart from the world, captivating every onlooker. Lost in such thoughts, his feet carried him forward without hesitation, and as he drew closer, he finally beheld the enchanting silhouette that had ensnared his heart. Her lustrous black hair flowed gracefully, her skin was fair, and her features were strikingly delightful, bright eyes and pearly teeth adorned with a charming dimple that struck him deeply. Who are you? Chen Xiaohua inquired, observing the 2 approaching figures. The man in front, with slicked back hair and dressed in a manner reminiscent of a spirited youth, fixated his cow-like eyes on her, making her feel uneasy and perplexed. Beautiful lady, are you new here? Nan Go asked with a broad smile, his demeanor somewhat foolish yet endearing. Chen Xiaohua, noting the man's rather ridiculous appearance, nodded with a sense of resignation. Losing interest, she turned to leave, only to hear him call out, please don't go, beautiful. At that moment, she felt an unfamiliar grip on her hand. Turning back, she saw him stride forward and grasp her delicate wrist with surprising force, causing it to redden. Let go of me, she exclaimed, anger flaring in her eyes as she glared at him. Oh, lovely lady, you cannot say that, it would sadden me. Have you heard the saying, a hero cannot withstand the allure of beauty? I am quite fond of you. Don't leave me, and I shall take care of you. Nan Go professed, his expression earnest as he uttered what he believed were heartfelt words. Before the apocalypse, he had been without a girlfriend, unattractive, and financially unstable. However, after awakening post-apocalypse, he had sought out numerous women to shed his 20-plus years of virginity, treating them with reckless abandon. Encountering such a stunning woman, he was determined not to let her slip away. Miss, this is my elder brother, Nan Go. This gas station is under his jurisdiction. He is the emperor here. To call him a hero would not be an exaggeration. You two are a match made in heaven. Do not let this opportunity pass you by. Huang Mao, the comic relief, chimed in with an air of unfounded confidence, his composure unwavering, his lips curled in a smile, as if his words held any truth. You, a hero? I see nothing but a cowardly rogue. Let go of me. Chen Xiaohua retorted angrily, her frustration boiling over. Why speak so harshly, my fair maiden? Not only am I holding on to you, but I also intend to embrace you. Nangu laughed, his expression becoming increasingly lecherous in response to her scorn, his words dripping with insincerity. To him, she was merely an object of desire, and his lust surged forth. Ah, help! Jiang Zheng! Chen Xiaohua cried out as she felt an overwhelming force pulling her towards him, panic etched on her fair face as she called for help toward the camper. Beautiful. Even if the king himself were to arrive, it would be of no use. I intend to. Nangu grasped Chen Xiaohua's delicate wrist, pulling her into his embrace while teasing her with playful words. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his forearm, and upon looking down, he was filled with terror. His arm had been pierced by a gaping wound, blood gushed forth in torrents, resembling a crimson pillar. Beside him, Huang Mao witnessed this horrifying scene, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with sheer fright. He quickly regained his composure, trembling uncontrollably, and leaned closer to Nanji's ear to whisper a few words before sprinting towards the gas station, shouting something in panic. Nanji's face turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and in the throes of excruciating pain, he released his grip on Chen Xiaohua, clutching the bowl-sized wound with his other hand, his gaze hardening with resolve as he intently inquired, "Who are you, and why do you not confront me openly for a duel?" No sooner had he spoken than a man emerged from the nearby RV, brandishing a pistol and waving it at him through the window before stepping out. Is that a handgun? Its destructive power is astonishing, and yet there was no sound when it was fired. As the young man approached from the RV, Nanji's heart raced with fear. If he were to fire a shot directly at his head, would he not perish? After Nangu released her hand due to the pain, Chen Xiaohua, upon seeing Jiang Zheng emerge, dashed towards him, throwing herself into his arms, her voice trembling with tears. "I'm so scared." Jiang Zheng enveloped Chen Xiaohua in a comforting embrace, gently stroking her head, and with a soft chuckle reassured her, "Do not fear, it's all right. I am here." Upon hearing Jiang Zheng's soothing words, Chen Xiaohua gradually calmed down, and he hastily wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, whispering tenderly, "No more tears, my dear." Chen Xiaohua gazed at Jiang Zheng with her tear-filled eyes, responding with a soft, affirmative hum. Chapter 33. Shock. Nangu observed the two individuals before him, engrossed in each other's company, and it was quite apparent what the situation entailed. What a stroke of misfortune. In but a few fleeting seconds, the yellow-haired man summoned over 20 subordinates, brandishing an array of cold weapons, charging towards him with formidable aggression. The yellow-haired man clutched a first-aid kit, extracting bandages to tend to Nanji's wound, while Jiang Zheng offered comfort to Chen Xiaohua, who was cradled in his arms. Turning his gaze to a man whose arm hung limply at his side, Nangu noted the crimson pool of blood accumulating at his feet. "You are Nangu?" Jiang Zheng inquired with a smile directed at him. "Indeed. And you must be Mr. Jiang Zheng," Nangu replied as he began to scrutinize the figure before him, a man who instilled a sense of dread within him. With a delicate countenance and appearing merely in his early 20s, Jiang Zheng's eyes held an indescribable coldness, as if concealed within them was a sharpness that emanated arrogance, his demeanor brimming with confidence. He stood before Nangu like an unparalleled sword drawn from its sheath. From Jiang Zheng, Nangu sensed a faint yet familiar aura, one that resonated with the presence of an extraordinary individual. He was convinced that this man, named Jiang Zheng, was akin to himself. "Oh, you have heard of me, yet we have not crossed paths," Jiang Zheng remarked, an expression of curiosity crossing his face. "From a woman, no doubt you are aware of her," Nangu explained. "She claimed to have been brought by you. Her name is Li Jing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zheng's brow furrowed in contemplation. "Do you still wish to engage in combat with me? Shall I kill you, or will you kill me?" Jiang Zheng chuckled, observing the throng of individuals surrounding them. Nangu, having sustained a wound to his arm, understood that retreat was not an option, for such a man would not relent easily. "Sir, it seems we have encountered each other under unfortunate circumstances. I have long heard of your illustrious name, but this is the first time I have laid eyes upon you." Leading to this current debacle, Nangu stated, a facade of calm plastered on his pallid face as he attempted to ingratiate himself. However, Jiang Zheng remained unfazed, his demeanor steadfast, seemingly oblivious to Nangu's attempts at flattery. His narrowed eyes bore into Nangu with unwavering intensity, betraying his skepticism toward Nanji's words. As Nangu continued to observe Jiang Zheng's expression, feeling a chill emanate from the cold, lethal firearm in his grip, a heavy weight settled in his heart, prompting him to cease his speech and share a silent gaze. After a prolonged silence, sensing Jiang Zheng's growing impatience, Nangu appeared to wrestle with a difficult internal conflict. his expression shifting with each passing moment. Suddenly, he forcefully shrugged off the yellow-haired man's attempts to bandage his wound, causing blood to surge forth once more. The yellow-haired man was thrown aside, startled, as he gazed at his boss in horror. Nangu glanced down at the gushing wound, unfazed, before turning to Jiang Zheng and snatching a machete from one of his subordinates. Jiang Zheng believed he was finally about to settle matters with his adversary. Having never encountered a human with extraordinary abilities, he felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins, his blood boiling with anticipation, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. Brother Nan, wielding a gleaming machete, its surface untouched by any stain, reflected the resplendent hues of the dusk. Jiang Zheng squinted at Brother Nan, who approached with deliberate steps, readying himself for the lethal strike. As Brother Nan halted a short distance before Jiang Zheng and the unconscious Chen Xiaohua, he first cupped his hands in a gesture of respect before proclaiming, "Brother Zheng, no matter the words I speak, they are futile. Today, let this arm serve as my apology to you and your lady." No sooner had the words left his mouth than his expression hardened with resolve. He swiftly raised the machete, his facial muscles taut, and brought it down mercilessly upon his own wounded forearm. The blade cut through flesh with a chilling ease, a stark contrast to the pristine steel now stained crimson as the severed limb fell to the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, a collective gasp from the onlookers echoing through the stillness. The sound of blood dripping from the blade punctuated the air, each drop resonating like a falling pin in this hushed atmosphere. In that moment, Brother Nan appeared as a colossal figure, his subordinates wide-eyed, unable to fathom the spectacle before them, gazing at their leader as if he were a creature of myth. Jiang Zheng and Chen Xiaohua were equally entranced. Jiang Zheng inhaling sharply. Such a scene was one he had only witnessed on television, never expecting to behold such brutality in reality. "All right, I accept your sincerity, and I shall not pursue this matter further. Your apology suffices," he stammered, still reeling from shock. "Is that so? Excellent. Yet, I feel it is insufficient," Brother Nin replied, seemingly pleased with Jiang Zheng's astonishment. He then called out to his followers, "Let us welcome the new masters of the gas station, Brother Zheng and Lady Zheng." After completing this, he turned back to Jiang Zheng and, with a resounding thud, knelt before him, bowing deeply. The sound of his forehead striking the concrete reverberated through the stillness, startling everyone present once more. The younger members of Brother Nan's crew could hardly contain their disbelief, their hearts racing at the sheer humility displayed. "Why are you all still standing? Kneel." Brother Nan turned to the bewildered crowd, his voice laced with impatience. His command snapped them back to reality, and they quickly dropped to their knees, repeatedly bowing in reverence. The sound of their foreheads striking the ground filled the air, a cacophony of submission. Jiang Zheng watched the surreal scene before him, unable to suppress a bemused smile, scratching his head in bewilderment. At this moment, Jiang Zheng found his thoughts thoroughly disrupted by Nan Gu's series of actions, leaving no room for his previous life and death considerations. The shock within him was palpable. The severed arm was one matter, but now relinquishing power as well. What a remarkable figure Nan Gu was, truly extraordinary. "All right, everyone, please rise." Observing the throng of individuals before him bowing incessantly, Jiang Zheng could no longer bear it. He genuinely believed he was an emperor, and helplessly spoke out. Upon hearing Jiang Zheng's voice, Nan Gu and the others managed to stand, but before they could regain their balance, Nan Gu, pale from excessive blood loss, suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. "Nan Gu." The crowd behind him gasped in alarm, yet they dared not move hastily, casting fearful glances at Jiang Zheng. "Enough. Quickly carry him back and tend to his wounds," Jiang Zheng said, his expression momentarily faltering before he resignedly waved his hand, signaling them to handle the situation on their own. As if they had received a royal decree, the crowd rushed to lift the fallen Nan Gu and carry him away. Watching the hurried departure of the group, Jiang Zheng exchanged a glance with Chen Xiaohua, both sharing a resigned smile. Later, Jiang Zheng and Chen Xiaohua returned to the car as night enveloped the sky in darkness. With a mere thought, the interior lights of the vehicle illuminated, casting a warm, inviting glow that filled their little world with brightness. "Does it still hurt?" Jiang Zheng inquired, taking Chen Xiaohua's hand to examine the bruised mark, his heart aching for her. "It doesn't hurt anymore, just a bit swollen," she replied, shaking her head. "That's good to hear. How about it? Did you vent your anger? If not, I can have him lose another arm," Jiang Zheng quipped, playfully ruffling her hair. "You, stop talking nonsense," Chen Xiaohua retorted, giving him a disapproving look. "Although he did frighten me at first, the punishment he received was sufficient. He has already suffered greatly, so please don't torment him further. Don't misinterpret my intentions. I haven't bullied him. He did all that himself. Please don't wrongfully accuse me," Jiang Zheng replied, feigning innocence with a shrug. All right, you go prepare dinner. What are you dawdling for? I'm hungry. A playful admonition rang out at that moment. Oh. Chapter 34. The abnormal mouse. As she observed the figure bustling about in the kitchen, Chen Xiaohua felt a warm glow in her heart. She subsequently retrieved her tablet, elegantly crossed her legs, and began to pass the time in comfort, seeking solace from the monotony. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Zheng emerged from the kitchen, presenting a familiar dish of century egg and lean meat porridge, accompanied by a platter of vibrant, healthful greens and a visually appealing stir-fried pork with bell peppers. The enticing aroma wafting through the air. Despite still recovering from her illness, Chen Xiaohua found her appetite rekindled, surprised to discover that this man possessed culinary skills. A fleeting look of admiration crossed her eyes, and unable to contain her excitement, she eagerly took a bite of the greens. How is it? Not too shabby, right? Jiang Zheng inquired, placing the last dish on the table before settling onto the nearby sofa, pride swelling within him as he watched Chen Xiaohua devour her meal with fervor. Not bad, she replied, her initial enthusiasm gradually fading as she assessed the dish with a composed expression. Then you must try this stir-fried pork with bell peppers. It is my specialty. To give it a taste, Jiang Zheng urged, pushing the enticing dish towards her, his face alight with anticipation. He had devoted considerable effort to perfecting this dish, and it was his personal favorite. Gazing into Jiang Zheng's expectant eyes, Chen Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. However, steeling herself, she reluctantly sampled the visually appealing stir-fried pork. Well? A voice filled with anticipation broke the silence. The air seemed to freeze, and no one spoke further. This time, Chen Xiaohua remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Subsequently, she opted not to touch either of the two dishes again, quietly sipping her bowl of century egg porridge, her gaze diligently avoiding Jiang Zheng's probing stare. Jiang Zheng, observing her expression, sensed something amiss. He could hardly believe that his cooking was so unpalatable. It seemed implausible. Such delicious dishes, and you choose not to eat? Truly. He protested, defiantly sampling a piece of the greens. Instantly, an indescribable sensation washed over him, his brow furrowing slightly as he reflected. Ah, I must have added too much salt. It is rather salty. Undeterred, he attempted another bite of the visually appealing stir-fried pork. Soon, he too began to silently consume his bowl of porridge. If there were any shortcomings in these dishes, it was merely the absence of salt and the meat being undercooked. There was no significant flaw. It was simply a tad uncomfortable to eat. At least, this was Jiang Zheng's perspective. He would rather die than admit his cooking was subpar. Indeed, he seldom cooked. Previously, when hunger struck, he would prepare something without concern for taste, merely seeking to satisfy his hunger. However, after being spoiled by Chen Xiaohua's culinary delights over the past few days, he found himself unable to stomach his own failed dishes, reflecting gloomily on his earlier boastfulness. This is rather embarrassing. I have finished my meal, and these dishes must not be discarded. We cannot afford to waste anything. At the moment he was engrossed in his porridge, Chen Xiaohua, having already completed her meal, spoke with a beaming smile, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she observed him. Of course, we must not waste, he replied, his tone slightly agitated and somewhat stammering, fully aware that she was retaliating against him for having said the same to her previously. Chen Xiaohua nodded slightly, her smile deepening, as she held a tablet in her hand, humming a tune and leaving the living room with a light step, retreating to her bedroom to indulge in a television drama. Listening to the fading footsteps, Jiang Zheng grimaced, casting a glance at the remnants of his culinary endeavor, his heart brimming with resentment. Yet he steeled himself to consume every last bite. Once he had finished the meal and tidied up, Jiang Zheng finally found leisure, lazily reclining on the sofa. His stomach, however, began to grumble ominously, indicating that he was in for some digestive distress. Oh, my stomach hurts. A sudden wave of intense pain surged through him, contorting his face in agony, his muscles taut as he doubled over with both hands clutching his abdomen, the situation clearly dire. After sitting on the sofa for a moment, he realized it was futile. Just as he prepared to rise and make his way to the restroom, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from outside. Turning to gaze out the window, the sporadic flashes of light and the clamor outside transformed the tranquil night into an unexpected frenzy. He dismissed the external chaos, focusing solely on his immediate priority of addressing his urgent need, but before he could approach the door, a series of knocks interrupted him. Brother Zheng, a mutated beast has appeared outside, having already devoured several people. Brother Nin sent me to seek your assistance. Jiang Zheng's face contorted in irritation as he frowned and opened the car door, casting a weary glance at the yellow-haired individual outside, who was wailing dramatically. Brother Zheng, a mutated rat has arrived. Brother Nin needs you to help out. He is already injured and can barely hold on. The yellow-haired fellow, visibly anxious, relayed the situation with urgency. A mutated rat? This was yet another variant beast he had encountered following his experience with the mutated giant ape. It seemed his previous assumptions were correct. In addition to the zombies transformed from humans, there existed beasts afflicted by mutation. The troubles facing humanity were likely far more complex than they appeared at this moment. Jiang Zheng's expression darkened, his features shifting as images flickered through his mind. He found himself torn between the pressing need to relieve himself and the call to assist. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired individual, oblivious to Jiang Zheng's internal turmoil, could only watch as he hesitated, his expression resembling someone who had consumed something foul. The yellow-haired man's impatience grew. He wished he could deliver a punch to spur him into action. Yet, he could only harbor such thoughts inwardly, maintaining a facade of urgency tinged with a semblance of respect. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Zheng steeled himself and strode towards the car, retrieving an old machete. He glared fiercely at the yellow-haired man and commanded, "Where is it? Take me there." The intensity of his gaze startled the yellow-haired man, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Upon hearing Jiang's demand, he quickly regained his senses and led Jiang away swiftly. "Damn it, if it weren't for my injury. You wouldn't be so brazen here," Nengu panted, his eyes piercing as he stared at the mutated rat before him. This was not his first encounter with mutated creatures. Typically, such animals merely exhibited larger sizes and enhanced strength, yet they had not evolved to the level of becoming superpowered beings. The rat before him, having undergone significant mutation, stood over 2 meters tall, its massive head glinting with a menacing red glare. Its exceptionally large fangs lay exposed, and it emitted a chilling sound that grated on the eardrums. Its jet-black fur resembled a coat of armor, appearing both thick and formidable, while its tail, exceeding 3 meters in length, lashed about like a whip behind it. Under the moonlight's eerie glow, its enormous silhouette cast a daunting shadow, evoking a sense of dread. The aura emanating from the creature was unmistakable to Nangu, who recognized it as a fellow superpowered entity. Much like the mutated zombies, this was merely an awakened, superpowered rat. The rat's crimson gaze fixated on the human before it, sensing the powerful energy radiating from him. Instinctively, it understood that consuming this human would elevate its own strength. As it regarded Nangu with the hunger of a predator eyeing its prey, a surge of anger welled up within him. With a furious roar, Nangu began to transform, his clothing shredding apart as he swiftly morphed into a werewolf. The mutated rat observed this transformation, a flicker of surprise crossing its scarlet eyes, before unleashing a deafening roar. Its tail whipped through the air with a thunderous crack, aiming directly at Nangu. Transformed into a werewolf, Nangu experienced a tremendous increase in all aspects of his physicality. His severed forearm reformed into a powerful claw. As the massive tail lashed toward him, he deftly propelled himself away, narrowly evading the strike aimed at his face. The missed attack struck the ground where he had stood, causing the hardened concrete to crack and splinter as if it had been detonated. Witnessing the devastating power of that strike, Nanji's heart sank. He had not anticipated the sheer strength of this mutated rat. Even a single hit would be utterly lethal. Chapter 35. Fierce battle seizing the moment of opportunity. Nanji's spirit surged dramatically, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he shot forth like a cannonball, rapidly closing the distance to the aberrant rodent. His formidable wolf claws shimmered with a silvery sheen, and with all his might, he swung them in a fierce arc, cleaving through the void and generating a gust of wind that savagely tore at the creature's abdomen. The aberrant rodent, encountering a human ability user for the first time, was taken aback by the swiftness of its opponent, which, in a mere instant, had appeared beside it, launching an assault from its side. The rodent's crimson eyes blazed with fury as it recognized the imminent threat of the oncoming strike. It instinctively retreated with a ghostly agility. Yet, its reaction was a fraction too slow. As a speed-oriented werewolf, Nanji's offensive reached the rodent in an instant, and before it could fully evade, his claws left a vivid, blood-red gash across its abdomen. Witnessing the wound on its own body, blood cascading down, the aberrant rodent was consumed by rage. A chilling, anguished roar erupted from its chest as it lunged towards the swiftly retreating Nangu. In the blink of an eye, it had closed the distance, finding itself behind him, prompting a shiver to run down Nanji's spine at the sight of the enormous shadow looming over him. Despite his initial successful strike followed by a hasty escape, he had not anticipated the rodent's extraordinary speed. The proximity of their encounter, coupled with the injury he had sustained, rendered him significantly weakened. Turning to face the massive creature, Nangu felt a chill envelop him as he met its mocking gaze. A grim realization dawned upon him. His chances of survival were dwindling. His first attack had barely grazed the rodent's abdomen, indicating that its speed rivaled his own. In an instant, he found himself pursued, with a circular wall ahead rendering escape nearly impossible. With no route of retreat, Nanga turned to confront the massive aberrant rodent, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on it. Every muscle in his body was operating at maximum capacity during this frantic chase. Yet now, as he halted, a tremor began to manifest in his thigh muscles, perhaps a result of fear or sheer exhaustion. A glint of madness flickered in Nanji's eyes as his facial muscles contorted, his complexion paling as he glared defiantly at the aberrant rodent. "Come on, you bastard," he bellowed, defiantly raising his middle finger while inhaling deeply. His chest began to swell, as if something was coalescing within, and his form grew increasingly imposing. Although the aberrant rodent could not decipher the human's actions, it gleaned enough from his expression to grasp the gravity of the situation. It emitted a horrifying wail that reverberated in the minds of all who heard it, then lashed its massive tail with ferocity towards Nanga. Unperturbed, Nanga met the creature's gaze with cold indifference. "Behold my ultimate move. Prepare to meet your end." Suddenly, the chest that had expanded to its utmost seemed to transform into a formidable force of terrifying energy. A resonant and domineering roar erupted from his mouth. The grotesque rodent before him, upon being pierced by that sonic blast, appeared as though it had been struck heavily. It became motionless. Its enormous head began to bleed profusely from its ears, mouth, eyes, and nostrils. At that moment, its thrashing tail ceased, and with its small hands pressed tightly against its head, it emitted a chilling and harrowing scream. Within its body, the invisible sonic wave tore through, causing its organs and entrails to rupture instantaneously as blood began to surge forth, propelled by this overwhelming energy. In the next instant, the surface of the creature's body erupted with numerous tiny wounds, from which blood gushed forth like miniature fountains, spilling rapidly from these small openings. The grotesque beast resembled a human fountain, with blood erupting from every part of its form. Yet, despite this desperate final blow from Nanga, it had only succeeded in severely injuring the aberrant rodent. The situation appeared dire, but it was not yet fatal. After enduring immense pain, the creature's crimson eyes transformed into an eerie shade of blood red, its massive jaws agape, and its colossal fangs shifting restlessly. It seemed intent on devouring the human before it. With that, the grotesque rodent lunged forward, ready to swing its immense tail in a lethal strike against the struggling Nanga. Having unleashed his ultimate attack, Nanga reverted back to his human form, his complexion strikingly pale, sweat beading on his forehead, and his chest heaving rapidly as he gasped for breath. Resembling a man on the brink of death, observing the unfolding scene, his wildly beating heart gradually calmed, and he entered a trance-like state, as if experiencing a moment of serenity before the end. This sensation was unfamiliar to him. A faint, tragic smile crossed Nanji's pale visage. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had become an empowered individual, believing that after discovering his ability to effortlessly slay zombies, he could escape 2 decades of mediocrity and carve out a remarkable legacy amidst the chaos. He chose a gas station, a resource-rich location, as the birthplace of his aspirations, swiftly leading his comrades to clear the area of zombies to safeguard the nearby populace. However, as his companions perished during this cleansing, despair enveloped the survivors, prompting him to ponder the need to establish a semblance of power. Realizing that mere effort without reward was insufficient, he began to collect protection fees and empowered his subordinates, instilling in them a zeal for development. He understood that no one would selflessly sacrifice their life without some form of compensation. Thus, he adopted this pragmatic approach. To his surprise, this strategy yielded remarkable results as his ranks swelled, and women began to gravitate toward him, marking the end of his decades-long celibacy. Having tasted the fruits of his desires, he began to seize women at will. Though some expressed discontent, it mattered little to him. He was the undisputed sovereign of this realm, capable of acquiring whatever he wished. In summary, all had taken a turn for the better. He had ascended to kingship here. Not long ago, guided by his evolutionary instincts, he grasped his first skill, believing it to be the dawn of invincibility, only to suffer a grievous miscalculation that resulted in the severing of his own forearm. To his astonishment, not long after, an aberrant beast emerged. He pondered. Was this truly his fate? He had never anticipated that he would meet a tragic end on the 10th day after the apocalypse, and he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Reflecting on the scenes of his past, recalling moments of sorrow, the emotions within him surged with an intensity never before felt. Tears welled in his eyes, and regretful droplets cascaded down his pallid visage. Chapter 36. The Remnant. As the grotesque rodent approached, then silently closed his eyes, prepared for the embrace of death. Yet, At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Nan's eyes flew open. Witnessing the grotesque rodent suddenly sprout several gaping wounds atop its head, the injury reminiscent of the one on his own arm. Could it be him? Then, he beheld a bloodied machete flying from his left, its blade shimmering coldly under the moonlight, hurtling directly toward the grotesque rodent's head. The force behind the thrown machete was immense, stirring a wind so powerful it seemed to rend the very fabric of space, accompanied by a sound like the tearing of air. In the blink of an eye, the machete struck the rodent's head with tremendous force. Despite the rodent's resilient physique, it was utterly exhausted and grievously wounded, leaving it with no chance to evade. The machete penetrated its skull entirely, the tip emerging from the opposite side. A sight most macabre. Following closely behind was Huang Mao, while Jiang Zheng, cautious yet determined, pretended to reload his handgun, the 2 seconds for reloading feeling like an eternity. He then hurled the machete with all his might toward the grotesque rodent's head. All of this transpired in a mere 2 seconds. As the handgun was finally loaded, he raised it with one hand, his expression devoid of emotion as he repeatedly pulled the trigger. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted, the bullets exiting the chamber with a crisp sound that momentarily broke the stillness of the surroundings. Each action flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation, executed with an elegance born of countless repetitions. A gentle evening breeze caressed Jiang Zheng's face, lifting the bangs from his forehead as his hair danced in the wind. The muzzle of his gun emitted a thin wisp of white smoke, a testament to the rapid firing. Not far away, as the gunfire ceased, the grotesque rodent's massive head appeared as if it had exploded, its form rendered unrecognizable. Its once formidable figure, now stripped of life, slowly collapsed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust in its wake. Bathed in the faint moonlight, Jiang Zheng's demeanor was one of cold resolve, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes, and a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a defiant spirit. However, his tightly pressed legs betrayed an underlying tremor, lending an air of peculiar awkwardness to his presence. Steeling himself, Jiang Zheng approached the fallen grotesque rodent, turning to glance at Nan, who stood there, pale and wide-eyed. In his humanoid form, Nan was left with nothing but his underwear, but Jiang Zheng's attention was drawn to the surprising durability of Nan's undergarment, showing no signs of rupture whatsoever. "Are you all right?" he inquired, recalling the powerful screech Nan had unleashed moments ago. Had it not been for that formidable sound, which had gravely injured the grotesque rodent, he might not have been able to vanquish the creature in its prime state. His arrival was merely to mend some wounds, collect a head, and conveniently acquire 1,000 points of energy. The system had already informed him in his mind after he had just slain the aberrant rat. At least, he did not have to endure the urge to relieve himself in vain. He was somewhat satisfied with this outcome. Nangun nodded laboriously, lacking the strength to speak. Huang Mao, hurrying over, quickly assisted the collapsed Nangu, offering a flurry of concerned inquiries. On the other side, Jiang Zheng fought against the overwhelming urge to succumb to his bodily needs. He withdrew the blade embedded in the aberrant rat's head, slicing it open and rummaging inside, searching for the psychic core. The mutated giant ape that had been killed by the RV's compressed beam had disintegrated into fragments, yet the core remained intact. After slaying the aberrant rat, he was uncertain where the core resided within its body. Fortunately, his instincts proved correct. Upon severing the rat's head, he uncovered the sought-after core. Collecting a head yielded 1,000 energy points, and he could also acquire a mutated core. What a delightful prospect. Nengu observed Jiang Zheng rummaging through the rat's head, perplexed by what he sought. When he saw Jiang Zheng lift a bloodied, peculiar crystalline object, his eyes widened in astonishment. He could sense the energy emanating from that crystal. His instincts informed him that absorbing the energy contained within it would elevate him to the next realm. Suddenly, fervor filled Nanji's previously vacant gaze. As he beheld the man grasping the object of his desire, the fervor in his eyes gradually faded, and reason reminded him that this opportunity was slipping away from his grasp. What is this? A surge of curiosity overwhelmed Nangu, for this pertained to the essence of his evolution. Despite his severely exhausted state, he managed to stammer out a trembling inquiry. "This is a mutated core, obtained from a mutant ability user," Jiang Zheng replied, glancing at Nangu, who was fixated on the core in his hand. He nonchalantly imparted this information. "You should help him back to rest. There's no issue now. The flesh of this mutated rat is edible. I'll take half, and you can divide the rest among yourselves." Jiang Zheng gazed at the corpse of the aberrant rat, which loomed before him like a small mountain. During his recent communication with the system, he learned that the carcasses of mutated beasts were consumable, with no viral reactions present. Once they became mutated, Any trace of virus disappeared from their bodies, making it safe for ordinary people to consume. As for why he wouldn't take it all, a significant part of the credit for slaying the aberrant rat belonged to Nan Gu. Without him, Jiang Zheng could not have accomplished this feat. Out of both sentiment and reason, it was only fair to share half. Furthermore, he was not in want of food. Yet the flesh of this aberrant rat clearly promised something beyond ordinary sustenance, and he was eager to sample its flavor. As he swiftly briefed the blonde-haired individual on the subsequent tasks, he crossed his legs tightly, departing in an exceedingly awkward manner. Nan Gu and the blonde-haired man exchanged bewildered glances as they observed Jiang Zheng's peculiar exit. They too were baffled. Unable to comprehend why Jiang Zheng chose to walk in such an unusual way, reminiscent of a woman-esque coyness. Nan Gu gazed deeply at his retreating figure, his expression complex, lost in thought. Jiang Zheng hurried back to the mobile home, his face contorted with the pressing need to relieve himself. With legs askew and steps intertwined, he approached the bathroom door in the bedroom. He grasped the doorknob, twisting it in vain. Through the fogged glass, he could discern a faint silhouette and the sound of running water. It was unmistakable what was transpiring within. At that moment, the pent-up frustration in his heart reached a breaking point, and he lost all reason, exhaling heavily through his nose before bellowing in a fit of rage, "Chen Xiaohua, come out here." Inside, Chen Xiaohua, who was in the midst of disrobing and had turned on the tap while humming a tune, was startled by the sound of the doorknob twisting. Alarmed, she thought to herself, "What is wrong with Jiang Zheng? Why is he behaving like such a lecher? He can't possibly be so impatient to barge in. At the very least, he should wait until I recover from my illness, or at least until I finish my shower. Who behaves this way?" Chapter 37, A Far Sigh. Need to use the restroom. Jiang Zheng uttered each word through gritted teeth, his expression turning increasingly grim. "But I just took off my clothes. Please wait a moment." Chen Xiaohua explained in a panic, hastily reaching for her garments, fearing that Jiang Zheng might burst in before she was ready. A loud, peculiar sound emanated from Jiang Zheng's stomach, intensifying his discomfort. He realized that there was no time to find another solution, and a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. With a forceful twist, the doorknob shattered, and he flung the door open, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight of the naked figure before him. A blend of indignation and embarrassment echoed within the confines of the RV, the volume piercing through its otherwise impeccable soundproofing. What on earth? Such a loud outburst. Huang Mao supported Nan Gu, who appeared to be on the verge of collapse, as they slowly made their way back to the gas station. Not far from Jiang Zheng's RV, they both heard the melodious cry, its enchanting quality stirring their hearts. They exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the answer they sought in the other's eyes, and a shared smile blossomed. The volume of the outcry, even filtered through the layers of soundproofing, was significant enough to ignite their imaginations. Jiang Zheng was indeed fortunate. His prowess in bed was remarkable. Revived somewhat, Nan Gu found the strength to speak, a sly grin creeping onto his pale face. Huang Mao mirrored this expression, nodding in agreement as they strolled through the dark night, engaging in leisurely discussion. Their conversation punctuated by bursts of lascivious laughter. With a flush, the sound of a toilet flushing marked the moment as Jiang Zheng stood, finally revealing a look of relief on his previously ashen face. He approached the sink in the restroom, turned on the tap to wash his hands, and casually splashed water on his face. Gazing into the mirror at his somewhat handsome visage, he allowed a self-satisfied smile to emerge. Having inadvertently damaged the restroom door, he pushed it open and strolled out with an air of nonchalance. Turning to glance at Chen Xiaohua, he found her entirely cocooned in the quilt, resembling a human-shaped rice dumpling, her head completely concealed. Jiang Zheng chuckled at the sight, recalling the earlier moment. He had never encountered such an alluring figure before, and his smile grew more pronounced, albeit with a hint of lewdness. Slowly, he approached the bed and sat beside the quilt-wrapped Chen Xiaohua, momentarily at a loss. After a brief hesitation, he remarked with a light laugh, "All right, I admit my fault, but I couldn't hold it any longer. Nature calls." As he elaborated on his predicament, he soon realized that the person beneath the quilt was ignoring him, stirring a wave of irritation within him. Having already apologized to her, albeit unintentionally, can't she show a little understanding? Why is she still silent? Observing the motionless figure beneath the blanket, he presumed she still resembled her appearance from the bathroom moments ago. A mischievous thought crept into his mind as he casually pressed down on the blanket. "Get away, you're insufferable," Chen Xiaohua exclaimed, her face flushing at his touch, filled with embarrassment and indignation. She hadn't even had the chance to put on her clothes. What a scoundrel. "Will you forgive me?" Jiang Zheng inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he realized his ploy had succeeded. "Not a chance, you lecher," Ugh, Chen Xiaohua fumed, feeling utterly exposed before him. Despite her affection for him, her modesty would not allow her to escape the crimson hue that enveloped her cheeks, leaving her feeling utterly mortified. Oh, if you don't forgive me, I shall lift the blanket, Jiang Zheng declared, his grin widening, feigning indifference. The figure beneath the covers paused, and after a moment, she bit her lip and spoke in a delicate yet irate tone. I forgive you. You may leave now. Not at all. I wish to see your face and hear you say it to me directly. You are so insistent. Ultimately, who is apologizing here, you or I? What kind of person are you? After a prolonged internal struggle beneath the tightly held blanket, Chen Xiaohua slowly peeked her head out. It was a summer night, and being cocooned in the blanket had left her disheveled hair sticking to her flushed cheeks. Her ears and neck were ablaze, resembling a ripe apple. As the heat enveloped her, a thin veil of vapor rose as she emerged from the cover, resembling a little furnace. Jiang Zheng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. This woman is truly adorable, he thought, shaking his head in bemusement. I apologize, Chen Xiaohua stammered, unable to meet Jiang Zheng's teasing gaze. Turning her head away. You apologize? Jiang Zheng burst into laughter, unable to contain his amusement. No, I forgive you, Chen Xiaohua blurted, her face turning an even deeper shade of red at his mocking laughter. Hearing his relentless chuckling, she retorted, all right, is that enough? You are so annoying. Her voice, initially strong, dwindled to a whisper, barely audible by the end. Overcome with shyness, Chen Xiaohua hastily buried her head back into the blanket, causing a flurry of movement beneath the cover. From the sounds, it seemed she was kicking her legs in frustration. After a hearty laugh, Jiang Zheng ceased. Recognizing her forgiveness for his impulsiveness, any lingering guilt and embarrassment melted away. After all, he had instigated the situation. Girls, being more sensitive and reserved, were bound to feel a mix of emotions in such a predicament. He gently nudged the bundled figure with his foot in a playful manner. You truly are bothersome. The silhouette beneath the quilt expressed indignation, exclaiming in anger. Initially, he had merely found the situation amusing and had given a casual kick. However, the more vehement her reaction, the more his rebellious instinct stirred, prompting him to kick twice more. This time, the figure inside remained unmoved, clearly irate. Observing this, Jiang Zheng wisely decided to retreat. Women could indeed be quite challenging. He gazed at her lying on the bed, contemplating that her fever had likely subsided significantly. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to return to the living room for slumber. It had only been 2 days, yet he found himself increasingly yearning for his spacious bed, shaking his head in resignation. Turning his gaze, he noticed the broken door handle of the bathroom, and his previously relaxed brow furrowed once more. He pondered the dilemma: how to repair this handle. Finding replacement parts would likely prove elusive in the short term, but neglecting the repair was not an option, as it would lead to an awkward situation when using the restroom. Not that he feared exposure, but rather the inconvenience presented by the presence of a woman in his vehicle. After a moment of frowning contemplation, an idea struck him. Could this damage be repaired using energy? With that thought, he directed his intent toward the door handle, and immediately, a voice echoed in his mind: vehicle damage at 99. 99, energy required for repair, 1 point. What a ripoff. Just for a door handle. The repair cost was a full point of energy. It seemed that the minimum energy value for repairs was indeed 1. Nonetheless, there was no alternative. It had to be repaired. With another mental command, the damaged door handle suddenly transformed into a brand new one, identical to its pre-damaged state. Jiang Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 38. The Chains of Liberation. Hey, why are you ignoring me? Jiang Zheng gazed at Chen Xiaohua, who silently consumed her breakfast without uttering a word. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. Indeed, it is a challenge to nurture both women and petty men. They had agreed the previous day not to harbor any anger. Yet today she remained sulky, responding to his attempts at conversation with silence, pouting her lips and casting him resentful glances. However, the circumstances were such that her ailment had yet to mend, compounded by the fright she had received from Brother Nan, and then there was his own intrusion. After a series of events, it was hard to claim that she was devoid of emotion, especially being a girl. With a resigned shake of his head, he decided to find a way to comfort her later. For now, breakfast was finished, and the daily quest awaited. Time to venture out and confront the zombies. Most of the undead along the main thoroughfare in the northern part of the city had been dealt with, but with the streets around the southern gas station congested, he found himself herding the zombies on the opposite side. For various reasons, the majority of the zombies had congregated in the town center, and a mere glance revealed thousands of them, a place far beyond his reach. As he completed his meal, Chen Xiaohua quietly rose to clear the table. He refrained from speaking and made his way to the driver's seat. Once seated, he started the RV, and as the dashboard lights flickered to life, he pressed the accelerator, sending the vehicle roaring forward amidst a cloud of dust. Are you even a man? Do you expect a woman to venture out every day to gather supplies for you? I have an injury to my foot, and besides, you are my wife. Entrusting the task to you is hardly unreasonable. In a second-floor rental on a bustling commercial street, a heated debate erupted. A young woman, visibly agitated and adorned with a look of grievance, pointed an accusatory finger at a rotund man sprawled on the sofa, his demeanor one of utter indifference. Enough. Don't think I'm unaware of your motivations for marrying me. Was it not for my wealth? You are nothing but a hen that lays no eggs. Why are you so reluctant to shoulder some responsibilities? Unfazed, the corpulent man gestured dismissively at the beautiful woman before him. The insult struck her hard, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. With fervor, she pointed at him and shouted, I must have been blind to marry you. I've spent days scavenging for supplies, and you still expect me to provide for you? You are inhuman. Spit. Who are you calling that? You ungrateful wretch. The man, now incensed by her accusations, surged to his feet and approached her swiftly, delivering a forceful slap across her face. Don't overstep your bounds. He spat at her, his gaze filled with disdain as he looked at the visibly shaken, pale-faced beauty before him. Very well, strike me. This marks the end of us. I shall never concern myself with you again. The battered woman, momentarily dazed, clutched her swollen, beautiful face, gazing incredulously at the man before her. A sense of despair washed over her as she reflected on the man who had once vowed to protect her throughout their lives, ensuring she would never suffer a moment of harm. The tenderness and sweetness that once filled her heart had vanished, replaced by the grotesque visage before her. With that, she turned to leave, tears streaming down her cheeks, cascading over her fair complexion. Her sorrowful and indignant appearance evoked pity in those who beheld her. Yet not all shared this sentiment. The corpulent man, noticing her attempt to depart, seized her delicate, porcelain wrist with force, yanking her back towards him. What are you doing? It hurts. The beautiful woman exclaimed in alarm, her fair wrist reddening under his grip. She gazed at him in fear, apprehensive of his predatory demeanor. Trying to run away? You think you can just leave without a word? Do you see if I'll beat you? The overweight man shouted, his voice laced with fury, spitting foul-smelling saliva from his unbrushed teeth onto her face. The woman, who prided herself on her cleanliness even amidst the apocalypse, recoiled at the nauseating odor, her expression betraying her disgust. Seeing her look of revulsion ignited the man's rage. He could no longer contain his fury and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon her, eliciting piercing cries of anguish from the assaulted woman. His swift strikes belied any earlier claims of injury, as he relentlessly pummeled her to the ground. The echoes of her despairing cries seeped out of the dilapidated rental unit. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng was dispatching zombies on the roadside. With his nascent abilities as a low-level supernatural being, he no longer feared the onslaught of the undead, striding confidently as he eliminated them without a second thought. Unless faced with hordes of hundreds, he would retreat slightly. Otherwise, he considered them mere trifles, relishing the hunt. After vanquishing the majority of zombies on the street, he felt fatigued and sought refuge in a nearby CAF. Upon entering, he found the place deserted, covered in dust, with chairs and tables strewn about haphazardly, the remnants of useful items long pilfered. He paid little mind to the disorder, casually selecting a seat and pulling out a dusty chair, indifferent to the cleanliness in this post-apocalyptic world. As he unscrewed the cap of his water bottle, a rush of cool air escaped, revealing the chilled Sprite he had prepared before departing. Jiang Zheng gulped down the refreshing soda, letting out a satisfying belch, feeling the heat dissipate from his body. Refreshing, he exclaimed contentedly. As he leisurely sipped his chilled beverage, a cacophony of shouts resonated from a distant street. The sound was quite pronounced, and being an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities, he could effortlessly discern the auditory sources around him. He leaned in attentively, focusing intently, and despite the considerable distance, the volume of the conversation allowed him to faintly grasp the words being exchanged. After listening intently for a considerable time, it was only when the anguished cries became unmistakably clear that he reluctantly withdrew his attention. Was it the moral decay of humanity in the wake of the apocalypse? Or perhaps the distortion of human nature? He was uncertain, yet from the snippets he had overheard, he understood that yet another woman had become a victim of life's cruelties, of the apocalypse, and of her own husband's tyranny. Considering it had been over 10 days since the world had changed, he felt no surprise. Such occurrences were destined to multiply. He found himself powerless, unable to play the role of a savior, not due to a lack of ability, but rather the overwhelming complexity of the situation. He was already caring for one woman. Could he possibly rescue every soul in need? He could save her once. But what then? Suffering was an inevitable part of existence. If he spared this one, countless others would follow, and he could never save them all. At that moment, the people of the world were enduring all manner of bizarre tribulations, and to observe with a detached perspective was the true essence of the apocalypse. Jiang Zheng understood this with clarity. Chapter 39. Long-cherished wish. The harrowing cries of despair ceased abruptly, and shortly thereafter, Jiang Zheng beheld a disheveled woman gingerly supporting her injured arm as she emerged into view. His curiosity piqued. He observed her destination, even from a considerable distance. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern the bruises marring her face. Her right eye bore the marks of a blackened shiner, while a prominent, ghastly gash marred her forearm. Blood cascading from the wound, despite her futile attempts to stem its flow. The woman cautiously peered outside the doorway, ensuring the absence of any zombies before daring to step out. She hastily traversed the road, making her way to the opposite street and disappearing into a narrow alleyway on the right. Jiang Zheng, not wishing to linger, decided to take his leave after a brief respite. The street lay desolate, devoid of life, with no lingering undead in sight. Scattered across the pavement were an assortment of discarded items, abandoned vehicles, congealed bloodstains, and the fetid remnants of viscera, all serving to create a scene reminiscent of a forsaken city, instilling a profound sense of horror. However, Jiang Zheng had long acclimatized to such bleak and sanguinary vistas. Rising to his feet, he equipped himself with his gear and, firearm in hand, strolled leisurely into the street. Suddenly, a frantic cry for help pierced the air, reaching Jiang Zheng's ears just as he was preparing to vacate the area. Was that not the voice of the earlier woman? Turning towards the source, he spotted a disheveled figure fleeing from the alley, a terrified expression transforming her once beautiful visage into one of despair. Hot on her heels was a frenzied middle-aged zombie, its right leg mangled yet propelling it forward with alarming speed, stumbling intermittently but rising defiantly to continue its pursuit, low growls emanating from its maw, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. The beautiful woman, noticing a young man clad in a casual shirt and tattered denim shorts, wearing flip-flops and gazing in her direction from across the street, felt a flicker of hope, regardless of her chances of salvation. A smile of exhilaration broke across her face as she energetically waved her hand, recognizing this as her sole opportunity to escape. Otherwise, she feared she might succumb to the grotesque fate that awaited her behind. Yet, in her excitement, her slender, alabaster legs stumbled as if ensnared by an unseen force, sending her crashing to the ground. Panic surged within her as her blood seemed to freeze, fear washing over her like a tidal wave. Her heart seemingly ceasing its rhythmic beat, leaving her paralyzed in place. She understood. This was the end. Within mere seconds, the zombie was upon her, lunging forward and toppling the disoriented woman once more to the ground. The beautiful woman stared blankly at the grotesque zombie atop her, her eyes devoid of life. She had surrendered to her fate, witnessing the creature's frenzied form as putrid saliva dripped onto her, its blood-red eyes fixated on her with unsettling intensity. The zombie let out a ferocious roar, seeming almost exhilarated, before lunging for her alabaster neck. In despair, she closed her eyes, fully aware that her life was drawing to a close. After what felt like an eternity, the anticipated horror did not unfold. She realized she had not been bitten. With confusion, she opened her eyes and found the zombie frozen in place, its hideous head suddenly shattered by an unseen force, leaving only a gaping hole where its brain once resided. Startled, she stumbled back a few steps, watching as the zombie collapsed to the ground, lifeless without a point of support. The beautiful woman, still trembling from the near brush with death, gazed at the creature that had nearly claimed her life, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. As she pondered the situation, a thought struck her, and she turned her head hopefully towards the young man approaching from the roadside. Jiang Zheng had initially intended to ignore the chaos, yet he could not bear the thought of a life extinguished before his eyes, transforming into a repugnant zombie. Ultimately, it was better to intervene and save her than to be forced to kill her later. In the final moment before the zombie's bite, he raised his pistol and fired a shot directly into its head, the bullet finding its mark with deadly precision. The projectile exploded within the creature's skull, obliterating its brain and extinguishing its life. He slowly approached the beautiful woman, regarding her with a chilling gaze. Despite her fearsome encounter with the zombie, she felt a more profound discomfort emanating from the cold youth before her. Still, she suppressed her unease and expressed her gratitude by bowing deeply to Jiang Zheng. "Were you searching for food?" he inquired, glancing at the meager provisions she clutched, a few rotting fruits and some dry rations. The woman nodded anxiously, hesitating as she regarded the food in her arms. After a moment of deliberation, she offered him a somewhat fresh piece of fruit. Jiang Zheng shook his head. He had little use for such sustenance at that moment. She likely overestimated his intentions, fearing he might attempt to seize her meager supplies. Noting his refusal, the woman did not press further and bowed once more before limping away. As he watched her retreat into the distance, just as he was about to turn away, a piercing scream pierced the air. What now? Jiang Zheng approached curiously, finding her clutching her head in agony, clearly in distress. His brow furrowed as he examined her closely, realizing with alarm that she was beginning to transform into a zombie. How could this be? She had not been bitten. Investigating her body for clues, he finally discovered the source of her affliction. A wound on her arm had become tainted by the zombie's saliva, turning a ghastly shade of gray. The virus infiltrated her wound, seeping into her body. This injury, not a direct bite, would gradually lead to her zombification, taking a longer time to manifest. The beautiful woman, clearly aware of the cause of her impending transformation, stared blankly at the wound on her hand. This injury was inflicted by her husband, and now it threatened to turn her into a zombie. The joy of her recent resurrection had vanished, replaced by despair as she gazed at the wound. She would rather embrace death than become a grotesque creature with a hideous zombie visage. In her hopelessness, she collapsed onto the ground, watching a young man approach. In a voice that was somewhat hoarse yet melodious, she implored, "Could you please deliver some food to my husband? He hasn't eaten in nearly 2 days." How could she still think of that scoundrel, the man who had beaten her and indirectly caused her to become a zombie? Jiang Zheng listened intently to their exchange, utterly perplexed by the woman's words. He was infuriated that she still harbored thoughts for that man, even in her dire situation. It truly was a level of foolishness beyond redemption. Chapter 40. The Final Reckoning. What is your name? Jiang Zheng glanced at her with a look of helplessness in his eyes. I am Lin Shueru, she replied, her voice trembling. The woman, noticing his tacit acknowledgement, disregarded how he had come to overhear her conversation with her husband. She felt an urgent need to express her thoughts before losing consciousness. In a hurried yet poignant manner, she recounted the story of her relationship with her husband. 3 years prior, he had pursued her with an ardor that illuminated his gaze, his love for her palpable. Over time, she found herself moved by his sincerity. He was not the lazy and emotional man he had become. Back then, he exuded confidence and vitality, and she was drawn to his ambition. As he aspired to start a business, she stood by him in quiet support. His efforts bore fruit, and within 2 years, he had amassed considerable wealth. Their romance blossomed into marriage, rich with the sweetness of love. However, after their wedding, a transformation began. He gradually distanced himself from her, indulging in a life of excess and pursuing other women. She endured it all, believing that with patience and kindness, he would rekindle his affection for her. Yet, after 2 pregnancies, both terminated under various pretexts he conjured, her health deteriorated, leaving her unable to conceive again. Despair seeped into her heart, mingling with disappointment and fury toward him. When the apocalypse struck, witnessing the horror of the undead, he morphed into a completely different person, becoming lethargic and dictatorial. Their supplies had long been depleted, and for days, it was she who ventured out to sustain them, while he lounged at home, evading responsibilities with myriad excuses. Despite the memories of their once beautiful moments together, she remained steadfast, refusing to abandon him. Yet, as the present circumstances unfolded, her resolve shattered. She could not fathom how everything had deteriorated. Was it merely the arrival of the apocalypse that had unleashed the shackles of his true self? Listening to her tale, Jiang Zheng sighed and shook his head, reflecting on the adage that a pitiable person must also possess despicable traits. Ultimately, I will ensure he consumes every last morsel before sending him to his demise. As she concluded her narrative, the beauty's expression grew increasingly frigid, devoid of the hopeful glimmer it once held, as if she had merely uttered a trivial remark. Jiang Zheng's expression faltered, his demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. Very well. Let us dismiss my previous thoughts. Indeed, women can embody the most ruthless of natures. I promise you, he replied, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. A faint smile graced the woman's tragic visage, her approval evident as she nodded. Turning her gaze back to Jiang Zheng, she implored, I have one last request. Before I succumb to the transformation into a zombie, could you grant me a swift end? I cannot bear the thought of becoming an abhorrent creature. As he listened to her hopeful plea, Jiang Zheng fell into a contemplative silence. Even with the virulent affliction she bore, he knew that currently, he could offer her no salvation. Moreover, the thought of taking a life was daunting. He had never committed such an act, and it felt deeply troubling to be placed in such a morally challenging position. The weight of potential guilt and terror loomed over him. This situation left him in a profound state of inner turmoil. I implore you, grant me a swift resolution. The woman lying on the ground suddenly emitted a piercing scream, clutching her head in agony, likely due to the virus having invaded her mind. I beg you, I wish to die peacefully. Hearing the desperate pleas of the beautiful woman, Jiang Zheng steeled his resolve, raising the gun in his hand and aiming it at her left chest. A barely audible shot rang out. The woman, who had been struggling on the ground, fell silent, her vitality swiftly ebbing away. The tension in her furrowed brow finally eased as she succumbed to death, a serene smile of relief gracing her delicate features. Jiang Zheng silently observed her for a long while, confirming her demise before crouching down to gently brush his hand across her cheek, finally closing her open eyes. Alas! A series of knocks resounded at the door. The portly man on the sofa, fanning himself leisurely while humming a tune, appeared utterly unperturbed, his demeanor far removed from that of someone in an apocalyptic scenario. Upon hearing the knocking, he rushed to the door, but instead of opening it immediately, he peered through the peephole. Outside stood a young man who seemed to sense his scrutiny, his cold, piercing gaze locked onto him, sending a chill down the portly man's spine. With a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "Who are you?" "I am here to deliver these provisions on behalf of Lin Xueru," the man outside said, raising the food in his hand, his tone icy. Lin Xueru? So benevolent? Could this man be her kept lover? The portly man mused, skepticism clouding his thoughts, yet failing to arrive at any conclusion. Seeing someone bring him food after 2 days of hunger and recognizing that this person knew his wife, he decided he could not be a villain, and thus, with an air of anticipation, he opened the door. "Welcome. Please come in." The portly man beamed as he opened the door, extending a hand to usher the visitor inside, yet his furtive gaze remained fixated on the items in the man's possession. Jiang Zheng could not help but smirk inwardly, remaining silent as he strode into the interior, which was surprisingly tidy and organized, likely due to the woman's efforts. However, there were still faint traces of blood at the entrance, suggesting it had been shed not long ago. It seemed Lin Xueru had been assaulted here. As Jiang Zheng surveyed his surroundings, his mind raced with thoughts. "Brother, where has my wife gone?" The portly man, taking the food from Jiang Zheng's hands, showed no hesitation, devouring the provisions voraciously. "She has gone to a much better place." Jiang Zheng casually fabricated a few words, silently feeling a sense of injustice for her. He observed the disheveled figure of the overweight man before him, whose face was marred with excess flesh, small eyes squinting slightly, and hair long yet unkempt, exuding an oily sheen from neglect. Even from a distance, he could detect an inexplicable odor wafting from the man's head. Though his clothing appeared relatively clean, he changed daily. After all, his wardrobe could maintain a semblance of freshness for only so long. "Is that so? Will you take me there?" The corpulent man, his gaze fixed on the food before him, inquired about the promised destination. "Of course, I have come to escort you," Jiang Zheng replied, a smile escaping as he cast a meaningful glance his way, eagerly affirming his intent. "Really? That is splendid. When shall we depart?" "Once you finish your meal." "Is there food provided there?" "Indeed. Will there be many people?" "There should be quite a few." "Oh, I'm nearly done. We'll set off shortly." "Very well." Their exchange, a dialogue of newfound camaraderie, unfolded as they watched the food gradually diminish, Jiang Zheng's smile growing ever brighter. "I've finished." The overweight man smacked his lips, wiping away the remnants of his meal with his sleeve, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he turned to Jiang Zheng. "Are human blood buns delicious?" Jiang Zheng regarded him with a profound gaze, his tone turning icy. "Delicious? What are you babbling about?" The hefty man, momentarily taken aback, soon expressed his indignation. All of this was procured by Lin Xueru with her life. "Is it delicious? What did you say?" The corpulent man thought he misheard, but upon reflection, he erupted into laughter, his expression grotesque. "That whore is dead? Ha ha ha. I've long grown weary of her. She deserved it. In her final moments, she thought of you. Worried you hadn't eaten enough, and you treat her this way?" Jiang Zheng's fury escalated, his voice chilling to the bone. "Why should it concern me? She got what was coming to her." The overweight man retorted, filled with rage. "Then why do you strike women? She deserves it. She is my wife, my legal spouse. I can do as I please. It is not for you to dictate. She is my property, and if I choose to end her, it is none of your concern. Do you understand, boy?" The more he spoke, the more repugnant his demeanor became, his gaze now a venomous glare directed at Jiang Zheng, each word laced with malice. Jiang Zheng found his words laughable, his laughter growing louder, reverberating through the room with an eerie, unsettling quality. "Boy, what are you laughing at?" The overweight man, unnerved by the laughter and the sinister expression on the young man's face, felt a tremor in his hand as he clutched the sofa, his countenance shifting between fear and rage, his squinted eyes now wide with apprehension, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. The young man, upon ceasing his laughter, cast an unsettling silence over the room, the atmosphere heavy and foreboding, as the sound of footsteps echoed ominously in the stillness of the living room. The sound of footsteps reverberated like thunder, striking a heavy blow to the heart of the overweight man. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he looked with a pained expression at the approaching figure, who slowly paced toward him. Ah, it hurts. My hand. My hand. It feels like it's breaking. Ah. A chilling scream abruptly pierced the air. The scene shifted, revealing Jiang Zheng standing before the overweight man, seizing his flabby forearm with a grip as unyielding as a vice. No matter how the overweight man struggled, he was unable to escape Jiang Zheng's grasp, which tightened with each futile attempt. Sweat poured down his face as fear distorted his features. Jiang Zheng's expression remained devoid of emotion as he gazed upon the terror-stricken visage of the overweight man. After toying with him for a moment, he exerted maximum force. As a novice with extraordinary abilities, his strength was beyond that of mere mortals. With a resounding crack, the forearm succumbed to the pressure, followed by a horrific scream that echoed, "My hand. My hand is broken." The overweight man could hardly fathom the gruesome reality before him, his eyes wide with disbelief at the carnage. In a sudden frenzy, he attempted to wrench free, but the severed forearm remained firmly in Jiang Zheng's grip. Brutally torn from his body, blood gushed from the open wound, mingling with flesh and bone, splattering across Jiang Zheng's face and clothes. Jiang Zheng's expression was as impassive as that of a corpse, appearing to the overweight man as a grim reaper, harvesting life within the realm of the living. An hour later, in a second-floor rental on a bustling commercial street, the pale-faced, dismembered man gazed at the blood-soaked young man seated across from him. "Kill. Just kill me." The overweight man's lips trembled, their pallor evident as his voice, hoarse from previous screams, barely escaped in a desperate plea. The once pristine space was now a nightmarish tableau, drenched in crimson, with severed limbs strewn about. The stench of excrement, a consequence of sheer terror, filled the air, creating an unbearable miasma reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. Jiang Zheng had lost count of the pleas he had heard, but this time he finally ceased his torment. Feeling an unexpected pang of hunger, glancing at his blood-stained watch, he noted that it was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the overweight man, whose life force was gradually waning, Jiang Zheng noted how his once round face had become a grotesque mask, marred by horrific lacerations. His eyes had been gouged out, and each blink released a trickle of crimson tears. "Let me send you off on your final journey," Jiang Zheng said, a cruel smile spreading across his face. If the overweight man could see through his blindness, the sight of that bloodied, malevolent grin would surely instill a deeper terror. Jiang Zheng had long since lost his patience with the tormentor. The prolonged suffering had satisfied the final wish of that beautiful woman. He raised his pistol, aiming it at the grotesquely hideous head of the corpulent man. With a slight pressure on the trigger, an almost imperceptible gunshot echoed, and the bloated man's head erupted, spewing forth a gruesome mixture of red and white. It was over. Jiang Zheng retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket, igniting one and inhaling deeply, relishing the smoke as it filtered through his lungs. As he exhaled a cloud of white mist, the weight of his suppressed emotions began to lift. Such an event undeniably challenged his perceptions. The entanglement between the corpulent man and the beautiful woman, along with her plea for him to end her life, left him in a state of turmoil. Yet, the world had already taken on this grim reality, and many more such occurrences loomed ahead. Before this, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, cherishing a piece of untainted land within his heart that he hesitated to destroy. However, he would inevitably tread this path. Murder and the cruel torment it entailed would soon become second nature. With the shackles of his heart liberated, he resolved that when faced with the most heinous of individuals, he would strike without hesitation, free from any burden or guilt of morality. This step was unavoidable. Although the torment he had inflicted on the corpulent man was a product of his own volition, he bore no psychological burden. Scoundrels deserved no mercy in death. Suddenly, Jiang Zheng's gaze fell upon a dull, diamond-shaped crystal resting on the edge of the table, its familiarity striking him. As he picked up the object for closer inspection, he was taken aback. This was, indeed, an energy crystal core. Yet, unlike the vibrant and powerful cores he had seen before, this one appeared lackluster and unremarkable. He had been wholly absorbed in the fate of the corpulent man, and now, with that matter resolved, the sight of the crystal surprised him. The existence of this energy crystal core implied that there were certainly supernatural beings nearby, be they enhanced zombies or extraordinary beasts, and likely more than one. Otherwise, it was inexplicable why the energy within this core had already been depleted. A vague sense of unease washed over Jiang Zheng. The situation here seemed far from simple, and his brow furrowed in contemplation. Never mind the circumstances, he thought. I shall adapt to whatever comes, exercising caution. Shaking his head, he dismissed further thoughts. And after a while, he finished his cigarette. Reluctantly, he discarded the butt onto the ground, stomping it out with his toe. and quietly gazed at the pile of decaying flesh before him, feeling no stir of emotion. This chapter had come to a close. Chapter 41. Hand over your back? Chen Xiaohua, drenched in sweat from her labors in the kitchen, had just finished dishing out the food when she heard the sound of the car door opening. She quickly placed the food into a nearby empty plate and briskly made her way to the living room. Upon entering, she was taken aback to see Jiang Zheng, covered in blood, removing his clothes. A look of concern washed over her as she anxiously asked, "Are you all right? How did you get so much blood on you today?" Indeed, the sight of him, drenched in blood, would evoke worry in anyone. Although he often bore some bloodstains, they were never as pervasive as they were now, giving the impression that he had just emerged from a life-or-death struggle. "It's nothing, just a little accident with a zombie. Don't worry," Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly, dragging his clothes off. He was aware of how frightful he appeared, yet he chose not to share the harrowing tale of what had transpired. Some things were best kept buried within. Chen Xiaohua's eyes flickered with concern, clearly sensing his troubled thoughts, but she refrained from pressing him further. She hurried to assist him in removing his garments. As she stood before him, her gaze was drawn to his bare torso, which showcased well-defined muscles radiating youthful vitality, an intoxicating aura of masculinity enveloping her. Her heart raced, and she found herself blushing uncontrollably. Jiang Zheng, oblivious to her flustered expression, casually stretched his limbs, then noticed her holding the bloodied clothes, prompting him to say, "Just throw them outside. They're beyond washing. If you need clothes, go grab some. There's no need to work so hard." "Oh, all right." Chen Xiaohua, accustomed to his habit of discarding his soiled clothes upon his return, complied without further insistence. She stepped outside the vehicle to find a place to dispose of the garments. As he silently observed her retreating figure, the feigned smile on Jiang Zheng's face faded. He walked back to the bedroom and entered the bathroom, turning on the shower. A cascade of warm water enveloped him, washing away the dried blood and the weariness of the day, both physically and mentally. Is this what it feels like to take a life? A suffocating heaviness settled in his chest, but he understood that he must confront it sooner or later. Perhaps ridding the world of those who perpetrate evil would lighten his burden. Jiang Zheng's expression turned somber. The source of his inner turmoil lay in this very conflict. No one can emerge unscathed from taking a life that contradicted everything he had been taught. Yet, growth is a necessity, especially in a post-apocalyptic world. Mercy could endanger others as well as oneself, a realization he had come to grasp. At 7 in the evening, as the last rays of the setting sun intertwined with the encroaching twilight, Jiang Zheng drove the RV back to the gas station, only to find the streets flanked by an even greater throng of zombies than before. As I peered ahead, the street seemed to stretch endlessly, teeming with a surging mass of agitated zombies, their frenzied assaults battering against the defensive barbed wire. Observing this chaotic horde, it appeared that the layers of wire were beginning to show signs of strain. A foreboding sense crept into Jiang Zheng's mind, though he could not articulate its nature. Casting a somber glance at the zombies, he drove into the gas station. Inside the gas station, the people who had ventured outside were now returning in droves. It seemed to be the sole bastion of safety in this small town. The frantic communications of the past few days had drawn many to this haven, much to Nanji's delight. To him, these individuals represented a bounty, each required to pay a protection fee. The once empty warehouse now brimmed with supplies, and the prospect of acquiring fine women was also enticing, presenting no drawbacks. At that moment, Nango lounged in the plaza, a subordinate fanning him as he reclined comfortably in a chair, relishing the evening breeze while observing the leisurely strolls of men, women, and children. The adult chatter and the playful noise of children imbued the place with vitality. This serene tableau was singular in this town. As Jiang Zheng's RV slowly entered the plaza, Nanji's leisurely demeanor shifted slightly. He squinted, his expression becoming somewhat uneasy. Here was a man whose strength instilled fear, rendering Nango hesitant to entertain thoughts of rebellion. What was the situation? Jiang Zheng parked the vehicle in its usual spot, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed Nanji's men setting up windbreak tents and arranging tables and chairs nearby. Further off, he could see individuals bringing steaming dishes of food, steadily delivering them to the scene. Shaking his head, he was puzzled by Nanji's intentions. Why bring everything outside? Just as he pondered this, a familiar figure, Huang Mao, approached, accompanied by a dilapidated van. With a broad smile, he jogged over, stopped at the front of the vehicle, and looked up at Jiang Zheng in the driver's seat, gesturing towards the van. "Brother Zheng, this van carries half the meat from that mutated rat. I brought it for you. By the way, Nango asked me to inform you that he is preparing for the handover ceremony shortly, and both you and your wife must attend." "What? A handover ceremony?" Jiang Zheng, who had been maintaining a composed demeanor, was taken aback by Huang Mao's words. You forgot? Yesterday, Nanga mentioned he would be passing the position to you. Huang Mao continued, his expression earnest. But I never indicated my desire to accept this place. I have already accepted his apology. Today's meal is your coronation ceremony. Regardless of whether you wish for this position, you and your wife must attend, especially since you saved Nanji's life by slaying that extraordinary beast. The blonde-haired young man earnestly implored, observing Jiang Zheng's indecision. After a brief pause, he continued passionately, not only have you saved Nanga, but you have also safeguarded everyone here. Without Nanga, the safety of all is at risk. Everyone will be grateful to you, Zhenggu. You cannot let them down. Besides, we have all worked tirelessly to prepare such delicious food. In this post-apocalyptic world, such fine wine and meat are scarce, and they may never come again. Jiang Zheng, with a blank expression, listened to the young man's lengthy discourse, unable to interject. By the end of his speech, he felt somewhat persuaded. It was reasonable and emotional. So why not? He turned to look at the long table nearby, laden with sumptuous dishes, and the jubilant faces of the people, their foreheads glistening with sweat, clearly indicative of the effort put into the preparations. All right, we'll wait another half an hour, and then we should be ready. I'll call you, Zhenggu. The young man exclaimed joyfully upon receiving Jiang Zheng's consent, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned. Jiang Zheng gazed at the retreating figure, lost in thought. It was not that he had never indulged in meat before, but he had never experienced such a lavish feast in this new world. Even he had not allowed himself such luxury after the apocalypse. Evidently, Nanga held him in high regard, despite their past grievances. He felt a surge of gratitude at this moment. Nanji's generosity was truly remarkable, and at least for Jiang Zheng. It was impossible to dismiss past enmities with a mere smile. As fleeting thoughts crossed his mind, he noticed Nanga in the distance, reclining leisurely in a decked chair, one hand wrapped in white bandages. Being an extraordinary individual, Nanga sensed he was being observed and turned to gaze at the window of the RV, where Jiang Zheng's head peeked out. Nanga smiled at him and raised his uninjured hand in a friendly wave. Jiang Zheng returned the smile before retreating into the RV. Having previously declined the young man's assistance, he instructed him to park the vehicle, while he busily loaded over a ton of mutated rat meat into the RV. The meat had been cut into manageable portions for storage, undoubtedly a considerable task. He preferred to keep many of his secrets hidden from the others. After a short while, he had successfully transferred the hefty load. Observing the storage compartment overflowing with mutated rat meat, Jiang Zheng furrowed his brow, pondering how long it would take to consume it all. He feared it might spoil before they could finish it. Noticing Qian's busy silhouette in the kitchen, he called out, Xiaohua, no need to work so hard. Let us eat out. Eat out. Chen Xiaohua blushed slightly, taken aback by Jiang Zheng calling her by her nickname. Although he had done so once before, it still made her feel somewhat bashful. Jiang Zheng recounted to Chen Xiaohua the matter just mentioned by Huang Mao. After his explanation, Chen Xiaohua finally grasped the situation. It seemed that all the effort she had put into preparing these dishes was in vain, as no one would partake in them. She felt a twinge of annoyance and let out a displeased hum. Naturally, Jiang Zheng noticed the shift in her mood. Approaching her, he gently ruffled her hair and said with a hint of exasperation, Don't worry, when we return, I shall devour all the dishes you've made. Really? Chen Xiaohua shot him a skeptical glance. Having come to understand his character over the past few days, she suspected this was merely his deceptive banter. Rest assured, I shall finish them all, Jiang Zheng confidently proclaimed, thumping his chest as he made his promise. Satisfied, Chen Xiaohua nodded, her earlier displeasure dissipating considerably. However, she inwardly chastised. Why did he choose to come now of all times, just as I was preparing the meal? How infuriating. Achoo. Nanga, leisurely reclining in a chair, suddenly sneezed without warning, a surprising occurrence that left him irked. He rubbed his nose and grumbled, Who is it that dares to speak ill of me? Chapter 42. The king's coronation. As dusk descended, the horizon faded into a profound darkness, resembling a canvas painted in deep black ink. The town, devoid of illumination, quietly vanished beneath the cloak of night, where eerie howls permeated the air. The cacophony of crowing roosters and barking dogs was, in fact, the unsettling symphony of mutated creatures, now on the prowl for their evening repast, taking advantage of the twilight's veil. Common creatures like rats and cockroaches, abundant and nearly impossible to eradicate, had undergone viral transformations that amplified their reproductive and survival capabilities, rendering them more formidable. This reality was exceedingly difficult for the remaining humans to accept. In addition to the looming threat of zombies, these troublesome beings compounded the already dire conditions of their existence. With resources dwindling, Both humans and animals were locked in a fierce competition for sustenance. Who could guarantee that, in such scarcity, cannibalism would not become a grim reality? Such uncertainties were beyond prediction and imagination. The sole comfort lay in the fact that these biologically altered entities posed less of a menace to human life than the zombies, which instilled abject terror and evoked a primal instinct to flee. In this apocalyptic world, all creatures were gradually adapting their living environments and hunting methods. Failure to evolve would entail significant risks to their safety. The understanding and value of life had acquired a new definition within human society. Among those whom Jiang Zheng had encountered, individuals previously afflicted with depression had either succumbed or were rendered free of their ailments by sheer fright. Those who once toyed with the idea of suicide had vanished, for they were inherently timid. The thought of ending their own lives now sparked an insurmountable dread. There were no more onlookers to witness their plight, nor were there brave firefighters to rescue them. A monumental shift had rendered the weak even more fragile. People no longer dared to underestimate their own lives. Even a desperate struggle for survival was preferable to being mercilessly devoured by those terrifying zombies. In the comfort of his RV, Jiang Zheng relaxed in the living room, engrossed in the television. Over the past few days, he had transferred all the audiovisual materials from his tablet onto the RV's television. No longer reliant on his tablet, he reveled in the pleasure of watching shows on the expansive 42-inch screen. Previously, he had primarily used his phone for its convenience. However, in the absence of internet access, this large television had finally found its purpose, and the experience of watching on a grand screen was truly delightful. After half an hour of indulging in the Dragon Ball anime, a knock resonated from outside the RV. Jiang Zheng promptly withdrew his attention from the television. Turning to Qin Xiaohua, who sat quietly sipping lemon water while watching a historical drama. "All right, Xiaohua, it's time for us to head out for dinner," he announced. Qin Xiaohua looked up at his voice, nodded in acknowledgement, stood to smooth the wrinkles of her attire, and approached Jiang Zheng. He turned to open the door, and the cheerful face of Huang Mao instantly brightened their view. "Zheng, madam, everything over there is prepared, and the guests have all arrived, awaiting your presence." The yellow-haired man wore a cheerful expression as he gestured invitingly. Jiang Zheng remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaohua was quite uncomfortable with the yellow-haired man's address, as the earlier urgency had distracted her from this detail. At this moment, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she found it difficult to meet Jiang Zheng's gaze. Nothing had transpired between them, yet this had led to misunderstandings among the others. She felt embarrassed and, more importantly, was afraid that Jiang Zheng might take offense. Frowning, she said, "Could you refrain from calling me madam? We are not in that kind of relationship." The yellow-haired man was momentarily taken aback. His expression slightly stunned as he regarded her with a peculiar glance, his mind lingering on the intoxicating sounds from the previous night. Nevertheless, he absent-mindedly replied, "All right, madam. How amusing." Jiang Zheng, standing nearby, could not help but smile at the absurdity of the situation. Qin Xiaohua, genuinely exasperated by the yellow-haired man's words, clenched her small fists tightly. Catching sight of Jiang Zheng's suppressed laughter, she turned to glare at him with irritation. She was concerned that this title might displease him, yet it seemed he was unbothered by it. Thus, she decided to let it be, as she herself was not entirely opposed to it. With a light huff, she chose to ignore them. Following the yellow-haired man, they arrived at the central square not far from the RV. The bustling crowd had now settled into readiness. Windbreak tents had been erected, and around them hung lights capable of accommodating batteries, casting a glimmer of fireflies in the encroaching darkness. Under the illumination, a red carpet unfurled from the tent to the edge of the square, precisely where Jiang Zheng's RV would arrive. Tables and chairs, large and small, were arranged in an orderly fashion around the area, adorned with exquisite dishes that exuded delightful aromas. Nan Gu's subordinates were seated, yet none dared to touch their chopsticks, knowing that the most important guests had yet to arrive. At this moment, Nan Gu and a dozen of his core followers stood neatly at the front of the red carpet, as if awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Soon, they beheld the figures they had been anticipating, 3 silhouettes emerging from the shadows and stepping into the light of the square. Nan Ji's gaze lingered on Qin Xiaohua as Jiang Zheng and she approached. She was casually clad in a pink t-shirt adorned with a Mickey Mouse design. The loose fabric did little to conceal her curvaceous figure. She wore snug hot pants that showcased her slender, fair legs, capturing the attention of those around her. The alluring curve of her backside was unmistakable, and her choice of plain white flats, though unremarkable, drew the eyes of many. Nan Gu feigned composure as he swallowed hard, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. With a discreet withdrawal of his gaze, he casually clasped his hands towards Jiang Zheng, his voice resonating. "Brother Zheng, madam, Today marks the coronation of your humble servant as king." Upon hearing their leader's proclamation, the entourage behind him quickly echoed their agreement, their fervor reverberating through the square, startling Jiang Zheng's ears with its sheer intensity. Chen Xiaohua, standing nearby, was also taken aback, while a flicker of discontent crossed Jiang Zheng's face as he waved his hand in resignation. He despised such ceremonious occasions, not because they were inherently flawed, but due to his profound discomfort with them. After all, he had been a mere citizen of Shaojing before the apocalypse and had never encountered such grandiosity, rendering him somewhat awkward in the situation. Nangu and the others, upon Jiang Zheng's subtle gesture, halted, extending their uninjured hands and slightly bowing in invitation. Yet, Jiang Zheng remained motionless, and the once exuberant atmosphere turned suddenly stilted. "Why isn't Brother Zheng stepping forward?" Nangu queried, his eyes betraying a glimmer of confusion as he gazed at the indifferent Jiang Zheng. Beside him, the younger brother was equally perplexed, turning towards Jiang Zheng in unison with Nanji's inquiry. "Nangu, I informed Huang Mao that I have no interest in taking over here, nor do I covet your position. I am willing to dine, but if you expect me to assume your role, that is out of the question." Jiang Zheng had no intention of lingering in this place. Soon, he would eradicate the zombies and depart with his group. To him, remaining here bore no advantages, no need for populace, no desire for excessive resources, and no longing for power. What, then, was the purpose of his stay? Merely to accumulate trivialities. "Brother Zheng, you have seen my hand. It is still injured. The battle with the mutant beast yesterday exhausted me severely, and I fear my recovery will take time," Nangu asserted gravely, shaking his bandaged hand as he spoke earnestly to Jiang Zheng. Noticing Jiang Zheng's silence, he paused before continuing. "Moreover, I believe you have sensed the unrest among the zombies surrounding us. I have a strong, ominous premonition about this situation, though I cannot articulate why. I am currently incapacitated, and with you absent, this place lacks leadership. If trouble arises, what will become of the lives of hundreds here? All I ask is for you to oversee this area and ensure its safety until I am healed. If you are unwilling, you can relinquish it to me once I recover." Listening to Nanji's earnest and poignant words, Jiang Zheng found himself at an impasse. He feared that if Nangu were to make him the ruler here, it would bind him to this place, imposing a weight of pressure and discomfort upon him. The assurance that he could leave once his health was restored, coupled with Nanji's genuine concern for the safety of the people, ultimately compelled the contemplative Jiang Zheng to reluctantly nod in acceptance. Upon seeing Jiang Zheng nod, Nangu immediately burst into laughter, encouraging those behind him to join in the cheer. The crowd surged forward, showering him with a flurry of compliments, creating a lively atmosphere that lasted for quite some time before the opening ceremony finally drew to a close. Noticing that the moment was ripe, Nangu instructed the enthusiastic crowd to return to their seats. The throng surrounding Jiang Zheng gradually dispersed, allowing the red carpet leading to the tent to unfold before him. Nangu gestured invitingly, indicating that Jiang Zheng should proceed ahead. Jiang Zheng, of course, took note of this gesture. He had contemplated whether Nangu might be employing some trickery. If he were indeed inviting him to his stronghold, Jiang Zheng would certainly have reservations about proceeding. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be unable to tend to Chen Xiaohua by his side. At the heart of the square, he had observed all the arrangements from his RV, which was merely a few steps away. Should danger present itself, he could swiftly retreat. Ever the cautious individual, he meticulously considered every potential scenario. Although Nangu posed no immediate threat to him at this moment, he never overlooked the possibility of the worst-case scenario. Chapter 43. Upon entering the tent, one is greeted by a modest yet inviting space, dominated by a long table crafted from several joined wooden desks. The table is adorned with an array of delectable dishes, each exuding a tantalizing aroma, with settings meticulously arranged for each guest. At the intervals between the seats, there are bottles filled with verdant foliage, one for each place, adding a touch of nature without crowding the space. As one draws near, the subtle, enchanting fragrance of the greenery permeates the air, invigorating the senses within this confined area. In the distance, directly opposite Jiang Zheng, looms an enormous armchair, an idea seemingly conceived by an eccentric mind, encircled by a ring of golden blankets. At first glance, one might mistake it for a throne befitting an emperor. Jiang Zheng, upon witnessing this sight, could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head in bemusement. Following the path indicated by Brother Nan, Jiang Zheng made his way to the somewhat worn yellow sofa. It was just spacious enough to accommodate two people, and he took Chen Xiaohua's hand, inviting her to sit beside him. He could feel her tension and reluctance in this unfamiliar setting as she gripped his hand tightly. In response, He gently patted the back of her hand with his free one, signaling her to relax. After this gesture, Chen Xiaohua gradually eased into her seat. A typical young woman accustomed to the freedom of living in a mobile home. Faced with a dozen robust men in this serious post-apocalyptic atmosphere, it was only natural for her to feel anxious. Brother Zheng, feel free to eat. We've already discussed everything. Now it's time to enjoy the food and drink. Brother Nan called out, rising to pour himself and Jiang Zheng a glass of the freshly opened liquor. A toast from me, on behalf of everyone here. Cheers. With that, he raised his glass and downed the contents in one swift motion. Observing that Brother Nan appeared unaffected, Jiang Zheng lifted his own glass, following suit. As an ability wielder, he found that his body had developed a notable resistance to alcohol. The drink merely left a slight burn in his throat, with no significant discomfort. In the past, such a drink would have been unthinkable for him. Brother Zheng, your capacity for liquor is impressive. Truly, you are an ability wielder. Tonight, we shall drink until we are inebriated. With the first drink down, Brother Nan seemed to relax significantly, engaging Jiang Zheng in a light-hearted conversation. Despite the apocalypse having only recently unfolded, it was remarkable that this small town could still provide fresh fish and vegetables. The evening's feast was indeed bountiful, catching Jiang Zheng's eye with its splendor. Chen Xiaohua, initially reserved, took dainty bites. But when her favorite dish was persistently taken by Jiang Zheng and some of Brother Nan's subordinates, her displeasure became evident. She decided to indulge in her meal, disregarding any concerns about her image. The assembled guests were well aware of this. Since the apocalypse began, they had yet to experience such a sumptuous dinner. What did it matter if they were concerned about appearances? The mere act of eating was paramount. No one was preoccupied with such trivialities. Surviving another day was the only priority. The feast lasted for nearly half an hour, with everyone eagerly partaking until the end. Sated and satisfied, Jiang Zheng gently caressed his slightly distended belly. Well, I suppose I shall take my leave now, Nango. Jiang Zheng toasted fervently with Nango. Despite being an ability user, he could not withstand the intensity of the drinking. His eyes grew slightly glazed, and he appeared somewhat tipsy. Nango, on the other side, was not faring much better, responding with a soft murmur, his eyes also clouded with drunkenness. His body swayed uncontrollably, but thankfully, Huang Mao was quick to support him, preventing him from toppling over repeatedly. Today marked a rare occasion of joy for Jiang Zheng in this post-apocalyptic world. He had never before experienced such exuberance, drinking and eating heartily in such a warm atmosphere. It hardly resembled a world in ruin. This ambience reminded him of the fragments of life before the apocalypse. Though not affluent, he had at least enjoyed the fruits of his labor, living comfortably and contentedly. Amidst a whirlwind of emotions, he engaged in light banter with Nangu, maintaining a semblance of sobriety despite his intoxication. He stood up, slightly swaying, prompting Chen Xiaohua to rush over and lend support as they slowly made their way outside. As Jiang Zheng passed by Nangu, his bleary eyes suddenly detected a menacing aura and overwhelming presence beside him. Instantly, his hazy vision cleared. Every muscle in his body tensed, a chill rising from his feet. Startled, he instinctively braced himself, a reflex honed through numerous battles. Turning swiftly, he beheld Nangu, who had just required assistance from Huang Mao, now transformed into a towering werewolf, with a massive wolf head and blood-red eyes fixed intently on Jiang Zheng. A glimmer of crimson flickered in those eyes. And in the next moment, sharp claws, glinting with a silvery sheen, lunged toward him. Panic surged within Jiang Zheng. His physical and mental state, dulled by alcohol, rendered him sluggish. The distance between them was a mere 2 meters, too close for comfort. He could hardly believe that Nangu, who moments ago appeared thoroughly inebriated, had managed to unleash his abilities and morph into a werewolf. Jiang Zheng never anticipated such an abrupt attack. How could he possibly withstand this ferocious onslaught? A flicker of alarm crossed his eyes as waves of fear washed over him like a rising tide. Yet, he had faced danger before and had learned to endure in moments of peril, summoning all his strength in a fleeting moment. He forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet, swiftly retreating with the terrified Chen Xiaohua in tow. A resounding crash echoed as the ground beneath Jiang Zheng's previous position shattered into fragments. Nange observed his fleeing figure, unable to suppress a cold smirk. He displayed no signs of panic, exuding an aura of assured victory as he followed closely behind. What is happening to my body? Jiang Zheng suddenly felt enveloped in a heavy lethargy, his spirit waning, and his muscles began to tremble uncontrollably, resembling the aftermath of excessive fatigue. The irregularities manifesting in his body drenched him in cold sweat. As he sprinted forward with Chen Xiaohua, the trembling muscles in his legs reacted erratically. Coupled with an inexplicable inability to heed his own conscious control, his body succumbed to inertia, and he lost balance, hurtling uncontrollably forward. Chapter 44. The reason Jiang Zheng held Chen Xiaohua tightly in his embrace, turning to allow his back to meet the ground. In the fleeting moment of falling, he glanced at the girl whose head was buried against his chest, a complex expression clouding his eyes. Their descent transformed into a chaotic tumble, followed by a resounding thud that echoed through the dimly lit square. The impact sent them skidding several meters before coming to a halt. The tremendous force jolted his insides, as if his very organs had been displaced, while the rough ground mercilessly scraped against his back, tearing his clothes into shreds and leaving his skin severely lacerated. Blood oozing from the wounds. "Ah, are you all right?" Chen Xiaohua gazed at Jiang Zheng, who lay on the ground, shielding her from harm. Her pallid face bore an expression of deep anguish, a testament to her pain. Her voice trembled. How could she not understand that he had acted to protect her? Yet, little did he know that she was more than willing to bear such suffering for him. As this thought crossed her mind, a mist gathered in her beautiful eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks, hot droplets cascading onto Jiang Zheng's pale visage. The crystalline tears, infused with sorrow, slid down his face. Enduring the searing pain in his back, he shakily extended a grimy hand to wipe the corner of her eye, mustering a faint, strained smile. He spoke not a word, yet every moment was etched deeply in his heart. In mere seconds, Nangu burst forth from the tent, a whirlwind of motion rushing towards them. The gusts of wind whipped against Jiang Zheng's face as he struggled to regain his composure, strands of hair dancing before his eyes. Bloodshot eyes betrayed his exhaustion. Yet he forced himself to stand, glancing at the terrified Chen Xiaohua in his arms before turning to face the mocking gaze of Nangu. From within the tent, the bewildered onlookers emerged, chattering incessantly, their faces a mix of confusion as they beheld the three figures standing in the chilly air. Jiang Zheng, grappling with the agony of his external wounds and internal injuries, strained to straighten his back, grasping Chen Xiaohua's wrist as he locked eyes with Nangu. A silent standoff ensued. "Do you understand why I intend to kill you?" Nangu abruptly broke the silence, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he regarded the disheveled Jiang Zheng with confidence. Jiang Zheng, while striving to regain his strength, remained silent, biding his time. He felt the fatigue and instability of his muscles gradually dissipate without expending excessive energy. Nangu, keenly aware of this shift, allowed a cruel smile to creep across his face. Noting Jiang Zheng's silence, he surged forward, the shimmering claws of a wolf lunging directly towards Jiang Zheng's heart. At this moment, Jiang Zheng's mental fortitude had severely diminished. He lacked the discernment to withstand the onslaught of his adversary. A sense of foreboding engulfed him as he hastily lifted Chen Xiaohua beside him and turned to flee. Yet, despite his swift reaction, he could not outpace the formidable South Brother in his prime. His retreating figure was ruthlessly torn asunder by South Brother's claw, which pierced deeply into his back, leaving 3 crimson trails as it raked downwards. Jiang Zheng let out a muffled groan, the searing pain rendering him voiceless, and his complexion turned ashen. With inertia, he collapsed once more to the ground, his muscles rendered rigid and numb by the excruciating agony. In the chaos, Chen Xiaohua slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. However, thanks to his mitigation of force, her injuries were likely not severe. Noticing that Jiang Zheng, now sprawled on the ground, no longer posed a threat, South Brother exhaled a sigh of relief. Even if he were to draw his firearm now, he felt no fear. Previously, he had been caught off guard by Jiang Zheng's concealed attack, compounded by his inability to perceive swiftly in his non-werewolf state. Yet, in Jiang Zheng's current weakened condition, coupled with South Brother's heightened agility in his werewolf form, he felt invulnerable. Approaching Jiang Zheng, who was kneeling in disarray, South Brother's amusement grew palpable, and with a dismissive sneer, he delivered a powerful kick to Jiang Zheng's chest. The force sent Jiang Zheng tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground several meters away. The violent impact jolted his insides, and he felt a metallic taste in his throat as he gasped, blood spilling forth and staining his once white teeth. "When did you drug me? Let me die with clarity." Jiang Zheng struggled to lift his head, gazing at the grinning South Brother with confusion etched across his pale visage. It was evident he had been undone by South Brother's machinations. Despite his meticulous scrutiny of South Brother's every move, examining the wine, food, and utensils he might have touched, and ensuring that the dishes he consumed were shared by many, including South Brother himself, he still found himself in this predicament, bewildered by the circumstances. "Very well, let me clarify your demise. Did you pay attention to the bottles placed on the table?" South Brother, unfazed by Jiang Zheng's attempts to stall, spoke casually, fully aware of his control over the situation. "Bottles? Could it be those flowers?" Jiang Zheng thought back, suddenly recalling the peculiar fragrance emanating from the verdant foliage, a scent so enchanting that he could not resist leaning in to inhale deeply. Indeed, the vegetation in question has mutated in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The peculiar fragrance it emanates is only effective against those with special abilities. Inhaling a small amount poses no threat. However, once a sufficient quantity is inhaled, even a slight exertion of physical strength can lead to an immediate debilitation, rendering the body in a state of severe injury, the effects of which may linger for several hours. This was an encounter I stumbled upon, its effects remarkably potent, so much so that I nearly lost my life. Little did I anticipate that I would apply this knowledge during today's gathering. As I spoke of this vegetation, Brother Nan recounted his own harrowing experience, reflecting on the initial encounter that left him with lingering trepidation. However, the aroma saturated the air within the tent, and despite having inhaled a considerable amount, he remained unscathed. Why was that? Jiang Zheng pondered the cause, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Are you wondering why I am unaffected? Brother Nan chuckled, observing Jiang Zheng's perplexed expression as he knelt on the ground, deep in thought. This sight evoked a wave of amusement in him, prompting an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Why? Jiang Zheng felt a profound silence within. He had not expected to be bested here. The events of the day clearly reflected Brother Nan's deliberate intention. The facade of righteousness and urgency with which he had invited Jiang Zheng to this gathering now appearing as mere artifice. Upon closer reflection, the past moments revealed an abundance of inconsistencies and numerous points of suspicion. It seemed he had been lulled into a false sense of security by transient pride and insincere flattery, believing he could surpass Brother Nan, especially given his injury and the amicable demeanor he had displayed. Little did he realize that the individual before him, capable of such ruthless sacrifice, was far from an ordinary character. With a quiet sigh, Jiang Zheng acknowledged his own oversight, having underestimated the depths of human nature. Do you see my hand? Brother Nan gestured before Jiang Zheng, showcasing his arm that had previously been severed. It now appeared as though it had transformed into a robust and powerful wolf's claw. Alas! Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Zheng understood all too well, a silent lament echoing within him. It was Brother Nan's ability that rendered him impervious to the intoxicating fragrance. In a battle where information was asymmetrical, even a slight oversight could prove crucial. The previous day's observation of Brother Nan's confrontation with the mutant rat had overlooked this vital detail, leading to today's unfortunate misstep. Chapter 45. The Struggle of Women. As Nan Gu observed Jiang Zheng's expression of sudden realization mingled with deep regret. A smile he could not suppress blossomed at the corners of his mouth. He sauntered over to Jiang Zheng's side and planted his foot firmly upon his head, relishing the distorted features and the seething fury that burned within him. Jiang Zheng's eyes blazed with unbridled anger as he stared defiantly at the lofty Nan Gu. Do you comprehend why I intend to eliminate you? Nan Gu, finding amusement in the scene before him, pressed down harder with his foot. After the apocalypse, I awakened my extraordinary abilities, becoming a force to be reckoned with, aiding those around me to secure a safe haven. I believe I have done no wrong by them, nor do I coerce them. If they do not wish to pay for protection, they are free to leave. If they choose to stay, they must abide by the rules. I have never wielded my power to command them. Nan Gu appeared to be lost in thought, reflecting on past events. After a brief pause, his gaze hardened as he continued. As for women, they come to me willingly. Besides those I desire to possess, I treat them well. I refuse to be a tyrant here. I aspire for my abilities to be recognized, relishing the sense of accomplishment that comes from the admiration of others, fulfilling the deep-seated pride that my self-esteem craves. Yet everything has changed since your arrival. I have endured profound humiliation, as the women I shared my bed with have fallen victim to your ruthless schemes. Even the girl who first captured my heart now clings to you in affection. Perhaps the intensity of his emotions fueled his fervor, and his words flowed more freely. As he spoke, a woman emerged from behind him, heavily made up and clad in audaciously revealing attire, strutting forward in a skirt that barely reached her thighs. Her alabaster skin instantly captivated the attention of all present. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Jing, the very woman Jiang Zheng had sent. Nan Gu, you have finally avenged me. It is this person. You cannot fathom how he treated me. I want him dead. Li Jing exclaimed, eagerly approaching Nan Gu, seemingly unafraid of his beastly demeanor, her voice dripping with venomous words. Enough. Do you not see that he is already subdued beneath my foot? Nan Gu interrupted, his impatience evident as he gestured for her to step aside. Reluctantly, Li Jing complied, casting lingering glances at the fallen Qin Xiaohua, her eyes glinting with malice, leaving one to wonder what thoughts danced within her mind. I, Nan Gu, have led a life of integrity, disdainful of petty theft, for I shall not permit my proud spirit to be insulted. Even before the apocalypse, I was but an ordinary individual without any remarkable virtues. I do not consider myself a good person, yet I am not entirely wicked either. Having been interrupted, Nangu resumed articulating his grand aspirations, but this time, driven by the impulsive stirrings of love, he recounted how you had ambushed him, injuring his arm and causing him considerable embarrassment in front of his subordinates. Even the grotesque rat, which I had severely injured, was picked up by you. At that time, I was also gravely wounded, and you took away all the valuable things. You wouldn't even let me have a glimpse of that crystal core. Do you have any idea of the turmoil within me? Brother Nan's tone was fervent, yet as he concluded, his voice softened, as if a profound emotion was concealed deep within his heart. From that moment onward, I could no longer restrain the murderous intent that surged within me. All the events leading up to this point converged in that instant. I told myself, I must kill you. With each word, Brother Nan gritted his teeth, his expression grotesquely contorted, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes, resembling a mutated zombie that instilled fear in anyone who dared to look upon him. Jiang Zheng, pinned beneath his foot, felt the pressure intensify due to Brother Nan's unstable emotions, his head further buried in the ground. At that moment, despite some of his thoughts being in disagreement, such as being stronger, he himself was uncertain. He found himself unable to voice his thoughts, silently listening to the tirade, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his eyes. I shall not end your life so easily. I intend to render you incapacitated, unable to care for yourself, subjected to humiliation, while you helplessly witness your woman succumbing to my desires. I shall make you watch as she bears my child, subjecting you to all that is unspeakable for any man, placing upon you a great green hat. I want to see your mental defenses crumble under the weight of it all. The more Brother Nan spoke, the more exhilarated he became, his laughter gradually descending into madness, his eerie mirth echoing throughout the desolate square. Those behind him, the crowd in the corridors who had yet to slumber, were suddenly gripped by an icy fear. Jiang Zheng lay on the ground, silently absorbing Brother Nan's humiliating words, his breath momentarily suspended, as if the very blood within him had ceased to flow. Indeed, what he spoke of was beyond his capacity to endure. Should it truly come to pass, he would be rendered a mere object of scorn, a fate he desperately wished to avoid. No. Help! A sharp, desperate scream suddenly pierced the air, interrupting their conversation. Brother Nan frowned, impatiently turning towards the sound, while Jiang Zheng anxiously glanced sideways. That voice, he was most familiar with it. It was her. Li Jing, observing the two men engaged in their conversation with disinterest, turned her attention to the woman writhing in agony on the ground, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips as she approached. With a swift motion, Li Jing stepped upon the woman attempting to rise, a tremendous force emanating from Chen Xiaohua's back, pressing her harshly into the ground. The soft body met the unforgiving surface with a harsh impact, eliciting a stifled groan of pain. Li Jing slowly crouched down, her eyes glinting with amusement as she regarded the beautiful woman before her. It was she who had unwittingly led these two men to believe they could rely on one another, igniting a duel in her name. Sister, you are truly stunning. Even I, as a woman, find myself envious. Those two men are willing to fight to the death for you. What should I do? Now that the situation has been settled, this woman cannot be allowed to remain. Otherwise, her position will become precarious. She has witnessed firsthand the ferocity with which those two men contend for her. As this thought crossed Li Jing's mind, a malicious idea suddenly emerged, accompanied by a cruel smile. No, it hurts. Li Jing forcefully grasped Chen Xiaohua's flowing hair and yanked it towards herself. Chen Xiaohua was pulled forward by the force, crying out in pain and pleading for mercy. You are indeed beautiful, but without this face, how will you entice men? Li Jing gazed intently at the beautiful visage so close before her, her grip showing no signs of relenting. She wanted to witness the agony etched across Chen Xiaohua's face, relishing the self-satisfaction derived from her torment. Unable to resist, she reached out to gently caress the distorted features of her pale, delicate face. What are you doing? Please, no? Chen Xiaohua asked, realizing too late, as she saw Li Jing reaching for a nearby sharp stone. The stone, conical in shape, wore a menacingly pointed tip that glinted ominously. Observing the twisted smile on Li Jing's face, Chen Xiaohua felt an unsettling premonition rise within her. Chapter 46. True feelings in adversity. Li Jing's beaming countenance appeared to Chen Xiaohua as that of a merciless devil from the depths of hell, shocking her with the malevolence of human nature. Despite the passage of over 10 days since the apocalypse, her perception of humanity remained anchored in the pre-apocalyptic era. Even if people's mentalities shifted following such profound upheaval, their hearts should not have turned so dark and cruel. No. Help! Chen Xiaohua cried out in panic, her voice trembling, as she beheld Li Jing's grim expression, the sinister smile playing upon her lips. and the sharp stone she wielded. Slowly approaching her face while making menacing slashing motions accompanied by eerie laughter, she could only dread what lay within Li Jing's heart. She did not wish for her visage to be marred. The desire for beauty is innate to every woman. If her face were to become a canvas of scars, transforming her into a hideous creature, she feared that the one she cherished might abandon her. She could not afford such a gamble. She dared not take the risk. Her heart was consumed by fear as she gazed, pale as death, at Li Jing drawing nearer, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. In the depths of her extreme terror, the yearning for life ignited a surge of emotion within her. She refused to let even a sliver of hope slip away, unleashing her voice in desperate cries for help. Go ahead and scream. Your man lies beneath South Brother's foot like a dead dog. Who will come to your rescue? Haraha. Li Jing seemed to find this an uproarious jest, bursting into laughter, her malevolent eyes regarding the beautiful woman before her with a pitiful gaze. In the next moment, her expression turned cold, and the sharp stone in her hand swiftly sliced through the air towards Chen Xiaohua's face, executed with precision and decisiveness. As the stone hurtled towards her, Chen Xiaohua felt immobilized, the last flicker of hope extinguished from her eyes. Alas, she realized she was but a fragile vase, nothing more. With a fleeting glance at Jiang Zheng, the man she adored, also trampled beneath, she hoped that any disturbance she could create would capture South Brother's attention. Perhaps her own body could provide him with an opportunity to escape, thus honoring the care he had shown her throughout their journey. Her azure eyes, filled with longing, gazed at him, and in that moment, she perceived his gaze upon her as well, witnessing the urgency and anger etched upon his pale face. She had never seen such emotional turbulence in him for her sake. A serene smile graced her beautiful lips, although he remained unaware of her feelings. She would bury this fluttering emotion deep within her heart. Having witnessed this moment, she felt a sense of fulfillment, prepared to embrace the impending agony that awaited her. The cacophony surrounding her gradually faded into silence, leaving only the rapid thumping of her heart echoing in her ears. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the noise vanished entirely. Yet she could see Jiang Zheng animatedly shouting at her, his lips moving rapidly. In that moment, she found his fervor rather endearing, almost foolishly charming. A satisfied smile crept onto her lips as she slowly closed her eyes. After a while, the anticipated event did not unfold. The grip on her hair loosened, and not a trace of pain lingered on her body. Could it be that she had ascended to paradise? Her eyelashes fluttered as she gently opened her eyes, eager to ascertain her condition. As her gaze adjusted to the light, the surrounding sounds flooded back into her consciousness. She noticed that the woman who had been crouching before her had vanished, replaced by a towering figure that exuded an intimidating presence, rendering her breathless. The sight of his wolf-like form was enough to instill fear deep within her. At that moment, when Chen Xiaohua had screamed, Nan Gu and Jiang Zheng had both turned sharply to witness Li Jing's impending actions toward her. Anger surged within them, as their rivalry had not merely stemmed from their mutual affection for women, but a significant part of it was indeed for her. Nan Gu had envisioned a joyful future with Chen Xiaohua, even choosing names for their future children and planning to humiliate Jiang Zheng later. How could he remain unperturbed upon witnessing such a reckless scene? Without the luxury of contemplation, a torrent of fury consumed him. A glance at Jiang Zheng beneath him revealed a moment's hesitation, but determination surged within him. The speed of his transformation into a wolfman erupted like a tempest. Disregarding Jiang Zheng as he surged forward, propelled by a whirlwind of sound and fury toward the other side. In an instant, Nan Gu reached Li Jing just before she could strike, delivering a powerful kick to her waist. Li Jing was taken by surprise, her eyes wide with terror as she was propelled through the air by the force of his blow. In that fleeting moment of suspension, she saw Nan Gu tenderly lifting the pitifully sprawled Chen Xiaohua from the ground, disbelief flooding her mind. He was fighting for her? Before she could process this revelation, the impact of landing sent her crashing onto the unforgiving surface below. Though Nan Gu had tempered his rage, the force was still enough to send Li Jing sprawling to the ground. Overwhelmed by the sheer power of the blow, she lost consciousness before she could think further. Nan Gu, his heart heavy with concern, rushed to aid the disheveled Chen Xiaohua. Dust coated her beautiful face, yet the clarity and brilliance in her eyes evoked a deep sense of compassion within him. Chen Xiaohua forcefully shook off Nan Ji's amicable hand, casting an indignant glance his way before swiftly turning to rise and hurriedly rush to Jiang Zheng's side. With a heart full of concern, she gently assisted him, who lay prostrate on the ground, cradling him tenderly in her embrace. Nan Gu observed this scene with gritted teeth, his anger manifesting in the sound of grinding jaws as he glared at the couple not far away. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, perceiving it as an affront to his very character and dignity. Coldly, He gazed into the distance where Jiang Zheng wore a forced smile, comfortably nestled in the arms of his beloved, who gazed at him with a heart full of tenderness. Her delicate, fair hand caressed his face, while her eyes, shimmering with moisture, betrayed the presence of unshed tears. His hands instinctively clenched tightly, the flames of fury within him intensifying. As the blood surged through his veins with relentless vigor, the anger simmered uncontrollably within, his breath coming in heavy gasps, his expression darkened. And the chill emanating from his eyes seemed almost palpable as it bore down upon Jiang Zheng's countenance. He vowed that he would ensure Jiang Zheng's demise, contemplating a fate where he would vanish from this world, leaving not even a trace behind. For he believed that as long as Jiang Zheng existed, even with Chen Xiaohua by his side, he would forever remain in the shadow of his presence. Are you all right? Does your body still ache? I feel so pained for you. Chen Xiaohua cast aside all thoughts of danger, rushing to his side to allow him to rest in her warm embrace, wishing to provide him with a fleeting moment of solace. Her eyes glistened with tears, for he was the boy she cherished so deeply. In her eyes, he had always been a figure of paramount significance, a protector against life's tempests, though this was merely her own fanciful illusion. Yet her heart ached for him profoundly, as she recalled past moments, never having witnessed him in such a state of fragility and disarray, and tears unwittingly began to cascade down her cheeks. Chapter 47. The White Light. I am fine. I merely feel weakened by that strange fragrance. Do not weep, dear fool. A faint smile graced Jiang Zheng's pallid face as he gently comforted Chen Xiaohua, only to suddenly observe her tears streaming down her cheeks in torrents. Her frail body trembling uncontrollably, he reached out to softly caress her somewhat soiled cheek, wiping away the tears that stained the corners of her reddened eyes. Witnessing her pitiable countenance evoked a profound sense of compassion within him, causing a sharp pang deep in his heart. All the poignant words and unspeakable emotions were encapsulated within those glistening tears that clung to her lashes. Is there still time for your sweet nothings while I stand here? Nangu approached them slowly, his face shadowed with anger. His claws glinted ominously in the moonlight, reflecting a chilling intensity, as all his fury and ruthlessness coursed through the tips of his pale claws. If you wish to kill him, you must first pass over my dead body. After cautiously supporting the weakened Jiang Zheng, Chen Xiaohua stepped forward, her frail form shielding him, her beautiful eyes shining with determination. As she faced the advancing Nangu, she spread her arms wide, protecting Jiang Zheng behind her. Jiang Zheng stared at the woman standing in front of him, an indescribable emotion swelling within him as he gazed, momentarily lost in thought. You know I care for you. I will not harm you. Step aside. Nangu regarded the woman obstructing his path with a hint of helplessness, a rare softness breaking through his dark demeanor as he spoke with an unusually gentle tone. I will not. Not unless you step over my corpse. Chen Xiaohua replied defiantly, her brows furrowed in resolute defiance, her mesmerizing eyes coldly fixed upon him. Step aside, or I shall kill you too. Nanji's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated this woman would defend him so fiercely, even at the cost of her own life. Such a passionate display ignited the long-suppressed anger within him, exploding like a bomb in his mind. An ominous aura enveloped Nangu, his face contorted with rage as he shouted with a thunderous voice. Chen Xiaohua was struck by the sheer ferocity of Nanji's roar, her ears ringing painfully, her mind buzzing. The terrifying aura emanating from him weighed upon her, draining the color from her lovely face. Though fear flickered in her eyes as she gazed at Nangu, she did not retreat an inch. Her slender form stood before him like a majestic giant. If that is the case, then I shall allow you to become a pair of doomed lovers. Come, pay with your lives. Nanji's countenance was as dark as storm clouds, his voice seething with fury. Now that the situation had escalated beyond any possibility of reconciliation, he realized he had no excuses left to persuade Chen Xiaohua to stay. She was indeed beautiful, but for him, a woman devoid of heart was no different from a lifeless dog. He sought a woman who could love him, who could idolize him, not a mere rag. As he gazed at the two figures in the distance, Brother Nan suddenly shouted, his sharp wolf claws no longer hesitating as they pointed directly at Chen Xiaohua's heart. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself forward. Chen Xiaohua, witnessing the relentless murderous intent emanating from Brother Nan as he rushed towards her, felt a tear slide down her pale visage, and in a moment of despair, she slowly closed her eyes. Brother Zheng, Xiaohua will go to heaven before you. She understood that there was no escaping this fate. When mountains crumble and heaven and earth unite, who dares to sever ties with you? Some words remained unspoken, and faced with the certainty of death, she decided to let them rot within her. For him, she would die without regret. Who told you that you would go to heaven? Chen Xiaohua felt someone resting a hand on her shoulder and speaking to her. Turning her head, she saw Jiang Zheng's exceptionally pale face adorned with an inexplicable smile. "When I say to lie down, you must do so." Before she could respond, Jiang Zheng's resolute tone interrupted her. A glint of unusual color flashed in her beautiful eyes, leaving her uncertain of the reason. Yet, his unwavering confidence suggested he had a plan. "All right," she nodded, and despite the slim hope, she unconditionally chose to trust him, her eyes filled with determination. Jiang Zheng placed his hands on Chun Xiaohua's shoulders, supporting his weakened body as he watched brother Nan rapidly approach. A look of seriousness crossed his face. Cold sweat trickled down his pale brow. He was waiting for the moment brother Nan reached him, for then he would have the chance to kill him. Thump, thump, thump. In this extreme calm, the rhythm of his own heartbeat became alarmingly clear, slowing down as if he were wagering on fate. "Lie down." A flicker of mania appeared in Jiang Zheng's eyes as he suddenly shouted and forcefully pressed Chun Xiaohua's shoulders down. Prepared for this, they quickly dropped to the ground. In the next instant, a fierce wind whipped across their faces as brother Nan, transformed into a werewolf, surged towards them with breathtaking speed. "Do you think lying on the ground will spare your lives? Haraha. Die." Brother Nan laughed uncontrollably at the two who cowered on the ground, their heads cradled in their arms. Since they sought death so eagerly, he would gladly escort them on their final journey. His eyes narrowed, and the wolf claws in his hands sliced through the air, creating a white arc aimed directly at their necks. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt the chilling threat of death, as if the Grim Reaper had locked onto him. His crimson pupils dilated, and his blood felt as though it had frozen in his veins, a wave of terror crashing over him. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, a brilliant white luminescence pierced through the inky darkness of the night, emanating from Nan Ge's crimson pupils. It streaked across the void with astonishing velocity, penetrating his chest before he could even muster a reaction. As the white light surged through him, Nangu found himself rendered immobile, his body betraying him as his swift silhouette came to an abrupt halt, summoning every ounce of strength. He lowered his head to behold the wound where the light had pierced, a wave of horror washing over him as his countenance turned ashen. The sight of penetration radiated a dazzling white glow, from which a milky energy erupted, enveloping him rapidly until he vanished from sight. In the next breath, an agonizing sight unfolded before Nanji's eyes. As the white brilliance dissipated, his body became fragmented by the luminescence seeping from within, splintering into countless shards. In the final moments of his awareness, he beheld his form shatter like an ephemeral illusion into a fantastical array of colorful fragments, which then transformed into a stream of light. The kaleidoscopic hues painted a resplendent arc across the night sky, dispersing into the cosmos. In an instant, the once mighty Nangu vanished from this realm, the entire process of his dissolution taking no more than 3 seconds. Akin to a splendid firework blooming beneath the night's canopy. After the dazzling display, it was as if nothing had transpired at all. Were it not for the multitude of witnesses present, even his loyal subordinates would scarcely believe the chilling spectacle that unfolded before their eyes. Chapter 48. The robe of authority. A chilling breeze swept in silently, the cold wind rustling through the crowd. While summer's zephyr is typically refreshing, the individuals behind Nangu trembled as if possessed by malevolent spirits, their bodies quaking and lips pale, gazing in horror at the two figures standing a short distance away. Li Jing gradually regained consciousness, wincing as she supported her injured waist, cold sweat beading on her forehead. With one hand pressed against the ground, she slowly rose. However, as she turned her gaze towards Jiang Zheng, she was met with the haunting image of Nan Ge's sudden disappearance. Instantly, she was gripped by terror, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Zheng, who wore a smile in the distance. Unable to comprehend the scene before her, she felt as though her soul had left her body. She faltered and collapsed back onto the ground. Subsequently, in a state of panic, she scrambled to her feet only to fall again, muttering incoherently as she fled from this heart-wrenching and despairing place. Chun Xiaohua's beautiful eyes also reflected shock. She had never imagined the man could wield such a godlike attack. Yet, she remained silent, quietly turning to support the even paler Jiang Zheng. Indeed, the power of the compressed light beam was extraordinary, though the mental energy required for its targeting was substantial. The terrifying scene they had just witnessed was, in fact, the vehicle-mounted weapon, the compressed light beam. After being struck down by Nangu, a spark of inspiration had struck Jiang Zheng, reminding him of the deadly weapon available in the nearby RV. During previous upgrades, his control range over the RV's various functions had expanded from 100 meters to 500 meters. The small square they occupied was merely a few dozen meters wide, ample distance for a successful launch. As this was his first time utilizing the function at range, he was uncertain about many details and the activation took 10 seconds to complete. Fortunately, Chun Xiaohua's cries had momentarily distracted Nangu, granting him precious time. Otherwise, he would have had no opportunity to unleash the compressed light beam. Jiang Zheng felt a surge of relief at this moment. Casting a deep, complex glance at Chun Xiaohua beside him, he was reminded of the weapon's formidable power. The previous encounter with the aberrant giant ape had left an indelible mark on his memory. He was not surprised that the upgraded light beam could effortlessly eliminate Nangu. The critical factor lay in Nanji's speed after transforming into a werewolf, which had reached astonishing levels. Jiang Zheng was uncertain if Nangu could evade the targeting of the lightspeed cannon. Lacking knowledge in this regard, he harbored doubts. Additionally, using the lightspeed cannon at a distance consumed considerable mental energy. For Jiang Zheng in a normal state, this would not be a significant drain. But in his currently weakened condition, it was perilously taxing. Fortunately, he managed to muster the last remnants of his mental power to achieve the lock-on just as Nangu approached. At the moment the lock was engaged, the system had already informed that regardless of who it was, anyone below the second level would inevitably meet their demise. To eliminate a primary level human ability, user would yield 3,000 energy points. How astonishing! While a primary level ability beast only offered a mere 1,000 points. A human ability user provided 3 times that amount? Such exorbitant profits were almost enough to incite nefarious thoughts. Indeed, my earlier suspicions were confirmed. Killing did indeed grant energy points, but only when it involved ability users. Conversely, the couple I had previously slain had yielded no response whatsoever. A nearby scanning detected a primary level ability crystal core. Should it be collected? Yes. Jiang Zheng gazed at the barely visible energy crystal core in the darkness where Brother Nan had once stood, without a hint of hesitation. What should we do, boss? Now that Brother Nan is dead, what are we going to do? A timid subordinate stammered, looking to Huang Mao, as Brother Nan's most trusted confidant. Huang Mao naturally held a significant reputation among the subordinates. Now, faced with the shocking demise of their leader, they were all in a state of panic. Unsure of how to proceed, Huang Mao was momentarily taken aback, his expression grim. From Brother Nan's inexplicable outburst to his bizarre death, the entire incident had transpired in just over half a minute. In such a brief span, he was utterly bewildered about what had occurred. Brother Nan had never shared such matters with him, leaving him in the dark. Then, he noticed one of the subordinates had thrown him a yellow blanket, which he instinctively caught. Initially oblivious, he then looked down and was struck with horror. This was the very yellow blanket that Jiang Zheng had been sitting on the sofa. Huang Mao found himself in a mix of laughter and tears as he accepted the blanket, fully aware of its implications. His trusted confidants watched him closely, their eyes gleaming with expectation. Huang Mao maintained a stern expression, his gaze shifting as if he were wrestling with indecision, his countenance fluctuating dramatically. Brothers, now that Brother Nan has passed, I understand that this is hard for everyone to accept, but given the circumstances, we have no retreat. After a brief moment, Huang Mao gritted his teeth, his resolve firming, and draped the yellow blanket over himself. He turned to the crowd and spoke solemnly. As Brother Nan's most valued associate, I will temporarily assume his position. Any dissent can be addressed later. Our immediate priority is to avenge Brother Nan. The enemy stands before us. Huang Mao expressed his profound sorrow, his heart heavy with grief as he pointed decisively at Jiang Zheng and Chen Xiaohua, who were now desperately struggling. Brothers, do not fear. Charge with me. Huang Mao led the charge, seizing his weapon, rallying the troops to establish his initial authority. The crowd murmured, hesitating, as they lacked a figure to galvanize their spirits. Huang Mao locked eyes with a subordinate, who instinctively caught his gaze. Huang Mao gave a subtle wink. Brothers, in the face of great issues, let us set aside our problems for now and allow our new leader to lead us in avenging Brother Nan. Vengeance! Vengeance! In that moment, the young underling suddenly realized, a smile brightening his face as he recognized this as his opportunity. He turned to the people behind him, shouting fervently. Instantly, a chorus of voices arose among the underlings, filled with fervor. At that moment, the yellow-haired one, adorned in his golden robe, emanated an imposing presence, as if radiating a blinding golden light that dazzled all around him. The crowd's emotions were thus fully ignited. It is often the case that the enthusiasm of the masses is sparked by a single individual's leadership, fostering a shared belief in a common enemy. Brothers, whoever can slay him and bring back Jiang Zheng's head shall be exalted above all others. The yellow-haired leader surged forward, rallying the crowd while tirelessly instilling fervor in their hearts. As they approached their target, a flicker of hesitation crossed the yellow-haired one's eyes. He unconsciously slowed his pace while passionately delivering his alluring enticements. The underlings trailing closely behind were oblivious, having lost sight of their once commanding figure. Captivated by the enticing conditions laid before them, they charged forth irrationally. Observing the throng of individuals he had incited to charge forth like fools at the slightest provocation, a cold smile crept upon the yellow-haired one's lips. Chapter 49. Instantaneous movement. Jiang Zheng was taken aback by how swiftly Huang Mao garnered the support of his followers and launched an assault against him. In a panic, he hastily collected the energy crystal cores while Chen Shaohua assisted him in making a rapid escape. However, in his severely injured state, Jiang Zheng was not an easy burden to carry, and despite Chen Shaohua exerting all her strength, they barely managed to cover a distance of a mere 10 meters before being overtaken by Huang Mao's lackeys. The foremost of these minions brandished an array of weapons, charging forward with a ferocious demeanor. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were visibly filled with exhilaration. It was evident to them that Jiang Zheng and his companion had lost all combat capability, a far cry from their previous prowess in opposing Nange. At that moment, their eyes were solely fixated on the enticing promise offered by Huang Mao as they rushed forward without hesitation. Chen Shaohua, struggling to support Jiang Zheng, stumbled along with a look of deep anxiety in her eyes. Yet, as a frail woman, how could she bear the weight of a grown man? They were at the end of their rope. Seeing the dire situation, Jiang Zheng remained unfazed. With remarkable composure, he retrieved the pistol that had claimed countless zombie lives from his pocket, steadily leveling its dark muzzle at the figure charging at the forefront. Bang! A barely audible gunshot rang out, and the minion at the front, his face twisted in rage, swung his baseball bat, only to have his head explode in a horrific burst, scattering brain matter everywhere, ending his life before he could comprehend the reason for his demise. Having long since been hardened by the experience of taking lives, Jiang Zheng felt no fear in this moment. Without hesitation, he fired several more shots, devoid of any emotion, operating like a cold, unfeeling machine of slaughter. One magazine emptied, and amidst the throng of pursuers, he swiftly dispatched several more. The gruesome fates of the fallen shocking those who beheld them, though they harbored reservations. The sight of Jiang Zheng's frantic escape compelled them to grit their teeth and press on. Under the cover of darkness, they could not discern the pistol in Jiang Zheng's grip, only witnessing the intermittent flashes of light as lives were claimed one after another. The minions who had previously learned of the pistol's existence began to retreat, allowing the unaware crowd to absorb the bullets meant for them. Eventually, a magazine must run dry. How many rounds could a single pistol hold? It was hardly a cause for alarm. Damn it! Jiang Zheng cursed himself for wielding a mere standard pistol, lacking a silencer, wishing that the sound of his gunfire could instill fear in this crowd. Sometimes a thunderous noise could serve as a potent deterrent, but alas, there was no time for such thoughts now. Fortunately, his pistol was equipped with an automatic reloading mechanism. While the situation was precarious, it was not entirely hopeless. However, this brief respite was fleeting, as during the lull after emptying a magazine, the band of 50 or 60 minions rapidly closed in on Jiang Zheng and Chen Shaohua. The foremost lackey was now less than 2 meters away from Jiang Zheng, a perilously close distance, and the situation had turned dire indeed. How far is the camper van? Jiang Zheng did not dare to look back, unaware of the remaining distance to the vehicle, perhaps around 30 meters. That should suffice, he mused. Though the information did not manifest in his mind, it couldn't be far now. Exhausted, he could barely lift his pistol to shoot the advancing figures. Even a random shot would likely take down some, for the sheer number of them made it nearly impossible to miss. In that fleeting moment, as the bullets were loaded, Jiang Zheng's gaze turned cold, and with a chilling resolve, he fired at the close henchman. The foremost assailant, realizing the dark muzzle of the gun, was overtaken by a wave of terror, his body trembling uncontrollably as he shouted desperately, "He has a gun." Yet, no sooner had the words left his lips than his head exploded like a ruptured watermelon, brain matter splattering onto the faces of those nearby. Those struck by the gruesome spray instinctively wiped their faces, their hands coming away smeared with the nauseating substance. And the echoes of the dying man's terrified scream unsettled their minds. A gun, none wished to meet their demise so readily. Yet, they were reluctant to abandon such a prime opportunity. The ones in front instinctively slowed their pace, allowing those behind to take their perilous positions, preparing to bide their time for the perfect moment to claim Jiang Zheng's life. Such is human greed. A classic saying in Huagua captures it well: if you've come this far, why not take a gamble? Only those blinded by power, unable to heed the signals of danger, surged forward, bravely charging ahead. Jiang Zheng clenched his teeth, straining to raise his pistol, firing in rapid succession. Bang, 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 each shot echoing like that of a butcher taking lives. Shell casings fell continuously, the sharp clatter of bullets lost amidst the cacophony of voices. Another magazine emptied. And as the gun automatically reloaded, the stunned individuals ahead hesitated, having never before witnessed such thunderous gunfire. Panic seized them. The henchman, who had previously hidden in fright, now sensing the silence of the gun, realized Jiang Zheng had run out of bullets. Their anticipation transformed into elation. "Step aside," one of the henchmen shouted then. Like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, he pushed through the front line, brandishing a gleaming machete that glinted ominously in the moonlight. With a speed that was blinding, he dashed towards Jiang Zheng, raising the cold blade high to deliver a fatal strike. Jiang Zheng was momentarily paralyzed by the sudden appearance of this figure, staring blankly as the machete descended toward his head. Aware of his inability to resist, he surrendered the fleeting opportunity, letting his gun fall limply to the ground and gazing silently at the approaching henchman. As the blade descended from above, the henchman's expression was one of wild elation. "Is this the one capable of slaying Brother Nan? Hardly impressive. To me, they are all but refuse." A glimmer of derision flickered in his eyes, as though he held victory firmly within his grasp. He had already envisioned a future where he would reign supreme in this place, indulging in a life of luxury surrounded by beautiful women. Yet, just as the knife was poised to strike the nape of Jiang Zheng's neck, an astonishing turn of events unfolded before him. Impossible. The henchman seemed to lose his very soul, faltering so that the knife slipped from his grip and clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Following the direction of his terrified gaze, he beheld the two figures before him vanish into thin air. In the brief blink of an eye, they had simply ceased to exist. This left him utterly astounded, bewildered beyond comprehension, and he erupted into frantic shouts. Could it be that this person possesses sorcery? The lethal strike he had aimed for so assuredly had simply evaporated into nothingness. His countenance grew dark, as if he had tasted something vile, and he was left speechless, unable to articulate his anguish. He stared, wide-eyed and dazed, at the spot where the two had just been. Meanwhile, those arriving from behind exchanged glances of disbelief. In the span of mere minutes, they had encountered a cascade of bizarre occurrences, now frozen in place. Unable to comprehend the scene before them as those figures audaciously vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment when the blade was about to meet his neck, a voice resonated in Jiang Zheng's mind. "You have entered the 30-meter range of the RV. Detection indicates that you are in contact with a person. Would you like to teleport instantly to the RV?" "Affirmative." Jiang Zheng responded with unwavering determination, confirming without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 50. Speculation in the next moment. Jiang Zheng and Chen Xiaohua suddenly appeared in the living room of the RV. Chen Xiaohua stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her, covering her mouth in astonishment. The brief interval felt akin to a rapid passage between heaven and hell. Had her mental fortitude been weaker, she might have collapsed entirely. After enduring the harrowing experience, Jiang Zheng slumped onto the sofa, utterly devoid of strength, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Her heart, which had been racing fiercely, began to steady as she lay back, gradually regaining her breath. "Brother Zheng?" Chen Xiaohua turned to Jiang Zheng, only to find his eyes closed, his complexion devoid of color, strikingly pale. He appeared utterly exhausted, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, as if he had endured a grave illness. "Are you all right? Don't scare me," Chen Xiaohua exclaimed, alarmed by his condition, her voice tinged with urgency. Yet, he lay there in silence, seemingly in a deep slumber. With trembling hands, she gently caressed his cheek, seeking to detect his breath. Thankfully, her fingers felt the rhythm of his steady breathing, pressing her body against his head. She could faintly hear the gentle cadence of his breaths. Reassured that he was unharmed, her anxious heart eased, and she lightly patted her chest, as though emerging from a harrowing ordeal, exhaling a sigh of relief. The frantic journey had left her feeling drained and weak, her front and back soaked with perspiration. Had it not been for the final vestiges of hope, she doubted whether she could have endured it all. Just as she prepared to rest for a moment, she heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching, accompanied by voices ringing out around the RV. Chen Xiaohua turned to gaze out the window, where the bright beams of flashlights waved erratically and a crowd surged, encircling the RV, led by the brazen yellow hair and his gang. The fierce expressions on their faces ignited a fresh wave of anxiety within Chen Xiaohua. Though the glass of the RV obscured the view from outside, she could see the scene unfolding clearly from within, a fact she had come to understand after living in the RV for quite some time. "Smash this vehicle open," commanded Yellowhair, standing menacingly beside the RV, his gaze fixed coldly on the dilapidated structure. After a reluctant acceptance of the bizarre disappearance of Jiang Zheng and Chen Xiaohua, he had returned, driven by the knowledge that the RV likely contained a wealth of supplies. With his skills, he was certain that the provisions stored here would not disappoint him. Since the occupants had vanished, he felt justified in claiming the abandoned resources for himself. A sly grin spread across Yellowhair's face as he surveyed the battered RV. With a single command, The surrounding individuals sprang into action, as if receiving a royal decree, fervently wielding their weapons to strike forcefully against the windows and doors of the RV. The clattering sound reverberated incessantly across the silent square. After a minute, a young lackey rushed back, breathless and devoid of the strength to even grip his baseball bat. "Boss, there is something strange about this RV. It's as if it were bulletproof. After such a prolonged assault, it has only yielded a mere trace." The leader, with a grave expression, hastened to the front of the vehicle. He observed the surface of the RV, which, despite the efforts of his subordinate over the course of a minute, were only a few shallow scratches, incapable of even denting the exterior. Staring at the meager marks, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, his hand reaching out to touch the faint impressions. The chilling hardness of the RV's surface sent shivers through him, and as he recalled the events following Jiang Zheng's arrival, a sense of dread began to swell within him. This seemingly dilapidated vehicle possessed such formidable defenses. It was no wonder Jiang had insisted on driving it. Clearly, both Jiang Zheng and his RV were far from ordinary. The leader, cradling his chin in contemplation, furrowed his brow, lost in his musings. The onlookers surrounded the vehicle, exchanging confused glances, uncertain of how to proceed. After witnessing the instantaneous disappearance of two living beings, they were now confronted with another reality-shattering occurrence. The apocalypse had only just begun, and various supernatural abilities were unfolding before their eyes. In this remote town, even a singular power, like that of Brother Nan, was sufficient to shatter the preconceived notions of ordinary folk. Yet, the series of events surrounding Jiang Zheng was an undeniable truth that they struggled to accept. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Let us retreat. Since we cannot breach it, we shall merely observe. He will return eventually. The leader, now acknowledging the reality, reluctantly withdrew his hand from the RV and issued the order with a heavy heart. The RV's extraordinary defenses stirred a longing within him. Yet he could not claim it for himself, and he sighed in resignation. "Boss, do you think they might have hidden inside that RV?" One of the leader's confidants whispered cautiously in his ear. The leader, who had intended to leave, abruptly halted, his keen gaze fixated on the alluring RV. It was not an impossibility. He quickly turned back, pacing around the vehicle, hands clasped behind his back, quietly scrutinizing the front of the RV. His brow furrowed in deep thought, his expression fluctuating as various scenarios flashed through his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, "Let us see if we can deflate this tire." Despite his uncertainty about the efficacy of this plan, he was determined to act on the notion that had taken root in his mind, though he could not ascertain whether they were truly inside the vehicle. It was better to be cautious than to regret. Huang Mao once again issued his orders, and the crowd resumed their encirclement of the vehicle's tires, prodding them with sharp implements. This time, the operation did not disappoint him. After concentrating their efforts on deflating the tires, the unmistakable sound of air escaping was soon followed by a loud explosion, reverberating in the ears of the onlookers. One of the young lackeys, positioned closest to the epicenter of the blast, was momentarily stunned, his ears ringing incessantly, his eyes rolling back as if overwhelmed by the force of the sound wave. Witnessing the tires deflate in mere moments, Huang Mao's previous gloom began to dissipate, a smile gradually emerging on his once somber visage. "All right, leave two of you here to take turns watching. I shall see when they return to retrieve it." He gestured to the lackeys, who continued to pound on the RV in apparent frustration, signaling for them to cease. Huang Mao harbored an unsettling premonition that this vehicle was somehow tied to Jiang Zheng's abilities. Such a thought was not without foundation. The signs from both the past and present only served to strengthen his conviction that their actions would ultimately prove futile. If Jiang Zheng knew the thoughts swirling in Huang Mao's mind at that moment, he would surely be astonished, for his predictions were indeed accurate. Alas, Jiang Zheng remained blissfully unaware, nestled in the comforts of slumber. Chapter 51. Affection at last, he has departed. Chen Xiaohua stood in a daze, her heart racing as she watched them gradually fade into the distance, a wave of apprehension washing over her as she patted her proud chest. How many secrets lie within you? Turning to gaze at the slumbering Jiang Zheng, her delicate fingers gently caressed his peaceful visage. With eyes shimmering like azure waves, she beheld the familiar face, radiating an inexplicable brilliance. She had long been aware of Jiang Zheng's extraordinary abilities, yet she was astonished that this motorhome harbored such unusual traits. The dreamlike method that led to Nan Ji's demise and the unimaginable act of instantaneous movement left her in awe. After quietly observing him for a while, she finally rose to assist Jiang Zheng's body. With great effort, Chen Xiaohua hoisted his form onto her shoulder, laboriously making her way toward the bedroom. Yet progress felt painfully slow. At that moment, The slumbering Jiang Zheng resembled a drunken man, utterly devoid of any point to leverage. As if he were a puddle of mud draped over Chen Xiaohua's back. Her face turned pale from the exertion, yet she persisted, her steps unsteady. A delicate cry of pain escaped her lips. After barely taking 2 steps, unable to withstand Jiang Zheng's weight, her slender, fair legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Then, with a thud, she collapsed heavily to the ground. To prevent Jiang Zheng from tumbling off her back, Chen Xiaohua forced herself to kneel, thereby preventing him from slipping away. Her fair knees turned crimson, bruised and scraped from the fall. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, and the sharp pain in her knees filled her eyes with tears. Why am I so useless? In frustration, Chen Xiaohua slapped herself, a vivid red imprint appearing on her delicate, pale cheek. Her lovely face expressed a mixture of unwillingness and self-reproach. She loathed herself for being so incapable, for failing to manage even this small task. In truth, she was not to blame. Even an adult man would struggle to lift a drunken person, let alone a frail girl like herself. It merely reflected how much she cared for him, and how deeply she resented her own weakness. Gritting her teeth, Chen Xiaohua slowly bent her back again, hoisting Jiang Zheng up as she stood, continuing her arduous journey. Thus, she stumbled and fell with every couple of steps, the short distance to the bedroom appearing to her as an interminable and desolate path, fraught with difficulty. After much effort, she finally managed to lay Jiang Zheng onto the bed in the bedroom. Chen Xiaohua felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the bed and gasping for breath. Her forehead glistening with sweat, her hands, as white as jade, ceaselessly massaged her bruised knees, the sight of which was too painful to bear, let alone the agony she endured. Chen Xiaohua's actions were solely meant to avoid disturbing Jiang Zheng's slumber. The earlier battle had left him in a state of extreme physical and mental exhaustion. Every effort and detail he cherished was observed by her. Chen Xiaohua turned her face to gaze upon his delicate yet resolute features, her beautiful eyes reflecting tender memories that swirled in her mind. The profound affection that arose within her resembled an indelible ink painting, enveloping her heart and refusing to dissipate. Suddenly, a flicker of tenderness shone in her eyes, and a stunning smile graced her lovely lips. Jiang Zheng felt as though he was ensnared in a vivid dream. In this dream, he was peacefully asleep, only to be jolted awake by the sight of an alluring woman, her features obscured, approaching him in a state of undress. The ancient wisdom states, once the gun is fired like a dragon, it strikes directly at the heart. Suddenly, the waters of the Golden Mountain surge forth, becoming an uncontrollable torrent. After a long while, the old ox longs to rest, yet the field remains unplowed. The ox suffers in silence, having toiled tirelessly. The field is fertile now, but the ox is in peril, forced to lean against the wall for support. Soon, the ox meets its end, and with that, the dream fades away. Jiang Zheng abruptly awakened, recalling the vivid scene from his dream, a cold sweat breaking on his fair complexion. It was neither painful nor problematic, yet it was undeniably firm. He anxiously touched his manhood, and a wave of tension eased from his expression. The dream had been so strikingly real that he found it difficult to discern reality from illusion. This realization instilled a sense of fear within him, and he exhaled softly, relieved to understand it was merely a dream. He stared blankly at the familiar soft light of the car's interior, remembering that after successfully employing a teleportation technique, he had lost consciousness. He was uncertain of what transpired afterward, but seeing the familiar surroundings reassured him that both he and Chen Xiaohua were safe. The most pressing concern in Jiang Zheng's mind quietly dissipated. However, something felt amiss. As he gazed at the car's ceiling light, a realization struck him, and his previously comfortable demeanor turned tense once more. With a puzzled expression, he trembled as he lifted the covers. Horrified, he beheld his bare lower half, his eyes widening in shock. Jiang Zheng's heart sank. My underwear? Who removed my clothing? He was engulfed by a torrent of bewilderment, his gaze filled with disbelief. It seemed he had stumbled upon something dreadful, and he anxiously scanned the surroundings, only to be confronted by a figure he dreaded to imagine. There lay Chen Xiaohua, peacefully asleep beside him, her breaths rising and falling gently. She wore the same outfit from yesterday, her pure white clothing marred by dust and stains, her long hair cascading in disarray. Despite her disheveled appearance, a serene and sweet smile graced her face, warming his heart. On her slender arms, the elbows bore the marks of abrasions, red and swollen, creating a stark contrast against her snow-white skin. Jiang Zheng's heart was a tumult of emotions. Had he not stubbornly insisted on her accompanying him, such misfortune would not have befallen her. Ultimately, it was his own pride and sense of self-esteem that led to this predicament, causing him to exhale a quiet sigh of remorse. As if stirred by Jiang Zheng's fervent gaze, Chen Shaohua gradually awakened from her tranquil slumber. Her drowsy expression brought warmth to Jiang Zheng's heart, prompting a smile to grace his lips. "When did you wake up?" he inquired, his eyes meeting the visage of the man she had long imagined. Now smiling down at her, Chen Shaohua felt a blush creep onto her fair cheeks. "I just woke up," she replied. Jiang Zheng smiled in return. "Does your back still hurt?" Chen Shaohua asked with genuine concern. "It still hurts quite a bit," he admitted, finally noticing the fierce wound on his back that had yet to heal. A casual tug on his back muscles sent a jolt of pain through him, causing him to grimace. Chapter 52. The slowly healing potion. Jiang Zheng felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. Acutely aware that Nanji's claw had sunk 3 inches into his flesh, perilously close to scraping his spine. At this moment, a significant portion of the muscle tissue along his back had been severed, and should his spine sustain grave injury, he might face a future as a cripple. Lying on the bed, his complexion pale, Jiang Zheng experienced a slight easing of pain, yet a thought flickered through his mind, casting a shadow of hesitation across his features, his gaze becoming increasingly complex. "Who removed my clothing?" After a moment's hesitation, a hint of bashfulness crept onto his face as he timidly inquired about his most pressing concern. Chen Shaohua stared at him in bewilderment, her demeanor awkward until she caught on to his softly spoken words. Suddenly, a memory of something embarrassing washed over her, turning her cheeks a deep crimson. She nervously clutched the hem of her clothing, rendered speechless by her shyness. Initially, Jiang Zheng had approached the question with skepticism, but upon witnessing Chen Shaohua's reaction, he immediately understood the situation. Casting a disapproving glance her way, he seemed to silently reproach her for her unwarranted actions. Did I see something? Though his mind was already 99 certain of the answer, he still yearned for her confirmation. Unwilling to let go of the hope lingering within him, his voice trembled with a mix of despair and expectation as he pressed for clarity. Chen Shaohua, taken aback by his forthrightness, felt her face grow even warmer. Shooting him an annoyed glance, she appeared to contemplate something astonishing, her eyes flickering with a blend of shyness and anticipation, unable to suppress a smile that crept across her lips. Jiang Zheng, observing her laughter, felt a surge of frustration swell within him, yet he found himself powerless in his current state. Severely injured, he could only glare indignantly at the smiling Chen Shaohua. All right. I merely aim to tend to your wounds." "What a look you're giving me," Chen Shaohua said, feeling a chill run down her spine under Jiang Zheng's fierce gaze. She recognized the inappropriateness of the situation and hastily covered her mouth with her delicate, pale hands, voicing her mild complaint. "But you needn't have removed my pants." Jiang Zheng's irritation stemmed from this very point. While he was no Navi innocent, the thought of being completely exposed to someone he interacted with daily, while unconscious, left him feeling deeply conflicted and agitated. How could he maintain a pleasant relationship after such an incident? Little did he know, he had engaged in similarly inappropriate actions with Chen Shaohua prior to this. "Your back is a mess of wounds, extending all the way to your tailbone," Chen Shaohua stated earnestly, her voice gradually diminishing as she reached the latter half of her sentence. Chen Shaohua paused for a moment, stealing a glance at the visibly distressed Jiang Zheng. She swallowed hard and continued, "Moreover, your undergarments are soaked with sweat, and with the wounds adhering, I fear there might be an inflammation. Thus, I took the liberty of removing your clothing," and, as she reached the end of her sentence, Chen Shaohua suddenly found herself at a loss for words, her head gradually sinking into her chest. "What else?" Jiang Zheng inquired, a look of confusion and concern etched upon his face. Observing her demeanor, he sensed it was not a trivial matter. His voice turned grave as he pressed further. I also helped wipe your entire body and applied medicine to your wounds," Chen Shaohua murmured, her voice barely audible. After speaking, she cautiously parted her fingers that covered her face, peering at Jiang Zheng's expression with trepidation. "No wonder I felt a cool sensation beneath me, accompanied by a refreshing aroma. So that is how it is." Jiang Zheng maintained a stoic expression, yet his mind was engulfed in a tempest of thoughts, grappling with myriad uncertainties. Ultimately, he relinquished any futile resistance, acknowledging that the deed was done and could not be undone. "By the way, you must be hungry. I prepared some porridge. Would you like me to bring it to you?" After a period of silence, Chen Shaohua, feeling restless, was the first to break the stillness. At her suggestion, Jiang Zheng felt a pang of hunger and nodded in agreement. "All right, wait here. I'll fetch it for you." Upon receiving his nod, Chen Shaohua's face lit up with joy. She struggled to rise and hurried toward the kitchen, albeit with an awkward gait, her knees marred by bruises. Jiang Zheng, lying in bed, observed everything with a mix of emotions. Silently, he watched her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. He was acutely aware of the subtle changes within his body. Since becoming a novice ability user, His mental fortitude had reached a new echelon. He could distinctly perceive that the wounds on his back were healing at a remarkably slow pace. Nonetheless, it surpassed the self-restorative capabilities of an ordinary person by leaps and bounds. According to estimates, a normal individual would require over 3 months for such injuries to heal adequately, with lingering aftereffects remaining uncertain. Yet, his current state suggested that complete recovery might occur within approximately a month, even without medicinal aid. However, this month posed a significant concern for Jiang Zheng. In a post-apocalyptic world, prolonged injuries could lead to unforeseen complications, a notion he found unacceptable. By the way, are there any medicines in the shop that can facilitate a swift recovery? After a moment of silence, a thought flashed through Jiang Zheng's mind, and a glimmer of hope sparkled in his anxious eyes. He accessed the system in his mind and immediately sought the information on the products. Lacking specific classifications for product attributes, he began his search based solely on the magnitude of energy values. Fortunately, it wasn't long before he stumbled upon something that filled him with ecstatic joy. Suddenly, a hue of excitement and vitality surfaced on Jiang Zheng's previously pallid face, his eyes gleaming with brilliance as he immersed himself completely in this newfound possibility. Slow healing potion energy value, 500 function description, gradually heals injuries that are no less than 50 within 2 days. Effects are enhanced for those with abilities. Contraindication, cannot be used if physical injuries are below 50. Upon finishing the product description, Jiang Zheng did not hesitate to purchase the slow healing potion. After vanquishing the mutated rat and South Brother, he had directly accrued an additional 4,000 energy points. With all the minor increments combined, his energy value had reached 4,956 points. For him at that moment, 500 energy points were hardly a concern. You have purchased the slow healing potion. Energy consumption, 500 points. The system's voice echoed in his mind, but at this moment, Jiang Zheng's thoughts were entirely focused on the technologically packaged potion that had suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Chapter 53, Driving Through the Translucent. Pale green packaging of the viscous potion. A dark green liquid could be seen flowing slowly within. The unappealing hue of the liquid, along with its thick consistency, caused Jiang Zheng to unconsciously furrow his brow. As he attempted to unscrew the cap with exertion, he found it stubbornly resistant. Puzzled, he gazed at the small vial in his hands, his expression betraying his confusion. Upon slightly rotating the bottle, he noticed a miniature display screen at its back, with a fingerprint scanner situated below it. The arrow indicator on the screen gradually illuminated in his mind's eye. Perhaps a fingerprint scan was necessary to unlock it? With a fleeting thought, he pressed his thumb against the scanner. In that instant of contact, the miniature display screen promptly revealed a line of numbers. Status, 69. Is this a reflection of my injury's condition? Upon seeing this line, the cap of the vial automatically unlocked and opened in 2 directions. This method of access was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Astonished by the transformation, Jiang Zheng watched as the dark green cap unveiled a wisp of light green gas that wafted from the opening, bringing the vial closer. He was immediately met with an indescribable, peculiar scent. This aroma was quite overwhelming. Upon inhaling this bizarre fragrance, Jiang Zheng's expression turned peculiar. The scent defied precise description. Reminiscent of a blend of stinky tofu, durian, and chocolate, all amalgamated into one. The nauseatingly strange odor filled him with disdain, transforming his pale visage into one of utter revulsion, as though he had ingested something repugnant. Yet, upon inhalation, his previously weakened mental energy began to flutter with excitement. As if anticipating the absorption of this liquid by his body, the necrotic muscles at the back of his body began to writhe, hastening their self-repair. As he sensed the myriad of changes within him following a mere sniff, he gazed at the dark green potion in his hand with a mix of resignation and contemplation. His eyes remained fixed on the flowing liquid within, his expression shifting through a spectrum of complex emotions. After a moment's hesitation, as if arriving at a decision, Jiang Zheng inhaled deeply. His hand trembled slightly as he brought the vial closer to his lips. The nearer it drew, the more he could detect the inexplicably strange odor emanating from the opening, causing his body to instinctively shudder and his stomach to churn violently. Yet, in stark contrast, the myriad of cells within him exhibited an opposite reaction. He felt an unusual vitality coursing through his body, particularly the previously feeble mental energy in his mind. It is known that the restoration of mental energy, especially in his weakened state compounded by extreme exhaustion, is an arduous and slow process. Yet now, astonishingly, it was gradually awakening, reviving at a pace even swifter than self-recovery. Jiang Zheng's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Yet he managed to conquer the overwhelming sensory onslaught. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he pinched his nose, swiftly pouring the viscous, dark green liquid from the bottle into his reluctantly open mouth. In an instant, the entire substance was swallowed down. The remnants of the liquid left an indescribable taste fermenting on his tongue. A peculiar sensation radiated throughout his body, raising goosebumps on his skin, causing Jiang Zheng, who lay on the bed, to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, the unpleasant taste quickly dissipated, providing a measure of relief to Jiang Zheng, who was rolling his eyes in discomfort. Even as an individual with supernatural abilities, he was astonished by the overpowering flavor. The slow healing potion was indeed terrifyingly potent. The liquid coursing through his abdomen was swiftly absorbed by his body, transforming into a pure energy that nourished the injured areas of Jiang Zheng's being. His previously foggy mind became invigorated by this energy, and his dim eyes gradually regained clarity. The wound on his back began to heat up, as if it were revitalizing the necrotic muscle tissue and various cells. As he gently clenched his fingers, the dissipating sense of strength slowly returned. Sensing the changes throughout his body, Jiang Zheng closed his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The porridge had arrived, now sufficiently cooled to an ideal temperature. Jiang Zheng was eager to taste it. While he was immersed in the swift transformation of his body, Chen Xiaohua approached with a steaming bowl of porridge, a faint smile adorning her delicate face as she tiptoed closer. Jiang Zheng opened his eyes and smiled at her. Chen Xiaohua hurried to the bedside, sitting at the head of the bed, scooping a spoonful of porridge and gently blowing on it. Here, after ensuring it was not too hot, she contentedly brought it to Jiang Zheng's lips. He opened his mouth at her cue, and the discomfort of his previously ravenous hunger began to dissipate. It had been a long time since he experienced such attentive care. He gazed at the porridge in Chen Xiaohua's hands, lost in thought. Is it hot? Chen Xiaohua, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Zheng's expression, noticed his silence after he finished the porridge and observed the bowl in her hands. Assuming he was dissatisfied with her efforts, a hint of regret crossed her face as she softly inquired. No, it's quite delicious, Jiang Zheng quickly replied, snapping back to reality and smiling reassuringly at the anxious Chen Xiaohua. That's good. After carefully scrutinizing his expression, Chen Xiaohua, convinced of his sincerity, let out a relieved sigh. Jiang Zheng allowed Chen Xiaohua to feed him spoonful by spoonful, watching her tenderly as she tended to him with genuine concern. On the surface, one appeared calm, yet a myriad of thoughts flickered in the depths of their heart. The two sat in silence, the soft, warm glow from the car's interior casting a gentle light upon them, suffusing the space with an unspoken warmth. Xiaohua, what kind of boy do you like? After finishing the bowl of porridge and feeling a gentle fullness in her stomach, she bravely broke the silence. Huh, why do you ask that? Upon hearing Jiang Zheng call her by her nickname and broach such a topic, Chen Xiaohua's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she shyly replied, just curious. Jiang Zheng, maintaining an air of nonchalance, continued sipping his steaming porridge. I like someone who is sunny, warm, cheerful, and kind to me. Ideally, someone a bit older. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Xiaohua reflected before speaking. I see. Then I might not be suitable. Jiang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Not at all. I think you fit the bill quite well. At least, the way you've treated me these past few days has felt very nice. Chen Xiaohua, flustered by his words, felt a flicker of regret in her eyes and quickly clarified. Well, the first part is fine, but the last point. I don't qualify for that. I'm still quite young. At just 22, she felt it was a weak argument. Jiang Zheng, slightly puzzled. New Chen Xiaohua was 2 years his senior, prompting him to ask curiously, not at all, you're quite mature. You're definitely grown up. Chen Xiaohua immediately countered, her tone brimming with conviction, her beautiful eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. I'm not that mature. Are you mistaken? I'm only 22, Jiang Zheng insisted earnestly. You may be just 22, but you truly are quite mature. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, his mind blank. Observing his dazed expression, Chen Xiaohua stifled a giggle, her enchanting eyes curving into crescent shapes. Her soft laughter jolted Jiang Zheng back to reality. Upon grasping the context of her words, his face flushed with disbelief as he gazed at her. She was brazenly flirting with him. After becoming an extraordinary individual, certain aspects of himself had also undergone a significant enhancement, much like a certain well-endowed individual from Africa. Every time he showered or used the restroom, he would take great satisfaction in admiring his endowment. Yet now, hearing Chen Xiaohua speak of it with such earnestness, he found it hard to maintain his composure. Chen Xiaohua. Jiang Zheng gritted his teeth, enunciating each syllable as if to admonish her, but after a moment's thought, he lowered his hand, feeling utterly helpless in her presence. At this moment, he still depended on her for many aspects of his daily life, leaving him with no choice but to regard her with a mix of frustration and admiration. Unfazed, Chen Xiaohua rose gracefully, her demeanor light as she exited the room. As she neared the door, her steps faltered slightly, her figure momentarily frozen as if contemplating something. She turned her head slightly, casting a glance at the irate Jiang Zheng. A glimmer of purity flashed in her eyes, and a smile graced her lips. How grand it is. My sister has seen it all, and, well, you understand. With a provocative tone, she concluded her words and left the room, her face flushed with excitement, a sight unseen by those still within. As the door closed, Jiang Zheng felt an urge to rise, yet the searing pain from his back wound compelled him to remain seated. Xinshaohua, just you wait, he muttered through gritted teeth. Filled with resentment. 2 days later, in an office on the second floor of a gas station, Huang Mao lounged comfortably in an executive chair, spinning in delight with his legs crossed, a cup of steaming tea in hand. He appeared utterly at ease, murmuring softly to himself, a hint of melancholy crossing his features as he stared blankly ahead. Suddenly, a joyful thought crossed his mind, and a relieved smile broke across his face. The exuberance of his grin unmistakable. He was but a small-time hoodlum, lacking any remarkable skills, a character of little consequence, relying solely on a modicum of cleverness and decisiveness to win the trust of Brother Nan in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Brother Nan had shown him kindness, saving his life on 2 occasions, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude. Yet now, with Brother Nan gone, he felt a profound sense of loss, tinged with helplessness. The bonds of friendship that once held significance now faded into the background, eclipsed by the allure of power and beauty. Since assuming control as the new master of this domain 2 days prior, he had begun to purge the loyal followers of Brother Nan. Before his demise, he had been Brother Nan's most valued and trusted subordinate, which naturally led to the gathering of his own loyal followers in the wake of his ascendance. Chapter 54. A sudden turn of events. In truth, there are no die-hard loyalists. Rather, individuals seek greater benefits for themselves. In this post-apocalyptic world, death has become commonplace. Everyone strives to survive, but to fight to the death for a deceased individual? That is rather unrealistic. After assembling all of his followers, Huang Mao seized all of Nanji's remaining assets, appropriating them for personal use and consolidating power entirely in his hands. His actions stemmed from a deep-seated insecurity regarding his position. As for Nanji's women, they were naturally taken under his control, with him enjoying them exclusively. Among the numerous women, several had caught his eye during their initial gathering, yet he had chosen to gift them to Nange. Now that Nange was dead, Hu Wunti relished the opportunity to indulge. In the past few days, he was undeniably absorbed in pleasure, reveling daily in the company of women. Li Jing and Sister Wang, who were close friends, were well aware of his intentions. One evening, inspiration struck him, and he summoned both of them into his room. The 3 spent a joyous night together, and the experience brought forth a unique blend of delight and satisfaction. He had never imagined that a petty rogue from the pre-apocalypse could lead such a lavish life in the aftermath. He now possessed power, women, and resources, though not in abundance. It was a far cry from his previous, miserable existence. The contrast was stark, akin to heaven and earth. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Come in." Huang Mao was lost in reverie about his future splendid life when the knocking interrupted him, causing his smile to fade, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. As the door opened, a woman clad in revealing attire entered, striding in with a sultry gait that showcased her fair, alluring legs beneath her exceedingly short skirt. She greeted Huang Mao, seated at a nearby desk, with a gentle smile. Upon seeing her, his demeanor brightened considerably. Her youthful allure ignited an unabashed fire of desire in his gaze. After entering, the woman coyly kicked the door, leaving it ajar, before twisting her waist with a smile and confidently striding over in her high heels. This woman seemed to visit often, effortlessly making her way to Huang Mao's side, and naturally settled onto his lap, her delicate form pressed against his chest like a small cat. "What brings you here, darling, in broad daylight?" Huang Mao asked, a wicked grin spreading across his lips. "I crave the taste of mutated meat. It is truly delectable, and I desire more." Li Jing purred, nestled in his embrace, her words laced with a hint of disgust, even as her eyes brimmed with greed and allure. In these past 2 days, she had not only changed masters for the second time, but had also savored the exquisite flavor of the mutated rat meat, cooked to perfection. The mutated flesh was not only rich in flavor, but also possessed a texture unmatched by any ordinary meat. Moreover, as it was consumed, a sensation akin to a small sun ignited within her abdomen, enveloping her in a profound warmth. In the days following her indulgence, her skin had notably softened and lightened. Albeit subtly, such transformation was nonetheless delightful. Additionally, she gradually experienced changes in her physicality, her strength noticeably amplified. Previously, she struggled to lift a water jug, yet now, it could be easily handled. Without any formal training, merely by partaking of this mutated meat, such remarkable results astonished her. The remaining portion of the mutated meat was taken by Huang Mao for drying, intending to savor it later, while a portion was distributed to his loyal comrades and cherished women as a gesture of appreciation. Initially, it was a token of goodwill meant to reward his trusted allies. But upon witnessing the transformations in those who consumed it, Huang Mao was taken aback. A wild notion sparked within him. The possibility that consuming this mutated meat could lead to the emergence of extraordinary abilities. After all, the more one indulged in this flesh, the greater the accumulation of energy within their bodies. Upon reaching a critical threshold, one might undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. With this tantalizing prospect, his elation was difficult to contain. For the allure of transitioning from an ordinary individual to a being of exceptional powers was simply irresistible. The others, having experienced their own transformations, clamored for future opportunities to partake of the mutated meat, their avarice glaringly evident. Observing the fervent glimmers in their eyes, Huang Mao was startled, fully aware of their burgeoning interest. Regret washed over him for sharing the mutated meat so liberally, as he had merely intended to reward his trusted confidants. The unforeseen effects of the mutated beast left him with no choice but to continue distributing it. To withhold it would jeopardize his own standing. After weighing the pros and cons, Huang Mao resorted to a more balanced approach. Each individual was allocated a corresponding share. Those who contributed more would receive greater portions, while those who fell short would receive less. This strategy quelled the murmurs of discontent, for there would inevitably come a day when the supply would dwindle, and no one wished for it to be consumed too swiftly. Indeed, after experiencing the sweetness of the meat, Li Jing eagerly approached, flaunting her allure to entice Huang Mao for a larger share. Of course, my dear, as long as you agree to my terms, Huang Mao replied with a grin, his hands wandering playfully beneath her garments. Although the distribution of the mutated meat had been organized, he still possessed the authority to adjust allocations. Li Jing, undeniably a temptress in the bedroom, was worth his willing investment of resources. Yes, I have made my decision and am prepared, she said, her expression a mix of emotions as she recalled Huang Mao's wicked whispers in her ear from that fateful day, a shiver coursing through her. I must admit, it is quite a struggle for him to convince himself to attempt such a repugnant act. After all, he must have wrestled with his conscience. Have you cleaned yourself up? The blonde man observed the shifting expressions on her face, seemingly savoring the anticipated experience in the exquisite thrill it promised, a lewd grin spreading across his lips. His gaze fixed on Li Jing, as though she were a mere object for his indulgence. Li Jing, with a sense of resignation, nodded. Yet her eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Deep within her, a myriad of thoughts and aspirations stirred. Previously a car sales consultant, she now refused to be relegated to the status of another's pet or a mere ornament in this post-apocalyptic world. She was unwilling to settle for such a fate. She yearned for greater power to unleash the resentment and anguish buried within her soul. Thus, she sought to align herself with stronger men, such as Brother Nan, the once infatuated Jiang Zheng, or the current blonde man. Despite her profound reluctance, her resolve remained unyielding. Shall I proceed now? The blonde man's lascivious voice echoed. All right. Li Jing steeled herself, her tone quivering slightly. Ah, that hurts. Be gentle. She could not help but cry out in pain. Her delicate features contorted in agony, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead as she gritted her teeth, enduring what felt like inhumane torment. Just hang in there. The blonde man consoled her with words, yet his actions only quickened in intensity. As her screams filled the room, the smirk on his lips deepened. After a moment, a young lackey rushed down the hallway, his expression frantic, eyes wide with fear and urgency. He quickly ascended to the second floor, darting towards the right corridor. Before he could reach the room he intended to enter, he heard the muffled cries of anguish emanating from within. The young lackey's instincts told him what was transpiring inside. But urgency overshadowed caution, and without hesitation, he pushed open the ajar door. Had this been any other situation, he would have been cast to the zombies for such audacity. Fully aware of the severe consequences, he nevertheless rushed into the room, his heart racing as he took in the chaotic scene before him. His initial fear morphed into astonishment, as though he were questioning the very reality of the moment. Is it really possible to enter this place? The words he longed to utter stuck in his throat, rendering him speechless in his excitement. Are you out of your mind? Get the hell out. The blonde man and the now exposed Li Jing heard the commotion at the door and reacted accordingly. After all, such a tremendous uproar made it impossible for anyone to remain oblivious. The two individuals exchanged glances filled with terror and indignation, glaring at the intruding lackey. The young man with yellow hair was particularly flustered, half dragging his trousers, exposing himself in a most embarrassing manner. Having been caught in such a disgraceful predicament by his subordinate, he felt utterly humiliated. Trembling, he extended his hand, pointing accusingly at the terrified lackey, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Boss, the zombies. They have broken in. This place. It has already fallen." The lackey stammered, finally managing to articulate his words more fluidly by the end of his sentence. "This is impossible." Initially, the yellow-haired man wore a furious expression, but upon hearing those words, his heart skipped a beat. Despite his shock, he found it hard to believe the claim. He had fortified all the street entrances numerous times over the past few days, reinforcing the barbed wire barriers, thickening and raising them higher. Based on his understanding of these zombies, there was no way they could have breached the defenses. Yet, witnessing the sheer terror etched on his lackey's face, his own confidence began to wane, and his expression darkened. His blood seemed to freeze in his veins, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably. With a sense of suspicion, he slowly turned his gaze towards the window, as if he had perceived something extraordinary outside, his eyes wide with fear, nearly bursting from their sockets. Standing by the window, a chill surged from his feet upwards, as though it had frozen him in place, rendering him motionless, stunned by terror. At that moment, Li Jing, who had been beneath him, also rose to her feet, turning to gaze out the window, her expression mirroring his profound fear. However, her reaction was swifter than his. She hastily extricated herself from his grasp, disregarding the sharp pain, hastily pulling on her alluring lace underwear, abandoning the two individuals in the room. Without hesitation, she braced herself against the wall and fled in panic. With a dazed expression, she sprinted away, a bitter smile of despair etched upon her face. As if mocking her own misfortune, she muttered to herself, "The world has changed." Chapter 55. The Zombie Siege. "Why are you always without clothes?" A melodious voice rang out like a silver bell. "It's just that my wound itches," the man replied lazily. "But that's inappropriate. Men and women should maintain proper boundaries." "You ought to be more mindful," the woman countered. "Is it so bad to let you see a little more? After all, there isn't a part of me you haven't seen, so why be shy?" The scene shifted, revealing Jiang Zheng lounging on the living room sofa, bare-chested, leisurely watching television while indulging in the fruits placed on the table within reach. In the 2 days since consuming the restorative potion, his internal injuries severely compromised mental fortitude, and the wounds on his back had nearly healed. The slow-acting potion proved, as described, to be remarkably effective over the course of 2 days. While he suffered no major harm, the surface wounds on his back had yet to fully mend. He was not wrong in his assertion. "Don't speak carelessly. I had no choice in the matter, and it was for your sake." Chen Xiaohua's cheeks flushed slightly, casting him an indignant glance. "I can't help but feel you're merely lusting after my body," Jiang Zheng mused, reclining on the sofa while munching on peanuts. Casting a sidelong glance at the blushing Chen Xiaohua, before a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. "That is absurd," Chen Xiaohua immediately retorted. "Who would want your body? You're quite delusional and shameless." Feeling her thoughts exposed, Chen Xiaohua's face reddened further, and she hurriedly covered her cheeks with her hands. Yet, through the slight openings between her fingers, her gaze revealed her true feelings. In the next moment, Chen Xiaohua felt a gentle breeze sweep past her. As she opened and closed her eyes, she was startled to find Jiang Zheng, who had been reclining on the sofa not far away, had suddenly appeared before her like a specter. His face bore an enigmatic smile as his piercing gaze fixated on her, sending chills down her spine. She instinctively took a step back, her expression tense with unease. Jiang Zheng, standing before her, remained silent, merely locking eyes with her before reaching out. Firmly grasping her hands that shielded her face, a faint smile lingering on his lips. "What are you doing?" Chen Xiaohua's face immediately filled with panic, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of confusion as she stepped back slightly. "If you wish to look, why not do so openly instead of sneaking glances?" Jiang Zheng's gaze took on a playful glimmer, his lips curling in a teasing manner as he pried her hands apart, relishing in her startled expression as he fixed his intense gaze upon her eyes. "You shameless, scoundrel rogue." Chen Xiaohua felt his grip on her wrists tighten. Despite her attempts to break free, she found herself utterly immobilized, and in her embarrassment and anger, she could only retaliate with a fierce reprimand. Hearing her words, Jiang Zheng remained unperturbed, paying no heed to her insults. He stepped forward, forcefully pressing Chen Xiaohua against the wall of the vehicle behind her, restraining her hands. What are you doing?" Chen Xiaohua was startled by his actions, fear evident in her gaze. As she looked at his physique, brimming with youthful vitality, her delicate heart raced uncontrollably, stirring a flurry of emotions within her. "What do you think? Today, I intend to." He grinned mischievously, leaning closer to her. their noses nearly touching, the distance between them no more than 2 centimeters. In such proximity, they could feel each other's breaths. Jiang Zheng, besides inhaling her alluring scent and the fragrance of her hair, could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her heart. Stop it! His gaze was fervent, his breath carrying a unique scent that enveloped her face. A subtle, delightful aroma emanated from him, indescribable in words. A fragrance she had never encountered before yet found deeply captivating. This must be the essence of masculinity, Chen Xiaohua mused, lost in a daze, enchanted by the unexpected allure. She recalled that such a scent had not been present on him before. It had emerged recently, perhaps a manifestation of his evolved abilities. A change so subtle that even Jiang Zheng himself had not noticed it. This made her shy away from meeting his gaze, feeling as if he were about to consume her. A peculiar emotion surged within her, and her beautiful eyes flickered with an inscrutable expression. She believed Jiang Zheng was serious now. The playful demeanor had vanished, replaced by fear and embarrassment. Realizing resistance was futile, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. With wide, watery eyes fixed on him, she seemed unable to believe what was unfolding, unprepared for such a hasty encounter. "Haraha, I'm just joking, no need to be alarmed," he said, noticing the mist in her eyes and her frightened expression, resembling a timid little kitten. Sensing the moment was right, Jiang Zheng ceased his teasing, finding amusement in her reaction, and reached out to gently caress her cheeks. Chen Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief, having thought he was serious. Her earlier panic subsided, replaced by a surge of indignation at being toyed with. She pushed his hand away, shooting him an exasperated glance. Folding her arms defensively across her chest, she pouted in annoyance, turning her head away from him, choosing silence over further conversation. In an instant, the previously tender atmosphere shifted into an awkward silence. A palpable tension settling within the confines of the modest vehicle. An air of unspoken dread enveloped Jiang Zheng. He had merely intended to tease her, perhaps to an excessive degree. With a resigned tilt of his head and a hand pressed against his forehead, he found himself at a loss for what to do or say next. Moments of silence passed before he turned to speak again, only to discover Chen Xiaohua's eyes wide with terror, her mouth agape as she trembled, pointing frantically behind him with an expression of sheer panic. Gone was her earlier indignation. Jiang Zheng felt a twinge of confusion. Women truly are emotional beings, their expressions and moods shifting with remarkable swiftness. Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced, for he dared not reveal his inner musings, fearing he might not survive the night. What is it? Jiang Zheng's mind raced with a myriad of thoughts. Yet his exterior remained composed as he inquired with a hint of skepticism. The abrupt change in her demeanor left him bewildered. How could she transform into such a state of alarm in the blink of an eye? Her ruby lips quivered, struggling to articulate her fears, as if a thorn lodged in her throat rendered her speechless, which struck Jiang Zheng as both exasperating and somewhat amusing. Following her gaze and the trembling direction of her finger, he reluctantly turned to uncover the source of her fright. Through the vehicle's window, he gazed into the distance, and his previously calm countenance morphed dramatically. His expression soured, draining of color until it resembled parchment, his mouth agape in astonishment as he could not help but exclaim, "What the hell?" Outside the RV, the once desolate square and streets were suddenly inundated with an immense horde of zombies, densely packed and seemingly endless. They surged forward with a frenzied intensity, their speed and strength amplified, disregarding any obstacles in their path, akin to a dark cloud descending upon a city, advancing with overwhelming force. Survivors meandering in the square soon sensed the disturbance, their eyes widening in horror at the sight of the undead breaking through. Emitting low growls and terrifying roars, they froze, their blood running cold, scarcely daring to breathe. An involuntary tremor coursed through their bodies, their once steady heartbeats now racing uncontrollably, as if struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. The first of the zombies, spotting living beings, quickened its pace, charging towards the unsuspecting survivors who stood frozen in shock. Regaining their senses, the survivors' faces contorted in sheer terror as they turned and fled, their frantic screams echoing through the desolate square. The cries for help resonated, but who would heed their pleas? And in a race against the transformed horde, how could they possibly match the speed of the relentless undead? In just a few fleeting seconds, the survivors, caught off guard, had barely taken a few steps into the corridor to hide when they were pursued by the zombies charging from behind. As the prey loomed ever closer, the foremost zombie lunged forward, propelling itself with its legs and tackling the unfortunate survivor who had not managed to escape. The expression on the fallen survivor's face was one of utter despair, his eyes brimming with helplessness. It seemed that sheer terror had overwhelmed him, causing him to lose control. And a damp stain appeared on his pale blue jeans. He flailed his arms in a frantic struggle, betraying the inner turmoil of fear and hopelessness that enveloped him. In that fleeting moment of being brought down, the zombies behind him pounced as well, ferociously biting into the survivor's body. A desperate and agonizing scream echoed from the throng of encircling zombies, a chilling sound that reverberated through the air. Surrounding the gas station, an inexplicable horde of zombies surged forth, their relentless cries creating a cacophony reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. In an instant, these ominous beings poured through the breached street entrance, flooding the square, where a terrifying sight awaited, an estimated multitude of no less than 10,000 zombies. At each of the various breached alleys, countless zombies continued to surge in, compounding the horror. "Stay put. I will handle everything." Jiang Zheng snapped back to reality. Despite his pallid complexion, he was a person seasoned by experience. And though he felt a surge of fear, his mental fortitude held firm. A brief moment of panic gave way to a swift return to composure. With a grave expression, he instructed Chen Xiaohua before dashing to the driver's seat. Chen Xiaohua had no time to utter a word as she watched his figure vanish from her sight. She sat there, dazed and numb, her face drained of color, gripping the handrails of the vehicle with white-knuckled intensity, her gaze fixed on the terrifying scene outside the window. Lost in a state of stunned disbelief. Chapter 56. Dark Moments. Jiang Zheng, in a state of frantic urgency, hastily seated himself in the driver's seat. With a flicker of thought, the indicator lights in the cabin illuminated, and just as he intended to start the motorhome, he was met with the deafening roar of the engine. Yet, the vehicle remained utterly immobile. What could be the reason for this? A wave of panic surged through Jiang Zheng's heart. At such a critical juncture, the inability to move the motorhome was enough to ignite his agitation. Overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, he found himself momentarily at a loss as he beheld the horrifying scene unfolding before him. The motorhome's tires are damaged, durability at 90. The system's frigid voice abruptly echoed in Zhang's mind. Though perpetually cold and unfeeling, at this moment, it felt like a beacon of salvation. Like a ship lost at sea under the cloak of night, spotting a bright lighthouse guiding it home, the system had pinpointed the crux of the issue. A flicker of relief flashed in Zhang's eyes as he rolled down the window, craning his neck to survey the situation on the left side. To his dismay, both tires had been removed. With a grave expression, he retracted his head, suspecting the same fate awaited the right side. All 4 tires had been vandalized. This must be the handiwork of the yellow-haired gang. A moment's thought led Jiang to piece together the events that had transpired. Despite the seething resentment within him, he had no time to dwell on it now. The paramount task was to repair the wheels. With another flicker of thought, he considered the repair. Repairing the tires requires 100 energy points. Would you like to expend energy for this repair? Yes, Jiang confirmed without hesitation. As 100 energy points vanished, a brilliant white glow enveloped the motorhome, and in an instant, the 4 deflated tires were restored to their former state. Motorhome integrity at 100. As the system's cold voice resonated in his mind once more, Jiang, who had been fraught with anxiety, felt as if a calming agent had been administered. He exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Damn that yellow-haired ruffian, Jiang internally cursed. Thankfully, the repair of his motorhome required only energy points. Otherwise, he would truly have been trapped here today, having narrowly escaped this immediate crisis. Jiang wiped away the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead in his earlier frenzy, letting out a long breath. "Please, help my child. My leg is broken. Take my daughter to safety." A middle-aged male survivor clutched the infant swaddled in his arms, desperately pulling at the leg of a fleeing accomplice, his voice filled with anguish. This father, fully aware of his own impending doom, was consumed with concern for his child still in the cradle. Even in the face of death, he sought to secure the last glimmer of hope for her survival. The noble radiance of paternal love shone through in this apocalyptic moment. Those who witnessed this scene could not help but feel a pang of sorrow in their hearts. In such a poignant moment, even if one is unable to take action, the sentiment will undoubtedly be etched deeply in their hearts, and upon encountering someone who stirs their emotions, tears will flow freely. What a futile rescue! Let go of me. The henchman, already in a state of utter disarray, found himself grappling with an imbecile who clung to him desperately, adding to his burdens. His face contorted in a snarl as he bellowed at the middle-aged man who had latched onto him. "I truly beseech you, please help me. She has lost her mother, and now she stands to lose her father as well. I have failed in my duties as a parent. She is my sole source of hope and concern. In the next life, I shall repay you with all my might." The middle-aged man implored passionately, holding onto the henchman's calf while extending his arms to present the infant cradled in his embrace, gazing longingly at his daughter's delicate visage, his eyes brimming with tears. "You truly won't let go?" The henchman, glancing back at the ominous horde of zombies drawing closer, impatiently shouted at the middle-aged man. "No," came the choked reply, filled with resolute desperation. then I shall condemn you to death." The henchman, looking at the infant presented before him. A flicker of cruelty and madness crossed his eyes as he swiftly raised his machete, swinging it downwards without hesitation towards the child. No. The infant, who had been wailing just moments ago, fell silent. The middle-aged man, still reeling from the shock, could only watch in horror as the henchman, with a devilish glare, cleaved his own flesh and blood in two. The blood of the daughter splattered across his face, rendering him pale. The stark contrast of the crimson fluid against his ashen complexion creating a ghastly visage. The middle-aged man's eyes brimmed with despair and disbelief, as if the very blood within him had ceased to flow. His gaze devoid of light, an overwhelming agony surged through him, making it difficult to breathe. Grief-stricken, tears of helpless regret streamed down his face. "You wretched beast, stay here and die with me and my child." The henchman attempted to flee, but the middle-aged man, who had just moments ago appeared desolate, now radiated an expression of vengeful hatred, his face contorted in a monstrous grimace. With every ounce of strength, he clung to the henchman's leg, choking out a demand for vengeance for his daughter. The henchman felt the ground tremble beneath him. Casting a fearful glance at the encroaching horde of zombies, he then looked down at the middle-aged man who clung to his leg, and a surge of rage boiled within him. The malice in his eyes intensified. With ruthless determination, he raised his machete once more, unleashing all his might as he severed the hands gripping his leg. Vivid crimson gushed forth from the severed limbs, and the middle-aged man stared blankly at the dismembered arms, as if the pain had yet to register. In the next instant, a heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips, his face contorted in excruciating agony. Yet the boundless hatred in his heart temporarily suppressed the pain of the moment. With a single sturdy leg planted firmly on the ground, he leaped forward, bringing his head close to the man's foot, biting fiercely into his calf, as if he were a vice gripping tightly. The thug cried out in pain, the tremors of the earth growing ever closer, as he glared at the middle-aged man who ignited such fury within him, his anger now an uncontrollable blaze. With a swift motion, he kicked forcefully at the man's chest, sending the irritating figure flying several meters away. The immense force of the kick shattered the middle-aged man's teeth, blood gushing forth from his mouth. The thug, too, revealed a flicker of anguish on his face, feeling a chunk of flesh torn from his own calf by the man's bite. He glanced down at the gruesome wound, blood oozing from the mangled flesh, his complexion paling. Casting a deep, resentful look at the middle-aged man lying not far off, he felt an overwhelming bitterness. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he turned and fled swiftly into the distance. The middle-aged man lay helplessly, turning his head to stare blankly at the approaching horde of zombies. Perhaps aware of his impending doom, the tumultuous emotions within him quieted to an eerie calm. A bitter smile crept to his lips, for he had failed to avenge his beloved child. After all this time, he had hoped to take his adversary down with him. Yet the man had escaped. He cursed the heavens for allowing such despairing days to unfold, robbing his precious child of a carefree life and leading to her tragic demise. He loathed himself even more for failing to fulfill his duties as a father, unable even to exact vengeance. "Little treasure, your father is a worthless man. I have betrayed your mother and brought you into this world," he muttered, his thoughts spiraling, until he could no longer contain his sorrow and began to weep uncontrollably. Even as his beloved daughter met such a tragic end before his eyes, he had not displayed this level of despair. Ultimately, he was consumed by guilt and frustration over his own inadequacies, a torrent of emotions flooding his mind in that moment. The once mighty pillar of the family could no longer maintain his strength, reduced to a childlike state as he sobbed and cried out in anguish. In the next instant, he was surrounded by the zombies, his expression blank, blood-red eyes fixated on the fleeing figure. Even as the relentless undead tore into his flesh, he did not utter a sound. Boundless hatred dissipated in the face of his final despair. He died without witnessing the suffering of his enemy, who had safely escaped from this place. The once arrogant thugs, who typically exuded confidence and power, now cowered in fear, fleeing in disarray, devoid of the courage to defend their ground. In a desperate bid for survival, individuals resorted to any means necessary, even casting their own compatriots aside to gain a fleeting moment of escape. The once formidable subordinates, now reduced to a state of abject terror, scuttled away like frightened rodents, evoking nothing but disdain. Jiang Zheng stood transfixed, observing the scene unfold before him. All of this transpired in mere seconds, yet it was vividly etched in his mind. Despite having been forged and tempered by the crucible of violence, his heart remained untroubled by the specter of death. Nevertheless, such a brutal and dehumanizing spectacle was one he had seldom witnessed. As a human being, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger, his heart ablaze with indignation. In that moment, he could only silently mourn for the unfortunate father who had met a tragic end. The horrifying siege of the undead rendered the escape route of that subordinate irrelevant. Even he was unable to ensure his own safety, let alone seek retribution for the middle-aged man. With a silent sigh, his thoughts raced, and upon regaining focus, he appeared to glimpse something extraordinary. His gaze fixated on the subordinate, who had altered course and was now fleeing in his direction. Chapter 57. Enemies? Heaven has a path you refuse to tread. Hell has no doors, yet you force your way in. Jiang Zheng's gaze shimmered with a cold light, his murderous intent unmistakable. A slight, chilling smile graced his lips, as if the very blood coursing through his veins was boiling with exhilaration. At this moment, the RV was fully prepared for departure, awaiting Jiang Zheng's command. He cast a glance at the boundless horde of zombies, dark clouds looming ominously over the city. His expression was complex, yet within his obsidian eyes there lay an unwavering determination. For there was no retreat left. The only option was to muster every ounce of strength and carve a bloody path forward. Even if it meant emerging battered and bruised, navigating through thorns with but a glimmer of hope for survival. Though he had faced numerous crises before, the stark horror of the current scene was unparalleled. By nature, he was somewhat carefree, yet beneath that facade resided a profound resilience and resolve, qualities that had remained dormant during his mundane existence prior to the apocalypse. However, post-catastrophe, with the aid of a system, limitless possibilities opened before him. A flame of ambition ignited within him, as everything seemed to progress towards a favorable outcome. He had yet to traverse the vastness of this world and witness its splendor. How could he, at the very beginning of his journey, surrender in despair and be consumed by the mundane? He could not, and would not, easily relinquish his ideals and the will to survive. In this world, there were still those he cared for, waiting for him to seek them out. Though the path ahead appeared bleak and endless, it also held a promise of hope. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts cascaded through his mind, as vivid as poignant scenes from a profound film. Sitting in the driver's seat, Jiang Zheng inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, shaking off the remnants of his previous despondency and fear. Now, he radiated an aura akin to a colossal sword cleaving through waves, its brilliance unmistakable and its might formidable. His countenance was serene, yet his eyes sparkled with fervor, filled with unyielding faith in victory. A hint of excitement danced at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "I am coming." With that declaration, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The RV's engine roared to life. The brand new tires screeched against the dusty road, sending sparks flying. This seemingly cumbersome vehicle surged forward with an astonishing velocity, kicking up a cloud of dust as it raced away. A survivor, breathless and frantic, dashed into a room in the corridor, hurriedly locking the door behind him. After securing his refuge, he rushed to the window to assess the situation below. Upon reaching the window, he caught sight of the scene outside and exclaimed in disbelief, "Goodness, how can such a dilapidated RV possess such speed? This is madness." The astonishment on the survivor's face was palpable, his expression a mix of shock and awe. The sheer scale of the zombie horde was overwhelming. Yet this revelation shattered his previous understanding. As an aficionado of vehicles, he recognized just how extraordinary such speed was for an RV. He could scarcely believe that this battered and hefty vehicle could accelerate faster than a supercar, a marvel he had never encountered before, leaving him both astounded and amazed. In that moment, the onlookers below, witnessing the scene, were filled with astonishment. The young man, struggling with his injured left leg, desperately fled forward, beads of sweat rolling down his pale forehead, his expression fraught with anxiety. Had it not been for the incessant pursuit of an irritating individual, he wondered if he would find himself in such a predicament. Faced with calamity, he had foolishly entertained the notion of serving as a free caretaker, burdened with an anchor of a companion. It was absurd. Perhaps it would be best to sever the life of that precious nuisance, allowing both to escape this world and its impending doom, thereby avoiding the misfortunes that accompanied such a tedious man. To his dismay, despite his intentions, that bothersome individual proved to be remarkably tenacious. Instead of expressing gratitude for his benevolence, he had inflicted pain upon the young man's leg, embodying the tale of the farmer and the snake, where kindness met with ingratitude. Consumed by resentment, the young man's eyes flashed with bitterness as he spat in frustration, a manifestation of his pent-up grievances. He intended to seek refuge within the nearby building, but upon reaching the entrance, he encountered a scene that elicited a torrent of curses from his lips. "Damn it, don't close the door." His face contorted with despair and fury. The anger that had been brewing within him finally erupted as he shouted at a survivor poised to shut the door. His voice boomed, unmistakably laced with rage. Yet the survivor merely glanced back, their actions unceasing. Upon recognizing the young man's attire, The survivor hastened their movements, slamming the heavy door shut before the young man's panicked gaze. The resounding thud echoed in his ears, a stark reminder of his lost chance for survival. With the door firmly shut, the flicker of hope within him extinguished. Clenching his teeth, his eyes filled with bitterness, he was engulfed in a tumult of despair and fury. For a fleeting moment, he stood frozen, then cast a resentful glance at the now-closed door, reluctantly dragging his injured leg away in search of another escape route. Although panic coursed through him, his desire to survive burned fiercely. At that moment, his sole belief was to endure. He did not wish to perish. As he turned to evade in another direction, a thunderous roar of an approaching vehicle reached his ears. What manner of vehicle could produce such a cacophony? Astonished, he reflected on his time in this place, having never encountered an automobile capable of such a sound. As he pondered, he noticed a cloud of dust rising ahead, revealing an old, dilapidated RV. What on earth? The lackey was utterly astonished, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before his eyes. Moments earlier, at the very instant of Jiang Zheng's demise, he was horrified to witness the two of them vanish like phantoms. The psychological toll of such a surreal experience had yet to subside, leaving him in a state of disbelief, for this bizarre occurrence was indeed profoundly shocking. And was this dilapidated RV not Jiang Zheng's chariot? He had been among those led by the blonde thug to vandalize the vehicle. He had participated in removing its tires. Aware of the rationale behind the blonde thug's actions, suspecting they might be concealed within this very RV. Though he had scoffed at the notion, the momentary disappearance he had just witnessed left him in a state of half-belief. Today, by mere chance, he was stationed around this RV. And just as he was returning to rest, he encountered the cataclysmic event of a zombie siege. In less than a minute, they had inexplicably emerged, and now they were within the vehicle, with Jiang Zheng presumably at the wheel. Remarkably, the tires had already been replaced. He had only just left for a few seconds. Yet the utterly destroyed tires now appeared as pristine as new. The battered RV surged towards him like a tempest. At this moment, the lackey's understanding shattered completely, and the blonde thug's theory was confirmed in the most terrifying manner. He had no choice but to accept this chilling reality. He could no longer endure the astonishing events unfolding right before his eyes, akin to how he had previously doubted the possibility of such a large-scale zombie invasion. The very thought was enough to rend his heart. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with horror and incredulity. In the blink of an eye, the speeding RV was mere paces away from him. Jiang Zheng finally discerned the detestable figure of the lackey, feeling a slight surprise in his heart. The silhouette before him was unmistakably that of the lackey who had pursued him under the blonde thug's command, nearly taking his life in the final moments. The sharp blade had been mere centimeters from his neck. Had it been a fraction swifter, he would have met his demise. Now, witnessing the very foe who had nearly ambushed him in his weakened state, how could he not be astonished? Fate, it seemed, had come full circle. Today, he would avenge both his fallen brother and himself. As Jiang Zheng recognized the lackey, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, eyes slightly widened, yet a cold, sinister smile crept upon his lips. This lackey was the first to bring him face to face with the proximity of death. The relief of having narrowly escaped intertwined with an insatiable desire for vengeance, waiting for the day he could exact retribution and redeem his honor. Now he has delivered himself to the doorstep, leaving no room for doubt regarding his merciless nature. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, his hands remained unyielding in their motion. With a sudden jerk, he wrenched the steering wheel to the left, swiftly adjusting the vehicle's trajectory towards the flustered henchman, pressing down hard on the accelerator, propelling forward with ferocious intent. Before him loomed a motorhome, barreling forward like a feral beast, while behind lay an ocean of despairing corpses. No matter the circumstances, he was fated to face his doom. With a furious gaze fixed upon the approaching vehicle, it was evident that Jiang Zheng had recognized him. The aim was unwavering, directly targeting his life. His fingers clenched tightly into a fist, knuckles cracking with tension. Despair flickered in the henchman's eyes. He was truly unwilling to accept this fate. Yet, at this juncture, he understood that he had exhausted all avenues of escape, akin to a hapless lab rat subjected to torment, with no hope of evasion. Turning to face the thundering motorhome, the henchman summoned every ounce of strength within him, raising his blood-stained machete, pointing it defiantly at the driver's seat. Witnessing this scene, a chilling sneer crept across Jiang Zheng's lips, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He slammed down on the accelerator. The motorhome surged forward like a tiger descending a mountain, unstoppable in its relentless advance. Dragging his injured leg, the henchman pressed on step by step, his fighting spirit ignited. For the sake of fame and power, he was prepared to sacrifice everything. He feared not death, for otherwise, he would not have dared to leap forth in a final attempt to slay Jiang Zheng. Despite his failure, even in death, he refused to perish in such a pitiful manner. Rather than be mercilessly devoured by the zombies behind him, he would prefer to meet his end at the hands of his own kind, by his enemies. Chapter 58, The Final Struggle in the Relentless Dance of Fate. Where victors and vanquished are determined, he found himself face to face with Jiang Zheng once more, merely 2 days later. Yet, it was he who stood on the precipice of death. With a grim smile, he gazed at the oncoming RV, a flicker of determination and malice igniting in his eyes. With a fierce shout, he brandished his knife and charged toward the vehicle. His intent was to strike at the RV's tires, even in death. He was resolved to drag Jiang Zheng down with him. He recognized the RV's sole glaring weakness lay in its wheels, and even if he could merely mar one tire, he was determined to make Jiang Zheng suffer. However, the sharp blade did not meet its intended target as he had envisioned. The speeding RV deftly repositioned itself, altering its trajectory to collide directly with him. Did he perceive the imminent danger? At such close quarters, there was no time for him to change course, and he murmured in despair. As the RV hurtled forward with unparalleled speed, the air itself seemed to shatter around it. When the vehicle crashed into him, the sheer force coursed through his body, displacing his internal organs in an instant. The overwhelming power surged within him, leading to the catastrophic rupture of his innards. Flung violently into the horde of zombies behind him, blood gushed from his throat, painting him in a crimson hue, resembling a specter of blood. He fell heavily into the mass of undead, akin to a lamb among wolves. The emotionless zombies, their eyes ablaze with a ravenous hunger, surged forward, tearing at the remnants of his body with frenzied abandon. In those fleeting moments of consciousness, he endured excruciating torment as the merciless creatures feasted upon his flesh. He could scarcely fathom such a wretched demise. In mere seconds, his flesh was devoured, leaving nothing but stark white bones, trampled underfoot by the ravenous horde. His once sturdy bones reduced to mere fragments, obliterated from existence. Perhaps this was the fitting end for a villain. Jiang Zheng observed with an impassive expression as Ma Zai met his gruesome fate at the hands of the zombies. Though the scene was harrowing and desolate, his heart remained untouched, even stirred by a sense of grim satisfaction. This was but a minor episode in the midst of a greater crisis. Before him loomed the vast terror of the zombie horde. He needed to devise a plan to escape this perilous situation. The RV, having gained momentum after a brief acceleration, now surged forward at its peak speed, cutting through the throng of zombies like a sword through flesh. Countless undead were hurled aside, some crushed under the relentless wheels, reduced to a pulpy mass. Thus, they carved a bloody path through the chaos. Originally, Jiang Zheng had parked the RV in a secluded corner of a building. Now, it had finally broken into the center of the square. The windshield was smeared with the grotesque remnants of zombies, blood and dismembered limbs obscuring the view ahead. Pressing the wiper button, 2 powerful wipers, akin to steel, emerged from either side, ruthlessly sweeping away the gruesome matter clinging to the glass. Subsequently, a frothy mist burst forth from both sides, and the wipers resumed their vigorous dance. The once obscured windshield now gleamed with clarity, as rays of light sparkled like dazzling diamonds in the reflections. However, what reappeared before Jiang Zheng was an overwhelming sight of zombies. Despite the RV's acceleration, it was unable to advance against such a massive horde, facing immense resistance. The tires spun violently, grinding against the concrete and emitting brilliant sparks, accompanied by plumes of black smoke. Even seated within the vehicle, Jiang Zheng could sense the acrid odor of burning rubber. And for the first time in such a dire situation, his expression turned grim. A cold glint flickered in Jiang Zheng's eyes, his countenance heavy with gravity. This situation was untenable. He needed a plan. Thanks to the RV's upgrades, its defensive capabilities had reached new heights, rendering the surrounding zombies momentarily impotent. Yet, prolonged attacks would inevitably trap him within, gradually eroding the vehicle's defenses. The RV was not invincible. A quantitative accumulation could lead to a qualitative change. Jiang Zheng dared not be complacent. A sudden acceleration was out of the question. The number of zombies here vastly exceeded those encountered previously. He feared that a reckless dash could result in the vehicle overturning, leading to irrevocable consequences. As he reversed the vehicle to change direction in an attempt to break through, he contemplated ways to buy himself some time to devise a strategy. He reviewed all available options, but none offered a way out of this predicament. The only weapon with significant destructive potential was singular in nature. What could be done? With a swift flick of the steering wheel, the RV executed a dramatic drift, tires screeching as they carved an elliptical arc upon the ground. Then, with a surge of acceleration, he propelled the vehicle towards the other side. Although the number of zombies was slightly diminished there, they too halted after a brief distance was covered. Curse be it! Jiang Zheng slammed his hand upon the steering wheel in frustration, venting his anger and profound sense of helplessness. Yet, his hand struck the horn, unleashing a jarring sound that pierced through the cacophony of the surrounding chaos. The nearby zombies turned their attention towards this noisy target, converging upon it. As the weight of crisis and adversity intensified, in that moment, Jiang Zheng succumbed to despair, confronted by the endless sea of corpses. Such a feeling of powerlessness had not gripped him for a long time. His countenance was grotesquely contorted, and though his heart brimmed with boundless fury and indignation, he could only helplessly reverse the motorhome, altering its course to flee towards the very place they had just departed. Inside the vehicle, Chen Xiaohua gripped the handrail tightly, gazing out at the throngs of terrifying zombies beyond the window, her complexion an alarming pallor, devoid of any color. As the motorhome executed a sharp turn under Jiang Zheng's command, the items within the cabin, meticulously arranged, were hurled about by inertia, cascading to the floor. The clattering of pots and bowls in the kitchen resonated with a jarring clang, akin to a myriad of sharp swords piercing her fragile heart. Startled, Chen Xiaohua's eyes were filled with panic, yet fear rendered her mute. She endeavored to press her body against the handrail, seeking a modicum of safety. The violent motion of the vehicle heralded the peril and plight Jiang Zheng was confronting, a situation evidently far from simple. She understood this clearly, yet felt powerless to act. Silently cheering him on in her heart, fervently praying. She believed that he would surely conjure a miracle, extricating them from the present adversity and darkness, leading her through the encircling doom toward the light of day once more. It was only her steadfast faith in him that could instill a flicker of warmth in her ice-cold being and prevent her fragile spirit from succumbing to despair and despondency. She held this belief with unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng, while evading danger, anxiously activated the system in his mind, swiftly locating the product page and rapidly sifting through suitable items, hoping to liberate himself from the current predicament. Potions, storage space, mounted Gatling guns, grenades, each product flashed before him. Yet none satisfied his desperate need. The mounted weapons had not unlocked any area of effect items. Even the heavy Gatling gun could not pave a path through the encirclement in such dire circumstances. He continued to search, unwilling to expend the last of his precious energy points until he had scoured every page, for this was his final glimmer of hope. The endless horde of zombies swiftly consumed the majority of the gas station, obliterating any chance of escape. The cries of fleeing humans echoed relentlessly, as damaged vehicles belched thick plumes of smoke and flames, engulfing the scene in chaos. Even from the heights of a tall building, one could still hear the resonant growls of the zombies below, akin to a chorus of throaty roars. Huang Mao anxiously led his remaining 4 loyal subordinates through this grave crisis, as their once formidable organization crumbled in an instant. They were not fools. They were acutely aware of Huang Mao's capabilities, and at that moment, staying put would be akin to inviting certain doom. The group hastily rushed to the rear exit, where Huang Mao intended to utilize the car parked in the backyard to navigate a back route to safety. Yet, fate had other plans. Who the hell did this? He cursed in frustration. The yellow-haired man's complexion turned ashen, his eyes filled with a fierce glare. Upon rushing outside, they discovered that the small sedan, which had been parked in the backyard, had inexplicably vanished. The 4 henchmen behind him exchanged glances, their silence palpable, as none of them could fathom what had transpired. Damn it, now we have no chance of escape. What should we do? The yellow-haired man muttered, his head hung low, fists clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with resentment. After countless calculations, he had believed that this plan would be the safest, yet it had culminated in such a disheartening outcome. The flicker of hope within him was instantly reduced to nothingness, his spirit shattered. Behind them loomed an endless horde of zombies, a sight that sent shivers down his spine, extinguishing any desire to resist. Let us flee down this narrow path. Otherwise, we can only await our demise here. After a moment of hesitation, the yellow-haired man made a decisive choice. To run, even if it meant relying solely on their legs, offered a glimmer of possibility. To stay would result in their complete annihilation. They would starve to death in this forsaken place. At this moment, they had no other options. The 4 henchmen exchanged furtive glances, and with no one raising objections, the 5 of them hastily gathered their belongings and fled toward the narrow path that had yet to be overrun by the undead. Chapter 59. Desperation or Salvation. My dear, what shall we do? I am terrified. A young woman, completely unclothed, displayed her snow-white, alluring skin and voluptuous form. Her eyes were wide with fear, and her pallid complexion betrayed her terror as she gazed at the horrifying sea of corpses before her. What can we do? It seems there's no way out. We must remain hidden here. Perhaps if we endure for a while, they will disperse, and we may find salvation. The portly middle-aged man, whom the young woman referred to as her husband, shared her gaze at the dreadful scene below. His face was ashen, and the veins on his neck throbbed with tension. What if they come charging up here? We cannot possibly fend them off. There are far too many zombies. It is utterly terrifying. The young woman appeared almost paralyzed by fear, collapsing onto the bed, her eyes devoid of light, muttering incoherently. Fear not, my love. I have already secured the only access point in the corridor. He reassured her gently. We are on the top floor. Aside from that corridor, no one can reach us. Rest easy, my darling. The corpulent man breathed heavily, softly comforting his wife. The previous night had been a harrowing ordeal for them both, and only at the break of dawn was he finally allowed a brief respite from the charming tormentor that was his wife. He had risen first, and upon approaching the window, he was met with the sight of countless zombies below. In a panic, he rushed to the corridor entrance, barricading it with bookshelves and other debris, effectively sealing off their escape route before returning to the safety of their room. Upon entering, he found his wife awake, seated at the head of the bed, her expression mournful as she muttered to herself. Do we have enough food? She asked anxiously. The man felt a sense of calm wash over him as he looked at her radiant skin, desire flickering in his eyes. He quietly sat beside her, placing his hands naturally on her bosom, and softly replied, Have you forgotten? When the apocalypse struck, we were among the first to raid the nearby supermarket. We secured provisions for an entire month. We have more than enough. Worry not, my dear. Once we exhaust our supplies, circumstances will improve. His tone was devoid of panic. He believed that with time, the horde of zombies would inevitably recede. Although he could not fathom the reason for such an overwhelming number of the undead, he trusted his instincts. Despite his rational thoughts, his body betrayed a primal fear, reflecting his innate trepidation. He leaned his head against the young woman's smooth back, his coarse, plump cheek pressed against her softness. The intoxicating fragrance and tender warmth emanating from her gradually soothed his restless heart. As he finished speaking, a hint of color returned to her pale cheeks. In the face of crisis, her mind had been a blank slate, devoid of any room for contemplation. He gently kneaded her softness, eliciting a soft, pained sigh from her lips. A flicker of desire ignited within him, dispelling the fear that had once gripped his heart. As the portly middle-aged man contemplated indulging in a shameful act amidst the daylight, in such a perilous moment, he was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous cacophony from below. The shrill sound of tires screeching against the pavement pierced the air. Who, in such a dire situation, dared to engage in drifting? Startled by the overwhelming noise, the man's enthusiasm waned, his expression darkening as he muttered in frustration. The once erect member of his body quickly succumbed, and, filled with both anger and curiosity, he approached the edge of the bed to gaze downwards. He was eager to discover the audacity of the individual who dared to display such boldness. Following his gaze, he beheld a dilapidated RV recklessly navigating through the throng of zombies, scattering them like leaves in the wind, limbs flying and blood splattering, leaving a gruesome trail of crimson upon the ground. Yet, overwhelmed by the sheer number of undead, the vehicle faltered after a couple of turns, retreating pitifully into a corner of the building. How foolish to venture forth in such a rickety RV, the man scoffed, disdain evident on his face. His eyes brimmed with pity as he offered a merciless critique. How tragic, to risk one's life so recklessly, only to meet an inevitable demise. The horde of ghouls swiftly encircled the last corner of the building, and with no escape in sight, the RV seemed to resign itself to its fate. Coming to an unfortunate halt, witnessing the impending doom of his fellow compatriot, the man's face contorted into a twisted smile of excitement. Only such a scene could alleviate the oppressive weight on his soul, prompting an involuntary laugh. He envisioned the decrepit RV being besieged by the ravenous undead, their frenzied assaults shattering the vehicle as countless zombies surged inside, devouring its inhabitants in their despair. As he conjured these morbid thoughts, an eerie smile spread across his face. He had lived under such suppression that this twisted fascination had taken root within him. Only through such grotesque violence could he find solace and joy. The relentless and jarring sounds of impact reverberated around the RV. Damage sustained. 97 durability. The cold, emotionless voice of the system echoed in Jiang Zheng's mind. An onslaught of emotions, impatience, anxiety, trepidation, unease, fear, guilt, despair, converged in his thoughts like an explosive charge. Even a person of his steadfast nature could scarcely withstand the hammering despair wrought by such overwhelming circumstances. His complexion grew haggard, as if aged by years, his expression a grim and somber reflection of his inner turmoil. Listening helplessly to the cold and unfeeling notifications of the system, I numbly surveyed the menacing horde of terrifying zombies that surrounded me. A profound sense of powerlessness surged within my heart. I cannot give up. Even though my spirit has been utterly shattered, fragmented into disarray, devoid of any lofty aspirations or desire for survival, a flicker of indomitable consciousness ignited within me, akin to a spark of starlight, faint yet resolute. I shall not concede defeat. Jiang Zheng quietly clenched his fists, his cold gaze unwavering. His mind continued to rapidly peruse the merchandise section, for he clung to a final glimmer of hope. The RV sustained damage, with its defensive integrity at 92. The RV sustained damage, with its defensive integrity at 89. The RV sustained damage, with its defensive integrity at 86. Even with the second-tier RV's defenses, it could not withstand the relentless and increasingly powerful assaults of the zombies. The defensive system of the RV was gradually being eroded by the grotesque and fearsome creatures. The situation was dire. Do we truly still have hope? Inside the vehicle, Chen Xiaohua gazed with beautiful eyes, her dark pupils somewhat vacant. Staring blankly at the menacing zombies just inches away, clawing and biting at the windows, she murmured in a daze. Hurry, a little faster. Sweat streamed down Jiang Zheng's face, a manifestation of his anxiety in the sweltering heat, as a flurry of product information raced through his mind. I found it. Jiang Zheng suddenly uttered softly. Whether it was fear or excitement, his hands began to tremble slightly, as he beheld the image lingering in his mind. A hint of color returned to his pale visage, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. It's you. With that, a subtle smile crept upon the corners of Jiang Zheng's lips. Chapter 60. The Steel Behemoth Front Collision-Resistant Teeth Energy Points. 2000 Uniqueness. RV Armor Strength. Level 2. Upgrades with RV Level. Performance. The front will be equipped with collision-resistant teeth, ensuring that the RV can navigate at high speeds without being impeded by obstacles on the road. This seemingly mundane description instantly ignited a spark of hope in Jiang Zheng, whose spirit had been nearly extinguished. At first glance, it appeared utterly useless for Jiang Zheng's current predicament. However, when combined with the RV's instant acceleration feature, it became a different story. Jiang Zheng's greatest challenge lay in breaking through the encircling horde of zombies. The only viable means of escape, the acceleration feature, had been rendered unusable due to limitations imposed by the RV and the environment. Now, with the addition of these collision-resistant teeth, his current flaw was remedied. Paired with the instant acceleration capability, it promised a swift escape from his dire situation. Moreover, his fuel tank had been filled to the brim earlier. Everything was now in place, save for a favorable wind. A fierce and fervent light erupted in Jiang Zheng's eyes. Should he purchase the front collision-resistant teeth? Energy consumption, 2,000 points. Yes. Jiang Zheng's resolute gaze did not waver as he confirmed his choice without hesitation. As his intent resonated, his energy points swiftly diminished by 2,000, reducing his total from 5,000 to 3,000. In the past, such a loss would have caused him some distress, but in this life-or-death moment, he could afford no such concerns, nor did he feel regret. He considered this expenditure to be the most worthwhile investment he had made thus far. As the energy points vanished, Jiang Zheng's predatory gaze had already pierced through the windshield, eagerly fixated on the front of the vehicle. True to his anticipation, the next moment, a brilliant white light erupted from the front, dazzling and intense. The radiance was so overwhelming that Jiang Zheng found it difficult to keep his eyes open, hastily shielding them with his hands. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the white light vanished, ephemeral as it had arrived. Once visibility returned to normal, he quickly removed his hands, anxiously scrutinizing the front. The sight before him rendered Jiang Zheng momentarily dazed, yet his expression radiated profound satisfaction, a slight smile gracing his lips. Before him, the somewhat dilapidated front of the RV was now enveloped in an enormous, heavy, and formidable alloy of unknown origin. This strange metal, whose composition was unfamiliar to him, had been polished to perfection. The steel was a deep black, as if infused with ink, so dark that it subtly shimmered with a white glow. A mere glance revealed the imposing presence emanating from this exotic metal. Only a narrow gap remained at the driver's seat for observation, shrouding the cockpit in shadow and creating an atmosphere that could unsettle the unprepared. Yet, within Jiang Zheng's heart, there blossomed an inexplicable sense of security. Just from this single view, he could instinctively perceive the formidable hardness of the iron wall. His consciousness sank deep within the confines of the vehicle, a peculiar sensation having arisen when he first selected this mobile abode. As his awareness melded with the RV, the entire structure unfolded before his eyes like a vivid 3D tableau. His consciousness traversed to the front of the vehicle, where the scene shifted dramatically. At that moment, the front was enveloped by a formidable, unyielding iron curtain. On the other side of this iron barrier, sharp, chilling steel serrations lined up ominously, each serration closely spaced, densely covering the entire curtain. The elliptical peaks of the serrations were honed to a fine point, their dark tips exuding a faintly sinister aura. A frigid and eerie presence emanating continuously from their tips. Jiang Zheng had no doubt that should one of these serrations make contact, it would instantly pierce through, leaving nothing but a chilling emptiness in its wake. A sudden realization of the impending fate awaiting the zombies before him sent a shiver of inexplicable thrill coursing through Jiang Zheng's body. Beyond the menacing serrations, the details were equally formidable. The entire array of protective serrations extended from the roof downwards, completely enveloping the front of the vehicle, with connections on either side reaching toward the doors. These connections allowed the serrations to move up and down, should visibility prove inadequate. They could be raised to the roof at inconsequential moments. Below, they stretched directly to the ground, maintaining a low profile akin to that of a supercar's chassis, with a row of fork-like steel shovels at the base to prevent anything from slipping through the gaps and accumulating at the rear underside of the vehicle. In that moment, the RV resembled a steel beast exuding an aura of chilling menace, poised for action. The surrounding zombies, previously captivated by the blinding flash, momentarily halted, the ones at the front being repelled by the abrupt emergence of the serrated barrier. This astonishing transformation left the mindless zombies momentarily stunned before they lunged forward anew. While the zombies around the body of the vehicle fared relatively well, those at the front met with a gruesome fate. As ever, the frenzied horde surged forward, seemingly oblivious to the icy presence of the densely packed serrated defenses. Once again, as they collided with the serrated tips, the enhanced bodies of the zombies were effortlessly pierced, as though they were mere tofu. The front of the iron curtain soon became a macabre tableau, filled with the bodies of the zombies as if they were nails driven into wood. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Zheng, unable to witness the unfolding carnage, furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the grotesquely twisted male zombie beside him, its face smeared with blood, relentlessly pounding against the glass with its hardened hands. Even as its bony hand shattered from the unyielding assault, the relentless creature continued its frenzied attack, its palm moving like a perpetual motion machine. Despite the soundproofing of the RV, Jiang Zheng could hear the vibrations and faint sounds of impact resonating from the relentless onslaught of the zombie. Let you two endure the agony of my wrath. Jiang Zheng sat in the driver's seat, his expression tranquil, yet a flicker of brilliance ignited in his eyes. He murmured softly to himself, then pressed the accelerator to the floor. The RV roared to life, its power maximized, but there was no room for acceleration. The tires spun rapidly against the ground, sparks flying and the acrid scent of burnt rubber filling the air. Yet they could not breach the throngs of zombies that surrounded them. Unfazed, Jiang Zheng pressed the red button beside him, well prepared for this moment. With a tremendous roar, as the button was engaged, the seemingly cumbersome RV suddenly surged forward with an astonishing force, effortlessly breaking through the horde of zombies ahead. In that instant, the RV transformed with a collision-resistant serration, akin to a steel beast traversing an uninhabited domain. Regardless of the multitude of zombies in its path, it advanced with relentless ferocity, as though slicing through tofu. In merely a heartbeat, the RV surged over 100 meters, scattering the zombies like leaves in a tempest, utterly devoid of resistance. This time, the risk of overturning during acceleration was non-existent. There were no impediments to its progress. It was an unstoppable force. Behind the RV lay a scene of carnage, with bones strewn across the ground. The road was littered with dismembered limbs, the ground saturated with thick blood, exuding an overwhelming stench of death. The speeding RV carved a vivid and striking path of crimson through the zombie-infested terrain, painting a haunting portrait of mortality. Chapter 61. A startling turn on the rooftop. A portly middle-aged man gazed down upon the world, his countenance turned pale with disbelief. What on earth is happening? He uttered in a hurried tone, his expression shifting dramatically as he regarded the dilapidated RV before him, as if he were staring into the very face of a demon. In the blink of an eye, that battered vehicle, akin to one equipped with rockets, unleashed an unparalleled force, hurtling forward with astonishing speed. The seemingly formidable zombies before him posed no impediment whatsoever, akin to slicing through tofu. What material is this RV constructed from? Resembling an armored tank. A wave of fear coursed through the man's mind as he exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, under the relentless assault of the zombies, the RV had merely sustained some dents. Not even a single pane of its fragile glass shattered. Furthermore, what was that steel plate that suddenly emerged from the front of the vehicle? This is utterly bewildering. The middle-aged man stared in a daze, the confidence he once held evaporating into thin air. The rising and falling of his chest betrayed his inner terror. This sudden transformation had evidently shattered his understanding cultivated over more than 3 decades, and it was no wonder he was so horrified and astonished. Moreover, how could this RV accelerate in an instant? Is it using nitrous oxide? Is this a game of QQ racing? His plump face was etched with profound shock and confusion. This is madness. The apocalypse has arrived, bringing with it all manner of peculiarities. The cruel anticipation within him abruptly shattered, leaving him disappointed as he watched the RV dash away. His mindset remained relatively stable as he attempted to accept this bizarre occurrence. After all, with such an overwhelming horde of zombies besieging them, what could possibly be more terrifying? Such acceleration surely could not be sustained indefinitely. It might merely be a desperate struggle for survival, a last-ditch effort. Ultimately, death would still claim its due. Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope, yearning to witness whether this RV could truly escape its fate. However, as these thoughts swirled in his mind, he found them increasingly rational, and the conviction behind them grew ever stronger. Why should he not be as fortunate as the driver of that RV? He could not bear to see another liberate themselves with such ease. Human nature is such that it cannot abide the success of others. Only when others suffer more than oneself can one find solace in their own perceived worth, reveling in the superiority derived from such disparity. If you can escape, I swear I'll indulge 10 times tonight. As he observed the zombies gradually encircling the RV once more, a flicker of madness danced in his eyes, and a peculiar smile crept across his lips. He simply could not believe that the driver of the RV could truly evade death. This audacious declaration slipped from his lips with unwavering confidence. With an expression of resolute determination and grand ambitions, he drew the attention of the young woman seated beside the bed. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of unrestrained desire, and her previously vacant gaze suddenly brightened. "Is it truly so?" she whispered softly, her bare body stealthily approaching her husband from behind. Having seemingly cast aside her fear of the undead, she eagerly observed the unfolding situation. Her earlier panic dissipated. Naturally, she caught sight of the RV her husband had mentioned, its bulky silhouette starkly visible amidst the throngs of zombies. Her eyes fixated on it, a flicker of inexplicable hope igniting within her. She yearned for this seemingly perilous vehicle to escape its predicament and flee from the chaos. In doing so, she could indulge in the uninhibited pleasures of their shared existence. In this prolonged and despairing apocalypse, such moments were her only respite from the overwhelming anxiety and restlessness that plagued her mind. Boredom, despair, and depression, when taken to extremes, could drive a person to madness. She sought solace in such joys, hoping to lift her fragile spirit from its depths of pessimism and hopelessness. Of course, what I say holds weight. The portly middle-aged man cast a glance at his wife, whose face radiated excitement, though he harbored little belief in the RV's chance of escape. He couldn't help but tremble at the sight of the fervent light in her eyes. He was acutely aware of her insatiable desires, which he found utterly overwhelming. After a grueling night of passion, she remained unsatisfied, her discontent palpable. He had yet to recover, and he feared that another night like that would leave him utterly spent. "That is a promise," the young woman said, her eyes sparkling with joy, her demeanor lively. "Indeed, a gentleman's word is his bond." The man's voice boomed with confidence. Yet if one listened closely, they might detect a subtle tremor beneath his bravado. "Well, I fear you may not be up to the challenge," she teased, her satisfaction with his response tempered by a flicker of concern. "Who says I cannot?" he retorted, unable to contain his indignation at the suggestion. Spitting out a curse towards the window, he turned to glare at her, only to find her smiling, her alluring charm captivating him as she gracefully wrapped her arms around his neck, initiating an impassioned kiss. Witnessing such unexpected results from his choice, Jiang Zheng felt a surge of joy, a rare glimmer of excitement illuminating his weary, pale visage. For him, the current success represents a pivotal step. With such a remarkable advancement, he is but a step away from fully escaping this hellish place. His fuel tank is brimming, and the fleeting burst of acceleration serves merely as a test, allowing him to observe the effects of the newly equipped anti-collision serrations. The conclusion is one of satisfaction. The upgraded RV has doubled the consumption of its instantaneous acceleration capability. Yet it has only consumed less than 100 liters of fuel, insignificant compared to the full tank's capacity of 10,000 liters. If all goes as planned, escaping this place poses no challenge. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, the flicker of hope within him grows ever more fervent, and a smile increasingly brightens Jiang Zheng's countenance. In reality, all of this contemplation transpires in an instant as he prepares to press the instant acceleration button once more to flee into the distance. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurs. Not far from the RV, a female zombie, concealed among the vast horde of the undead, has also taken note of the RV's peculiarities. Gazing at the dilapidated vehicle, her crimson gaze glimmers with a strange light. Her appearance bears little difference from her pre-zombie state, possessing a striking beauty, though her complexion is a ghastly shade of ashen, as if poisoned. Her clothing is tattered beyond recognition, exposing large swathes of her skin, which bears the marks of fierce battles, with severe wounds evident all over her body. Her right arm is devoid of flesh, leaving only a skeletal hand that hangs ominously, exuding a terrifying aura. The important areas of her anatomy are laid bare. Yet this holds no consequence for a creature of her nature. Compared to the surrounding towering zombies, she appears somewhat diminutive, and without careful observation, she could easily remain unnoticed. Slowly, she raises her bared skeletal right arm, pointing ominously towards the RV. Her scarlet pupils suddenly ignite with an intense crimson glow, and from her outstretched fingertip coalesces an orb of pitch-black energy. A mere glance reveals the astonishing aura emanating from this concentrated energy sphere, a despair reminiscent of an abyss and a tumult akin to the roaring sea, terrifying in its essence. This energy gathers in an instant, and with a flick of her bony fingertip, the dark energy sphere travels at an indescribable speed, arriving beside the RV in the blink of an eye. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, the moment the energy sphere makes contact with the RV's body. The intensely compressed orb detonates, unleashing a thunderous roar. Chapter 62. A new catastrophe. Jiang Zheng was utterly unprepared for the eruption of dark energy. The RV was struck with the force of a sledgehammer, soaring a dozen meters like a kite severed from its string, before crashing violently into the adjacent wall. Finally coming to a halt, the entire wall instantly began to fracture, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward, raising a cloud of dust. Jiang Zheng's face was a mask of terror. He had never anticipated such formidable zombies lurking here. The sheer potency of this attack suggested that its strength far surpassed his own, sending a chill down his spine. As the RV hurtled through the air, Chen Xiaohua, fortunate enough to grip the handrail tightly, avoided being thrown out and crashing against the wall. Nevertheless, fear drained the color from her face, leaving her hands and feet icy cold. The surrounding zombies were mercilessly obliterated by the terrifying energy storm unleashed, creating a vast vacuum of devastation. The rain of blood and flesh that followed fell with a cacophony, evoking a sense of dread. Even the RV, designed for level 2 defense, was not spared from the assault. The left side bore a blackened crater where the energy sphere had struck, the panel deeply sunken and fissures radiating outward. A residual force of overwhelming might surged through the exterior defenses, invading the interior of the vehicle, with both Jiang Zheng and Chen Xiaohua experiencing varying degrees of energy incursion. Fortunately, as an ability user, Jiang Zheng was able to swiftly dissipate the residual energy, which posed no real threat to him. "Xiaohua, are you all right?" he asked anxiously, glancing back, his heart racing with concern for her safety. In stark contrast, Chen Xiaohua, an ordinary person, found herself in a fragile state of mind, reeling from the sudden shock. She felt a metallic taste in her throat as blood erupted from her pristine teeth, indicating she had sustained significant internal injuries. Jiang Zheng caught sight of her distress, panic washing over him as he immediately recognized her condition. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell," she managed to force a weak smile, though her pale face twisted in agony. Jiang Zheng gazed at her, momentarily lost in thought, as an indescribable emotion unfurled within him. "At least you're all right. Once I resolve this issue, I will ensure your safe departure from here," he assured her, casting a deep glance at the disheveled Chen Xiaohua, whose lips were marred with blood. After resolutely stating this, he turned away. It was not that he lacked compassion. He simply understood that excessive concern was unwarranted at this moment. There were far more pressing matters at hand. The RV, now damaged, registered a defense integrity of 42. The system's alert rang out in his mind as anticipated, yet Jiang Zheng was alarmed to realize that this strike had directly compromised 40 of the defense. Damn it! Jiang Zheng gritted his teeth, unprepared for this unforeseen turn of events that had utterly disrupted his plans. If he sustained injuries from such an assault, it would surely lead to his demise. In silent contemplation, he turned his gaze towards the window, his cold eyes scanning the vast sea of corpses for something elusive. He was determined to unearth the entity that had ambushed him. Otherwise, he would remain restless, haunted by the shadows and fears it cast, destined for a swift and grim end. At last, as his eyes swept over the suspicious area, he suddenly pinpointed a figure that radiated an unsettling aura. What made it so suspicious was the unfathomable power he sensed emanating from that zombie, a force that towered above his own capabilities. The skeletal remains that pointed ominously in his direction immediately locked his focus upon it. Now aware of the entity that had attacked him, a frigid resolve filled Jiang Zheng's eyes. The female zombie, feeling the weight of his gaze, slowly lowered her bony right arm and lifted her head, her crimson eyes ablaze with intensity. The two locked eyes across the distance, the air thick with murderous intent. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the space between them, akin to an indelible ink painting that could not dissipate from the world. In that moment of connection, Jiang Zheng felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss. He envisioned countless zombies charging towards him, their bodies drenched in blood, reminiscent of seasoned warriors, their cold, merciless crimson pupils glinting with the light of slaughter. Waves of terrifying power surged from their forms, coalescing in the blood-red sky into a colossal sword of carnage, hurtling towards him with ferocious speed. He yearned to evade it, but found himself paralyzed. As the murderous crimson blade approached, mere inches away, despair and excruciating agony washed over him. A chill crept into Jiang Zheng's heart, and he jolted from the gaze that had ensnared him, shock etched on his face as he turned once more towards the figure that instilled such dread within him. Its gaze was predatory. Just moments ago, his consciousness had nearly been obliterated by its lifeless stare, nearly consumed by that fleeting awareness. Fortunately, his reflexes had saved him. Otherwise, his mental fortitude would have suffered irreparable damage, leading to catastrophic consequences. Jiang Zheng steeled himself, observing with utmost caution, daring not to fixate on it again. During their brief exchange, he had become acutely aware that this female zombie was a variant of a higher echelon, at least a level 2 zombie, surpassing his own strength. Upon witnessing his abrupt retreat, the female zombie appeared momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that a being of inferior rank could escape her mental grasp. With an impassive expression, she regarded the shifty human cowering within the confines of the RV, as if she had discovered a treasure. To his astonishment, she smiled at him. That smile seemed to resonate with cataclysmic energy, rendering the once clear sky dim and overshadowed. The heavens wept, and the spirits lamented. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Zheng was immediately struck with horror, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he could scarcely comprehend that such a moment was unfolding before him. The very blood coursing through his veins seemed to freeze in response to that smile, an overwhelming wave of unease engulfing him entirely. He was astonished that the zombie could actually smile. It was the first time he had ever seen a zombie display such a spontaneous expression. His shock was not merely at the surface-level grin, but rather at the implication lurking behind it. The creature had developed a consciousness of its own. This would signify that it was no longer one of those mindless beings, driven solely by instinct to attack humans. This was the most significant distinction of all. The zombies were indeed evolving, just as he had initially speculated back in the small village. They were acquiring autonomy. A revelation he dreaded most in the aftermath of the apocalypse, and one humanity would prefer to remain oblivious to. The calamity facing humankind may have only just begun. Chapter 63. The escape. Although his heart raced with trepidation, Jiang Zheng was not entirely devoid of hope as he furtively glanced at the terrifying zombie, which had once again raised its hand, preparing to unleash a surge of energy to strike him. Having located you, prepare to meet your demise. A cold smirk crept upon Jiang Zheng's lips. He still possessed the resolve to fight back. The moment before the impending attack, he had sensed a significant surge of energy. And through previous encounters with life and death, he had instinctively activated the compression beam, an invaluable lesson learned through his struggles for survival. Now, several seconds had passed since he had evaded the zombie's formidable energy assault. The timing was ripe. As anticipated, this fleeting thought was immediately followed by a prompt from the system. Compression beam ready. The vehicle's front slowly elevated, revealing a dark, metallic cannon, exuding an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. A fierce light ignited in Jiang Zheng's eyes as he focused his thoughts, directly locking onto the second-level zombie. At this moment, all preparations were complete, awaiting only his command. When the compression beam locked onto it, the female second-level zombie was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, her crimson pupils narrowing in alarm. A wave of inexplicable fear washed over her. It had been quite some time since she had encountered such a menacing and desolate presence. Her gaze instinctively turned back to the human who had been mocking her, a cold smirk now absent from her once smiling visage. The mocking expression evaporated, replaced by the deathly pallor characteristic of her kind, her eyes now brimming with murderous intent, her demeanor solemn, no longer displaying earlier disdain. Yet, her skeletal arm, which was channeling energy, remained steadfast, intensifying the energy it was gathering. Suddenly, she emitted a bizarre shriek, a sound seemingly emanating from her chest, distorted and eerie. In an instant, the zombies surrounding her began to wither, their flesh and blood disintegrating abruptly, exposing a collection of stark white bones. Bereft of the protective flesh, the remaining humanoid skeletons collapsed violently. As the surrounding zombies transformed into horrifying piles of bones, the black energy sphere in the female zombie's grasp swelled, its swirling energies accelerating. Now larger than the previous assault's energy ball. Sacrifice. This was her unique and extraordinarily powerful attack skill, the key to her emergence from among the ranks of lower-level, mutated zombies. As a second-level zombie, she commanded the ability to lead a horde of thousands, an impressive feat that came with a significant toll on her mental fortitude. This capability explained why she could orchestrate such vast and organized assaults with her legion of zombies, as well as her ability to siphon life from beings inferior to herself. The foremost trait of this extraction was absolute obedience, ensuring the stability of her sacrificial success. Her evolved skill harmonized seamlessly with her species' inherent characteristics. Gazing intently at the ominous black energy sphere in the hands of the zombie as it swelled once more, Jiang Zheng felt a profound sense of dread emanating from its terrifying destructive power. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, prompting him to issue his final command: compress the energy beam and fire. As the order was given, the headlights of the vehicle pivoted sharply, locking onto the target, and then unleashed a searing burst of white light, enveloped in boundless terror. The beam penetrated through layers of heat waves, moving with such velocity that it resembled a shooting star, seemingly tearing through the fabric of space itself, causing the surrounding air to twist and contort. What does it matter how formidable it is? In the end, it shall meet its demise at my hands. In the realm of martial prowess, only speed is invincible. This time, Jiang Zheng struck first, fully aware of the fate that awaited once locked onto by the beam. A relieved smile crept across his face. There was no need for panic. It was merely a singularly powerful creature. Who could rival the unleashed compressed beam? To him, this second-tier zombie was nothing more than a mere energy point with slightly enhanced offensive capabilities. Indeed, as he had surmised. A profound fear flickered in the eyes of the female zombie, her crimson pupils dilating and contracting, reflecting the blazing white light within. A sense of desperate hopelessness and profound helplessness coursed through her being, causing her movements to abruptly halt. The blazing beam approached with astonishing speed, mere inches away in the blink of an eye, followed by a deafening sound that pierced the air. As the searing white light loomed before her, the female zombie's grave expression suddenly morphed into an inexplicable smile. Jiang Zheng, who was vigilantly monitoring the situation, noticed this subtle shift. An inexplicable shiver ran down his spine, as if something unknown and terrifying was about to unfold. This unsettling sensation enveloped him, raising goosebumps across his skin. He was at a loss, gazing once more at this deathly grin, which now appeared eerily unsettling. The relief he felt moments before vanished, replaced by a sudden darkness in his gaze. Regardless of the circumstances, it was destined to die. Yet, just as the searing white light was about to make contact with the second-tier zombie, its form inexplicably vanished. What was happening? Jiang Zheng was struck with astonishment at this shocking turn of events. In an instant, where the zombie had stood, there now appeared a bewildered middle-aged zombie, staring vacantly at the rapidly changing scene. In its brutish and savage nature, it found itself momentarily at a loss, dumbly watching as the terrifying white light, which inspired primal fear, penetrated its chest. It gazed in horror as its body shattered like a fleeting dream into a kaleidoscope of vibrant fragments, swiftly transforming into a radiant stream of light. The colorful shimmering hues traced a magnificent arc across the clear sky, scattering throughout the realm. How could this be possible? It had evaded the attack. Jiang Zheng's gaze turned cold, his expression frozen in disbelief, mouth agape in shock. It felt as though his confidence had been severely undermined, leaving his once assured demeanor abruptly stiffened. In the murmurs that escaped his lips, one could discern the palpable fear and tremor within. He had genuinely begun to succumb to dread, a sensation that evidently surpassed his previously unwavering confidence. Historically, once ensnared by the constricting beams of light, obliteration in the dust had been inevitable. Yet now, to his astonishment, a zombie had managed to elude his most formidable strike with an extraordinary prowess. How could this not plunge him into a state of despair? A female zombie, somewhat disheveled, rose unsteadily from a short distance away. Her ashen face resembled a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any color. It was evident that the power she had just exerted had drained her significantly, leaving her slender legs trembling beneath her. She had not anticipated the sheer terror of that blinding light. Initially, she intended to stubbornly withstand the blow, but a profound compulsion surged from the depths of her soul, incessantly echoing in her mind. The message was simple, encapsulated in a single word: flee. Chapter 64. Blowing up the gas station? Only after Bai Meng pierced through several zombies did the energy finally dissipate. Each zombie struck was obliterated, shattering into a dazzling stream of light that dispersed into the ether. The female zombie bared her grotesque fangs, her eyes shimmering with a sinister brilliance. The perilous escape skill she had just employed was a displacement ability acquired upon her advancement to a second-tier zombie, aptly named Shadow Shift. As the name suggests, it requires the presence of a weaker counterpart, 2 tiers below herself, to forcibly exchange places and break free from a lock-on. The conditions for its execution demand an immense expenditure of mutated energy and stamina, rendering the skill fully operational. This elucidates why she managed to narrowly evade the beam cannon's lock, since her ascension to a second-tier zombie, albeit for a brief period. She had not anticipated encountering foes in this remote locale capable of compelling her to unleash such a potent life-saving skill. Though astonishment flickered within her, she was not particularly alarmed. Such a formidable attack could not possibly be unleashed again in quick succession. At present, her sole objective was to swiftly eliminate this human. The female zombie's thoughts were remarkably lucid as she quickly assessed the pros and cons. A glint of coldness flashed through her crimson eyes, her murderous intent surging forth. Her gaze fixated on the RV that had caused her such distress, as a massive sphere of black energy began to coalesce in her grasp. If the previous orb had been the size of a basketball, this time it had grown to a formidable meter in diameter, its potency vastly incomparable. The female zombie, seemingly exerting all her strength, hurled the colossal energy sphere forward with a force that was both overwhelming and intimidating, aimed directly at Jiang Zheng. On the other hand, Jiang Zheng, after a brief moment of astonishment, hastily activated the acceleration button. He could not afford to waste another second, having exhausted all his trump cards. Including evading the beam cannon, he had no intention of engaging in battle. Escape was his only option. Yet, despite his swift reaction, the female zombie seized the opportunity with even greater speed. While she could not take the initiative, her advantage of a counterstrike became evident at that moment. Jiang Zheng gazed in horror at the rapidly approaching sphere reflected in the rearview mirror, his hands moving deftly across the controls, every action fluid and precise. Faster. He urged himself, sweat the size of beans streamed down his forehead, blurring his vision. He dared not wipe away the bothersome perspiration, for the threat was now perilously close. The cockpit was suffused with a stifling atmosphere, as if the very air had been siphoned away. The cacophony of buttons echoed in that instant. Fortunately, his speed was not lacking, and with the propulsion of instant acceleration, he hoped to evade the impending crisis with relative safety. A piercing sound, akin to the tearing of the very air itself, resonated, followed by an overwhelming sense of dread and relentless terror. Even as he sat within the confines of his RV, Jiang Zheng could feel an intense, scorching force rapidly approaching from behind. With a thunderous roar, the RV responded to the press of the acceleration buttons, its wheels spinning furiously against the ground, igniting sparks and releasing acrid, black smoke. The cumbersome vehicle surged forth like a bolt of lightning, racing away into the distance. Boom! In an instant, as the RV sped away, a colossal black sphere descended with cataclysmic force upon the spot where the RV had just been, unleashing a deafening explosion. The earth trembled and chaos reigned. A terrifying wave of energy surged outward, engulfing the nearby six-story building. The imposing structure, crafted from steel and concrete, shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into countless fragments as it collapsed with a tremendous crash. A furious wind howled, and the fallen edifice kicked up a cloud of dust so dense that visibility was utterly compromised. The residual force created a magnetic field, mercilessly ensnaring any living being that ventured too close. A female zombie observed in astonishment as the RV, propelled with astonishing speed, darted past her like a flash of lightning. Rage flickered in her crimson eyes. She had not anticipated that this insignificant human possessed the means to evade her formidable assault so swiftly. Her form swayed precariously, having expended a third of her energy to unleash that devastating strike, while controlling such a vast horde of zombies had already drained her significantly. The recent use of her power, which consumed half of her mutated energy and stamina, had nearly caused the energy sphere she had painstakingly gathered to dissipate. Her strength was depleted, and she gasped for breath, striving to restore her vitality. If Jiang Zheng were to return, the outcome could easily shift in his favor. Yet, Jiang Zheng dared not look back. Having endured so much, his fighting spirit had long since evaporated. In those fleeting seconds, the impact of the second-tier zombie upon Jiang Zheng's psyche was akin to a cataclysm. Conversely, the bizarre attacks and escapes orchestrated by Jiang Zheng also left an indelible mark on the creature. Both parties now tread cautiously, neither willing to act impulsively. Jiang Zheng, with a grim expression, gazed at the crumbling building behind him, a flicker of relief crossing his features. He was fortunate to have escaped swiftly, for otherwise, he might have perished in the tremors within the RV. He harbored no doubts that even his RV, in its prime, would have succumbed to such overwhelming force. There would have been no chance for survival. As he caught a glimpse of the pale, unsteady figure of the mutated second-tier zombie in the rearview mirror, he dared not provoke it further. Survival was paramount, as long as the green hills remained. He need not fear the absence of firewood. A flicker of profound apprehension crossed Jiang Zheng's eyes. The despair and terror it invoked within him were unprecedented. This realization illuminated the fact that his mobile fortress was not invincible, and he must not be ensnared by the illusion of omnipotence that the system bestowed upon him. With a prudent assessment of the situation, he resolved to adopt a cautious demeanor, akin to a turtle retreating into its shell, prioritizing the preservation of his life above all else. Armed with the system, his potential was boundless, and sacrificing a few lives was of little consequence. Opportunities for vengeance would abound. Jiang Zheng was acutely aware. The exit lay ahead to his left. With a mere adjustment of the vehicle's orientation and a surge of acceleration, he could break free from the encirclement. Yet, he found himself in a precarious position, caught between the exit and the formidable second-tier zombie. Hindered by a massive gas station that obstructed his path, necessitating a turn to navigate around it. Would this approach leave him vulnerable to another attack? Previously, he had maintained a safe distance, causing the creature's abilities to miss their mark. Now, however, he would have to pass perilously close to it, making evasion exceedingly difficult. Jiang Zheng remained silently contemplative, while both he and the aberrant second-tier zombie fell into a tense silence, each wary of the other's potential for unleashing formidable attacks. The recent exchange had instilled deep-seated caution in both parties, and an inexplicable atmosphere of oppression solidified between the two distant figures. What if he detonated the gas station? After a prolonged silence, a weak yet resolute voice suddenly emerged from behind Jiang Zheng. Chapter 65. Can you endure this? Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Zheng's form stiffened momentarily, and he turned in surprise, his gaze fixated intently on Qin Xiaohua, who was leaning weakly against the car's handrail, her body smeared with blood, her eyes reflecting an enigmatic significance. Qin Xiaohua's breathing was labored, her complexion pale, yet her gaze was remarkably resolute, her tone unequivocal, not merely inquiring about his intentions, but rather issuing a command. As he regarded her, a flicker of peculiarity danced in his eyes. He nodded subtly, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Qin Xiaohua, perceiving the question in his eyes, elucidated, by skillfully utilizing the terrain here and employing certain tactics after accelerating, we could detonate this gas station. If executed properly, I believe it would severely wound that mutant zombie and eliminate a significant number of nearby zombies. This would allow us to break free from the encirclement, achieving two objectives with one action. Listening to Qin Xiaohua articulate her thoughts with such clarity amidst the astonished gazes, Jiang Zheng felt as if a shackle had been undone, illuminating the current predicament and circumstances. However, upon reflection, he realized the myriad difficulties that lay ahead, making the execution far from simple. Although her plan was merely a rough outline, several issues were not as straightforward as they appeared, such as how to set off the gas station and successfully escape the explosion's immediate aftermath. Each step required meticulous calculation. Otherwise, the fear of being engulfed by the catastrophic shockwave loomed large. The vast gas station still housed an alarming amount of fuel, nearly dozens of tons of gasoline and diesel. If detonated, it was conservatively estimated that the surrounding area within a 1,000-meter radius would suffer severe repercussions, especially for those at the epicenter of the explosion. Eureka! I could utilize those items. After a moment of silence, an expression of exhilaration suddenly graced Jiang Zheng's face. He looked at the expectant Qin Xiaohua with delight, offering her a warm smile. Be good and return to your seat. Hold on to the handrail. I will manage things here and ensure your safe passage out. He gently persuaded Qin Xiaohua, wishing to alleviate her serious concerns, believing it would burden her heart and impose undue psychological pressure. He wanted to shoulder all of this himself. Thank you for your suggestion. I have already devised a plan. Once we escape, I will reward you handsomely. Jiang Zheng smiled, his tone firm yet gentle. A hint of joy flickered at the corners of Qin Xiaohua's mouth. She was elated to finally feel of use, no longer a mere burden, and thrilled that her advice had been acknowledged. After a slight nod, she slowly returned to the cabin. As he watched her retreating silhouette, a myriad of thoughts surged within him, leaving him somewhat entranced. It dawned on him that she was aware of everything. Her ability to articulate such thoughts indicated that she had been keenly observing his peculiar behaviors and the external circumstances, allowing her to express such insights. She has largely comprehended the situation she has revealed, yet she remains remarkably well-behaved. Prior to this, she had never spoken of such matters. Just a couple of days ago, after he had transported her in an instant, she still did not inquire about these astonishingly worldly affairs. Instead, she remained calm, consistently accompanying and caring for him. Despite the severity of both her internal and external injuries, she had nearly recovered within just 2 days, and she had never questioned any of the bewildering occurrences. It was not that she was unaware, but rather that she chose not to speak of them. Jiang Zheng was now quite certain of his conjecture. She would not discuss it even if she were to ask, as that would only render the atmosphere awkward for both. She was indeed very attentive, intelligent, and perceptive. No wonder. Jiang Zheng suddenly recalled a previous conversation with Qin Xiaohua during a night chat. When she unexpectedly remarked, "If that person trusts me and believes in me, I need not ask about his secrets. He will share them with me unbidden." As prying would be detrimental to our relationship. Reflecting on this, he could vividly remember the earnestness in her expression and the seriousness in her tone at that moment. At the time, he found her words perplexing, but in hindsight, he realized he had been slow to grasp the truth. Others had already understood, while he remained shrouded in mystery. Sigh. A sense of melancholy washed over him, yet it also fortified his resolve to escape and survive. His fists clenched tightly together, knuckles turning slightly pale, his gaze resolute. "I will surely lead you out of here." Certainly. Quietly seated in the driver's seat, he contemplated detailed strategies, occasionally glancing through the rearview mirror to observe the movements of the second-tier zombie. The last remnants of clothing on the female second-tier zombie had naturally fallen away during its awkward movements, revealing the unmistakable form of its former human self. Goodness. Is it attempting to seduce me? Jiang Zheng harbored some doubts regarding the actions of the second-tier zombie. Although it had transformed into a zombie, its skin color post-transformation remained as pristine white as it had been prior to its change. How is it that the more it evolves, the closer it resembles its original human form? Jiang Zheng found himself baffled by the profound intricacies of evolution, especially concerning zombie evolution, which was even more confounding. Unable to fathom it, he chose to let it be, though his gaze remained fixed upon it. Aside from its non-human status and its head becoming zombified, there appeared to be no other differences. Perfectly poised to observe its actions while appreciating its form. Indeed, it was only fitting. With the enemy unmoving, he too would remain still, allowing himself to shop leisurely in the store. As he envisioned the upcoming scene, a chill filled his gaze, and a hint of a cruel smile graced his lips. After a brief respite, the female zombie had regained considerable strength and altered energy. Her crimson eyes fixed intently on the sneaky human, letting out a cold snort. Was it angry? Observing its demeanor, Jiang Zheng was taken aback by the emotions it exhibited, murmuring in astonishment. Do more advanced zombies possess heightened intelligence and human-like qualities? With a furrowed brow and a solemn expression, he pondered this notion. The behaviors it displayed were remarkably human-like. Although he could not hear its cold snort, he inexplicably sensed its profound anger. This intuition stemmed from his abilities as a supernatural being. While remaining vigilant to its actions, Jiang Zheng also procured the items he required from the store. Suddenly, a burst of white light emanated from his hand, and a black oval object fell into his grasp. Concurrently, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. Deducting 500 energy points. Deducting 1,000 energy points. Energy balance, 1384. Upon closer inspection of the object in his hand, he noticed a small display flashing red numbers and a countdown. As the digits dwindled, an incessant, irritating beeping sound emanated from the black oval object. I see. For bomb, Apocalypse Enhanced version, costing 1,000 energy points. Can you withstand it? Chapter 66, The Sea. For bomb, Doomsday Enhanced version, energy points, 1,000 function description, a highly volatile explosive, meticulously modified through arcane means. Characteristics. Inflicts an additional 100 damage to mutated creatures. Area of effect, radius of 25 meters, maximum 50 meters, diminished potency, power description, unknown, please test independently. This was an item that Jiang Zheng had previously noted while perusing the catalog of goods. Several days ago, he had first encountered this explosive. Although he had contemplated acquiring the sea, for bomb to detonate in areas teeming with zombies, the exorbitant cost and limited range deterred him. Even at its maximum radius, it would likely fail to eliminate zombies effectively. After thorough evaluation, he concluded that the most densely populated zones could only be cleared of a few hundred, which was hardly a worthwhile exchange for the energy points expended, especially given the uncertainty of its true power. Now, however, he required an explosive capable of igniting a gas station, and the image of the sea, for bomb surged to the forefront of his mind, sparking a plan. Despite its steep price, using it to blow up a gas station would be a straightforward endeavor, making it the most suitable choice. He had briefly considered employing a handgun to shoot the gas tanks and ignite them, but upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. Typically, the oil storage at gas stations is located underground, serving both for storage and to mitigate the risk of accidental detonations. Thus, the handgun approach was impractical. With the sea. For bomb, however, the solution became clear. Tossing the bomb into the gas station would ensure that the tanks, buried 2 or 3 levels underground, could be detonated, utilizing the vast reserves of oil stored below to effectively eliminate the level 2 zombie. Jiang Zheng harbored a strong belief in its destructive capability. Having never been naive enough to underestimate the power of explosive devices, he recalled his youthful nights spent playing shooting games, where he had first-hand experience with the demolishing effects of C4. Regardless of the circumstances, he trusted that the system's offerings would yield reliable results. Even if the potency were merely average, it would be ample for his needs. Having made meticulous preparations, Jiang Zheng took a deep breath, striving to calm the anxiety coursing through him in this critical moment. Let us see whose trump cards prevail. Casting a glance at the rearview mirror, he caught sight of the menacing, bare zombie, and his gaze hardened. He pressed the accelerator with fervor, swiftly maneuvering the vehicle towards the singular large exit ahead. The exit lay at a considerable distance. Even with a sudden burst of speed, a stretch remained, and the road was a straight shot. The zombie lurked nearby, capable of attacking at will, and despite his desire to evade, the confined space of the road demanded utmost caution, compelling him to tread carefully. The gas station lay merely 20 meters away, neither too distant nor too close. As they drove past, Jiang Zheng swiftly rolled down the car window, one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel while the other wielded a C4 bomb, which he hurled with great force towards the nearby gas station. As a superhuman, even his rudimentary powers were sufficient to accomplish this task. Having completed his objective, Jiang Zheng did not spare a glance behind him. He pressed the instant acceleration button and sped away with astonishing swiftness, not daring to linger for a moment. The C4 bomb, akin to an arrow released from its bow, hurtled forward and struck the gas station's support column with tremendous force, embedding itself as if it were an eternal part of the structure. The bomb's beeping alarm intensified, its urgent tones merging with the immense pressure of the impact, resonating like the ominous harbinger of death, instilling a profound sense of terror in the hearts of those nearby, as if something dreadful were about to unfold. A female zombie, observing the RV that appeared like lightning in her line of sight, felt a chill emanate from her crimson eyes. She harbored an ingrained fear and hatred towards this metallic beast. Witnessing his reckless approach, her expressionless face curled into a sardonic smile. She had been waiting for this moment, poised for his arrival, as she quickly conjured a formidable energy sphere that radiated immense power. Having prepared extensively, she had already gathered a terrifying orb of energy in her hands, though it paled in comparison to the destruction of a 6-story building. It was more than sufficient to severely damage the dilapidated vehicle before her. Both individuals were engaged in a silent battle of wits, calculating each other's moves. Had Jiang Zheng been aware of the second-tier zombie's plans, he would have been utterly horrified. Without proper preparation, recklessly charging forward would have led him directly into a trap, with fatal consequences. Fortunately, he had made meticulous preparations and executed his plan ahead of her, leaving everything uncertain. Just as the second-tier zombie was about to hurl the massive energy sphere, she suddenly heard a cacophony of unsettling sounds nearby. Furrowing her brow, she sensed that something was amiss, as if a terrifying event was on the verge of transpiring. The more she pondered, the more her suspicion deepened. Momentarily, her actions halted. The decision of whether to eliminate this human became less pressing. However, her instinct for self-preservation took precedence, even as she could not fathom the source of her unease. She cast a wary glance towards the gas station, which emanated an unsettling vibe. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Jiang Zheng had already driven the RV 100 meters away, reaching the exit in an instant. The vehicle, equipped with collision spikes, showed no fear of zombies or obstacles, plowing through with relentless force. The densely packed zombies ahead were scattered like leaves in the wind, limbs flying in all directions, while at high speed. The sight of the flung zombies whizzing past the car window became a grim spectacle. At this moment, the exterior of the RV, though dilapidated and occasionally emitting black smoke as if on the verge of being abandoned, still functioned impeccably within, despite its tattered appearance. Observing that the second-tier zombie did not immediately employ its abilities to attack him, Jiang Zheng felt the tension in his throat gradually dissipate. He had indeed noticed the massive dark sphere it had conjured in its grasp, and the sight of it had nearly sent him into a panic. Fortunately, it did not unleash it. Otherwise, he feared the consequences would be dire. What lay ahead, then, was likely an appreciation of the artistry of explosion. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Zheng wore a smile that suggested a burden had been lifted. This city was his to conquer. He had a glimmer of insight into the thoughts of that second-tier zombie. It was akin to a human, possessing its own instincts and concerns for its safety, prioritizing its own survival above the desire to eliminate him. Its use of the shadow-shifting technique revealed its acute sensitivity and decisiveness in assessing danger, which was the very opportunity he intended to seize. He was taking a gamble. Chapter 67. The Art of Explosion. The outcome was unequivocal. He had triumphed. The blazing sun radiated its searing light, illuminating the desolate landscape left in the wake of the apocalypse. Waves of heat cascaded through the sky and beneath the oppressive warmth. A thin veil of water vapor shimmered in the low atmosphere, evaporating and condensing, endlessly cycling through a dance of transformation. Inside the RV's cockpit, Jiang Zheng grasped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other wiped the sweat from his forehead and eyes. Despite the air conditioning running since early on, it could not quell the turmoil of his restless spirit or the sweltering heat enveloping him. Did you notice? Alas, it was too late. Silently observing the situation through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of the second-level zombie, its face etched with astonishment and gravity. A rare smile, warm and reassuring, finally broke through Jiang Zheng's stoic facade. Boom. A spark ignited within him as he glanced back, his smile widening. The C4 bomb, which he had expertly detonated remotely, erupted with a cataclysmic force. Thunderous roars reverberated behind him, the explosive sound akin to divine thunder striking the mortal realm, unleashing an overwhelming, disconcerting resonance that shook the very core of his being. He need not turn around, the blinding brilliance and ear-piercing explosions assailed him, accompanied by the vivid crimson flames that erupted in a stunning display. A blinding light reflected from the mirror, and before he could react, Jiang Zheng's eyes surrendered to the dazzling brilliance, tears streaming involuntarily down his cheeks. In that moment, he found it impossible to keep his eyes open, hastily shielding himself from the overwhelming glare. However, the body's instinctive response was fleeting, and soon he felt an extraordinarily powerful shockwave crashing toward him from behind. Along with it came a terrifying surge of high temperature, enveloping him in waves of heat so intense that even the RV's intelligent system struggled to maintain clarity. Leaving a thick mist upon the windows, Jiang Zheng inhaled sharply, suddenly aware of the horrifying temperatures outside, likely soaring to over 1,000 degrees in an instant. The RV's steady trajectory was violently disrupted, the front swaying uncontrollably as the vehicle began to lurch perilously. No matter how adeptly Jiang Zheng tried to steer, he could not regain control. What on earth is happening? Jiang Zheng gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, his expression grave. Damage detected on the protective side. The rear wheels had succumbed to the searing heat, reducing the RV's integrity to 29. Warning, the RV is critically damaged, the control system is non-operational, and the weapon systems have been compromised. Immediate repairs are required. Beep, beep, beep. The chilling voice of the system pierced through the chaos, sending a jolt of alarm through Jiang Zheng's mind, momentarily leaving him dazed. As the vehicle spun out of control, he snapped back to reality, swiftly utilizing his energy points to repair the RV. The total energy required for repairs amounted to just over 1,000 points. I still have enough energy for a severe repair. That should suffice. Jiang Zheng calculated as he unhesitatingly confirmed the system's directive. In an instant, the originally remaining energy points, over 1,300, were completely depleted, yet Jiang Zheng had no time to lament as this was a critical moment of life and death. Subsequently, the RV was enveloped by an invisible and extraordinarily intense orb of white light, emanating a sacred radiance that illuminated the surroundings with a benevolent glow, serene and harmonious. The rear of the vehicle was entirely melted by temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees Celsius, transforming into pools of molten iron that flowed across the ground, sizzling as it created a large hole in the concrete. The last row of storage compartments had suffered significant destruction, with flames fiercely consuming the remnants of supplies. Immersed in despair, Jiang Zheng beheld this scene, akin to the betrayal of a beloved, his heart clenched in agony, as if his very vision might shatter. The devastation of so many resources, painstakingly gathered before and after the apocalypse, left him with hopes of a comfortable and leisurely future, making the loss all the more unbearable. Alas, in his frantic state, there was little he could do. The goods were gone, and all he could do was wish for the system to restore quickly and minimize his losses. The terrifying shockwave of heat not only melted the rear of the vehicle, but also vaporized all four wheels in that moment. The system initiated its response. Undoubtedly reliable and steadfast, a flash of white light appeared and vanished in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, the RV was restored. The restoration was complete, achieving an 82 integrity level. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Zheng felt a weight lift off his shoulders, his wildly racing heart gradually calming. Clearly, this repair was far more severe than previous ones, as evidenced by the lower restoration percentage, yet it was sufficient nonetheless. Post-apocalypse. No prior crisis had been as dire as this. The RV had been melted down, and merely contemplating the dangers and horrors involved sent shivers down Jiang Zheng's spine. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he swiftly focused his mind, causing a faint dark blue glow to emanate from the RV's body. At the moment the C4 bomb detonated, the female level 2 zombie felt a jolt of terror surge through her. Her expressionless face twisted into an expression of horror, forcibly dissipating the black orb she had painstakingly gathered. Her already pale complexion turned even more ashen, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Evidently, this forced cancellation was neither easy nor pleasant, but compared to her life, it paled in significance. The foundational abilities of a level 2 zombie are 2 to 3 times that of a novice supernatural being, and their speed and escape is unparalleled. With a powerful push against the ground, she bolted away like a leopard, fleeing into the distance. At the moment the explosion erupted, the level 2 zombie was already long gone, not daring to glance back at the chaos of the explosion, fully aware that the crisis was far from over. As anticipated, with a breathtaking explosion, the gas station was instantly obliterated. Subsequently, a more ferocious blast reverberated, erupting from the depths of the gas station, unleashing a dazzling radiance and searing shockwaves. The thunderous roar echoed through the air, while thick plumes of smoke surged upwards like an all-encompassing sandstorm, accompanied by the flamboyant bloom of crimson flames, reminiscent of enchanting, resplendent flowers vying for attention. The relentless cacophony of explosions persisted, as entire structures crumbled in succession, with shattered steel and concrete cascading down like a meteor shower, mercilessly striking the panicked throng of zombies. Vivid splashes of blood painted the scene, splattering against the fragmented glass facades and flowing onto the shattered asphalt, akin to blooming red roses, strikingly beautiful yet haunting. This small town teetered on the brink of destruction, as flames seemed to pierce the very heavens. Chapter 68, A Safe Escape. A colossal mushroom cloud, emblematic of destruction, suddenly ascended into the sky. The terrifying shockwave of searing heat swept through the surroundings with astonishing speed, annihilating all living beings and structures in its path. The enormous LED screens of skyscrapers crashed down, inciting a frenzied uproar among the horde of zombies. Piercing screams erupted from the crowd as the terrified undead and a few panicked survivors instinctively sought refuge from the impending peril, scattering like shards of an explosion. Buildings swayed precariously, emitting a chorus of feeble groans. Restaurants, cinemas, department stores, massive steel structures seemed to be gasping for life, as if on the brink of collapse at any moment. Those zombies situated perilously close to the epicenter of the blast were instantaneously vaporized, leaving not a trace behind. Despite the second-tier zombies' remarkable speed in fleeing, they had already distanced themselves by several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. An explosive potential unleashed in a desperate bid for survival. Their primary ability lay in delivering devastating destructive attacks. However, their instinctual flight was merely a frantic response, lacking any inherent skill and evasion. The only survival tactic at their disposal was a spatial swap with a nearby individual. Yet they were utterly defenseless against such a widespread and formidable assault. The horrific heat enveloped its form, surging forth into the distance, causing it to falter momentarily before emitting a bone-chilling scream. Every hair on its body was incinerated in an instant, while the outer layer of its alabaster skin was ravaged by the searing waves, reducing it to naught. Its entire body was stripped of skin, and the flames relentlessly consumed the internal muscle tissue, inflicting excruciating agony upon its flesh. Certain areas of its feet, hands, and neck were reduced to charred bones, as blood and flesh morphed into a foul, burnt, mud-like substance that oozed onto the ground. The formidable strength of the second-tier zombie prevented it from being instantly vaporized. However, the immense suffering continually tormented its psyche. It summoned every ounce of energy to withstand the intense heat, but how much stamina could it truly muster in its waning state? In an instant, its body was severely wounded by the ferocious flames, igniting all over, limbs flailing wildly, rendering its form almost indistinguishable, a grotesque silhouette of blazing bones, eerily contorting in place. The acrid stench of charred flesh wafted through the air, palpable even from a distance. One whiff would be enough to turn one's stomach. Oh! It emitted a mournful wail, its once vibrant crimson eyes dimming into lifelessness, as if engaged in a final struggle before its demise. Gradually, its movement slowed, succumbing to exhaustion, standing numbly as the flames engulfed it more fiercely. This horrifying tableau melded seamlessly with the shattered environment, as if they had existed eternally in tandem. Before long, the creature ceased its movements entirely. Its eyes had melted away, leaving only a hollow skull and a desolate frame of bones. The searing flames consumed its essence, extinguishing its vitality, and the lifeless bones suddenly toppled forward. Crack! The sound of bones cracking resonated sharply after the overwhelming collapse. Even the formidable level 2 zombies succumbed to the cataclysmic explosion, their remains reduced to mere fertilizer, nourishing the earth that sustains life. It appears that my efforts have yielded some results, Jiang Zheng mused, observing the dark blue glow enveloping the RV. gradually exhaling a sigh of relief. Whispering with a hint of excitement, the flames, fierce and relentless, licked the vehicle, yet most were held at bay by the delicate, wing-like azure light, allowing only a few to seep through at the most severely scorched areas. Witnessing this, Jiang Zheng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. Finally able to relax his fingers at ease. Basic energy shield energy points. 500 exclusive limitation. RV only skill description. Conjures an energy shield that envelopes the entire RV, mitigating certain attacks. Duration, 10 seconds. This was an item purchased alongside the C5 bomb. Fortuitously, it was located on the same page. After a brief perusal of the description, he hesitated momentarily before deciding to acquire it, reasoning that it might provide temporary reprieve from the terrifying shockwave amidst the aftermath of the explosion. Now, having endured the initial, most potent shockwave, the RV remained under the constant threat of scorching heat and terrifying flames that relentlessly gnawed away at its defenses. The RV's defense rating continued to dwindle, and with each cold, heartless warning from the system, Jiang Zheng felt a rising tide of urgency. He had no remaining energy points to repair the vehicle, and every bit of damage felt like a wound to his heart, as he could not guarantee his safety from unforeseen events before escaping this perilous situation. However, after activating the shield, the flames that penetrated were rendered less threatening, a significant improvement in his circumstances. Yet, the shield's energy dissipated alarmingly fast. Originally set to last for 10 seconds, it barely endured 3 or 4 seconds before vanishing. This was likely due to the proximity to the explosion's epicenter, where the temperature was terrifyingly high, causing the shield to fade rapidly, highlighting the sheer horror unleashed by detonating the gas station. Boom! The thunderous roar of the engine erupted in the brief silence following the explosion. In an instant, he accelerated. Seizing the precious moment, Jiang Zheng engaged the rapid acceleration feature, hurtling away with the RV's bulldozer-like front, racing unhindered over a distance of 1 kilometer. After traversing over 1,000 meters, the residual effects of the explosion had waned, and in the marginal zone, the RV's own defenses rendered the lingering heat waves no longer a threat. At this moment, Jiang Zheng let out a deep sigh, his tense heart gradually easing, and a hint of color returned to his pale face, as if he had exhausted every ounce of strength and was now slumped wearily against the seat. Silently, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and then exhaled a cloud of white smoke. How exhilarating! Chen Xiaohua huddled in her seat, her hands tightly gripping the armrest, staring vacantly out of the car window at the ever-changing scenery, her heart racing with anxiety. The chilling howls, the deafening explosions, the terrifying flames, the out-of-control vehicle, the overwhelming fear, every negative emotion swirled chaotically in her mind. Yet, it seemed that the yearning within her heart had found a response. Soon, the fiery, intense scene abruptly transformed, and the temperature of the car gradually began to cool. Outside the window, a vast expanse of open land appeared, and an inexplicable radiance suddenly illuminated Chen Xiaohua's face, her vacant gaze bursting forth with a dazzling brilliance, compared to the lingering dread of the fiery hues. I find a greater affinity for this desolate, withered yellow. Gazing at the distant expanse of parched fields, Chen Xiaohua was filled with profound reflections, lost in thought as she looked into the horizon. They had endured countless hardships, clinging to their dwindling faith, and at last, they had escaped to safety. Chapter 69, The Ultimate Gift Ding. Slaying a level 2 zombie grants 8,000 energy. Defeating a single ordinary zombie yields 1 point of energy. Vanquishing 3 ordinary zombies awards 3 points of energy. As a series of system notifications suddenly erupted in his mind, Jiang Zheng, who had intended to take a moment's respite, was taken aback. The cigarette burning in his hand slipped from his fingers, unintentionally landing on his thigh, the searing ember scorching through his jeans and igniting the flesh beneath. With a sharp gasp of pain, Jiang Zheng swiftly bent down to retrieve the now burnt-out cigarette, but from his thigh, placing it back to his lips and inhaling deeply, savoring the last remnants of smoke. Flicking it out the window, he exhaled a plume of white mist, enveloping the cabin in a haze. Once he completed these actions, he steadied his trembling body, delving into the depths of his mind to comprehend the situation. Goodness, there are so many energy points. Upon glimpsing the figure on the energy balance panel, an exclamation escaped Jiang Zheng's lips, eyes wide with astonishment. His body trembled uncontrollably once more. He quickly pressed down on his legs, which were on the verge of leaping in excitement, berating himself with a mix of self-disdain and amusement. To react so strongly at just this, I must be hopeless. Despite his verbal self-reproach, a radiant smile graced his face. As his gaze lingered, the energy point panel boldly displayed a staggering total of over 18,000. More than 15,000 energy points accumulated since the onset of the apocalypse was unprecedented. The sudden influx left him exhilarated and in a state of euphoria. Could it be that the zombies perished in the explosion he triggered at the gas station transformed into his energy points? Suppressing his overwhelming joy, his racing heartbeat gradually calmed, and Jiang Zheng began to ponder the unexpected revelation of this magnificent gift. The first piece of information, a bounty of 8,000 points for defeating a level 2 zombie, was extraordinary, akin to a treasure trove of experience. This unforeseen change unveiled a crucial insight. Zombies slain with his assistance could still convert into energy points. Disregarding the finer details, at least this meticulously orchestrated explosion was recognized by the system as a kill attributed to him. In similar future scenarios, he could replicate this strategy to accrue energy points. With this thought, the grin on Jiang Zheng's face broadened as a bold idea struck him. What if one day he were to launch a nuclear missile? The prospect of collecting energy would be beyond exhilarating. This audacious notion stirred a thrilling excitement within Jiang Zheng, for it was not mere fantasy. It was a possibility waiting to be realized. This wild notion surged within him, becoming impossible to suppress. The seeds of malevolence had been deeply sown in the recesses of his heart. Whether it stemmed from fanciful thoughts or mere amusement, Jiang Zheng could not help but chuckle. It seems that once I acquire sufficient power, I could procure a nuclear missile from the military just for the thrill of it. Haha. Little did he know that this jest would materialize into a reality on a later day, as he indeed realized his once playful idea. The ensuing explosion had obliterated the vast majority of the zombies, leaving over 10,000 of them annihilated, a terrifying reflection in hindsight. Apart from the formidable level 2 zombie that had confronted Jiang Zheng and the multitude of ordinary zombies it commanded, the remnants transformed into energy points for his own use. Now, he pondered how to judiciously spend this immense reservoir of energy points to bolster his survival capabilities. With a fortune at his fingertips, Jiang Zheng's eyes gleamed with delight, nearly narrowing to slits. This enhancement, if chosen wisely, promised a significant leap in quality. He delved into his consciousness, swiftly accessing the system to explore the merchandise section, eagerly searching for desirable items. After a considerable time, he finally identified several coveted products, yet the dilemma of selection posed a challenge. Vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun, Apocalypse Edition, energy, 5,000 points caliber, 20 mm rate of fire, 2,000 rounds min magazine, 1,000 rounds, 900 energy per magazine, special, 30 increased damage to zombified entities level, upgrades in accordance with the RV's level skill, critical strike. There exists a 5 chance to instantly kill any enemy in a severely injured state, 30 or less health, not exceeding the RV's level. Overall summary, this heavily modified unknown heavy machine gun boasts significantly enhanced specifications across the board, with an added attack bonus against zombified creatures, featuring a unique skill, critical strike. It effectively suppresses small-scale zombie hordes and delivers substantial damage against singular, powerful entities. Vehicle-mounted flamethrower, Apocalypse Edition, energy, 10,000 points fuel canister, 1 canister, 2,000 energy, range, 30 to 100 meters. Increased range diminishes power. Special. Inflicts devastating strikes on zombified creatures within a 30-meter radius. 50 enhancement. Those scorched will instantaneously disintegrate. Level. Upgrades in accordance with the RV's level skill. The emitted flames inflict a burning effect, impeding rapid recovery of vitality and wounds while causing persistent burns. Weapons of the RV and the user gain a 30 damage increase against enemies afflicted with burn effects. Overall summary. An exceptionally powerful destructive weapon, albeit with a limited range. It serves as an unparalleled clearing tool. It can swiftly eliminate vast numbers of low-level creatures and is particularly effective against regenerative adversaries. Enemies in a burning state will yield a 30 damage buff for our side. Vehicle-mounted radar energy, 5,000 points range, scanning radius of 10 kilometers level, enhances in accordance with the level of the RV special feature. When entities possessing stealth or exceeding speed enter within a radius of 5 kilometers, precise wavelength scanning will automatically trigger an alarm. Skill, capable of automated strikes against vehicle-mounted weaponry and providing driving assistance. Overall summary, offers excellent early warning capabilities, serving as a nemesis to fast and stealthy entities, while also featuring automation services, making it an essential product for the laid-back individual. Refrigerated storage space dimensions, 10 by 10 cubic energy, 5,000 points special feature, provides significant refrigeration effects for perishable food items, with a maximum storage duration of 1 year. Skill, items stored in the RV's storage compartment can be teleported into subspace for refrigeration at the command of thought. Overall summary, an indispensable asset for frozen storage. Iron battle suit, beginner, energy, 2,000 points level, beginner weight, 30 kilograms, unknown. This is one of the 3 most crucial items from the future. Defense, immune to attacks from ordinary beings and resistant to light caliber bullets, cannot withstand prolonged continuous assault. Special feature, the surface of the body is enveloped in a layer of ultra-thin specialized steel, reminiscent of Iron Man. Overall description, provides a certain level of survival capability when facing solitude in the outside world. Chapter 70. Not a drop remains. These few items were the weapons and defensive tools that Jiang Zheng cherished the most. As he gazed upon these remarkably powerful objects, an inner turmoil enveloped him, casting a shadow of worry upon his countenance. What should he choose? Among the weapons was the highly cost-effective vehicle-mounted Gatling gun and the somewhat pricey vehicle-mounted flamethrower, renowned for its crowd-clearing capabilities. Given the experiences he had endured, the ability to rapidly clear an area was undoubtedly the most coveted asset for Jiang Zheng at this moment. Alas, the exorbitant cost of the flamethrower, coupled with the high price of a single fuel canister, rendered such a purchase impractical. Other options like the vehicle-mounted radar, cryogenic storage, and the iron battle suit were all exceptionally useful auxiliary items. This dilemma was exceedingly challenging. He felt utterly lost. He was reluctant to part with any of these enticing options, his fingers anxiously tugging at his hair. Sighing in frustration, he lamented that despite his earlier enthusiasm and excitement, he now found himself regretting the scarcity of funds, the joy of having amassed over 10,000 energy points now a distant memory. Truly, one only realizes the inadequacy of resources when they are most needed. With a heavy heart, Jiang Zheng sighed, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Though 18,000 energy points appeared substantial, in light of the improvements he sought, it was woefully insufficient. He hesitated and wavered, repeatedly tempted to confirm his purchases. Yet reason held him back. He needed to make choices that were not only suitable but also prudent, resolutely avoiding impulsive decisions. As time slipped away unnoticed, after much contemplation, Jiang Zheng ultimately concluded that acquiring the items meticulously prepared on his list was the most fitting course of action. He decided to purchase the vehicle-mounted Gatling gun, consuming 5,000 energy points, the vehicle-mounted radar, consuming another 5,000 energy points, the cryogenic storage, utilizing an additional 5,000 energy points, and the iron battle suit, which required 2,000 energy points. Upon completion, his total energy expenditure amounted to 17,000, leaving a remaining balance of 1,894 energy points. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, the structure of the RV began to transform subtly. At that moment, a brilliant white light erupted from the top of the RV, only to dissipate in the next instant, revealing a series of strange yet familiar connections in Jiang Zheng's mind. Among the newly established connections were the vehicle-mounted Gatling gun and radar acquired for the RV's rooftop, as well as the cryogenic storage subspace that transcended physical understanding. This subspace existed as an independent entity in his mind, uniquely linked to the RV's storage room. With a mere thought, Jiang Zheng could perceive the remnants of supplies charred by the flames, now astonishingly within reach. The blackened traces of fire had vanished, restoring everything to its original state. Yet the meager supplies remaining stood in stark contrast to the previously overflowing scene, appearing desolate and forlorn. The remaining half-ton of mutated rat meat still awaited, with much of it not yet reduced to ashes. Otherwise, Jiang Zheng would truly be on the verge of tears at this moment. His expression bore a mournful countenance as he sorrowfully relocated the remaining mutated rat meat into the subspace for freezing, ensuring its availability for future consumption. After all, during this scorching summer, the storage room maintained only a temperate state, lacking refrigeration capabilities. Thus, this fresh mutated meat would likely spoil and emit an unpleasant odor within a few days. The remaining supply of mutated meat was sufficient to sustain them for at least a month. Seated in the cockpit, Jiang Zheng noticed an unfamiliar image suddenly appear on the right side of the central control panel, causing him to smile upon closer inspection. Was this not the radar seen in movies? The radar emitted faint beeping sounds intermittently, and as the frequency scanned, sporadic red and yellow dots began to materialize on the screen, varying in size. Jiang Zheng speculated that the larger dots indicated areas with a higher concentration of zombie entities, while the dimmer smaller dots suggested a sparser presence. The yellow dots might represent human beings, as their distribution paled in comparison to the red ones. Though he could not be entirely certain, the assumption seemed plausible. After all, according to the radar's display, everything aside from himself was deemed an enemy. In an instant, under Jiang Zheng's will, a layer of heavy specialized steel enveloped his body, transforming him into a formidable figure clad in a black and gold armor that exuded a sense of weightiness. When the need arose to conceal his face, a mask would materialize over it, featuring specially modified ocular enhancements that allowed for a holographic perspective to observe the surroundings through external sensors. Thus, a form of indiscriminate full-body defense was established, akin to Iron Man's suit. In terms of texture, the craftsmanship could not be deemed exquisite. It appeared somewhat crude, lacking fine carvings, patterns, or embellishments, giving it a rather unsightly and clumsy appearance. However, this did not undermine its defensive capabilities, a fact Jiang Zheng held no doubt about. Even when adorned with this heavy armor, one could feel its substantial weight, even to the extent that even those with extraordinary abilities would notice its heft. While it did slightly impede movement, it was a negligible cost he was willing to bear, as safety was his foremost concern. Otherwise, he would not have procured this suit of armor. As for the onboard heavy weapon, the Gatling gun, it stood as his most satisfactory means of firepower suppression aside from the compressed light beam. Jiang Zheng's gaze brimmed with eagerness, yearning to experience the legendary might of the Gatling for himself. Its iconic presence graced numerous military films and shooting games. To Jiang Zheng, its overwhelming power and firing rate were only rivaled by the intimidating presence of its barrels. This was, in essence, an embodiment of violent aesthetics, especially at the moment when the barrels prepared to rotate and accelerate, a prelude to the release of boundless terror, resonating with a sense of oppression. However, despite Jiang Zheng's eagerness to test the Gatling on a few zombies, the absence of any living creatures nearby left him in a state of frustration. At this point, he had become thoroughly acquainted with all the newly acquired items, leaving him immensely satisfied. The remaining energy was devoted to fully restoring the defensive capabilities of the RV, expending 500 points in the process. With over 1,300 points of energy still at his disposal, he pondered its purpose. This surplus energy, for the moment, served no immediate function. His survival abilities had significantly enhanced, and if he wished to escape, no one could detain him. He decided to invest in self-improvement, as opportunities like this were rare. After rummaging through his options, Jiang Zheng ultimately purchased 2 basic skills and a selection of rudimentary potions with the remaining energy. Having once held a wealth of resources, he now found himself in a state of utter impoverishment. "I truly have not a single point left," he lamented, casting a resigned smile at the barren energy balance display. Chapter 71. Embracing and kissing. It was time to attend to Xiaohua. She must be quite frightened. After tending to all matters, Jiang Zheng, momentarily lost in thought in the driver's seat, snapped back to reality and hurriedly made his way to the lounge of the vehicle. Upon entering, he beheld her, legs crossed, reclining elegantly on the sofa, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of melancholy as she gazed out the window. She appeared so entranced that she did not even notice his arrival. Jiang Zheng, admiring her exquisite profile, settled beside her, holding a white capsule he had just exchanged for at the store. Gently taking her delicate wrist, he placed it in her hand. "Xiaohua, this is an excellent medicine. If you take it, your physical wounds will heal swiftly, within just a few hours." This basic restorative capsule from the shop was effective for minor injuries, although it was ineffective for those with abilities, serving primarily ordinary individuals as a universal remedy. Its efficacy surpassed that of the categorized medications known before the apocalypse, albeit the cost of energy points was somewhat steep at 50. Lost in her thoughts, Xiaohua suddenly felt her wrist being lifted, her body momentarily startled. As she turned to face him, her gaze pierced through him, and a faint yet heartwarming smile broke across her pallid face. "So are we safe now?" "Of course. Have you forgotten my capabilities?" "Such trivial matters are hardly a challenge for me." Jiang Zheng, attempting to mask his earlier worries with a light-hearted grin, felt his heart gradually ease as she nodded and consumed the medicine he had offered her. After taking the white capsule, Xiaohua felt her discomfort begin to dissipate, her previously enervated body slowly regaining some strength, the color returning to her pale cheeks. Hearing Jiang Zheng's words, she could not help but roll her eyes at him. Did he really think she was unaware of the perilous situation they had faced, having been an integral part of the ordeal? She had looked ghastly moments ago. How could he claim it was easy? Shaking her head, she kept such thoughts to herself and lifted her gaze to him, noticing the beads of sweat on his brow. Overcome with concern, she reached for a towel hanging nearby and leaned closer, carefully wiping his forehead. She remained as empathetic as ever, never inquiring about her own feelings. Watching the girl who tended to him so diligently, he felt a warmth in her gentle demeanor. Her focused expression seemed to illuminate her eyes, and in the depths of her pupils, he faintly saw a blurred reflection of himself. For a moment, he found himself entranced, an indescribable emotion swelling within him as he gazed at her. As she diligently wiped away the perspiration from his forehead, satisfied with her efforts, she caught sight of the dazed look in his eyes and was taken aback. "What is it?" Am I really that captivating? Chen Xiaohua felt a chill run down her spine as she was scrutinized. She had never been looked at in such a manner before. Her heart raced, and with a hint of panic, she stammered, "It's nothing really. I just haven't looked at you this way in a long time. Speaking of which, I feel like I've never properly thanked you." Jiang Zheng, regaining his composure, felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words, chuckling sheepishly. "What are you saying? That sounds too formal. Throughout this journey, you've been the one protecting me. If anyone should be expressing gratitude, it should be me." Chen Xiaohua's tone was discontent, as if reproaching Jiang Zheng, yet her words brimmed with tender affection. Jiang Zheng smiled silently, observing the reproach on her face, and a fleeting, inscrutable emotion flickered in his eyes. Abruptly, he extended his arms and enveloped the girl before him in a tight embrace. "You, what are you doing?" Chen Xiaohua gasped, momentarily breathless from his unexpected action, feeling a mix of shock and uncertainty. "All the kindness you've shown me, I will forever cherish and never forget." His cheek pressed firmly against her delicate neck, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair. He felt a surge of tenderness for her frail and soft form, an overwhelming sense of affection rising from deep within him. Chen Xiaohua was taken aback. She had never considered repaying him for anything. Every action she took was purely out of willingness, without expectation of reward, for she liked and deeply loved him. She had never seen the cold exterior of the man before her, who now appeared so vulnerable, akin to a young boy, leaving her both amused and bewildered. "Hey, you're going to suffocate me. Let go," she exclaimed as she felt the pressure of his embrace intensify, making it difficult for her to breathe. She hastily patted his back twice. I'm sorry, I got carried away." Only then did Jiang Zheng snap back to reality, realizing his moment of impulsiveness and, with a sense of guilt, released her from his grasp. Noticing her face had paled, he felt another wave of remorse wash over him. He hadn't anticipated that his moment of passion would lead to such discomfort for her, forgetting his unusual strength in the heat of the moment. Chen Xiaohua couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, perplexed by his sudden shift in demeanor, as if he had transformed into a different person. Just as she contemplated saying something, she suddenly saw him leaning in, and in a swift motion, he pressed his lips against hers, catching her off guard. The heat of his breath enveloped her, his lips warm and insistent against her own. At that moment, words became superfluous. Her body involuntarily trembled, and her hands fell helplessly to her sides. He kissed her fervently, his warm breath fanning against her cheek. His lips were cool at first, gradually warming against hers. The taste of tobacco lingered in his mouth, a flavor she didn't particularly enjoy, yet she found herself not resisting it. Her face flushed with a rosy hue, captivating and enchanting. Her lips were soft and warm, exuding a gentle warmth of their own. The fragrance that enveloped her was delightful, a subtle scent lingering in the air. The two seemed to have entered an inexplicable rhythm, their emotions magnified infinitely as they embraced and kissed passionately, seemingly oblivious to everything else. After a considerable time, Chen Xiaohua hastily pushed him away, feeling his large hand wandering indiscriminately over her body, and glared at him in anger for disrupting this beautiful and sweet moment. Jiang Zheng, aware of his transgression, offered a sheepish smile and quickly changed the subject. "Would you like to rest for a while? After taking the medicine, you should be quite drowsy. Indeed, would you like to sleep with me? Is that permissible?" "Of course it is." "That's wonderful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zheng felt a surge of excitement coursing through him, his blood boiling as he rubbed his hands together, eagerly watching her retreating figure. Before entering, one must pass this hurdle. Jiang Zheng looked up and saw Chen Xiaohua standing at the bedroom door, quietly turning around, holding a pair of shining silver scissors that glinted ominously, a chilling smile gracing her face as she gazed at him. Jiang Zheng. Chapter 72. Adding insult to injury. Having taken her medication, Chen Xiaohua soon succumbed to a wave of drowsiness, a consequence of the potent restorative effects of the efficient pharmaceuticals, which were accompanied by pronounced side effects, such as overwhelming fatigue. After watching her retreat into the bedroom, Jiang Zheng settled into the living room for a brief respite. It wasn't long before he was roused by the resounding sound of her snoring. With his eyes still closed, he gradually opened them and, with a flicker of thought, adjusted the noise cancellation feature of the RV to its maximum setting. She was simply too exhausted. Over the past few days, she had devoted herself to caring for him, enduring one harrowing ordeal after another. It was commendable that she had not succumbed to any mental distress. He had always seen her clearly, from their very first encounter. He recognized that beneath her delicate exterior lay a fiercely determined spirit. Her tenacity was profoundly evident. Jiang Zheng's thoughts were now somewhat disordered, his mind drifting aimlessly. He was uncertain of his musings, or perhaps it was the serendipity of his newfound lease on life that had altered his perspective on existence. With a mere thought, the latest interface of the RV system materialized in his mind. Apocalypse RV System Host, Jiang Zheng Age, 22 Ability, Semi-Awakened RV Information, as follows. Apocalypse RV, Modification Complete, Intermediate Version, Model, Level 2 RV Camouflage. Capable of adapting to surrounding environments, Spatial Configuration, Bedroom X1. Kitchen X1, Bathroom X1, Living Room X1, Storage Room X1, Armed Turret. Refrigerated Storage Space, 10 by 10 cubic feet. Special Feature, Exceptional Refrigeration for Perishable Food, Maximum Preservation Duration, 1 year. Skill, Items stored in the RV storage room can be instantly relocated to subspace at the host's mental command. Overall summary, essential for frozen storage. Body strength, grade D, resistant to standard bullets. Can withstand the strength of novice ability users. Power, hybrid gasoline and diesel. Maximum speed, 600 kilometers per hour. All malfunctions have been rectified. RV skills, instant acceleration. Instantly increases travel speed by 200. Duration determined by fuel reserves. Instantaneous transport. Instantly relocates within a 30-meter radius of the RV, enabling the transportation of individuals or objects in contact with the host. RV weapons, onboard compressed light speed cannon, intermediate, charging time, 10 seconds, upon completion. It can eliminate level 2 ability users. Cooldown time, 10 hours. Collision resistant saws, protective device located at the front of the RV, providing excellent propulsion. Capable of disregarding all obstacles in its path. Onboard radar, scanning radius of 10 kilometers. Will automatically issue an alert upon precise detection of cloaked or speed-enhanced entities within a 5-kilometer radius. The mounted Gatling gun, with a caliber of 20 millimeters and a firing rate of 2,000 rounds per minute, boasts a magazine capacity of 1,000 rounds, 900 energy per magazine. It possesses a skill with a 5 chance of instantly eliminating any enemy in a severely injured state, 30, provided they do not exceed the vehicle's level. It exhibits commendable suppression against small to medium-sized hordes of zombies. Personal skills include Embrace of Death, a close-quarter combat technique that delivers a lethal effect against female enemies in a choking state, 30, when held in close proximity. However, it proves utterly ineffective against males. Although it is merely a rudimentary skill with stringent conditions, it offers remarkable value for its cost-effectiveness. Emerging as a formidable ability during critical moments. Blade Slash, raising a long blade to glide along the ground. It channels force through the sword's tip, lying in ambush beneath the surface until leaping forth to deliver a devastating strike upon the enemy's head. A notable drawback is the necessity of wielding a blade. This skill inflicts a 50 damage increase against primary targets within a limited range. Upon reviewing the panel, Jiang Zheng was keenly aware of his heightened prowess, the surge in strength leaving him somewhat astonished. This abrupt transformation was hard for him to fully comprehend. Returning to the driver's seat, he felt a resurgence of confidence and vigor reflected on his face, dispelling the fatigue and weariness that had previously consumed him. With a deep breath, Jiang Zheng set forth, his eyes shimmering with determination as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The rejuvenated RV surged forth like a wild stallion, racing toward the very gas station from which he had previously escaped. Hope lingered in that location. He wished not to be left despondent after experiencing fleeting joy. He intended to return and collect the energy crystals from the second-tier zombies, their preciousness being the most esteemed treasure Jiang Zheng had encountered thus far. His greed would not permit anyone else to seize the fruits of his victory. As he drove into the dilapidated outskirts of the town, a relentless inferno was visible. Stretching from the town's periphery to its innermost depths, an ever-burning blaze consuming everything in its path. Billowing black smoke filled the air, shattered glass littered the ground, and numerous charred zombie corpses lay scattered about. Not far off, a few still-living zombies, engulfed in terrifying flames, writhed helplessly on the ground, unable to extinguish their fiery torment. The devastation and bloodstains evaporated by the flames rendered what was once a tranquil town akin to a descent into endless hell. The sky no longer bore the bright blue of day, replaced instead by a thick, suffocating smoke that choked the air with its acrid scent. Perhaps, this was indeed the visage of the apocalypse. Witnessing such a scene, Jiang Zheng felt a pang of melancholy. Yet, he did not lament his actions. In a world ravaged by chaos, one's own interests remained paramount, while all else was mere triviality. Without mentioning the considerable energy income he gained from the explosion he instigated, nor the fact that he successfully extricated himself from a life-threatening crisis, one must ponder the relevance of the innocent lives lost to his own existence. He is no savior, contemplating the fate of humanity before the apocalypse. He was merely a humble citizen of a small town, striving for survival. What, then, is his core philosophy? Simply put, it is the instinct to endure. As the RV gradually entered the town, he silently surveyed the surroundings while activating the weapon turret atop the vehicle, raising the poised Gatling gun. Its dark, cold barrels aimed menacingly at the approaching adversaries. The radar display in the cockpit continuously scanned the vicinity as they neared the town. The number of surviving organisms within began to increase incrementally. Among them, the red dots vastly outnumbered the yellow ones, yet they were dispersed over several kilometers. In the vicinity of the gas station, not a single living being remained, creating a vacuum on the radar's detection waves. Suddenly, as Jiang Zheng drove the RV at a leisurely pace, an alarm blared, signaling the last line of caution on the radar. A fleeting glance revealed several scattered red dots rapidly converging toward his location. In the next moment, those red dots materialized into actual zombies, charging forth from a nearby corner. Their bodies bore the scorched marks of flames, though not severely. It appeared they had evaded disaster while lingering on the periphery, drawn to the commotion and hastening toward the source of the noise. It seemed they had also detected the sound of the RV's movement, prompting their advance. Their eyes glowed with a ferocious crimson, fixating on the moving object as if famished specters had caught sight of a feast. They lunged at Jiang Zheng with a frenzied desperation, oblivious to their own identities. Observing this, Jiang Zheng remained unfazed, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With a mere thought, he commanded the Gatling gun, already on standby, to adjust its barrels, targeting the oblivious undead. The dark, cold barrels began to accelerate, spinning with ominous intent. In the blink of an eye, the barrels reached full speed, and a deafening roar erupted from the rapidly revolving weapon. The sound of gunfire echoed as fierce blue flames erupted from the blackened muzzle, sending palm-sized projectiles hurtling at the foes with ruthless precision. Within moments, dozens of bullets had been unleashed, their casings clattering onto the RV's roof, producing a melodious chime. Before the ravenous zombies, whose grotesque visages drew near the RV, could close the distance, their bodies began to explode, limbs scattering amidst a shower of crimson. As the bullets penetrated their forms, they disintegrated as if struck by a violent blast, the projectiles cleaving through their hardened bodies, splitting them in twain with brutal efficiency. The cerulean tongues of fire swiftly unleashed a merciless barrage of icy bullets, and in the blink of an eye, the small horde of zombies before Jiang Zheng was reduced to a sieve, each body rendered unrecognizable, transformed into a jumbled array of severed limbs and flesh, scattered across the ground, with blood flowing like a river. Until their last breath, their faces retained their original grotesque expressions, as if they were oblivious to the pain. Tragically succumbing to an unknown fate, the speed at which they were dispatched far exceeded his own capacity to eliminate them. Jiang Zheng stared in shock at the gruesome scene unfolding before him, momentarily stunned by the horror. Although he had an inkling of the power and terror of the Gatling gun, the reality was far more daunting and awe-inspiring than he had anticipated. It was both expected and unexpected, yet the ammunition consumption was alarmingly high. Jiang Zheng was thoroughly impressed with this weaponry. However, witnessing the rapid depletion of his magazine stirred a pang of regret within him. The current situation did not permit such extravagant expenditure. He resolved to save the Gatling gun for a time when he had ample energy and when the number of zombies warranted its use. As he hastened toward the gas station, he contemplated the merits and drawbacks of this new weapon. Clearly, this volley of fire had further strained his already meager resources. The 1889 return on investment, by any measure, was a significant loss. Chapter 73. Departure after a somewhat painful resolution of the undead. Jiang Zheng continued to navigate the RV along the route to the gas station. The path was short and unimpeded. The devastation wrought by the explosions left no sign of life in sight. The road was flanked by charred corpses, reduced to mere coal-like remnants lying across the street. Encountering some shattered walls and various debris from the aftermath of the blasts, he pressed the accelerator, relying on the RV's formidable front bumper to forcibly clear the obstacles in his path. Throughout the journey, he faced little trouble. The dilapidated RV, accompanied by the thunderous roar of its engine and the grinding sound of tires against the asphalt, broke the eerie silence of the surroundings. Before him lay a blackened asphalt road, fissures sprawling across its surface like veins on a body. The immense shockwaves from the explosions had ravaged both sides of the road, leaving only the charred stumps of trees to mourn their tragic end. As he drove through this landscape, memories flooded his mind. This road was one he had traversed frequently after arriving in the town, once lined with stately sycamores. In those days, soft fluffs of cottonwood would drift down from the sky, settling on his vehicle, occasionally wafting in through the open windows. The scenery here was his sole testament and reminiscence of the world before the apocalypse. Now, however, the once familiar sights had transformed utterly. The vibrant landscape had vanished, and the presence of humanity was an echo of the past, leaving behind a desolate tableau that spoke of decay and devastation. Jiang Zheng silently maneuvered the RV through this mournful terrain, sighing inwardly as the brutal reality of the apocalypse unfolded before him. A stark reflection of the profound impact on his environment. After lingering for a moment, he pressed the gas pedal and sped away, soon arriving at the gas station. Upon returning to this place, so vivid in his memory, he was flooded with a multitude of emotions. Surrounding the gas station, the buildings near the epicenter of the explosion lay in ruins, reduced to piles of rubble, with many survivors still entombed beneath the debris. The scorching flames continued to ravage every inch of this area, as if a relentless inferno burned brighter with each passing moment. Thick smoke billowed into the air, the acrid smell permeating the expansive square, devoid of cries, shadows, or wails, only a silent narrative of the devastation and cruelty that had transpired. With a stoic expression, Jiang Zheng drove to the location of the second-tier zombie from his memories. After parking the vehicle, he exited to search. Where had that zombie vanished to? He scoured the vicinity around the gas station, yet found nothing. Having circled the area, he received no prompts from the system in his mind. Exasperated after such a fruitless endeavor, he placed his hands on his hips, gazing blankly at the desolate surroundings. Could it have been taken by someone else? Jiang Zheng's expression grew grave, his face pale as he pondered the futility of his exhaustive search, beginning to doubt his circumstances. Upon reflection, there are no extraordinary beings present here, nor is there any knowledge of the function of this crystal core. Furthermore, those as formidable as myself have fled this place in disarray, and that second-tier zombie met a tragic end here. Logically, survival seems impossible, much less descending in search of something. Perhaps I should venture further ahead, as it might have retreated a considerable distance. Jiang Zheng dismissed other possibilities and diligently sought a more distant location. After a fragrant incense's passage, fortune favors the diligent. Jiang Zheng finally discovered the long-sought second-tier energy crystal core in a secluded spot over 1,000 meters away. At last, I have found you. Gazing at the energy crystal core pulsating with intense energy waves in his hand, Jiang Zheng could not help but smile with delight. The energy contained within this core is several times greater than that of a primary crystal, which explains its formidable nature. It would likely require 3 to 5 primary ability users to vanquish it. Feeling the overwhelming energy waves in his palm, Jiang Zheng watched as the core glimmered with radiant light. Were it not for his RV system, he feared he would struggle to withstand its brilliance. Alas, I have triumphed. Despite a fleeting moment of trepidation, he resolved to embrace courage in the face of adversity. He would exert every ounce of effort to claim victory, sending such a terrifying entity to the depths of hell for rebirth. At the site where he retrieved the crystal core lay the remnants of the second-tier zombie. Its skeletal remains now scattered across the ground, reduced to fragments. Even as mighty as it was, such a fate awaited it. With the energy crystal core in hand and the stark white bones before him, Jiang Zheng found himself lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, he was abruptly roused by an urgent need to relieve himself. The thrilling moments had stretched on, and he could no longer contain himself. Regaining his senses, he hastily removed his trousers to address his pressing need. The sound of his release was nothing short of thunderous, reverberating with a power he had never before experienced, akin to a mighty river cascading forth. Oh, dear zombie sister, do not blame my rashness. I had no choice, after all. Your very presence compelled me to endure longer than I wished. Every action has its consequence, indeed. Observing the bones he had inadvertently doused, a shiver coursed through him, and he quickly concluded his urgent business before hastily returning to the RV. Now, with 1 primary crystal and 1 second-tier crystal acquired, he was still short 2 primary and 1 second-tier crystal to facilitate an upgrade. Seated in the driver's position, Jiang Zheng pondered the RV upgrade, realizing that energy points were but a mere drizzle to him now. With the formidable Gatling gun at his disposal, harvesting energy would be a straightforward endeavor. However, the challenge lay in acquiring energy crystals. He had obtained 1 second-tier crystal from the zombie and 1 from the Southern Brother, which meant he would need to actively seek out more extraordinary beings to engage in combat, claiming their lives to procure the necessary energy crystals for the RV's enhancement. The task ahead remains daunting. Jiang Zheng, feeling a twinge of headache, rubbed his forehead. The primary crystal nucleus was manageable, but the secondary crystal nucleus was a matter of life and death. No matter what, be it human or ghost, he would strike down all who crossed his path. With a steely gaze, Jiang Zheng resolved that nothing could impede his advance. Although the secondary zombies were formidable, they were not invincible. With the right strategy, they could indeed be vanquished. If he could triumph once, he could certainly do so twice, thrice, or even more. His grip on the steering wheel tightened as he cast a glance at the unremarkable town where he had spent the past few days. A wave of nostalgia washing over him, reflecting on the capriciousness of fate. While it may seem ordinary, every harrowing event that transpired here would remain etched in his memory for a long time to come. He would forever remember the couple who struggled to survive in the apocalypse, only to meet a tragic end. Brother Nan's aspirations were shattered amidst the crisis. The extraordinary mouse stealthily launched its attack on Brother Nan's meticulously plotted betrayal. Amidst the chaos, the yellow-haired usurper seized power, donning the royal robe. In the face of danger, he narrowly escaped from the brink of death. Even now, the haunting memory of the zombie siege lingered, a grim tableau of humanity's dissolution. Featuring a desperate father and his daughter, alongside a ruthless henchman seeking vengeance against the inhumanity that had claimed his own. The tension escalated with the formidable emergence of secondary zombies, each encounter a perilous exchange. Chen Xiuhua's ingenious explosion in a moment of desperation still resonated in his mind. At this moment, all past memories echoed within Jiang Zheng's consciousness. This place was merely his starting point, with a longer journey ahead awaiting him. Farewell, Little Stone Town. Lost in thought, he noticed that the cigarette he had lit had burned down to half. With a sense of melancholy, he inhaled the last remnants of smoke. Resolved not to linger any longer, he shifted direction, pressed the accelerator, and set forth towards the horizon. Xiaoxian, here I come. Chapter 74. Dare you to touch it? As the crimson hues of dusk descended, the slanting sun cast its radiant glow upon the desolate, barren land, bestowing a gilded edge to the post-apocalyptic scenery. The rhythmic sound of gunfire punctuated the silence of this forsaken landscape, each shot echoing like a ferocious beast unleashed. As merciless and frigid bullet casings swiftly ejected from the chamber. Astonishingly, from the terrifying muzzle, a flickering blue flame danced, captivating in its brilliance. Before the gun's muzzle lay a horde of zombies, numbering in the dozens, relentlessly pursuing the RV driven by Jiang Zheng. With each report of the gun, a torrential downpour of bullets descended upon the grotesque figures, delivering them into the embrace of death. The unfortunate zombies struck were cleaved in twain, their hardened bodies exploding under the ferocity of the gunfire, flesh and blood scattering, painting the sky crimson. In less than 3 seconds, the majority of the undead had met their demise, leaving but a few bewildered remnants standing in place. Fully aware that they could no longer catch the swiftly vanishing silhouette of the vehicle. Casting a glance in the rearview mirror, Jiang Zheng nonchalantly lit a cigarette. Reclining comfortably in his driver's seat, serenely listening to the melodies emanating from the RV's sound system, softly humming along to the familiar tune, exuding an air of contentment. With automatic driving and shooting capabilities, the technology proved remarkably effective. Jiang Zheng swayed his head gently in rhythm with the music, murmuring to himself. At this moment, he had not touched a single control. The RV navigated effortlessly on its own. Though its pace was somewhat leisurely, it was of little consequence. It was his inaugural experience utilizing this feature, a function included with the purchase of the installed onboard radar. Testing its safety, he was pleasantly surprised by its outstanding performance. Minimal effort was required on his part. Upon encountering obstacles, the radar autonomously assessed the danger posed to the RV, selecting optimal routes for navigation. The RV was equipped with collision avoidance mechanisms, allowing it to forge ahead without the need for evasive maneuvers. And the radar operated seamlessly in this regard, granting Jiang Zheng peace of mind. The automatic shooting system had just demonstrated its prowess. During the automated driving, the vehicle slowed significantly, allowing wandering zombies to seize the opportunity and swarm. As they continued their journey, these scattered undead grew in number, and as their ranks swelled, the shooting feature activated automatically in response to the radar's detection, yielding remarkable efficacy. It employed the most suitable shooting techniques to maximize energy returns, ensuring that no ammunition was wasted. Throughout the journey, it had automatically engaged in shooting 2 or 3 times, and Jiang Zheng, solely focused on the outcomes, was highly satisfied with the results. There were no losses, but instead, a gain of several energy points. Compared to his previous self-directed endeavors that had resulted in losses, the results were undoubtedly gratifying. I once traversed mountains and seas and navigated through throngs of people. Everything I once embraced has, in the blink of an eye, dissipated like smoke. I experienced feelings of loss and disappointment, losing all sense of direction, until I discovered that embracing the ordinary is the sole answer. The speaker resonated with a song that Jiang Zheng had cherished before the world met its end. Now, once more, the haunting voice of Pushu echoed, transporting Jiang Zheng back to the verdant days of his youth just as he stepped into society. Memories surged within him, and he could not help but sing along. The beauty, emotion, impulsiveness, struggle, hope, disappointment, and the unwillingness to accept mediocrity all culminated in a resignation to the ordinary. Once, he was fervent and passionate, yearning to carve out a space for himself. Yet, After enduring the harsh realities of life, he bowed his proud head and returned to the tranquility of an unremarkable existence. In those days, he found solace in this very song, believing that it encapsulated all his emotions, experiences, and acceptance of the status quo. Now, reborn? As he listened to this song again, his heart swelled with mixed feelings, prompting him to sing with a touch of nostalgia. Much like the road ahead. Set against the backdrop of the apocalypse, this endless path resembled a destiny lost in the wilderness, leading to an unknown destination. With no clarity about what awaited him at the journey's end, Jiang Zheng remained in a state of confusion and uncertainty. Yet, he continued to navigate through this ordinariness, convinced that he could create his own extraordinary narrative. While humming the lyrics of Ordinary Road, he pondered deeply, his gaze resolute and fist clenched. A chance encounter with the song reignited and solidified his wavering resolve. Despite his long-standing lack of confidence regarding the future, a newfound clarity began to dawn upon him. Nothing is ever guaranteed. Only a fervent belief within oneself can sustain the pursuit of one's path. Brother Zheng, dinner is ready. Come out to eat. A melodious voice rang in Jiang Zheng's ears. Coming. He snapped back to reality, his previously grave expression softening as he replied loudly. Rising. He made his way to the living area of the vehicle, where he saw Chen Xiaohua had already prepared the dishes and set the table. A wave of inexplicable emotion washing over him. The harrowing experience of the recent catastrophe had deepened their appreciation for each other's presence. The car's lights shifted to a warm hue, and the steaming dinner table exuded a cozy ambience. Please, sit down and eat. Noticing Jiang Zheng's unwavering gaze upon her, Chen Xiaohua felt slightly bashful, her cheeks tinged with pink. Jiang Zheng smiled gently, remaining silent as he settled onto the sofa, inviting Chen Xiaohua to join him for the final dinner of this unforgettable day. Starving, he had drained all his energy and desperately needed sustenance to satiate his growling stomach. Is this mutated meat? He inquired, savoring the exquisite flavor he had never tasted before. Indeed, this is the mutated meat you had previously provided. I sought at it with some vegetables. Chen Xiaohua nodded, having taken a few bites of the mutated meat. After consuming it, she felt as though the circulation of her blood had quickened, enveloping her in a warm sensation. The immense energy contained within the meat rapidly satiated her hunger. You should consume more of this mutated meat. It is a valuable resource that can enhance your physical constitution. You are far too slender, Jiang Zheng remarked. As an ability user, he could distinctly perceive the subtle transformations within the mutated meat, prompting him to eagerly encourage Chen Xiaohua to partake more. Chen Xiaohua responded with a slight annoyance, rolling her eyes at him. Who says I'm thin? I've gained 2 or 3 pounds. I need to lose weight. In a world where people struggle to find enough food, her desire to lose weight seemed absurd. Hearing her haughty remarks, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily at a loss for words. I don't care. I'm not thin. Chen Xiaohua shook her head defiantly, ignoring Jiang Zheng's comments. Then where exactly have you gained weight? I certainly don't see any on your backside, Jiang Zheng teased as he continued to eat. I may not have gained weight there, but I have it here. Chen Xiaohua proudly puffed out her chest, as if to prove a point. Jiang Zheng, unable to contain himself, erupted into laughter, the sound echoing through the living room. Chen Xiaohua glared at him, her small fist clenched in frustration. What is so funny? Is it really that amusing? No. I just find you quite adorable. Jiang Zheng managed to suppress his laughter, though amusement lingered in his tone. Isn't my size adequate? Chen Xiaohua replied indignantly. Her most cherished attribute being her bosom, which she cared for meticulously, its skin smooth and fragrant. Being subjected to a hint of mockery from him only fueled her ire. How would I know if you've grown? Why don't you let me verify? Jiang Zheng stated nonchalantly, revealing his intentions. How would one verify that? Chen Xiaohua asked, her gaze fixed intently on him. Quite simply, let me touch it, he replied with an air of nonchalance. Chen Xiaohua, initially hopeful, was taken aback by his blunt response. Her anger flaring. With a mix of ire and sarcasm, she retorted, Do you dare to touch? If you don't let me. You're not a man, barren and without descendants. Jiang Zheng felt a chill run down his spine at her venomous words, realizing the gravity of her challenge. How dare you speak to me that way? Well, I'm coming over. Don't you dare evade. Touch it, don't just talk. Chen Xiaohua, confident in her ability to provoke him, challenged boldly. After a brief pause, she exclaimed, Ah, you rogue. A voice of fury, as shocking as a clap of thunder, swept through the entire caravan. In this soundproof vehicle, an ear-piercing scream resonated, echoing along the desolate road. Chapter 75. Facing alone the following day, Jiang Zheng rose early. The sun was already blazing high in the sky, and even at 8 o'clock, the temperature had soared to a staggering 40 degrees. As Jiang Zheng exited the vehicle, he found himself surrounded by desolation. with only a seemingly endless winding path stretching before him, scorched by the merciless sunlight. Despite being an extraordinary being with enhanced heat resistance, he could acutely perceive that this infernal weather was growing increasingly oppressive, and the air was becoming ever drier. Jiang Zheng wore a somber expression. His gaze lowered as he pondered something profound. Logically, by the end of September, temperatures should have begun to cool, yet the heat was intensifying. Could this be a consequence of the apocalypse? He was uncertain about the changes taking place, but he sensed that the fluctuations in temperature after the end of days would never resemble those of the pre-apocalyptic world. Raising a hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sun, he gazed at the blazing orb that, in other circumstances, would symbolize hope and vitality. Yet to him, at this moment, it seemed akin to a lurking demon, poised to strike. After standing outside in contemplation for a moment, he decided not to dwell further on these thoughts and retreated into the vehicle as if fleeing for his life. In that brief span, he was already drenched in sweat, beads glistening on his forehead as if he had just engaged in vigorous exercise. In reality, he had merely stood outside for a short while, yet the extreme weather was beginning to unsettle him. "Are you awake?" Upon entering the vehicle, he saw Chen Xiaohua stretching lazily, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she approached him. Today, she donned a cropped tank top that accentuated her alluring figure, paired with blue denim shorts that showcased her long, graceful legs, all complemented by casual pink flip-flops. This summery ensemble highlighted her enchanting curves and elegant stature, prompting Jiang Zheng to steal several glances at her striking physique. Chen Xiaohua merely nodded slightly, casting a detached glance in his direction, her demeanor somewhat frosty, clearly still affected by the events of the previous night. "Is she still angry?" Jiang Zheng rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. Chen Xiaohua shot him a disdainful look, huffed softly, and bypassed him to settle on the sofa, turning on the television to watch a romantic drama. Observing her visibly displeased expression, Jiang Zheng could only shrug in resignation. As for the events of yesterday, had she not implored him to indulge her wishes? Under her coercion and persuasion, he had reluctantly assisted her in fulfilling her desires. He was bewildered as to how their camaraderie had soured so swiftly, bearing the brunt of the unwanted label of a lecher, which only compounded his frustrations. Jiang Zheng chose to ignore him, settling comfortably on the nearby sofa. The two remained in silence for the entire morning, with only the sounds emanating from the television breaking the awkwardness of their shared space. During lunch, Chen Xiaohua ventured into the kitchen to reheat the leftovers from the previous day, and they began to eat in a makeshift manner. Jiang Zheng paid no mind to her, consuming his meal with remarkable speed. The daily energy expenditure of an ability user like him was several times greater than that of an ordinary person, making such voracious eating quite unremarkable. As Jiang Zheng devoured his food, Chen Xiaohua found herself momentarily lost in thought, gazing through the car window at the scenery passing by, her face a canvas of wonder and hesitation. She pondered whether to voice some of the unanswered questions that had been weighing on her heart. The unfolding events of recent days had left her feeling quite unsettled, and she yearned to uncover the secrets that Jiang Zheng held. After a lengthy contemplation, she turned to him with a hint of uncertainty and asked, "Is this car on autopilot? Why has everything suddenly become so high-tech?" She posed numerous curious inquiries, and after listening intently, Jiang Zheng swallowed his food before responding with a gentle smile. "Regarding your questions, I believe it is essential to clarify a few points, especially since you have been in the car for quite some time. Some things, like what you just asked, you may have already sensed." Pausing for a moment to gather his thoughts on how to express the enigma surrounding him in a clear and comprehensible manner, he finally said, "In truth, my abilities are connected to this RV. Extraordinary occurrences are manifestations of my unique powers." As he spoke, Chen Xiaohua listened intently, nodding in understanding whenever clarity was achieved. Her starry eyes remained fixed on him, as if he radiated a light that rendered her unable to look away. Both of them harbored unspoken thoughts, neither willing to voice their feelings first. Yet, they were not oblivious. The unspoken atmosphere and subtle details had not gone unnoticed. Eventually, they articulated their thoughts during this unusually prolonged lunch, which lasted much longer than usual. After Jiang Zheng finished an impressive array of dishes, Chen Xiaohua, who had previously worn a cold expression, now beamed with a smile as she rested her chin in her hands, watching him consume the last remnants of his meal. Her joy stemmed from the fact that the person she cared about had finally chosen to share some of his secrets with her. Although she had gleaned some insights, his willingness to open up warmed her heart. It indicated that he cared for her, as he was willing to share such personal matters. Perhaps this was the sense of security she so desperately sought. Observing her cheerful demeanor as she tidied up the dishes, Jiang Zheng noted the stark contrast to her earlier indifference, almost as though she had transformed into a different person. With a slight pout of annoyance, he silently grumbled to himself, "By the way, after we clean up, I'll take you to fight zombies." Get ready. Jiang Zheng gazed absent-mindedly at Chen Xiaohua, who was busily occupied in the kitchen, lost in thought. After a moment of silence, he suddenly called out to the figure in the kitchen. Ah! Upon hearing his voice, Chen Xiaohua froze in shock, unable to believe what Jiang Zheng had just said. The porcelain bowl she held slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor, echoing her internal turmoil. Her heart felt as broken as the bowl, and she looked at Jiang Zheng with a face full of grievances, her expression silently pleading. One must inevitably confront such realities. If I am not by your side in the future, you must possess the ability to safeguard yourself. This is for your own good. Jiang Zheng, however, feigned ignorance and resolutely waved his hand in refusal. His actions were not without justification, having endured the trauma of a zombie siege. He understood that he could not protect her indefinitely. It was better to learn early and cultivate her courage while he still had the time. Increasing her chances of survival was indeed a prudent endeavor. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, despite Chen Xiaohua's persistent attempts to delay, following Jiang Zheng with playful gestures and even resorting to her charms, she was met with his unyielding rejection. Although he was nearly overwhelmed by her passionate allure, it did not sway his steely resolve. Under Jiang Zheng's cold insistence, Chen Xiaohua reluctantly descended from the mobile home that provided her with an immense sense of security, pouting her lips and casting a sorrowful glance at the man she adored. A wave of unexplainable resentment washed over Jiang Zheng, and he felt a twinge of compassion for her. After all, this was far too brutal for a girl. Yet, contemplating the inevitable separation that lay ahead, reason triumphed over emotion. Jiang Zheng's expression hardened, and he remained unmoved. Having spotted a solitary zombie on the radar, Jiang Zheng parked the mobile home and handed Chen Xiaohua an old machete he had purchased before the apocalypse, instructing her, "Go ahead. There is only this one zombie in your vicinity. Grip your weapon tightly and eliminate it." While the blade was of no use to him now, it served a purpose in teaching Chen Xiaohua. Otherwise, he would have considered discarding it. "I'm scared." The machete felt heavy for Chen Xiaohua, and she struggled to lift the worn tool with all her might. "There's no need to fear. I'm here to guide and protect you. You want to be harmed. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, I will intervene. However, if you falter and become a zombie, there is nothing I can do." Jiang Zheng patiently reassured her, fully aware that this was a difficult reality for her to accept. "What if you can't save me? What if I truly become a zombie? I do not wish to bear such an ugly visage," she exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears at the thought of being unable to fully protect herself. "It can only be said that you are exceedingly weak. So weak that even my protection would be futile. Your demise would be fortuitous, sparing me the burden of a cumbersome liability." Jiang Zheng's expression remained impassive, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring a fine dust that brushed against their faces. These harsh and weighty words reverberated across the desolate expanse, drawing the attention of a nearby wandering zombie. The middle-aged male zombie's eyes blazed crimson. Upon spotting its prey in the distance, it lunged towards them in a frenzied dash. Chapter 76, Punishment. Chen Xiaohua anxiously gazed at the terrifying zombie charging towards her, her eyes filled with dread. Never before had she faced such a creature with such resolve, yet she could not suppress the panic swelling within her, letting out a piercing scream. As the horrifying figure drew ever closer, an invisible weight suddenly pressed down upon her, and in a moment of despair, she turned to glance back, only to find Jiang Zheng's cold and indifferent expression, which filled her heart with sorrow. She had not anticipated his heartlessness. Yet at this moment, she had no other choice. Turning back, her delicate hand gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, her gaze resolute, though her slender legs trembled uncontrollably. In mere seconds, the ghastly zombie was nearly upon her, less than 2 meters away, poised on the brink of life and death. Jiang Zheng moved silently behind her, his cold demeanor betraying a hint of tension, worry flickering in his icy eyes as he silently assessed the unfolding battle. His entire being was taut, akin to a hunter poised to strike, gripping his handgun tightly, concealed behind Chen Xiaohua, ready to seize the moment. The zombie's grotesque legs suddenly launched into the air. Leaping forward, having never witnessed such a spectacle, Chen Xiaohua was momentarily stunned, lacking any combat skills or instinctive techniques. She felt as if she were being thrust into the fray, her heart racing in a frenzy. At that moment, her mind felt as if it were muddled with glue, her thoughts a chaotic tangle, rendering her body motionless, seemingly frozen in fear. The zombie, with half its face drenched in blood, resembled a famished specter reborn, its sunken mouth drooling viscous saliva as it let out guttural roars from deep within its chest, as if proclaiming its imminent victory. Before Chen Xiaohua loomed a shadow, the clawing creature hurtling towards her, her widened eyes devoid of light, the last remnants of her rationality shattered by its thunderous growls of terror. In her heart, there was no thought of survival. She could only hope that Jiang Zheng would rescue her in the next moment. Having observed her from behind, Jiang Zheng sensed the shift in her demeanor at the last possible instant, his previously concerned expression darkening with anger. Witnessing her lack of resistance and her surrender, a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he thought, what a waste of my time. With a surge of frustration, he dismissed further contemplation, fixing his gaze directly upon the zombie leaping toward Chen Xiaohua. Without so much as a moment to aim, he swiftly fired a shot at the creature's head, while simultaneously lunging forward, grasping the stunned Chen Xiaohua by the back of her collar, retreating with the swiftness of someone lifting a chick. The zombie, struck down before it could comprehend the unfolding events, met its demise, yet the instinctual remnants of its body continued to thrash in a futile struggle. The body that lunged forward was accompanied by two robust arms flailing wildly. Had it not been for Jiang Zheng's timely intervention in pulling Chen Xiaohua away, the zombie, even in death, could have inflicted wounds that would lead to her infection and transformation into a grotesque creature. Overwhelmed with joy upon realizing her salvation, Chen Xiaohua threw herself into Jiang Zheng's embrace, burying her face in his chest and savoring the sense of security he provided. Only in this way could her wildly racing heart begin to calm. She had truly been terrified. Have you finished crying? Chen Xiaohua raised her head, her expression somewhat dazed. Jiang Zheng regarded her with a cold, indifferent look she had never encountered before. I was so frightened, she stammered. Her heart weighed down with guilt as she recalled her failure to fulfill Jiang Zheng's instructions. His expression suggested his dissatisfaction with her. Before the still trembling Chen Xiaohua could articulate her thoughts through her tears, Jiang Zheng interrupted her with a dismissive wave of his hand. There's no need for such explanations. Your final performance has utterly disappointed me. Do you understand? Your actions, in the face of genuine peril, would only lead to your demise. You displayed not an ounce of courage. How do you expect to navigate the trials of a post-apocalyptic existence? As he concluded, Jiang Zheng nearly shouted, his frustrations boiling over. He had not anticipated that the usually strong-willed Chen Xiaohua would surrender her resistance in a moment of crisis, allowing her inner defenses to crumble and waiting for him to rescue her. What did she think this battle was? A mere child's play? Was he merely here to indulge her fantasies? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his gaze icy as he looked at the pitiful Chen Xiaohua. Before roughly pushing her away and turning to leave, she stumbled a few steps before halting, gazing at his retreating, slender figure, lost in thought. She could not comprehend why the beloved man before her was experiencing such an emotional upheaval, nor why he had so violently pushed her away, leaving her with tears of indignation welling in her eyes. Before long, Jiang Zheng returned at a brisk pace, his expression cold and his steps rapid. The fierce demeanor he displayed filled Chen Xiaohua with dread. As he approached, she noticed he held a slender yet resilient willow branch, his countenance grave, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. What are you going to do? She stuttered, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Turn around, Jiang Zheng commanded coldly. Why? Chen Xiaohua, gripped by fear, inquired anxiously. Turn around. I do not wish to repeat myself, Jiang Zheng reiterated, his expression devoid of emotion. Seeing the seriousness of his demeanor, Chen Xiaohua relinquished her doubts, pouting as she complied and turned her back to them. At that moment, Jiang Zheng cracked the willow branch in his hand and swung it forcefully against her backside. The sharp crack of the branch slicing through the air landed heavily upon Chen Xiaohua's form. Chen Xiaohua's face immediately contorted with anguish, her complexion paling as intense pain caused tears to cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks. Trembling, she extended a hand to cover the area that had been ruthlessly struck. Slowly turning around, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her beautiful gaze filled with sorrow as she looked upon the unfeeling man before her. Jiang Zheng, you strike me? Chen Xiaohua felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, her eyes wide with disbelief. Without me, you would have perished just now. Jiang Zheng gazed at her in silence. What will you do without me? Will you, like Li Jing and the others, compromise your dignity, barter your flesh, and sell your soul merely for the sake of survival? I doubt you would wish to become such a pitiable and insignificant being. He continued with a chilling clarity, if you refuse to trade your body, then without the means to protect yourself, you would either starve in the streets or fall victim to the zombies, transforming into something as grotesque and terrifying as they are. Would you willingly accept that? As Jiang Zheng's words echoed in her mind, the indignation on Chen Xiaohua's face faded, leaving her in a contemplative daze. His statements struck her like a bucket of cold water, awakening her from the illusion of safety that Jiang Zheng had provided. Indeed, she was merely a transient figure in his journey, destined to be left behind. The experiences they shared had led her thoughts astray. It was time for her to realize that it had all been merely a beautiful dream. Her knuckles whitened as she reflected on their moments together. once believing she could become a cherished family member or the mistress of his mobile home. Such dreams were nothing but fantasies. I understand now. I will adjust my perspective. Thank you. Chen Xiaohua seemed to have come to terms with her situation, managing to force a faint smile. Though Jiang Zheng could not fathom her thoughts at that moment. He felt an inexplicable distance between them, as if they were close, yet suddenly worlds apart. If you have come to understand, then turn back around. Unless you experience hardship, you will never learn to cherish your life, Jiang Zheng commanded coldly, dismissing any further contemplation. Chen Xiaohua wiped away her tears and, as if accepting her fate, turned away with a soft acknowledgement. Crack, crack. The sound of 2 strikes resonated through the air, each lash delivering a heavy force accompanied by a piercing whistle, mercilessly landing upon Chen Xiaohua's body. The pain intensified with each blow, yet she refrained from uttering a sound, gritting her teeth as her complexion turned pale, her body quivering uncontrollably, while tears continued to glisten like stars falling from her eyes. Chapter 77. Embarrassing matters. These 3 lashes serve as a harsh lesson in irresponsibility and a lack of respect for one's own life. It is my hope that you can transform this moment of suffering into greater courage, overcoming all difficulties with bravery. Observing Chen Xiaohua's tear-swollen eyes and the deep, ragged marks on her trousers that reveal the bloodied wounds beneath, bruised and battered, Jiang Zheng felt a pang of compassion. Yet, he believed that enduring such hardship would ultimately benefit her. Even if she harbored resentment towards herself, he would not regret it. He was confident that she would one day be grateful for everything he had done today, for life would only grow more challenging. Without a profound commitment and courage, how could one hope to survive in this unpredictable and crumbling world? This truth, he believed, she, being so intelligent, would undoubtedly grasp. Chen Xiaohua remained silent for a long while before she finally nodded slightly, as if the pain from those 3 lashes left her momentarily dazed. With a thin veil of mist in her eyes, she cast a deep glance at the cold-faced Jiang Zheng standing before her, and with great difficulty, she slowly walked past him. Each step she took was a testament to her immense pain, her legs trembling incessantly, unable to bear the sight. He sighed softly and hurried to her side, offering his support gently, saying, "Let me help you." Before Jiang Zheng could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chen Xiaohua's icy glare, laced with anger, as she retorted, "No need. I can walk on my own. I've only sustained minor injuries. Not a broken leg. I am not that fragile." With that, she coldly dismissed him and limped back to the caravan. Jiang Zheng's hand hung in the air, and a gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the awkward tension. He reluctantly lowered his hand, watching her slender, solitary figure, feeling an inexplicable guilt welling up inside him. Could it be that I was truly in the wrong? Jiang Zheng shook his head with a bitter smile. He had contemplated much. Her stubbornness was, after all, to be expected. He would not be angry or perplexed. Everything would unfold in due time. Standing outside, he admired the desolation of the wilderness. As if his emotions had fused with the melancholy of the scenery, a unique sentiment rising within him. After basking in the sun and feeling the dry, warm breeze for some time, he silently returned to the caravan. "Here, apply some medicine. After a day, such wounds will heal without leaving scars," Jiang Zheng said to the seemingly exhausted Chen Xiaohua, who lay motionless on the bed. The ointment he held, recently exchanged from the system, was inexpensive yet remarkably effective, faster than any pre-apocalypse remedy. Though it was his first time using it, this did not diminish his blind admiration for the system. "What are you doing pulling down my pants?" Suddenly, she felt a rustling at her back, realizing he was forcefully tugging at her trousers. Chen Xiaohua's pale cheeks flushed with indignation as anger ignited within her, and she turned to scold him. Jiang Zheng remained unfazed, continuing to pursue his own affairs until he glanced up to behold the delicate white of her skin. He then met her furious gaze and remarked leisurely, "You cannot reach the injured area yourself. To convey my sincere apologies, I shall reluctantly take on this arduous task. You bastard. Let me reiterate. I can apply the medicine myself. Since you were so unwilling, you need not concern yourself with this. I never asked you to do it, so step away from me," Chen Xiaohua exclaimed, her chest heaving in agitation. "Oh," Jiang Zheng replied apathetically, then diverted his gaze from Chen Xiaohua, lowering his head to open the medicine bottle. He poured out some liquid and gently applied it to her tender, wounded skin, marred and bruised. A peculiar sensation coursed through Chen Xiaohua, accompanied by intense pain, causing her expression to intertwine between anguish and indignation, evoking an indescribable strangeness. "You lecher! How dare you? I see you only wish to gawk at me and touch my backside. Jiang Zheng, you wretched man, I misjudged you. I never anticipated you were this kind of person." Unable to endure the mortifying contact any longer, she squirmed, attempting to shield her most sensitive areas from his touch. She was infuriated, First, she had been yanked from her normal life to confront a horde of zombies. Then she had endured a painful whipping. And now this man was forcibly pulling down her trousers to apply medicine, exposing her privacy. How could she not harbor resentment? She suspected this entire ordeal was a premeditated scheme on his part, aimed solely at this moment. Please, don't move. Jiang Zheng's irritation surged as he observed her squirming, resisting his efforts to tend to her wounds. He could not comprehend why his kind intentions were met with such misunderstanding and blame. He, too, had been subjected to her impertinence, having been shown her vulnerability and teased, yet he remained silent, truly disheartened by the lack of gratitude for his good intentions. A sudden series of sharp claps echoed within the confined space, abruptly halting their heated exchange, plunging the room into silence. Cease your protests. If you utter another word, I shall ensure you remain silent. With that, he firmly restrained her once more, his gaze falling upon the now crimson area of her skin, as he issued a stern warning to Qin Xiaohua. After his words, she finally ceased her writhing, lying still, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her teeth lightly biting her lip. The recent reprimand had evidently been the most forceful means of subduing her. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, the pallor of her cheeks giving way to a deep crimson, extending from her neck to her ears, resembling a ripe apple. Clearly, this mortifying encounter had reduced her to a state where the last vestiges of her modesty compelled her to comply. In this newfound silence, the small bedroom was enveloped in an atmosphere that was both palpable and enigmatic, thickening the air around them. Jiang Zheng delicately applied the medicine to the wounded area before him, his mind devoid of distractions as he meticulously attended to the task at hand. Observing the ghastly wound, a flicker of compassion emerged on his otherwise ashen visage. The sweltering summer heat rendered Qin Xiaohua's forehead drenched in sweat, resembling the suffering of a languishing soul. Gritting her teeth, her complexion a mixture of pallor and a faint blush, her face was etched with agony. Clearly, the pain from the application of the ointment was no less intense than the lashes she had endured earlier. She valiantly suppressed any cries of distress that might betray her to Jiang Zheng, determined not to appear weak in his eyes. With Qin Xiaohua's cooperation, the application process progressed swiftly. Pleased with his efforts, he gently patted her backside, savoring the delightful sensation beneath his hand. Aren't you going to remove your hand? Qin Xiaohua, lying still on the bed, endured the sharp sting of her injury, feeling utterly drained. With a hint of cold ire, she admonished him. Do not be upset. I shall take my leave now. The medicine has been applied, and you should feel better by tomorrow. Rest well. Call for me if you need anything. Jiang Zheng replied hastily, rising with an awkward smile, rubbing his nose in resignation as he turned to depart. Indeed, the allure of a woman's form is undeniable. The online community does not deceive me. Jiang Zheng mused lewdly, bringing his hand to his nose and inhaling gently, capturing the unique fragrance of femininity lingering on his palm. With a smile playing on his lips, he lowered his hand and exited with a light step. Seated in the driver's seat of the vehicle, Jiang Zheng gazed at the central control screen, which displayed the automated navigation map. His destination was Chaoxian, the essential route to his hometown of Yangqing, passing through the provincial capital of Jie City, Qin Xiaohua's birthplace. After enhancing both the motorhome and his own capabilities, Jiang Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of confidence that he could swiftly navigate through the layers of obstacles ahead. It was merely a matter of time. The map indicated that Chaoxian was not far off, merely a few dozen kilometers away. If driving himself, Jiang Zheng could have arrived in just over half an hour. However, with the advent of autonomous driving, the timing became inconsequential, merely a matter of an hour's delay. Technology is indeed the catalyst for human laziness. Truly, this adage held its weight. Chapter 78. The journey as dusk enveloped the landscape. The final rays of the setting sun lingered affectionately upon the horizon. On the desolate rural highway, signs of human presence were utterly absent. At least, this was the scene observed by Jiang Zheng on this forlorn stretch of road. The solitude of this uninhabited path afforded Jiang Zheng a delightful respite, allowing him to recline comfortably in the driver's seat, listening to soft melodies, savoring snacks, and indulging in films when boredom struck. Truly a blissful experience. When fatigue set in, he would gaze at the bleak, desolate scenery that drifted past his window, immersing himself in a novel sense of perspective and emotion as he contemplated the vastness of this seemingly apocalyptic world, which held its own unique charm. As twilight descended, the sun sank lower in the sky, casting a golden glow across the landscape. The lingering sunlight reflected off the distant mountains and waters, weaving a magnificent tapestry that danced before the eyes, a sight of unparalleled beauty. The sun's rays had lost their earlier intensity, filtering through the car windows to cast a gentle halo upon Jiang Zheng's face, while the surrounding calm of the profound and sacred dusk enveloped him. An indescribable aura flowed around him, as if he had become one with this extraordinary atmosphere, entrapped by its allure. After what felt like an eternity as nightfall approached, the navigation system finally emitted a series of beeps. This was the alert signaling the arrival at the predetermined destination, and Jiang Zheng, slowly awakening from a drowsy slumber, stretched languidly, yawning while his sleep-laden eyes focused on the city skyline that lay exposed before him. Had they finally arrived? Taking a deep breath, he exhaled softly, reclining in his seat with his legs crossed, awaiting the motorhome's entrance into the realm of Chao County. Changgu, we can't shake off the pursuers. What should we do now? A frail man, resembling a monkey in stature, trembled as he addressed the stocky figure known as Changgu, his face a mask of fear as he reported the dire situation behind them. Su Chong immediately turned to face him, his piercing gaze penetrating through the rear window to assess the relentless 3 vans kicking up clouds of dust in pursuit. What can we do? You foolish imbecile. Just keep running. Su Chong glared angrily at the skinny man, his brow furrowed and expression grave. Clearly, the current predicament was far from the ease he had previously suggested. The chastised man, his face flushed with embarrassment and eyes darting furtively, lowered his head and fell silent. Everyone, keep your wits about you. Our fate today hinges on fortune. Su Chong scanned the 4 individuals in the off-road vehicle, his demeanor serious as he bellowed. The closest man, startled by the urgency in Su Chong's voice, trembled and responded affirmatively, while the others echoed their agreement, plunging the vehicle back into a brief silence. Changgu, the road ahead is blocked. Should we escape via the main road? If we take that route, we will only distance ourselves further from our base. The driver, drenched in sweat and visibly agitated, articulated their precarious situation. Zhang Chong's face was clouded with a dark scowl, his fist clenched tightly, producing a series of ominous cracks as the prominent veins bulged on the back of his hands. His voice, tinged with hysteria, commanded, "Escape to the main road. Our foremost priority is to save our lives. Do not dwell on trivialities. Our base has been alerted to our presence, and they will not arrive in time. It now depends on whether we have more fuel than they do." After a brief silence, Zhang Chong, still unwilling to accept defeat, issued the order. They would flee down the main road, directly escaping from Chaosen. As dusk descended, even if they exerted every ounce of strength to shake off their relentless pursuers, could this beleaguered group truly find refuge in the desolate outskirts far from the county town? The perils ahead were daunting. They would not only face the relentless undead, but also contend with the grotesque mutated creatures that posed the gravest threats, both in the wilderness and within the city. Zhang Chong felt an unsettling uncertainty, yet there was little choice but to plunge headlong into the abyss, even if the path ahead led to ruin. They could tread only one way into the darkness. "Second brother, they have veered onto the main road," crackled a cacophony from the radio within a van. The bespectacled man, referred to as second brother, picked up the walkie-talkie and replied with an indifferent tone, "Understood. Just follow them. They cannot escape." Setting the device down, Lier silently watched the red off-road vehicle weaving frantically through the narrow alleys, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Zhang Chong, where else can you flee? Whether sooner or later, you will meet your end. Ultimately, it shall be by my hand." As the RV leisurely rolled in, the radar began to illuminate with a growing array of red and yellow dots, the density of red points conspicuously high, far surpassing the scale of Shaoshi Town. It was no surprise, Shaoshi Town was minuscule, with a mere population of 20 to 30,000 at best, accounting for all the smaller locales. Apart from the recent catastrophic outbreak that had amassed over 10,000 zombies, the town typically housed only a few thousand at most. In stark contrast, Chaoxian, as a county-level city, boasted a significantly larger population, leading to a more concentrated demographic due to urban aggregation. Upon entering the outskirts of Chaoxian, the radar displayed an alarming profusion of small red dots. Although their pale hue suggested a lack of concentration, their sheer number was terrifying. Moreover, the yellow dots also increased markedly, given the larger population base. Even if 7 or 8 out of 10 were infected, the remaining populace would still exceed that of the entire small town, which was hardly surprising. As they traversed the desolate stretches and crossed into Chaoxian, the number of zombies in the vicinity began to swell. The engine of the RV roared, its sound jarring in the stillness of the environment, drawing the attention of the majority of the nearby undead. Their ghastly pale faces contorted with a frenzied expression. Rancid saliva dripped from their lips as they emitted a chorus of chilling growls and hisses, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. Upon encountering the moving objects, the zombies instinctively surged forward, some brazenly charging directly from the front of the RV. Unfazed by such scenes, Jiang Zheng calmly poured himself a glass of red wine, gently swirling the crimson liquid in the elegant goblet. Anticipating the grim fate that awaited these oblivious creatures, he regarded the terrifying beings with a glint of coldness in his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed as though the zombies had not tasted prey in quite some time, as they rushed forward like famished tigers pouncing on their quarry, instantly surrounding the RV. The RV, moving steadily with its reinforced front, resembled an armored behemoth, gliding effortlessly along its path. When confronted by the oblivious zombies ahead, it barreled through them. The razor-sharp serrations effortlessly transforming the creatures into a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, their lives dissipating into the ether. As for the zombies surrounding the RV, they struggled to match its speed. Even in their desperate attempts to keep pace, they could hardly inflict any harm upon the vehicle. With the RV upgraded to level 2, its defensive capabilities had undergone a substantial transformation. Only a significant shift in quantity could yield even a modicum of damage. The density of zombies along the route was far less terrifying than that of previous sieges. Jiang Zheng paid little heed to whether their attacks held any efficacy. Before long, a multitude of zombies, numbering in the hundreds, were frantically tailing the RV. In a moment of distraction, a dark, unusually thick circular gun barrel quietly emerged from the top of the vehicle, adjusting its aim towards the rear, focusing on the amassed horde of zombies. With a soft thud, Jiang Zheng lowered the goblet filled with the crimson liquid, his throat moving as he pursed his lips and remarked, "This wine has a bit of a kick. Difficult to swallow, yet still rather delightful." Casting a sidelong glance at the howling zombies behind him, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The pairing of red wine and zombies possessed a certain poetic charm. Chapter 79. Encounter the fearsome beast. The Gatling gun was now primed and ready. In the next moment, the dark muzzle erupted with a blaze of scorching light. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The barrels of the Gatling gun spouted blue flames, and the thunderous sound of gunfire instantly drowned out the cacophony behind. Hot, colossal bullet casings continuously fell from the chamber, while the ammunition belt swiftly fed the gun, as if the bullets were inexhaustible. As the gunfire resounded, massive, robust bullets were relentlessly driven into the bodies of the zombies, their hardened flesh yielding like fragile paper at a mere touch. This torrential downpour of bullets, delivering devastating damage, punctured through the zombies, cleaving them in twain, severing limbs and splattering blood in all directions. The crimson spray resembled the liquid within the goblet that Jiang Zheng casually surveyed the battle from behind the vehicle. Muttering playful jests, he gently swirled the ruby-red wine in his glass, its hue mirroring the deep crimson blood of the zombies that splattered about. In contrast, the liquid in his goblet was a fine vintage, savored with cultivated pleasure by Jiang Zheng. The sanguine spectacle behind him was merely the price paid for their recklessness and ignorance of their mortality. That price was their very lives. This bloody massacre did not endure for long. After a brief period, the cacophony of gunfire abruptly ceased. At that very moment, the System S notification echoed in Jiang Zheng's mind. Kill 176 zombies, gain 176 energy points. Consumed 112 rounds of Gatling heavy ammunition. The system's voice reflected the outcome of the recent gunfire, yet Jiang Zheng held no interest in delving into it. He had received such notifications numerous times throughout this journey. Initially astonished by the automatic firing's power and stability, he had reveled in excitement. However, now accustomed to this rhythm, he regarded it with indifference. After all, it was merely a trivial gain. There was no reason for Jiang Zheng to experience any significant emotional upheaval, considering that it had only been a day since his last harvest of over 10,000 energy points. This pace of energy collection was indeed markedly swifter than the exhausting hours spent wielding a handgun. Yet, with the transition from a modest firearm to a formidable artillery piece, the shifting circumstances naturally prompted a change in mindset, which was entirely normal. Leisurely humming a tune and basking in the twilight, Jiang Zheng deftly navigated his dilapidated RV into Chao County before the night fully descended. Beneath the evening's shroud, the city, devoid of illumination, plunged into darkness. However, under the faint glow of the moonlight, a red off-road vehicle could still be discerned from above, pursued closely by 3 vans in a relentless chase. The streets, untouched for nearly half a month, lay strewn with fallen leaves and dust as the speeding vehicles stirred up clouds of debris. Caution! Ahead there are zombies. Quick! Change lanes. Zhang Cheng beheld the scene before him, his widened pupils instantly contracting in alarm as he anxiously pounded on the back of the driver's seat, shouting urgently. The driver, startled by the loud outburst, lost composure and frantically swerved the wheel. The once smoothly cruising SUV executed a sudden drift, narrowly avoiding a horde of zombies that had unexpectedly emerged. Stay focused. Do you wish to perish? The occupants of the vehicle were violently jostled by the immense inertia, with Zhang Cheng half standing in the middle of the car, discreetly wiping away a bead of cold sweat, his voice cold and measured. Had he not observed the situation ahead in advance, a collision could have resulted in dire consequences. Damn, zombies. Get out of the way. Following closely behind, the van in the lead witnessed the SUV's sudden maneuver, unable to anticipate the precarious situation ahead, and crashed forcefully into the horde of zombies that had sprung up. The speeding vehicle instantly claimed several zombie lives, yet the corpses beneath its wheels caused a significant deceleration, leading to a loss of control as the van began to spin violently towards a nearby building. Drive properly. Stay alert to your surroundings. I do not wish to encounter further issues. Listening to the cacophony emanating from the walkie-talkie, Li Er's previously calm demeanor darkened, and he issued orders with a grave tone. The individuals within the two vans trembled at the sounds from the walkie-talkie, not daring to breathe. The once secure situation had taken an unforeseen turn, resulting in the inexplicable loss of 1/3 of their team's strength, much to Li Er's displeasure. He clenched his fists and pounded them against the back of the seat, venting his inner fury. You think you can chase me, Li Er? You still have much to learn. Jiang Zheng, glancing through the rear window, noted a significant reduction in the danger approaching from behind. His tense disposition relaxed considerably, and his previously gloomy expression transformed into a mocking smile. What shall we do? They need to escape to the outskirts of Chao County. Brother, should we continue the pursuit? The fragmented sounds from the walkie-talkie conveyed uncertainty, and Li Er's countenance grew increasingly grim. He remained silent, leaving the occupants within the vehicle unsure of how to proceed, enveloping the interior in a heavy silence. After a moment of contemplation, Li Er suddenly opened the window beside him, retrieving a 59-style 9mm pistol from his waistband. Narrowing his eyes, he aimed at the wheel of the nearby red SUV that seemed perpetually just out of reach, firing several shots. The loud gunfire erupted, causing the red SUV to spin chaotically as it lost control and careened into an open space off the road, overturning. Evidently, Li Er's recent shooting had yielded significant results. Having just awakened his abilities, both his mental acuity and perceptive capabilities had seen a remarkable enhancement, despite his marksmanship not being particularly exceptional. The remarkable enhancement of his physical prowess allowed for an accuracy rate of 7 or 8 out of 10, if not perfect precision. As he prepared to park, he instructed the others to eliminate everyone else, leaving only Jiang Zheng alive. Do you comprehend? The tension on Li Er's face dissipated, replaced by a faint smile as he picked up the intercom. Fortunately, he had a stroke of inspiration. Otherwise, capturing these individuals would not have been so straightforward. If they had managed to escape several dozen kilometers away, the once assured situation would have transformed into an uncertainty, jeopardizing his own safety. He certainly did not wish to accompany Jiang Zheng and his group in their reckless escapade. The two vans gradually slowed down, halting near the overturned red SUV by the roadside. Just as Li Er and his companions steadied the vehicles and prepared to disembark, an unforeseen calamity struck. The night had fully descended, rendering the post-apocalyptic darkness even more profound than before. So much so that one could not see their own hand in front of their face, a statement that was no exaggeration. At that moment, a terrifying object sped past them, instantly reducing Li Er's van to ruins. They had not even registered the event until the violent force had entirely passed before their eyes, allowing them to discern that it was, astonishingly, a dilapidated RV. Among the stunned group, only Li Er observed the RV with deep apprehension. He sensed the presence of individuals within who bore a similar aura to his own. There were superpowered beings in that RV. Li Er's heart raced with alarm, his expression darkening as his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously. What just rolled past? Jiang Zheng abruptly awoke from his slumber, momentarily bewildered by the sudden jolt of the RV. He stretched, then reached out to switch on the RV's headlights and the surrounding lights. The RV had been on autopilot, and even in the darkness, the headlights had never been activated. For the intelligence system, light or darkness made no difference. With the illumination, a drowsy Jiang Zheng surveyed his surroundings through the rearview mirror, observing the figures emerging rapidly from the van, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. In an instant, an indescribable tension enveloped the atmosphere, and Jiang Zheng narrowed his eyes, a faint smirk curving at the corners of his lips. It seemed something intriguing was unfolding. Chapter 80. Brother Quan Li Er gazed at the colossal vehicle before him, particularly fixated on the menacingly sharp and cold front bumper, lost in a trance. Who could this person be? This dilapidated RV had been transformed into such an imposing presence. Was this individual perhaps a concealed master sent by Jiang Zheng and his cohorts to lure him in? A shadow crossed Li Er's face as myriad thoughts raced through his mind, contemplating various possibilities. His cold gaze remained fixated on the young man, leisurely observing their group from the driver's seat as the headlights suddenly illuminated. Jiang Zheng awkwardly crawled out from the overturned off-road vehicle, hastily brushing off the dust, his eyes immediately locking onto Li Er and the others who had just emerged from the RV. The four remaining individuals from the off-road vehicle appeared mostly unscathed, standing resolutely behind Jiang Zheng. The two factions exchanged glances, the unspoken tension palpable, a silent exchange of hostility that sent shivers down the spines of their respective subordinates. At that moment, Jiang Zheng abruptly noticed a massive vehicle crushing the minivan behind Li Er before halting a short distance away. Both parties were caught off guard by this unforeseen development. Jiang Zheng's group fared somewhat better, witnessing the unexpected turn of events on Li Er's side. Their vehicle had sustained significant damage, leaving them with only one remaining. Regardless of the identity of the newcomer, this was a fortuitous turn of events for them. Li Er and his companions, however, wore particularly grim expressions, especially upon discovering that the RV harbored an ability user, which deepened their concern. They had no inkling whether this sudden arrival was an ambush or if they harbored other intentions. Uncertainty loomed over them all. Amidst the mix of emotions, some elated, others anxious, and some merely spectators, the three factions regarded one another in silence, the atmosphere thickening with palpable tension. Observing the occupants of the RV casually smoking, Li Er's heart sank further, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. He was the first to break the silence, inquiring, "May I ask who you are and why you have come to disturb the enmity between the southern and northern factions?" Li Er's voice resonated powerfully, piercing the frigid night air with a hint of life. The southern and northern factions? Could mere happenstance lead to a collision amidst such a hostile pursuit? Jiang Zheng pondered, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Who would have imagined that such an encounter would occur on this desolate road? He had just observed that it was indeed the vehicle of the speaker that he had inadvertently damaged, which only fueled his indignation. Yet, he felt no fear, rather. He marveled at the strange twist of fate. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he calmly rolled down the window, leaning casually against it, and with a nonchalant smile, he remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. I simply forgot to turn on my headlights, leading to this misunderstanding. I was merely passing through. Well, you all carry on. I shall take my leave now." Listening to the youthful banter echoing within the confines of the vehicle stirred a seething fury within Li Er. His fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously as he ground his teeth and spoke in a low, menacing tone. "Since you have chosen to arrive, then stay. You cannot simply depart at will. Where does that leave our dignity in the southern part of the city? Oh, then allow me to witness your prowess. It has been quite some time since I last dispatched an ability user." Jiang Zheng found himself laughing in disbelief. He had no desire to engage in the power struggles among them, yet someone, oblivious to the precariousness of their situation, sought to confront him. Thus, he felt obliged to oblige. A chilling proclamation emanated from within the RV, causing Jiang Zheng to stand at a distance, silently observing, his eyelids twitching in trepidation. A flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he remained silent. Upon hearing this, Li Er trembled with trepidation. The implications of that statement were laden with critical information. He recognized that the youth within the RV was an ability user, seemingly unfazed by their presence. Most notably, he had evidently claimed the lives of other ability users, an unprecedented occurrence in Chao County. Neither the formidable Ling Jia of the Southern District nor the powerful Quan Gu of the Northern District had ever succeeded in slaying an ability user, at best. They had only achieved mutual destruction, subsequently regrouping for further conflict. Yet here was Li Er, a novice who had only recently awakened to his abilities and had yet to fully comprehend them. How could he possibly contend with a seasoned veteran, well-versed in the art of combat and endowed with extraordinary powers? It was clear that the youth within the RV had mastered his abilities and was indeed formidable. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such audacity. Of course, there remained the possibility that he was merely posturing, wielding the guise of power to intimidate. Nevertheless, with such words spoken, Li Er found himself compelled to weigh the dangers inherent in the situation. In a fleeting moment, the eager Li Er found himself at a loss. His initial bravado replaced by uncertainty and a hint of fear, causing him to take a step back. Jiang Zheng surveyed the group, noting their expressions of fear. It was evident that his earlier words had instilled considerable apprehension, rendering them hesitant to act. With a final, forceful drag on his cigarette, he tossed the butt aside with a nonchalant flourish. He aggressively gripped the steering wheel, his foot pressing down on the accelerator as the massive RV executed a dramatic drift, realigning its front towards Li Er. Calmly, Jiang Zheng called out, "Come now, let me see your strength." The impending battle loomed ominously. Cold sweat beaded on Li Er's forehead as he gazed in horror at the imposing serrated blades designed for ramming, each sharp edge grimly adorned with the remnants of the undead. The grotesque, putrid innards sprawled across the front of the vehicle, the crimson blood appearing as though it had never ceased to flow, exuding an aura of chilling menace. Merely observing the harrowing scene before him, it was clear that Jiang Zheng was a battle-hardened individual, accustomed to traversing perilous terrains. His earlier claims were evidently not mere fabrications. As Li Er continued to observe in growing dread, a sound caught his attention. A flicker of something unusual flashed in his eyes, as if the fervor he had felt moments ago had evaporated entirely, prompting him to retreat swiftly. After a considerable distance was established between Jiang Zheng and the RV, Lier hastily approached the van, his steps hurried and filled with urgency. What could possibly be happening? Just moments ago, he had insisted on staying. Yet now he seemed to leap into the vehicle with such suddenness. Jiang Zheng, observing the scene before him, felt a mixture of bemusement and incredulity, his myriad thoughts crystallizing into a derisive smirk at the corner of his lips. Boss, what is going on? Why did Lier and the others flee? The timid figure of Shouho approached Zhang Chang cautiously, speaking in a whisper, clearly bewildered by the unfolding situation. Zhang Chang, his expression grave, shared the same confusion. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the direction of Chao County, where an ear-splitting cacophony of racing engines pierced the air. A look of excitement rekindled on his somber face. It must be Brother Quan. No sooner had he spoken than a blinding white light erupted from the dark distance, revealing several cars and motorcycles racing towards them in a heartbeat. At the forefront of this convoy, a bald man astride a roaring motorcycle cut through the air with remarkable speed. In his late 20s, he bore a resolute countenance and a robust physique, standing around 6 feet tall, exuding an aura reminiscent of a young bear. Upon nearing, he swiftly dismounted and dashed toward Zhang Chang. Meanwhile, Lier, now back in the van, was crammed with a dozen others, hastily veering away and raising a cloud of dust in their frantic escape. With one of the 2 remaining vehicles wrecked by Jiang Zheng, the remaining crew was forced to squeeze into a single vehicle, departing in a state of disarray. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Zheng felt a sense of astonishment. Indeed, the so-called divine vehicle of Huagua lived up to its reputation, accommodating a multitude with ease. Jiang Zheng's gaze returned to Zhang Chang, sensing a more formidable energy emanating from the newly arrived individuals than that of Lier. The bald man radiated power that surpassed the average ability user, seemingly on the verge of breaking into the realm of a second-tier ability user. I'm fine, Brother Quan. Thankfully, that young man appeared just in time to delay things. Otherwise, I might never have seen you again. Zhang Chang expressed his relief to the imposing figure of Brother Quan, gesturing toward the battered RV as he recounted the recent events with caution. The towering bald man was none other than Zhang Chang's superior, the ruler of the northern part of Chao County, Brother Quan. Listening intently to Zhang Chang's report, Brother Quan eased the tension in his heart upon learning that his valued subordinate was unharmed. The indifferent gaze he cast towards the fleeing Lier and his companions was imbued with a chilling coldness. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Brother Quan, as if he were being stalked by a predatory beast. He turned abruptly, locking eyes with Jiang Zheng, who lounged casually in the driver's seat of the RV. Chapter 81. The situation. Qiangu scrutinized the young man sitting in the driver's seat of the RV, whose smiling demeanor was unmistakably that of a fellow supernatural being. However, the energy and vitality coursing through this young man were evidently inferior to his own. It was precisely this disparity that rendered Qiangu acutely aware of the peculiar aura emanating from him. In Chao County, Qiangu was a prominent figure, second to none among humans, save for the notorious woman from the south of the city. Yet, this young man remained an enigma, devoid of any palpable threat or oppressive presence, yet surrounded by an inexplicable, bizarre atmosphere that extended to the RV itself. After a prolonged examination, Qiangu furrowed his brow and finally broke the awkward silence. His serious expression swiftly transformed into a radiant smile. Thank you, young brother, for extending your hand in assistance and helping me escape a perilous predicament. May I inquire if you are a local of Chao County? His words were not merely expressions of gratitude, but also an attempt to probe the young man's origins. Given his long tenure in Chao County, he had not heard of anyone like this suddenly emerging. It warranted caution. There is no need for thanks. It was merely a misunderstanding. I am not a local. I am just passing through and may rest here for a day or two, Jiang Zheng replied, candidly revealing his intentions without concern for Qianji's probing. Whether the bald man believed him was of no consequence. Ah, I see. You possess remarkable skills, and your vehicle is quite imposing. Since you are new to this unfamiliar place, allow me to treat you to a welcome and assist you in finding accommodations, Qiangu offered sincerely. Resembling an old acquaintance meeting after a long separation, entirely devoid of the awkwardness typical of strangers, exuding warmth and hospitality. However, his gaze remained fixed on the RV's imposing front bumper, his expression betraying a mix of surprise and astonishment. Clearly, the modifications had resulted in a strikingly fierce appearance. Very well, I shall not be polite. I appreciate your kindness, Jiang Zheng replied with a smile, feeling no sense of estrangement. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in his eyes. The bald man seemed to be inquiring about him, yet his tone left no room for refusal. effectively binding Jiang Zheng to an agreement. Xian Ji's final remarks carried an unmistakable undertone of inevitability, especially since he had already offended another faction. Although it was a misunderstanding, there was a possibility of future complications arising. The adage holds true: one should never strike a smiling face. At this moment, he still owed a debt of gratitude to the bald man, which could only enhance his standing in this delicate situation. While unsure of the bald man's true nature, it was unlikely he would resort to violence immediately. The bald man was subtly extending goodwill, seemingly eager to recruit Jiang Zheng into his circle. In the world of intrigue, one must act with boldness and decisiveness, all while possessing a keen understanding of human relationships. Otherwise, one risks careening through life like a reckless fool, courting endless trouble. Rather than rejecting the bald man, it would be wiser to acquiesce to his wishes, to ascertain the local situation before devising a plan. Very well. I shall take on the role of host and show my younger brother around, while also providing him with a place to stay. Haha. Upon witnessing the young man in the RV agree readily, Brother Quan felt a wave of satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. The original dynamics of Chao County resembled a duel between two titans, each holding the other in check. However, with the emergence of an ability user under that meddlesome woman in the south of the city, the strength of the north has suddenly diminished. This newly awakened ability user, Lier, who had just attempted to hunt down Brother Quan's subordinate, Zhang Chong, poses a threat, albeit a minor one. Yet, combined with that woman, it spells trouble for the overall balance of power. The recent ambush serves as a testament to this. Aside from himself, who could possibly contend with the two ability users from the south? Their only recourse is to flee. Moreover, they have seized the police station and confiscated the firearms stored therein. Though they are merely handguns with limited ammunition, they provide a significant advantage in minor skirmishes. Brother Quan, taking considerable risks, managed to eliminate a few minor leaders from the south and seize some firearms, barely regaining a semblance of advantage. While the north may lack the weaponry and elite forces of the south, it is fortified by the granary of the entire Chao County, ensuring their food supply is secure. This was originally a strategic reserve for the apocalypse, but it has now become a boon for Brother Quan. The granary could sustain hundreds of thousands for over half a year under normal consumption. In the present post-apocalyptic world, with a drastic reduction in population, aside from the food that may spoil due to poor storage, it is more than sufficient for a couple of tens of thousands of survivors to last for 1 or 2 years. The apocalypse does not equate to a lack of food. Rather, it is the powerful factions that have seized the major storage locations, or the nearby zombies and perilous environments that deter the majority of starving survivors from approaching. It is akin to how 1% of the wealthy controlled 99% of the wealth before the apocalypse. The same applies to the food reserves post-apocalypse. By the way, what should I call you, my young brother? After all this time, I still do not know your name. Everyone calls me Brother Quan. In high spirits, Brother Quan approached the front of the RV, retrieving a pack of Chinese cigarettes from his pocket, and offered one to Jiang Zheng, who was leaning against the window. I am Jiang Zheng, he replied. Jiang Zheng unceremoniously accepted the cigarette from Brother Quan's hand, lit it, and began to smoke naturally. The two stood by the window, exchanging hazy clouds of smoke for quite some time. Jiang Zheng seized the opportunity to converse with Brother Quan about various matters concerning Chao County, hoping to gauge the depth of the local quagmire through his insights. Regardless of Jiang Zheng's inquiries, Brother Quan answered candidly and sincerely, for there was nothing to conceal. After all, anyone could ascertain the situation with a simple inquiry. If he were to obfuscate the truth, it would undermine his position as a leader. The two engaged in open dialogue for an extended period, only parting reluctantly amidst the cold night breeze and the yawns of their accompanying subordinates. Then I shall accompany you, Jiang Zheng said. Brother Quan, please lead the way. Jiang Zheng extinguished his last cigarette, discarding the stub with a nonchalant flick, and exhaled a plume of white smoke with a light chuckle. Very well, Brother Jiang Zheng, I shall now take you to witness my stronghold. Quan Ji's complexion was flushed, his eyes crinkling into a joyful crescent, and the perpetual gloom that had shadowed his expression seemed to lift considerably, as if the burdens weighing upon his heart had found resolution. The considerable effort expended to recruit a formidable ability user not only signified a substantial enhancement for Quan Gu and the power dynamics of the North City, but also addressed the pressing urgency of the moment. Clearly, significant events loomed on the horizon. Otherwise, Quan Gu would not have exerted such meticulous efforts to curry favor as the dominion over North City. He had indeed toiled diligently. Quan Gu crushed the still smoldering cigarette, but underfoot, and beckoned to his subordinates behind him. Soon, a group hastily boarded the vehicles. Returning to his sleek, stylish motorcycle, Quan Gu leaped onto it with flair, revving the engine with a thunderous roar, propelling himself and his followers forward. As he observed the swiftly vanishing convoy, Jiang Zheng's gaze flickered. He adjusted the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The massive RV launching forward with a deafening roar, hurtling towards the receding light in the distance. In the pitch-black night, where visibility was utterly obscured, Jiang Zheng followed Quan Ji's convoy, navigating along the main road of Chaoxian, veering northward. After traversing several winding paths, he finally emerged from the terrifying darkness into a warm, brightly lit locale. Before him stood a vast grain storage facility, surrounded by layers of barbed wire, where, after passing through numerous sentry posts, the convoy gradually arrived. Illuminated by lights, the surrounding area revealed a multitude of individuals engaged in various activities in the open space. Here, well-maintained electrical equipment liberated the post-apocalyptic populace from the perpetual night, ushering in a radiant rebirth. Moreover, there were no zombies in the vicinity, as it was evident that the undead near this grain depot had been cleared, mirroring the situation at South Ji's gas station in Littlestone Town. However, Quan Ji's domain far surpassed the size of South Ji's gas station. According to Quan Gu, the ranks of his faction had swelled to over 500 members, all robust young men. Within the realm governed by Quan Gu, nearly 2,000 survivors sought refuge under his protection, finding safety amidst the chaos. Chapter 82. Everything remains the same as Jiang Zheng maneuvered the motorhome into the camp of Brother Quan. A wave of astonishment washed over the onlookers, their faces alight with disbelief as they gaped in awe. What on earth is this? A wealthy player from the pre-apocalypse? One male survivor, upon witnessing the ominous vehicle with its fearsome front-mounted serrated ramming blade, was utterly mesmerized, drawing the attention of those around him. It's quite possible. Just look at all the undead entrails and severed limbs clinging to those teeth. It must have a formidable impact. This young man is truly ruthless. But so what? He is merely an ordinary person after all. In this post-apocalyptic world, it is the superhumans who reign supreme. This motorhome is merely a cumbersome liability. I bet it's just here to offer tribute to Brother Quan. Who knows, it might even catch his eye and be seized. In the end, he'll likely find himself toiling like the rest of us, reduced to the most menial existence. Do you think anyone will seek trouble with him? He has already made such a grand entrance. He is bound to attract attention. As the male survivor continued to speak, the surrounding crowd chimed in with their opinions, a cacophony of praise and scorn, though the majority leaned towards mockery. Meanwhile, seated within the motorhome, Jiang Zheng felt like a monkey in an amusement park, overhearing the whispers of the survivors below. Yet, he merely chuckled it off. He was fully aware of his own capabilities, was he not? The intense stares from passers-by made him decidedly uncomfortable. Prior to any incidents, the motorhome had maintained its facade, cleverly disguised as it traveled. However, upon encountering significant force or impact, its true form would inevitably be revealed. The imposing ramming blade at the front was enough to turn heads, and though he wished to revert to his disguise, it had already been seen. To attempt to conceal it further would only raise more eyebrows. He had no intention of engaging in such foolishness, so he steeled himself to navigate through the crowd, seeking a secluded spot to park. Brother Jiang, would you care to join me for a meal? I've arranged for a feast. Having just found a deserted corner to stop, Brother Quan, riding his sleek motorcycle, glided up beside Jiang Zheng, greeting him with a smile. Upon hearing Brother Quan's invitation, Jiang Zheng paused, a hint of discomfort flashing across his face as he replied, "No need for a meal. I merely wish to find a place to rest." Brother Quan, keenly perceptive, noticed Jiang's unease and let out a hearty laugh. "Ah, I understand. Not a problem at all. Just relax here. This is my territory. If you need anything, let me know, and I will handle it for you." "Thank you, Brother Quan," Jiang Zheng replied appreciatively. Jiang Zheng, following Quan Gu's words, continued the conversation, well aware that it was mere polite banter. "All right, my friend, I must attend to other matters. Soon, I shall have someone deliver a portion of the exquisite dishes prepared by the local master chefs to you." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Quan Gu hurriedly departed at the call of his subordinate. The earlier lapse in composure had evidently been discerned by Quan Gu. Was this cunning old fox testing me? Jiang Zheng gazed into the darkness where Quan Gu had vanished, lost in thought. The previous scene had reminded him of the various tribulations inflicted upon him by Nan Gu, leaving him still apprehensive. Indeed, once bitten by a snake, one becomes fearful of ropes for 10 years. In unfamiliar territory, only by attaining a formidable level of strength could one dare to be audacious. A medley of emotions stirred within Jiang Zheng as he murmured to himself. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, caution must be exercised at every turn. The human heart is the most terrifying entity in existence, shrouded in layers of mystery, where good and evil hinge on a fleeting thought. No one can assure that the figure before them is human or specter. Nangu had imparted a vividly instructive lesson to Jiang Zheng, who could no longer afford to be as arrogant as before. Moreover, observing Quan Ji's demeanor, he sensed that there were hidden matters lurking beneath the surface. The tranquility here was far from the simple faade it presented. Jiang Zheng pondered deeply, reflecting on the movements of these two factions after encountering them in Chao County. Their overt and covert signals had revealed enough for him to grasp the faintest hints of intrigue. Could it be that his suspicions were indeed correct? The situation was becoming increasingly fascinating. A peculiar smile crept onto Jiang Zheng's lips as he contemplated the spot where Quan Gu had disappeared. At the Nanshan police station, Sister Ling, my mission has failed. In an expansive conference room, Li Er, drenched in sweat and visibly frightened, dared not take a deep breath as he cautiously relayed the outcome to the woman seated before him. Yet, an extensive span of time had elapsed, and the woman remained silent, the atmosphere thick with an intangible pressure that rendered Li Er paralyzed with trepidation. Beads of sweat trickled from his brow to the floor, creating an oppressive ambience. An ability user, accompanied by over 20 subordinates, had failed to capture Zhang Chong and his 4 companions. The elegant woman, poised gracefully in a mahogany chair, finally broke her silence. Her voice was beguilingly seductive, possessing an enchanting allure that captivated all who heard it. Li Er, paralyzed by fear, felt as though this intoxicating melody was a lethal poison, rendering his complexion pallid and unnatural. Crawl over. The woman's voice, though soft, reverberated like thunder within the vast room. Li Er trembled, momentarily stunned by the commanding resonance of her words. Reluctantly acquiescing, he, standing at 6 feet tall, knelt like a dog, crawling towards her. Speak, what transpired? The woman's voice appeared quite ordinary, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, Li Er, fully aware of her temperament, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He hastily recounted the events in meticulous detail, striving to maintain a steady tone without stuttering, while his peripheral gaze often wandered upwards. From this upward perspective, he beheld a breathtaking scene of spring, subtly interspersed with the allure of water. Right before him, the ice-cold woman, exuding a certain beauty yet clad in nothing but a sheer layer of black gauze. This delicate fabric failed to conceal her smooth, alabaster skin, which radiated an irresistible charm of springtime. Such an enchanting vision, reminiscent of a dream, rendered Li Er, who lay prostrate like a dog at her feet, increasingly breathless, with his trousers gradually filling out. Sister Ling, this is how it transpired, he explained with great care, speaking for nearly 10 minutes before concluding. The woman, referred to as Sister Ling, finally displayed a flicker of emotion on her icy visage, murmuring, another ability user, is it? How intriguing. By the way, that young man who drove the car mentioned he has killed ability users before. He must possess considerable combat prowess. It seems he has allied himself with those from the northern part of the city. A chilling thought suddenly struck Li Er, prompting him to report urgently. He kills ability users? It seems my plans may need to be expedited. Upon hearing this, a grave expression crossed Sister Ling's cold face, her brows furrowing slightly, indicating that this was not favorable news. Silence ensued, a heavy stillness enveloping the air, as neither of them uttered a word. Li Er was consumed by fear, his face pale, while Sister Ling was preoccupied with the situation, contemplating her strategy. After a considerable passage of time, Sister Ling appeared to reach a conclusion. Gradually easing her furrowed brow, she turned to the man at her side, who resembled a dog, and spoke in a flat tone. Shouldn't it be time to punish you? Though her voice was calm, the underlying indifference was unmistakable. Li Er's previously anxious expression turned ashen, and he softly acknowledged her with a faint Sister Ling's eyes sparkled with a smile, but a sudden cold snort transformed her demeanor, and she declared in a low voice, everything remains as it was. With that, she lifted her pristine foot, placing it before Li Er's face. His gaze flickered, and he swallowed hard, slowly parting his lips to extend his tongue. Chapter 83. The drug. After parking the vehicle in an inconspicuous and secluded spot, Jiang Zheng extinguished the external lights, rendering the imposing vehicle nearly undetectable in the enveloping darkness. Outside, the light was dim, yet within the RV, it was brightly illuminated. The vibrant, colorful lights in the living area danced in a dazzling array of hues, captivating the eye. Jiang Zheng approached the bedroom door with quiet footsteps, gently pushing it open. There, he found Chen Xiaohua curled up on the bed, humming a soft tune while engrossed in a show on her tablet, exuding an air of contentment. Snacks lay scattered nearby as she intermittently reached for them, munching away without a care in the world. Observing her, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but murmur to himself, this woman finds solace in snacks and television. It is the ultimate balm for her wounds. He lightly knocked on the door, but she remained oblivious, wholly absorbed in her own pursuits. With a sigh of resignation, he rubbed his forehead and slowly settled on the edge of the bed, playfully patting her backside. "Ah," Chen Xiaohua yelped, breaking into a cold sweat, and turned her head, glaring at Jiang Zheng with a fierce intensity. Taken aback, he had not anticipated that even after taking the medication, a gentle tap could still elicit such a strong reaction. Her fierce gaze sent a shiver down his spine, and feeling somewhat guilty, he stammered, "You didn't respond to my knock, so I thought I'd come in. Are you hungry? I can cook something for you." He hastily tossed a pan in her direction, quickly shifting the subject to inquire about her. With suspicion etched on her face, Chen Xiaohua regarded him skeptically, doubting his seemingly benevolent intentions, suspecting he was merely toying with her. Yet, as she looked into his eyes, she found no hint of insincerity or evasion, forcing her to reluctantly suppress her anger. "You're actually thinking of me? I'm nearly starving. Look at how many snacks I've devoured." Hearing her lament, Jiang Zheng offered an awkward smile, feeling slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. A glance around revealed a pile of empty snack wrappers by the bed, and a wave of guilt washed over him for neglecting her needs. "Just wait a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. We'll eat soon," he reassured her, and with that, he awkwardly retreated from the bedroom in haste, watching his flustered figure depart. Chen Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle, a sweet smile gracing her face, as her earlier dissatisfaction dissipated like mist. Her previous demeanor had merely been an act. While she was indeed hungry, she wanted to test his attitude towards her and see if he remained as indifferent as he had been in the afternoon. The outcome was clear. From his endearing actions, she sensed genuine care and a hint of sweetness. Before long, Jiang Zheng prepared a bowl of scallion noodles enhanced with mutated meat, transforming an otherwise mundane dish into an aromatic delight that made one's mouth water. Without delving into other functions, the texture of the mutant rat meat and the enticing aroma it produces after cooking are truly irresistible. Upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, Chen Xiaohua abruptly turned her head, cast aside the tablet in her hand, and eagerly twisted her body towards the bedside to accept the noodles from Jiang Zheng, indulging in a long-awaited dinner. Earlier in the evening, certain events had consumed her thoughts, diverting her attention to Quan Gu, causing her to neglect the injured girl in the car who awaited her care. Observing the girl's delightful appetite as she savored the noodles, Jiang Zheng felt a warmth in his heart, and a faint smile finally graced his face. "Delicious, isn't it? I told you I possessed the skills of a master chef." Jiang Zheng, pleased to see her enjoyment, couldn't help but boast about his culinary prowess. Chen Xiaohua paused, giving him a disdainful glance, and retorted, "You wouldn't even enjoy your own cooking. This bowl of noodles is tasty solely due to the presence of mutant meat." After delivering her serious critique, Chen Xiaohua ignored him and continued to focus on her meal, her hunger overriding any concern for decorum as she devoured the food to satisfy her empty stomach. Jiang Zheng, feeling somewhat dejected, sat beside her, yearning to perfect his cooking skills, a sudden obsession that had arisen in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Although she spoke the truth regarding his lack of culinary talent, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of dissatisfaction. With a gloomy expression, he waited patiently for her to finish, resembling a seasoned caretaker. Once she was done, he took the empty bowl and chopsticks with a heavy heart and exited the room. "Do you think our recent ambush indicates that we have a mole among us?" In a brightly lit lounge, Quan Gu poured tea while speaking contemplatively, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Chong, who sat across from him. "It seems we do have a traitor. During my recent outings, it appears that those from the southern district always seem to be informed. The previous encounters were not particularly alarming, but this time, they've dispatched Li Er, who has just ascended to a superhuman, to pursue us, leaving us utterly helpless." Zhang Chong lowered his head, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that his nemesis would reach superhuman status before him, rendering the situation one-sided, devoid of any chance for resistance. "Indeed, you should thoroughly examine your team to ascertain whether there is a traitor among them. By the way, do you think Li Er's promotion was facilitated by that woman? After all, she has a penchant for manipulating men and indulging in eccentric preferences." As he mentioned the woman, a flicker of rage flashed in Quan Ji's eyes, as he was well aware of her peculiar inclinations over the past few days. "Certainly. Otherwise, how could he possibly surpass me? He must have been an exceptional kept man, catering to her whims, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities through their intimate union." Zhang Chong's eyes brimmed with venom, his words dripping with sarcasm, and his expression appeared distinctly unnatural. "Union of yin and yang? If such a method could indeed enhance one's strength, I would be willing, albeit reluctantly, to bring her here as a vessel. Alas, the enigma of this extraordinary ability is not something we can easily decipher." With these words, Brother Quan shook his head, the desolation in his expression unmistakable. Clearly, the yearning for power had etched a profound mark upon his heart, for otherwise, he would not carry such melancholy. "By the way, arrange for someone to place this into that boy's meal." Brother Quan seemed to recall something, retrieving a packet of white powder wrapped in paper from the drawer, his tone detached. Very well. Jiang Zheng, taken aback, hesitated momentarily before reluctantly accepting the paper package. Do not let your conscience hinder you. If he cannot be of use to me, then he should be dealt with quietly. Otherwise, he remains a potential threat. You are still young. One must act with ruthlessness. Brother Quan cast a sidelong glance at him, then calmly lifted his teacup, inhaling the fragrant aroma as he spoke earnestly. Indeed, I shall remember that. Zhang Chang promptly agreed, daring not to show even a hint of hesitation, fully aware that Brother Quan was imparting a lesson. It is natural to feel compassion, especially since he saved your life. However, this is a world of despair. You cannot allow him to surpass you, nor can you recruit him for your own purposes. He is still so young. Having recently gained some strength, he likely possesses a rebellious spirit. Can you withstand such a tempest? Brother Quan, cradling his teacup, approached the window, feeling the cold, desolate wind of the night as he spoke softly. Very well, I shall arrange it immediately, Zhang Chang declared before hastily exiting the room. After hearing the door close behind him, Brother Quan turned to glance back, then addressed a small conference room nearby with a faint smile. Are you satisfied now? The door to the conference room suddenly swung open, and a striking woman entered, gracefully striding with an alluring gait that exuded irresistible charm. As she approached, her long, flowing curls cascaded over her shoulders, and her captivating eyes sparkled with a glimmer that drove men to madness. Her oval face was adorned with a subtle layer of makeup, perfectly applied eyeshadow accentuating her luscious, red lips, which were both seductive and enchanting. The low-cut dress she wore exposed her ample bosom, causing Brother Quan to gulp as his gaze fixated upon her. The cream-colored attire highlighted her already fair skin, enhancing its softness and slenderness, perfectly accentuating her petite waist. Chapter 84. Awareness, cousin. Your assistance this time also benefits you. You have no idea how formidable he is. The woman approached Quan Gu with an enchanting grace, her hands naturally entwining around his neck. Pressing her body closely against his back, she leaned in to whisper enticingly in his ear. I hope so. You mentioned he has killed those with abilities, so he must possess considerable strength. However, I am curious, after slaying those endowed with powers, is it certain that the energy cores within them can enhance one's own abilities? Quan Gu furrowed his brow, remaining unfazed and entirely unaffected by the soft, alluring woman draped over him. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in her eyes as she spoke seductively. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand in Little Stone Town. I heard their conversations as well. A shiver ran down Quan Ji's spine, the hairs on his body standing on end. Unable to suppress the fervor within him any longer, he turned and embraced her, solemnly inquiring, Who do you think is more formidable, Nan Gu or my cousin? Given the current circumstances, he needed to consider every detail. He was uncertain about Jiang Zheng's background, and possessing more comprehensive information would undoubtedly be advantageous. The woman, snug in his embrace, playfully pondered, In what regard do you mean, cousin? Quan Ji's expression grew peculiar, a hint of something unusual flickering in his eyes, prompting him to refrain from further questions. Seizing the moment, he boldly asked, What do you think? At that moment, a rustling sound echoed through the room. The night sky was dim, yet the room was brightly lit, as two figures intertwined passionately. After completing his tasks in the kitchen, Jiang Zheng returned to the living room, feeling utterly relaxed as he reclined on the sofa, watching television. Life in the apocalypse was not so different from before. He gazed at the screen, where films downloaded prior to the end of the world played, casually munching on popcorn, enjoying the cool air conditioning amidst the muggy weather, his demeanor one of untroubled comfort. At this hour, past 8 in the evening, the survivors in the camp were still diligently engaged in their tasks, transporting supplies, erecting defenses. Some, compelled by necessity, were seen with green signs above their heads, bartering their wives for sustenance. The women he encountered along the way were frequently exchanging their bodies for food, a sight that had become all too common. People seemed to have grown accustomed to this stark reality. Despite the difficulty of accepting such a transformation, survival necessitated the quiet endurance of even the most proud. Occasionally, one could hear the lamentations and curses from nearby survivors, the sounds of resigned sighs and desperate pleas for food piercing the air, each one a poignant reminder of their plight. Among them were once ordinary office workers, educators, and even destitute beggars. Individuals from myriad professions had been reduced to a singular existence, the most humble of beings in this post-apocalyptic world, compelled to bow their heads in humility for the sake of survival. The apocalypse represents the distortion of human nature, the degradation of morality, and the dark descent into depravity, where demons revel in their liberation from shackles, and angels begrudgingly succumb to their fall. The malevolence of the human heart is starkly displayed in this cataclysm, marked by cruelty, bloodlust, and a chilling sense of despair. Since the advent of this mobile home system, it has provided Jiang Zheng with immense security, transforming his nightly repose into a leisurely and pleasurable experience, one he relishes without fatigue. When boredom strikes, he indulges in thrilling films. In solitude, he listens to soothing melodies. When inspired, he peruses the works of renowned instructors from distant lands, appreciating the artistry of movement. Or perhaps teasing the women within the confines of his vehicle to alleviate the tedium of his existence. The myriad modes of entertainment present a perplexing array of choices, contrasting sharply with the lives of those inhabiting the world outside his mobile sanctuary, as if they belonged to two utterly distinct realms. Suddenly, as Jiang Zheng became engrossed in a science fiction epic, an insistent knocking reverberated through his sanctuary, a sound that pierced his concentration with unwelcome sharpness. With a scowl, he approached the door, peering through the peephole to find a young man bearing a tray of food. What could this possibly mean? He muttered to himself, feeling a surge of impatience as he opened the door. Greetings. I bring you this meal on the orders of Brother Chong, the young man said, bowing slightly with a broad smile. I never requested a meal delivery, Jiang Zheng replied, perplexed by their actions, murmuring under his breath. I cannot dictate the decisions of my superiors. I merely follow Brother Chong's instructions. You saved his life, and he feels a deep sense of gratitude towards you enough. You may leave now. I'll accept the food, Jiang Zheng interjected, waving his hand to cut off the young man's lengthy explanation. Reluctantly, he accepted the meal and closed the door behind him. Strange. I thought I had expressed my intentions clearly. Surely, Quango wouldn't he be unaware of my wishes? I had assumed he was merely being polite, yet the meal has indeed arrived. Jiang Zheng settled onto the sofa, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the aromatic dishes before him. Truth be told, these dishes do smell quite delightful. I just finished my noodles and now feel inexplicably hungry. He opened the plastic bag to reveal 5 or 6 containers, his mouth watering at the sight. Should I eat something? He wrestled with his thoughts. Ultimately, he decided to indulge, picking up his chopsticks and preparing to bring a morsel to his lips, only to halt suddenly. Could this food be reminiscent of what Nan Gu served back then? A twinge of doubt crept into his mind. And although it was merely a suspicion, it pricked at him like a needle, intensifying with every passing moment. The process bore an uncanny resemblance, causing Jiang Zheng's eyelids to flutter. Quietly, he set down his chopsticks and, with a surge of determination, opened the product classification, searching intently until he finally discovered a most suitable item. A poison testing needle. Energy consumption, 200 points. As the system's prompt echoed, a slender silver needle unexpectedly appeared in Jiang Zheng's hand. This poison testing needle had caught his attention during a carefully orchestrated dinner with Nan Gu, where he had chanced upon it while browsing through merchandise. Little did he anticipate that a similar incident would soon unfold in his own life, transforming this previously noted item into a tool of necessity. The needle was designed for single use. Upon detecting poison, it would instantaneously dissolve, merging into a silvery puddle to alert the user. At a cost of 200 energy units, it was indeed somewhat extravagant. With a twinge of regret, he gazed at the needle in his hand before casting his eyes upon the steaming, delectable dishes before him, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. In the next moment, he delicately inserted the needle into the food, fixating intently on it. Time dragged on, yet no change occurred. A smile gradually emerged on Jiang Zheng's face as he murmured to himself, perhaps I was merely overthinking. Surely, there cannot be so many malevolent individuals in this world. However, despite this comforting thought, his actions of testing the food did not cease as he cautiously proceeded to the next container, unwilling to take any chances. Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded. The once sturdy, gleaming silver needle, valued at 200 energy units for a single use, shattered into fragments, slowly transforming into a puddle of silver liquid, emitting an unpleasant odor. The smile that had graced Jiang Zheng's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of disbelief. His expression froze, momentarily stunned, before retreating into an uncanny coldness. He lightly tapped the dining table with his fingertips, producing a rhythmic sound that filled the room with a chilling atmosphere. As if time itself had come to a standstill, the individual he had just saved moments ago could now become his own poisoner. Was this a reflection of human nature? Or had the bleak and brutal end times forged such a reality? Jiang Zheng struggled to comprehend the implications of this disheartening scene, finding it hard to accept in his heart. Perhaps it was merely a case of survivor's bias. Was it truly only he who encountered such occurrences? Fabricating a rationale even he found hard to believe, a trace of helplessness crept onto his face. Life amidst the apocalypse, rife with deceit and treachery, felt like walking on thin ice, the experience akin to one drinking water. Only they themselves could know its warmth or chill. speaking as if to himself, or perhaps addressing an unseen audience. Jiang Zheng turned to gaze out the car window at the figures emerging slowly from the darkness, offering a slight smile. Yet this smile sent shivers down spines, an aura of chilling foreboding permeating the air. Chapter 85, Night Talk. After an intense battle, Quan Gu was invigorated, his face radiating with a vibrant glow, a smile of elation gracing his lips. As he gently patted the woman nestled in his arms, he glanced at his wristwatch and murmured, "The time should be about right." The woman, resting in Quan Ji's embrace, revealed a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. With an enticing voice, she sweetly asked, "Are you going down now, cousin?" Quan Gu responded with a soft affirmative, then rose to dress, a joyful thought crossing his mind as a subtle smile played on his lips. "It's time for me to showcase my abilities." Hastily, Quan Gu descended the stairs and walked through the night, eventually arriving near Jiang Zheng's RV. Upon reaching the corner, he paused momentarily, cautiously peering ahead. In the deep of the night, the remnants of humanity had retreated to their safe havens, too frightened to linger outside, leaving only the mournful, chilling winds to sweep through the desolate surroundings. In this secluded corner, an eerie silence enveloped the area, unsettling even Quan Gu, an extraordinary being, who felt a slight chill creeping down his spine. He shivered involuntarily, tightening his clothing, then leaned against a large tree, remaining silent as he waited patiently before gradually making his way to the RV. Upon reaching the door, he steadied himself, inexplicably gripped by a sense of trepidation. Damn, have I heard too many tales about him to be so jumpy? Quan Gu steadied his trembling body, pondering silently. Shaking his head, he cleared his throat, preparing himself before gently knocking on the door. "Hey, little brother, I've come to discuss a few matters. May I come in?" Standing in the cold wind, Quan Gu waited for a response, but silence greeted him, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. "What is going on? I've come personally, and there is no welcome?" As he contemplated this, a small window in the driver's compartment of the RV slid open, revealing a figure who called out lazily, "Quan Gu, over here." Seeing Jiang Zheng waving from the window, Quan Gu approached the front, lifting his gaze with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Brother Jiang Zheng, I've arrived, yet you didn't even invite me in for a chat? That's rather ungracious." Unfazed by Quan Gu's sarcastic tone, Jiang Zheng smiled and replied nonchalantly, "Apologies, Quan Gu. There's a woman bathing inside, and we lack seating, so it's a bit inconvenient." "A woman? Do you take me for a fool? If you're wary of me, just say so instead of spinning tales." Quan Gu retorted, his gaze fixed on Jiang Zheng's face, searching for any signs of truth. Frustrated, he flicked his sleeve dismissively and, with his hands clasped behind his back, stated firmly, "It seems I shall need to bring my own chair next time I visit, for it appears there's no room for me in this spacious RV of yours." Jiang Zheng remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he mused inwardly. "Next time? Huh." An awkward silence enveloped the vast space, thick with tension that felt almost suffocating. The two men locked eyes, each engaged in a silent contest. No matter how Quan Gu raised his eyebrows and gestured, Jiang Zheng responded only with an impassive smile that suggested a playful defiance. Perhaps recalling the purpose of his visit, Quan Gu broke the stillness, reluctantly revealing a hint of a smile. "Jiang Zheng, my dear brother, I have come to discuss an important matter with you. I had hoped to conduct this conversation more discreetly, but since you seem uncomfortable, I shall speak plainly." Upon witnessing Quan Ji's smile, which resembled more of a grimace, Jiang Zheng's heart harbored a cold laughter. Calling him brother had truly inflated his sense of self-importance. Nonetheless, Jiang Zheng maintained a facade of earnestness. Feigning a keen interest in what was to come, he gestured for Quan Gu to proceed, who, with a flicker of coldness in his eyes, solemnly continued, "You are well aware of the situation in Chao County. The notorious women of the southern part of the city and the newly promoted Li heir have acquired 2 superhumans, and they are armed. Our position has deteriorated significantly." Quan Gu paused, glancing at the ever-smiling Jiang Zheng, feeling an unsettling peculiarity in his demeanor, as if something was amiss. Yet, he pressed on, "While their military strength is formidable, they are running low on supplies. My informants have relayed urgent news that tomorrow night, they will launch a full-scale assault, attempting a surprise attack to seize our grain storage." As he spoke, Quan Ji's tone grew increasingly grave, and his expression darkened, revealing his agitation and unease, evident in the deep furrow of his brow. Jiang Zheng listened attentively, merely nodding in acknowledgement, his expression unchanging. The animosity between them held no interest for him, and he had no desire to involve himself in such matters. He understood that Quan Gu had more to say. If this were all he had come to convey, he would not be Quan Gu. Thus, he remained silent, awaiting further discourse. After finishing his statement, Qiange scrutinized Jiang Zheng's unflinching demeanor, which elicited no surprise from him. Anticipating his reaction, Qiange continued, "Thus, my purpose in coming here is to invite you to join my ranks. I extend a sincere invitation for you to become part of my camp. I can appoint you as my second-in-command, granting you a place of honor. You shall have access to all the women in the northern part of the city and anything else you desire. All that I possess will be shared with you." Qiange spoke with fervor, his face alight with excitement, as if Jiang Zheng's inclusion was a pivotal step for the entire northern sector. Anyone hearing such a proposition would likely find it hard to resist. Indeed, Jiang Zheng felt a flicker of intrigue. He rubbed his nose, though his emotional response remained muted. Seeing Jiang Zheng remain silent, his countenance still exuding that infuriating demeanor, Brother Quan's initially exuberant spirit plummeted. With a tinge of impatience, he spoke, "I've already laid out the terms. Such an honor is unprecedented. You must ponder this carefully. Countless individuals have sought me out, yet I have never uttered these words. Reflect on it." "I have reflected, and I do not wish to join," Jiang Zheng replied resolutely. Harboring no desire to affiliate himself with the so-called North City gang, holding it in contempt within his heart, was he to be deceived like a child? Truly, did he consider himself a mere toddler? Have you truly thought this through? This is my final inquiry, and I shall speak but once. Should you choose to join, I can offer you an equal share of the entire North City. If we triumph over the South City faction tomorrow, we can press our advantage and seize all of Chaosian effortlessly. The control of an entire county, does that not entice you? As he reached the climax of his persuasion, fervor ignited in Brother Quan's eyes, and even he felt a surge of exhilaration at his own words. The grand vision he painted was one he had already begun to relish himself. Jiang Zheng, observing Brother Quan's fervent expression, felt a wave of disdain wash over him. "Well then, are the conditions not quite appealing? Just tell me your answer." Brother Quan, caught up in his excitement, suddenly became aware of his own exuberance and quickly tempered his enthusiasm, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes as he spoke solemnly. Jiang Zheng remained silent, lost in contemplation. Observing his serious demeanor, Brother Quan's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Such generous terms, to refuse them would indeed be the mark of a fool. Brother Quan seemed eager to stoke the flames, muttering softly to himself. Feigning deep thought, Jiang Zheng cast a sidelong glance at him, akin to observing a simpleton. At such close proximity, and being an extraordinary individual himself, he could hear every word with clarity. Was he truly attempting to pull off a scheme without any risk? To issue an empty promise, wagering his life for Brother Quan's benefit? Was there still anyone so naive in this world? A wave of incredulity washed over Jiang Zheng. Even if he were to be dim-witted, he could not perceive this as a favorable offer. This was precisely the tactic employed by those talent agencies before the apocalypse, issuing empty promises and enticing offers, only to leave one entangled in endless legal disputes and labor conflicts after switching allegiances. Chapter 86. Were you just pretending? After a prolonged silence, witnessing the young lad before him remain utterly unresponsive, Quan Ge felt an overwhelming sense of frustration building within him, his breaths growing heavier, and his squinted eyes fixated intently on the boy. Time seemed to lose its meaning, and as moments stretched into eternity, Quan Ji's last vestige of patience evaporated. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he darkened his expression and spoke in a low, measured tone. "Jiang Zheng, it is time for you to express your stance." Quan Ji's words dripped with impatience, directly addressing Jiang Zheng by name, discarding any semblance of their previous cordiality, and the atmosphere plunged into a palpable chill. Taken aback by Quan Ji's abruptness, Jiang Zheng raised his gaze slightly, locking eyes with the cold glare emanating from Quan Ge. In that moment of shared intensity, Jiang Zheng could not help but let out a soft chuckle. "Quan Ge, I have made my intentions abundantly clear. I shall not involve myself in your disputes." Quan Ji's eyes flickered with agitation, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking under the pressure as he gritted his teeth in fury. "Jiang Zheng, are you toying with me?" The words elicited a bemused smile from Jiang Zheng, a trace of coldness flashing momentarily in his eyes. "What leads you to such a conclusion?" "Jiang Zheng, I respect you as an ability user, which is why I have spoken to you with civility. Yet, you disregard my words. Do you believe you can come and go as you please in my domain? Do you dare to challenge me here?" A palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from Quan Ge, each word he uttered laden with the chilling weight of impending doom. "Are you certain you can keep me here?" With the facade of politeness shattered, Jiang Zheng shed his professional smile, adopting a tone of icy mockery. The derision in Jiang Zheng's voice was unmistakable, and Quan Ge could sense it keenly, igniting a flicker of amusement amidst his fury. "What? Do you think I came unprepared?" "Oh, do elaborate." Jiang Zheng feigned ignorance, aware of the hidden schemes afoot. With a newfound confidence, Quan Ji's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. I presume you consumed the meal I had delivered earlier? Yes, but why? Could it be poisoned? Initially indifferent, Jiang Zheng's demeanor shifted dramatically as a horrifying realization struck him, his previously calm countenance paling in an instant. Ha ha ha, did you truly not expect this? After years of navigating this world, being the current leader in the Northern District, do you think I lack means? Dealing with a mere child like you is child's play. Seeing Jiang Zheng's expression morph as if he had tasted something repugnant filled Quan Gu with a sense of satisfaction, his hands proudly clasped behind his back. Eyes gleaming with triumph. Old wretch, speak. What poison did you use? Why have I felt no effects? If I must perish, grant me clarity. Jiang Zheng's face was etched with confusion, his mind racing to comprehend the situation, before he turned angrily towards the self-satisfied Quan Gu, shouting defiantly. Meanwhile, in the living room, Chen Xiaohua observed the scene unfolding in the driver's cabin, her expression one of disdain at the escalating commotion. Jiang Zheng is truly despicable. Had I not been aware of his prior misdeeds, I might have been deceived by the fade he presents. Though I ponder this in silence. A subtle smile graces my lips, for the one I cherish has quietly outmaneuvered this unscrupulous character, bringing me immense satisfaction. Such a scene evokes memories of that fateful night. Filled with anguish and heartache, a pain that remains vividly etched in my mind, a torment that I am unwilling to endure again. I am genuinely afraid. However, my concern for Jiang Zheng's safety is non-existent, as he has assured me that he is thoroughly prepared, awaiting the arrival of Brother Quan. I have unwavering faith in Jiang Zheng's promises. Through the trials and tribulations we have faced together, he has demonstrated his resolve and enigmatic strength. Ironically, it is Brother Quan who should be worried about me. With my sparkling eyes fixed intently on the figure in the driver's seat, I find myself momentarily lost in thought. My lips part slightly. My man is one whom only I am permitted to criticize, no one else. My small fist is clenched tightly, indicating that I am not jesting. And in the time that follows, I will indeed fulfill my earlier vow, even if the circumstances have drastically changed. Oh, but let me not hesitate to reveal to you what this is. As I speak, Brother Quan retrieves a small black vial from his pocket, shaking it before Jiang Zheng's terrified countenance, seemingly achieving the desired effect before languidly explaining. This is a lethal powder derived from mutated, colorful vegetation. It consists of male and female components. When the two powders are activated in close proximity, any creature that ingests it will bleed from all orifices, their organs rapidly decaying. Within mere seconds, they will be reduced to a putrid puddle, dying in a state of utter despair. Even those with special abilities cannot withstand its might. Upon hearing Brother Quan's explanation, Jiang Zheng falls into a profound silence, his face darkening, his eyes icy as he fixates on Brother Quan. A surge of murderous intent coursing through him. There is no need for such a gaze. I have already granted you a chance, but you squandered it. Brother Quan relishes this feeling of controlling life and death, his words dripping with mockery. He approaches Jiang Zheng with a swagger, feigning pity while a hint of madness flickers in his eyes, speaking in a low tone. You cannot blame me for this. We are not of the same ilk. Killing someone with abilities is a first for me. You are merely my stepping stone. Ha ha. With those words, a glint of malice flashes in Brother Quan's eyes as he tightly grips the small black vial, raising it before crushing it with force. The shimmering silver powder within scatters into the air, instantly enveloping the surroundings. No, Jiang Zheng, unwilling to relinquish his final struggle, pleads with a quavering voice. But his desperate words shatter into nothingness. His body began to tremble slightly, as if he could hardly believe the reality unfolding before him. His cold eyes widened in disbelief, etched with boundless regret and reluctance. It seemed that the die had been cast. Having completed his machinations, Quan Gu felt an inexplicable lightness, shedding the submissive demeanor he had previously exhibited. In high spirits, he hummed a light tune, his face adorned with an expression of both madness and arrogance. While a brilliant glimmer ignited in his eyes, it appeared he had glimpsed the imminent breakthrough of his long-stagnant cultivation, and his heart surged with exuberant joy. Silently counting down the moments, he wore a facade of contentment. Suddenly, time seemed to come to a standstill, enveloping the two in an indescribable atmosphere, where silence reigned supreme. Tick-tock. The sound of the watch on Jiang Zheng's wrist pierced through the eerie stillness, an unsettling echo in the tense air. The two silent figures, surprisingly in sync, directed their attention to the watch on Jiang Zheng's left wrist. As time progressed, Quan Ji's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The fingers behind his back began to tremble involuntarily, and his eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. In stark contrast, Jiang Zheng's previously despondent demeanor transformed as a cryptic smile crept onto his lips. What are you laughing at? Sensing something amiss, Quan Gu was struck by Jiang Zheng's enigmatic smile, causing a sudden, inexplicable suffocation in his chest, as if his very blood had ceased to flow. A chill surged from his feet, prompting him to take a hesitant step back, feigning composure amidst his turmoil. "You don't know why I'm laughing?" Jiang Zheng's smile widened, posing a curious retort. "Are you toying with me? Did you not eat the meal that was just delivered?" Quan Gu exclaimed anxiously, his emotions spiraling in agitation. Panic surged within him as he thought, it's been so long. Logically, the medicine should have taken effect by now. Yet this insufferable brat remains unscathed. Damn it, I've been deceived. On this sweltering night, drenched in sweat, the realization sent chills down Quan Gu's spine. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably as if caught in a frigid grasp. Jiang Zheng maintained his silence, merely fixing Quan Gu with an unwavering gaze. In a flurry, Quan Gu averted his eyes, fully aware of the implications behind that stare, his expression darkening further. "Were you just pretending?" Quan Ji's face twisted in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Zheng, a look of horror dawning in his eyes. Chapter 87. The Strategy of Psychological Warfare. What? Do you truly believe I am but a mere child of 3? I have simply overestimated your patience. It is astonishing how ruthlessly you wield your tactics against a benefactor who has once saved your life. The malice in human hearts is indeed profound. Jiang Zheng's expression was dark, his words dripping with venom. He abandoned all pretense, revealing his cunning nature, turning the tables on his adversaries. After all, maintaining a facade of insincerity for too long had left his facial muscles twitching. He regarded the astonished Quan Gu with a disdainful gaze, relishing the moment. Upon hearing his words, Quan Ji's body trembled, his complexion paling. He felt as though his very chest might explode from indignation. Rage coursed through his veins like boiling blood. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking audibly as he glared at Jiang Zheng, who seemed to be mocking him. He loathed this masterful actor whose performance was so convincing that even he was deceived into believing it was real. The reversal of outcomes left him utterly humiliated. A pitiful sight indeed. Had anyone from the northern district been present, his reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished, perhaps even obliterated entirely. Glaring at the insufferable young man who incited such fury within him, Quan Gu felt an inferno of wrath surging through his body. With a voice as frigid as ice, he coldly remarked, "Jiang Zheng, I concede that you possess some skill. You have indeed anticipated my moves. However, I am an ability user just like you. Although you have seen through my strategy, do you truly believe you can leave this place unscathed? This is my stronghold, and I am more than willing to expend lives to ensure you suffer for your transgressions. Do you think I'm akin to that worthless Nangu?" The barrage of words from Quan Gu left Jiang Zheng momentarily stunned, likely indicating that Quan Gu was equally incensed. Yet, Jiang Zheng was perplexed as to how Quan Gu knew of Nangu. It was a mystery that puzzled him deeply. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, for such matters were not pertinent to the present situation. Jiang Zheng, fully aware of the dynamics at play, cast a dismissive glance at Quan Gu and replied nonchalantly, "Do you truly believe you surpassed Nangu? I wonder if you have ever slain an enemy who possessed abilities. I dispatched him with the utmost ease. A single move was all it took to defeat him. My prowess, I trust, has been conveyed to those who witnessed that night." Seeing Jiang Zheng's unruffled demeanor, Quan Gu's confidence waned significantly, his expression growing increasingly grim. The implications of Jiang Zheng's words unsettled him. According to his cousin, Jiang Zheng had indeed defeated an enemy with a single strike that night, wielding an array of peculiar skills. From her fragmented accounts, it was clear to him that Jiang Zheng was formidable, leaving him at a loss regarding how to confront him. Quan Gu silently pondered the upcoming battle, aware of Jiang Zheng's might yet oblivious to the depths of his capabilities. At this moment, one feels as though they are a prey laid bare in his line of sight, while he, lurking in the shadows, revels in their predicament like a hunter. Invisibly, all information regarding Jiang Zheng swirls tumultuously in Quan Ji's mind, akin to a puddle of mush, leaving him at a loss. Jiang Zheng appears as a mysterious assassin, entirely inscrutable, standing before him, keenly observing his every move, sending shivers down his spine and stirring a tempest of anxiety within. Upon discerning that the food had been poisoned, Jiang Zheng had already devised his subsequent strategy. The wisdom of the ancestors proves formidable. Casually employed, it throws Quan Gu into disarray, causing him to lose his composure and speak indiscriminately. The earlier pretenses and calculated deceptions were indeed a psychological ploy. When the conflict truly ensues, his thoughts will inevitably be clouded by the humiliation he endures, his suppressed fury blinding him, thus diminishing his combat prowess and adaptability. To conquer a city is one thing, yet to conquer the heart is paramount. Undermining the enemy's resolve is the optimal solution. At this moment, Jiang Zheng's strategy has begun to bear fruit. Perhaps it is providence, for amidst the oppressive heat that has lingered for nearly half a month, a sudden clap of thunder reverberates. Dark clouds swell unexpectedly, rendering the already dim night even murkier, as a howling wind accompanies this phenomenon, causing the nearby bamboo grove to sway violently. The stillness before the storm amplifies the oppressive emotions of both men. At this juncture, the mountain rain is imminent, and the winds are fierce. Quan Ji's chest heaves, breaths labored, his eyes narrowing into slits, his voice stern and commanding. No more words. The time has come for us to reveal our true capabilities. With that, Quan Ji's aura surges dramatically, a golden radiance subtly emanating from him, causing his hair to stand on end. From a distance, he resembles nothing short of a super scion. Why must we resort to violence, Quan Gu? The world of martial arts is not merely about bloodshed. We can resolve matters through dialogue. I harbor no animosity towards you. I understand that your actions stem from a desire to secure this camp. Yet I am aware that there are far superior strategies to seize control of the southern territory directly. However, Jiang Zheng, leaning against the window of the driver's cabin, wore an expression of disappointment, his heart heavy with anguish. Just as Quan Gu was poised to unleash his full might, his enthusiasm momentarily faltered as he regarded Jiang Zheng with suspicion. Yet, upon witnessing the latter's sorrowful demeanor and the tantalizing promise in his last words, his actions abruptly halted. Curiosity etched across his face as he inquired, "But what is it?" Yet, from his resolute demeanor, it was evident that Quan Gu harbored a profound yearning for power. The influence in the south was a deep-seated obsession for him. Otherwise, he would not expend such effort in compromising his own stance. However, "It is imperative that you perish." Jiang Zheng, initially hesitant, suddenly shifted his tone with a cold glare, delivering the sentence of death in a low, gravelly voice. The ominous, dreadful sound reverberated in Quan Ji's ears like a thunderclap, the humiliation inflicted by this impudent youth rendering him utterly irrational. His mind, consumed by impotent fury, ground his teeth together in a furious clatter, and he harbored a desire to dismember Jiang Zheng. Suddenly, an instinctual tremor coursed through his body. As if sensing an impending calamity, his once steady heartbeat escalated into a frantic rhythm. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his head, his eyes wide with terror as they fixated on the roof of the vehicle, where a brilliant beam of concentrated white light emerged from an unknown source. Aimed directly at the dark barrel before him, erupting forth with ferocity. Thunder roared and lightning flashed, painting a portrait of an inescapable fate, causing the entire night to rapidly collapse into chaos. The surroundings turned pale in an instant, swiftly succumbing to darkness, as the delicate fabric of reality trembled. The blurred white points of light mingling with the rolling thunder, tearing through the enveloping night in a desperate bid for freedom. Quan Gu attempted to summon his extraordinary abilities, but found himself unable to do so. He had only just reined in his protective powers when he was caught off guard by Jiang Zheng's treacherous cunning, struck by an unforeseen blow. In his horrified gaze, Jiang Zheng perceived a flicker of white light, symbolizing justice, reflected in the depths of Quan Ji's terrified eyes, eliciting a cold smirk from his lips. Seizing the moment amidst the simultaneous thunderclap, as Quan Gu was momentarily stunned, the white beam shot forth from the barrel, carving a bright white arc across the dark night, penetrating Quan Ji's body with astonishing speed. Caught unawares, Quan Gu could only watch in horror as this searing white light, which filled him with an inexplicable dread, mercilessly pierced through his chest. His eyes widened as he beheld the fracturing patterns of light blossoming across his torso, a tragic fate that was difficult to accept. He finally understood why it was said that he could effortlessly slay those with extraordinary powers. The reason lay in this exceedingly strange white beam. With a heart full of reluctance, he trembled and raised his gaze towards Jiang Zheng, who lounged lazily at the car window, a mocking smile gracing his lips, devoid of the arrogance and disdain he had once displayed. Chapter 88. The death of Quan Gu in the next moment, an event that would shatter Quan Ji's spirit transpired. As the white light dissipated, his body was abruptly fragmented by the glowing essence seeping from within him, scattering into countless shards. In the final conscious moment of his life, he beheld his own disintegrating form, overwhelmed by a torrent of regret and frustration. He did not wish to perish in such a manner. Grand ambitions remained unfulfilled, and his heart brimmed with indignation. Despite the tumult of emotions clouding Quan Ji's eyes, his physical form shattered like a mirage, transforming into ethereal, kaleidoscopic fragments that coalesced into a stream of luminous energy. The vibrant hues painted a magnificent arc across the night sky, dispersing throughout the realm. This extraordinary phenomenon did not go unnoticed by those nearby. However, they merely perceived it as a brilliant flash of lightning, giving it no further thought. Seizing the moment, Jiang Zheng effortlessly claimed Quan Ji's life, gathering the energy crystal core left behind after his demise. At that instant, the rain poured down in torrents, drenching the uneven ground and creating ripples that danced in the puddles. The summer storm brought a refreshing respite to those who had been languishing in the oppressive heat. A nourishing rain for some, while for others, it heralded a night of shadows and dread. Raindrops cascaded against the window, splattering Jiang Zheng's clothes, prompting him to hastily close the window. Observing the energy-emitting crystal core in his hand, a faint smile graced his lips. He had drawn one step closer to upgrading his vehicle. After stowing away the crystal core with the system and resolving the minor inconvenience at hand, Jiang Zheng finally allowed himself to recline in his seat, relieved after such an extended performance. His body ached from the prolonged exertion, stretching his weary limbs. He cradled his head in his hands, reflecting on the events that had transpired. Unbeknownst to him, Quan Gu had come in person. However, his radar had detected a powerful energy signature approaching him. Through his recent familiarity with the radar, he recognized that such a strong fluctuation could only belong to a supernatural being. In the northern part of the city, there was only one such individual. There was no doubt about who was arriving. Aware of this, Jiang Zheng had devised a strategy well in advance. Though he wavered on whether to eliminate him, uncertain of Quan Ji's true capabilities. Yet, whispers from others revealed that Quan Ji's abilities were primarily defensive, lacking significant offensive power or agility. This deeper understanding of Quan Gu assuaged his concerns. Having faced the formidable second-tier supernatural zombies, Jiang Zheng approached any subsequent adversary with utmost caution, eschewing arrogance. To vanquish an opponent, one must grasp every detail about them, thus identifying weaknesses and seizing opportunities. Consequently, as he confronted Quan Gu, he employed tactics to disrupt and dismantle his psychological defenses. The strategy proved effective. With but a few words, Jiang Zheng successfully shattered Quan Ji's mindset. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily launched a meticulously prepared compressed beam, striking down Brother Quan in a sudden ambush. Although he possessed the capability for a swift, decisive kill without such measures, Jiang Zheng adhered to a habit of utmost caution, treating every individual with the same meticulousness. Unless his strength surpassed that of his opponent by several realms, the perils of the post-apocalyptic world, coupled with the uncertainties of information, proved to be deadly. Just as no one knew the specific power of his compressed beam, Jiang Zheng was equally unaware that such a formidable weapon could be evaded by the skills of a zombie. The unpredictability of all these factors rendered any outcome uncertain. What Jiang Zheng did not realize was that this very caution would enable him to navigate through crises time and again in the future. As he pondered, a sudden movement behind him drew his attention. Turning around, he found Qin Shaohua had quietly approached, her beautiful eyes flickering with concern as she gazed at him anxiously. A warmth spread through Jiang Zheng's heart, and he chuckled softly, assuring her, "I'm fine, don't worry. I have dealt with him." "That's good," she replied. "Though I know you can handle yourself, the time that has passed made me worry." Hearing this, Jiang Zheng stood and approached her, gently ruffling her hair as he soothingly said, "I told you, there's no need to worry. There's nothing I cannot resolve." Qin Shaohua gave a soft hum in agreement, her earlier anxiety gradually dissipating. However, a sudden look of alarm crossed her face as she took a step back, her beautiful eyes glaring at the somewhat bewildered Jiang Zheng, indignantly exclaiming, "Why did you touch my backside?" Jiang Zheng, scratching his nose in a helpless manner, quickly explained, "I was simply surprised to see you walking so well now. You were unsteady just moments ago." He found it peculiar how quickly she had recovered and instinctively reached out to investigate. As it turned out, her injuries had indeed healed significantly. Her previous state in the bedroom had likely been intentional. This realization brought a wry smile to Jiang Zheng's face. Qin Shaohua merely huffed lightly, crossing her arms defiantly. Jiang Zheng scratched his head, uncertain of what to say or do next. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, and a glint of excitement shone in his eyes as a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. He turned to Qin Shaohua and said, "How about I take you out for a stroll? We could also visit an old friend." Qin Shaohua was momentarily taken aback, and just as she hesitated over whether to go, Jiang Zheng firmly took her hand and pulled her along, leaving her feeling both exasperated and annoyed. Casting him a resentful glance, the torrential rain arrived abruptly, yet faded just as swiftly. By the time Jiang Zheng stepped out of the car, the downpour had transformed into a light drizzle. Hand in hand with Qin Shaohua, they vanished into the shadows not far away. Oldly, "It's time for the shift change," called a figure stationed at a guard post in an open area. The camp member known as Oldly responded with a brief acknowledgement to the person speaking. Having completed his duties, the speaker departed from the duty station, leaving the somewhat bewildered Oldly standing there in solitude. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he lamented the untimeliness of the shift change. Having barely slept for 3 hours before being summoned back to duty, such people were truly insufferable. As Oldly gazed at the receding figure, his mood soured further with a few complaints. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed a flickering shadow swiftly approaching. What on earth? Am I imagining things? Old Li, though fatigued, could not dismiss the peculiar scene before him. He skeptically rubbed his eyes in an attempt to clarify his vision. However, in the next instant, a figure emerged from nowhere, seizing him by the throat with such force that he struggled to breathe, his face turning crimson, veins bulging as he fought against the grip. Don't move. A dark, ominous handgun pressed against his temple, sending cold sweat cascading down Old Li's forehead, prompting him to cease his struggles and comply in silence. I will ask you a few questions. Answer truthfully, and I shall spare your life. If you dare to play tricks, do not blame me for the consequences. The assailant, akin to a ghost, spoke in a chilling tone that sent shivers down Old Li's spine, instilling a profound sense of dread. Why yes, esteemed warrior, please ask your questions, and I shall answer without reservation. Old Li trembled, his lips quivering as he managed to utter these words. Very well, listen carefully. Tell me, where does Brother Quan reside? The shadowy figure inquired in a low voice, causing Old Li to feel a wave of terror wash over him. He realized this individual was likely a hired assassin from the southern part of the city, hence the nature of the question. Nonetheless, his instinct for self-preservation took precedence. He hastily replied, Brother Quan usually resides at. The assailant continued to pose several questions before finally relenting. Noticing the silence from behind him, Old Li, filled with trepidation, ventured to ask, Esteemed warrior, have you finished your inquiries? Might I be granted a reprieve? The figure behind him sneered disdainfully, responding coolly, a reprieve? More like a death sentence. Old Li's heart sank at these words, his pupils dilating in disbelief at the treachery of this individual. Just as he was about to scream for help, drawing attention from those nearby, a faint gunshot echoed through the air. In an instant, Old Li's head erupted like popcorn, scattering remnants across the ground. Jiang Zheng coldly regarded his lifeless body before turning away, devoid of any emotion. Chapter 89. Reunion with Li Jing. Jiang Zheng arrived at the dimly lit corner and whispered, Come out. I have discovered the whereabouts of Brother Quan. Chen Xiaohua, who had been hiding around the corner, approached at his call, her gaze fixed on Jiang Zheng, who seemed somewhat different. Confusion flickered in her eyes as she could not comprehend why he wanted her to accompany him. In a daze, she found herself clasped by his hand, vanishing into the night. Perhaps it was due to Brother Quan's extraordinary abilities, his formidable strength rendering him independent of guards. For there were no signs of life around his residence. The vicinity was eerily deserted. After navigating through a maze of turns and avoiding unnecessary troubles, they finally arrived at the entrance of a lounge on the second floor. Jiang Zheng's ears perked up. As an extraordinary individual, he could distinctly hear subtle sounds within a radius of several meters. Through the door, he detected faint breaths and the hurried pacing of footsteps. Realizing the presence of the person he sought, a cold smile crept across his lips as he pulled the bewildered Chen Xiaohua forward and pushed open the door. Brother Quan, why have you returned so late? I thought I would die waiting for you. At the sound of the door creaking open, a woman clad in a bathrobe sprang to her feet, her previously troubled expression transforming into surprise as she hurried into the hall. Upon entering, she froze in shock upon seeing the visitors, collapsing onto the sofa behind her, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. Li Jing, it truly is you. As Jiang Zheng stepped into the room, he quickly heard footsteps approaching. He quietly positioned himself in the center of the hall, awaiting her arrival. Just as I suspected. The moment he laid eyes on her, his conjecture was confirmed, and he sighed inwardly, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he led the equally astonished Chen Xiaohua towards Li Jing. You, Jiang Zheng, how could you possibly be here? The woman, who referred to Brother Quan as her cousin, was indeed Li Jing, her face drained of color, eyes wide with fear and anxiety. That question should be directed at you, Jiang Zheng retorted with a low snort. His voice, though subdued, resonated in Li Jing's mind like thunder, causing her to collapse onto the sofa, paralyzed by terror. In her fright, she lost control, and a puddle of pale yellow liquid seeped from beneath her, a foul odor permeating the air. Jiang Zheng, who had intended to reprimand her, furrowed his brow at the sight, casting a disdainful glance her way as he stepped back slightly, scoffing, Really? I merely spoke a couple of words, and you wet yourself? At that moment, Li Jing's mind went blank. She could not even formulate a response, sitting there in a daze, her gaze vacant. She understood that with her cousin's departure, it was a final farewell. All her support had crumbled before this man. Nangu, Huang Mao, Brother Quan, all were interconnected with him. Ironically, she had initially sought to cling to Jiang Zheng for support, only to be met with disdain. Perhaps if she had chosen not to provoke him, her life would have unfolded differently. Li Jing's complexion was pale, and she secretly sighed within. Stop pretending. This Quan Gu is indeed your cousin, isn't he? Did you send him to poison us? And how did you arrive in Chao County? Jiang Zheng's tone was frigid. He believed this woman had a hand in both instances of poisoning. He was convinced that she had been the whisperer behind the scenes, deftly maneuvering the situation to her advantage. You are correct. He is my cousin, and I did suggest the poisoning. With your presence here, he has become an unpredictable time bomb. Li Jing appeared to have resigned herself, or perhaps she had finally laid down her burdens. She offered Jiang Zheng a bitter smile and recounted her recent experiences. Immediately after the apocalypse encircled them, she hurried downstairs to the backyard and drove away in the car that Huang Mao and the others had previously parked there. With her heart racing, she miraculously navigated the treacherous highway and arrived in Chao County. Upon her arrival, she encountered Quan Gu, who was out clearing away zombies. It was a strange twist of fate. Quan Gu was her cousin from her relative's side, someone she seldom interacted with, only seeing him once a year during the festivities. Li Jing was not lacking in beauty, and Quan Gu had long harbored feelings for her. Previously, he had only dared to dream, but now, amid the backdrop of the apocalypse, with his parents transformed into zombies, he found himself once again face to face with his long-admired cousin. Their mutual attraction blossomed in this dire context, and she naturally became his woman. She clung to her cousin's side, empowered by the circumstances, her confidence soaring. However, this idyllic phase was short-lived. After merely 2 days together, Jiang Zheng arrived to disrupt their newfound bond. When Quan Gu recounted his harrowing experience from that evening, Li Jing immediately recognized the RV driver as Jiang Zheng. Old grudges resurfaced in an instant, and seizing the moment, she embellished her tale to Quan Gu. He, pleased by her narrative, acted accordingly. But this decision would lead to his eternal absence. You woman, what have I done to you? Why do you persist in targeting me? Upon hearing Li Jing's account, Jiang Zheng was perplexed. He had done nothing to her, and had even taken her to a safe haven at the gas station. How could she harbor such vengeance against him? Do you remember the time you saved me in the corridor? Reflecting on the past, Li Jing appeared unexpectedly calm. Her expression softened, and a glimmer of light sparked in her eyes. She was inquiring, yet it felt more like she was conversing with herself. In that moment of peril, you were my savior, a beacon of hope in my drab existence. You were so powerful, so brave, so enigmatic. You embodied every fantasy I had of a strong man, especially in this wretched apocalypse. Yet as she reached the end of her recollection, Li Jing's countenance twisted, her gaze filled with madness. I poured out my feelings for you, expressed my love, but how did you respond? You merely cast a cold glance my way and never looked at me again. Do you comprehend what that sensation is like? The hope you kindled within me was abruptly extinguished by your heartless actions, casting me into an even more terrifying abyss. You brought me to the gas station, allowing us to follow the blonde-haired individual, seemingly exhibiting care for us. But in truth, you disdain us. You are oblivious to the torment I endured during that time under Nanji's oppression. She spoke at length, transforming the previously suffocating atmosphere of the room into a boundless realm of sorrow and animosity. The righteous aura of Jiang Zheng dissipated entirely under her perspective. Beside him, Qin Shaohua observed with a bemused expression, leaving Jiang Zheng feeling uncomfortable and awkward, standing there unsure of how to respond, merely listening quietly as Li Jing bared her soul. After a prolonged period, when Jiang Zheng began to exhibit signs of impatience, Li Jing finally ceased her discourse. Jiang Zheng cast a resigned glance in her direction, thinking, your opinions matter not to me. I am under no obligation to assist you. My concerns lie solely with my own affairs. You, Li Jing, have persistently troubled me, nearly leading to my demise, and sought to mar Xiaohua's visage. Your heart is truly wicked. Upon recalling the incident that threatened to disfigure her, Qin Shaohua's expression turned somber, indicating the profound impact it had on her psyche. To this day, reflecting upon it brings forth her sorrow. With regards to the deeds you have committed, I ask, to whom should I exact revenge? Upon concluding his words, Jiang Zheng fixed a cold gaze upon Li Jing. This continuous cycle of events only deepened his animosity towards her, to the point where he wished to dismantle her piece by piece. I understand you harbor hatred towards me, yet I merely express my own insights. Their unwavering obsession is not my doing. I do not desire your life. I wish to witness your repentance. It is merely that they seek a permanent resolution. Li Jing remained unfazed by Jiang Zheng's accusations and promptly countered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zheng paused, as if considering the validity of her words. Ultimately, she too is a pitiable soul, and for a moment, uncertainty crept into his heart. However, noticing the sorrow etched across Qin Shaohua's downcast face, he was suddenly overwhelmed with grief, his gaze flickering with a hint of unusual emotion. She must be reminiscing about that fateful night. Chapter 90. Resolution. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Zheng had made up his mind to eradicate the roots of the problem. Since they had already reached an impasse and caused so much turmoil, a safe exit was simply unattainable. She had once sacrificed her life for her ideals. Now, he would return the favor. With this thought, a chilling resolve emanated from Jiang Zheng, causing both women to instinctively tremble, their eyes widening in astonishment. Li Jing, you must pay for the chaos you have sown. Now that I have finally found the opportunity to seize you, let me guide you on your final journey. Standing to the side, Chen Xiaohua felt utterly helpless, her hands at her sides, her gaze darting between the two, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Jiang Zheng's tone was grim, as if he were addressing a specter. Upon receiving her death sentence, Li Jing's pupils dimmed significantly. She had not anticipated such resoluteness from him. She did not wish to die. A fervent light ignited in her eyes, a desperate will to survive banishing her profound fear. Resolutely, she stood tall, locking her gaze with Jiang Zheng's, their eyes meeting in a fierce exchange. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Zheng momentarily paused, uncertain of her intentions. He tightened his grip on Chen Xiaohua's hand, warily eyeing Li Jing, whose gaze now brimmed with defiance and determination. Uncertain of her next move, he contemplated a swift resolution should she act out of line. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Jiang Zheng regained his composure, he watched in astonishment as Li Jing slowly approached him, suddenly flinging open her bathrobe, casting it aside. Jiang Zheng was left utterly speechless, taken aback by her boldness. His mind blank as he gazed upon her unadorned form. Jiang Zheng, spare me. I am willing to be your maid, your dog. I have lost everything, and I am prepared to offer my all, including my dignity, body, and soul, just to remain by your side. As she spoke, Li Jing knelt before him, inching closer and grasping his wrist with a mixture of pleading and determination. Chen Xiaohua was initially taken aback, watching in disbelief as Li Jing employed such base tactics to entice Jiang Zheng. Seeing him in a daze, indifferent to her advances, her frustration mounted. With a pout, she expressed her displeasure, thinking all men were insufferable fools. Once resolute, Jiang Zheng felt his conviction waver under her audacious display. In a moment of hesitation, Li Jing boldly leaned against him, her ample form pressing closer. You are utterly shameless. Chen Xiaohua could no longer contain her fury at Li Jing's audacity. Angrily, she pulled the dazed Jiang Zheng away, her gaze fierce as she glared at Li Jing. With her emotions unleashed, Chen Xiaohua spat in disgust, expressing her contempt. The actions of a woman who resorts to deceitful tactics to seduce another's partner are indeed contemptible and utterly unacceptable, particularly when such antics unfold before her very eyes. With no regard for her presence, treating her as though she were invisible, this is bound to incite her ire. Li Jing, despite being spat upon by Chen Xiaohua, maintained her composure, her expression unchanged, her gaze sultry and fixed intently upon Jiang Zheng, as if he were her sole focus. Chen Xiaohua, exasperated by Jiang Zheng's blatant stare, could not contain her anger and shouted in frustration, "Is he really that appealing? Lacking both charm and substance, I could just as easily offer him my admiration at home." Flushed with embarrassment after her outburst, Jiang Zheng swiftly turned his head, his eyes regarding her with a peculiar intensity. "Ah, I heard you. You better keep your word." Following his statement, she caught sight of the strange smile playing on his lips, causing Chen Xiaohua to feel flustered. Hastily burying her face against his side, while fiercely pinching the flesh at his waist. The sudden pain made Jiang Zheng grimace as he stared at the blushing Chen Xiaohua. Filled with frustration, yet unable to reprimand or retaliate, he resigned himself to a look of helplessness. An unspoken battle of wills was quietly unfolding. Truth be told, had this transpired on the eve of the apocalypse, Jiang Zheng might have considered yielding, but now, such a notion was utterly implausible. He held steadfast to his principles, especially with Chen Xiaohua beside him. Although their relationship had not crossed certain boundaries, it did not imply a disregard for her feelings. Humans possess emotions, and their shared experiences were not insignificant. He was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his own actions. Despite her attempts to ensnare him, he had made his decision regarding such individuals. Quickly suppressing his bewilderment, Jiang Zheng adopted a serious demeanor, resolutely stating, "Xiaohua, rest assured, I am not so easily swayed." His expression shifted to one of clarity as he withdrew his wrist from Li Jing's grasp, coldly asserting, "Enough. Do not attempt to entice me further. I am not that kind of man. If you believe such actions will sway my heart, you are gravely mistaken. I have my principles. Your repeated provocations should have led you to anticipate this outcome. As for my previous transgressions, I am aware of them, and I am prepared to atone with the remainder of my life. I willingly offer myself as your servant, forever devoted and without regret." Li Jing's face was a portrait of despair, silent tears streaming down her cheeks as her body trembled with quiet sobs. Witnessing her sorrowful visage, Jiang Zheng felt a pang of compassion, yet recollections of her prior actions hardened his resolve. "That is enough. Our conversation ends here, Xiaohua." At this unexpected proclamation, Chen Xiaohua was taken aback, only to find a gleaming black pistol suddenly brandished before her. At Jiang Zheng's gesture, Chen Xiaohua, bewildered, took the gun with uncertainty. Gazing at him, who turned to meet her gaze with a slight smile. Kill her. A straightforward and resolute command, yet it instilled profound fear within Chen Xiaohua's heart. To take a life, for a young girl unscathed by the tribulations of the apocalypse, how could she possibly bear the weight of such an act? Jiang Zheng, having anticipated her hesitation, gradually approached her from behind, guiding her hands to grip the pistol, the barrel aimed directly at Li Jing, who knelt before them. Her bare body glistening with tears, her expression a portrait of despair and terror. No, please don't kill me. I don't want to die at the hands of this witch. I can do so much for you. My life is certainly more valuable than hers. Li Jing, acutely aware that if she failed to sway Jiang Zheng's resolve, she might indeed perish at the hands of this cunning woman, babbled frantically, her words laced with desperation. Silence. Jiang Zheng's impatient shout silenced Li Jing instantly, leaving her with a forlorn expression, her gaze fixed on Chen Xiaohua, brimming with resentment. As Chen Xiaohua held the gun, her hands trembled slightly in that tense moment. She found herself unable to pull the trigger. To her, a life was the most sacred and precious existence. Look at her venomous eyes. See the loathing reflected in her gaze. How can you remain unmoved when she just insulted you? Even clay figures have their pride. Are you truly a saint? Do you relish being bullied by her? When she scarred your face with a stone, did you feel no hatred? Time and again, we have faced her malice directly and indirectly. That night, we almost met our end together. Are you not enraged? Jiang Zheng's relentless tirade echoed in Chen Xiaohua's ears, gradually dismantling her inner defenses. With his final words, the wavering in her eyes transformed into unwavering resolve. She refused to reenact the tragedies of the past, for herself. And for him, all you need to do is gently squeeze the trigger. It will all be over. Such a simple act. The demonic whispers danced in her ears like sweet confections, alluring and irresistible. Li Jing sat motionless on the ground, her body limp, with only silent tears tracing down her cheeks. Then, with a sound barely audible yet strikingly clear, a gunshot resounded decisively. Chapter 91. While the iron is hot, the dark muzzle of the gun emitted a faint wisp of smoke. Before Jiang Zheng and the others stood Li Jing, who moments ago had been extraordinarily alluring, twisting her body and exuding passion, desperately fighting for her life. Now, however, she lay unrecognizable. Her head had been reduced to a gruesome pulp, crimson blood mingling with white brain matter flowed like a raging river, leaving behind a headless corpse with disheveled hair. Coldly resting on the ground, Chen Xiaohua gazed in disbelief at the horrific scene before her. The violent and bloody tableau was a result of her own actions, instilling a profound sense of fear within her. Terrified, she tossed the gun to Jiang Zheng and sank to the ground, her body trembling, her eyes devoid of life, reflecting sorrow and despair. Such consequences were evidently too much for her to bear at that moment. Jiang Zheng gently stroked her head and patted her back. Noticing she was drenched in sweat, clearly shaken by the terrifying sight, with a resigned shake of his head, he crouched down, enveloping her in his arms. Feeling her soft body tremble slightly, as he caressed her hair, he spoke soothingly to her. Jiang Zheng was not overly concerned. This was merely an extreme emotional reaction that often accompanies one's first encounter with such events. Some individuals maintain composure, while others succumb to emotional breakdowns. Typically, young women fall into the latter category, but they tend to recover with time. When Jiang Zheng himself had taken a life, he had also felt an overwhelming pressure within, and for an entire day, his spirits had been low. This was the cumulative burden of societal norms, morals, and laws cultivated over years. One could not simply liberate oneself at will. Time is the best healer, gradually soothing such psychological wounds. It is merely a matter of patience. All right now. No more tears, be good. After a considerable period of comforting her, Chen Xiaohua's intense emotions began to subside. Once she had ceased crying and regained her composure, Jiang Zheng exhibited a weary smile. Soothing a girl truly is exhausting. Let us depart. The atmosphere here is stifling. This scene is making me feel nauseous. Chen Xiaohua, pale and weak, leaned against Jiang Zheng, resembling a gentle kitten. Very well, let us leave. A flicker of tenderness crossed Jiang Zheng's eyes as he wrapped an arm around her waist and moved toward the door. Just as they were about to exit, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Jiang Zheng paused, his expression turning cold, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Have they discovered us? It seemed he was speaking to himself, or perhaps to someone unseen. In an instant, the rapid footsteps reached the doorway. Zhang Chong hurriedly entered the lounge, only to find his savior inexplicably present in this place. His eyes widened in surprise, a look of confusion evident, but he suppressed his inner agitation and unease. Striving for a calm tone as he inquired, "Hero, have you seen Quan Gu?" He spoke with great caution, aware that Quan Gu harbored murderous intentions towards him, even having poisoned the meal he delivered. After witnessing Quan Ji's shadow depart, Zhang Chang felt an acute sense of anxiety. After all, he was torn between his superior and the benefactor who had just saved his life. As he circled the area in his vehicle, he found no signs of life, and the absence of lights led him to fear that a deadly confrontation might have occurred elsewhere. Being an ordinary individual, he felt powerless to assist in matters beyond his capabilities, prompting him to return hastily. Upon reaching the ground floor, he heard a strange thud emanating from the second floor. With his keen hearing, he could discern that something had fallen. The usually tranquil environment was unusually disturbed today, and coupled with the previous unsettling rumors of a mole, a sense of foreboding began to rise within him. To his horror, upon arriving at the lounge door, he encountered the very person Quan Gu had intended to kill, now inexplicably in Quan Ji's own resting quarters. This astonishing sight filled him with profound dread. "I have seen it. I killed her," Jiang Zheng said, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Zhang Chang was taken aback, his body frozen in shock. Trembling, he raised a hand to point at Jiang Zheng, only to lower it abruptly. Panic surged through him like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily at a loss. As he struggled to regain his composure and attempted to speak to Jiang Zheng, he was suddenly struck by the sight of a headless female corpse lying naked on the ground not far behind them. His face contorted in horror. He turned to Jiang Zheng and whispered, "Is that Quan Ji's cousin?" His voice was laced with uncertainty. As if he had summoned every ounce of strength to utter the question, his gaze vacant as he looked towards the body. He could not ascertain the identity of the corpse, its head reduced to a gruesome mess. Merely glancing at it, how could anyone know who it was? Jiang Zheng nodded once more, and Zhang Chang felt as if all his strength had evaporated, collapsing to the floor. In that brief moment, the backbone of the northern district had been easily shattered. How could his fragile heart endure such a blow? Jiang Zheng shook his head, casually wrapping his arm around Chen Xiaohua as they left the room. Halfway out, Jiang Zheng suddenly turned back and addressed the dazed Zhang Chang. "How about a deal? Keep this incident under wraps until tomorrow when the southern district arrives. I will aid you in eliminating them, and you can assume control here, or even absorb the southern forces. What do you say?" A cryptic glint flickered in Jiang Zheng's eyes as he stared intently at him. If the intention was merely to safeguard the information, killing Zhang Chang would serve no purpose. Keeping him around is undoubtedly the wisest choice. He yearns for tomorrow, when the cooldown period of his vehicle's compressed beam concludes, allowing him to prepare meticulously before engaging in a decisive battle at the time of their ambush. Two extraordinary beings, with 6,000 energy points, are indeed a tantalizing prospect for Jiang Zheng. Should this situation be divulged, the timing of the southern city faction's arrival would become unpredictable. Jiang Zheng is making the most prudent calculations. After all, only the compressed beam, once it has fully cooled, will lend him the necessary confidence and fortitude. Zhang Chang was momentarily taken aback by the words, but without much thought, he nodded vigorously. This opportunity presented no detriments to him. There was no need for further contemplation, as he felt powerless against Jiang Zheng. Even someone as formidable as Quan Gu had vanished without a trace, leaving him with no grounds for dissent. Observing Jiang Zheng's nod, he turned to depart, leaving behind an elegant silhouette that gradually faded from Zhang Chang's view. After sitting on the ground for a while, Zhang Chang finally managed to rise. Exhaling deeply, an inscrutable expression flickering in his eyes as he slowly made his way to the lounge. Surveying the surroundings, everything appeared intact, unchanged from the usual, save for the center of the hall where a headless, naked female corpse lay, crimson blood scattered around. "What is this water stain?" Upon approaching the sofa, Zhang Chang noticed an anomaly on its surface. Leaning in closer, he was met with the acrid stench of urine. He quickly covered his nose, frowning. Why would he kill this woman? And who was the lady cradled in her arms? He had never seen such a woman near him, nor had he encountered anyone so beautiful in the camp. The more he pondered, the more convoluted the situation appeared. Glancing again at the urine stains on the sofa, his expression turned grave as he contemplated the implications. Could it be that he harbored peculiar inclinations, indulging in some sort of group activity here? 3 individuals reveling in such a manner, losing control, and even smashing her head? Were Jiang Zheng to perceive the twisted thoughts brewing in his mind, he would undoubtedly spare no effort in returning to eliminate Zhang Chang post-haste. Yet, the more he deliberated, the more it seemed plausible, casting an even more bizarre and enigmatic shadow over his impression of Jiang Zheng. Never mind, why dwell on such thoughts? Approaching Li Jing's lifeless form, he slowly crouched down, gazing at the alabaster body before him, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. It was as if the devil within him beckoned, and he suddenly extended his hand to touch her corpse, caressing her form while murmuring in a trance-like state. What a splendid body, such a pity to waste this fine physique. As he reflected upon his feelings, a sudden inspiration struck him, and the brilliance in his gaze intensified. But there's still warmth. Should he seize the moment? A peculiar gleam flashed in his eyes as a strange smile curled upon his lips. Chapter 92. Mounting the horse with a gun with a pallid complexion, resembling a lost soul, Chen Xiaohua returned to the caravan. She sat on the sofa in a daze, silent and withdrawn. Jiang Zheng picked up a piece of candy from the table, unwrapped it as he approached her, and held it to her lips, saying, "Come on, don't be upset. Savor something sweet, and it will uplift your spirits." As Chen Xiaohua regained her senses, she glanced at the candy before extending her hand to accept it, placing it in her mouth. It seemed that the sweetness truly alleviated her worries, as a hint of color gradually returned to her face. "Brother Zheng," she murmured, "do you think that when we reach J City, my family might have already encountered misfortune, leaving me all alone?" Her tone was laden with melancholy and doubt. Jiang Zheng remained silent, merely observing her. He could discern that she was profoundly shaken by the recent events, gripped by fear and anxiety about what lay ahead. How could one not be concerned for the safety of their loved ones? The fragility and cruelty of humanity had been starkly felt by her when she had personally dealt the fatal blow to Li Jing, which rendered her sorrow and despondency understandable. After a lengthy silence, Jiang Zheng finally spoke softly. "Have you heard of Schr Dinger's cat theory?" Chen Xiaohua shook her head. Noticing her silence, he continued, in simple terms. "The cat in the box exists in either a dead or alive state, each with a probability of 50. Only by opening the box can one ascertain its fate. If we transpose this idea to your current situation, it is the same. Rather than dwelling in despair, it would be more beneficial to envision positive outcomes. This way, you still have hope and a reason to strive, preventing you from succumbing to despair. After all, you still possess some expectations, whereas I have lost all such opportunities." As Jiang Zheng spoke, his voice grew softer, his mood gradually waning. He had only recently endured the loss he referenced, merely a few months had passed. Chen Xiaohua, moved by his words, turned to look at the seemingly composed yet somewhat forlorn man, a flicker of compassion illuminating her beautiful eyes. She remained unaware that his loved ones were no longer alive. Reflecting on the past, it seemed he had always been alone, bravely struggling in this apocalyptic world. "I'm sorry for making you recall painful memories. I didn't mean to," Chen Xiaohua said, her face etched with regret, momentarily dismissing her own uncertainties. "There is no need for apologies. What has happened has already transpired. Regret serves no purpose. We must live in the present, anticipate tomorrow, and look toward the future. The past can only be a memory," Jiang Zheng replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor light and carefree. Chen Xiaohua's expression was complex, and she fell silent. Today, she began to perceive this man, who feigned strength, in a new light. Why did she sense that he was pretending to be strong? While he spoke, she had noticed subtle shifts in his emotions. When sorrow is mentioned, it is often spoken of in a light and fleeting manner, yet it is certainly not reflected with such nonchalance by him. His voice trembles faintly, revealing an inner turmoil. Unbeknownst to him, her long-standing companionship has accustomed her to his cold demeanor in public and his carefree, cynical facade. It is precisely at this moment that she perceives the unacknowledged emotions he displays as a profound secret buried deep within his heart. Chen Xiaohua gazes at Jiang Zheng, who sits beside her, her lips quivering as a multitude of unvoiced thoughts constrict her throat, leaving her speechless. Leaning slightly forward, she extends her delicate, fair hands and envelopes this strong young man in a tight embrace, burying her flushed face within his chest. Jiang Zheng, too, feels the melancholic undertones of their conversation seep into his emotions, inadvertently revealing a sense of solitude in his words, a realization he remains oblivious to. When Chen Xiaohua suddenly rises to embrace him tightly, as if wishing to merge their very beings, Jiang Zheng is taken aback. Such an act is unprecedented. He cannot fathom the reason behind her sudden display of affection and momentarily finds himself puzzled. Was it something he said that struck a chord, evoking her inexplicable gratitude? As these thoughts swirl in his mind, he hears her soft voice whispering near his ear. "I believe your yearning to return home, as you mentioned earlier, stems from a glimmer of hope, a belief that can illuminate your path and propel you forward amidst confusion. You are merely in your early 20s. Yet the tumult of life has likely brought forth numerous challenges and insecurities. While you may think you are alone at this moment, regardless of your thoughts, you are too. You possess a family." Jiang Zheng is momentarily taken aback. He had no idea Chen Xiaohua held such thoughts that resonated deeply within him. Who could have known that even his most internal struggles and aspirations had been discerned by her? A faint smile graces his lips, albeit tinged with bitterness. Upon hearing her affirm that she is his family, a veil of mist clouds his usually icy gaze, though fortunately, the person in his arms remains unaware of his expression. Has she truly come to understand him so well? Jiang Zheng feels a sense of resignation. Accustomed to solitude, he is not entirely confident, but rather fiercely independent, capable of surviving without reliance on others. Yet, beneath this exterior lies a profound loneliness, a facet of himself he conceals adeptly. It is only in moments of solitude that his vulnerability surfaces, and even so, she has managed to perceive it. Struggling to suppress the tears welling in his eyes while reflecting on her earlier words, he is abruptly startled when Chen Xiaohua gently turns his head towards her. In that fleeting moment of surprise, she swiftly cradles the back of his head with her hands, her beautiful eyes sparkling with starlight. As she leans in for a passionate kiss, imbued with deep affection, the merging of their lips swept away all previous sorrow as her tongue darted into his mouth. Much to Jiang Zheng's astonishment, it was both supple and possessive, claiming every inch of his oral cavity. Amidst their passionate exchange, a warmth blossomed in his chest, and time seemed to stand still. After what felt like an eternity, the two figures entwined did not part. Instead, their connection deepened. Jiang Zheng felt breathless from the kiss. Yet he yearned for her tenderness, unwilling to relent. Their emotions crescendoed, and in a haze of desire, a surge of fervor coursed through him. Unconsciously, his hands began to explore beneath the fabric of her loose clothing, wandering through softness. Chen Xiaohua's complexion flushed, her eyes glazed with enchantment. She did not resist, but rather surrendered further, her smile reminiscent of a stunningly beautiful landscape that captivated the heart. As time passed, their bodies became unbearably heated, and one garment after another peeled away under the fervor of their kisses, until they stood utterly exposed to one another. Just as they were about to embark on an intimate act, Chen Xiaohua abruptly interrupted, her face aflame with embarrassment, her eyes glimmering with an irresistible allure, dripping with shyness. Gently caressing Jiang Zheng's back, she nestled against his chest, her head lowered, unable to meet his gaze. In a whisper laced with bashfulness, she suggested, "Not here. Let us go to the bed." Jiang Zheng, momentarily taken aback by her words, nodded in agreement and swiftly lifted the fragrant, delicate figure into his arms. Hastily making his way to the bedroom, he gently set Chen Xiaohua down upon the bed, and as he beheld her snow-white form and enchanting curves radiating a devilish charm, his gaze was already consumed by heat. Seeing her shy, alluring expression ignited an urgent desire within him, compelling him to partake in the most exquisite experiences of his life. Just as he leapt forward, ready to embrace his passions, an unexpected disruption occurred. A frantic chorus of cries approached, echoing distressingly close. Suddenly, the air around the caravan was filled with heart-wrenching wails, accompanied by the ominous sound of explosions reverberating in the distance. Jiang Zheng's brow furrowed. His once fervent intentions abruptly halted, and his expression darkened. The cacophony outside was so overwhelming that even the noise within the caravan could not drown it out, greatly affecting his mood. Chapter 93. The ambush. It seemed that something significant had transpired outside. Otherwise, such heart-wrenching cacophony could not possibly echo through the air. Could it be that the group from the south of the city had launched an early attack? At this moment, Jiang Zheng was in a foul mood. With the tumult of cannon fire raging outside, how could he possibly find the inclination to engage in other matters? He hastily set down Chen Xiaohua and approached the window. A glance revealed that the once tranquil camp was now ablaze with light, throngs of people scurrying about, punctuated by the sporadic sounds of gunfire. Indeed, something had gone awry outside. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden barrage of stray bullets erupted, striking the glass of the window before Jiang Zheng, leaving behind shallow marks. The unexpected danger left him momentarily stunned, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Had it not been for the bulletproof nature of the vehicle, he might well have met his demise. Such a realization incited a surge of anger within him. Damn it, why do you have to provoke me? It should have been a matter of mutual indifference, yet fate had conspired to thrust him into confrontation, compelling him to prepare for retaliation. Jiang Zheng gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his rage igniting like a flame, his countenance darkening. Chen Xiaohua lay on the bed, momentarily dazed. Her emotions had reached a crescendo, the atmosphere charged with tension. Under the moonlight, amidst the blossoms, what should have been a time for appreciation had abruptly transformed into chaos, leaving her pouting in frustration. "Xiaohua, I must step outside for a moment. Do not worry about me. Rest well, and I shall return shortly," he said. Observing her forlorn gaze directed at him, a sense of unspoken understanding enveloped him. He did not wish for this interruption. Yet external disturbances had shattered his serene intentions. Truly a misfortune. Even if he were to force himself into intimacy, the din from outside was insurmountable, and the incessant thudding of bullets against the vehicle was unbearable. As he gently caressed her puffed-up little head, he spoke softly, laden with regret. Despite her distress, Chen Xiaohua recognized the gravity of the sudden turn of events and could only respond with a pout. Then you must kiss me, or I shan't be happy. Seeing her resemble a petulant child, Jiang Zheng could not help but smile wryly, playfully pecking her lips before relenting. Once he had soothed her, and noting that her anger had subsided, he hurriedly donned his clothes and departed, leaving behind Chen Xiaohua, still yearning for his attention, forlornly resting her head on the bed in silence. Upon entering the driver's cabin, Jiang Zheng surveyed the chaotic scene before him with a calm demeanor, analyzing the situation without panic. I leave, and immediately the people from the south strike? Zhang Chong wouldn't dare voice this, nor would he find it necessary. So, who else could it be? His brow furrowed in contemplation. Could there be a traitor among them? Within that building, there were others present, likely having sensed something amiss, which prompted them to report swiftly. The time elapsed was merely an hour. The informant's news spread with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, I had just eliminated Brother Quan, and the compression beam was still cooling. Lacking a decisive weapon to confront the enigmatic forces of Changnan, especially with two superhumans involved, I felt a twinge of apprehension. After careful consideration, I resolved either to wait until tomorrow when I could prepare for certain victory or to solidify my own strength before making a decision. In any case, I was not in a rush. Should I be unable to prevail, I could certainly escape. Worst case, I could retreat to the RV and unleash a barrage from the Gatling gun. Novice superhumans would be powerless against such ferocious onslaught. If Jiang Zheng did not don the purchased iron armor, he too would be reduced to a porcupine within moments of being sprayed with gunfire. I refrained from utilizing the RV's weaponry initially, mindful that even the Gatling gun would not guarantee the immediate demise of a superhuman. It was wiser to venture forth and gauge their strengths. After an intense battle, when both sides were exhausted, I would deploy the heavy artillery from the RV to eradicate them. By then, they would have no chance to flee. Contemplating this, a cold smile crept across my face. Whether from the RV or my own prowess, the dual cultivation and dual core strategy had proven its worth. My choice was indeed sagacious. Against an unknown adversary, I could employ this tactical approach to wear them down. Even if I could not defeat them outright, I could swiftly retreat to the RV and evade danger, ensuring my position remained unassailable. With resolve, I prepared my strategy. Glancing at the radar, it was densely populated with yellow dots. Among them, the most conspicuous were the energy signatures of superhumans, perilously close, suggesting that the Changnan faction had fully mobilized. However, I remained unperturbed, bolstered by newfound strength. I felt eager to engage, for it had been far too long since I had personally taken down an enemy. Relying solely on the compression beam for swift eliminations rendered my combat capabilities redundant. In the event of a cooling interval, I needed to possess a certain level of combat proficiency to stabilize the situation. The system had presented two options, undoubtedly considering this aspect. Observing the two blazing yellow orbs nearby, my gaze sharpened. I abruptly floored the accelerator, propelling the RV forward. Sisterling, the news is indeed true. We've been here for quite some time, and Brother Quan has yet to emerge. Your decision-making is truly sagacious, and your vision unparalleled. It appears we may seize the North District this time. Li Er, standing behind the formidable sister from Chang'an, spoke with obsequiousness, while the henchmen behind him wore broad smiles. Seizing control of such a vital resource as the granary naturally exhilarated them, for food was scarce in the North District. Without commandeering its provisions, starvation loomed. While the sentiment held merit, caution was warranted regarding the enigmatic individual piloting the RV, who indeed possessed formidable skills. Sister Ling's voice rang clear and melodious, laced with a hint of seduction. Although her features were not classically beautiful, she donned a form-fitting black leather outfit that enveloped her figure, accentuating her alluring silhouette. The tight leather ensemble rendered her physique extremely enticing, drawing the unabashed gaze of those around her. In her hand, she wielded a heavy black iron whip, effortlessly swinging it and occasionally striking the ground, producing a dull thud that sent shivers down the spines of those behind her, who dared not utter a word for fear of being inadvertently struck. Indeed, Sister Ling seemed to command respect. However, the one they spoke of dared not reveal himself easily, having just slain Brother Quan, which must have taken a toll on him. With both of us present, two endowed individuals, he would have to be exceedingly arrogant to confront us directly. Li Er analyzed the situation with utmost seriousness, harboring disdain for the driver of the RV. He was confident that, given time, he could become an even more formidable ability wielder, though his ascension had been rather swift. Before he could finish his thoughts, a tremendous noise erupted in the distance, abruptly capturing everyone's attention. Around the corner, an old, dilapidated RV suddenly appeared, roaring towards them with a thunderous sound. The blinding high beams of the vehicle were particularly harsh against the night, causing those in the vicinity of South City to shield their eyes from the piercing light. Even Sister Ling and Lier, as endowed beings, raised their hands to shield themselves, for despite their enhanced capabilities, their eyes remained their most vulnerable feature. Sister Ling's expression turned cold, while those beside her felt an eerie chill emanating from the vehicle ahead, akin to ancient ice, making them shiver uncontrollably. Lier's demeanor grew increasingly strained, his breath heavy, clearly agitated by this unforeseen spectacle. Just moments ago, he had made a bold statement in front of Sister Ling, and before he could finish, the hypothetical adversary they had been discussing now barreled towards them in the RV. How could this not incite his wrath? Get out of the way. Sister Ling's gaze sharpened as she observed the RV's relentless approach. She glanced back at the crowd behind her, offering a cautious warning. As the vehicle neared, they could discern the terrifying barricade of jagged metal teeth at its front, festooned with the putrid remains of zombies. A sight that was both nauseating and foul. The speeding RV loomed like a metal behemoth, exuding an aura of dread as it charged towards them with ferocious intent. Chapter 94. Confrontation. Despite Sister Ling's warning, the speed of the RV was simply too swift, and the gathered crowd did not disperse in time. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, the RV mercilessly carved a path of crimson through the throng. As an adept of extraordinary abilities, Sister Ling, along with Lier, effortlessly evaded the direct onslaught, swiftly retreating to the sidelines. As they hurriedly dodged the ferocious assault of the RV, Sister Ling seized the opportunity to glance back at the scene, which resembled a hellscape. What had been a cacophony of voices moments ago was now replaced by wails of anguish. The crowd lay in disarray, with severed limbs scattered across the ground and blood painting the air. The fortunate members of the South City team who had narrowly escaped the devastating impact wore expressions of dread. Before they could utter a curse, the terrifying RV swung its nose around once more, tracing an elliptical arc across the open ground, executing a graceful yet lethal maneuver, and charged forward again with ferocity. The South City gang members, who had managed to evade the vehicle, felt their pupils constrict in terror. "Stay calm. Those with guns. Draw and aim at the front of the vehicle," shouted one individual, his face a mixture of panic and remaining composure. Although the horrifying scene filled them with trepidation, their basic combat instincts kicked in. Responding to his command, those nearby trembled as they retrieved their handguns. Their expressions hardened with resolve as they aimed at the speeding RV's windshield, targeting the vulnerable areas with precision. The air erupted with a series of thunderous gunshots, sending the already panicked crowd in North City into a frenzy of screams and chaotic flight. The resounding gunfire echoed their deep-rooted anxiety, their eyes reflecting madness as they howled in desperation, convinced that the RV would surely succumb to their bullets. However, to their astonishment, the bullets struck the RV with no discernible effect. The battered aluminum skin and shattered glass were as impenetrable as iron walls, sustaining not even the slightest damage. A closer inspection revealed that not a single bullet hole remained. A collective gasp of disbelief emerged from the crowd, their faces painted with sheer terror. In an instant, the once rampant gunfire dwindled, as the bizarre scene rendered them speechless and incredulous. Nearby, Sister Ling and Lier exchanged glances, equally astonished. This was their first encounter with such an extraordinary situation. "This RV is intriguing. It seems impervious to bullets," remarked Sister Ling, her shock evident despite a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Her brow furrowed, clearly perturbed by the predicament at hand, especially since she had received intelligence regarding his execution of Brother Quan, though the specifics of that incident remained shrouded in mystery. As the enigmatic figure within the RV loomed large in her thoughts, a peculiar glint flickered in Sister Ling's captivating eyes. Meanwhile, as the crowd remained in shock, their spines tingling with fear, the RV surged forward with unrelenting speed, charging towards them once more. As the crowd regained their senses, they found themselves unable to react. The entirety of this turmoil transpired in but 2 or 3 fleeting seconds. In the next moment, the terrifying collision spikes on the front of the RV, resembling exposed, menacing fangs, mercilessly pierced through the individuals of Changnan, akin to candied hawthorns skewered on a stick. The spikes were adorned with the contorted faces of the deceased, their eyes reflecting profound terror. Such a horrifying scene left all witnesses paralyzed with fear. As the chaos unfolded, the once formidable group of elite fighters from Changnan was now scattered and decimated, their cries of despair echoing through the air as they lost all will to fight, and fled in panic. After all, how could mere mortals stand against a steel beast? A murderous monstrosity, impervious even to bullets? Seeing her subordinates suffer heavy casualties at the hands of the man in the RV, Sister Ling found herself bereft of any countermeasures and began to retreat in haste. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she seethed with indignation at such brazen audacity. You shall learn that Sister Ling of Chengnan is not so easily trifled with. With a determined resolve, she vanished from her original position, only to reappear a short distance from the RV. The sheer speed of her emergence was astonishing, prompting Jiang Zheng, who was observing from within the RV, to marvel at her swiftness. Yet, he smirked, but can you withstand my assault? With that, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, unleashing the roar of the engine as the RV surged forward with blinding speed. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Sister Ling's lips as her iron whip danced in her hands like a frenzied serpent. As the RV bore down upon her, she unleashed the whip with unrelenting force, producing a thunderous crack as it struck the glass of the vehicle's front. However, the result left her expression perplexed. Despite channeling a significant portion of her strength, the impact barely left a mark on the glass, which remained intact. With a grave countenance, Sister Ling prepared for the RV's imminent charge. Yet, faced with this pressing situation, she remained remarkably composed, evading the vehicle with the grace of a nimble cat. As she sidestepped the attack, she seized the opportunity. Her iron whip, now crackling with energy, glowed ominously in the darkened night. With a whisper, her lips parted slightly. Crimson, frenzy. The whip, now transformed into a flurry of blazing red energy, dazzled the onlookers. Thunder roared, and lightning cleaved the heavens, casting the world into a dance of light and shadow. A cacophony resounded as torrential raindrops fell from the sky, drenching the earth in a symphony of sound. From a distance, the landscape appeared shrouded in a curtain of rain, an indistinct haze giving rise to an atmosphere of boundless menace. It seems as though the heavens are watching over Sister Ling at this very moment. The ethereal crimson light, as if imbued with divine power, cascades down like a torrential rain, mercilessly lashing against the RV. This red glow emanates a destructive energy, overwhelming in its intensity. In the next moment, the surface of the RV is marked with deep crimson imprints, and even the moving vehicle is pushed back several meters, transforming what was once an indomitable fortress into a battered shell. A flicker of joy finally dances in Sister Ling's eyes. The ability she has unleashed is the very first skill she comprehended, known as Crimson Frenzy. This is an area of effect ability capable of paralyzing enemies entirely, rendering them immobile, while delivering a 30 increase in attack power to the primary target. Alas, this time, the target is merely an RV, lacking the ferocity and terror it would have inflicted upon a living being. Observing the fleeting RV, Sister Ling's beautiful eyes reveal a profound wariness. Rather than feeling elated by the damage inflicted, she is gripped by an even greater fear of the man inside the vehicle. Damn it! My formidable attack could not even destroy this RV. Could it be that the vehicle is somehow connected to his abilities? Otherwise, how could an ordinary RV possess such formidable defensive capabilities? She exerted her powers, managing only to inflict a negligible amount of damage on this enigmatic vehicle. Had it been any other car, her strike would have reduced it to mere shambles, a hive of chaos. In that moment, Sister Ling's emotions underwent a quiet transformation. A speed-type ability user, it seems I must descend and engage her in a proper contest. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng, glancing at the irate woman in the rearview mirror, allowed a hint of a mocking smile to play upon his lips. This female ability user must be Sister Ling, the leader of the Southern District. However, the damage inflicted by a novice ability user pales in comparison to that of a level 2 zombie. Jiang Zheng shook his head. He had sensed her seemingly terrifying attack during its execution and chose to withstand it, eager to ascertain the extent of her power and gain a clearer understanding. Just moments ago, a notification from the system echoed in his mind, providing him with initial insights regarding her capabilities. Damage sustained from the ability user's attack, 12 of defense. Such intensity of assault is still within Jiang Zheng's acceptable range. He recognized that her attack was a skill she had grasped, yet it yielded only this level of damage, which calmed his mind considerably. Chapter 95. Fierce Battle. Sister Ling was acutely aware of the terror embodied by the man within the RV. Following this recent trial, her confidence was unwavering, yet a flicker of fear and resentment danced in her eyes. The formidable strength displayed by this enigmatic figure left her utterly astounded. Her assaults bore no effect on the vehicle, which continued its course unscathed. An unsettling chill coursed through her as she felt the prickling of her scalp. As she hesitated, contemplating retreat, she observed the two RVs come to a halt after racing a short distance. The door to the driver's cabin swung open, And under Sister Ling's unwavering gaze, a grotesque figure clad in full armor suddenly leaped down, eliciting a gasp of shock from her. Staring at this perplexing sight, she furrowed her brow. As the armored figure approached, she discerned his form more clearly and could not suppress a hushed exclamation. What in the world is this? Has technology advanced to such heights that even Iron Man has appeared? Have I truly fallen behind before the apocalypse? Despite the tumult of thoughts erupting within her, Sister Ling's attention remained fixed on the ominous metallic creature before her. Jiang Zheng, donned in this suit of armor for the first time in battle, felt somewhat out of sorts. Although the armor was not heavy and he could bear it entirely, it still somewhat constrained his movements during combat. As he slowly approached Sister Ling, they locked eyes, and a fierce spark ignited between them, enveloping the space in an invisible, oppressive atmosphere. Sister Ling, brimming with murderous intent, glared fiercely at the iron figure standing just a short distance away, while Jiang Zheng maintained an air of calm nonchalance. Casting a glance back at the RV, he mused that the distance was adequate for a bit of sport, a chance to gauge his current capabilities. Turning his gaze toward the fierce and voluptuous Sister Ling, he smiled knowingly, casually stretching his limbs before mockingly gesturing a middle finger at her. Sister Ling felt an explosion of fury, her beautiful eyes ablaze with wrath, her blood boiling within her veins. Jiang Zheng's audacious gesture altered her resolve entirely. She was determined to bring this oblivious man to his knees, to humiliate and manipulate him, making him her obedient servant. With her almond-shaped eyes narrowed in anger, she shouted, "You dare to descend and court death? Then don't blame me." She leaped from her elevated position, tightly gripping her iron whip, rapidly closing the distance. "Very well, let me see your strength. Do not disappoint me." Jiang Zheng's lips curled into a smirk, fully aware of her indecision. His earlier provocation was a calculated psychological tactic. Given that he had distanced himself from the RV and knowing her prideful nature, if she were to fall for this ambush, it would be her own folly. Overall, it was difficult to imagine she wouldn't take the bait. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, I beheld Sister Ling charging towards me with palpable fury. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Jiang Zheng's eyes. This was fortuitous. As the thought crossed his mind, a long blade materialized in his grasp, slender and formidable, measuring over a meter in length, with nearly 30 centimeters accounted for by the hilt. The ancient, pitch-black sheath housed a handle wrapped in vivid crimson leather, exuding an enigmatic radiance beneath the shroud of night. Titanium alloy long knife energy, 500 points strength, primary weight, 10 kilograms special, hardness, will not be damaged under attacks of the same level. Description, an unremarkable yet exceptionally effective titanium alloy long knife. Impervious to damage from attacks not exceeding primary strength. This was a newly acquired weapon for Jiang Zheng. Otherwise, he would feel peculiar engaging in battle unarmed. The store's inventory had not seen much change, save for this item which had been available since the early days of the vehicle's establishment, yet it remained serviceable. Gripping the hilt tightly, Jiang Zheng felt a surge of fervor coursing through him, igniting his fighting spirit, a sensation long absent. True strength breeds a steadfast heart. This was a confidence and sensation that external weapons could not impart. With a graceful flourish of the long knife, he gazed at the approaching fiery figure of Sister Ling, letting out a cold snort before launching himself forward, his form reminiscent of a leaping leopard. Sister Ling's attention was wholly fixated on Jiang Zheng, her eyes nearly bulging in astonishment as she witnessed the bizarre sight of the long knife materializing in his hand. Her expression darkened. Despite her confusion, she managed to retain a sliver of composure, quelling her panic as her own powers surged forth. Fiery radiance enveloped her body, and the iron whip in her grasp blazed like flames, shimmering with resplendent light against the night sky. Crimson, wild dance. Crimson, encircled form. In addition to her previously utilized wild dance, she unleashed a second defensive skill she had mastered. The crimson encircled form demanded immense energy, enveloping her completely and shielding against all incoming attacks, with the energy consumption doubling over time and with the intensity of assaults received. The balance of offense and defense was a perfect embodiment of her skill, which was why she had prevailed in the conflicts between the southern and northern cities, often overshadowing the formidable Quan Gu of the north. Despite his prolonged advancement and profound internal energy, he solely possessed defensive skills and lacked offensive techniques, placing him at a disadvantage in battle against Sister Ling. Ironically, his pride in his defense crumbled under Jiang Zheng's lethal onslaught, leaving him utterly vanquished, an outcome that evoked a sense of lamentation. As the crimson iron whip danced wildly before her, it unleashed countless red energy tendrils, striking towards Jiang Zheng with an air of inexorable dread. "Should you dare to descend, do not blame me for my mercilessness. This time, you shall not return." Sister Ling scoffed inwardly, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. She had yet to encounter anyone capable of withstanding her most formidable strike, relying solely on their mortal flesh. Although Jiang Zheng donned protective armor, she remained unconvinced of his ability to endure. On the other side, Jiang Zheng gazed at the swirling crimson energy before him, his expression growing solemn. With a mere thought, his mask descended, concealing his entire face. In that moment, Jiang Zheng had truly transformed into a makeshift Iron Man. With the protective gear in place, he accelerated once more, charging towards the red light. His body moved with the grace of a serpent, navigating through the terrifying energy with remarkable agility. This seemingly impressive skill allowed him to evade each attack, with every dodge executed with precision, mere inches separating him from danger. Enveloped in his armor, he could palpably sense the searing heat and formidable power contained within the narrowly missed crimson strikes. A direct hit would surely be detrimental. As he neared the crimson matrix resembling a celestial web, a streak of blazing red light surged towards him at an astonishing speed. Although Jiang Zheng was already aware of its approach, evasion proved difficult. He chose instead to brace for impact, eager to test the defensive capabilities of his armored suit. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and in the next instant, the crimson energy struck him fiercely in the chest, abruptly halting his rapid advance. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, dust billowing around him. In that moment, the sheer terror of the energy was fully revealed. "Oh, now you see my strength, do you? How dare you underestimate me? As the leader of the Southern District, I must possess some measure of power," he mused. Ling Jie, her complexion pale, abruptly halted her swift movements. The repeated use of her whirlwind skill had rapidly drained her energy, depleting much of her anomalous power within mere minutes. Seizing a brief respite, she panted while hastily replenishing her strength and energy, making her way towards the spot where Jiang Zheng had fallen. "No one has ever been able to withstand a direct hit from my whirlwind attack. They either perish or are gravely injured. You have underestimated me too greatly. And now you shall pay the price. Your very life." Ling Jie's expression hardened, the anxiety on her brow gradually smoothing out into a confident smirk, revealing her inner resolve and defiance. Chapter 96. Desperation? Jiang Zheng slowly rose from the ground, surveying the deep pit created by the impact and examining the armor adorning his body. The chest plate, struck by a terrifying force, had caved in, emanating a pungent scent of charred material. Across the entirety of his front, the protective armor was gradually being scorched, with tiny crimson sparks dotting its surface. A casual movement revealed no significant harm. Only superficial damage remained, and the overwhelming force had been largely absorbed by the armor, leaving Jiang Zheng feeling only a minor ripple of energy. Assessing the changes to his body, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Zheng's lips. The defensive strength of this iron suit was astonishing, and he estimated that it could endure 3 to 4 similar assaults before succumbing to destruction. In the face of peers possessing similar abilities, he surmised that it would suffice. The smile on his lips grew more pronounced. The surprises this steel armor had brought him were enough to keep him elated for some time. It is crucial to note that even as a superhuman, contact with the zombie virus could lead one to become a zombie. Although Jiang Zheng had yet to witness such an occurrence, he had no doubt that a wound inflicted by the second-level zombie during their previous battle could have transformed him into an abomination, a companion to that creature. Protective gear, in this apocalyptic context, was indispensable, a realization Jiang Zheng felt deeply in the current situation. Had he not acquired this iron suit and recklessly exposed himself outside the RV, he feared the outcome would have been dire. Gazing at the dented and charred chest plate, a chill crept down his spine. It was indeed a formidable task to withstand such a terrifying blow with mere flesh. Sister Ling's strength was undeniably greater than he had anticipated, yet he believed it stopped there. With a cold smirk, Jiang Zheng leaped into the air, soaring to the ground. His cold gaze fixed upon the approaching figure amidst the swirling dust. Sister Ling looked on, her face a mask of horror, unable to comprehend the scene before her. She had not expected that her most potent attack would fail to inflict serious injury upon him. Observing his graceful leap, it was impossible to tell that he had been on the receiving end of her fierce assault, leaving her utterly astonished. As the dust settled, their silhouettes re-emerged before each other, and an unspoken tension filled the air. What manner of devil is this? Sister Ling could scarcely believe her eyes. Her concealed lethal strike had merely left a dent in the iron figure, causing superficial wear. In that instant, her inner confidence began to waver. On the other side, Jiang Zheng noticed the terror reflected in her eyes and let out a cold laugh, choosing silence. With a long knife held at his side, he leaned slightly forward, then propelled himself off the ground with a powerful thrust, causing the earth beneath him to crack. and launched into motion. Upon witnessing Jiang Zheng's sudden onslaught, completely unfazed by any semblance of injury, Sister Ling, whose heart was already crumbling, was momentarily thrown into disarray. At this moment, she was devoid of the will to continue the fight, resolutely deciding to flee in haste. Thinking of escaping? Do you believe you can? Jiang Zheng scoffed, a derisive smile curling at the corners of his lips. He could discern that she was now at the end of her strength, lacking any further capacity to combat. Her stubborn assault had been effortlessly absorbed by him without a scratch. One must ponder. Who among witnesses of such a scene would dare to persist in battle without a hidden card? Even Jiang Zheng himself, were his compressed light beams to fail, would find himself in a dire escape. His protective armor utterly negated all of Sister Ling's attacks and prowess, rendering the conflict entirely one-sided. Yet, Sister Ling found herself with no time to escape. After creating some distance, she was swiftly pursued by Jiang Zheng, whose speed had surged once more. With a long knife raised high, he struck down with ferocious force, imbued with a weighty momentum and a terrifying intent to kill, aimed at Sister Ling's head. Sensing the imminent peril at the brink of life and death, her will to survive surged to its zenith. A fierce glint flickered in her eyes as she swiftly raised her iron whip in defense, her latent powers coursing through her, causing the iron whip to emanate a scarlet glow. Crimson, encircle, bang. Yet at the moment of clashing against Jiang Zheng's long knife, two fierce gales collided. The red light intensified, sweeping across Sister Ling's face as her hair danced wildly in the tempest. With merely 30 to 40% of her strength remaining, Sister Ling fought desperately, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. How could she hope to endure a full-force strike from Jiang Zheng in his prime? The iron whip, which she had positioned defensively, shattered under the strain of their opposing powers. What? Sister Ling gasped in disbelief, astonished that her weapon could be so easily obliterated. As if it were mere tofu. Her eyes widened in horror. Despite her body retreating a few meters, Jiang Zheng pressed on relentlessly, leaving no opportunity unseized. In despair, she gazed at the glimmering blade that loomed perilously close. Fully aware of her inability to resist any longer, she hopelessly shut her eyes. Jiang Zheng's expression remained indifferent, seemingly unmoved by the unfolding scene. Indeed, the hardness of the titanium alloy blade produced by the system was not something an ordinary iron whip could easily contend with. When enhanced by the extraordinary strength of an ability user, it could slice through iron as though it were mud, making short work of such commonplace metal. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Zheng was poised to claim victory, a massive stone hurtled through the air from the side, accompanied by the resounding crack of its passage. Aimed directly at him, Jiang Zheng caught a glimpse of the figure who had launched the stone. It was Li Er, the rumored male companion and capable subordinate of Sister Ling, someone he had met once before. Li Er, panting heavily as he observed the fierce struggle not far away, found himself unable to assist due to his lack of mastered skills, left only with anxious, wide-eyed frustration. Witnessing his queen on the brink of demise, his eyes burned with urgency and fury, as if he could slay Jiang Zheng with his gaze alone. Noticing the sizable stones nearby, he summoned the last of his strength, lifting one and hurling it towards the enraged figure, before hastily following suit. A flicker of unusual emotion passed through Jiang Zheng's eyes as he reluctantly halted his strike, hurriedly bracing himself against the onslaught of a colossal boulder. The impact sent him crashing into a nearby wall, his body embedding deeply within it. With a hint of frustration, Jiang Zheng rose, brushing off the debris clinging to him, and muttered a curse before hastening towards Ling Jie. The sudden jolt had not significantly affected him. Merely a few additional dents in his armor, a far cry from the damage inflicted by Ling Jie's attacks. Yet, this minor inconvenience had cost him a prime opportunity to eliminate her, and Jiang Zheng felt a pang of resentment. There lay two extraordinary individuals, with a total of 6,000 energy points ripe for the taking, and he could not afford to waste even a moment. Moreover, their unexpected arrival had utterly derailed his plans. They had promised to launch their ambush tomorrow night. Perhaps he would have shown mercy, considering their shared heritage. But now, they had arrived prematurely, thwarting his grand designs, and all his ire and fury could only be directed at them. "Boss, are you all right?" Li Er rushed to the battlefield, quickly supporting the severely drained Ling Jie, his face etched with concern and fear. Rain soaked her clothes and hair, rendering her appearance disheveled and weary. Yet it did little to obscure her inherent allure. Ling Jie, with a pale complexion, opened her eyes to meet Li Er's gaze. This was her first encounter with such a crushing defeat, leaving her spirit in turmoil and on the brink of surrender. In this moment, however, she was grateful for his presence, someone who still cared for her. Memories flickered in her beautiful eyes, a wave of tenderness washing over her, causing them to glisten with unshed tears. "We must flee quickly. That guy will be upon us soon, and we cannot hold him off for long." All right, let us go. After steadying her crumbling emotions, Ling Jia's eyes regained their resolve. Where to? My energy points. The two supported each other, preparing to escape, when a thunderous sound erupted behind them, causing their movements to freeze in shock. Damn it, we can't escape now. What do we do? Though they did not comprehend the full gravity of Jiang Zheng's words, they could not afford to be distracted in this critical moment. Li Er glanced back at the menacing figure of Jiang Zheng, now alarmingly close, and his breath caught in his throat, his pupils constricting in fear. Let us fight him. They shouted in unison, exchanging determined glances, each recognizing the unwavering resolve in the other's eyes. Chapter 97. The blade strike. Sister Ling cast aside the severed iron chain she held, tossing it to Li Er. Subsequently, the two exchanged a resolute glance, their spirits aflame with battle as they faced the advancing Jiang Zheng. No retreat. Perfect. This gives you both a chance to hone your skills. As Jiang Zheng beheld the two standing before him, he did not see mere mortals but rather colossal lottery winnings, glistening silver, energy points to augment his strength. On this dark, stormy night, the torrential rain fell relentlessly, casting a chill over the summer evening. With a single hand, Jiang Zheng wielded his long blade, which suddenly radiated a brilliant white light. The tip of the sword grazed the ground, leaving a long, delicate fissure as he rushed forward, his body seemingly merging with the blade, exuding a fierce white luminescence. From below the starry night, he appeared as a dazzling star, fleeting yet magnificent. The figure surged forward, slicing through the air with a force that repelled even the rain, as if a sharp sword had cleaved the curtain of water. Approaching the two, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Zheng's eyes. His veins bulged ominously, and a cold light flickered within him as he bellowed, "Blade strike." Launching himself into the air, the tip of his long knife gathered an intensely radiant white glow, akin to sunlight yet infused with a chilling brilliance. As he pivoted mid-air, his blade traced a graceful, icy arc, descending like a ferocious tiger, embodying the roar of the beast as it descended upon the pair. This fierce strike, propelled by an inexorable killing intent, evoked awe with its overwhelming momentum. Sister Ling and Li Er exchanged a glance, their eyes betraying profound fear and shock. Yet the urgency of their situation compelled them to unleash their full prowess, their energies flaring to their zenith. A wild gleam flickered in Sister Ling's eyes, a fierce expression gracing her features as she brandished her iron whip, now ablaze with crimson light. Her form surged, and she muttered, "Crimson, wild dance." In the next moment, the iron whip in her hand unleashed a torrent of crimson chains, a tempest of red light that surged toward Jiang Zheng like a net of iron. Meanwhile, the descending Jiang Zheng emanated an intense white radiance. As his blade met the crimson light, it ruthlessly cleaved through. The sky filled with red seemed illusory, while the white brilliance surged forth unimpeded. After executing her wild dance, Sister Ling's face turned pale, her eyes reflecting despair. This final struggle represented the entirety of her strength. Yet against the current Jiang Zheng, it felt like a futile endeavor, devoid of any means to resist. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Zheng unleashed his unstoppable blade intent, striking down with ferocity. "Come help." In this dire moment, Sister Ling cried out urgently to her side, her iron whip and protective crimson light surging. Li Er's expression darkened, his eyes filled with rage as he gritted his teeth, raising the iron whip alongside Sister Ling to block the impending strike. The clash of the white blade and the crimson whip resonated with immense power, sending ripples through the air. White and red intertwined in a dazzling display, a spectacle so glaring against the night that it seemed to contend for supremacy. Yet this dazzling brilliance exists only for a fleeting moment. In an instant, the crimson hue abruptly shatters into fragments, dissipating into the ether, while the blinding white radiance, imbued with boundless malice, descends like a thunderclap, crashing down with tremendous force. Sister Ling's body, barely able to withstand the onslaught, trembles violently, and she lets out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. Her complexion pales to that of parchment, her eyes glisten with sorrow, and she teeters on the brink of collapse. Beside her, Li Er catches sight of this scene, his heart nearly bursting with anguish, as if his very breath has been snatched away. A profound pain twists within him, akin to a knife cutting through flesh. He roars in fury, his neck veins bulging, eyes blazing with wrathful crimson. It seems that Sister Ling's dire injury fuels his resolve, and in a moment of determination, a radiant golden light bursts forth from him. In this critical juncture, Li Er unexpectedly comprehends a latent skill. Jiang Zheng, witnessing this, is taken aback. Is this truly possible? He was aware that Li Er had not previously grasped any skills, and yet here he is, experiencing a sudden epiphany. However, the question lingers, can he withstand this? A glimmer of brilliance ignites in Jiang Zheng's eyes. The white light, far from diminishing, intensifies, clashing once more with the golden glow, yet it proves difficult to penetrate. This golden light is remarkably resilient, intertwining with the white radiance in the air, creating a stalemate of brilliance. Gradually, the glow becomes exceedingly fierce. Li, wielding the iron whip imbued with golden light, finds it increasingly challenging to resist the overwhelming force. Overwhelmed by the oppressive pressure of the radiance, Li's face contorts in distress, and he suddenly drops to one knee. A resounding crash echoes as he channels what little strength remains into the ground. Barely managing to hold his ground, the impact of his knee against the earth causes it to crack, the shattered ground resembling a tumultuous sea, energy radiating outward. This cannot continue. If it does, we shall perish. Under the relentless pressure, the veins on Li's neck bulge grotesquely, his expression twisted in agony. You must escape. Sister Ling, standing behind him, manages a faint smile, devoid of vitality. What are you saying? If we are to die, let us die together. In the face of crisis, Li finds a sudden calm. His gaze drifts to the smiling woman, stirring his spirit. The white radiance above him intensifies, and Li's complexion flushes. Yet his body suddenly erupts with tiny wounds, blood seeping forth. However, under the tyrannical weight of this white energy, the force courses violently through his internal organs, causing his vital energy to rebel. He suffers grievously from internal injuries. Realizing he cannot endure any longer, Li's eyes blaze with fierce determination. He swiftly extends a hand, channeling his remaining strength, forcefully pushing Sister Ling aside as she resolutely closes her eyes. Upon executing this act, the golden light surrounding him dissipates. He is at his limit. Gazing upon Sister Ling, who is propelled backward, a faint smile graces Li's lips. Sister Ling, abruptly cast aside, stares vacantly, disbelief etched upon her features as she witnesses Li being engulfed by the radiant white light. Tears cascade down her cheeks, her eyes filled with sorrow. That night, a blinding white light flashes and vanishes, leaving a crater, as if struck by a missile, with Jiang Zheng at its epicenter, a deep pit extending 10 meters in radius. In an instant, dust danced in the rain, as droplets cascaded down the pristine blade, yet not a single trace of blood marred its surface. Li, overwhelmed by the formidable intent of the blade and the overwhelming energy of purity, was mercilessly obliterated, leaving not even a fragment of his remains. The technique just employed was a personal skill previously acquired by Jiang Zheng. Drag knife slash. 100 energy, level, beginner, drawback, requires a blade, special, limited area of effect. Inflicts 50 additional damage on primary targets. Description: raise the long knife and sweep it across the ground, channeling force through the blade's tip, concealed beneath the surface. Waiting to spring forth before the enemy, leaping high for a devastating downward strike. At first glance, the skill panel offered little indication of the formidable power contained within this technique, yet it had brought Jiang Zheng an unexpected surprise. After executing this strike, Jiang Zheng's complexion paled slightly. The use of the drag knife slash had drained 60% of his supernatural energy, and given his current strength, he could wield it but once. When unleashed, its might was indeed cataclysmic, instilling dread in the hearts of many. Upon vanquishing a novice supernatural human, a prompt echoed in his mind, proclaiming a doubled reward, 3,000 energy points. Jiang Zheng's expression remained composed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. These energy points had arrived remarkably swiftly. However, the notion of slaying a supernatural human felt somewhat heartless in the apocalyptic landscape. Those who transformed into supernatural beings were, after all, the sole hope for guiding ordinary humans towards survival. In the future, conventional firearms might gradually lose their efficacy as zombies evolved, possibly becoming entirely obsolete. Particularly against the apex forces of these undead, it seemed that only nuclear weapons could stand a chance of resistance. Jiang Zheng was acutely aware of the current and impending circumstances, yet what did it truly matter to him? His sole desire was to lead a stable existence. The fates of others, the survival of humanity, bore no relevance to Jiang Zheng. Regaining his composure, he shifted his gaze towards Ling Jie, not bothering to conceal the avarice in his naked eyes. After all, another strike against her would yield another 3,000 energy points, a simple and delightful prospect. What he craved were those energy points. Observing Ling Jie's vacant stare, a smirk crept across Jiang Zheng's lips. Slaying her would nearly resolve the matters at hand. This battle was a resounding triumph, replete with rewards, allowing him to indulge in further exquisite endeavors upon his return. What could be more gratifying? Chapter 98. Promoted? Sister Ling's figure swayed slightly, the crimson blood at the corner of her mouth evoking sympathy. She wiped away the blood with a trembling hand, gasping softly as she attempted to steady her dismal condition. A chilling glint flickered in her eyes. We bear no enmity, So why must you confront me so fiercely? And to slay my capable subordinate? What is your intention? I have no grand designs. I simply wish to kill you both or be killed by you. It's as straightforward as that. Jiang Zheng replied, shrugging his shoulders, unconsciously voicing his candid thoughts. His words were unvarnished, devoid of any condescension. You deserve to die? Her chest heaved with indignation at his humiliating words, and Sister Ling's gaze was icy as she fixed her eyes on Jiang Zheng. Her voice was hoarse and grating, filled with a despair that chilled the soul. Jiang Zheng chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he brandished his long knife and advanced slowly. Enough with the talk. Today, your demise is inevitable. Who deserves death? The woman before him was the true embodiment of malice, causing him to squander a prime opportunity and disrupt his plans. The joy of a wedding night had been shattered. It was akin to a foul stain upon his head, rendering him a fool amidst her chaotic revelry, and naturally, he was consumed with rage. Yet, the root of it all lay in her arrogance. She sought to ensnare him like a mantis stalking its prey, oblivious to the fact that he was the lurking sparrow. Had the news of his slaying of Quan not leaked, she would not have dared to launch such a surprise attack upon him, unwittingly offering him energy points. In a sense, he ought to be grateful for this revelation. Jiang Zheng found himself bemused at the irony of being the unwitting catalyst for the night's events. Sister Ling steadied her trembling body, realizing escape was futile. A sense of desolation and solitude rapidly engulfed her. Even Jiang Zheng, who was approaching from a distance, could keenly sense this overwhelming negativity. A flicker of unease crossing his gaze. Such an emotional resonance felt distinctly out of place. The ability to project one's emotions so profoundly that they influence those around them was no trivial skill. As an ability user himself, Jiang Zheng knew he could not achieve such a resonance. He had only experienced it once before in an encounter with a zombie, specifically, a second-tier zombie. The sensation during their first meeting in Shaoshi Town was one he could never forget. Gazing into its eyes had led him into a harrowing mental torment. Now, he sensed that same aura once more, prompting him to halt in his tracks, his gaze fixed intently upon her, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Could it be? Just as Jiang Zheng murmured to himself, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted before him, a crimson wave piercing the heavens, unleashing a tremendous pressure that bore down upon him. He froze momentarily, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he pondered something extraordinary, and exclaimed, "Promoted?" At this moment, Jiang Zheng's countenance finally reflected a grave seriousness, and the profound trepidation in his eyes was unmistakable. Having recently endured the terror of a level 2 zombie, he was acutely aware of the formidable prowess that a level 2 ability user possessed. In an instant, his resolve wavered. Although the severely injured woman before him posed no immediate threat to his life, the unpredictable nature of the situation left him hesitant to gamble any further. The transformation accompanying her ascension to a level 2 ability user did not manifest in any spectacular display. The overwhelming aura was fleeting. In the next moment, standing before Jiang Zheng was a woman radiating a fierce crimson glow, her demeanor chillingly formidable. The sensation of facing her was strikingly different from before. Just a heartbeat ago, she had been weak and barely clinging to life, yet now she exuded an oppressive pressure that made Jiang Zheng acutely aware of the peril that enveloped him. Clutching his long knife tightly, his eyes narrowed, and his feet shifted slightly on the ground as his muscles tensed, preparing for the impending confrontation. Sister Ling, momentarily bewildered by the newfound power coursing through her, understood that while the anomalous energy could not magically heal her injuries, the drastic enhancement in her fundamental abilities and physical condition ignited a flicker of light in her dimmed gaze. Despite her surprise at her body's transformation, her keen intellect quickly grasped the significance of her current state. She had advanced, stepping into an entirely new realm, becoming a level 2 human ability user. The arduous pursuit of this level, achieved under such extraordinary circumstances, evoked a bittersweet feeling within her. A wry smile graced her lips, not born of joy from her newfound strength, but rather a lingering sorrow that filled her heart. Gazing at the warily poised Jiang Zheng, her expression darkened, and a surge of murderous intent coursed through her. Despite her physical ailments, she felt capable of contending with this novice ability user. "Little Li, sister is here to avenge you," she thought, and with that, the lethal glint in her beautiful eyes was projected onto Jiang Zheng. In the next heartbeat, she moved. Where had she vanished to? Jiang Zheng, who had been intently watching her, was struck with fear as he beheld the empty space where she had stood, his expression one of utter disbelief. In that stunned moment, he heard a rush of air slicing through the silence before him. Her speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning, arriving in an instant. Realizing the danger too late, he could only brace himself for the impact. Bang! Jiang Zheng was struck head-on, sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground several meters away with a resounding thud. Clambering to his feet in a state of disarray, he was astounded by the force of the blow, which rivaled her previous frenzied assault. His steel armor had been deeply dented, leaving a gaping hole, and he felt the shock reverberate through his very body. No longer could he underestimate her transformation, his cold gaze fixated on the woman, now a level 2 ability user, who regarded him with a piercing intensity. Indeed, the terror she embodied was palpable. At that moment of astonishment, she moved again. Whoosh! The sound of something piercing the air surged forth, transforming into a supple yet fierce crimson beam, striking towards him like a venomous serpent. Initially, that crimson light appeared as a singular entity, but it rapidly multiplied into myriad strands, omnipresent and sealing off Jiang Zheng's escape route. Jiang Zheng was taken aback, swiftly fleeing in desperation. The frenzied dance that Ling Jie unleashed was far beyond the power of a novice ability user. Merely witnessing the eerie and terrifying crimson radiance sent chills down his spine. Yet, despite his swift reaction, he found himself too late. The bizarre crimson glow descended upon him like a torrential storm. Every hair on Jiang Zheng's body stood on end, goosebumps erupted across his skin, and beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. The overwhelming sense of dread and the killing intent emanating from the red light made his body tremble uncontrollably. A persistent thought echoed in his mind, urging him to flee. In his shock, Jiang Zheng did not forget his fundamental intention. If one could not fight, one must run. The crimson light loomed perilously close, its terrifying aura pressing down upon him, and he could feel the suffocating heat subtly searing his body, evaporating the moisture within, causing his skin to begin shedding. Behind this crimson light, an expanse of scarlet surged forth, its density and breadth far surpassing the scale previously exhibited by at least 3 or 4 times. At this moment, he found himself with no path of retreat. The red glow was less than a centimeter from Jiang Zheng, and in that instant, time seemed to stretch, as if he were suspended in another world. He felt his heartbeat cease, all his senses fading away. The surrounding environment and the relentless downpour were beyond his perception. Time slowed to an agonizing crawl, as if that moment could last forever. In the next instant, the crimson light descended like a torrential downpour. The vast open space before him erupted into chaos, the horrifying sound of explosions ringing in his ears. Shockwaves crashing against nearby trees, severing them in half, and the piercing shrieks assaulted his eardrums, while dust flew and smoke swirled. Ling Jie, with great difficulty, executed this frenzied dance after her ascension to a second-tier ability user. Both the power and range of her skill were magnitudes greater than what she had previously demonstrated. With such terrifying might, she was confident that Jiang Zheng, with his current novice abilities, could not possibly survive this onslaught. This confidence stemmed from being a second-tier ability user. Chapter 99. Embracing Sister in Death. The relentless and frigid rain continued to pour, its intensity seemingly increasing, creating a sense of chaotic anxiety. Sister Ling's complexion turned ashen, her eyes reflecting a chilling resentment, and a faint curve formed at the corner of her lips. As the smoke dissipated, the scene before her left her in a daze. She gazed, somewhat incredulously, at the desolate expanse that had been ravaged by destruction, her blood-red lips murmuring, "Is he dead?" With disbelief, she leaped into the gaping pit, created by a terrifying explosion with a radius of several meters. At its core, not a single remnant remained. It was inconceivable that he could have escaped. He should have been obliterated into nothingness. Sister Ling's expression grew grave, despite the cataclysmic force of her previous strike. She could not bring herself to believe that the enigmatic man could be reduced to mere dust. His mystery and terror had long been indelibly imprinted in her mind. After a prolonged search, she found nothing, and only then did she release her anxiety and tension, her brows unfurling as she exhaled deeply. Perhaps I have been overly concerned. A second-tier ability user is certainly not to be compared with a mere novice. A hint of sardonic amusement graced her features, having been dominated and ruthlessly tormented by him. Her pent-up anger and hatred had accumulated for far too long. Now, at last, she had avenged herself and her loyal subordinates, a true turn of fate. Just as her smile blossomed, her extraordinary ears detected an unusual sound. What was that noise? Instantly, her beaming countenance morphed into one of horror as she fixed her gaze on the source of the disturbance. What she beheld filled her with dread. Not far away, the door of a caravan slowly creaked open, and from within emerged a figure clad in heavy black armor. What was happening? He was alive? Impossible. Sister Ling gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. How could this be? Was it instantaneous movement? Or, she pondered, her mind racing with questions that left her utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng emerged from the caravan, having narrowly escaped death, and turned to face the astonished Sister Ling. Their eyes met across the distance, and a faintly enigmatic smile graced his lips. Instantaneous movement, indeed a divine skill, Jiang Zheng reflected, recalling how he had once regarded this ability as worthless. Yet, possessing it had allowed him to narrowly escape death on 2 perilous occasions, granting him a second chance at life. The life-saving potential of this skill, coupled with the high defensive capabilities of the caravan, formed an impeccable partnership, filling Jiang Zheng with immense satisfaction. At last, his contingency plan had proven its worth. His caution during the few hours spent in this treacherous region had already saved his life twice. Survival until the end is the true victory, Jiang Zheng mused, his gaze lingering on Sister Ling, whose form seemed unsteady, her complexion unnaturally pale, as he chuckled coldly. Her physical condition had long since ceased to be optimistic. Now, with the unleashing of her latent potential, she forcibly employed her ultimate skill, exacerbating the residual energy reserves and internal injuries within her body. At this moment, she teetered on the edge of collapse, merely holding on by a thread. Although Jiang Zheng's level had fallen below hers, he still possessed the necessary judgment. It was evident to any discerning observer that the two were in vastly different states. One remained vigorous and lively, while the other exhibited a waxen pallor, gasping for breath, her body trembling incessantly, resembling a figure on the verge of toppling over. Jiang Zheng gripped his long knife tightly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes, and with a fierce shout, he surged forward. Sister Ling looked on in horror as Jiang Zheng closed in on her with alarming speed, the shock in her eyes unmistakable. She still struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, and Jiang Zheng's swift approach left her unusually unresponsive. After all, Jiang Zheng's astonishing maneuver was akin to a divine apparition, shattering her conventional understanding and the confidence she had gained from her elevated status. The psychological blow left her ensnared in the chaos of the recent upheaval, unable to extricate herself. A gust of wind sliced through the air, and Sister Ling sensed a threatening aura, prompting her to snap back to reality and hurriedly brace herself. Jiang Zheng leaped, drawing his knife in a diagonal slash. With a quick sidestep, she narrowly evaded the strike. Her reflexes as a level 2 ability user were indeed remarkably sharp. A chill descended upon her countenance as she seized the opportunity during Jiang Zheng's momentary withdrawal, launching a palm strike toward his side. Although Jiang Zheng was on guard, as a high-level ability user, she could not fully evade the attack. The blow landed on her heavy armor with a resounding thud. In that instant of collision, a fierce gust erupted, and Jiang Zheng was sent flying back several meters, shaken by the residual force. Stealing a glance at the impacted area, he sighed in relief. It had only slightly caved in, indicating that her strength had significantly diminished. Her stamina and abilities nearly depleted. Though he could not withstand her direct assault, could she withstand his guerrilla tactics? With a clearer understanding of her situation, Jiang Zheng devised a further tactical approach, remaining utterly composed as he continued his assault. As Jiang Zheng charged at her with fierce intent once more, Sister Ling felt her legs begin to falter. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself to eliminate this mysteriously terrifying opponent in a short time. Yet Jiang Zheng, utilizing the advantage of his long knife, sought only to find openings for strikes rather than engage in close combat. Sister Ling, left with no choice, dodged blow after blow. Jiang Zheng's swordplay, while not intricately refined, was fueled by abundant stamina, and his physical condition remained formidable. He unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes upon Sister Ling, each blow lacking in finesse, yet strikingly fierce. The two figures engaged in a lopsided chase. Sister Ling's complexion grew increasingly pale. The rain drenched her hair, blurring her vision. Yet she was compelled to summon every ounce of focus, refusing to let her guard down. She had contemplated escape, yet Jiang Zheng pursued her with relentless ferocity. Despite her fury driving her to confront him, he seemed to foresee her every move, narrowly evading her attempts. This cunning fellow was truly devious. If she did not devise a plan soon, he would surely drag her to her demise. A glimmer of despair flickered in Ling Jia's eyes as cold sweat mingled with the merciless rain, tracing down her face. Jiang Zheng's relentless knife techniques flowed like the torrential downpour that showed no signs of abating, overwhelming Ling Jia's spirit and leaving her in a state of disarray. Her body bore an increasing number of wounds, crimson blood oozing from the neat, white gashes, a sight that was nothing short of harrowing. The two figures intertwined in a ceaseless chase, engaging in another round of grappling. Jiang Zheng observed Ling Jia, breathless and pale as wax, her body marred by countless cuts. She was at her wit's end, barely clinging to life. A slight curve formed at the corner of Jiang Zheng's mouth, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He forcefully stomped the ground, his figure darting once more before Ling Jia. He feigned an attack, yet to his astonishment, the seemingly feeble Ling Jia still managed to evade him. Seeing Jiang Zheng expose a significant opening, A flicker of hope danced across Ling Jie's face as she struck his chest with a punch. This vulnerable spot had endured far too much punishment. His black armor shattered under her assault, allowing her strike to penetrate and impact his chest. However, Ling Jie had long since depleted her strength, and the force of her blow was mitigated by layers of protection. Jiang Zheng merely let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips, indicating that he had sustained considerable internal injury. A fierce glimmer ignited in Jiang Zheng's eyes, and an eerie smile curled upon his lips. Like a nimble wildcat, he seized the opportunity while Ling Jie was slow to react, swiftly positioning himself behind her. His powerful arms encircled her neck, and a faint white light flickered along his arms before he tightened his grip, executing a brutal chokehold while murmuring incantations, as if summoning a sisterly embrace to kill. Though the name bore a touch of absurdity, the effect was explosively immediate. Ling Jie found her throat ensnared by overwhelming force. She attempted to struggle, yet a weak white glow enveloped her, binding her body in place, rendering her immobile and cutting off her oxygen supply. She felt the suffocation intensify, her consciousness blurring as she wrestled against Jiang Zheng's robust arms, her legs thrashing in vain. Gradually, her limbs ceased their struggle, her body fell still. A peculiar flush crept across her face, the delicate skin of her neck betraying the strain of bulging veins, her eyes threatening to bulge from their sockets. In the span of mere seconds, Ling Jie, a level 2 esper, faced a tragic end at the hands of this nameless level 1 esper, succumbing to the brutal chokehold that extinguished her life. Chapter 100. Wealth reclaimed. Jiang Zheng observed as Ling Jie's body lay still, the haunting voice of the system echoing in his mind, prompting him to release her lifeless form and collapse onto the ground. The constraints of one's realm proved to be an insurmountable barrier. He gazed silently at Ling Jie's corpse, now battered by the relentless rain. Even in death, he could still perceive the overwhelming pressure and faint aura of dread emanating from the body of this high-tier ability user. Despite her energy being utterly depleted and her body gravely injured, the residual potency within her could still inflict harm with the slightest movement. The pain from the blow she had dealt him lingered, a reminder of the encounter. Jiang Zheng looked down at his punctured steel battlesuit, a wry smile escaping his lips. Fortunately, his protective gear had absorbed much of the onslaught, yet he had not anticipated that his first engagement would result in such damage. A dark bruise blossomed on his chest, a testament to the internal injuries he sustained from her fierce attack. Wiping the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, he regarded Ling Jie with a complex expression. It was a pity, had their paths not crossed, she might have forged a remarkable future, uniting this land and guiding countless survivors toward a better existence. The terror of a second-tier ability user was something he understood all too well. He had faced such formidable foes twice in this realm. The first encounter, he had cunningly vanquished a second-tier zombie, and this time, he had perilously approached her weakened state, executing his deadly embrace technique to seal her fate. Embrace technique energy cost, 100 flaw, ineffective against males. Special, a close-quarters combat skill with a guaranteed lethal effect on female opponents in a severely injured state, 30. Description. Though merely a rudimentary skill with stringent conditions, its cost-effectiveness is undeniable, proving to be an exceedingly formidable technique in critical moments. The most terrifying aspect lies in its lethal guarantee, devoid of any level restrictions, and it merely requires 100 energy. However, deploying this skill against a high-tier ability user is no simple feat, even in their dying moments. They could easily retaliate and inflict harm. Jiang Zheng had already grasped this truth when confronting Ling Jie. The chasm between realms indeed presents a daunting challenge. He shook his head in contemplation. The ability to slay a second-tier ability user like Ling Jie was contingent upon numerous factors, making it difficult to replicate in the future. His success hinged on her grievously injured state and his swift maneuvering to evade her ferocious assault. Without these critical elements, the outcome could have been dire. Of course, all of this would be reconsidered with the advent of the compressed light beam. In summary, this victory over a second-tier ability user marked a significant breakthrough in his personal combat prowess. Regardless of the adjustments made to one's mindset, the strategies employed in battle, or the perception of imminent danger, the adept utilization of one's motorhome skills constituted a remarkable comprehensive training session. It has bestowed upon him a renewed understanding and awareness of all that the system has to offer. However, the training target was somewhat intimidating. Jiang Zheng exhibited a somewhat helpless smile. Should another opportunity arise, he estimated he would be less inclined to take such risks. Confronting advanced ability users necessitates thorough preparation. This experience illuminated the significant chasm between realms, prompting him to exercise greater caution and restraint in the future. for it is wise to preserve one's strength for future endeavors. With a heart full of reflection, he collected his thoughts and gazed upon Sister Ling's lifeless body. The long blade in his hand glided across her once beautiful visage, its sharp edge effortlessly slicing through to reveal the crimson and white matter within her brain. At the center of his mind's eye, Jiang Zheng beheld the second-level energy crystal nucleus, pulsating with formidable energy waves. Upon witnessing such an object, a faint smile graced his lips. After enduring a prolonged struggle, he finally reaped the rewards of his labor. Confronted with the second-level crystal nucleus, shimmering with shifting light in his grasp, any remnants of fatigue were swept away, replaced by an overwhelming joy. If Sister Ling were aware that her corpse had been cleaved by her nemesis, she might very well have succumbed to a fit of rage from beyond the grave. When he dispatched Li Er, his form dissipated, automatically releasing a primary crystal nucleus, which the system promptly collected. Upon arriving in Chao County, Jiang Zheng had acquired 2 primary ability crystal nuclei from Qian Gu and Li Er, as well as the second-level nucleus from Sister Ling coupled with the primary nucleus obtained from Nan Gu in Little Stone Town and the second-level nucleus from the advanced zombie. The conditions for upgrading the motorhome's nucleus had been fulfilled. All that remained was to gather energy points to facilitate the upgrade. Jiang Zheng's countenance brightened. The prospect of upgrading the motorhome was finally within reach. Of course, he was acutely aware that future upgrades would become increasingly challenging. However, given the current circumstances, the advancements conferred by his motorhome's level appeared to place him at a favorable advantage in this phase of the broader environment. Thus far, he had yet to encounter any beings exceeding level 3 in ability. In summary, his journey had commenced under arduous conditions, yet the rewards reaped were equally substantial. This was evident in the energy points he had amassed. Indeed, having wealth is advantageous. He resolved to gather more energy points. Jiang Zheng understood that the core elements of his existence, his motorhome and everything associated with it, were propelled by energy points. Having slain 3 human ability users, his energy points remarkably surged to over 31,000. Jiang Zheng cast a glance at his system panel, exclaiming in astonishment, his face alight with joy. The defeat of a second-level human ability user yielded 24,000 energy points, while the 2 primary ability users collectively contributed 6,000 energy points. Among the rewards for eliminating fellow beings, the bounty for slaying zombies and other races is thrice that of killing one's own kind, with a base of 8,000. As Jiang Zheng contemplated this in his mind, he quickly grasped how such a prodigious amount of energy points could be amassed. It is indeed far more lucrative than vanquishing tens of thousands of zombies. It seems that he might become the harbinger of demise for humanity's advanced combatants. Such a reward is simply irresistible. Calculating the return on investment, targeting human superhumans appears to be an exorbitant profit. When he detonated the gas station in Little Stone Town, vanquishing over 10,000 zombies, he was left in awe of his own prowess. Even now, the number of zombies he has personally dispatched does not even reach 10,000. Cobbled together, it amounts to barely 20,000. Yet, the elimination of a single human superhuman grants him a staggering 24,000 energy points. Such swift and bountiful returns are undeniably tempting to Jiang Zheng. It seems he must set a new objective, the eradication plan for human superhumans. He struggled to suppress the small demon within, jesting in his heart. Of course, he understood that such actions would invariably engender dire repercussions, potentially leading to ostracization by his peers later on. Hence, it remained merely a fleeting thought. He was not foolish enough to act without necessity. With 10,000 for a flamethrower, another 10,000 for a level 2 body enhancement potion, and 20,000 for an RV upgrade energy, Jiang Zheng stood amidst the rain-soaked night, contemplating the direction of his energy expenditure. He weighed whether to upgrade the RV first or to enhance his own capabilities at this stage. After considerable deliberation and hesitation, he ultimately resolved his next step towards enhancement. For the time being, his primary focus would be on personal advancement, whether in terms of his own strength or the large-scale weaponry of the RV, both of which remain somewhat inadequate. The RV upgrade is merely a matter of time. Consolidating strength is the true path. With his intentions firmly established, Jiang Zheng willed the system interface to appear, navigating to the product categories to seek out the 2 items he desired, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Would you like to purchase the vehicle-mounted flamethrower for 10,000 energy points? Would you like to purchase the level 2 body enhancement potion for 10,000 energy points? The system's cold, unfeeling voice resonated in Jiang Zheng's ears like heavenly music, intoxicating him further, especially given his fervent desire for rapid strength enhancement. Yes, Jiang Zheng confirmed without hesitation. Chapter 101. Out of control in an instant, a significant portion of the energy point vanished, and a dazzling white radiance erupted from Jiang Zheng's hands, only to dissipate as swiftly as it had appeared. As the light faded, Jiang Zheng beheld the object in his grasp, his breath quickening, his gaze fixed intently upon the delicate blue vial, exuding a fragrant aroma. The shape of this vial bore no distinction from the enhancement elixirs he had procured in the past, an elegantly crafted glass container through which the gently flowing azure liquid was distinctly visible. Merely gazing at the mesmerizing luminescence was sufficient to discern the immense energy contained within. Driven by an insatiable yearning for power, Jiang Zheng, upon acquiring the enhancement potion, acted without hesitation. A thought crossed his mind, and his body vanished into thin air. The scene before him transformed, the cold, dark, rainy night replaced by a warm living room illuminated by soft, inviting lights. He found himself in the lounge of his RV, feeling a sense of unease about consuming the evolution potion outdoors. Any interruption could render his efforts futile. Thus, he opted for an immediate teleportation to the sanctuary of his vehicle, where he could ascend in tranquility. There was no time to linger on the recently acquired flamethrower. The desire to augment his own prowess overshadowed any material concerns. Every man harbors the aspiration to be an invincible superhero, to become a formidable master of unparalleled strength and depth. Jiang Zheng was no exception. Had he not been sufficiently provoked by the second-tier zombie and sisterling? Now, his only desire was to swiftly consume the enhancement potion, casting aside thoughts of his intertwining fate with Qin Shaohua. With a heart full of anticipation, he extended his trembling hands to uncork the vial, whereupon an alluring fragrance wafted into his nostrils. How delightful! Jiang Zheng inhaled the captivating aroma emanating from the azure liquid, involuntarily closing his eyes to savor the enchanting scent. This fragrance was not solely derived from spiritual elevation. It also bore the essence of wealth and simplicity. In silent admiration, Jiang Zheng, with exhilaration coursing through him, swallowed the azure liquid with the fervor of a starving tiger. Upon finishing the potion, he felt a peculiar blue energy surge within him, the viscous azure substance he had just ingested flowing rapidly. This concentrated blue light coalesced into a sphere, and after a time, it burst forth, transforming into countless scintillating fragments that coursed through his veins like a rushing river. To his astonishment, his body erupted with crackling sounds reminiscent of popping beans, the thunderous noise resonating painfully in his ears. Suddenly, his limbs began to tremble uncontrollably, muscles contracting violently, and veins bulging prominently. Jiang Zheng's breath quickened, his complexion flushed, veins in his neck protruding, and his eyes ignited with an inner flame. The blood within him boiled uncontrollably, his torso ablaze with heat, and his skin subtly glowing with a reddish hue. The energy of the potion relentlessly surged through Jiang Zheng's meridians, expanding the once narrow channels as the turbulent crimson river coursed through him, increasing the capacity of his veins. Gradually, dark impurities began to emerge on Jiang Zheng's skin, exuding a foul stench that instilled dread and nausea. In this moment, his mind was solely focused on resisting the potent effects of the medicine coursing through him, leaving no time for contemplation or sensation. This was merely the beginning. The intensity of the drug's potency caused Jiang Zheng to involuntarily emit muffled groans. Initially, it was merely a prickling sensation, but soon it escalated into excruciating pain akin to plummeting from a cliff, shattering his very being. A profuse sweat broke out on his forehead, only to be swiftly evaporated by the searing heat of his skin, leaving behind faint traces. The agonizing energy circulated through his body, returning to the dantian in his abdomen, before launching a relentless assault on various parts of him. This cycle repeated endlessly. Time became an indistinct blur, and Jiang Zheng felt as if each second stretched interminably, with both physical and mental anguish never relenting for a moment. His complexion grew alarmingly haggard, his lips pale. Any onlooker would undoubtedly be struck with horror and sympathy at his plight. Damn it, how much longer must this endure? Jiang Zheng endured this inhumane torment, struggling in agony, bewildered by the drastic changes accompanying this attempt to elevate his realm through the potion. The pain he felt now was infinitely greater than his first experience with that shattered medicine. His muscles began to involuntarily convulse, and the bulging veins throbbed with fervor, as if a cataclysmic energy surged within him, threatening to explode from his body. Jiang Zheng fought to maintain control over his unbearably distressed body. Yet his heart began to pound violently, akin to palpitations, resonating like thunder, a sensation akin to teetering on the brink of death, inducing immense suffering. He endured the excruciating pain, emitting muffled groans, hoping to alleviate the overwhelming agony. Time passed unmeasured, and gradually, this overwhelming energy began to dissipate. Yet his body felt increasingly feverish. Jiang Zheng sensed himself becoming akin to a miniature sun, incessantly scorching his internal organs. Steam rising from his head as if he were a boiling kettle. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his heart. A wave of suffocating pressure surged through his mind, and the blood coursing through his veins seemed to freeze. In that instant, terrifying and grotesque images flooded his consciousness, relentlessly stimulating his fragile nerves. Already weakened by the enduring pain, time appeared to come to a standstill. Memories from the past surged forth. He recalled the anguish and resentment he felt when falsely accused of cheating by a teacher in his youth, the beatings from his parents. He remembered the solitary struggle of his life in the bustling city, the reprimands from his superiors, the oppression from his colleagues. He witnessed the ugly faces of relatives after his parents' demise, the coldness of humanity. He beheld the various wretched fates of humanity in the aftermath of apocalyptic desolation. He witnessed much more, yet these visions magnified the tumult of his heart, flooding his consciousness with a cacophony of hatred, fear, anxiety, coldness, and a chilling sense of mortality. Jiang Zheng was acutely aware that this was a trial of ascendance, for he had felt such negative emotions in the presence of Lingjia. However, the grotesque facets of human nature clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, exhausting his spirit. Jiang Zheng could no longer endure. He let out a harrowing cry, an anguished outpouring of his inner torment. Jiang Zheng, what is the matter with you? Chen Xiaohua, who was in her room, suddenly heard a heart-rending scream emanating from the living room, causing her heart to race with trepidation. When he did not respond, but continued to cry out in distress, panic seized her. With an anxious expression, Chen Xiaohua hastily rose, clad only in a white bath towel, and rushed outside. What have you done? How did you become like this? Her face paled as she beheld Jiang Zheng, whose expression was one of profound agony, his skin flushed crimson, his features twisted in torment. He emitted low, mournful groans that stirred compassion within her. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaohua rushed to him, disregarding her own fears, and embraced the thrashing Jiang Zheng. Oh, you are burning hot. Instinctively, she released him and looked in horror at his near-manic state, shocked by the intensity of his fever, akin to boiling water. What has happened to you? How can I help? She cried out in empathy, hoping her words would reach him, enabling her to assist rather than remain helplessly watching. It seemed her cries broke through the haze, for Jiang Zheng suddenly paused, his eyes momentarily clearing before being engulfed by an intense heat. He gazed at Chen Xiaohua with a predatory intensity. What do you intend to do? Chen Xiaohua's heart raced at the sight of his gaze, causing her to tremble slightly. Jiang Zheng appeared to lose control, lunging towards the disoriented Chen Xiaohua, tearing away her only garment in a fit of desperation. Breathing heavily, he brutally embraced the helpless Chen Xiaohua, his form surging with fervor. It's too hot. No. But her plaintive pleas fell on deaf ears, failing to halt the frenzied Jiang Zheng. Then, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the room. Chapter 102, Second-level ability user. After an indeterminate passage of time, Jiang Zheng finally regained consciousness. He struggled to pry open his leaden eyelids, his gaze settling upon the familiar warm yellow light fixture of the car's ceiling. As he gingerly touched his painfully throbbing head, a myriad of fragmented thoughts cascaded through his mind. What had transpired? Wasn't he in the midst of an advancement? As he attempted to recollect the events that had unfolded, his brow furrowed in concentration. The memories surfaced, potions, pain, an overwhelmed body, emotions spiraling out of control. Chen Xiaohua? The recollections rushed forth like a torrent, and suddenly, he recalled her image. Xiaohua. In the last fleeting moment of clarity, he had heard a heart-wrenching scream. Delving deeper into the recesses of his memory, the realization of what had transpired between them began to stir a sense of urgency within him. Just as he was about to rise and search for her, he felt a soft weight resting upon him. Lifting the covers, he was met with the sight of the one he had been yearning for, peacefully asleep against his chest. A thin trail of saliva escaped her lips, her complexion alarmingly pale, devoid of any color, revealing her exhaustion. Observing her fatigued visage, he was abruptly reminded of the excruciating actions he had inflicted upon her during his loss of control. Alas, he had not anticipated that his own affliction would manifest in such a manner, necessitating the presence of a woman as a medium for release. Otherwise, he might very well have perished. Must he always have a woman by his side when consuming enhancement potions in the future? The absurdity of it all elicited a bitter smile from Jiang Zheng. Who could have foreseen that choosing this potion would lead to such grotesque circumstances? Nevertheless, such inhumane suffering should not be borne by her at this moment. Jiang Zheng gazed intently at the delicate figure nestled in his arms, his heart brimming with compassion as he tenderly caressed her petite head. It seemed that his gentle touch roused Chen Xiaohua from her slumber. She opened her bloodshot eyes, which now lacked their usual luster, as if some harrowing experience had dulled their brilliance. Upon meeting Jiang Zheng's tender gaze, she felt a glimmer of hope, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she smiled at him. Although she appeared weary and drained, that radiant smile captivated Jiang Zheng, filling him with an overwhelming sense of guilt as memories of their previous encounter flooded back. "I'm sorry. I lost control earlier and didn't consider your well-being," he began, but was interrupted as Chen Xiaohua gently placed her hand over his mouth, leaning against his robust chest. She found solace in his strength and whispered, "There's no need for such words. I willingly devote myself to you. I love you, and that is sufficient." After uttering these heartfelt words, she unexpectedly broke into tears, her body trembling uncontrollably as she recalled the torment she had endured. What was meant to be a night of tender affection had devolved into a primal outpouring of emotions. Yet she, amidst the brutality inflicted upon her, helplessly endured his uncontrollable rage. She had fainted several times along the way, her heart-wrenching cries proving futile, only serving to amplify his fury and deepen her own suffering. But what did it matter? She was not blind to his physical distress. She willingly offered her own body to alleviate his inner turmoil, to lessen his pain. The agony she endured only allowed her to empathize more profoundly with the man before her, who bore 100-fold more suffering than she. Her love for him was profound, and that was all that mattered. Jiang Zheng cradled her in one arm as she nestled against him like a delicate kitten, exuding warmth and affection. "Do you wish to sleep a little longer? You seem quite weary. Your eyes can scarcely remain open." Jiang Zheng gazed tenderly at her feigned resilient smile, her sacrifices and her love etched indelibly in his heart from that earlier memory. He would never forget. This was the silent promise Jiang Zheng made to Chen Xiaohua. Some sentiments, too sentimental and direct, remained unspoken. He preferred to express his feelings through actions. Chen Xiaohua softly murmured in acknowledgement before closing her eyes, and within moments, gentle snores filled the air. A trace of tenderness illuminated Jiang Zheng's face as he held her close. After observing her slumber for a while, he carefully extricated himself, gently laying her upon the bed. He tenderly covered her with a blanket, then sat by her side for a moment, lost in contemplation, before stealthily exiting the bedroom. As he stepped into the living room, he was taken aback by the sight before him. In his gaze, bloodstains marred the left side of the sofa and the pristine floor, remnants of a considerable amount of blood. Jiang Zheng stared blankly at the chaotic and terrifying scene, a bittersweet smile escaping his lips. Confronted once more with the aftermath of his actions towards her, he felt a profound sorrow, as if his heart were being cleaved in two, engulfed by a deep melancholy. His eyes, filled with complex emotions, lingered on the disarray for an indeterminate time before a thought struck him. With a surge of energy, he expended a small portion of his strength to erase the bloodstains, restoring the area to its former state. Sitting on the sofa in a daze, he remained silent, lost in thought, when suddenly he recalled that he had seemingly ascended to the rank of a level 2 ability user, jolting him back to reality. He promptly delved into himself, quietly attuning to the changes within his body following this elevation. The first sensation he noted was an enhanced acuity of hearing. Even through the layers of soundproofing in the RV, he could distinctly hear Chen Xiaohua's breaths as she slept, remarkably clear. In his line of sight, he gazed out at a tree 100 meters away, where he could discern even the minutest crawling creatures, their intricate details and movements vividly apparent. The reservoir of extraordinary abilities within him has expanded by 3- or 4-fold. Previously a mere trickle, he is now akin to an unstoppable torrent. Within his dantian, a pale blue vortex begins to circulate the surrounding anomalous energy, intensifying its concentration, a qualitative enhancement that amplifies the potency of his skills. The density of his muscles and bones has undergone relentless destruction and repair during his prior ascension, repeatedly stretching and growing more resilient, imbued with strength. Within his fortified physique, an inexhaustible reservoir of energy seems poised for expression. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he flung open the car door and stepped outside, eager to test the extent of his newfound prowess. The relentless downpour that had earlier plagued the area had vanished, leaving only the fragrant earth post-rain and a refreshing coolness in the air. The camp was devoid of the previous cacophony of wails and screams, replaced instead by the soft murmur of a few figures conversing a few hundred meters away. After listening intently, Jiang Zheng gathered that this ambush had resulted in a significant defeat for the southern city, while the north had achieved a long-awaited victory against great odds. In this vast expanse, Jiang Zheng's acute hearing proved invaluable, heightening his sensitivity to impending danger. He refocused his attention, channeling all his energy into sensing his own body. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself forward, causing the earth beneath him to fracture instantaneously, resembling a spider's web. His speed was astonishing. A distance of 100 meters was traversed in a mere 2 to 3 seconds, a casual sprint by his standards. Contemplating the possibility of unleashing his full power, Jiang Zheng swiftly decided to test his maximum velocity. In an instant, he surged forward, enveloped in a faint white light, akin to a dazzling flash. The air split with a howling wind as he covered 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, coming to a halt before a dilapidated high-rise. Turning back to glance at the van that was rapidly receding from view, a joyful smile spread across Jiang Zheng's face. Such speed was nothing short of miraculous. He distinctly sensed that upon unleashing his full potential, his extraordinary abilities began to manifest, enveloping his body. This seemed to be a hallmark of ascending to a second-tier extraordinary being, allowing his abilities to adhere to his surface, thereby enhancing his fundamental physical capabilities. Chapter 103. This forces me to act an observing sisterling, and the level 2 zombie. Jiang Zheng had encountered this phenomenon before. Is this the hallmark of a level 2 ability user? Contemplating his own strength, he clenched his fists, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he roared and pivoted to strike the aged wall before him. At the moment of his exertion, a familiar, faint white light quietly enveloped his arm. Then, with the ferocity of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant, he unleashed a punch that produced a deafening sound of air shattering. As if the very fabric of space had been ruptured, the force of his punch howled through the air before crashing heavily against the wall. Boom! The dilapidated wall of this unfinished building yielded to the overwhelming force. A terrifying punch pierced through the surface, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the wall. The reinforced concrete structure of the floor collapsed in an instant. Countless particles of dust and debris fell with a cacophony, stirring a cloud of dust upon impact with the ground. The 4 to 5-story small unfinished building disintegrated before his eyes, leaving Jiang Zheng momentarily speechless at the exaggerated display of destruction. It must be the building's long neglect that allowed this layer of wall to be obliterated, leading to the entire floor's collapse. Contemplating the reasons behind this, he decided to cease his musings, fully aware of the extent of his own formidable strength. A punch capable of demolishing a building seemed rather exaggerated. However, he estimated that his foundational power must be around a ton. Feeling the explosive force coursing through his body instilled a profound sense of confidence in him, a transformation stemming from his immensely powerful physique. Immersed in his own world, Jiang Zheng was suddenly alerted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching his direction. Turning his head, he surmised that it must be people from the northern district. Although this location was somewhat distant from the granary camp and situated in a rather secluded area, there were still patrol teams from nearby camps. Noticing an abandoned car with shattered windows parked in front of him, a glimmer of intrigue crossed Jiang Zheng's eyes. He approached the vehicle slowly and delivered a powerful kick to its front. A faint white light instantly enveloped his leg, and as his foot struck the car with tremendous force, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The compact car, weighing over a ton, slid backward for several meters before finally coming to a halt, accompanied by an ear-piercing screech. What the hell? Zhang Chong, who had just led a victorious team back from repelling an ambush, heard the unusual noise nearby. He hurriedly led his team toward the source of the sound. Upon rounding the corner, he witnessed the astonishing scene of Jiang Zheng sending a small car flying with a single kick, eliciting an exclamation of shock from him, his eyes wide with amazement. The members of the Northern District team behind him also beheld this spectacle, their expressions filled with awe, and they began to murmur among themselves. Hey, do you think this guy is even human? How could he possess such incredible strength? Surely, this is no mere human. It must be an extraordinary individual akin to the likes of Quan. How astonishing is this? To effortlessly kick a vehicle weighing over a ton into the air? Truly, this is a manifestation of divine prowess, terrifying indeed. I observed this individual earlier in the evening, seemingly accompanying Quan, driving that imposing RV. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. He appears even more formidable than Quan himself. Quan would never achieve such feats. I apologize for my previous unfounded suspicions about him, and I hope he did not overhear my remarks. Alas, you are doomed for daring to speak disparagingly of this remarkable individual. He undoubtedly heard you, and you have sealed your fate. Ah, surely not. I did not intend any harm. I was merely jesting. The discussions among the crowd grew increasingly fervent, their words imbued with both fear and admiration for the young man displaying such extraordinary abilities. It is inevitable. This is the overwhelming force of a true master. They are but ordinary survivors in a post-apocalyptic world, and witnessing such a transcendent spectacle naturally evokes both terror and awe. Zhang Chang was initially startled, then carefully scrutinized this formidable presence, wary of yet another skilled individual poised to strike. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was his old acquaintance, Jiang Zheng. This revelation brought him a sigh of relief, deepening his impression of Jiang's enigmatic prowess. He hurriedly led the others to Jiang Zheng. Wearing a broad smile and slightly bowing, he effusively exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, what a surprise! I was wondering which great figure was showcasing their might here. It turns out to be you." Jiang Zheng, with hands clasped behind his back, regarded him with a wry smile. "What? Am I no longer allowed to take a stroll?" "Oh, no. I was merely curious, genuinely curious, heh." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang sensed a shift in tone and quickly clarified, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was acutely aware that Quan had met his demise at Jiang Zheng's hands, and having just witnessed the display of power, he felt a profound sense of trepidation, fearing that Jiang Zheng might inadvertently take his own life. Is this your might?" Zhang Chang hastily redirected the conversation, gesturing nervously toward the ruins of the collapsed building behind Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng nodded slightly, acknowledging the inquiry. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, the eerie silence palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop. The crowd, enveloped in this oppressive ambience, found it difficult to breathe, their expressions twisted in fear. The silence was deafening as they stared in awe at the unperturbed Jiang Zheng, their shock evident in their wide-eyed gazes. All in attendance were left in utter astonishment. This brief stillness lasted but a moment. The next instant, an eruption of voices broke forth among the crowd, a cacophony of bewilderment. "Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. A single punch could fell a building. He is nothing short of a monster. Hard to believe, truly hard to believe. My goodness. Had I not witnessed him kick a vehicle weighing over a ton into the air with my own eyes, I would never have believed such an extraordinary occurrence could transpire." Jiang Zheng gazed indifferently at the fearful expressions of the crowd before him, a hint of amusement flickering across his face, though the reality was not as they imagined. This peculiar misunderstanding inadvertently elevated his imposing figure in their hearts. So be it, let the pretense continue unabated. With this thought, a faint smile graced Jiang Zheng's lips. The art of subtle bravado was indeed most lethal. Zhang Chang, upon witnessing this, felt his legs weaken, cold sweat trickling down his back, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. The thought that one punch could collapse an entire building was truly terrifying. Zhang Chang silently marveled at Jiang Zheng's formidable strength, his fear multiplying exponentially, rendering his speech somewhat disjointed. "By the way, Brother Zhang, it seems the main force from the South City has gone to your side. Have you encountered them? There are two extraordinary individuals among them." His question stemmed from a sense of foreboding regarding tonight's nocturnal raid on the South City, which he believed was destined for failure. However, he had not seen the leader, Sister Ling, nor the one who pursued him earlier, Lier. Hence, he posed the inquiry. "Oh, them? I've disposed of them." Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly, his demeanor betraying no concern, as if he had merely crushed an ant. Zhang Chang, who had been awaiting Jiang Zheng's response, was suddenly struck with horror, his breath catching in his throat. His face blanched with shock, eyes wide with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably, before he slumped to the ground. Lost in a daze. He had initially thought that while Jiang Zheng could kill Quan Gu, the price would surely be steep. Furthermore, with two extraordinary individuals from the South City, eliminating them would be akin to scaling a mountain. It was no wonder he had asked. Yet, he never anticipated Jiang Zheng's chilling revelation, which struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him paralyzed with dread. In that moment, the atmosphere fell silent once more, the oppressive tension rendering it difficult for anyone to breathe, their faces gradually contorting in terror. Who could have imagined that within this brief minute, they had absorbed such harrowing information? The strength of the two extraordinary individuals from the South City, which they had heard about day and night, paled in comparison to the profound realization of Jiang Zheng's earlier displays of prowess. After all, they were familiar adversaries they had often encountered. Yet, they had not foreseen that the absence of the two from the South City tonight would be attributed to the young man standing before them. The crowd was engulfed in trepidation, their hair standing on end, filled with a profound sense of dread, gazing upon him in awe. Chapter 104. Supplementing supplies. Zhang Chang and his group should have returned to the camp in high spirits. However, upon their arrival, the other team members waiting at the camp observed their demeanor and were instead met with a sense of gloom and peculiar expressions. It was unclear what events had transpired to elicit such reactions from them. The camp's occupants were momentarily perplexed, and a tall, lean team member stepped forward to inquire of one who had returned with Zhang Chang. "What happened? Didn't you drive those rascals from the south of the city away? Why the long faces?" The team member, who had been accosted, remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance at him. When his question went unanswered, the tall member pressed again. The lack of response felt like a thorn in his side, igniting feelings of discomfort and impatience within him. observing the persistence of the inquirer. The return team member shot him a look, then coldly remarked, "I witnessed a single punch demolish a building, a kick send a vehicle weighing over a ton flying, and one person annihilate 2 ability users from the south of the city. Have you ever seen such feats?" "I have." As he concluded, a hint of pride crept into his tone. Indeed, such extraordinary occurrences were bound to captivate others' attention. Even in the act of boasting, there was an undeniable sense of exhilaration and admiration. Upon his revelation, the camp erupted into a cacophony of disbelief and incredulity. "Impossible. Are you just bragging?" "Exactly. You can't just spout nonsense, brother." The air was thick with skepticism, and many found it difficult to accept the veracity of his claims. The team member surveyed the crowd with a disdainful gaze, finding their narrow-mindedness laughable. He had no desire to engage further. Any attempt at conversation would be a futile exercise, not worth his breath, and he scoffed at their intellect. Who could that possibly be? Though this apocalypse is bizarre, one has rarely encountered such formidable individuals. Despite the shock, curiosity remained palpable among the crowd. They were eager to discern the identity of this remarkable figure. "The one beside Changgu," the return team member replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards the 2 men leading their group. Upon learning the identity of the event's protagonist, silence fell over the crowd as they turned their gazes toward the front. What they witnessed was indeed astonishing. Jiang Zheng, known for his arrogance and disdain for others, was now bowing and smiling ingratiatingly as he spoke to a young man beside him, projecting an image of utmost humility. The stark contrast left the onlookers momentarily stunned, their astonishment at the strikingly handsome young man palpable. Gradually, fervent discussions began to circulate among the crowd. Jiang Zheng, having overheard the murmurs behind him, couldn't help but smile slightly. He believed that, given their insatiable curiosity, by the following day, everyone would surely come to recognize him. "Zheng, since you do not wish to assume control over Chaoxian, I shall not press you further. Instead, I shall act as your proxy, assisting you in managing the market's trifles." Meanwhile, Zhang Chang engaged in continuous discourse with him regarding the affairs of Chaoxian, his tone dripping with sycophancy. "Do as you wish. I have little interest in the matters of Chaoxian. I prefer to be a hands-off manager. Take me to your warehouse, where I might procure some supplies. Tomorrow, I shall assist you in clearing out the surrounding zombies. You should be able to handle the remnants in the southern part of the city on your own. I am preparing to depart the day after tomorrow." Jiang Zheng was solely interested in what he needed. There was nothing in Chaoxian that piqued his interest. Power, for a transient soul like him, it was nothing but an unattainable luxury, the very last thing he desired. "Very well, let us proceed to the warehouse." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang's smile widened even further. Through their exchanges along the way, he had gleaned some of Jiang Zheng's intentions. With Jiang Zheng's imminent departure, he remained the nominal leader of Chaoxian, while Zhang Chang held the position of his second-in-command, managing affairs in his stead. This outcome pleased Zhang Chang immensely. With Jiang Zheng's departure, he would no longer differ from the leader and merely needed to satisfy him. Zhang Chang understood clearly that Jiang Zheng's heart was no longer in this place. He was inherently restless and harbored his own ambitions. Zhang Chang led Jiang Zheng to an old, somewhat dilapidated warehouse, where a team member promptly approached, producing a key to unlock the door. As Jiang Zheng pushed the door open, he was greeted by towering piles of supplies: instant noodles, canned goods, beverages, cured meats, and other easily stored provisions. "Brother Zheng, what would you like to take? Feel free to choose whatever you wish. We are hardly lacking in food," Zhang Chang said, observing the silent Jiang Zheng with a smile. In the early days of the apocalypse, they had amassed a considerable stockpile thanks to Qian, and after more than half a month of collection, the warehouse brimmed with an abundance of supplies. Jiang Zheng could take half, and it would not trouble him in the slightest. Jiang Zheng nodded slightly, then turned to Zhang Chang and said, "I will drive over shortly to pick things up. Arrange for 2 of your younger brothers to help move the items." "That is certainly no problem," Zhang Chang responded enthusiastically, turning to instruct 2 young men to remain and assist with the moving. As preparations neared completion, Jiang Zheng exchanged a few more words with Zhang Chang before returning alone to his RV. Settling into the driver's seat, he concentrated, and the indicator lights within the cabin illuminated, casting a bright glow. With his foot pressing on the accelerator, the RV sped past several forks in the road, making its way to the previously mentioned warehouse. The 2 young men left behind in the warehouse were taken aback as a menacing, blood-splattered RV roared into view before them, leaving them momentarily stunned. "Hey, don't just stand there. Go fetch me some instant noodles, and grab some tasty snacks as well, understood?" Noticing their dazed expressions, Jiang Zheng felt a twinge of exasperation and called out a reminder for the tasks at hand. The subspace frozen variant of mouse meat could still be consumed for another fortnight. Following that, it would suffice to rely on some snacks. This was primarily for alleviating the tedium of daily life, and more so to prepare for Chen Xiaohua. She was a true snack aficionado, relishing such treats, and it served as a means to convey his apologies to her. She had invested so much in him, accompanying him through perilous times and even saving his life on several occasions. Out of both emotional and rational obligation, he felt compelled to reciprocate her kindness. Jiang Zheng halted the vehicle and made his way to the living room, where he settled onto the sofa. Lighting a cigarette, he turned on the television to watch a film. The two young men who intermittently entered and exited to move items were visibly astonished by the opulent decor and the dreamlike lifestyle within the RV. After all, witnessing Jiang Zheng's ability to leisurely enjoy pre-apocalyptic films while smoking and snacking in such dire circumstances was indeed enviable. Jiang Zheng felt no concern that they might disrupt anything within his vehicle. They were unlikely to do so, and each room was compartmentalized. Currently, the sensor doors could only be activated by Jiang Zheng and Chen Xiaohua, rendering them inaccessible to others. The storage room was easily reached by following the corridor, and after a flurry of activity, they completed the task in nearly half an hour. "Brother Zheng, we're leaving now. The storage room is already full," the two young men said, panting as they approached the living room to report back to Jiang Zheng, who remained on the sofa. "All right. You two may take some snacks you like. If anyone asks, just say I permitted it." Jiang Zheng nodded, and before they departed, he offered them another piece of advice. The young men, upon hearing Jiang Zheng's words, were filled with excitement and cast grateful glances at him, expressing their thanks profusely before exiting the RV. Despite being members of the camp, they understood that food was a scarce resource, not something everyone could possess in abundance for long. The implications were clear to them. This was Jiang Zheng's acknowledgement of their efforts. After watching them leave, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Their strenuous labor had soaked their clothes in sweat, and beads of perspiration adorned their foreheads. He never hesitated to show generosity towards those who assisted him. Moreover, it was not his own possessions he was giving away. Rather, he was using others' resources to earn goodwill. In such trying times, it seemed only fitting to extend a gesture of kindness when he had the means. Witnessing their grateful eyes and joyful smiles warmed Jiang Zheng's previously indifferent heart. Chapter 105. Departure. After a flurry of activity, the clock had struck midnight. The cacophony of gunfire, tumult, and shouts had gradually faded into silence, and the fiery explosions illuminating the night had been extinguished. Survivors from the camp and its surroundings returned one by one to their resting places. As news of the ambush in the southern city and the incident involving Jiang Zheng began to circulate slowly, unbeknownst to Jiang Zheng himself, he parked his vehicle in its original spot, stepped out of the driver's cabin, and gently opened the door to the bedroom. There, he beheld the slumbering figure of Chen Xiaohua, her soft snores endearingly filling the air, prompting a warm smile to grace his lips. As dawn broke, unveiling yet another splendid morning, it descended upon the world with refreshing clarity. The resounding crow of a rooster roused Jiang Zheng from his dreams. Upon awakening, he sprang from his bed with agility, gazing out at the rising sun, his heart swelling with warmth as he lazily remarked, "Another day brimming with vitality." On this summer morning, just past 5 or 6 o'clock, the sky had only begun to reveal its light, untouched by the stirrings of wildlife, creating a pristine ambience that invigorated the spirit. Following the torrential rain of the previous day, the surrounding landscape appeared like a delicate ink-wash painting, suffused with the gentle aroma of fresh grass. In the camp, individuals had begun to emerge, bustling with the tasks of a new day. With the buoyant spirit of the morning, Jiang Zheng too commenced his own duties. He brushed his teeth and washed his face, adhering to his daily hygiene routine. On the windowsill, 2 small pots of flowers, procured by Chen Xiaohua from an unknown source and placed in the vehicle, awaited his care. Rising early, he took it upon himself to water them, a task he had come to cherish. Breakfast was a simple affair. The storage room held ample supplies of milk and bread. He retrieved some, adding to the meal a portion of mutant rat meat, expertly boiled. This uncomplicated breakfast provided sufficient nourishment and energy for the day ahead. Having prepared the meal, he was pleasantly surprised when Chen Xiaohua, perhaps drawn by the aroma, appeared in the living room, already washed and dressed. Jiang Zheng turned to glance at her, noting her sleep-rumpled appearance in a loose pink nightgown, her complexion having nearly returned to its former vitality. She had awakened several times during the night in pain, but thanks to the basic analgesics and healing potions provided by the system, she had finally found rest. Seeing her move with a newfound ease, he surmised her injuries had healed considerably, her demeanor now vibrant. "Up so early? Come, have breakfast. I just finished preparing it," Jiang Zheng said with a smile, taking her hand and guiding her to the sofa. their connection deepening with each shared moment. Chen Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with clarity as she gazed upon Jiang Zheng's handsome countenance, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. As he began to eat, he noticed her stillness beside him and turned to find her face tinted with a shy hue. He paused for a moment, then, realizing the significance of the moment, set down his bowl and, with a smile in his eyes, remarked, "What's this? We're already this close, and you're still shy?" Chen Xiaohua blushed and huffed, turning away from him, engrossed in her breakfast. Jiang Zheng couldn't help but smile wryly, shaking his head in mild exasperation. He found himself readily embracing this evolution in their relationship, having come to regard her as family without awkwardness. Naturally, he wrapped his arm around Chen Xiaohua's waist, leisurely observing her flushed face as they exchanged pleasantries reminiscent of a young couple. In the harmonious atmosphere, they finished their breakfast, and as their relationship deepened, they inadvertently grew closer, soon finding themselves in tender embraces and passionate kisses. Having explored the depths of her being, there was little left uncharted between them. As the saying goes, the closest path to a woman is through intimacy. Though this notion may seem crude, is it not the essence of male-female relationships? After clearing the table, he held Chen Xiaohua close and strolled into the open camp, watching the bustling individuals around them, engaging in sweet nothings, as if they were newlyweds relishing their time together. "Zhenggu, when are we departing?" As Jiang Zheng took Chen Xiaohua's hand to return, he heard an anxious shout behind him. Turning, he saw Zhang Chang jogging towards them, and Jiang Zheng chuckled. "What? Are you so eager?" Jiang Zheng was well aware of Zhang Chang's ambitions and his inner machinations. Zhang Chang's face stiffened, a forced smile appearing as he watched Jiang Zheng and Chen Xiaohua exchange affectionate glances, grinning foolishly. He dared not retort, knowing the current dynamics favored the latter. It was wiser to remain cautious lest he find himself in unfavorable circumstances. "All right, I will head out to clear the zombie horde. You can follow me, and once I've dealt with them, you may proceed to attack the southern city." Jiang Zheng gestured with his hand. After stating this, he and Chen Xiaohua climbed aboard the RV. Zhang Chang finally relaxed his tense demeanor, with Quan Gu eliminated. There was no one left capable of dealing with the zombies on a large scale, making their situation all the more perilous. It was crucial to note that Chaosian was home to over 200,000 zombies, a daunting number far beyond what ordinary individuals could confront. The cacophony of battle from the previous day had attracted numerous wandering zombies, and thankfully, several layers of reinforced barbed wire had managed to hold back the throngs of thousands outside. Although he had previously communicated with Jiang Zheng, the current situation appeared dire. It was only a matter of time before those defenses would falter, which was the source of his urgency. Before long, Jiang Zheng met up with the well-prepared Zhang Chang. Trailing behind him were a dozen vehicles and over 100 brothers ready to venture south. Now, the southern city is akin to a pack of destitute hounds. The main force has perished or been grievously wounded, leaving only a handful of weary remnants. With the meager forces he commands, it is indeed sufficient for his purposes. Last night, seizing upon the pretext of the recent ambush in the south, he deftly shifted the blame for the death of Brother Quan, killed by Jiang Zheng, onto them, thereby positioning himself as the new authoritative figure in the north. The people of the north raised no objections. His authority was unmistakably established just yesterday. "Let us depart," he declared, all preparations complete. Jiang Zheng, smoking a cigarette, glanced back at the sizable convoy behind him, gestured with a wave of his hand, and, leading the charge, surged forth. The massive, serrated bumpers of the vehicles left onlookers in a state of bewilderment, their expressions blank. After all, such terrifying modifications to vehicles were a sight they had never encountered before. Thus, the grand procession of vehicles moved forth, captivating the astonished gazes of the crowd as it exited the camp. Brother Chang, how does he intend to eradicate so many zombies? Though he is formidable, can he truly contend with such a terrifying number? Whispered the lean monkey man in Zhang Chang's ear. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang was momentarily taken aback. The lean monkey's words bore a semblance of truth. He was well aware of Jiang Zheng's prowess, yet facing thousands of zombies posed an insurmountable challenge. This was not merely a question of strength, but of lacking the requisite stamina and lethal range. Whatever the case, I cannot fathom his strength. Let us not dwell on it. Perhaps it would be best if he were to perish at the hands of the zombies, allowing us the chance to seize his vehicle. Zhang Chang waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. He cared not for the nature of Jiang Zheng. All he desired was to safeguard his own territory. Should any misfortune befall Jiang Zheng, it would be to his advantage, for he had long coveted that strikingly formidable RV. He sensed that the vehicle was not as simplistic as it appeared. Despite its imposing design, a deep-seated apprehension lingered within him, an instinct that compelled him to reconsider. I hope my instincts prove erroneous. Zhang Chang sighed inwardly, his gaze filled with complexity. Jiang Zheng was a ticking time bomb, as long as he remained. Zhang Chang could never truly claim dominion over Chaosten. It was his fervent wish for unforeseen calamity to befall Jiang Zheng, the most favorable outcome in his mind. Chapter 106. A bloodshed triggered by a caravan. The imposing convoy swiftly arrived at a street corner, the outermost part of the defensive fortifications. What was once an open intersection had been meticulously cordoned off by towering barbed wire, erected by Zhang Chang and his companions. On the opposite side of the wire, a terrifying throng of zombies surged, their numbers seemingly endless. They clawed, bit, and howled in a frenzied attempt to breach the barrier, their visages grotesque and menacing. Vile, fetid saliva dripped from their gaping maws, saturating the vast space with an overwhelming stench. Jiang Zheng gently brought the vehicle to a halt before the barbed wire. Taking a moment to savor the last remnants of his cigarette, his gaze steady upon the fearsome horde of undead. The convoy that trailed behind him also came to a standstill, with Zhang Chang and the brothers following closely behind. Their curiosity piqued regarding Jiang Zheng's intended method for dispatching the zombies. All eyes were fixated on Jiang Zheng's caravan. For even the formidable Gu could only eliminate the undead in small batches. The sheer magnitude of the monstrous crowd before them was indeed daunting. Do you think Jiang Zheng is truly as formidable as they say? Murmurs arose from the rear of the convoy, as they noted the prolonged silence ahead. Certainly. But just look at the sheer number of zombies, thousands, no less. I wonder if he will return alive. I doubt it. He insists on putting on a show for us. We'll see how this ends. I concur. Though he possesses remarkable strength, it may not suffice against such overwhelming numbers. The discussions were fervent, predominantly expressing skepticism towards Jiang Zheng's capabilities. Each individual had first-hand experience with the terror of the zombies, acutely aware that being caught or injured by them would spell disaster, while anyone with a modicum of strength and experience might kill a few zombies. The risk of infection amidst the chaos was a far more pressing concern. The zombie virus remained the most formidable and terrifying contagion of the time. Leaning against the car window, Jiang Zheng quietly absorbed the cacophony of chatter from the convoy behind him. With the keen hearing of a second-tier psychic, he effortlessly discerned each conversation. After listening to their derisive remarks, he couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. How can summer insects comprehend the depths of ice? Today, I shall broaden your horizons. With that, he extinguished the last remnants of his cigarette with a nonchalant flourish, casting the butt out of the window. As he concentrated, a small, fiery nozzle emerged from the roof of the vehicle, no larger than a palm. The solid pipe apparatus was adorned with ancient, arcane characters, though the colors were so muted that one might overlook the intricate designs. A sense of timeless grandeur emanated from it, as if it had endured through the ages. The thoughts of Jiang Zheng were enshrined within the flamethrower before him. As he prepared for the impending onslaught, a glimmer of fervor flickered in his eyes. The sight of the countless zombies ahead sent shivers down his spine. This newly acquired vehicle-mounted flamethrower had long been the object of his admiration, and he eagerly anticipated the surprises it would unveil. While the mounted Gatling gun proved effective, it paled in comparison to the vast horde before him. With all equipment primed, they awaited Jiang Zheng's command. A glint of determination flashed in his gaze, and he spoke in a low, resolute tone. "Burn, my minions." In the next instant, as Jiang Zheng's intent resonated, a brilliant, fiery dragon surged forth from the slender nozzle, its scorching brilliance striking the nearest zombies with remarkable velocity. Those unfortunate enough to be in its path were instantaneously vaporized, accompanied by a piercing hiss, leaving behind only wisps of dissipating white mist. Within a 30-meter radius in front of the RV, an area of vacuum was abruptly created, the ground transformed into bubbling pools of searing, molten remains. In the distance, the relentless fire dragon roared, sweeping everything in its path, as innumerable zombies emitted low, anguished groans, their bodies ablaze, flames seemingly impervious to extinguishment. Despite their frantic flailing, the chilling inferno refused to yield. Suddenly, the once expansive street became a hellish purgatory for the undead, the acrid scent of melting flesh permeating the confined space. Jiang Zheng, gazing into the inferno before him, felt a spark of brilliance in his eyes, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. The investment in a multitude of weaponry had proven its worth. Although he had anticipated its power, he had hesitated. For a significant sum of 100,000 was no trivial expense. Witnessing the spectacle before him, all doubts vanished, replaced by mounting exhilaration as within mere seconds, the hundreds of zombies had been eradicated. Beyond, at each street corner, throngs of zombies continued to surge into this suddenly vacated zone. The radar displayed a staggering count of nearly 10,000 zombies lurking just beyond sight. surpassing the earlier estimates made by Jiang Zheng and his companions. Though not all had yet converged, it appeared that the battle from the previous day had drawn the wandering undead from the nearby corners of the city, though the brevity of the skirmish had left them silent and lingering in this vicinity. What a delightful turn of events. Jiang Zheng felt an overwhelming joy, realizing that at this pace, he could methodically clear the area with the flamethrower, merely needing to procure fuel canisters. The reward promised to be effortless, yielding at least 10,000 energy points. Such an enticing prospect could not fail to elevate his spirits. The members of the convoy behind him, upon witnessing the sea of flames, collectively inhaled sharply, exchanging astonished glances, their expressions a mixture of horror and awe. The scene before them evidently shattered their preconceived notions. As they beheld the terrifying countenance of the zombies, they were instantaneously engulfed in a fiery inferno, disintegrating into ash amidst the blaze, leaving them with bristling hairs and profound terror. Jiang Zheng, taken aback and disconcerted, gazed at the alarming spectacle unfolding before him. His countenance darkened. Beads of cold sweat erupted on his forehead, and he murmured, filled with trepidation, "What on earth is happening with Jiang Zheng? Why do so many bizarre occurrences surround him? I sensed something amiss with this RV, yet it concealed such a horrifying weapon." His tone was laden with fear and unease as he instinctively tightened his body, his gaze intensely fixed on the unfolding situation. What have I just witnessed? A vehicle-mounted flamethrower? Is this truly an RV? One team member stood in a daze, a chill coursing down his spine. He couldn't help but unleash a torrent of anxious inquiries, his voice unmistakably betraying his apprehension. This RV is nothing short of a supernatural marvel, boasting such astonishing weaponry. Those around him fell into speechless astonishment, and when they spoke, their words were laced with expletives, betraying the magnitude of their shock. How could he possess such prowess? It appears he has somehow procured advanced weaponry from an unknown source. This RV of Zheng's is simply extraordinary. Not only does it serve its purpose as a recreational vehicle, but the menacing, modified front with its serrated bumpers is invincible. While the flamethrower effortlessly decimates these zombies, it is truly an essential item for both combat and leisure travel. Damn, after hearing you say that, it truly seems so. I can no longer contain my impulse. I desperately want to steal this RV. You think you could pilfer it? You'd probably get caught by Zheng and turned into mush before you even took a step. A voice nearby dripped with disdainful mockery. Humph. Do you think you are someone of importance? At least I possess ambition. You are nothing but refuse. Do you understand? What? Do you want to fight? Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Before he could finish, the two began to exchange blows. The onlookers hesitated to intervene, fearing they might inadvertently become victims themselves. Initially, the Northern City team members were in awe of Jiang Zheng's formidable RV, but soon they resorted to sarcastic banter, escalating the tension among them. Ultimately, a bloody conflict ignited by the RV unfolded quietly before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Chapter 107. RV upgrades seated in the living room. Chen Xiaohua gazed intently through the window, captivated by the awe-inspiring landscape before her. Her expression was one of astonishment, as she mused over the myriad secrets he seemed to possess. A mysterious light sparkled in her eyes, reflecting a profound admiration and infatuation for the one she cherished deeply. The longer she remained in the RV, the more she uncovered the enigmatic facets of his character, akin to a fine vintage wine that revealed increasingly complex flavors with each sip, leaving her utterly entranced. Jiang Zheng lounged comfortably in his seat, satisfaction radiating from him as he munched on snacks while observing the flames that danced before him. His demeanor, reminiscent of a casual spectator, added an air of elegance to the scene. After utilizing the flamethrower, he relinquished control to the radar's automated system, with an unending horde of zombies before them. The repetitive and perilous task could be entrusted to the automated system, allowing him to relax while the machinery performed admirably. Why not indulge in such convenience? Amid the joyful and spirited atmosphere within the RV, the northern convoy, rife with bickering and quarrels, steadily advanced. Everywhere the RV traversed, the landscape lay charred and desolate, devoid of dismembered limbs, with only the repulsive flow of putrid corpse water and the raging crimson rivers of blood, resembling a hellscape. As Jiang Zheng and his crew passed through this wretched place, they instinctively covered their noses, their furrowed brows betraying the overwhelming stench that pervaded the air. Many were unable to withstand the grotesque odor, succumbing to nausea, their festive New Year's meals unceremoniously expelled, leaving their faces pale and their eyes rolling in distress, a sight that evoked pity. Time slowly slipped away, and after half an hour, Jiang Zheng had barely navigated a few kilometers from the camp. In mere seconds, hundreds of zombies perished in the agonizing embrace of the flames. However, the flamethrower could not sustain an uninterrupted barrage, It required a 30-second cooldown every 5 minutes to prevent the nozzle from melting under the intense heat. Nevertheless, despite this limitation, Jiang Zheng experienced a remarkable surge of energy points along the way. Zombies eliminated, 265. Energy gained, 265 points. Zombies eliminated, 654. Energy gained, 654 points. Zombies eliminated, 396. Energy gained, 396 points. The system's notifications echoed in his mind, yet Jiang Zheng found them far from grating. Instead, they resembled the exhilarating sensation of funds being deposited into his account just before the apocalypse. Beep, 1,000 yuan credited to Alipay. Beep, 9,999 yuan credited to Alipay. Beep, 99,999,999 yuan credited to Alipay. It was akin to the blissful experience of effortlessly accumulating wealth. The thrill of counting money captivating Jiang Zheng in this surreal torment. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he concentrated, opening the system panel. The energy display had surged dramatically, climbing from the original 8,000 points to approximately 35,000. In this half-hour span, nearly 30,000 zombies had been vanquished, leaving but a scant few in this urban locale. The stubborn and fearless undead that dare to emerge have dwindled significantly, and the convoy has advanced a full block further, where zombies are now a rarity. The radar scan indicates a remarkable absence of red dots in this area, as if a substantial number have been entirely eradicated. Only a handful remain scattered about, posing little to no impediment. Gradually, the convoy approached the vicinity of the southern camp of the city. Observing the lack of any remaining zombies along the route, Zhang Chang maneuvered his vehicle next to the RV. Lowering the window, he glanced in astonishment at Jiang Zheng, who lounged on the seat, enjoying snacks. A twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed his incredulity at Zhang's leisurely demeanor. Who else could indulge in snacks at such a time? Though this thought crossed his mind, he refrained from voicing it aloud, stealing his emotions. He addressed Jiang Zheng. Brother Zheng, we are nearing the southern part of the city. The remaining route is familiar to us. I would appreciate your assistance in clearing the surrounding zombies. Zhang Chang's impatience to seize control of the entire Chao County was palpable, revealing his eagerness. Jiang Zheng, discerning the distraction in Zhang's demeanor, could not help but cast a disdainful glance his way. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Chang led the convoy, a formidable force, onward to the south. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng relaxed, driving the RV leisurely through the urban landscape. The thunderous roar of the RV's engine promptly attracted swarms of nearby zombies. However, these creatures had lost their terrifying edge, resembling a throng of larger ants as Jiang Zheng navigated the RV, incinerating them with a flamethrower while aggressively charging through. After toiling for over half an hour and reaching the outskirts of Chao County, he found the area devoid of both human presence and zombies. Coming to a stop in a secluded spot, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. At this moment, his energy points had reached 40,000. And gathering energy was no longer a significant challenge for Jiang Zheng. Next, it was time to upgrade the RV. A faint smile crept onto his lips, his eyes ablaze with excitement. The energy cores required for the upgrade were ready, and he possessed ample energy points. Everything was poised for the next step. Upgrading the RV would significantly enhance his defensive capabilities, and the lethal line of the condensed beam would elevate to level 3, allowing him to confront formidable unknown foes with greater composure. The body enhancement serum would also be refreshed, alongside a plethora of new items awaiting his selection for purchase. Everything was progressing favorably. Given his current pace, he could easily outstrip the evolutionary speed of most ability users in this post-apocalyptic world, as abilities had only recently emerged, and many were still grappling with the nuances of training and skill comprehension. For Jiang Zheng, merely gathering energy was a tremendous advantage in these early stages. He could gradually build momentum and rise above the multitude of ability users. Why not seize such an opportunity? You have chosen to upgrade the RV option. The energy crystals required for the upgrade have been meticulously prepared. You are required to enhance the following aspects. Increase fuel tank capacity, 50,000 liters. Current capacity, 10,000 liters. 45,000 energy points. Augment water reserve, 50,000 liters. Current water tank, 10,000 liters. 45,000 energy points. Expand storage space, 50 increase, enhancing the vehicle's dimensions, 45,000 energy points. Enhance wheel durability, immune to regular wear and capable of withstanding standard bullet impacts for 5,000 energy points. The total expenditure for these upgrades amounts to 20,000 energy points. Will you proceed with all upgrades? The system's cold voice resonated once more in Jiang Zheng's ears. Upgrade everything. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zheng confirmed his decision. In the next instant, the energy points on the system panel seemed to vanish entirely, leaving him with merely 20,000 points. A pang of regret washed over him. These energy points had been painstakingly acquired, and now they had evaporated in an instant. Nevertheless, the urgency of upgrading the RV was paramount, as it promised advanced weaponry and superior potions, essential for survival in this merciless apocalypse. As Jiang Zheng focused, a gentle white glow enveloped the RV, and he delved into its interior, acutely aware of the subtle yet profound transformations occurring within its performance and structure. The system announced that during the upgrade process, entrances and exits would be sealed, advising the host to take heed. The required time for the upgrades, 8 hours. Listening to the system's notification, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but smile. He reminisced about the initial activation of the RV system, when he found himself locked outside, anxiously waiting and hungry throughout the afternoon. On his first upgrade attempt, he had overslept, inadvertently leaving Chen Xiaohua in the small room on the floor, only to remember the next day, causing her much distress. However, during this second upgrade, he could comfortably remain inside the RV. And the woman he had once worried about had become his most trusted companion. He no longer needed to deceive her or lead her elsewhere. He could share some of his secrets with her. The upgraded RV would undergo significant changes, easily noticeable to her. There was no longer any necessity for concealment, for she was his woman. Jiang Zheng quietly approached the threshold of the living room, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, silently observing Chen Xiaohua, who was intermittently breaking into smiles while indulging in her favorite pastime, watching pre-apocalypse palace dramas and savoring the joy brought by snacks and drinks. Watching the grease on her cherry-red lips and her pouting expression, a tender smile unconsciously graced Jiang Zheng's lips. Chapter 108. Upgrade completed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast elongated shadows, painting the sky a deep crimson. The twilight swiftly enveloped the landscape, gilding the earth with a golden hue. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye, and evening had arrived. "Why are you eating again?" Jiang Zheng inquired. His brow furrowed as he devoured the meat of a mutated rat, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Xiaohua's untouched bowl and chopsticks, a flicker of irritation in his eyes. "I'm on a diet," Chen Xiaohua mumbled, pouting slightly as she shot him a playful look, her beautiful eyes shimmering with allure. "Don't give me that. What diet? If you don't eat, then you might as well not eat at all." "I've indulged you too much," Jiang Zheng retorted, his annoyance flaring up at the mention of her diet. Indeed, her physique had become considerably more ample since their first encounter, her previously gaunt face now possessing a hint of youthful softness. Her appetite had noticeably increased, particularly with the addition of the mutated rat meat, causing her weight to rise rapidly. Jiang Zheng himself had grown quite robust, his muscles thickening as well. However, this was no justification for her refusal to eat. He paused for a moment, then a peculiar smile crept across his lips as he said, "But it doesn't matter. Gaining weight indicates a lack of exercise. Tomorrow, I will take you to hunt zombies again, so prepare yourself. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I want to coddle you like last time." "Oh no. That one do. Can't I eat?" Chen Xiaohua exclaimed, her face draining of color. Her head drooping as she gazed at Jiang Zheng with an expression of profound dismay, her eyes pleading for sympathy. "Don't come to me with that. This is my plan for you. Whether you eat or not, you must participate. Either way, if you refuse to eat, you'll bear the consequences later," Jiang Zheng replied, unyielding, his expression cold. "Fine, then you should feed me." "You've never done that," Chen Xiaohua said, playfully tugging at his hand, her eyes sparkling with affection. Jiang Zheng cast her a sidelong glance, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. "If you don't feed me, then don't expect to share my bed. I've recently found it quite comfortable to sleep alone," she teased, a peculiar smile gracing her lips, her eyes full of feigned grievance. "Do you think you can threaten me with that? You underestimate me, Jiang Zheng. A true man stands tall and resolute, never bowing to temptation. Indulging in feminine charms is not wise. I have mastered my desires," he proclaimed with a boldness that bordered on arrogance. Chen Xiaohua, seated beside him, burst into laughter, as if he had uttered the most ludicrous of jokes. "What is so funny? Is what I said truly that amusing? I'm speaking to you seriously." Jiang Zheng shot her an irritated glare, his expression one of utmost vexation. "All right, I won't laugh anymore. I hope you can keep your promise," Chen Xiaohua replied, forcing back her laughter, her tone earnest. "That's more like it. Your contrition seems genuine. Now," Jiang Zheng scoffed softly, silently positioning himself beside her, naturally picking up her bowl and chopsticks, and bringing a morsel of food to her lips. Chen Xiaohua stifled a smile, gazing in astonishment at the contradictory display of sincerity before her. She cast a scornful glance at Jiang Zheng, silently admiring his audacity. Indeed, his skin was remarkably thick. Even after such blatant words, he maintained an air of nonchalance, which she found both amusing and impressive. With a quiet inner grumble, she opened her mouth, relishing the reluctant feeding he provided. "I want to eat braised pork," she declared, pursing her lips languidly. Without uttering a word, he complied, picking up a piece and offering it to her mouth. "I want to eat vegetables," she added right after swallowing, her lips curving into a smile as she looked at him. Jiang Zheng shot her a sidelong glance, his brow furrowing slightly, feeling a twinge of exasperation. It seemed she had reduced him to a mere tool. Yet, he chose not to protest, and once again catered to her whims, selecting her preferred dishes. Thus, Chen Xiaohua sat, her face cradled in her hands, her eyes sparkling with radiant joy as she observed Jiang Zheng, who was visibly displeased while feeding her. "Just eat. You can command me now, but wait until tonight in bed. We shall see how I command you," Jiang Zheng mused inwardly, transforming humiliation into motivation. Intent on reciprocating her tactics, Chen Xiaohua shivered inexplicably, casting a suspicious glance at Jiang Zheng, yet continued to relish her hands-free dining experience. After a while, she declared, "I've had enough," letting out a satisfied burp while patting her little belly and shaking her head in contentment. "Why stop? There is still so much food. You must eat it, or it would be a waste, wouldn't it? Open your mouth." Jiang Zheng smirked mischievously, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he leaned closer. "No, no. If I eat any more, my little belly will burst," Chen Xiaohua replied, her tone tinged with pleading as she gazed at him, shaking her head vigorously. "You too have your moments," Jiang Zheng thought to himself, unflinching as he seized her escaping hand, continuing to feed her. Chen Xiaohua found herself trapped, forced to endure the continued feeding, and shot an annoyed glare at Jiang Zheng. Her earlier sweetness evaporated, replaced by fierce indignation. Jiang Zheng, however, remained unfazed, believing that every endeavor should have a beginning and an end, with consequences to match. He could not be blamed. After another vigorous meal, they finally cleared her plate, leaving Chen Xiaohua rolling her eyes, her belly protruding like that of a pregnant woman, forming a noticeable arc. Jiang Zheng could not suppress a chuckle at her distressed expression, provoking a fierce glare from Chen Xiaohua. "It's all your fault," she exclaimed petulantly, venting her frustration at him. Jiang Zheng, in contrast, maintained a calm demeanor, leisurely clearing the table. As he approached her, he whispered softly in her ear, "Tonight, I'll make you see," teasingly calling her silly little sister. With that, he hummed a tune as he stepped into the kitchen, leaving Chen Xiaohua blushing fiercely, akin to a red apple, seething as she cursed his retreating figure in her mind. Everything had settled down after a flurry of activity. Jiang Zheng found himself alone in the driver's cabin of the RV, quietly smoking a cigarette. He awaited the completion of the RV's upgrade, which was less than 2 hours away. Not only was he filled with anticipation, but his legs also began to tremble slightly. In this moment of anxious expectation, he yearned to savor each moment, to relish the rewards that awaited him. Tick-tock. Time fell silent, and he lost track of how long had passed when the cold, piercing voice of the system jolted him awake from a light slumber. He quickly opened his eyes to see the faint white glow surrounding the RV had quietly faded away. With a surge of eagerness, he was unable to restrain himself from checking the changes brought about by the upgrade. The RV upgrade was complete. The summary of the upgrade is as follows. Apocalypse RV System Host. Jiang Zheng Age. 22 Ability. Level 2 Esper RV Information. Apocalypse RV. Upgrade complete. Advanced version. Model. Level 3 RV. Camouflage capability. Can blend with the surrounding environment. Space configuration. Bedroom X1. Kitchen X1. Bathroom X1. Living room X1. Storage room X1. Armored turret. Refrigerated storage space. 10 by 10 cubic meters special feature. Exceptional refrigeration effect for perishable food, with a maximum preservation time of 1 year. Skill. Items stored in the RV storage room can be instantaneously transferred to a subspace for refrigeration via mental command. Overall summary. Essential for frozen storage. Vehicle strength. Class C, bulletproof. Capable of withstanding level 2 Esper strength, power, hybrid gasoline and diesel maximum speed. 1,600 kilometers per hour. All malfunctions have been repaired. RV skills. Instant acceleration. Instantly increases driving speed by 300, 200. Duration determined by fuel reserves. Instant transport. Allows instant transfer within a radius of 130 meters to the RV, transporting the host or any contacted person or object. RV weapons. Vehicle-mounted compressed light-speed cannon. Intermediate level. Charging time, 8-10 seconds. Upon completing the charge, it can eliminate level 3 espers, with a cooldown of 8-10 hours. Collision defense sawtooth, a protective device located at the front of the vehicle, providing excellent propulsion. Capable of disregarding all obstacles ahead and clearing the path. Vehicle-mounted radar, scanning radius of 10 kilometers. It will automatically issue alerts upon detecting stealthy or high-speed entities within a 5-kilometer radius. Vehicle-mounted Gatling gun. Caliber, 20 millimeters, firing rate, 2,000 rounds per minute, magazine capacity, 1,500 rounds, 900 energy per magazine. Skill, possesses a 10-5 chance to eliminate any enemy in a severely injured state, 30. Effective in suppressing small to medium-sized hordes of zombies. Chapter 109. The Lottery. Personal skills. Embrace of the Sister Killer, a close combat technique that inflicts severe damage, 30, on an enemy. Particularly effective against a woman being choked in one's embrace. Flaw, utterly ineffective against males. Although it is merely a rudimentary skill with stringent conditions, its cost-effectiveness is undeniable, making it an extraordinarily formidable ability that can surpass expectations in critical moments. Blade drag slash. Raising the long sword, one glides it across the ground, channeling force through the blade's tip, concealed beneath the surface until leaping forth to deliver a decisive blow upon reaching the adversary. Drawback. Requires a sword. Special. A localized strike that inflicts a 50 damage increase on the primary target. New additions to the store. Armed turret. Electromagnetic pulse cannon. 30,000 energy. Armed turret. Laser cannon. 50,000 energy. Armed turret. Multifunctional drone. 50,000 energy. Black Technology Laboratory. Vehicle mounted. 100,000 energy. Tier 3 body enhancement serum. 50,000 energy. Antiviral serum. 10,000 energy. Skill category. Vehicle reinforcement. Passive. 20,000 energy. Radiance. Personal. 20,000 energy. Elusive step. Personal. 30,000 energy. The conditions for the next vehicle upgrade are as follows. Increase fuel tank capacity. 100,000 liters. Current capacity. 50,000 liters. 50,000 energy. Increase water reservoir capacity. 100,000 liters. Current capacity. 50,000 liters. 50,000 energy. Increase storage space. 50. Expanding vehicle size and length. 50,000 energy. Enhance wheel strength. Immunity to wear. Increased fire resistance. Capable of withstanding Tier 2 damage. 50,000 energy. 2 Tier 3 energy crystals. 10 Tier 2 energy crystals. 20 basic energy crystals. Special items can further elevate attribute level caps. Please observe and explore at your discretion. The content of this upgrade has concluded. A profound silence enveloped the room as Jiang Zheng took considerable time to digest the multitude of system notifications. He quietly lit a cigarette to soothe the complexity swirling within his mind. After reviewing the upgrade details, he gained a preliminary impression and understanding of what this enhancement entailed. This upgrade primarily revolved around the store's updates, introducing numerous items with impressive names. However, the vehicle itself underwent minimal transformation, merely fortifying existing attributes, including onboard weaponry, without any remarkable enhancements. Such mundane changes left Jiang Zheng feeling somewhat disappointed. He had anticipated a groundbreaking configuration akin to the armed turret, but it seemed he had overestimated the upgrade's potential. Nevertheless, the vehicle's enhancement signified that he now possessed the means to challenge and eliminate Tier 3 abilities. This baseline standard was of utmost importance to Jiang Zheng, as it constituted the foundation of his survival. Reflecting on this, his earlier discontent began to dissipate. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, which soon enveloped the driver's cabin in a hazy mist. Continuing the analysis, it is evident that the category of weaponry, particularly the armed turrets mounted on recreational vehicles, has seen the most significant increase. A cursory glance reveals an array of formidable armaments, with the electromagnetic cannon being the one most favored by Jiang Zheng. Its characteristic ability to eliminate a second-tier ability user in a severely injured state, 30, instantaneously is remarkable. Moreover, it can be deployed at a distance and possesses considerable destructive power. Among the offerings, there are several auxiliary items that astonish Jiang Zheng, such as the antiviral serum. A brief review of its description indicates that it is a serum capable of neutralizing the zombie virus, an invaluable asset in the apocalyptic landscape, beneficial to all, including Jiang Zheng himself. In the current scenario, zombies remain humanity's most tenacious and direct adversaries. The existence of a corresponding antidote alleviated the anxiety that had long plagued Jiang Zheng's heart. He recalled the tragic fate of the couple in Little Stone Town, particularly the woman whose life might have been saved had he possessed this serum at the time. That moment marked the first instance where his emotions and spirit were profoundly stirred. Not unexpectedly, the third-tier enhancement serum has also emerged, though acquiring it now entails somewhat stringent conditions. In addition to requiring an appropriate number of energy points, 5 second-tier crystal cores are necessary. This indicates that the system has imposed certain restrictions on personal advancement, making the trials for the host considerably more arduous. Another surprise for Jiang Zheng was the appearance of a product labeled Black Technology Laboratory in this update. The description of this item is exceedingly concise. Encapsulated in a single phrase, technology changes the world. Upon reading this, Jiang Zheng could not help but express his disdain. The system's audacity was quite shocking. This summary is far too vague and, frankly, unsatisfactory. With a peculiar expression, Jiang Zheng began to ponder what the true nature of this Black Technology Laboratory could be, especially as it commanded the highest price among the myriad of items, requiring an astonishing 100,000 energy points. It does not appear to offer immediate benefits. Should he purchase it without any satisfactory developments, it would result in a significant loss. Unless a unique opportunity arises, he would not hastily invest in it. After all, 100,000 energy points could procure other weaponry that would be far more appealing. Jiang Zheng shook his head, finding this item too perplexing to comprehend at the moment, and thus decided to focus on analyzing the next item. As for skills, a new skill associated with the recreational vehicle has been added, clearly defensive in nature, along with 2 personal skills. Upon reviewing the skill descriptions, it is evident that they are supportive in function, in conjunction with his current skills. They provide a balanced and comprehensive enhancement. The next upgrade for the recreational vehicle, akin to previous iterations, lacks any remarkable features, consisting solely of basic upgrade services with minimal tangible impact. However, it cannot be entirely dismissed as lacking any utility. The requirements for energy crystal cores have also become more demanding, with not only the second-tier cores, but even the primary cores now necessitating the collection of 20. The workload is indeed considerable. Currently, he finds it exceedingly easy to eliminate novice abilities users, yet there are not enough of them available for him to confront. At present, he has encountered merely 5 novice abilities users and ability beasts, among which Ling Jie has transformed into a second-level abilities user during combat. The stark disparity in numbers sends a shiver down Jiang Zheng's spine. Upon reflecting on the underlying purpose of this upgrade, it becomes evident that it aims to compel him to decelerate amidst the rapid progression, thereby solidifying his intrinsic strength, whether it pertains to the RV or himself. The newly upgraded items gravitate towards this direction. In the 2 recent upgrades of the RV, victories were primarily secured through the suppression tactics of the RV's compressed light beams, which the system likely disapproves of. Dependence is indeed undesirable. He must hone his willpower. Jiang Zheng pondered silently, realizing that refining his mental fortitude and execution is fundamental to his growth. Whether utilizing the RV or relying on his own capabilities, extreme crises demand immense resilience and composed contemplation to emerge from the jaws of death. Succumbing to despair would be catastrophic. Fortunately, each time he faced peril, he managed to survive, largely due to his formidable psychological resilience. Just as he was lost in thought, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations! You have upgraded the RV to a high level, and the system rewards you with a chance for an all-level lottery draw. Would you like to proceed? Jiang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced his lips. Indeed, every upgrade entailed a complimentary lottery, but what would he draw this time? On his first lottery, he received a fragmented body potion, which afforded him the confidence to confront zombies for the first time in his life. The second draw yielded a teleportation ability, seemingly inconsequential. Yet it saved his life on 2 occasions, leaving him with lingering trepidation. He often questioned the results of each draw, as initial impressions yielded little sense of their utility. Yet subsequent usage revealed their remarkable efficacy. Confirming the draw, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Jiang Zheng's eyes, stirring his emotions for this lottery. This time, the draw encompasses all levels, presenting the possibility of acquiring unlocked items or cutting-edge technology. Anything is conceivable. Perhaps he might even procure something extraordinarily formidable. The anticipation within Jiang Zheng intensified. Chapter 110, Divine Arts. Rebirth of the Impure Soil. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Zheng's eyes as he fixated intently on the slowly rotating, multicolored wheel. The intricate patterns upon the wheel were obscured, leaving him unable to discern the rapidly fleeting images. However, The vibrant colors that leapt forth indicated the presence of rare commodities. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Zheng caught sight of several dazzling flashes, one of which, a blinding golden light, nearly overwhelmed him. From Jiang Zheng's understanding, items within the shop were classified into 5 colors: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Most vehicular equipment was typically green, while the recently acquired flamethrower was purple, signifying a remarkable leap of 2 tiers. This fueled Jiang Zheng's fervent desire and anticipation for possession. Indeed, it was proven that within a mere 2 to 3 hours of daylight, the flamethrower had bestowed upon him nearly 30,000 units of energy, which filled him with immense joy. This time, I am certain to draw something exceptional. Jiang Zheng silently encouraged himself. His fists clenched tightly as his gaze remained unwavering upon the wheel. The wheel's velocity soared to its zenith, and even Jiang Zheng, as a level 2 esper, could not perceive any flaw within its motion. He was utterly incapable of discerning its contents, which heightened both his tension and anticipation. After a considerable duration of watching, Jiang Zheng noted that the wheel showed no signs of slowing, leaving him puzzled and somewhat disheartened. What is happening? Why is it taking so long this time? He mused, finding the extended duration perplexing, as it seemed to last twice as long as before. The wait felt interminable, which only served to deepen his confusion. Yet, there was nothing to be done. Time would pass regardless, and the wheel would eventually come to a halt. Still, his eagerness gradually waned. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Zheng's expression grew peculiar as his patience teetered on the brink of exhaustion. Finally, the wheel began to decelerate. His lethargic eyes reignited with a flicker of hope as he recentered his focus on the wheel. The pointer began to slow, shrouded beneath a veil of mist that obscured the item's design, compelling him to rely solely on the colors above to ascertain the quality of the goods. White, blue. White, purple, gold. As Jiang Zheng beheld the pointer nearing a stop, his emotions surged, the dazzling hues captivating his senses. When the pointer gradually settled upon the golden item, his gaze intensified, his cold eyes shimmering with fervor, as if they themselves were aglow, his mouth agape in astonishment. Stop! Jiang Zheng was aflame with urgency, his heart racing with an exhilarating anticipation that prompted a few expletives to escape his lips. However, contrary to his fervent wishes, the languidly rotating pointer slid past the golden item, ultimately landing on the subsequent white item that appeared behind it. Witnessing this, the expression of certainty on Jiang Zheng's face abruptly froze, akin to being doused with cold water, extinguishing the fiery passion that had ignited within him. Jiang Zheng gazed despondently at the outcome of the lottery, the painfully slow movement of the pointer all but confirming a dismal fate. A profound sense of regret washed over him, as he pondered why he could never draw high-tier items. Such was the cruel hand of fate. Contemplating this, Jiang Zheng lowered his head, exhaling a weary sigh, his expression steeped in melancholy. He waited for the familiar confirmation sound from the system in his mind. But an agonizingly long silence ensued, leaving him perplexed. Intrigued by this oddity, he lifted his gaze, eager to uncover the truth. Suddenly, a resonant chime echoed in his mind just as he was about to raise his head. Jiang Zheng's body jolted. He hastily turned his attention to the spot where the pointer had come to rest, his eyes fixated on the spinning wheel in a trance. Following his gaze, the pointer had landed on a color he had never encountered before, a dazzling hue radiating a kaleidoscope of brilliance. This resplendent glow seemed to transcend the ordinary, captivating all attention and spirit, as if one could become entranced within its depths. Upon the item, which shimmered with an extraordinary luminescence, lay an exceptionally striking name: Divine Technique, Impure Earth Reincarnation. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Jiang Zheng slowly read the 5 resplendent characters emblazoned in golden light. His emotions soared like a train ascending to its peak only to plummet swiftly to its nadir, yet, as if fortune smiled upon him, a flicker of hope ignited within his heart. What level is this? Jiang Zheng found it hard to believe the spectacle before him. He rubbed his eyes and pinched the flesh on his thigh to assure himself that he was not merely dreaming. Then he began to murmur his thoughts aloud. He had never witnessed such a vibrant and dazzling radiance, which defied his previous understanding of the system's tier classifications. Uncertain of the item's true rank, he was nonetheless profoundly affected by the magnificent glow and the striking inscription, which left an indelible mark upon his heart. He had an inkling that this item was anything but ordinary. Perhaps he had struck the grand prize. With a mixture of emotions, he gazed skeptically at the resplendent object and cautiously opened its information description. Congratulations! You have unlocked an unknown tier. Dazzling. Before Jiang Zheng could fully absorb the description, a voice in his mind began to elucidate this unknown tier. The known tier levels were 5 in total, ranging from weak to strong: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Now, a new tier, dazzling, had suddenly emerged. It was self-evident that this tier radiated an arresting brilliance, surpassing even the legendary gold tier. Upon unlocking it, it was positioned at the very end of the hierarchy, leaving observers awestruck and spellbound. In the realm of vibrant and extraordinary items, the store offers nothing beyond golden artifacts. Such enigmatic and elusive treasures can only be obtained through vehicle upgrades or other means of chance. With the emergence of these dazzling items, the possessions acquired are bound to be immensely powerful and unfathomably mysterious. This prospect stirred an exhilarating excitement within Jiang Zheng, causing his body to tremble slightly as he fixated on the item description. Divine Technique, Blighted Soil Rebirth Category, Personal Skill Tier, Radiant Energy, 00 Attribute. Divine Technique, Heaven-Defying Skill, Restriction. In its initial state, it can summon and control a single corpse. Special, Resurrection, Transcending the world itself, existing beyond the 5 elements. Skill, it allows the user to retrieve the soul of any deceased entity from the underworld, reviving corpses with brain damage not exceeding 90, endowing them with a modicum of intelligence and thought. The resurrected corpse retains 60 of its pre-mortem combat prowess and skills. Description: Big brother, when you are strong, I am but a little brother. Yet, I possess countless brothers, for this is not a solitary confrontation. Upon evolution to the highest tier, it will resurrect the dead, flesh and bone, allowing for the transformation of their allegiance at will. The notion of reanimating the deceased sent a chill through Jiang Zheng as he read the final segment of the skill's description. The ability to resurrect the dead is a notion both terrifying and extraordinary. Although he possessed such a bizarre system and had often encountered fantastical tales, he was not particularly astonished by this surreal scene. However, the thought of resurrecting the dead, something even the great Qin Shi Huang could not achieve, who sought immortality in vain, left him incredulous. Could he truly wield control over life and death? Jiang Zheng shook his head in disbelief, realizing that such far-reaching implications were too daunting to ponder. Even if such an extraordinary power existed, he had a long journey ahead and need not dwell on it too deeply. After gazing at the skill description for an extended period, he reluctantly diverted his gaze. Realizing that merely hearing about such a peculiar skill was remarkable enough, should he ever employ it, he would undoubtedly become the target of envy and relentless pursuit. He envisioned a future where he would discreetly seek out powerful supernatural beings or entities, eliminate them, and subsequently resurrect their bodies, thereby assembling a formidable entourage of free, powerful bodyguards and recycling resources. Chapter 111. Mutation. Jiang Zheng struggled to calm his fervent emotions, his gaze reflecting a myriad of complex thoughts. After dismissing the skill introduction page, the dazzling graphic that hovered before him transformed into a flowing light, swiftly penetrating the barriers of the system and indelibly imprinting itself within his mind. Deep within the recesses of Jiang Zheng's consciousness, a hazy realm emerged, obscured from clear view. As his thoughts approached, the mist that shrouded his vision gradually dissipated, revealing an entirely new world before him. Stepping into this space, he found himself enveloped in darkness, surrounded by an impenetrable void, with no hint of light to be seen. Only before him did faint wisps of light descend from above, illuminating a corresponding circular basin on the ground, captivating his attention. Behind these basins stood towering, nameless gravestones, emanating an overwhelming sense of sorrowful solitude that struck Jiang Zheng profoundly. He trembled involuntarily, battling the rising tide of fear within, and cautiously approached the peculiar sight. As he reached out to touch the ancient, desolate gravestone, it felt as if his very essence was drawn into it, a battlefield stained with blood, a forsaken wasteland echoing with sorrow. The haunting cries of despair and furious shouts reverberated in his ears, tangible and piercing, transcending the barriers of space and reality, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. In that moment, the cycle of life and death felt particularly profound. Jiang Zheng dared not breathe, overwhelmed by the despair and loneliness that the gravestone imparted, and he swiftly withdrew from the eerie location. As his consciousness returned to his body, he exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that his back had become drenched in sweat during that fleeting moment. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he was left with lingering apprehension. What was that force? This skill had evidently created an entirely new world within his mind. What did those gravestones represent? Jiang Zheng pondered, yet could not decipher the mysteries contained within. Resolving to set aside his thoughts for now, he felt an eager anticipation for the effects of the skill in pure world reincarnation. Noticing that the sky had darkened considerably and the time on the screen indicated it was already past 9 in the evening, he decided it was best to return to the northern camp for some rest. He was in no rush to summon feeble zombies for experimentation, as their combat prowess was merely a paltry 5, of little use to him. Tomorrow, he would head to the city, where he anticipated encountering more evolved entities. The likelihood of finding a novice ability user to practice on would be significantly higher in such a populated area. Considering that the skill could initially summon and control only one corpse, he was uncertain of its effects. Thus, it would be prudent to summon a candidate of considerable strength to align with his expectations. Calming his excitement, he took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he pressed down hard on the accelerator, the RV roaring to life as it sped towards the urban center of Chao County. At last, we may finally unify Chaoxian. In a dimly lit neighborhood, an enormous convoy slowly traversed the filthy, odorous street as the thin, monkey-like man in an off-road vehicle smirked at a robust figure beside him. Jiang Zheng grinned wickedly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, and with a proud demeanor declared, "Who could have foreseen that after such an intense battle between Sister Ling and Brother Quan, where victory remained elusive, fate has conspired to allow me, Zhang Chang, to unify Chaoxian. They are merely a bunch of useless fools." His boastful words caused the subservient monkey-like man beside him to momentarily change color, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and ingratiatingly responded, "Of course, the tides of fortune shift. This year belongs to Brother Chong, who is undoubtedly the most capable." Upon hearing the extensive flattery, Zhang Chong laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with pride, his demeanor increasingly audacious. They proceeded to the southern territory, prepared for fierce combat, each of them, including Zhang Chong, cautious and alert. However, to their astonishment, upon arrival, they found the place deserted, void of any presence, save for a few survivors who had arrived to seize the dwindling resources. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Chong and his entourage were relieved, summoning their numerous subordinates to seize control of the abandoned police station in the south, the stronghold of Sister Ling and her cohorts, allowing them to relax. After expending some effort to gather the remaining supplies in the south, and leaving 2/3 of their forces stationed there, they noticed the sky darkening and set off back to the north, as Zhang Chong needed to confer with the junior leaders at the camp regarding their forthcoming plans. After all, conquering the entirety of Chaoxian posed questions of profit and distribution that required resolution, and Zhang Chong found himself unable to pause. Having spent the entire day shuttling between the northern and southern territories, just as he reveled in the monkey-like man's elaborate flattery, an unexpected sound suddenly erupted from the front of the convoy, jolting Zhang Chong back to reality. Following the noise, he beheld several vehicles, seemingly appearing from nowhere, crashing into the front of the convoy. Flames erupted before his eyes, chaos unfolding. Hearing the frantic shouts and anguished cries of his men, Zhang Chong's expression darkened ominously. Who could it be? Were they the remnants from the south? His voice, brimming with fury, silenced the occupants of the off-road vehicle, none daring to breathe loudly for fear of inciting his wrath. Noticing the silence within the vehicle, Zhang Chong's countenance grew grim, his eyes flashing dangerously as he spoke in a low tone. "I am quite curious to see who possesses the audacity to assault my convoy." The members of the northern team, having been violently struck, immediately fled their vehicle, which had been intact and smoothly operating moments before, now rendered a mangled wreck with flames engulfing its rear. A sense of dread loomed. "Who are you? How dare you launch a surprise attack on Brother Chong's convoy? Do you wish to court death?" The player from the North City, with a look of panic etched across his face, vehemently rebuked the glaring headlights of the approaching vehicle. At that very moment, Zhang Chang and his group swiftly assembled and arrived at the scene of the incident, transforming the once sparsely populated street corner into a bustling crowd. The frontline team members were well equipped, brandishing formidable handguns in anticipation of any unforeseen circumstances, poised for action. Tension filled the air as the crowd confronted the unexpected intruders, who remained eerily silent, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Noticing the futility of his subordinates' words, Zhang Chong fell silent and moved into the throng, directly facing the blinding headlights. His voice resonated powerfully as he declared, "Who dares approach? I am the newly appointed leader of Chao County. Why do you seek to obstruct my convoy? Are you the remnants from South City, fully aware of your transgression?" Upon concluding his statement, Zhang Chong fixed his unwavering gaze upon them, his expression betraying a sense of foreboding. He acutely sensed that within the vehicles lay a formidable presence that sent a chill down his spine, causing his voice to quaver slightly. This oppressive feeling was one he had previously experienced with Qian Gu and Ling Jie, and now, faced with these enigmatic intruders, Zhang Chong found himself uncertain and anxious. "Oh, the leader of Chao County is but an ordinary man?" A voice, laced with blatant mockery, suddenly erupted amidst Jiang Zheng's group, causing their ears to ring painfully from the strange sound. As the words faded, around 10 individuals emerged from the uninvited vehicle, each towering over 6 feet tall, exuding a menacing aura. Among them, a notably diminutive figure caught the eye, a frail boy with hair obscuring his eyes, standing out starkly amidst the imposing giants. "How dare you speak like that? Have your parents turned into zombies, failing to teach you manners?" the boy taunted. "Little brat. Go back to where you came from and stop pretending in front of our strong brother," echoed the others, their scornful jeers directed at the young one. Witnessing their leader being derided by this slight youth, Jiang Zheng's comrades could no longer contain their outrage, erupting into a chorus of indignant shouts. Jiang Zheng's expression shifted unpredictably as he surveyed the bizarre assembly before him, an ominous premonition igniting within him. He raised his hand, signaling for his men to quiet down. Chapter 112. He has arrived in the face of the mocking words from the slender youth at the forefront. Jiang Zheng suppressed his rising anger and replied in a low voice, "You are quite audacious, aren't you? After all, I am the leader of Chao County. The strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. Although your strength appears formidable, I implore you to temper your arrogance. Otherwise, you may find yourself in an embarrassing predicament." Jiang Zheng was acutely aware of the unusual nature of the youth before him, yet as the newly appointed leader of Chao County, he could not afford to lose his authority. With numerous subordinates standing behind him, yielding would be a significant blow to his pride. Moreover, his position was not yet firmly established, resting solely on his inadequate strength rather than extraordinary abilities. This battle was one he must secure, even in defeat. He could not afford to lose face. And in the chaos of combat, who could predict the outcome? Glancing at the team members beside him, armed with handguns, then at the burly men opposite them wielding knives, guns, and clubs, only 2 among them were armed with firearms, Jiang Zheng's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. A bitter smile crept across his lips as he thought, after all, they are mere mortals. No matter how powerful they seem, they cannot surpass the might of our firearms. With this thought in mind, he discreetly drew his sleek black pistol from his pocket in preparation for any unexpected turn of events. Did these unruly rabble truly believe they could impede the progress of our esteemed cold young master? The burly men behind the slender youth could no longer contain themselves, launching into a tirade of taunts. "Indeed, our cold young master is one of the 4 prodigies of Jiang City. How dare you, a mere pack of rodents, act so brazenly? Do you wish to face a fate worse than death? Enough of this idle chatter. Let us charge forth and show them our strength." The hulking figures clamored, their shouts echoing with disdain, causing Jiang Zheng and his companions to feel utterly overshadowed, their expressions darkening. "The 4 prodigies of Jiang City, I see nothing but refuse discarded from the sweepings." Jiang Zheng was initially taken aback, but as he contemplated the situation, a cold smirk emerged on his lips as he loudly mocked the group before him. Upon hearing his words, the slender youth and his hulking companions were visibly enraged. Their teeth clenched in frustration. The leader's expression darkened as he coldly declared, "You are courting death." The laughter from Jiang Zheng and his followers intensified in response to this so-called threat from the slender youth, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. In a moment of brief confrontation, a storm of verbal exchanges ensued, both sides seething with anger, itching to tear each other apart. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if the very air could be wrung of moisture. And the impending battle was on the brink of eruption. The slender youth's icy gaze swept across the armed members of the Northern City team. And with a slight furrow of his brow, he raised his hand to signal the burly men behind him to fall back. The beefy men, recognizing their leader's intent, reluctantly retreated, their expressions revealing a mix of amusement and anticipation as they regarded Jiang Zheng and his companions. Cold young master is enraged. There will be consequences for them. Indeed. It seems impossible for some individuals to escape their fate today. The warriors who have followed young Master Long for so long are well aware of his temperament. His current actions unmistakably reveal his profound anger. They stand aside, smirking coldly as they anticipate the expressions of Jiang Zheng and the others in the ensuing events. The frail youth slowly advances, and the members of the North City team feel an overwhelming pressure with his approach, a bead of cold sweat suddenly appearing on their foreheads. In a panic, one of them exclaims, "Don't come any closer. If you do, don't blame us for being rude." With that, he aims his firearm at the boy, his trembling hands betraying the fear in his heart. Upon hearing this, the youth's lips curl into a smirk as he abruptly raises his right hand, pushing forward with a gaze that radiates lethal intent. The North City team members, taken aback by the boy's bizarre action, instinctively train their weapons on him and fire. The deafening gunfire reverberates through the air, shattering the silence of the street and attracting the attention of wandering zombies nearby. Relentless bullets hurtle towards the youth. Yet the moment the gunfire erupts, he remains unscathed, as if the bullets have evaporated into thin air. Jiang Zheng and his companions had envisioned the boy's tragic demise. But as they witness this extraordinary scene, they are struck with disbelief, their eyes widening in search of an explanation. What is happening? Why have the bullets vanished? It feels as though an invisible barrier is shielding him. Cold sweat beads on Jiang Zheng's forehead as he gazes in horror at the scene unfolding before him. His lips pale, and a sense of foreboding creeps over him. In a mere instant, the gunfire ceases to have any effect, and before them materializes a blazing crimson barrier. Flames surge upon this translucent wall, through which Jiang Zheng and his companions glimpse the bullets that had been fired. This surreal sight prompts them to exchange alarmed glances, realizing that the youth before them is, in fact, an ability user. Oh no, what folly it was to provoke him. Fear drips from Jiang Zheng's eyes as he laments his grave mistake. He is well aware of the terror that ability users can invoke. Had he known the youth's true nature, he would have fled without a second thought. Yet now, it is far too late for regrets. The fiery wall lingers for but a moment before hurtling toward Jiang Zheng and his companions with alarming speed. In a flash of crimson light, the targeted North City members find themselves unable to escape. Initially, they seem unaffected by the impact, but in the next moment, their bodies ignite in flames. The scorching heat engulfs them, and the agonizing sensation drives them to scream in despair. Within mere seconds, they are consumed entirely by the eerie flames, reduced to a pair of skeletal remains, adorned with glimmering red embers. Those fortunate enough to evade the inferno, including Jiang Zheng and the remaining survivors, are drenched in cold sweat, witnessing the bizarre and horrific deaths of their comrades. How could they not be terrified? The boy's seemingly casual attack has annihilated half of their ranks, revealing a level of power they had never anticipated. What is there to hide from? I have yet to unleash my full potential. The frail youth's voice resonated with a dismal clarity that echoed in the ears of all present. Jiang Zheng's expression twisted into a grimace, a flicker of menace glinting in his gaze. It was too late to flee. He could only fight with every ounce of strength he possessed. As the youth prepared to raise his hand once more, Jiang Zheng feigned composure, a sudden spark igniting in his eyes. Before the youth could act, he boomed, "Do not be so ruthless, my lord. As an ordinary man, I have ascended to the position of the leader of Chaosian. Do you not find that peculiar?" The youth paused, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Unable to fathom the reasoning behind it, he inquired, "Why?" Seeing that he had captured the youth's attention, Jiang Zheng exhaled a sigh of relief and, forcing his voice to sound resolute, declared, "It is because I have the support of a remarkable individual behind me. In Chaosian, two supernatural beings vied for power. Yet both were effortlessly vanquished by the extraordinary presence at my back. Otherwise, how could I possibly be in charge? You must ponder this carefully before you decide to eliminate us." "Humph. Do you think that such words will deter me from ending your life? Even if the King of Heaven were to come today, he could not save you." The youth easily discerned the underlying threat in Jiang Zheng's words. Yet he was not one to be intimidated. Indeed, Jiang Zheng's statements had startled him momentarily, and the likelihood of their truth was considerable. However, so what? Today, he had resolved to eliminate these insignificant beings who dared to look down upon him. No one could intervene. With that, the youth moved forward, stepping ahead and simultaneously thrusting both hands outward, as if an invisible force surged forth from his grasp, hurtling toward Jiang Zheng and his companions. Terror etched the faces of Jiang Zheng and his team from the northern city as fear and resentment became unmistakably apparent in their eyes. Jiang Zheng sighed in resignation, fully aware of the grim fate that awaited him. His expression fell into one of desolation as he closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable approach of death. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, nothing transpired as he anticipated. Instead, a familiar thunderous roar erupted nearby. Amidst the gasps of those around him, he abruptly opened his eyes, and the sight before him filled him with both dread and exhilaration. Following his gaze, a fire dragon, condensed from flames, surged rapidly from behind them, barreling toward the youth. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the youth's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily conjured an invisible wall of fire to defend himself. The two streams of crimson light collided, flames bursting forth. However, it was evident that the firewall was no match for the formidable dragon. In an instant, the seemingly invincible barrier shattered upon contact, and the swift fire dragon lunged toward the youth. Realizing the peril he was in, the frail youth swiftly retreated. But the fire dragon crashed violently into the spot he had just vacated, transforming the space of their standoff into a searing inferno, flames illuminating the sky. The youth's expression darkened as he bellowed into the distance, "Who dares to interrupt my affairs?" Jiang Zheng turned to behold the massive silhouette of an approaching vehicle, a flicker of joy lighting his eyes. A smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, "He has arrived." Chapter 113. The decimation of Zhang Chong, and the burly men behind the young boy gazed in awe at the colossal vehicle that loomed before them. The RV, having undergone a second upgrade, had expanded in both size and length by half, appearing immensely imposing. Its menacing front, adorned with jagged anti-collision spikes, instilled a chilling dread in both factions, rendering them speechless. The boy's eyes reflected profound fear as he stared at the grotesque vehicle. Was there truly such a monstrous RV in existence? It felt utterly surreal. As an individual with extraordinary abilities, he could not help but sense the formidable nature of this vehicle. The grotesque remnants of zombies and the vivid splashes of crimson blood that decorated the front, coupled with the faint glimmer of cold light emanating from the spikes under the night sky, sent shivers down the spines of all present, eliciting cold sweat and trepidation. Jiang Zheng gradually maneuvered the RV alongside Jiang Zheng and his companions, casting a dispassionate glance at them before fixing his gaze upon the defiant, slender boy. An individual with extraordinary powers. How intriguing. You shall serve as my experimental subject. A flicker of interest crossed Jiang Zheng's eyes as he opened the door, gripping a titanium alloy long knife, and leaped down. Approaching the visibly alarmed boy, a vague smile played at the corners of his lips as he advanced. The boy's complexion darkened. Strangely, he sensed no fluctuations of supernatural energy from this man, only an overwhelming pressure and formidable aura that enveloped him. The energy coursing within him seemed to falter under this immense force, its flow slowing considerably. As the graceful young man drew nearer, the boy gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You dare to disrupt my affairs? Do you wish for death?" Although merely 15 or 16 years old, the boy's considerable strength in the face of the apocalypse had fostered an arrogant bravado. He seldom conceded defeat, even when confronted by this enigmatic young man. His rebellious nature instilled in him a fearless audacity, undeterred by his current predicament. Despite being cast into this desolate world, his inner pride remained unyielding. "Oh, the folly of youth. Allow me to impart a lesson in humility today, you insolent child." In response to the boy's provocation, Jiang Zheng shook his head with a hint of exasperation, his eyes flashing with intensity as he unleashed his overwhelming aura. Gripping the long knife tightly, he propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, shattering the earth beneath him, which cracked violently as he surged toward the boy like a bolt of lightning. What astounding speed! The boy gasped in shock, hastily raising his hand and channeling his energy at an accelerated pace, swiftly conjuring a wall of flames. The roaring inferno painted the night sky in hues of red, radiating an astonishing heat. "Scorching stream, disperse!" the boy bellowed, invoking his second skill. The wall of flames disintegrated instantaneously, transforming into a barrage of fiery meteors, akin to a multitude of stars plummeting from the heavens, each trailing a blazing tail as they hurtled towards Jiang Zheng. Yet Jiang Zheng remained remarkably composed, his long knife dancing gracefully in the air, carving arcs as he extinguished the oncoming flames with ease. Having ascended to the rank of a second-tier supernatural being, his agility was unparalleled. He navigated through the tempest of fire with swift, nimble movements, emerging unscathed from the inferno, with the agile movements akin to a dragon and a domineering blade technique. Jiang Zheng swiftly appeared before the youth, a smirk gracing his lips as he raised his long knife, striking diagonally towards the boy's waist. He had no intention of inflicting severe harm upon the lad. Otherwise, his forbidden reincarnation technique would be rendered useless. Thus, in this battle, he withheld his full power, striving to contain the vast energy within him. The boy stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the radiant flames that were shattered by Jiang Zheng's approach. His face a mask of horror. A sinister expression emerged on his gloomy countenance, rendering him quite terrifying. The veins in his neck bulged as he hastily retreated, narrowly evading Jiang Zheng's casual strike. Impressive reflexes. Jiang Zheng chuckled softly, the hint of mockery evident in his tone as he elegantly twirled his blade, employing less than half of his strength. Yet, even this restrained force was enough to instill dread in the boy, a fledgling ability user, who fled in a frantic panic. The overwhelming dominance of a secondary ability user over a lower-tier opponent was starkly evident in this terrifying display of power. Goodness, this guy is remarkably formidable. The boy gasped for breath as he retreated, having activated his ability 3 times consecutively. The energy within him had dwindled to a mere trickle, leaving him with little capacity to resist. He contemplated his predicament, but before he could gather his thoughts or recover, a chilling glint suddenly illuminated his vision. This cold radiance seemed to rupture the very fabric of space, warping the surroundings, followed by a sharp sound slicing through the air, approaching in an instant. Oh no! The boy's heart raced with alarm, but he had no time to react. The terrifying beam of light swiftly cleaved through his waist without any hindrance. In that moment of frozen astonishment, his upper body was cleanly severed from his lower half, the cut so smooth that he began to topple slowly to the ground. This horrific scene left all present utterly stunned, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the actions of Jiang Zheng. Zhang Chang and the others stood paralyzed, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of this fearsome individual, who surpassed even their previously formidable adversary, Quan Ge. Yet, such a powerful figure fell victim to Jiang Zheng in mere moments, leaving everyone trembling in fear, yet secretly relieved. The burly men behind the boy were struck with shock, utterly unaware that within this county, such an extraordinary individual lurked, effortlessly dismantling their once formidable cold young master in just a few strikes. These men turned pale with fright, some losing their composure entirely, collapsing onto the ground in panic. The frail youth stared in disbelief at the young man who had suddenly appeared before him, his upper body already crumpled on the ground. As he tilted his head to observe the approaching figure, blood flowed profusely from his lips, his eyes wide with sheer terror. With his last breath, he seemed to confirm the identity of the young man before him, slightly lifting his head and murmuring in an exceedingly faint voice to the approaching Jiang Zheng, You are a level 2. Level 2 ability user. The youth's eyes revealed a sense of unwillingness. After uttering these fragmented words, his head tilted to the side, and he succumbed to the finality of death. A cold smile played upon Jiang Zheng's lips as he wielded his long blade, its surface devoid of any bloodstains, still shimmering with a chilling luster beneath the night sky. It became apparent to him now that the lack of discernment had led them to confront him directly. With a mere fleeting thought, he turned his gaze towards the group of burly men, who appeared utterly terrified, and fixed them with a steely glare, demanding, "Where do you hail from? Why has this battle unfolded here?" Having just arrived from the outskirts, he had stumbled upon the scene of conflict, with the radar indicating a significant surge of power emanating from human ability users. Hastening to investigate, he discovered Zhang Chang and others ensnared in a life-and-death crisis, prompting his timely intervention. Yet, Jiang Zheng remained entirely oblivious to their plight and origins in Chao County. He had not heard a whisper of the youth who had just perished. Upon hearing Jiang Zheng's sharp rebuke, the men turned pale, and the nearest burly figure, visibly flustered, hastily stood up, fear glimmering in his eyes as he stammered, "Big brother, the situation is as follows. We come from." After listening to the man's explanation, Jiang Zheng grasped the general situation. He was unconcerned about their involvement in the conflict with Zhang Chang and the others. His sole interest lay in uncovering their origins. As Jiang Zheng suspected, the youth group was not from Chao County. Rather, they hailed from Jiang City, the very place where Jiang Zheng had previously resided. According to the man's account, Jiang City had once been dominated by the Four Heroes, a term referring to 4 powerful ability users who held sway. However, recently, 2 of them had ascended to level 2 ability users, and their followers had gradually evolved into ability users as well, leading to a sudden shift in the situation. A fierce melee erupted among the factions, with the low-level ability users being overwhelmingly crushed and slaughtered by the 2 newly ascended level 2 users, resulting in their rout. Among them was Lung Xiao, one of the 2, who, barely clinging to life, had fled Jiang City in haste, pursued by the relentless level 2 ability users, ultimately arriving in Chao County. Chapter 114. Summoning. The current state of Jiang City is characterized by the rivalry between 2 factions, the Blood Wolf Gang and the Overlord Gang. Among them, the Overlord Gang boasts the greatest strength, with numerous low-level supernatural beings, 10 in total, many of whom were former combatants who surrendered or joined the organization upon hearing of it. This formidable force is not to be underestimated, even by mid-level practitioners. The Blood Wolf Gang originated from a betrayal within the city's military, successfully seizing power to establish their faction. Although only their leader possesses mid-level abilities and they lack even a single low-level practitioner, their substantial arsenal of firearms, including heavy weaponry, instills a degree of fear in the Overlord Gang, allowing them to tenuously contend with the latter's military might. With 10 low-level and 2 mid-level supernatural beings, the Blood Wolf Gang certainly surpasses the capabilities of a small locale like Chaoxian, which has merely 2 practitioners. It is essential to note that Jiang City's higher population density naturally results in a greater emergence of supernatural beings. Over time, he has observed a rising number of practitioners awakening their abilities, enhancing humanity's chances of survival. However, this also intensifies competition and resource contention. Jiang Zheng summarized the situation in Jiang City, remaining indifferent to other matters, as his sole focus was on supernatural beings. With a clearer understanding of the city's power dynamics, Jiang Zheng felt a sense of relief. Although he did not perceive Jiang City, with its large population, to be as simple as the burly man had suggested, he was thoroughly prepared and awaited the opportunity to stir up chaos. The cacophony of battle attracted a horde of wandering zombies from the vicinity. As they congregated at the street corner, a swarm of dozens of small zombies rushed toward Jiang Zheng. The group of frightened men, witnessing the menacing horde, turned pale and, disregarding their dignity, fled toward Jiang Zheng in a panic. Faced with such a multitude of zombies, Jiang Zheng and his companions felt a chill run down their spines, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Despite possessing handguns, they felt a sense of trepidation. However, their worries were alleviated by the presence of that man. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiang Zheng's gaze fell upon the solitary figure ahead, his eyes betraying a profound sense of apprehension. Jiang Zheng gripped his long blade, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Well then, let's see how well you can practice your skills against me. With that, he drove the blade's tip into the concrete ground, propelling himself forward with great speed, the blade carving long, delicate grooves into the surface. Remarkably, these grooves were remarkably straight, reflecting Jiang Zheng's exceptional control over his muscles and body coordination. In a matter of mere seconds, Jiang Zheng traversed the distance of 30 to 50 meters and leaped into the air, his body twisting to deliver a powerful strike. The moonlight glinted off the sharp edge of the blade, reflecting a dazzling cold light. As he activated his powers, the blade became enveloped in a radiant white glow, exuding formidable energy that, even at a casual glance, would evoke a sense of terror. As Jiang Zheng descended from the sky, wielding his blade with effortless grace, he resembled a celestial deity, an unstoppable force, descending with unparalleled majesty. Boom! The sound of an explosion, akin to a thunderclap, reverberated, followed by an unending series of violent echoes that jolted the eardrums. This sound rolled like deep thunder, resonating far and wide. At that moment, in front of the zombies, a thick cloud of dust shrouded the scene, as Jiang Zheng and his companions hastily shielded themselves from the debris flying through the air, squinting through the haze, yet only able to discern a veil of white dust, obscuring their vision. After a prolonged moment, as the smoke dissipated, Jiang Zheng and his companions finally beheld the spectacle before them. Upon witnessing the scene, even the burly men under the frightened youth gaped in disbelief. The once towering structures at the end of the 100-meter street corner had been utterly obliterated by a formidable surge of energy. The surrounding buildings and streets had been ruthlessly demolished, reduced to mere rubble. The violent shockwave, emanating from Jiang Zheng's very being, excavated a deep pit with a radius of 50 meters, as if everything nearby had evaporated. The overwhelming force annihilated all in its path, instilling sheer terror in the hearts of onlookers. The crowd was paralyzed with fear, unable to fathom that such devastation could be wrought by a single individual. The previously menacing horde of zombies had been reduced to ash in an instant. Jiang Zheng and his companions exchanged glances, each reflecting profound terror and unease. Breathing heavily, Jiang Zheng, despite the reduced exertion required after attaining second-level abilities, still found the effort taxing. Surveying the barren landscape around him, a faint smile crept upon his lips. As anticipated, the power unleashed by a second-level ability was indeed terrifying. Exhausted yet exhilarated by the astounding result, he marveled at the scene before him. Had he not been the one to deliver such a strike, he might have doubted humanity's capacity for such might. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Zheng leaped from the pit, slowly approaching Jiang Zheng and his companions. His peripheral vision caught sight of the youth's lifeless body lying not far away. Addressing Jiang Zheng and the others in a calm tone, he remarked, "You all should return. The situation has been resolved here. Do not linger, lest you find yourselves besieged by the zombies on your way back." The group, momentarily stunned, only regained their composure upon realizing Jiang Zheng stood before them, his indifferent voice breaking through their daze. The day's events had nearly sent their hearts racing to the brink of collapse. The sheer terror of Jiang Zheng's displayed power left them questioning their own humanity, as it felt utterly surreal. "All right, we shall leave now," Jiang Zheng stammered, hastily rallying his men, who resembled lifeless dogs, swiftly boarding their vehicle and fleeing in a panicked rush. After the grand procession of vehicles receded into the distance, Jiang Zheng withdrew his gaze from afar and turned to stand before the lifeless body of the youth. Could it truly summon the dead? Jiang Zheng pondered as he gazed at the bisected corpse, his brow furrowed in contemplation. If it were indeed possible to summon the entirety of a being, it would be exceedingly formidable. He felt no desire to comprehend the extent of its power. This singular act alone was enough to astonish the world. Following the command embedded within his mind, Jiang Zheng crouched down, extending his right hand to touch the head of the youth's corpse, his expression a tapestry of tension and anticipation. He then murmured, "Impure world reincarnation, summon." As he uttered these words, an otherworldly deep blue hue abruptly manifested in his hand, blooming magnificently like a radiant flower. The segment of the corpse he touched became enveloped in a soft blue light, and soon, a shallow blue circular pattern emerged on the ground before him, adorned with intricate and arcane ancient runes that flowed in a mesmerizing dance. Astonished, Jiang Zheng rose to his feet, captivated by the surreal spectacle before him. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, coalescing into a human silhouette of shimmering pale blue light. This ethereal form flickered for but a moment before the luminous glow cascaded from head to toe, gradually dissipating into a scatter of azure starlight, vanishing into the ether. In the next instant, before Jiang Zheng's eyes stood a slender youth, restored to his former self. Shocked and wide-eyed, Jiang Zheng beheld the miraculous sight. Feeling an inexplicable yet profound connection to this figure, faint yet undeniably strong. This extraordinary sensation suggested that whatever he willed the youth to do, he would comply. As Jiang Zheng's thoughts surged, he observed the young man slowly raising his hand. With eyes widened in astonishment, he witnessed the uncanny reality unfold. The youth truly moved in accordance with his intent. Just moments ago, he had envisioned the boy lifting his right hand, and now, astonishingly, the youth executed the action precisely as Jiang Zheng had commanded. Chapter 115. New directions for skill upgrades. The doubts in Jiang Zheng's heart gradually receded. Yet a lingering disbelief compelled him to step forward. Could this truly be a living person? Amidst Jiang Zheng's skepticism, he hesitantly reached out to touch the boy's face. The texture was smooth as jade. Jiang Zheng meticulously scrutinized the boy's body, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the youth he had encountered before. They seemed to have emerged from the same mold. In the midst of his astonishment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the boy's original corpse, which was slowly dissipating into flecks of blue light. In a fleeting moment, the physical form vanished from his sight, as if the boy had never perished. Now resurrected and standing before him anew, Jiang Zheng steadied his excited heart, a flicker of thought crossing his mind as a faint smile graced his lips. Now, let me see how much of your strength remains. Upon uttering these words, he issued a command, and an instant later, a glimmer of red light flashed in the boy's vacant eyes. With remarkable swiftness, the boy lunged towards Jiang Zheng, launching a fierce assault. His fists and feet stirred the air, producing explosive sounds, yet to Jiang Zheng, the onslaught appeared agonizingly slow. He could leisurely maneuver through the barrage, effortlessly evading any harm. Shaking his head, Jiang Zheng's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly plunged forward, his right hand clenched into a fist as he met the boy's strike with one of his own. Bang! The two forces collided, and although Jiang Zheng had tempered his strength considerably, the boy was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string. Crashing onto the ground, his expression remained icy, devoid of any change, yet he coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering from significant internal injuries. Observing the boy's reaction, Jiang Zheng pondered deeply. Fearless and devoid of pain, driven solely by instinctive will, his power indeed aligned with the skill description, reflecting approximately 60% of his former strength. Through their recent confrontation, Jiang Zheng gained a preliminary understanding of the resurrected body. Its strength still lacked considerably. As the boy silently rose and approached Jiang Zheng, his eyes flickered with contemplation. Though the peculiar resurrection left him astounded, the diminishment of strength posed a considerable issue, fostering a sense of disappointment within him. Was the dazzling skill merely this? Just as Jiang Zheng began to question the newly acquired super skill, the cold, unfeeling voice of the system echoed sharply in his mind. You have comprehended the divine technique, impure earth rebirth. You may now commence the following upgrade options. Please choose wisely. 1. Reduce the casting limitation for brain death of no less than 90 to 50. 2. Enhance the deceased's prior strength from 60 to 80. 3. Extend the spellcasting range from direct contact with the corpse to a radius of 10 meters for remote resurrection capabilities. 4. Share control of the corpse's vision. 5. Increase the control limit of corpses, matching your own strength, from 0 to a maximum of 4. 6. Enable self-detonation of the controlled corpses. 7. It will awaken the fighting spirit and memories of the deceased. 8. It will elevate the maximum number of corpses that can be controlled to a limit of 20. 9. It will extend the control range of the corpses from 30 meters to a maximum of 100 meters. 10. It will accelerate the invocation of souls, enhancing the casting speed by 50%. Jiang Zheng gazed in astonishment at the newly revealed upgrade options for the Earth Rebirth skill, his eyes wide with disbelief. So many paths for enhancement. Truly, this was a spectacular skill. The skill panel appeared infinitely superior to the ones he had previously acquired, brimming with an abundance of choices. How remarkable! After a considerable moment, Jiang Zheng regained his composure, the initial shock giving way to a flicker of enigmatic brilliance in his cold gaze. From the system's introduction, he learned that he could currently only control a single fallen corpse. and its strength was limited to that of an elementary-level ability user beneath his own. Should the controlled corpse be destroyed, he would have the opportunity to summon another, provided there was space available. At present, he possessed an initial 2 skill upgrade points, while the remaining points would require him to expend energy points for direct purchase. Alternatively, he could enhance his cultivation level to earn an additional skill point for free. However, the cost for upgrading a skill was a staggering 100,000 energy points. The expense was truly daunting. What skill should he choose? After much deliberation, Jiang Zheng stroked his chin, his eyes darting thoughtfully between the options. Carefully considering the direction of his upgrades, each potential enhancement was commendable, aligning perfectly with his aspirations, yet the first upgrade was proving to be a challenging decision. Self-detonation? That could serve as a formidable damage skill, enabling the corpses to launch a surprise offensive against their foes, resulting in mutual destruction. Quite enticing indeed. Reducing the casting limitations due to brain death to 50%? This would significantly impact the integrity of the corpses he intended to summon. As Earth Rebirth imposes strict conditions on the completeness of the corpse's cognitive functions, falling short could hinder the summoning process. Elevating the corpse's pre-mortem strength to 80%? This was precisely the dilemma he faced. The ability to cast spells from a distance? Accelerating casting speed? Increasing the maximum number of controllable corpses? Sharing vision? After pondering for a considerable time, Jiang Zheng felt an urge to express his frustration, yet he wasn't overly fixated on damage skills. His ultimate vision for this ability was to construct a formidable army of the deceased. After much contemplation, Jiang Zheng resolved to invest his skill points in the developmental path that he deemed most promising. With the command of Jiang Zheng, the last 2 skill points vanished without a trace, transforming into 2 lines of small text under the skill section of the Impure Resurrection. Divine Technique, Impure Resurrection Control Quantity, 1 primary supernatural being, 19 remaining, control strength range, maximum level of a secondary supernatural being, up to 4. The developmental skills are as follows. It will enhance the limit of corpse control equivalent to 1's own strength, increasing from 0 to a maximum of 4. It will raise the cap on the number of corpses that can be controlled to a limit of 20. Jiang Zheng's development direction revolves around control quantity, as he believes that by increasing the number of supernatural beings under his command, he merely needs to accumulate 10,000 energy points to upgrade his common skills, thus achieving a permanent solution. Moreover, the enhancement of strength is directly proportional to the number of entities under control. Should he command 20 supernatural beings, a mere upgrade to self-detonation could potentially lead to his own demise. If he were to command 20 supernatural beings and amplify his combat power by 20, it would signify a substantial increase in strength. Furthermore, if he elevated the combat will and memory of those 20 supernatural beings, transcending instinctual fighting, it would represent a qualitative leap. There are numerous possibilities that Jiang Zheng refrained from listing, but his current strategy is clear whenever an opportunity arises. He aims to expand his army of corpses. The Impure Resurrection is essentially a strategic foresight for his future. Initially, it may not seem particularly useful, yet it is understandable. With it, his growth potential far surpasses that of others. In the later stages, summoning puppets commensurate with his own strength would render him invincible. Who would dare oppose him? Having made this resolution, Jiang Zheng felt a significant lightness in his heart, bolstered by a clearer objective for the future. But what to do with the corpse? Turning his head, he gazed at the cold figure before him, feeling a bit troubled. It seemed unlikely that he could venture into Zhang Chang's camp, for bringing this individual along would certainly attract unwanted attention. Witnessing this being, once cleaved in 2, reappear before their eyes in perfect condition would surely terrify anyone into submission. Were it not for his acquisition of this skill and having witnessed it firsthand, he might have slapped himself to ascertain whether he was awake or still ensnared in a dream. Jiang Zheng understood that this being possessed only the most rudimentary combat instincts, capable of executing simple commands he issued. However, it would be utterly incapable of driving a vehicle or engaging in conversation, as such directives would be too complex for its comprehension. At present, it existed solely as a simple, unfeeling killing machine. Chapter 116. Departure from Jiang City. After much contemplation, Jiang Zheng ultimately decided to remain stationed at the current location, allowing Lang Sha to conceal himself among the surrounding structures of the caravan, awaiting the actions of the following day. With the night already upon them, the likelihood of any unexpected events was minimal. Should any scattered zombies intrude, Lang Shao's instinctive reactions would suffice to eliminate these minor nuisances. A fact that did not concern Jiang Zheng. The immediate and forthcoming dilemma was how to better conceal these individuals while avoiding drawing attention. After all, such extraordinary skill transformations could incite suspicion and caution in others. Thus, preemptive measures were essential. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Zheng returned to the caravan. Now past 10 at night. Upon entering the living area, he noticed that Chen Xiaohua was absent. Xiaohua. Jiang Zheng quaffed a glass of water from the table, and upon sensing silence, he set the cup down, bemused, and proceeded to the bedroom. Where could she be? Jiang Zheng pondered, as he heard a faint commotion from nearby. Curiously, he ventured to the storage compartment at the rear of the caravan. As the sensor door activated, Jiang Zheng was greeted by a scene that left him both amused and exasperated. Following his gaze, he discovered Chen Xiaohua, her face alight with delight, rummaging through a mountain of snacks, eagerly seeking her favorite treats. Hey, didn't you hear me calling? Jiang Zheng leaned against the doorframe, a smile of resignation curling his lips. The area where Chen Xiaohua was situated had become a chaotic mess, clearly indicating she had been there for some time. Observing her enthusiastic demeanor, he was at a loss for words. After a considerable while, Chen Xiaohua finally paused her activity, gathering her chosen items while glancing back at Jiang Zheng, mumbling, "Didn't he hear you? And besides, you didn't tell me you had all these delicious snacks I forgot to mention. This is a surprise I prepared for you." Jiang Zheng chuckled at her gentle reproach, shaking his head in amusement. She was indeed a true foodie. Upon hearing his words, warmth flooded Chen Xiaohua's heart. She approached him, cradling her snacks, and pecked him on the cheek, her eyes sparkling with joy. "You're so nice." With that, she lowered her gaze, adoringly regarding her bounty, and sauntered out. Jiang Zheng watched her retreating figure with a bemused expression, absently touching his cheek where she had kissed him, and sighed. "It seems I am less significant than the snacks in her arms." Even the thank you kiss was so perfunctory, this was truly vexing. He silently vowed to demonstrate his worth to her. After standing in contemplation for a while, he released a fierce exclamation, coldly huffed, and retreated to the bedroom. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, when suddenly, the air was filled with a flurry of passionate gasps and pleas from the bedroom, the sounds both heart-wrenching and seductively enchanting. Jiang Zheng embraced her delicate figure, their lips entwined in fervor, with desires laid bare, allowing them to truly reveal themselves to one another. Under the interplay of light and shadow, he and she complemented each other's imperfections, as if the soothing sound of ocean waves echoed in their ears, rising and falling in cadence. They appeared to embody the waves themselves, surging forward relentlessly. Crossing vast expanses of desolation, they nourished the parched earth, coaxing forth fresh greenery and vibrant blooms. The waves dispelled the darkness and banished solitude, sweeping everything away with an unstoppable force, layer upon layer, wave after wave. The accumulated spray ultimately formed a colossal wave, reaching its zenith before crashing down with a tremendous force, akin to a masterpiece frozen in time, achieving a breathtaking grandeur. The essence of this experience is beyond words. The night had deepened, with the wind whispering through the window while the warmth and tenderness within the car enveloped them like a gentle embrace under a full moon. After a prolonged battle, tranquility finally returned. With her weary form nestled in his arms, she resembled a docile kitten. He tenderly caressed her delicate shoulders, the soft glow of the warm light casting a gentle illumination upon her face as her gentle breaths fell softly against his chest. In that moment, she was nothing short of ethereal. As the sun rose, as it always does, the morning light filtered through the car window, casting a warm glow in the bedroom. Jiang Zheng arose early, observing Chen Xiaohua, who clung to him like an octopus. A tender expression graced his face. They had indulged in late-night revelries. A smile danced on his lips as he gently stroked her small head. After tucking her in snugly, he reluctantly stepped outside. After attending to his morning routine, he drove towards a gas station in Chao County to fill the tank. Such a vital strategic resource had long been commandeered by Zhang Chang's men, and now, as Jiang Zheng arrived, the members of the North City team exchanged anxious glances, their expressions revealing their trepidation. Just the sight of the RV was enough for them to grasp the situation. Tales of Jiang Zheng's exploits had already circulated among the survivors. Information flowed swiftly among them, for significant events surrounding them directly affected their survival, necessitating early judgments about the circumstances. This was true for ordinary people, let alone the members of the North City camp. As Jiang Zheng parked the vehicle, several members of the North City team hastily approached him. The leader, upon recognizing the enigmatic and formidable Jiang Zheng, was instantly filled with delight and approached with an ingratiating smile, saying, "Brother Zheng, I caught a glimpse of you at the camp before. You may not know me, but your name resonates like thunder among us." Jiang Zheng looked at the group with a hint of bemusement, silently reflecting on how he had yet to speak. Yet they were already fawning over him. He sighed inwardly, surprised by the extent of his influence, but he was not there to bask in flattery. He waved his hand and said, "All right, fill up the tank quickly. I have matters to attend to." "Of course, what are we waiting for?" "Xiaolu, why are you still standing there? Hurry and fuel up for Brother Zheng." Upon hearing this, the leader's expression stiffened, and he subtly shifted his demeanor, sternly instructing his subordinates. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the leader, Jiang Zheng reluctantly watched as he departed with his entourage. As they left, he pondered whether a greater crisis awaited him at their next destination. Leaning against the window, puffing on a cigarette and exhaling delicate rings of smoke, Jiang Zheng gazed indifferently at his surroundings. The leader's obsequiousness was merely an attempt to leave a favorable impression on him. Yet he remained unaware that Jiang was soon to depart, embarking on a journey in pursuit of grander opportunities and challenges. The young man fueling the RV appeared somewhat dazed, glancing at his watch in disbelief as several minutes had passed. From the driver's seat, Jiang Zheng, with his exceptional hearing, caught the young man's mutterings. A fleeting smile graced his lips as he observed the numbers fluctuating on the fuel gauge. Could 100,000 liters of fuel truly be insufficient? He realized that following the recent upgrades, the efficiency of the refueling process had increased exponentially. It took merely a short time to fill nearly 60 to 70,000 liters. This stop might very well deplete the storage of the gas station entirely. For such a modest establishment, a single fill-up like this could spell its end, especially in a world where no fuel tankers would come to deliver oil anymore. Then, as the bewildered attendant looked on, Jiang Zheng drove away, raising a cloud of dust in his wake. The process of acquiring water resources was similarly straightforward. He visited the water plant, where the staff did not recognize him but were familiar with his RV. After all, the strikingly pronounced crash-resistant teeth adorning the front of his vehicle were unmistakable. Even those who had never seen it would quickly discern that the renowned Jiang Zheng from Chaosian had arrived in their midst. After a considerable amount of time, nearing noon, he finally completed the preparation of all necessary supplies. His RV had only just undergone upgrades the previous night, necessitating the replenishment of many items. This included restocking the storage compartments, which had to be filled again, as the recent enhancements had increased both the volume and length of the vehicle. If the former RV resembled a small bus, the current model now resembled a substantial medium-sized truck, considerably larger in size. Not only had the length of the vehicle expanded, but the width had also increased significantly. Coupled with the formidable crash-resistant teeth at the front, it presented itself as a veritable behemoth. Onward to Jiang City, we come, Jiang Zheng declared, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed toward the direction of Jiang City, his spirit soaring. This moment had been long awaited. For Jiang City was the place where his dreams began. Chapter 117. The terror of women on a desolate highway. A dilapidated RV traversed steadily, undeterred by the remote wilderness that concealed numerous unseen zombies wandering nearby. Before long, dozens of zombies trailed behind the vehicle, and when their numbers reached a certain threshold, a dark cannon protruded from the RV's roof, emitting a mesmerizing blue glow as it ruthlessly mowed down the oblivious undead. What was most astonishing, however, was the presence of a figure atop the RV. Upon closer inspection, it was a frail young boy, unmistakably the resurrected Lang Xiao, brought back to life by Jiang Zheng. Why is there suddenly someone up there? Chen Xiaohua exclaimed, limping into the living room and gradually settling onto the sofa, wincing at the pain with a muffled groan. She shot Jiang Zheng a resentful glance, her eyes brimming with sorrow and distress. Ah, this is my newly recruited little brother, Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly, attempting to maintain a facade of calm, though he couldn't help but furtively observe her expression. The sudden addition of another person in the RV certainly posed some complications. But Jiang Zheng was acutely aware that it was an inevitability. Isn't he going to fall off? Chen Xiaohua inquired with curiosity, having witnessed the boy ascend to the roof of the moving RV. Even for someone accustomed to extraordinary scenarios, the sight was unnerving. He's an ability user. He'll be fine, don't worry. Jiang Zheng hastily reassured her, eager to quell any misgivings. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaohua gradually eased her concerns. Though she sensed something peculiar about Jiang Zheng today, his expression was strange, as if he were concealing something, creating an air of disquiet. Yet, she chose not to dwell on it, recognizing the importance of maintaining harmony in their relationship. If he preferred to keep certain matters to himself, she would not pry. Seeing her refrain from questioning further, Jiang Zheng discreetly sighed in relief. After all, as time progressed, individuals like Lang Xiao would become increasingly common, and he needed to devise a method to obscure this reality. In retrospect, the options of enhancing combat will and memories from their past lives now appeared exceedingly significant. Jiang Zheng contemplated his future plans, understanding that only through active engagement could he identify the issues that required resolution and enhancement. Currently, the summoned corpses possessed no intelligence, limited to uttering simple sounds. This lack of communication would inevitably lead to awkwardness and suspicion during interactions. Moreover, he could not perpetually reside outside human settlements. Solitary drifting was a lonely existence. Ultimately, humans are social creatures, and he was preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. Time passed swiftly, and by noon, Jiang Zheng prepared a simple, yet hearty meal centered around mutated rat meat. The two of them began to eat, acknowledging that, given Jiang Zheng's culinary skills, he could only rely on the versatile mutated meat to uphold a semblance of pride in his cooking abilities. A simple lunch came to an end, and the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. At this moment, the sun blazed fiercely overhead, casting its scorching rays upon the earth, while a gentle breeze carried waves of heat that brushed against one's face. Suddenly, amidst the desolation of the surroundings, a series of barely audible sounds broke the silence. Moments later, a mournful, low growl of defiance echoed, followed by a heavy thud that disrupted the stillness. Following the source of this peculiar noise, one could see a young woman, clad provocatively and exuding an alluring silhouette, anxiously brandishing a handgun in her trembling hands, desperately firing at the zombies that lunged toward her. As the terrifying undead drew closer, the woman hastily pulled the trigger, yet not a single shot found its mark. The mounting pressure of fear compelled her to emit a piercing scream. Grip your handgun firmly, calm your nerves, and steady your mind. With me here. There is no need to fear. Take your time before shooting. Jiang Zheng, standing impatiently behind Chen Xiaohua, imparted his wisdom, his eyes filled with helplessness. His lips had become parched and cracked from the incessant repetition of such phrases, having uttered them countless times. Yet, despite his earnest entreaties, they bore no fruit. Within a mere 5 meters, after another round of chaotic firing, Chen Xiaohua still failed to hit the approaching zombies, which continued their advance unharmed toward her. Having exhausted her ammunition, she instinctively closed her eyes. In that moment, the figure behind her transformed into a blur of motion, delivering a powerful punch that reduced the speeding zombie to a mere pulp. The fluidity of this action resembled a graceful dance, as if it had been honed through countless rehearsals, requiring no words or shouts. It was evident that Jiang Zheng had reached his limit, his expression one of deep frustration. Teaching a woman proved to be an exhausting endeavor. This was his inner monologue, as he had already lured over a dozen zombies for this woman, who, despite her efforts, could not land a single shot. He could neither scold nor express his frustrations. The moment he criticized her intelligence, she would cast him a forlorn glance. And if his tone turned even slightly harsh, tears would well up in her large, doe-like eyes. You truly are a little genius. Jiang Zheng turned to glance at Chen Xiaohua, holding back his exasperation before finally forcing himself to utter those words. I refuse to believe it. I will definitely secure the first kill this time. Chen Xiaohua turned her head away, unable to meet the despair in Jiang Zheng's eyes, only able to pout and huff in response. You see, she was not slacking off or merely going through the motions. She was genuinely earnest and unwavering in her determination. Yet, despite her diligence, she could not hit her target. Jiang Zheng sighed silently within, contemplating how to navigate such a challenging situation. What could one do when it concerned their own partner? Whenever she gazed at him with such affection, any lingering resentment within him had no choice but to be swallowed, leaving him to stew in silent frustration. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he noticed the figure of Leng Xiao in the distance move slightly, only to soon guide yet another zombie towards them. Indeed, as an ability user, Leng Xiao had become nothing more than a lure for these mindless creatures in this dire situation. Jiang Zheng, with a snack in one hand and a cold drink in the other, reluctantly offered Chen Xiaohua a taste. Only after her delighted reaction did she turn back to continue shooting at the zombies. This scene left even the steadfast Jiang Zheng at a loss for words. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was akin to playing a panoramic VR game on the brink of apocalypse, failing a level, munching on snacks, sipping beverages, and then continuing with a sense of satisfaction. How long would this monotonous ordeal endure? Jiang Zheng lamented inwardly, rubbing his face in despair. It was entirely his fault for insisting she acquire some survival skills, subjecting himself to this vexation. He could neither scold nor reprimand her, and instead had to coax her gently, a true case of self-inflicted suffering. He had initially believed that by providing her with a handgun, he could spare her from facing the enemies unarmed. After all, a single accurate shot could easily dispatch these ordinary zombies. Yet, ideals often diverge sharply from the harshness of reality. Amidst another chaotic barrage, Chen Xiaohua began to shout nervously as usual, prompting Jiang Zheng to repeat his familiar mechanical reassurances. Grip your handgun, calm your nerves, maintain your composure. With me here, there is nothing to fear. Think before you shoot. He wished to vary his words, having tried more complex phrases before, but they had eluded her comprehension. Such straightforward and direct instructions were already a struggle for her to grasp. Prepared for a fluid sequence of actions, Jiang Zheng was taken aback when an unexpected event unfolded before his eyes. In her panic, Chen Xiaohua miraculously landed a perfect shot, obliterating the zombie south head at close range, resembling a watermelon bursting apart, with splatters of red and white staining her clothing. "Goodness gracious, you've finally done it!" Jiang Zheng exclaimed in disbelief, his excitement palpable. At long last, he could relax after work. Even Leng Xiao, who stood nearby with an expressionless demeanor, revealed a rare smile of relief. The terror of a woman is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 118. The bridge is broken. Chen Xiaohua was immensely joyful, for this validated that her prolonged efforts were not in vain. At that moment, she was on the verge of exuberantly leaping into the air, turning to Jiang Zheng and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Jiang Zheng, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that the subsequent tasks would be significantly easier. Under Chen Xiaohua's persistent insistence, he and Leng Xiao found themselves laboring under the blazing sun for over half an hour. Only when she grew fatigued and her enthusiasm waned did they manage to pause. However, her self-imposed training had yielded remarkable results. Perhaps having tasted success lifted her spirits, banishing the clouds of self-doubt and invigorating her demeanor as she dispatched several zombies in quick succession. "I knew it. I'm truly a little genius. I learned so swiftly," Chen Xiaohua declared, proudly draping her arm over Jiang Zheng's shoulder, burying her head in his embrace, her face radiating with a confident smile, exuding sheer delight. "Indeed, you are correct," Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly, escorting this burdensome companion back to their mobile home, his tone markedly apathetic. Yet, Chen Xiaohua was oblivious to his indifference. Lost in her own reverie, joyfully reflecting on her impressive achievements, Jiang Zheng glanced at his watch, noting that it was already 4 in the afternoon. He turned his gaze towards the setting sun, a slight frown creasing his brow as he pondered something. Time had flown by, nightfall was approaching swiftly, and they should be able to return to the city soon. The mobile home had begun to glide steadily along its predetermined route, and it would not be long before they reached the city. For reasons unknown, as they drew closer to the city, Jiang Zheng felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids, accompanied by a growing unease within. This inexplicable tension felt strange, perhaps linked to the impending darkness, which left him feeling ill at ease. "I hope I am merely overthinking this, one step at a time. It is perhaps wise to avoid wandering outside during the apocalypse's night," Jiang Zheng sighed, regaining his composure. Whatever challenges awaited him, he would have to confront them. The only question was whether his strategies would suffice. In the quiet living room sat 3 individuals, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Why 3, you might ask? Because Leng Xiao had also been included at Jiang Zheng's behest. After an afternoon of training together, Chen Xiaohua had developed a preliminary understanding of him, no longer feeling the stiffness and awkwardness of their initial encounter. Chen Xiaohua found herself puzzled by his sparse conversation, often prompting him with questions that inexplicably made Jiang Zheng tense, as he could only respond with simple words. Faced with the peculiar dynamics between the two, Chen Xiaohua felt a twinge of frustration, though she deemed it inconsequential. When Jiang Zheng emerged from the storage room with an abundance of snacks, Chen Xiaohua's attention was swiftly diverted to her longed-for treats, her focus entirely on them. After completing this task, Jiang Zheng observed her joyfully engrossed in a show on her tablet and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, the urgency of his energy collection mission needed to be accelerated. Such occurrences would undoubtedly multiply in the future, only to become increasingly troublesome. He was reluctant to discard Leng Xiao outright, as he had only recently begun to explore the intricacies of the impure world rebirth technique. At this nascent stage, a deeper understanding was essential for harnessing its formidable powers. After sitting quietly in the living room for a while and casting a silent glance at the 2 tranquil figures, he departed and made his way to the cockpit. Sitting quietly in the seat, he observed the rapidly passing scenery outside, feeling a measure of solace wash over him. Suddenly, a faint alert from the radar beside him broke the silence, causing Jiang Zheng, seated nearby, to turn in surprise, curiosity piqued. The radar displayed a cluster of yellow dots swiftly approaching their direction, among which 3 larger yellow points emitted discernible energy waves. 3 supernatural beings? Could it be a convoy? This was Jiang Zheng's first encounter with a convoy of 3 abilities on an empty road, sparking a flicker of curiosity within him, not about their prowess, but rather their origins. It was well known that any supernatural being could wield significant influence in their realm, let alone 3. Before long, a procession of 3 armored vehicles, followed by 7 or 8 cars, emerged from a side road, rolling alongside Jiang Zheng's RV. "Shuijia, look, there's actually an RV next to us," exclaimed a youthful boy, around 15 or 16, with long hair, pointing at the dilapidated RV that was keeping pace with them. His voice brimmed with astonishment. drawing the attention of the composed woman seated beside him, who turned her head to gaze at the smoothly gliding vehicle, curiosity etched on her face. Shwejia. How could such a clunky, worn-out RV possibly escape from a horde of zombies? Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. The boy, referred to as Xiaohao by Shwejia, was undeterred by any embarrassment, continuing to speak. His tone, tinged with loneliness and fear, caused Shwejia's expression to tighten, her demeanor darkening. When we reach Jiang City, perhaps we can find a safe haven, Shwejia finally articulated after a prolonged silence. With that, she lowered her head and resumed her rest, while Xiaohao, unusually subdued, seemed to be lost in troubling memories, letting out a sigh he could not suppress. Jiang Zheng, too, was intrigued by the vehicles alongside them. He could distinctly sense that within the lead 3 armored cars, 3 novice supernatural beings were concealed. The others appeared to be ordinary survivors who had merely kept pace with Jiang Zheng out of curiosity, but soon accelerated away, leaving him behind in their wake. As they passed before Jiang Zheng, he noticed the license plates of the vehicles behind them. All began with the letter D. The D-shaped serves as the code for Jiang City, which encompasses 2 county-level cities. Besides Chao County, there is also Wen County not far away. The current situation is abundantly clear. These travelers have evidently fled from another county. Their vehicle roofs are adorned with large snakeskin bags, presumably filled with essential supplies. Observing their weary appearance, it is evident they have been journeying for quite some time. Jiang Zheng withdrew his contemplative gaze, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. The curious passers-by soon returned to their rest with closed eyes. After approximately half an hour of travel, the radar emitted a series of beeping sounds, jolting Jiang Zheng awake as he gazed at the unfolding scenery. The speed of the self-driving RV began to decelerate gradually. What could be the cause of this? Jiang Zheng felt perplexed, as the road conditions appeared satisfactory, devoid of any obstructions. He could not fathom why the radar had issued an alarm, nor why the auto-navigation was slowly coming to a halt. However, after the RV advanced a short distance and came to a stop, Jiang Zheng observed the convoy that had previously surged ahead, now halted. Many individuals had disembarked and were peering intently into the distance. Jiang Zheng, trailing at the rear, looked at the formidable line of vehicles and remained uncertain about the situation. He decided to open the car door and venture forth to investigate. Sister Xue, how shall we proceed? Xiaohao queried, tilting his head in astonishment at the scene before them. Sister Xue furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, a young man beside her stealthily leaned closer, casually resting his hand on her shoulder, and smiled. Xiao Xue, I told you this route would be impassable. You didn't believe me. And now it seems we must turn back. Zhang Yang, remove your hand. Sister Xue shot him a disdainful glance, her tone icy. Zhang Yang offered an awkward smile, innocently raising his hands in surrender, just as a loud exclamation interrupted him. What the hell? A sudden exclamation drew the attention of everyone nearby. Zhang Yang turned to see a young man standing beside him, his brow furrowing in response. Sister Xue, intrigued, turned her head to locate the source of the voice. How interesting, she thought, a flicker of intrigue dancing in her eyes, as her lips formed a subtle smile while she scrutinized this enigmatic figure. His tousled long hair framed a cool and profound gaze, with a confident smile gracing his lips. Though his features were strikingly handsome, there was a resolute calmness behind those deep-set eyes that belied any arrogance. Jiang Zheng stood momentarily entranced by the grand cross-river bridge before him, a structure stretching over 1,000 meters that, for reasons unknown, had fractured at both ends, with much of the bridge plummeting into the river below. The bridge, which spanned 2 towering peaks, had horrifically collapsed. He had passed through this area while fleeing, previously pondering whether it might someday crumble in the aftermath of an apocalypse. Little did he know that his jesting concerns would materialize into reality. This route was now rendered impassable, and seeking an alternative would undoubtedly prove to be a cumbersome endeavor. This also left Jiang Zheng feeling somewhat melancholic, prompting him to exclaim a highly recognized interjection, drawing the attention of many around him. Chapter 119. Have you not eaten? Jiang Zheng curled his lip, preparing to turn back, when suddenly he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a strikingly handsome young man, dressed in the attire of a corporate professional, who smiled at him and said, Hey, little brother, where are you from? Do you know this is our convoy in Wen County? Jiang Zheng found his demeanor quite perplexing, with his keen intuition. He could distinctly sense an inexplicable hostility emanating from him. Since there was no urgency, he decided to halt his steps, gazing at the man's somewhat sullen expression, a flicker of enigmatic meaning crossing his eyes. Hey, I'm talking to you. I know you're the driver of that RV. If it weren't for us escorting you all the way here, do you think you would have made it safely? Zhang Yang's expression darkened, his tone turning increasingly aggressive. This kid really lacks appreciation, not even responding to me. His animosity towards Jiang Zheng stemmed from having been humiliated by Jia, and not being part of his own team, he naturally projected his frustration onto this unexpected outsider. Yet, this young man was evidently not one to be easily intimidated, which only served to further sour Zhang Yang's mood. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Do you not regard ability users with any respect? As Jiang Zheng remained silent, the crowd around them began to murmur among themselves. Zhang Yang, catching sight of some people beginning to snicker, felt his face flush with embarrassment and growing anger. After 3 exchanges, seeing the young man before him still silent, merely gazing back at him with a calm, almost indifferent expression, Zhang Yang's irritation grew. The quarrel momentarily distracted everyone from the impact of the broken bridge, shifting their focus to the confrontation between these two individuals. Jia and the petite Xiaohao, standing beside her, also turned their attention to the suddenly appearing young man. Jia, why isn't that man responding? Zhang Yang is an ability user, and he can be quite terrifying when enraged. Shouldn't you intervene? Otherwise, he may face dire consequences. Xiaohao whispered nervously, peering from behind Jia. No need. I sense that this man is far from ordinary. We don't need to interfere for now. Jia replied with a cool demeanor, her lips parting slightly. Why do you say that? Could he be an ability user? Doesn't he seem like one? Xiaohao's eyes reflected confusion as he glanced between the volatile scene and the young man. Xiaohao, pay close attention. You are also an ability user. Do you not find his behavior peculiar? When Zhang Yang revealed himself as an ability user, he showed no fear. Instead, he wore a mocking smile. Also, see if you can sense his energy fluctuations. Jia fixed her gaze intently on the composed young man, noting that he had even cast a fleeting glance in her direction. A hint of mysterious brilliance flickered in her cool eyes, and her smile deepened. I cannot perceive his energy fluctuations. After Snow Sister's remark, Xiaohao's situation became even more perplexing. It is not that you are unable to feel it. It is highly likely that you lack the qualification. Snow Sister seemed to be musing to herself, her words spoken so softly that even Xiaohao, who was nearby, could not hear clearly. Xiaohao tilted his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. An ability user? What of it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zheng finally spoke, his tone remarkably calm, as if uttering something trivial. His disdain was unmistakable, causing the surrounding crowd to erupt in astonished murmurs. Well, my boy, if you do not experience hardship today, you shall never comprehend the might of an ability user. Zhang Yang, his face flushed, glared at the bystanders who seemed to revel in the drama, gritting his teeth as he spoke. With his fierce words, he deliberately tightened the grip of his hand resting on Jiang Zheng's shoulder, confident that the power of an ability user would compel him to cry out in pain. However, the situation did not unfold as he had anticipated. The man before him exhibited not the slightest change in expression, as if he were oblivious to the pain. Coldly laughing in response, Zhang Yang did not interpret the man's smile as genuine. He was undoubtedly mocking him. With this thought, a glimmer of malice flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes as he summoned all his strength, exerting his full power to grip the shoulder of the man before him. He believed that this time, the man would surely beg for mercy. Yet still, the man remained unfazed, a light smile gracing his features, while the survivors around him, who bore ill will towards him, began to laugh. The taunt struck Zhang Yang's heart like a thunderclap, shattering his composure. Disregarding the pride of being an ability user, he gripped tighter, unleashing an unprecedented force. What, haven't you eaten? Do give my shoulders a good squeeze. Jiang Zheng regarded the increasingly flushed Zhang Yang with renewed interest, his eyes alight with derision, as if gazing upon a fool, his gaze fixed upon the rage-filled figure before him. His words ignited further discussions among the onlookers. Faced with the increasing mockery of this detestable man, Zhang Yang's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his anger boiling to the surface. The veins in his neck throbbed violently, the muscles and blood vessels in his arms visibly swelling, yet time passed, and the man before him remained unyielding and composed. How is this possible? Why does he not react at all? This cannot be. It is impossible. Witnessing such an outcome, despair seeped into Zhang Yang's heart. His eyes filled with hopelessness. The collapse of his inner world brought forth a cold sweat upon his back, clearly transcending his understanding. Oh, even Zhang Yang would face such a day, being taught a lesson by an unknown youth. It serves him right. After all, who instructed him to bully the weak? A girl from my transport had been thoroughly mistreated by him, returning the next day in a state that was unfathomable. Indeed, several girls in the same circle have been coerced into relationships with him through both overt and subtle means. This scoundrel is truly a wretched man, yet we find ourselves reliant on him for protection. It's a pity that if not for Sister Shui and Xiaohao not being combat-type ability users, we would have severed ties with him long ago. His actions have left everyone dissatisfied. It is evident that his affections lie with our sister Shui. Otherwise, would he have come to us with such goodwill? Your words have stirred some concern for Sister Shui within me. Fear not. For both Sister Shui and Xiao Hao are endowed with abilities. Should the need arise, they can certainly make their escape. The surrounding gossip did not escape Zhang Chong's ears. And as a level 2 ability user, Jiang Zheng was acutely aware of every word spoken. His expression shifted slightly, a wave of contempt rising within him for the man named Zhang Yang. Noticing that Zhang Yang remained undeterred, gripping his shoulder tightly, Jiang Zheng glanced down only to find his white t-shirt torn by the man's forceful grasp. Seeing this, Jiang Zheng's displeasure intensified. This scoundrel had ruined the shirt that Qin Shaohua had painstakingly washed by hand. As he raised his gaze to Zhang Yang once more, his previously indifferent demeanor transformed into one of icy coldness. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes as a chilling aura erupted from his body, spreading outward. Zhang Yang, still obstinately applying pressure, suddenly felt besieged by this frigid presence. A sense of impending danger surged within him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. What is this? In a moment of clarity, Zhang Yang recognized the source of his unease emanated from the very individual who had incited his anger, leaving him utterly astonished. Have you had enough? Jiang Zheng's voice thundered, reverberating through the crowd, leaving all present in a state of shock as they turned to gaze at him in disbelief. His tone was frigid, and as he grasped Zhang Yang's arm with a firm grip, the latter's expression contorted in pain. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, as if he were enduring immense suffering. Surprisingly, he did not cry out. Jiang Zheng regarded him with astonishment, realizing that even with a mere 20% of his strength, he had not managed to inflict pain. Intrigued, he tightened his grip, and this time, as anticipated, Zhang Yang let out a harrowing scream. This piercing cry drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, their expressions a mix of confusion and shock. They had not expected to encounter someone capable of subduing Zhang Yang in such a desolate wilderness. Just as Jiang Zheng contemplated increasing his force to bring Zhang Yang to his knees in supplication, a melodic voice, reminiscent of silver bells, interjected. Brother, spare him. He has been overly arrogant, which has displeased you. Now that you have punished him, it would be wise to let him go, for he is merely blind to his own folly. Jiang Zheng turned his gaze towards the elegantly approaching woman, whose icy demeanor contrasted sharply with her alluring figure. A faint smile graced the corners of his mouth. She was clad in a crisp white shirt paired with a flowing black pleated skirt, her slender, porcelain legs exposed, complemented by her ethereal beauty that commanded the attention of everyone present. This woman was undeniably exquisite, rivaling even Qin Shaohua. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Zheng disdainfully released his grip on Zhang Yang's wrist. As he did so, all eyes converged on the wrist, which was nearly purple from the pressure, eliciting a collective gasp from the onlookers. Chapter 120. Qin Shui what? Lung Xuebing felt utterly dizzy, as if she had inadvertently lifted a stone only to crush her own foot. Yet, what could she possibly say? This was her own suggestion. When the boundless mountain intruded into my chaotic realm, the very fabric of my chaotic time seemed to collapse. The entire world began to crumble. I am unsure how much time passed, but I was jolted awake by the incessant noise of my phone. It was at this moment that they discovered something truly astonishing. I confess, I admit it all, I am indeed a deceiver, seeking merely to swindle a little pocket money from you. However, I truly never anticipated encountering a ghost this time. How unfortunate. Under the immense pressure of fear, the portly Taoist finally revealed the truth. Thousands of workers awaited their wages, and it was reported that many had jumped from the building to their demise. Subsequently, the authorities informed the workers that while the government could not fully cover their wages, they would provide some assistance. I closed the door and made my way directly to the bathroom, for according to Fu Qingxi, the ghostly wails had emanated from there during the previous hauntings. I recalled how Su Qin had once incapacitated him, leaving him Shaoli to languish in despair each day. Yet today, Su Qin met a fate far worse, his body unrecognizable. It was not just him. The companion who had accompanied Zhang Yu shared a similar plight, and the two villagers nearby, who had come merely to spectate, began to murmur and dispersed. I acquiesced, which led to this journey. Our destination was the depths of the greater Xing'an Mountains to the underground forest. I had consistently monitored the quantity of the lioli fruit, and there had been no shortage. What could be the issue? Liang pulled out his phone, feigning to check it, and inquired. At last, the star spirit returned with the information that the main cannon was fully charged, which instantly relieved Qin Ming's anxious heart. Just as Master Wu departed, a storm was brewing, preparing to unleash the next wave of chaos. The continuous barrage of attacks, due to their overwhelming frequency, transformed into a sharp, elongated wail. Countless strikes were executed, Yet none could approach within 100 meters of the celestial sovereign, all perfectly thwarted by the crimson spear, rendered into nothingness. What is happening? Why did the ground suddenly shake? It nearly buried us both. Yunfei's acting was top-notch, his face betraying no color as he feigned ignorance. Is this the sensation of being cared for? Li Xiaoli was uncertain. Logically, having been forcibly occupied by Li Yang, she should harbor resentment, yet faced with him, she found herself unable to utter a single harsh word. However, he had previously stated that those devoted to martial arts could not be ruled by their appetites. Thus they must endure hunger. Given this, she decided to let it be. She could wait for him here or depart on her own. Ziling Tian left behind a single remark before vanishing, only to reappear beyond the thick haze. Though the other party revealed nothing, for some inexplicable reason, Jiang Tian suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Yet, the moment she turned her head, a faint azure figure silently appeared before her, interrupting the discourse that had only just begun. Whether engaged in fierce combat on the mountain path or merely spectators below, many were so frightened that tears and snot flowed freely. The ambush had failed, and under the leadership of their commander, 5,000 soldiers descended the ravine, only to transform into cavalry once more, galloping northward in search of the Mongolian forces. Polish rectified vodka at a staggering 96 degrees and Red Star raw spirit at 60 degrees. Both of these beverages are fatal when consumed alone, let alone when mixed. Moreover, adding cola to the mix seems to suggest a perilous intent to intoxicate to the point of demise. The swirling dark clouds began to rotate more slowly, the sky illuminated by a ghastly white light of thunder and lightning. The flashes danced, coiling and gathering above the clouds, an imperceptible weight of pressure thickening in the atmosphere. People sensed that a divine calamity was brewing, continuously gathering strength, poised to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. Of course, Zhang Feng was oblivious to the serendipitous event that even cultivators in the transformation stage longed for. The sudden emergence of the yellow lotus within the purple mansion did not bring him joy. Instead, it instilled a sense of fear and trepidation within him. Gansu town was not the true target of Badam Monk's assault. The area was not only desolate, but also heavily fortified, rendering an attack here exceedingly unwise. However, while a genuine assault was impractical, a feigned attack posed no issue whatsoever. Upon Wei Bubin's arrival at the resurrection point in the Japan-Korea region, the place was bustling with activity, teeming with people. Those who sought refuge behind rocks found themselves propelled by ordinary explosive shockwaves, suffering reduced injuries. Yet those trapped in the corners were most grievously harmed by indiscriminate bombardment, having nowhere to escape. Though Mount Shura lacked verdant trees, it was home to towering, pitch-black trees that proliferated across the landscape, presenting unique challenges for Xiao Yu's pursuit. He chased relentlessly, yet not even a shadow of the cloaked figures was in sight. Instead, the bats in the forest were startled into flight by his presence. In truth, he found it quite peculiar when he obtained the token. Logically, relics of ancient immortals should not be mundane. Yet, the token bore no trace of spiritual energy. Aside from its archaic design, it possessed no remarkable qualities. He had even sought others to appraise it, only to find that none could discern its mysteries. Chapter 121. The mysterious ocean behemoth. Although Master Cui did not possess medical expertise, nor was he well versed in the art of talismans. He believed that if one were ill, the worst that could happen would be to return home for treatment. Even in the face of terminal illness, there would always be a way to prolong life. As long as he earned money, he would rely on himself in the future, abstaining from spending Lu Yifun's wealth, thereby maintaining his dignity. Deng Hui discerned that Ding Hong remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Her demeanor starkly contrasted with his expectations. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyi, with her eyes tightly shut, was enveloped in anxiety, uncertain if the pain of the first experience was indeed as excruciating as rumored. Lu Yi completed the promotional event with a grim expression, captured by journalists, and the news broke the following day. A lavish convoy of Ferraris adorned with white roses sped along the coastal highway, ushering guests from all directions to the wedding venue. Although Qin Hao was filled with rage, his combat instincts were acutely aware. This was his moment of greatest strength. He felt an unprecedented vigor coursing through him, capable of exerting 120% of his power. With this strike, Li Fei would either perish or be left incapacitated. Yin Youfa found himself in an uncomfortable predicament. To his recollection, Ma de Peo had never offered a staggering annual salary of 500,000 to anyone. As the void hall dwindled to just him, the void throne radiated light, transporting him's consciousness to an illusory realm. Ryan spoke in a somber tone, expressing that if he did not seize the opportunity to reclaim the prince's heart while Jing Xiu remained unconscious, he feared he would have little chance once she awakened. Even if she excelled at winning hearts, it mattered little if Sima Jun's attitude toward him remained unchanged. Duan Qingfu shivered, her damp hair dripping water as she opened her eyes, staring into the pitch-black, frigid dungeon. Du Zitong was well versed in the tales of the Badaling Great Wall, and when he spoke of it, one could describe his eloquence as boundless and fluent. Surrounding Ren Wuxin and Chu Huayu, the number of assassins increased. The Dark Guards, witnessing their master in peril, yearned to rush forward to protect him, but found themselves entangled by the assassins, feeling helpless and anxious. Hearing this, when Rinzhan paused, glancing in the direction indicated by the Yuezhi, where he spotted a shadowy figure, its back turned to him, obscuring the person's features. As he looked left and right, the figure finally turned, revealing a face strikingly similar to his own. Officer Zhang gazed intently at the chief, who momentarily faltered, casting a glance in my direction while weakly inquiring about my identity. He likely harbored the greatest suspicion toward me or Director Lin. By the time they regained their composure, Ren Wuxin had already rescued the individual, bringing her aboard the young lady's ornate boat. As the flame's sword materialized, waves of searing heat radiated outward. Those engaged in battle with Mao Huiyang and the Qidao clan, situated merely meters away, were unable to withstand the intense temperatures due to their insufficient cultivation. Hastily retreating from the scorching waves, He Zheng leaned against the radiant light that obstructed his path, gradually kneeling on one knee, a gesture of submission from the celestial horse to its new master. He pressed his forehead against the light emanating from a slender hand's position. Should he pierce his brow, he would be bound to him as a contracted servant. Jing Xiu cast a fleeting glance at the bowl of colchicide porridge, lifting the spoon only to set it down again. She truly lacked the appetite to eat. Chu Jianghe firmly believed that if he were to reveal his position, defeat would be inevitable within 3 minutes, owing to the overwhelming advantage of the enemy's numbers. I am not from the bustling metropolis. I hail from the capital. Feng Mu wore a smile that made Yunzhi feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yun Mo Yuan had encountered numerous beauties, and the sisters before him were indeed among the finest, capable of outshining the blossoms in a riot of colors. The poison and fire proved ineffective, leaving the black wolf bird with few options. It gently flapped its wings, ascending a few meters before suddenly pivoting, leveraging its weight and speed to plunge downward, targeting lands on the ground. In the shadowy corner, Zhuo Yifeng observed the receding figures of Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Over the past few days, as Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo ventured into Piqing, Zhuo Yifeng had been consumed with worry for her. At long last, when she returned safely, he found himself devoid of the courage to appear before her or utter a word. At that moment, a streak of white light pierced through the grayish space, and Tang Chao's senses returned to him. The electromagnetic cannon is quite impressive, is it not? Misaka Makoto gained fame in Academy City through this technique, yet in truth, should Accelerator desire, he too could unleash an electromagnetic cannon, with power surpassing that of Misaka Makoto. Although the level of cultivation depicted in the images transmitted from Claudia's consciousness suggested that the world tiers were far inferior to those Chen Fuxing had traversed, including the realm from which the wizard Robert Li hailed, upon further reflection, it was still shocking. He had come to terms with the situation, having invested in Chu Jianghe, and with this man never having disappointed him, he could only continue to trust and assist him. The arduous efforts in securing his investment would otherwise be rendered futile. Previously, Zhang the fortune teller had intervened to prevent Zhang Jingjing and Xiao Tao from mingling, unwilling for Zhang Jingjing to become embroiled in the martial world. However, now that the die was cast, he found himself powerless to change the course of events, especially after Xiao Tao's recent remarks, which clearly indicated his concern for Zhang Jingjing. Perhaps aware of his disloyalty due to his loyalty to the throne, Tao Wei promised Xing'o that he would take responsibility for ensuring the safety of his father-in-law, Wu Lide, exiled to Taizhou, and for the swift rescue of those in peril, as a form of compensation to Xing'er and an apology to Wu Lide. Chapter 122. Crisis. The esteemed leader inquired with great empathy, and Yang Buer, fully aware of the challenges posed by this situation, did not hesitate to seek the assistance of a few acquaintances. He understood that effectively commanding troops in such circumstances would be arduous without their support. With the thick smoke looming, he needed to ascertain whether there were indeed any survivors worth the risk of entering to rescue. At this critical juncture, scaling the wall would truly signify a matter of life and death. The calculation was straightforward, whether it was for a long-deceased corpse or a living soul. Everyone could do the math. However, the relationship between this person and Zhang Lingyu remained a mystery. Such formidable cultivation should not go unnoticed in the realm of extraordinary beings, suggesting a need for thorough investigation. Amidst the dreadful road conditions, it was remarkable that Yang Buer could maintain such an astonishing speed, few others could manage it. One could only imagine the frustration of those seated in the rear cabin, swerving to avoid serpentine obstacles and frequently shifting gears. The driver, it turned out, was none other than Guo Ping, the one who had caused a scene at the hospital entrance. Having a basic understanding of Arabic, Sean was taken aback by Yang Buer's words, truly witnessing what it meant to be shameless. Throughout the ordeal, the officer had never even mentioned it. Now a terrified Stephen, utterly intimidated, wished for everyone to come to his aid, hoping for an abundance of protection. Qi Mingwei only needed to maneuver a bit within the situation, and soon the entire underground force of Nanxi City would fall under his command. With impeccable stealth complemented by innovative snow camouflage, it was exceedingly difficult for anyone to detect them in the dark mountainous woods. The man beside the priest, unperturbed by the priest's demeanor, inquired further. He bore a long sword at his waist and donned attire distinct from that of the messenger soldiers, indicating he was likely a general or a figure of similar stature. His monthly evaluations pertained to the supervision of prisoners and the assessment of their various qualities. That night, the sensations bestowed upon her body were pleasurable and indulgent. Yet upon Lu ruthlessly unveiling the truth in front of her, and Gu found herself haunted by an indelible shadow whenever she recalled that evening. A pall of gloom loomed over Wei Sanshur, yet he clung to a sliver of hope, considering the possibility that Taozi had been secretly indulging in alcohol. Lu Yaru sat on the sofa, sipping her afternoon tea, when the sound of a car door slamming echoed from the courtyard. Zhou Jiangwo emerged from the vehicle, and Gu was seen lying in bed, her complexion ashen, devoid of any color, clearly unwell. Indeed, Dao Ji crossed his arms with a hint of resignation, acknowledging the apparent difficulties in their rescue mission, while Meng Tian seemed resolute in his intentions. Qin Xingyu felt a pang of sympathy for Mu Siqing, who had once been carefree and cheerful like a delightful jester. Was it forbidden to touch? Disheartened by the fleeting encounter, Chime glanced back repeatedly. However, next time, she could probe her brother's sentiments regarding Qingyu. 3 years prior, Ngu had recognized that leaving a way out for such individuals would only drive herself to despair. Thus, she would no longer allow such circumstances to unfold. Elected as president with a resolute stance against the floating city, he is now embroiled in allegations of clandestine dealings with it. Should these accusations be substantiated, it would not only signify a betrayal of the electorate, but also a treachery against the ruling party. From this context, it is evident that the formidable magical beast must possess an enormous size and astonishing weight, causing the faces of the coalition members to darken with concern. Madame Li had already discussed marriage prospects for Xiying and Yilin, but abruptly called off the wedding after consulting both Yilin and Mengzhu. However, neither Yilin nor Mengzhu divulged the truth to Madame Li, leaving her in the dark. In his line of sight, Guolin beheld the elegant curves of Bai Bing, cascading from her alabaster neck, accentuating her alluring figure, and tapering down to her delicate waist. The silver leaf spear and the broken sword, along with the cold ice technique and the iron dust technique, suddenly collided with a force capable of uprooting everything in their path, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that stirred a tempest, sending debris flying. This incident appeared to have passed without further issue. Yet what intrigued Song Duanwu the most was not Mo Qingyan's tacit approval of his romantic pursuits, but rather Mo Qingtian's remarks. Yu Sa, feeling awkward, finally grasped the situation. He closed his eyes to sense the structure of the illusion, discovering that Xiao Yin and the others were blindly advancing ahead. He waved his fan, dispelling the barriers before them. How audacious! The city lord's mansion dares to disregard the Qi family. Let me witness your capabilities. The head of the Wang family wore a grim expression, as Wei Yi's words had made it abundantly clear that the Wang family was being forsaken. The Qi family would not intervene, leaving the Wang family to fend for themselves. Xiangyu, meanwhile, had become elusive, and after growing anxious, Song Duanwu ultimately decided to pay a visit to Mo Qingyan. Naturally, before departing, he did not forget to offer reminders, particularly regarding the situation with Lu Yunchang. The man in the black suit leapt aside, rushing towards Qing Qin. Although Zhao Gan reacted promptly, he was still a moment too late. By the time he pursued once more, Cheng Qin's throat was already gripped in the man's hand. Yet, what fate awaits the people of the Lion Camel Kingdom, who revere the deities above? Let us return you to school. She had never attended university or lived in a dormitory in her home country, unaware of any curfews. But she did not concern herself with such matters. This gathering would mark the first collective assembly of the young extraordinary individuals of this generation, perhaps becoming a cherished memory in the years to come. She now recognized that the exaggerated dramas once viewed in the stars were not entirely fabricated. When did you change your clothes? I didn't notice. Tang Xinzong exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. This contraption ensures he won't blink. and when wielding that unwavering watermelon knife, it would be akin to being granted an energy boost. The ring she designed, symbolizing dual beauty and double happiness, has now become obsolete. Yi Tianxi believed he had remained sufficiently composed, yet the sight of Li Hongying stirred ripples in his heart. Over the next 2 days, the Six Paths Hall and Ren Rui busied themselves with their own affairs, leaving Ling Zhouyang to practice alone. With no other options, Ling Zhouyang turned away, boarded the carriage, and instructed the driver to set off. At that moment, Mai Yi ceased to speak, and a group of individuals clad in uniforms ascended the stage. Leading them was a middle-aged man, well known to those familiar with political affairs. He was Nobuaka Inada, a member of the House of Representatives in Japan. Chapter 123. The Azure-Scaled Eagle. Following the recent upgrade of the RV, the radar detection system underwent several modifications. For instance, when encountering formidable foes surpassing a certain threshold of strength, the radar would issue warnings to the host along with corresponding danger levels. The danger levels are categorized as adventurous, challenging, and dismal. This time, the Azure-Scaled Eagle was classified as a challenging threat, its mutation level at least 2 ranks higher than theirs. Upon realizing this, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, fear flickering in his eyes. Damn it, to encounter such a creature. Frustrated, Jiang Zheng slammed the steering wheel. Expressing his discontent, the soldier subject to military discipline remained stoic, enduring his punishment in silence, yet wore an expression of indifference. The individuals in the pit maintained their positions for a moment, before quietly rising. They sat with their heads bowed, backs turned to the others. Enveloped in a silence that lingered, the surrounding blood mist gradually receded into the emaciated bodies, and the twisted horns atop their heads slowly retracted. It was one thing to request assistance. However, the Germans had even stipulated that Spain must dispatch 11 mechanized divisions to aid in the endeavor. With approximately half an hour remaining until reaching Suzhou, there was ample time. Su Rong meticulously relayed all her knowledge to Duan Fei, eagerly awaiting his judgment. Her bright eyes darting towards him with keen interest, entirely devoid of any sense of impending doom. She harbored deep doubts. Could this eloquent monk truly be the benevolent and magnanimous Jin Shan from a past life? Yet, Qi Tianxiu was not in a hurry. Simply establishing a grand qi was insufficient to satisfy him. The insights he gleaned from the system concerning the royal city's 5-tier structure ignited unprecedented ambition within him. Just as the crab pincers were about to make contact with the shrimp soldiers, they failed to touch even a single hair, only to be dispatched by Tang Zheng. Duan Fei was taken aback to find himself entangled in this situation. Instinctively, he glanced at Zheng De, who was returning his gaze. Upon their eyes meeting, a peculiar smile spread across Zheng De's face, sending a shiver down Duan Fei's spine. Lianyun City grew increasingly anxious and furious, swiftly employing light-footed techniques to soar towards the grand hall with the golden roof. In this forest of death, who among them was not indifferent to life and death? Their hearts frozen, and aware of what it meant to be endearing? Suddenly, a delicate hand struck the alchemical furnace, causing a translucent second-tier elixir to slowly rise and settle in Qin Wan's palm. At present, he was at the mid-stage of the immortal emperor realm, akin to a volcano erupting, having instantaneously advanced to the pinnacle of the immortal emperor stage. What was the name of that elixir you concocted last time? A bomb. You are not allowed to carry it. Hand it over. Su Yaosher felt a lingering dread. In Wangjia village, the individuals from Qinjia village expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Xia Zining before bidding farewell and returning home. Subsequently, Henry Zhou gained renown in the jewelry design realm, becoming a sought-after genius designer. Even in the rankings, the 4th place Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, 3rd place Zongheng Mercenary Corps, and 2nd place Iron Cavalry Mercenary Corps were all defeated by Lu Fanfan in a remarkably short span of time. She turned her head, casting an angry glare at Jiang Luoli, who was leaning against Mo Shirshio like a limp puppet, her disdain intensifying. In this moment of utmost peril, Guoqin had no choice but to place his hopes upon the meteor. He swiftly concentrated all his remaining mental energy and essence towards the location of the meteor. The members of the city defense team, witnessing the luminous patterned black beetle being stunned and then vanishing, wore increasingly peculiar expressions. They then recalled the rumors that Rosen was of light, summoning a dual-element heir, and their faces reflected understanding. Fortunately, they had placed sufficient importance on Crane's recommendation and promptly appointed a resourceful general to succeed the position of the Red Dog. In retrospect, this decision proved to be remarkably sagacious. Compared to this newly appointed general, Sengoku felt that the illustrious title of strategist he had carried for years was nothing short of a jest. Subsequently, as dusk fell, the Xian Alliance released a proclamation declaring their intent to rid Shao City of threats and to wage war against the Tantian Gate. which was in collusion with the Corpse Clan. Chapter 124. Despair. From the very moment Jiang Zheng discovered the Azure Scale Eagle, he activated the vehicle's compressed light beam, a prudent habit cultivated through numerous perilous encounters. Once again, this instinct afforded him a fleeting opportunity to fight for survival. Through the vehicle's controls and sensors, he discerned that Chen Xiaohua had already succumbed to unconsciousness. A glint of cold fury flashed in his bloodshot eyes as he bellowed, "Fire the cannon!" His mental focus converged entirely upon the massive eyes of the closest Azure Scale Eagle. As Jiang Zheng's command was issued, a formidable black cannon barrel extended from the vehicle's roof in an instant. Every action of the workshop army evoked a deep sense of shame among the captured Song soldiers, who were haunted by memories of their own deeds in Shu. Over the past few months, their minds had undoubtedly undergone a profound transformation. They clung to a fragile hope that the legendary Danling might truly enable their survival. Yet the throngs of hopeful souls striving toward that goal were overwhelming. Despair loomed over the men, with only a flicker of uncertain hope propelling them forward. Most rumors circulating in the marketplace were not disseminated by personnel under Zhao Yuan's command. Rather, they were merely necessary for promoting glass ornaments, and Zhao Yuan had neither confirmed nor denied these speculations, even if they had morphed into mere gossip. The core of the qi refining technique lies in its ability to be absorbed by humans, unleashing extraordinary powers, which requires one to open their inner vision to condense qi. With a creak, the door swung open, and El Feng looked up, but his exertion strained his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Chris sat slumped on the ground, her vacant, desolate eyes perpetually streaming tears that soaked her garments. Her lips moved silently, murmuring, "Sister Yun, I'm busy, it's nothing. This is the elixir my master gave me. I can't use it all, so I'll share some with you to prevent waste. What if I could persuade most of the merchants in our Shu region to invest?" Zhao Yuan remarked with a smile. Noticing Chu Feng retract his imposing aura, Erling Shun waved his hand, and the celestial soldiers promptly sheathed their weapons, retreating in perfect unison. Chu Feng instinctively nodded, impressed by the military discipline exhibited by these heavenly troops. At that moment, he grasped the recently acquired broken sword in his right hand, while picking up the dagger that had been pressed against his chest by a man with his left. Though merely a piece of ordinary equipment, it would suffice for the situation at hand. While it was possible to remain safely hidden in a room before confronting the other players to eliminate the masked murderer, such a mundane option had never crossed the mind of Shimeng. "You dare to destroy my star domain? I will make you understand the meaning of despair." Two colossal brass wings unfurled behind her, and countless feathers rapidly grew and expanded. As her words echoed, Zhongshan heard the sound of tires drifting beneath the seat. Recognizing that any further discussion would be futile, he resigned himself, gripping the armrests tightly, tightening his seatbelt, and closing his eyes, surrendering to the whims of fate. This distinguishes him from Lu Yu and others, revealing a unique instinct for combat that, at this moment, Wei Simeng is oblivious to. Fan Tuan, Changzi, Bai Ziming, and Shi Ku all nodded in unison, just as Yao Beibei intended to summon the flying shuttle. Her motion halted upon noticing the blue lotus fire lying on the ground. Abai, experiencing such a delicacy for the first time, found his appetite awakened and continued to indulge in several pancakes before feeling embarrassed to cease. "Did you not mention you were working overtime?" Thus, I allowed Boer to return tonight. Mama In immediately rose to her feet. Long Chinchuan, after several days of cultivation, finally grew weary of the practice. During these days, he continued to refine the newly acquired staff technique in his sea of consciousness. However, despite his persistent efforts, he felt an insurmountable flaw within it. "Senior Yen, what exactly is the matter with Ziming?" Yao Beibei inquired, her expression one of distress, gazing pitifully at Yen Wuhuang. Chapter 125. Abilities, Shield Go Away. "This is not a place for children," Nangong Ping said to his doppelganger. The young man was well aware of their concerns. After the ambulance had taken those individuals away, Qianqian discreetly informed him of their identities. The six of them exchanged glances, and under the overwhelming aura of Singler, even the typically proud Kristen slightly lowered her head. Lu Xian invited her to dinner, and Qin Wanru followed suit. Just as they began to converse, Qin Yuan appeared. In a dimly lit space, a miniature and blurred figure hovered near the flame of a green lamp belonging to the supreme old demon. Qin Yuan was about to say something symbolic when his phone rang. Consequently, Qin Feng's situation worsened, and the three bystanders grew increasingly anxious, feeling helpless to assist. The staff, snapping out of their astonishment, hurriedly collected the $500,000, not out of fear of the money, but because no one had ever reserved a spot with cash before. His new film's initial investment was $200 million, with a total investment reaching 400 million. Only Feihu Film could furnish such a substantial amount in one go. After negotiating with Carl, he did not disappoint James. The total investment of $400 million was promptly secured. Oh dear, Louis Yen, why do you always pose such boundless questions? These scenarios are simply implausible. Could you refrain from dwelling on such trivial matters? While Cheng Hao was lost in thought, Ren Xiaona had already begun treating his injuries with a potion. The 11th Lord dared not defy. These infiltrators could only conduct a covert investigation and execute secretly. If revealed, not only would Roland the 11th's authority be undermined, but he would also be considered half a tyrant by the populace. Though the old man's breath had ceased, his pulse still faintly throbbed. Hastily, they pressed on his acupoint, and soon he regained consciousness. Upon seeing his father, Li Qi suddenly grew restless, struggling violently, as if to break free from his restraints. The system panel displayed few additions, and only Luo Chen knew what had transpired in the interim. From this moment forth, he would become the sole bearer of the second throne in the myriad realms of time and space. In truth, they were unaware that Liu Bai had confirmed Zhou Tao's injured spine through observation and had taken the risk of employing the Eight Gates mystical technique, the Life Gate. Accompanied by the sound of dismemberment, the once mighty assassin number 89 now lay on the dissection table, subjected to examination. A pale blue, 7-inch flying sword fell limply to the ground 3 feet behind El Bouffon, its brilliance dimming and fading into silence. Erlang, return to your room. You cannot eat. Mutton is too heating. You may only have some rice porridge. I had someone add an egg and a pinch of salt for you, Song Shibao said with genuine concern. Clearly, Corey did not wish to engage in conflict with the thousands of pilgrim refugees. The safe haven undoubtedly contained traps. After purging herself, Li Banfeng felt somewhat relieved. She tightened the cloth bag and tossed it aside, collapsing onto the ground in a deep slumber. Suddenly, she recalled the words exchanged with Ruan when she was intercepted on the road today, and Ruan had claimed that she could not be found anywhere. To which Li had sarcastically retorted if she was searching for her street by street. Zheng Yu reminded Lu Chun to collect the Sentinel's eyeballs, as these items could reflect achievements and elevate one's status within the pilgrimage group. The impoverished family had only that son left. Such roles were not difficult to find. Any young man between 20 and 30 would suffice, as long as he appeared youthful and slightly handsome. An internal audition would determine the final selection. Chun Jinka grasped his implication. He feared that some impoverished individuals might not even have the opportunity to serve as servants. He was utterly oblivious to what others were discussing, feeling anxious, inferior, and even withdrawn. Upon hearing this, the great tiger in the lake, with its grayish-blue eyes, briefly gazed at her in silence before submerging back into the water. After departing from Xiaoyao Dock, Li Banfeng went to the Domping tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and sipped it for half an hour. In the final moments of life, the Emperor of Destiny suddenly envisioned the days of fighting alongside his brother-in-law against the heavens. What on earth is wrong with you? Since their acquaintance, Prince Xishu had never witnessed such a terrifying expression on the audacious fatty. Among the 4 figures, at least 3 were already familiar to Lin Yu. The Beast King Hudiexio, the Slaughtering Swordsman, and the Soul-Claiming Demonis. These 3 top assassins of the Dark Heron had all crossed paths with him before. Yen Poyu and Pei Taiyan exchanged startled glances, utterly convinced that these 2 experts had not come merely to amuse themselves at their expense. Such unexpected changes, whether on the battlefield or in films and dramas, were rarely harbingers of good fortune. What did you say, Brother Chung? We are quite innocent, not like what you imagine. Duan Mingyu protested vehemently. How dare you refuse me? Don't you wish to awaken Long Gaetian? Galia certainly did not expect Long Yu to readily acquiesce. She still had many cards to play, intending to progressively press Long Yu, but was taken aback when the seemingly unresponsive Long Yu suddenly turned against her with resolute determination. Sun Air was utterly flabbergasted. Lost in infatuation, yet indulging in such folly could yield grave consequences. Lu Xiang was concerned about losing face before Lu Tua, who, in a moment of generosity, praised Lu Xiang, offering him an avenue for retreat, thus dissipating the anger within Lu Xiang. At that moment, Ling Xiao radiated the soul power of the 7 spirits demon chain, while the sea demon serpent failed to detect the faint and almost negligible divine power emanating from him. In the blink of an eye, half of the dark clouds had vanished after a moment of daze. The white-haired specter was astonished to find only his twin standing in the air, with the 100,000 souls he had summoned now gone, leaving the sky as pristine as it was after a heavy rain, devoid of even a speck of dust. Chapter 126. The Azure Hurricane, the Rainbow Bridge. A spatial artifact employed by the Divine Realm to govern the 9 great nations, allows the armies of Asgard to traverse to any corner of these nations at will. standing beside her desk, Yue cast her gaze downward, inadvertently raising an eyebrow and posing a question. Her aunt, lowered her gaze as she stood silently to the right of the Empress, as if eternally occupying that position. Chakra is the amalgamation of physical and mental energy. As the quantity of chakra diminishes, so too does one's stamina and mental fortitude. He moved forward with a slight stiffness, while Ling Weichu followed silently behind. An impulse surged within her, a desire to embrace him and utter an apology. Yet, apologies have always rendered the speaker a sense of relief, while leaving the listener in deeper melancholy. Thus, hatred manifested in a most direct manner. Without waiting for Zhang Lan to speak, the sacred garment, tightly grasped in hand, was suddenly hurled toward Zhang Lan in an attempt to catch him off guard, regardless of whether it would slay him. As long as it did not impede its path to confront Banner, that was sufficient. This further solidified my resolve. If this place could not be vanquished, I could act with even greater boldness. But could I truly remain indifferent? What of the new generals of the Dragon and Tiger Army and the veterans who had sacrificed their lives for it? Qian Fanqing was momentarily taken aback. This Yuanqi was actually the sworn brother of the current chief disciple, the esteemed Qing Zongxing. It appeared that much had transpired between them. The phrase heroes of the rivers and lakes evokes a sense of chivalry. In the past, Liu Bai often relished uttering such phrases, believing they bestowed upon him an aura of invincibility, portraying him as a great hero in the eyes of others. Mu Zichen cast a lingering glance at the ancient tower before him, gritting his teeth, and ultimately turned his gaze away with great difficulty. Life and death. Brother, do you wish for my demise to come sooner? Mu Zichen glared at Wu with a look of sorrow, loudly expressing his grievances. Despite receiving a slap from Yi Chun, she truly bore no ill will towards him. Or perhaps she dared not entertain such thoughts. These 2 years were crucial for his grandfather. Should he succeed, he would ascend the throne and become the sovereign of Huaxia. At that time, who would dare to voice dissent? Sunlight and moonlight. Xiao Che suddenly uttered a voice that was ethereal yet commanding, entirely unlike his usual tone. Before his words had fully dissipated, he abruptly raised both hands, forcefully pushing forward, decisively casting the terrifyingly powerful sun and moon wheel into the gaping maw of the swamp demon. Though Zhang Miao remained silent, a glimmer of acknowledgement shone in his eyes as he gently nodded. Father, as we strolled through the city, guess whom I encountered? Tian Xin supported her father as they made their way to the back room. I strained with all my might to pull the rope, yet it felt as though an insurmountable weight bore down upon it, utterly unyielding. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I gripped the rope with all my strength. Determined to pull him up, I must pull him up. However, the reality was that there were numerous non-commissioned officers within the ranks, with only a scant few being promoted to the rank of lieutenant each year. Ling Yiming regarded Zhuo Yuan, pondering whether a 19-year-old university student could withstand the formidable military might. The dismal news slipped from Cui Pan's lips with an air of indifference, his placid expression perpetually leaving Bai Wuchang feeling exasperated. His mind was somewhat dazed, genuinely perplexed by how the situation had spiraled so drastically. Just moments prior, Meng Qingyi had even flared her coat, seemingly poised to take action. Duan Chong chuckled softly, remarking, "It is because your junior sister cannot bear to kill me." The audacity of his statement stemmed from the 2 paintings he held. However, this remark resonated differently in Shen Shuai's ears. Clearly, Li Shishir would not emerge to elucidate the intricate backstory. Outside, the spider emitted a glow from Bradley's form before swiftly retreating. Bradley retracted his consciousness and leapt down, as several male spiders chattered at him, hoisting him onto their backs. Ole regarded the elderly lady, who basked in the sunlight with a serene smile, fanning herself with a homemade fan. "Thank you, old lady," Ole expressed, taking hearty bites of the meat on the table. The individual who had called him fatty offered no response. Directly heading toward the cave entrance, as he passed by me, he inadvertently stepped on my hand. Linger, her smile vanishing, approached me with a serious demeanor, stating, "Yin Fei, you can go without worry. I can manage perfectly well without you." Upon hearing her words, I was left uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Yet, Jian Ming was bound to bring someone back. He simply had to fulfill what Lu Muqing had articulated. A breathtaking sword rainbow ascended, crimson flames surging skyward. In the aftermath of this collision, the spirit duel platform collapsed, reduced to a litter of rubble, some charred black, others cut into smooth fragments. Who was causing such a ruckus? Luo Mimi exclaimed, her ample bosom thrusting forward as she advanced. Not far behind, the doors of 2 vehicles swung open. As I passed these battered cars, 2 spherical objects were hurled from within. Upon landing, they ignited spontaneously, engulfing both vehicles in fierce flames. Just then, a figure materialized before him. pressing a hand firmly on his head and twisting it with force, snapping his neck and extinguishing his soul energy. Sir, the arrangements have long been made. We are currently binding the rafts. If we squeeze on the ship, it could accommodate thousands. Huang Haishan exclaimed, waving his arms in excitement. In a flurry of panic, he spoke hastily and then dashed away, leaving Kai Yun too stunned to intervene, receiving a sharp glare from Lu Ruishua. Chapter 127. The crisis resurfaces with slender fingers lightly resting on the hilt of the embroidered spring knife at his waist. Liang Yuba's clear gaze resembled ice. He failed to notice Jiang Zheng. After tidying up his belongings, he realized her absence and immediately surmised she had gone to change her clothes. A look of regret crossed his face. How could I have overlooked that? Now, I have no idea which direction she has taken. Mo Shashing's boisterous laughter drowned out the curses and pleas for mercy. The ancient martial artists of the secular world gazed upon him with expressions filled with despair and rage. Observing Qian Wan's departing figure, Enda withdrew his hand from her calm, his once calm demeanor gradually replaced by doubt. Why does the favored consort show such concern for the third prince? Yun Xiang, seeing that the two were in agreement with the proposal, turned away with a look of dissatisfaction, intending to report to the military tent. Just then, Nangong Jin and Feng Tian emerged from within. Scoundrel, I can't even be bothered to deal with you. Why don't you take your own life instead? At least it would preserve your intact corpse, he said, grinning as he looked at Lu Chun. Your Highness, we have an esteemed guest. A man beside Feng Xi, wearing a ghostly, bull-headed mask and possessing a lithe, serpentine figure, spoke in a peculiar tone. Not yet. You vile wretch. Hurry up and log into the game. We've barely held on until now. Do it quickly. Jiang Jingrui roared. Seeing Gu Mianmin glaring at him with such audacity, Jiang Jingxin was almost amused. He had never encountered someone like her, one moment professing love to one man, and the next, casually draping an arm over another's shoulder. How could he have been exonerated? Given the evidence at hand, he should have been sentenced to many years. How did it result in an acquittal? Yun Xian lingered in her room for a while, initially planning to sneak back after Feng Ming had gone far enough. But the sound of approaching footsteps startled her, causing her to quickly retract her hand from the door. Among her possessions were one of the moon thief sets obtained from the battlefield and an old dagger, along with an unwearable divine garment, and the newly consecrated artifact. Lastly, there was the legendary necklace capable of evolving into a divine item. Have divine artifacts become so devalued now? Asking everyone for red tickets and collections. The mystic knew it was a rather unethical endeavor. However, upon witnessing such dismal results, he felt conflicted. With a thick skin, he implored everyone for support, hoping for a barrage of recommendations, preferably enough to bury him. She briefly requested leave from the instructor and dashed straight to the school gate, hailing a taxi to the hospital. To be honest, Sa Bei was indeed untouchable. Beasts, akin to demons in the mortal realm, possess immortality. It is impossible for the powers of the mortal realm to obliterate their souls completely. Shortly after their departure, the Qingqing sect discovered that ever since Zhang Yu's return, he had contracted a strange ailment. On the day of the funeral for the slain brothers, the sect arranged a ritual, preparing to conduct the ceremony on this auspicious day to send their souls to the heavens. The carriage continued its journey, albeit at an ever-slowing pace. People lining the road stared at the leading carriage, their eyes unblinking, murmuring and speculating incessantly. Upon hearing my words, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "Indeed, you are a person of considerable intellect. It appears that your ascension to this esteemed position is not solely attributed to fortune." As for the 8 individual spatial bags, Du Yi barely glanced at them, while Xianshan hesitated for a moment before deciding to stow them away, recognizing that they contained numerous treasures befitting their level of prowess. The servants nearby were somewhat perplexed, as it was customary for the nobles to bathe only at night, and such a daytime bath was unprecedented. Nonetheless, they dared not delay in fulfilling Qingyun's orders and promptly began their preparations. She lifted her cumbersome skirt, taking a few strides before feeling the weight was burdensome. She returned to remove 2 of the obstructive garments, finding that without the heaviest layers, her movements became far more agile. To her surprise, it turned out that she was a beast tamer. Upon seeing the title, Ai Kang's eyes narrowed instantly. Mu Qingfeng, gripped by sorrow, heard the soft rustling behind him, followed by the sound of bare feet padding on the ground. He was acutely aware of the pressure he faced, and everyone understood what needed to be done. Attack! Under the command of Jinkong Ming, the forces surged forward like a tide toward while an inevitable rain of arrows descended upon them from the city. Si Jinghan responded to her with decisive action, extending his arms to lift Yin Yu, turning back toward the shore, where he gently set her down on the ground. The dilemma lay in whether to conserve weapons and ammunition now for the impending onslaught of the vengeful fleet, or to strike down the mothership and eradicate the threat in its infancy. For humanity, this was not a matter of choice. Any rational individual would know the course of action to take. The financial authority of the dukes and generals' households rested firmly with her, and such matters could not escape her notice. All the grain produced across the estates of both houses, including her own, had been stockpiled, yet that was still insufficient. Particularly among the local cultivators of Lingwu, though few in number, they continued to fight on their native soil. Nevertheless, despite such challenges, some individuals managed to excel. A middle-aged warrior among the guests chuckled. From the words of the elder Kenyunzi, it was revealed that the orchestrators behind the Soul Clan sought to seize control of the heavenly path and reopen the epic. No, absolutely not. Li Wei hastily waved his hands, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He had infiltrated Yunhai High School due to his wife's connection to a leader in the Municipal Education Bureau. Should she discover his visits to the nightclub, his fate would be sealed. An invisible blade of soul attack shot forth from the Dan Huang Ding, annihilating a gray shadow soul warrior in an instant. Subsequently, the Dan Huang Ding vanished with a swoosh, and in the next moment, Yi Qiuo employed the soul-devouring mirror to drain the soul energy from the defeated gray shadow soul warrior entirely. In the first encounter with the 28th chapter, the azure-scaled eagle let out a deafening cry, its voice reverberating through the air as if the very fabric of space trembled, instilling a sense of unease. With reckless abandon, it hurled its massive body, as formidable as steel, against the mountainside, sending rocks flying. Yet, despite its fervent assaults, it failed to strike their position. A glimmer of determination flickered in Jiang Zheng's eyes, and with a mere thought, two ominous black barrels silently emerged from the armored turret atop the vehicle. Though their shapes varied, an eerie aura of danger emanated from the dark openings. "Fire with all your might," Jiang Zheng commanded, his gaze fixed intently on the frenzied azure-scaled eagle. In the hall, a cacophony of wails echoed as several youths encircled a microphone, belting out the current chart-topping hit. Their movements synchronized with the simplistic dance displayed on the screen, an expression of sheer enjoyment illuminating their faces. The ancient continent, vast beyond measure, had been shattered into countless fragments amidst the escalating wars, a cataclysmic clash of deities and demons. This scoundrel, Qi Hong seethed, his knuckles cracking with tension, wishing fervently to incinerate that old pervert. Meanwhile, Ziqi and Fu lay huddled closely together, observing the unfolding events, with Fu lay shamelessly leaning against Ziqi for support. The Black Bear King roared in agony, crimson droplets streaming from its nostrils. The excruciating pain ignited its fury, and it swung its massive paws in retaliation against the two white tigers that clung tenaciously, unwilling to relent. Xiao Lai emerged from the elder's cave with provisions, venturing to several other households. The males were dizzy with hunger, and the females were equally afflicted. Upon hearing commotion, they initially assumed it was the six-legged beast returning. Struggling to rise, they were relieved to find it was their leader, promptly resuming their stillness. They were not ignorant of the situation. It was merely a momentary lapse in judgment. They finally comprehended why Xing Chu had been relentlessly gripping Wang Xiansong's head, as he had been controlling him to prevent his spirit from escaping. It was fortunate they had been advocating for Wang Xiansong, almost leading to calamity. The demon guard's figure momentarily faltered as he glanced towards Fan Yu, whose presence had already vanished. "Indeed, that is troublesome. Will you be able to handle it with your aunt?" Yi Feifei voiced her lingering concern. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Yi battled the fire demon ape for approximately 15 minutes, until a resounding thud signaled their separation, standing several meters apart in a tense standoff. This was not merely a casualty of 1 or 2, nor even 10 or 20. It was several hundred elite demons, including some from the foremost factions of the Tianma prefecture. Suddenly, Lung Ruo Shuang noticed the yellow earth at the cave's entrance quivering slightly, stirring excitement within her, and she dug with renewed vigor. Huang Fu Shirsi and Lung Ru Xue, overjoyed, rushed to assist. After a brief effort, the earth trembled once more, and two figures emerged from the soil, revealing Mo Luyun and Ouyang Mingwei. Shankai beheld the auspicious visage of Samantha Bhadra, whose radiance illuminated the realm and void, extinguishing the suffering of all beings, nurturing the bodhisattva's roots of goodness, and attaining the tenfold wisdom of Paramithas. "Welcome back, Yu Chen." Sensing that Yu Chen and Dada were drawing closer, Li Xiaoya was filled with excitement. With a resolute decision, Huianzi donned the long-neglected Wan Yu Ling ring once more. This extraordinary artifact, bestowed by the royal family, is granted to those who ascend to the rank of a special demon hunter. Its remarkable ability allows the wearer to comprehend and fluently communicate in various languages, an enchanting phenomenon indeed. Turning around, he lifted Hua Qin into his arms. The warmth of her touch made Mu Yan furrow his brow. Why was she so hot? Let us return home. You must not wander outside again. It is far too perilous. If you were to go missing, how would I find you? Lung Junqing admonished Hua Qin with a deliberately stern expression. Unable to find another solution, it seemed that action was necessary. Yu Han discreetly observed the trio and conveyed her thoughts telepathically. However, the notion of engaging in battle with Su Dingfang did not incite the slightest hesitation in the minds of Liang Zhongye and the others. Chapter 129. The dust settles detection has identified the presence of a level 4 energy crystal core nearby. Should it be collected? Jiang Zheng stood momentarily entranced by the lifeless body of the azure-scaled eagle, eventually nodding in acquiescence. In the next instant, a stream of azure luminescence surged forth from the eagle's head, landing delicately in Jiang Zheng's hand. Upon gazing down, he beheld a magnificent energy crystal core, its azure light swirling and shimmering with resplendent hues, an unparalleled torrent of energy surging within. Merely holding it felt as if one were engulfed by towering waves, evoking a sense of awe and trepidation. Indeed, this level 4 crystal core was dreadfully formidable. Jiang Zheng lingered, captivated by the azure core in his grasp, before reluctantly stowing it away within the system. What are you still doing here? Hurry and summon the general back, Lu Qianro exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation. Selo took stock of the silver he had brought along for this journey. Having recently procured a considerable amount of winter supplies, he had already expended over 2,000 taels. The remaining wealth in silver and jewels amounted to a mere 5,000 taels. The evil dragon felt a complex mix of emotions. The simplicity and kindness of human offspring brought him a warmth he had not felt in ages. At this moment, Yin Lanrua had roughly deduced that the Gu family must have offended someone in the business realm. A month prior, the waters of the Lanzhong River had risen 3,000 feet, inundating tens of thousands along the banks. Rumors spoke of a 100-foot anomaly in the depths, claiming the title of Dragon Lord, demanding an annual tribute of 3,000 young boys. In light of recent events, Yuche had transformed in their eyes, evolving from a mere cultivation failure into a figure reminiscent of a rejuvenated elder. Jiang De, his father, was a notorious gambler, while his mother, frail and antiquated in her beliefs, had never considered leaving him. Regardless, Ling Feng remained a disciple of the Xianwei sect, even if compelled by fate to kill Ling Feng. Qin Feng would ultimately find no refuge within the immortal sect thereafter. Do you comprehend the situation? Lu Boizhou's voice was indifferent as his long fingers toyed with a bag containing meager egg pancakes. At this moment, Jiangzhou could confidently proceed to the trading port, continuing preparations for commerce with the northern desert people. Yang Kaiqing served as the direct superior of Gu Haibao. With him present, Gu Haibao had no choice but to endure. After uttering this remark, he unexpectedly pressed a gentle yet warm kiss upon Inshi's cheek, then sat upright, returning to his previous position amidst her ire. She was well aware of him. Upon sensing the emotional fluctuations emanating from Hua Yushin, her heart involuntarily quickened. The man straightened his posture, and Wang Yan experienced a fleeting illusion, perceiving him as even more imposing than a prison guard. According to Elder Ling S. analysis, after departing from the magma pool and enduring several fierce battles, Fire Spirit should now be exceedingly weak, with only Fire Yuan energy capable of restoring her strength. Amidst the myriad of events, Xia sorted through her thoughts until she reached the palace gates, finally clarifying the situation. Nonetheless, their objective had been achieved. They intended to lure the colossal creature away. The enraged black rhino glared furiously at the audacious assailant who dared to strike at its rear, immediately charging forth like a runaway vehicle, trampling saplings beneath its massive form. The formation, having operated for countless millennia, continued to autonomously absorb the essence of heaven and earth, perpetually in a cycle of revival and continuity. Then, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Tian Kuai unhesitatingly picked up the porcelain vial from the ground and tilted his head back to consume the foul potion within. Although matters concerning spiritual roots were of utmost importance, that accursed system had issued a new, mandatory task at that very moment. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. At this juncture, Karine approached, pushing aside Xinu and cradling Xinao, before brandishing a dagger and plunging it directly into her own heart. The following morning, Xing Xian arrived at Yu Feng's residence to assess his recovery. At this point, Yu Feng had regained consciousness. Apart from the bandaged wound on his arm, he bore no other injuries. Nearby, Sally understood that Hu Shuntang sought to reverse the situation. He seized the opportunity to probe the elder's curiosity about the happenings in the outside world, for he had already taken a concubine. The delicate voice resonated once more in his mind, and her body immediately slumped against the carriage, tears cascading down like a torrential rain. Chapter 130. A truly haunting experience. Her experience progress bar had advanced significantly, with only 1,000,000 experience points remaining for her to level up. Bismai nodded and gently gestured, prompting 2 police officers to escort Fan Yin from the confinement room back to the interrogation chamber. She recalled her words, stating that the Dragon Ball could only exert its power when in proximity to a dragon. Thus, it must be placed upon Long Sichu to serve as her protector. Otherwise, even if she possessed the entire Dragon Ball, it would hold no significance. Jiming, I was wrong. I am truly sorry, Coral cried out. Her voice filled with anguish as tears of regret cascaded down her beautiful cheeks. She had once leisurely perched upon a large boulder, watching as his life ebbed away. Piece by piece, returning to her original spot, Kang Xiao slowly seated herself. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was already 10 minutes to 10. Surveying the bar, she found no trace of Ware. You would surely be of assistance in this matter, for all it requires is a phone call to the chairman. Kang Xiao remarked with a smile. Rabintalov chuckled heartily. Indeed, our empire has such plans. However, these territories will be handed over to your military for governance after we have secured them. The citizens of Samland and Canada have no inclination to migrate to Africa, as they already possess ample territory. Before the entrance of the KFC on the main thoroughfare, the ground had been trampled by countless feet. Now a mire of mud and disorder. Ning Lingji coldly released his grip, perceiving Ji Maching's demeanor as unworthy of further dialogue. He turned and departed. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind as he recalled a method for crafting a spirit-gathering array. These 10 spirit stones were precisely the materials required for its construction. Thus, the elderly couple sat in the living room, devoid of their usual banter, one wearing a stern expression while the other smiled contentedly at the television, each ignoring the other. In a bid to express his protest, he disregarded her goodwill, uninterested in her invitation to dine. He approached the bar, laid down 2,000 yuan, and departed with an air of nonchalance. Yet, she appeared somewhat traumatized, her legs wobbling as she walked, nearly stumbling to the ground. With a dazed expression, her beautiful eyes fixated on the phone screen, tears streaming down her face. The salty bitterness of her sorrow filled her mouth. Grabbing a nearby cloth, she dabbed at her tears, steadfastly continuing to gaze unblinkingly at the screen. Have you finished your meal? The group remained engrossed in the delicious soup when Qi Xianling, who had been silent for some time, suddenly spoke, making her way towards them. At that moment, Sun Xingjin was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Knowing that the Dragon Maiden was trapped in a gray world with her fate uncertain, while he remained powerless outside, Zhang Yang was not idle. He swiftly pivoted, unhurriedly raised his foot, and delivered a kick to the belly of the burly man behind him. Caught off guard, the man felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, the force of the blow causing him to stagger backward. After careful contemplation, he nodded, mindful not to forget the purpose of this journey. Thus, during the early medieval period, the populace of Europe predominantly refrained from bathing, as common folk could not afford the extravagant bathing facilities. Many individuals went through their entire lives without experiencing a proper wash. Moreover, the aurora was once referred to as the spouse of Orion. A constellation, one would presume, consists of more than a solitary star, does it not? Hang Gao fell silent, harboring a sense that this approach was flawed, yet he possessed no superior alternative. And what of the original Miao Luo? You masquerade as her to wed into royalty. What becomes of her? Bai Ruozhu inquired, a vague sense of foreboding creeping over her. Consequently, when Lin Tao and his companions journeyed from Golden Island to Gathering Spirit Island, they encountered the tumult of the Ci War, marked by Kuan Zhao's severed tail, cleaved by the 4 great golden elixirs. Sun Yi sensed a slight chill creeping up his back, but under the chilling aura emanating from the bizarre tree, this feeling did not capture his attention significantly. Indeed, it is true. However, according to intelligence reports, the 3 demons are indeed bound for the Kingdom of Whirlpools. After hearing Zhou Mo's words, Jiaziko reached out to embrace Jazidi, turning with Gaia and Roger to exit the ward. By bringing along this Jamozi, Shun Mo could seize the opportunity to act. Otherwise, he would have to resort to poison or smoke to confront his adversaries, lest he expose himself. It turns out that those sharp instruments were tools employed by sky burial specialists during the sky burial rite. Sky burial is a traditional Tibetan funerary practice wherein the deceased's body is taken to a designated location to be consumed by vultures or other avian and terrestrial creatures. Was the catastrophe reference not this celestial realm, but rather the battle upon Ling Mountain in years past? Lang Yuran suddenly inquired. I am unsure how long the silence endured. But when Feng Yi stood to announce his departure, I instinctively nodded. After a fleeting moment of stillness, a figure clad in purple robes stepped left from the orderly procession. Zhang Qimei mentioned she would turn back to inquire on my behalf, hoping to glean some information. As she spoke, she rose and playfully tapped my forehead, urging me to rise and accompany her to tend to my wounds. A mechanical voice resonated, while the blue-toned spiritual entity bore a resemblance to its original form. Upon closer inspection, it still faintly exuded excitement. Yet, that excitement seemed to be severely suppressed, unable to manifest. However, from the words exchanged during the quarrel, it appeared this person was not her brother, but rather someone entangled with her. Regardless, I felt compelled to intervene. Nevertheless, given their profound bond, having shared countless life and death experiences, it was inevitable that deep feelings would have developed between them. His behavior resembled that of a mischievous child, and he amused only children. The situation was akin to Ling Tiantian, merely reaching into another's vehicle. With a thud, a once mighty general, a man of stature, knelt before Zhuang Xiyuan. Fan Bingyu cast a conflicted glance at Xiao Shanshan and YNGCO, and upon seeing their lack of dissent, she accepted the squid that Li Su had offered. She could touch the ground, yet the tables and chairs posed a significant challenge for her. Of course not. My son, such a beauty is to be cherished. You ought to show more tenderness. Gu Changsheng exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, responding without hesitation. That is the Peach Blossom Dock, situated at the heart of the Eternal Life Palace, with the Lake Heart Island nearby. Emperor Lan Mountain pointed to the location of the island with a sense of regret. More importantly, this particular elixir emanated a different aura of its own. The first surge of blood erupted from his throat, followed by a deluge that came gushing forth. The sudden agony causing him to clutch his chest, his legs weakening as he involuntarily succumbed to the ground. In an awkward encounter, the door to the presidential suite was kicked open, and Huang Chengcheng, barely able to stand, was pushed to the floor. As the new year approached, the streets were adorned with vibrant red and green lights, lanterns, and an abundance of crimson couplets, evoking the unique warmth of the festive season. Some, eager for the festive spirit, braved the cold to wander the streets. Once the heavenly demon flame was refined, Jiang Yin became a rarity within the entire Azure Dragon dynasty. At last, a task was found, sparing the hapless singleton from enduring further torment. His short, dark hair brushed against her delicate skin like feathers, causing her breath to catch in her throat. Upon seeing him, Lung Mushin inhaled deeply, her expression turning blank. She had grown accustomed to such scenes. Xiaoran, infuriated yet amused, understood the situation, but that didn't prevent him from feeling anger. He feigned an attempt to ruffle her hair, but Xiaoyun beat him to it, shielding her locks. Not to mention, the Ice King had single-handedly confronted the Heavenly Dragon Palace's master, rescuing Jiang Yin in the process. In truth, he had sensed a resemblance between Bai Yunran and Su Yunshu from the very first day of school, though he had not pursued the thought further. He was surprised that Yang Hao had brought it up. Now, hearing the ancestor's words, coupled with the recollection of the boundary master being subdued in the marsh, as well as Haotian seizing the supreme essence of divine blood in the ancient capital, added weight to his thoughts. In the art of raising gu, the last to strike often finds themselves the safest, while those who leap forth first typically do not survive to the end. I will not shy away from this. The plan is my conception, and naturally, I shall execute it to ensure consistency and avoid any mishaps. The sheer force he wielded was astonishing at that moment. He understood that in a fight, he could not possibly rival Chen Feng. Nanking leaned against him, listening to his heartbeat, inhaling the distinctive cool fragrance of cedar that enveloped him. In that moment, she felt a sense of security. Her mind consumed solely by the lingering scent and that gentle kiss, with no other thoughts intruding. I am certain that I must depart from the capital. It is impossible to remain here for a lifetime. After avenging my grievances, I shall drift away. This is the choice of a wise individual. I am acutely aware that this is the only prudent decision made by old man Chai in a moment of utter helplessness. However, bearing the royal bloodline effectively transfers all dangers to oneself. Cui Muden leaned closer, her crimson lips mere inches from my nose, the scent of her French perfume invading my senses. Now, as his status on the planet ascended, his mindset naturally transformed as well. They did not teach me mere flashy moves, but rather the profound essence of the ultimate techniques of combat, shrouded in secrecy by the righteous elite of various nations. Fang Xiaonan was left speechless by Jun Majin's retort, hastily donning a mask that only served to heighten suspicion. At our age, we are all prone to sentimentality. Lao Molden softly lamented that, regardless of the circumstances, they have indeed grown older. Zhang Xiaozhi shook his head, hoping fervently that what he saw was not an illusion. Yet, this was far from a mere mirage. It was the manifestation of malevolent spirits, an occurrence he was all too familiar with. Only by adhering to one's true nature can one traverse the underworld. Only by remaining steadfast in one's heart can one cross the river of lamentation, such as the rule of hell. In another room, after sending a lengthy message, Chun Shuang anxiously clutched her phone, awaiting news from Chao Yu, which never arrived. Frankly speaking, the experience of being a spy is profoundly distressing. One must not only confront danger but also endure tremendous pressure, with the risk of collapse looming at any moment. If Nie Qing were to get involved, the moment the shareholder list was revealed, it would be clear that the Chao family was implicated, and surely the Yun family would retreat in fear. Anticipating such an outcome, Lai Ying could hardly contain her excitement. However, Lei Sua's eyes widened in shock before he swiftly turned his head. Yu Hao, witnessing this, chuckled and remarked that there was nothing to be ashamed of. They were all grown men, after all. The first to take the stage was Wu Yicheng, who performed exceptionally well, answering all 9 questions correctly and scoring an impressive 375 points, astonishing the entire audience. If you do not believe me, you might find an opportunity to try it for yourself in the future. I assure you, once you do, you will surely fall in love with the bronze coffin. An ancient voice chuckled. The members of the Eternal Clan within the formation were momentarily taken aback by this scene, and as if struck by a realization, their expressions shifted to one of intense fury. Many were panting heavily, their eyes ablaze with rage as they glared at the elderly figure in the black robe, wishing to devour his flesh and bones to vent their inner tumult. Zhang Xiaozhu spoke as he activated his spiritual awareness and opened the mystical gates, making a clockwise adjustment to the palace position of the gates. Subsequently, the compass needle mirrored Zhang Xiaozhu's movements in accordance with the gates. Qin Shaoong had no inkling of what the testimony in Governor Chao's hands contained. He found himself momentarily stunned, his mental defenses wavering uncontrollably, giving rise to a flicker of panic. Should this snack shop fail, she would resort to selling a particular type of food. With her culinary skills, she could still earn a profit. In the past, Lu Yanxuan would have coldly retaliated, but at that moment, he merely withdrew his gaze, somewhat lost in thought, and followed Liang Jinru's lead. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's astonishing words, Qinglong was first taken aback, only for a trace of derision to cross his face thereafter. Chapter 132. A delayed dinner. Let us give it a try. Guanji Nuo, uninterested in further conversation, charged forward without hesitation. I, too, was prepared for an assault and instinctively lunged at another individual as soon as she made her move. Zhang Ma, this is the child of my friend. They will be staying with us for the next few days, Jin Haidi said, casting a glance at Xing Jin Yixin remained in his previous pose. Leaning against the windowsill, his lips pressed tightly together, and his brow furrowed deeply. Such a loaded statement, delivered with conviction, elicited a surprised glance from Wenrui Xiao. How could I articulate it? On my birthday, in my bedroom, my sister shamelessly entangled with my boyfriend. The guard stepped forward to extract the dagger, while Puqi and the others shielded their faces with their sleeves, displaying expressions of pained reluctance. On June 29th, the school conducted its final examinations. The weather was sweltering, and Zhao Hui, dressed in a light purple dress, cheerfully arrived at school to take the test. The exam questions were not overly difficult, and Zhao Hui felt she had performed adequately. I heard my phone ringing, and in silent tears, I pondered why fate never seemed to favor me. Not even for a fleeting 30 seconds. Lu Xining, are you all right? Lin Shaoqi's voice reached me. Turning my head, I saw her and Shi still at the spot from which they had disembarked the pirate ship, while 4 boys lingered nearby. I could faintly catch glimpses of Xiao Shun casting furtive glances in our direction. How much did Ingchen give you? I will match it. Just leave him, Su Lan said, casting a sidelong glance at her, her cool gaze dripping with disdain, yet her soft tone remained aggressively insistent. Where's my wife? Yi Sun Huan, bypassing any unnecessary pleasantries with the Shura King, inquired directly. One cannot alter the fact of being at the bottom. It would be wiser to focus on how to elevate one's rank instead. Sun Jian had not considered this at all, and when Zhao Feng brought it up, Sun Jian was momentarily taken aback. Of course, if that monk, who had once been at odds with Buddhist principles, could return, then there would indeed be a possibility of contending with Han Jun on equal footing. Zhang Hai instinctively ceased his movements. The fellow had tilted his head and fallen asleep once more, his body soft and limp. Li Yunfei retrieved his wallet, meticulously inspecting its contents, confirming that both the cash and the jade pendant were intact. Zhang Tian appeared somewhat off-kilter emotionally, and I quickly realized I too had experienced the trials of graduation. He was in a secluded courtyard, undisturbed by others. After pausing to listen for a while, he glanced toward the bustling front yard, his confusion deepening. Wei Yin clasped his hands respectfully and strode out of the main camp, prompting Liu Bei and Sha Mo Ku to immediately follow suit. The recovery after war is a protracted journey, and given the unfortunate timing of such a festive season, even if the new dynasty possessed extraordinary self-healing abilities, it would likely require a considerable span of time. At least, this was the situation in the north. Xiao instructed Lu Huai to take them back while he made a call to Wen Xiangyi, who did not answer. Wu Jing quickly came to his senses and obediently performed eye exercises. The fragrant sweet soup gently wafted from the insulated container, causing Wu Jing to inhale deeply and inch closer to the esteemed figure. Qin Jinyu had initially prepared a lengthy discourse to offer him comfort, yet his prolonged gaze, as he lowered his head, diverted her attention entirely. As she became ensnared in his stare, a flush crept across her cheeks, erasing her prior thoughts. Concerned, Li Yu felt that Long Yi need not exert himself so fervently, for this was a 6v6 battle, not a solitary contest. Thus, the front consisted of 3 rooms, while a sizable garden encircled the central courtyard, forming the inner sanctum. Lin Yang held a glass of lemonade and walked forward without turning back, unaware of how long it had taken before he finally paused. Although Wei Xiao was engrossed in his phone, he remained vigilant, observing the interactions between Wei Qing and Su Luoluo. As Wei Qing approached the hospital room, Wei Xiao swiftly extended his hand to haul them. His kiss was both commanding and gentle, utterly dominating yet never coarse, savoring her soft lips with an insatiable hunger, prying open her pearly gates to delve deeper, inch by inch, in a fervent embrace. After all, Li Yu and Chao Meng possessed limited strength. Even the mightiest could not traverse the entire continent in a single day. Ranking at 36, Wu Jin searched for several rooms and, not unexpectedly, discovered that the King of Hearts was nearly perfectly concealed. Their arrogance was palpable, as each guild brought along 500 members, totaling over 50,000 participants. Reflecting on the flicker of despair in Dongfang Yan's eyes when he mentioned the possibility of the group's bankruptcy, Dongfang Yuqing stood still, biting her lip, rendered speechless. Upon returning to the Dongfang clan, the arena and platform at the main entrance had been completely dismantled, with a dozen disciples clad in light red robes guarding the entrance. Dongfang Ye's face flushed with indignation, veins protruding as he realized that remaining with the group would only lead to further humiliation. With the presence of the Heartless Sword Realm, no matter how much energy one possessed, it would be consumed, preventing the accumulation of energy, as seen with Yin Air. Yuan Tang glanced at the attributes, noting they were all nameless figures. To cultivate stars beneath his command would require immense effort. Elder Wang, please remain calm. A donkey cannot play chess. And is this not a boon for you? Jiang Yuan remarked. Though the wilderness was harsh, the quota for the Yin Kingdom still held considerable numbers. Mu Yunqi smiled as she handed Jiang Yuan a scroll, which, upon opening, revealed 6 names inscribed upon it. At that time, he was captured by the Emperor of the Han Zhao Kingdom, stripped of his unparalleled martial prowess, while she watched helplessly as his leg was shattered. The stench of vomit caused the manager to wrinkle his brow, struggling to resist the urge to pinch his nose. Chapter 133. The Essence of Human Existence. Suddenly, the vanishing figure darted like a phantom behind, and the prepared Renzi swiftly turned, wielding his blade. All right, let's engage in some discourse, Tsunade remarked. However, I believe you have been somewhat idle of late. I intend to assign you some tasks. Indeed, she was reluctant to witness Wei Yilin and Xiang Hong, along with Hanada, growing too close, as the ventilation system continuously circulated fresh air and coolness through the conduits into each carriage. The volatile substances of the drugs permeated the entirety of the subway train. Following the directive of the Hokage, Kakashi hastened to the scene, ultimately ensuring that Irika was delivered alive to the hospital, alongside a benevolent Umbu ninja. Roya was unperturbed by the escalating chaos in his perspective. Only disorder could catalyze the destined fates akin to a chemical reaction. Zhao Qian smiled faintly, indicating his indifference and readily accepting the arrangements made by the restaurant manager, Green. An occurrence beyond imagination struck like a thunderclap, rendering the members of the 4th Division in astonishment. Truly, it was a mesmerizing spectacle. Camisher gently touched the mega keystone on her headset. Witnessing the clash between the champion and the Elite Four was a rare privilege for her as a dojo trainer. Do I resemble a soft persimmon? Yi Tianshi mused, slightly taken aback, finding amusement in the confident demeanor of Master Xuanzi. The vampire summoned a unique beast of power, a testament to the vampire's ability to tame their kin through their own blood, bestowing them with strength surpassing that of other magical races. What? Upon hearing Xia Wuli's words, Oriha turned her head, eager to discern what Xia Wuli wished to reveal. She increasingly regretted her impulsive departure from home years ago, lamenting her journey across the seas to the Eagle Country and her subsequent acceptance of a seemingly nefarious plan capable of purifying humanity after being sheltered by SJS. Unbeknownst to him, As the night passed, an increasing number of soldiers fell prey to the so-called measles. So, the young Bohan who confronted Kezi in the hospital was indeed authentic. Today, as individual was merely a counterfeit? What, then, was the relationship between this counterfeit and Gao Bin? My comprehension only deepened in perplexity. In the shadows, Lai Shui's face was undoubtedly filled with curiosity. However, Wan Qing, indifferent, opened the door and stepped outside. In the external environment, one could vaguely discern figures adorned in red and green, moving about with an unusual liveliness. The following morning after arriving in Wamping County, Lu Shui encountered a gentleman who introduced himself as Mr. Chun, seeking to secure the position of advisor beside Lu Qingyao. The crown prince immediately approached. This man was none other than their ancestral figure, Isaac, the oldest direct descendant of the Longxia kingdom. Should nothing unforeseen occur, the lineage of the Longxia kingdom would continue to thrive within the Longxia empire. Once again, Wan Qing arrived at the renowned city, perceiving it as a colossal beast, harboring a grotesque visage that embodied a lifetime of ugliness, evoking an instinctive loathing within her. Unexpectedly, her fist did not collide with Yu Xiao's shoulder. Instead, it passed through him, leaving the other 5 guards momentarily halted, their eyes wide in disbelief as they witnessed their companion traverse through Yu Xiao's form. Upon hearing this, Chu Du's face betrayed an awkward expression, and Huatzi Shu bit down hard on Chu Du's chest, resulting in a cacophony of peculiar sounds emanating from the room shortly thereafter. Exiting the establishment, with the dusk settling in, she suddenly recalled that Qian Qian had been lurking in Feng Yuzhao's private residence, concerned about the circumstances. She felt compelled to investigate. Xian Fei dashed ahead, and upon hearing a sound, turned to see Gongzi Qing Qian and the third prince thoroughly drenched. By the time I returned to the cafeteria, Hong Wan and the others had yet to depart, which somewhat eased my worries. Did they really expect me to believe their words? They might be off feasting lavishly with my card. If there is still money within, I would be grateful indeed. Lu Jinghong's carriage left the royal manor, as the sky began to blush with dawn hues, reaching the North City gate. Perhaps they would not arrive tonight. Gongzi Jinlan shed his long robe and draped it over Wan Qing. Just then, as Shangtian Aries' words faded, another spatial portal manifested nearby, and a hurried figure burst forth from within. Although the funds she possessed were from Yu Xiaotian for her entrepreneurial endeavors, the lucrative opportunity before her was too precious to squander. Should she profit immensely, she could repay Yu Xiaotian in full. Naturally, there was seldom anyone on guard, unless war or extraordinary circumstances necessitated it. Yu Qin's demeanor remained icy, his gaze unwavering, and his expression unremarkable. The lessons learned on Xianyuan continent had rendered him indifferent to such matters. This world was one of survival of the fittest, where the strong reigned supreme and the weak were destined to be trampled underfoot. Contemplating this, an eerie smile crept across Yu Qin's face. Consequently, it became evident that combat beasts and similar companions were the optimal choice. For once spiritual beasts transformed, they bore little distinction from humans. Brother Shiyang, your former troops are still intact. If you were to contact them now and rally their spirits, I believe our chances for resurgence are boundless. Gu Jianhuan's face darkened, his blood-red eyes glimmering with hope. The Lihu beast and Lingxi Meiqi had simultaneously created distance from the landmine turtle, strategically granting Feng Lu the space to devise a means of temporarily subduing the creature. Even if only for a fleeting moment, it represented the trio's hope. Chapter 134, Jealousy and Rivalry. Jiang Zheng silently observed from the cave entrance for a while before turning back to the RV. As he stepped inside, the sound of running water reached his ears from the bathroom, accompanied by the faint melody of someone cheerfully humming a tune. It appeared she was in a particularly good mood. Has she already gone to bathe? Is she missing me, my dear? Jiang Zheng noted that this was the first time she had bathed so early. Typically, she would procrastinate for quite some time, reluctantly succumbing to his coaxing before finally heading to the shower. There was little he could do. Ever since becoming an extraordinary being, his desires had intensified. The youth, with his vigorous blood and formidable physique, found himself increasingly consumed by his passions. With a wave of his arm, the guards who had been trailing at a distance of 5 zhang sprang into action with fierce aggression, unleashing chaos. Moments later, Nian Xian lay in ruins. At that moment, Lin Yang ceased his mocking demeanor, an aura of supreme authority emanating from him. When Lamar drove to the training facility that day, he found himself surrounded by thousands of fervent fans, clad in Nick's attire and brandishing various placards. Shortly thereafter, a promotional video of approximately 5 minutes appeared, showcasing Tao Jin's remarkable advantages, both striking and authentic. The video concluded with an electromagnetic vehicle, its exterior transformed to resemble Tao Jin's, undergoing a series of extreme tests. Initially, Ewing believed Ariza was merely training, a notion that brought him comfort, but upon entering, he discovered that this rascal was venting his frustrations at the basketball hoop. Just as Lin Yang withdrew from the 1,000-meter distance, intending to reclaim his divine weapon and escape with the void cloak, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to swiftly return. Yao Jin exchanged a few more words with Hao Chao, declined his offer to escort her, and left the school cafeteria alone. She made her way to the entrance and drove off in her inconspicuous Volkswagen Magotan, returning to her residence. Yin Er sheathed the Yinling Dao and began to lift each person who had been toppled or kicked to the ground. 2 days prior, Li Muron had led his troops in oil to thoroughly cleanse the buried remnants of the world, incinerating all filth, while simultaneously cataloging the transgressions of the heavenly court and proclaiming them to the masses. Many citizens, upon learning the truth, harbored profound resentment towards the celestial temple. An extraordinary event occurred. The enlarged Qinglong extended its head high into the air, reaching a height of 100 meters before succumbing to immense gravitational pull and crashing down, creating a substantial crater upon impact. "All right, I will heed your words," Chunzi remarked, releasing his foot from Meng Ji's back. Meng Gu quickly withdrew his hand, which had turned a deep shade of black, and upon contact, elicited excruciating pain, suggesting it was indeed broken. "Haha, your words leave me speechless," Xingjie observed, seemingly not overly rigid or pedantic. "Of course not," Pei Jian exclaimed, flustered by her tears. "Have I ever gone back on my promise to you, heir?" He then averted his gaze from Pei Qing, scanning the room and pausing briefly on Pei Han and Pei Xiuxiu, as if having resolved something within himself. Upon catching sight of Yin Yi's gaze, Su Lingfeng amiably waved his hand, gesturing with his lips for her to share some food. "Tiger, big city, old bull. Cease your wild conjectures. We could simply inquire for the specifics," Li Depeo remarked. Bai Yu regarded the youth kneeling before him with an expression of indifference. None had yet dared to be audacious in his presence. That afternoon, Fan Batting and York were summoned before Zhongnan by the members of the Jinyue. After a thorough inquiry, Zhongnan finally uncovered the whereabouts of Lejisi. The individual had already arrived in China. If all proceeded without incident, he would reach the capital within a few days. "My lord, should I have the fortune to return to the battlefield, I shall not forget your kindness," Ma Gui expressed, revealing his intention to pledge allegiance. However, at that moment, Shi Hui disclosed a piece of information to her. She was not a prisoner in Juicy City. Rather, she could become a part of Juicy City and pursue any endeavor she desired, including leading troops as her father and brothers once did. Chapter 135. The malevolent scheme of psychological warfare. Here, York first made his move, swiftly drawing the red dragon sword with a fierce shout as he charged forward, sweeping across the air with urgency. At this moment, the time-space gate relayed a message to him. Except for the host, no living beings could pass through the time-space gate in any form, nor could they expend time-space energy. Understanding the fundamental situation, Lu Ping dismissed the elder after ensuring justice would be served, and began to meticulously plan for the future. Regarding Gan Ning's battle, to call it a war would be an overestimation of his capabilities. However, what was Wang Dalong doing here? Was he truly here to defend himself? What a joke. A vanguard attempting to defend against me. What need is there for a rearguard then? Several farmers, having faced death once already, were no longer afraid and loudly declared their intent to lead the way, determined to reveal the truth to the public and seek justice for their families. The few remaining wolf-tooth arrows, charged with the wrath of the Wuhuan warriors, surged toward the densely packed formation of long spears presented by the enemy. Yet, this all unfolded in an elevator, with the journey from the first to the fourth floor completed in the blink of an eye. As the door opened, a throng of people awaited, leaving no room for recklessness. Just as Ye Jinyu pondered how to respond, Zhang Jin and Xiang Chumo appeared in a hurried manner. The magical energy dissipated entirely. Lin Dao felt an ephemeral surge of magical fluctuation in the air, which promptly vanished into nothingness within this virtual space. To Ye Jinyu, it seemed as though someone was inquiring about her name. Meanwhile, the observer Li Yuan, caught up in excitement, realized he had neglected to inquire about the background and origins of the divine figure, though fortunately, the national teacher's disciple remained composed. Had it not been for the information he gleaned from Boss Hua regarding Ning's connection to Professor Feng, old Huang would surely have been startled by her utterance of master. In a bid to conserve precious slave resources, Kong Yi refrained from ordering the soldiers to execute the fallen slaves. Instead, he commanded them to drag the bodies out, binding them with ropes and tossing them into a shaded area. Thus, the chain whip wielded by this ghostly figure became as sinuous and venomous as a serpent. Initially, he gained the upper hand, unexpectedly striking General Hung on the shoulder and then on the ankle. They were not foolish. Now Zhou Jiu was within that barrier. And although they were oblivious to why the opponent remained unscathed, they would not venture forth to meet their demise. Once they entered that realm, they would become the next victims. Furthermore, the accelerated state of his brain was induced by drug stimulation, implying that he did not truly possess control over himself. Even attempting to slow his thought process was futile, as all information was passively received. Yun Tian also understood that even the vacuum of space posed no threat to Pandora, allowing him to comfortably retract his mental energy. Without digressing into the chaos unfolding on Three-Body Star due to Yun Tian's displayed abilities, let us now recount the events following the annihilation of the protons. And Ning's expression flickered momentarily. The man, resembling an elite individual, took note of it clearly. After indulging in a few more drinks and bidding farewell to her guests, she returned to her room without bathing. In the dead of night, a man climbed onto her, showering her with kisses. Faced with old Xie's furious inquiry, Yu Zitong merely smiled faintly, retrieving her ear spoon without uttering a word. In Gu Qing's mind, a vivid recollection surged forth, recalling the harrowing encounter with the sealed demon during her time underground. This formidable entity was confined within a peculiar formation beneath the earth, relying not on any arcane spells or divine powers to confront her. Instead, it wielded an astonishing comprehension of spatial forces embedded within its consciousness, effectively imprisoning the space surrounding her. Moreover, she had glimpsed the photograph of that gentleman, Gu Yuqing, on Xiao Xiaoyan's phone. It must be said that he was undeniably handsome, leaving Gu Qing perplexed as to why Xiao Xiaoyan had forsaken such an attractive partner. Balancing a freshly baked pastry, she strolled leisurely on her way back to her courtyard, only to inadvertently spot the evening pavilion in the distance, where a pair of individuals were elegantly capturing butterflies with their exceptional agility. However, Gu Qing paid little heed to their gazes, her eyes betraying no trace of fear as she steadily advanced towards the location of the Xianhong altar. Both of you, one a biological mother, the other a biological sister, so brazenly discuss how to augment Gu Qin's hardware quality in the living room. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? Meanwhile, within the stone city gates of the western capital, two figures traversed the cobblestone street. In this era of peace, the city gates remained open even at night, revealing that the pair had just entered the city on foot. Pushing the empty plate on the table forward, the burly man pointed at Yi Piao with one finger, then directed the other at himself. In a state of urgency, Mu Si could only deliberate with those present, once again sending someone to locate the lion. Humph. You sit in a cell, yet your demeanor is more grandiose than that of me, the emperor. Are you imprisoned or on a holiday? The emperor thundered. Shortly thereafter, Wang Mao received news. Ever since Zhang Ning was established as the heir, the number of those flattering her had increased, and news within the residence spread swiftly. Unfortunately, the Liang siblings had dismissed others when speaking, leaving their conversation shrouded in mystery. Gazing into Jiang Siping's radiant and gentle eyes, Li Longji clapped his hands in delight. The Wei clan seldom ventures out. The insinuation was unmistakable. How could this be? Annie mused in a fluster, yet the allure of the fragrance was undeniably potent, compelling her to yearn to approach. Despite it being winter, even while immersed in the open-air hot spring, one would not feel the chill. Even Yongning, seated beneath the corridor, found herself loosening her cloak due to the warmth of the steam. Wait, just a moment ago, Yao Na mentioned that Jiang Lan's eyes moved due to the water's ripple. Yet, with such a significant wave, why did Tang Long's eyelids remain still? Furthermore, as a lord, Annie felt a pressing need for funds. Windsor Manor was her domain. Although Loki served as the steward, he was a free man, and his earnings were not derived from the manor's resources. Thus, Annie believed it unnecessary for Loki to utilize his own funds for the estate. The former evil spirit's aide, Bloodguard Gui San, had encountered the young master before. The carriage is ready, young master. How should we deal with these individuals disturbing your meal? Gui San inquired respectfully. Then it is settled. I hear they are merely local specialties. The shopkeeper, feeling reassured, agreed to the arrangement. In the next instant, a shimmering violet light suddenly manifested before Karis, from which an arm emerged, seizing her by the throat. Outside the city of Baoji, in the command tent of the Shu army, the governor Zhang Qian furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating the intelligence that had been delivered. The city of Baoji lay completely surrounded by his forces, yet the Han army remained inactive in the distant Huxian. What was their intention? What purpose did the movements of the Han troops around the Chuntsang Mountains serve? Chapter 136. When the path is blocked. Just break through inner strength, inner energy, and inner power, while stemming from the same source, are distinctly different entities. After completing his morning routine, he adjusted the washing machine's operation mode, as the clothes he had washed last night remained uncleaned. It was hardly surprising that 17-year-old Ming Song was impulsive and irritable. Thus, no one ever questioned his cunning nature. Believing that Wei Weiyan was troubled by her inability to gather the components needed to repair the hope, he offered her comforting words, which coincidentally mirrored his own thoughts. Asuna, you all needn't delve into the planning map for now. A guest has arrived, eager to savor our hometown cuisine. Attend to your tasks, and we shall revisit the design tomorrow when we have leisure. Song Jia, having secured the pouch of money, squeezed beside Asuna, seizing the design map from her hands and casting furtive glances her way. Luo Bin was taken aback by Feng Shueli's treatment towards him, naturally feeling a spark of indignation. After all, they were relatives. Was such treatment truly necessary? Just that morning, he had been summoned outside, presented with a grand bouquet of roses, and without hesitation, a ring was placed upon his hand, proclaiming that he was now hers forever. Cui Shiya's words radiated a bittersweet intensity. Regardless of conventional or unconventional physical combat styles, be it Sanda, martial arts, karate, Muay Thai, or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Luo speculated that, given the choice, the shadow thief would likely first target the city lord's mansion. Luo Jiang accompanied Luo Cheng to the doctor and then returned home, only to find Shani Qing already present. The old lady was indeed correct. In a prominent family like the Longs, there would always be those seeking to exploit the chaos. Yun Jinli and her companions were deliberating which path to take when they were suddenly met with a series of harrowing screams, clearly encountering a dreadful peril that would result in injury, if not death. With a serene gaze upon his beauty, he observed that his previously uncomfortable mood had significantly lightened. Nodding in acknowledgement, he reached over to snatch the shrimp from Su Chong-jun's grasp, devouring it with ease. As Yu Jun slowly knelt, the third master erupted in hearty laughter, prompting several cloaked figures to swiftly bind Yu Jun's hands behind his back and secure his feet with ropes, allowing him a modicum of movement. However, Feng Baigua understood that Long Yifei's decision to personally accompany her was motivated by her safety. Wang Yuqin cast a glance at the figure, her mind swirling with exhilaration. She had awakened, truly awakened, not an illusion, nor a dream, but a vivid reality. Muqi widened her eyes, staring in awe as the mist coalesced into the familiar yet alien silhouette of her mother. As an increasing influx of golden elements surged forth, the brilliance of the golden sword intensified, while the golden giantess form gradually dimmed. The inhabitants of the fairy tale realm were indeed foolish, yet she remained committed to merely taking the money to indulge in revelries, refraining from involving herself in external affairs. Once all matters were settled, she arranged to accompany Yifei's vehicle to the market the following morning, hastening homeward, where the Zhang family awaited her return. After glancing once more at the rumors and scathing reviews, she stifled a yawn and stretched languidly before shutting her laptop. Wait a moment. That big fellow. Do you know how to consummate a marriage? In a moment of urgency, her shyness and reserve were cast aside. The man's powerful arms enveloped her with unwavering certainty, allowing her to lean against him. Imo Qianyin and his companions remained steadfast at the entrance of the inner hall, gazing intently at the gruesome scene before them, their eyes dim and inscrutable. Since time immemorial, discussions of the deeds of emperors have stirred hearts, especially on this mid-autumn festival at the moon-worshipping altar. Is this truly my steed? The big fellow pondered, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Little did he know that upon hearing the name Imo Nansheng, Chang's expression revealed her opposition, as the veins in her hand gripping Qianye became visibly pronounced, signaling her disapproval without uttering a word. Had he taken even the slightest precaution, he would not have been so careless as to drink without inquiry, especially after An Yao had stealthily intruded before without retrieving the key. Qin Shang had suffered poor health since childhood, unable to practice martial arts like Ning Yi, rendering him a typical figure lacking strength. On the way back, Alan felt a persistent unease. This individual was not to be underestimated. If Su Wan were deceived by her, the consequences could be dire. The rugged-looking man called out loudly towards Qin Songrua's thatched cottage. After a moment, the door creaked open, and Qin Songrua emerged, her expression as frosty as the morning air. From beginning to end, Luo Anan took 2 full hours. During this time, some of the larger birds, bored, succumbed to slumber, their heads nestled within their feathers, pecking intermittently. Only the 10 foremost feathered beings remained attentive throughout. Nathan was a native of Hong Kong, as was Mu Mu, who had resigned from his job in the United States to venture into entrepreneurship in London, drawn not only by Cheng Lai's invitation, but also by an existing project awaiting his attention. Chapter 137. The bed as darkness enveloped the sky. The grand lanterns adorning the Lu residence glowed a vivid red, casting an atmosphere of festivity around. However, the soldiers stationed at the entrance felt anything but joyful, for they stood beside a formidable figure, one who had the audacity to capture even the disciples of celestial beings. How could mere mortals like themselves hope to contend with such might? Initially, Chao Peng had assumed that Osugu was at least a faux gentleman, unlikely to resort to violence. Yet, To his astonishment, Osugu did indeed strike. Typically, a grandmaster would refrain from engaging in a full-scale confrontation unless the opponent was of comparable strength or the cost to themselves was deemed excessive. Especially for those grandmasters aspiring to further ascendancy, it was unthinkable to expend their vital energy on futile skirmishes. Steward Song hastily beckoned the coachman to venture forth. Anxious that Zimo might have a change of heart, he sought to finalize the arrangements swiftly, for this desolate land would soon belong to him, and the 8,000 taels of silver nestled in his pocket would thus be secured. Wu Jian glared at the crowd, filled with indignation, yet refrained from further aggression. The foremost priority was to accomplish the task at hand. Failure to do so would inevitably result in punishment. N.I. Duosher chuckled heartily and said, "Ball Serpent, what further abilities do you possess? Do not hesitate to unleash them." He extended his right hand, using his cane to strike the triangular head of the black snake deity, which was as hard as iron, producing a resounding clang with each blow. Finally, on the third day, Qin Yang awakened from a deep slumber. Noticing that his wounds had healed and inhaling the rich aroma of food, a smile gracing his face. "Well then, Father, a waste of time," Lu Changshan remarked with a wry smile to the village elder upon witnessing Yin Doran's demeanor. The existence of the Flying Beast Arena was a creation of the Great Zhou, and as an allied nation, the Great Qi had its own version. However, it had not been disseminated as widely as in the Great Zhou and was largely ineffective. Indeed, they frequently caused disturbances in my establishment, and I found myself reluctant to involve the authorities. If I did, they would undoubtedly retaliate against me, Fen Rushuan lamented. Had it not been for Dean Li's presence, Zhou Sheng would have gladly spat in Chen Xiaoshan's face. How brazen could one be, feigning ignorance? Upon hearing this news, Shun Yi immediately thought of Li Zihan and the third main quest assigned by the system. Now, with nothing pressing at hand, and having set up the illusionary formation, Zhang Shun prepared to return to the military camp to check on matters. At this moment, after a meticulous grooming, Shen Yi, as a cultivator, exuded an aura that magnified his usually reserved demeanor, as if he had suddenly acquired a multitude of halos, radiating an indescribable allure. Upon witnessing the captivating scene of the young master Haoyue, Qi Lu's face flushed crimson, and he hastily turned away. He had spent over a day and a half mastering the joyful technique, yet the subsequent 3 emotional spells flowed forth effortlessly, even yielding insights into the subtle control of emotional intensity. With bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon the remarkably composed handwriting on the scroll, Metten found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. The matter regarding Ant decision was not conceived by Zhao Yan. Rather, he learned of it upon arriving in Nanladan, as recounted by the locals. The soft hands of a young lady playfully pinched his waist, while nearby, Jiang Haobo rolled his eyes in exasperation. However, one can gradually assimilate the spiritual essence of the universe, slowly transforming and merging with it. Are you hungry? Make do with what you can. If no other food is available, we must settle for what fills our stomachs. I casually opened my backpack, retrieving all the consumable food within, and then took out a bottle of strong liquor, moving to a corner. Yi Tian glanced at the business card, surprised to discover that Xiao Man was actually the chairperson of a company. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that such constraints may ensnare ordinary individuals, but they bear no significance for him. Qin Wan Yi is currently working at Yang Yan's company, also at the grassroots level. Believing that significant achievements must be built step by step, Qin Yi had grown increasingly impatient, uttering no words, and with a swift motion, unleashed a storm of thunder. A violent onslaught. The dozen or so extraordinary warriors, witnessing this, displayed their unique skills. Let us resolve this on the playground. Yang Tsung disregarded Wu Shi and the others, striding directly out of the classroom. They were no match for this monstrous beast. With a ferocious roar, it charged, sending a deity flying. A hint of languor adorned her delicate face, which added an alluring charm to her appearance. The emperor was quite pleased with her actions, considering her discreet and modest demeanor, which prevented others from taking advantage, thus making him more affectionate towards her. In other words, for Yi Chun to concoct medicine, he merely needs to find an alchemical furnace and inscribe some formations upon it. As the cold set in, the concubine's belly grew ever larger, especially since she was carrying twins, potentially at risk of premature birth. The new emperor had ensured that all preparations were made in advance, with personnel personally selected by him, leaving no room for others, clearly indicating a lack of trust in the empress. The young man possessed an unhealthy pallor with slanting brows that met his temples, and his face bore traces of arrogance and impatience. Lin Hao was correct. He regarded himself with inflated pride, convinced of his profound medical skills. She desired to remove Huang Yichuan, but alas, the general's residence was not solely hers to command. she must exercise restraint. Cheng Qi, in exasperation, pondered how Cheng Dai could be so anxious, and what must Cheng Yin be feeling. If the person were the biological offspring of the first branch, it would be acceptable. However, he had been adopted from the Shan Hua residence, burdened with the heavy weight of competing with the third branch for the family estate, undoubtedly feeling the immense pressure. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Junhun brandished the Sword of Order, launching an attack on the nearby angels, who were just rising from the ground, still dazed, rendering them vulnerable to assault without concern for retaliation. Second brother, it seems inappropriate for us to attend this appointment in this manner. Although outwardly indifferent, Chu Ju was, in truth, a kind-hearted individual, and he did not wholly approve of Chu Ji and Gao Shilin impersonating scholars to attend the banquet. Chapter 138. Mission accomplished. With a resolute goal established in his heart, Jiang Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he gently pressed the button for instantaneous acceleration. In an instant, two massive exhaust ports extended from the rear of the motorhome, surrounded by a myriad of mysterious runes, ancient and enigmatic. The next moment, a terrifying blue flame surged forth with tremendous force, illuminating the surrounding runes with a pale blue glow. The searing heat, accompanied by a powerful wave of warmth, surged towards the back of the motorhome. Even Chen Shui, who was positioned at a considerable distance, could feel this alarming wave of heat enveloping her, causing her fair face to slightly change color. Boom! Fan Ji was astonished to see that Long Xing was adorned with intricate peony patterns, charging through the tumultuous waves of heat, flanked by iron trees and enormous six-petaled flowers. Guo Zidong waved his hand, signaling Yan He to cease searching for a doctor. He knew he was nearing his limit and could not hold on for much longer. The celestial being of the heavens had yet to escape his self-imposed cycle of fear when a piece of tortoise shell suddenly shot forth from an unknown source. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed as Xiang Shaoxin had described. A multitude of second-tier monstrous flowers had already gathered there, viciously tearing at one another in a frenzied struggle for dominance. He had not anticipated that these deranged creatures would concoct such a plan. However, in his eyes, they were utterly transparent. As before, the 17 fire beasts did not charge directly, yet when Long Qingshan cleaved an elite-level fire beast with his massive sword, the others could no longer restrain themselves and surged forward in a furious onslaught. In an instant, a colossal emerald sphere of light formed where the two faced each other. The sphere grew larger and increasingly perilous, akin to a balloon being inflated to the brink of bursting. Nigeria, prominently marked by the Niger River, possesses a far more expansive geopolitical landscape. Numerous savage wolves began to reach for the soul blood pearl within the water pool, yearning for its power to evolve into demonkind. Qi Shuani and his companions sought to evade this relentless slaughter, as the blood-red aura spread, attracting even more savage wolves. Ashi, having rummaged through the house, unearthed several long chains and bound the giant axe master along with over 200 disciples. The middle-aged man abruptly halted, his eyes wide in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Fan, scrutinizing his attire. However, shortly thereafter, a resounding impact echoed from within the house, reminiscent of a hand striking a face. He had heard about the undercover mission from the simple recounting by Rick Itani, who mentioned his decision to take over his teacher's role and infiltrate the Black Cloak organization after graduation, with that abandoned laboratory serving as the organization's former drug research base. If one were to say that the swordsmanship of the Master Realm still dwelled within the realm of material destruction, then the swordsmanship that transcends such boundaries has begun to delve into the very essence of the soul. Although her alchemical talent, which could swiftly liberate her from poverty, was evident, she displayed no signs of exuberance, remaining composed and unassuming throughout. In truth, she was tall, with a beautiful face and long legs. Her figure was undoubtedly striking, and the dress she wore accentuated her advantages to perfection. Kawashima Izaki earnestly wishes to express that his concerns do not stem from the well-being of his students, but rather from the fear of potential salary deductions for not taking leave. Master Shansuan and Jiang Yin are engaged in a game of chess in the courtyard, while in the adjacent room, intermittent sounds of anguished cries can be faintly heard. These sounds do not emanate from any nearby living beings, but rather from the number 7 overturned mask. Since you have proposed such a challenge, I shall gladly match you. Should you lose, be prepared to face legal repercussions. The representative from the Zhang family is understandably infuriated, as this matter directly pertains to the dignity of manhood. Generally speaking, when it comes to romance, experienced educators might hesitate to dismiss it outright. However, in the face of such a sensitive topic as teacher-student relationships, some more radical instructors find it intolerable. The Crown Prince originally intended to capture a white deer as a gift for his father, but to his dismay, The deer eluded him completely. Ironically, had the deer chosen to run directly to Emperor Jingen, the crown prince might not have minded as much. Instead, this seemingly blind creature ended up colliding with Qinfiki, which only served to deepen the crown prince's frustration. Chapter 139. In this bet, I have triumphed with the arrival of Jiang Zheng. The authenticity of his earlier claims was inadvertently validated. Chen Shui had already instructed everyone to prepare their belongings and maneuver the operational vehicles to the entrance of the cave. Now, having received Jiang Zheng's command, the crowd, filled with astonishment, followed his lead, marching towards the newly opened passage with great enthusiasm. Chen Shui, seated in the vehicle, gazed introspectively at the narrow mountain tunnel, reminiscent of similar scenes witnessed in the survivor convoy from Wen County. The onlookers marveled at the extraordinary ingenuity of the situation. Their curiosity about Jiang Zheng's vehicle heightened, which was capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones with immense strength. A series of colossal sword intents surged forth, causing Wen Ryu's expression to darken as she clenched her teeth in resolve. Lin Xingchen rubbed her eyes, feeling as if her body had become weightless. The world around her appeared bright and the surroundings ablaze. An invisible force tugged at her very essence, as if something from the endless void sought to draw her towards the abyss and eternal damnation. Sun Shining recalled Lu Yao's words. Deciding to remain in this frigid realm, not unscathed by Dongqing's identity, she extended her hand, intending to cover Dongqing's eyes, only to discover that there seemed to be something in Dongqing's mouth. He had been relatively astute within the Wei Wangfu, or else the prince would not have entrusted him with this challenging task. After enduring several days of waiting, public opinion online had begun to polarize, with criticisms directed at Jiang Kuai as well as Chu Yang. After all, the notoriety of Nan Batian was equally unfavorable, and it was expected that once his background was uncovered, he would be subject to scorn. However, if Cold Thorn had initially intended to deal with him, the entire Falcon unit would undoubtedly mobilize its elite forces, even enlisting powerful experts to confront him. Shinyini had a better memory, the last time she encountered Madame Liu. This maid had been attending to her, albeit in the presence of two individuals of evidently higher status. Thus she had not paid much attention. In times of adversity, true feelings are revealed. As the lady fell, she became the one to serve closely. Xianjun chuckled at his wife's calm demeanor and her playful remarks. Feeling a sense of relief, he allowed himself to be attended to while changing into official attire and hurriedly entered the palace. That cannot be. You previously rendered me significant assistance. If I do not treat you to a meal, I would feel remiss, Zhao Zilong remarked with a wry smile directed at Lu Chang. After suffering a stroke, Emperor Yongchang's cognitive faculties had diminished. It was evident that his mind had never been particularly astute. The crown prince's information was overwhelming, requiring the emperor to ponder slowly and piece together his understanding to formulate a rebuttal to his son. Number 9 contemplated briefly, realizing that he might not grasp certain philosophical issues at that moment. I looked again, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over me. Before me lay several pieces of bones from mystical beasts, inscribed with golden liquid. Although they radiated a hint of spiritual energy, they were certainly not valued at 500,000 gold notes. Their sole purpose was to be used for brewing bone broth, extracting a modicum of spiritual power for cultivation. Worth no more than 100. What do you intend to do? An ominous premonition arose as the tip of the sword dripped with blood, coupled with the crimson stains upon Xiao Ling's chest, creating the illusion that Wu Lingyao had driven Xiao Ling to the precipice. In the fleeting moment she turned, Wu Lingyao beheld the profound sorrow reflected in Xiao Ling's eyes. An elderly man, the eldest son of the Bu family village, with graying hair, 2 robust grandsons, and beneath them, 2 grandsons of about 10 years old, along with a wild child of merely 3, dashing about the village. Chu Dan gazed at this bustling family and felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his nose tinged with a sudden sorrow. Tian Ke summoned his inner strength, causing his monk's robe to swell dramatically, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. In that moment, a golden dragon soared forth from the sacred dragon armor, circling us in a graceful arc, casting a warm, immunizing radiance that enveloped every player in its embrace. If we truly join forces, perhaps, just perhaps, we might conjure a miracle. Zheng Ziming shook his head and spoke earnestly. Chapter 140. Encounter with the mutated cat pack. Director Chen promptly made arrangements. Though he was left pondering the true identity of Ling Shui and why Tian Feng seemed so compliant towards her. If Hao Zhao were to have regrets, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. However, surrendering would also pose a blow to his honor. At this moment, his silence was not born of remorse, but rather deep contemplation on whether their agreement could indeed be executed as intended. As the four-winged wind demon wolf approached, Yang Jia did not simply retreat to the treetops. He had no option but to comply, and after a moment of internal struggle, He Yunpeng conceded. Very well, I agree. He then affixed his signature. This wedding saw the removal of several demanding traditions that typically burdened the bride, placing her at the center of all proceedings. It was the first time the matchmaker had witnessed such indulgence towards a bride. By the way, here are your keys, Li remarked, placing Su Qing's car keys on the table. I will inform you upon your return. Beichen chuckled, shaking his head as he gazed into Mo Li's eyes. Zhou Min smiled, saying, well, my task is complete. Please take the time to deliberate further. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed. Zhu Yi sighed, then lowered his head to retrieve his phone, searching for a map of Fenglai City. As a renowned tourist destination, finding a map here was an effortless endeavor, rendering inquiries unnecessary. Dream Bias executed a soaring, legacy-laden kick reminiscent of Taro Ultraman, landing squarely on Astron. He had not been able to live carefree like an ordinary student. Ultimately, he found himself inadvertently entangled in such troublesome matters. He took 3 banana leaf cups, pouring a quarter of the empty qing into 2 cups while reserving the last for fragrant resin, and then presented these peculiar items to Master Jinjue and Peng Yuanbao, parting with them in smiles and gestures of respect. Yet, this elder seemed to have been aware of all events from the outset, his calm demeanor deftly guiding the course of affairs, even discerning the inner thoughts of others. Xin Xian, fearing her own soft heart, hastily averted her gaze. Shiling wasted no time, grasping her wrist and leading her forward, while Xinyao watched the two depart side by side, a pang of sorrow welling within her. The Li family, already disoriented, found themselves in a state of chaos upon witnessing such a shocking turn of events. The entire Li residence seemed to boil over with tumult. In a moment of indecision, a flicker of anger rose on Jiang Muyun's face. The original owner had always treated the servants with utmost leniency, rarely displaying anger. Thus, the blatant sign of his ire left Baiyun feeling apprehensive. But before he could utter another word, a rag was hurled towards him, accurately stuffing itself into his mouth. It was likely that the divine emperor would remain silent, but the crafty bird, Zhetian, would certainly spare no effort in mocking him. His imposing stature, coupled with a naturally intimidating presence, rendered him even more fearsome in his disdainful demeanor towards Jiang Zheng. Injured souls tended to their wounds while others searched for sustenance. Ray lowered his head. Asinger, having recently returned from the brink of death, found himself hurt once more. His condition was dire, and I resolved to seek out some herbs that might aid him. Overwhelmed by guilt and unease, I insisted on accompanying the 5 members of the God of War Alliance, along with Hunter Shadow and Rant, in our quest for medicinal flora. My hands were stained with blood, yet I continued my relentless slaughter, believing that death was the only true liberation for them. Am I the monster, or are they? Gazing at my bloodied hands, I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at my own self-mockery. All remnants of pride had long since withered away, and the once formidable aura I possessed had been replaced by a sense of impotence. We exchanged glances, and Yu extended a hand, prompting us to understand his intent. The 6 of us formed a circle, placing our hands atop one another. Several boatmen leaped from the stern, each wielding sturdy ropes, securing them to the boat's mooring at the shore. With Aoi Kikyo present, there was no need to worry about Lu Zhenjin facing any danger. My only task was to quietly ensure her safety in the shadows. He raised his foot, preparing to step on me once more, but I instinctively shoved Gaia aside, only to stumble on uneven ground and fall face first into the dirt. This sensation felt akin to plummeting from the pinnacle to the abyss, like a roller coaster that plunges from the highest peak to the lowest valley. It was not merely a collapse. It was as if all flickers of hope had been ruthlessly extinguished in an instant, giving rise to an overwhelming sense of despair. Trapped beneath the weight of a coffin, I heard nothing from the outside world. Time itself seemed to have ceased its flow. After conjuring a protective shield, I retrieved a long-forgotten revolver from my spatial ring, loading it with explosive rounds and unleashing a barrage of fire upon the edges of the coffin. Yet, no one answered his inquiries until we reached the door of a luxurious VIP hospital room, where they finally paused to open the door. Wu Yulin gazed at Wu Yang, who sat upright on the hospital bed. After rendering him unconscious, Wang Lang produced a dark brown ointment and haphazardly smeared it across the opponent's face, subsequently hanging him from a tree and securing him with a nearby tripwire. She had witnessed Lin Ruofing tirelessly immersed in his painting, concerned that such a monumental workload might overwhelm him. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming's comprehension of the eternal purity light lotus sword was excessively radical, and more critically, his own mindset did not harmonize well with the secret arts he had grasped. Unbeknownst to Wang Hao and his companions as they entered the city, a crisis had quietly descended upon them. Chapter 141. The battle. As soon as Jiang Zheng sensed the impending crisis, he signaled the convoy of Chun Shui trailing behind him to halt, instructing them to prepare for combat and to be vigilant regarding the information he had gathered. Upon hearing Jiang Zheng's words, the drivers, Xie and Xiao Hao, gasped in unison, their faces pale with trepidation. Over 10,000 mutated cats? Such a terrifying number. And with our limited forces, how can we possibly withstand this? What should we do? Xiao Hao, upon hearing this, was grateful he fainted on the spot. The massive horde of mutated cats, dark and rushing towards them, was evidently far more daunting than the fear inspired by the Qinglin eagle. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up. Having spent too long in the medical field, he had almost forgotten his primary abilities. If he intervened, it might prove easier than when Xing Yi was present. Chun-Shi stared in astonishment, never expecting the elemental stone to speak, and was further shocked by its words. It was as if she had heard the most venomous remarks in existence. Who are you to say I am unworthy? Xiao Ruoxua pondered for a moment, then recalled a humorous anecdote she had come across online. A spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. This method would be exquisitely suitable for punishing that fickle-hearted fellow, and it would likely not harm his body. And the Queen Mother still needed to prepare cola for her. Why not send it now? Chu Chan retrieved several boxes of cola from the supermarket. Having stayed at the Pei residence for 3 days without incident, she felt her guard lower and breathed a sigh of relief. When the food and drinks arrived, inexplicably, ever since Qian Sang departed, it seemed to have stolen away his appetite as well, leaving Yin Difeng indifferent to the lavish spread before him, despite its abundance. After completing the shopping, Li Jianba invited Tang Shiyin to dinner, opting for Japanese cuisine, as she favored the delicacy of Japanese dishes, and he was happy to oblige. Oh, I never expected you to have a boyfriend, Long Fei jested. Per me, still harboring a glimmer of hope, haha. He purchased 2 slices of cake, 5 spring rolls, and 2 cups of soy milk, returning to the backseat of the Maybach under the driver's scrutinizing gaze. The moment Ji Min and Li Wei exited the office, Jing Huaibei lifted his head, casting a quiet glance at Zhang Jiaoyang, and sighed deeply, Comrade Jiaoyang. This matter is quite serious. He then exaggeratedly sighed again for effect. Yin was petrified, pacing frantically in the office like an ant on a hot pan. Clad in a white Tai Chi uniform, he pounded his chest with clenched fists while howling in frustration. However, the situation seemed manageable. Ting extended his slender hand, took the coconut juice, opened the can before Yu, and took a sip. Having settled matters on this side, the two summoned the guards to escort the individuals captured the previous night, hastening back to the royal city to report to King Zhou. As he boasted, he suddenly discerned an oddity. Was Master Song elevating the craftsman too highly? Wu Yu was acutely aware of the terrifying combat prowess honed by He Zai Yisin over the years. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was certain he stood no chance of victory. However, when it came to revealing the truth, he found himself equally incapable. The latter, unexpectedly, chose not to waste words and immediately resorted to violence. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through him, and he collapsed with a scream, compelled to confront the threat posed by Du Xiaojun. Although the Shun family was considered a prominent figure in B City, they could not compare to the century-old legacy of the Yi family. In other words, if Yu Jingheng did not harbor the disdain for his ex-wife, Gu Xiaojun, that she imagined, then she had unwittingly offended someone she ought not to have. The cries of Ingji faded into the distance, while Ingjin, pouting with wide eyes, stood beside the imperial consort, seemingly oblivious to fear, not shedding a single tear. Outside, the night watchmen were drawn to the commotion, and several candles illuminated the room. Your Highness, what troubles you? Ziyu inquired, lifting the curtain and assisting Lanqi to her feet. Chapter 142. A crisis. As the elder's words faded, a thunderous roar erupted, sending violent tremors through the ground. The vast ocean, beginning from the shore, surged inward like a countercurrent tsunami. With another resounding boom that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth, Huao refrained from striking the ground this time. His prolonged endurance was attributed solely to the remarkable armor he bore and the seemingly inexhaustible ice ninjutsu at his disposal. However, she refrained from mentioning the gold coins in her sea of consciousness, a relic from a past life, unsure of how to explain it, merely stating that her fortuitous constitution had been transformed, allowing her to enhance her spiritual roots. Kylie and Fukuda Miling could not possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away. They insisted that Lei accompany them in song. Even if he could not sing, he must sit beside them and keep the rhythm. Amidst the flickering light of the cigarette's ember, the expression of the third Hokage wavered, betraying a mix of worry and tranquility. Indeed, at that very moment, Captain Lu's visage turned grim, her eyes filled with terror as she gazed at Li Exin, rendered speechless and dazed. Upon witnessing Hu Ao's initial stance, Situ Hao sensed something amiss. The intense fluctuations of spiritual energy in the atmosphere stirred a sense of unease within him. With a sudden spatial shift, Situ Hao appeared beside Hu Ao, launching a punch aimed at his dantian, intent on disrupting Hu Ao's gathering energy before it reached its peak. I found him. Why you lay unconscious here? Almost simultaneously with the group's entrance into the police station, Zhang Pengfei's voice resonated, timely as ever. He sighed inwardly, while a girl impatiently urged him to put on his shoes. Thus, several more arduous minutes dragged on. At this moment, Li Feng seemed either to be gradually adapting to the pain or utterly devoid of strength. His cries fluctuated before ultimately fading into silence. The occupants of the banquet hall remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring in the sleeping quarters, noting only that Princess Dongyang and Han Tongxin emerged from the chambers, resembling waterlogged vegetables, dejected and lacking their previous vigor. Why not just die then? The barbarian king declared, his immense eyes radiating raw energy, instantly reducing the cultivator before him to a mere heap of flesh. Yet, the disciples of the Supreme Heaven were still required to bow their heads to the newly appointed ant before they could depart. I'm sorry, Maisie. When I said I enjoyed the rain, it was actually because I didn't want you to see me cry. I silently buried my head, murmuring these words in my heart. In the beginning, it was the black light emanating from the handheld computer that forcibly transported their thoughts and consciousness into the dark network world. Now, once again, that same black light has returned their minds to their respective bodies. My brother, this is the understanding I have gleaned throughout my life in the Reborn Tower. I believe that with our innate talents as brothers, it will not take a millennium for you to forge your own divine artifact. At this moment, the phantom of the Reborn Tower vanished, and a golden light shimmered once more upon the skeleton bound by the 2 iron chains. After completing these tasks, he awkwardly approached the chubby individual to offer an explanation. How foolish. You could have simply asked the waiter for a cola-flavored McFlurry. Maisie laughed joyfully. As I married him, numerous business partners graced our wedding, having witnessed my appearance. Now, as he mingled with others, I followed him daily, making him appear somewhat henpecked, thus tarnishing his image. Although those people refrained from voicing their thoughts, they surely harbored unflattering opinions in their minds. After the banquet concluded, Ling Ruoqian unexpectedly captivated the entire audience with her dance, drawing a continuous stream of nobles eager to witness her talent. Yin Feng slightly loosened his grip, leaning against the washstand, effectively pinning her between himself and the counter. Without needing to forcefully perceive it, she felt her delicate form firmly ensnared by his imposing presence. Perhaps we should have Hu Yin and Yu Yang stay nearby to watch over us. I can't shake off this feeling of unease, Ouyang Shui expressed her concerns. This time, Du Tai had no choice but to desperately twist his body to evade Yu Xing's flying knife. However, at that moment, Du Tai's palm strike collided with Yuan Hai's force. There is nothing wrong with immigration. If the domestic environment is temporarily unfavorable, seeking a different one is perfectly normal. Yet, when Chinese individuals move abroad, they should still identify as Chinese. But Luo Buchan seems to consider himself an FLB person. Fine, you may be an FLB individual. But what is there to take pride in? Blood flowed from Nangong Lini's body through a tube, reaching the other side of the curtain where Nuan Minyu awaited. Regardless of the circumstances, Ri Xiaobu Xiang is now the most formidable priest, surprisingly outclassed by Andy, who is of a lower level. I turned over, gazing at the gray sky outside, my heart laden with worry, hoping they would find Lin Xiaoqi before Su Weimao did. Returning to the carriage, Dong Zhuo fell silent, his mind filled with fleeting images of Xinjiang, which involuntarily brought a smile to his face. He irritably tugged at the damp grass on his clothes and retreated to a secluded corner to begin his practice. Chapter 143. Alas, Heartless. Outside the Fish Dragon Alliance, both Yu Guang and the warriors of the Fish Dragon Alliance instantaneously knelt upon the ground. Not only they, but also the onlooking warriors around them, instinctively followed suit. Meanwhile, Xiahou Yong was still en route to the capital. His journey prolonged as he contemplated the letter sent by the King of Hailing. Should he accept the king's troops and advance into the imperial city? Once the source power within him had been restored, the two swiftly stored away the Bodhi seeds and, in a flash, dashed into the grand hall of the Candle Dragon Soul-Eating Scorpion. Now, Ningxia had learned her lesson. She resolutely decided never to gamble on stones outside again, drawing unwanted attention to her gambling prowess. She seemed to be either outsmarted by Qing Shua or manipulated by Uncle Fu, and she was certainly not a ball of thread, unwilling to entangle herself in such troubles. By noon, when Ningxia returned home with Nie Chun, she encountered a visibly dark-faced Ningxia and a carefree Nie Chun, who appeared to have stumbled upon some fortunate event. What an ignorant girl. The handsome man cast another disdainful glance at Ningxia, his gaze laden with condescension, leaving her with a sense of inadequacy and the feeling of being a pretender. A single remark made Ningxia blush instantly. She was unaccustomed to being called a beauty, especially from Xiao Chun, who had always maintained a gentlemanly and aloof demeanor. Such words from his lips felt utterly unbelievable. Li Qing had not anticipated such a turn of events. Ultimately, he could only urge Wang Lin to hold on. Lu 17 found himself in a quandary, pondering how he ever devised such a scheme to engage Ban Yang in a betrothal game. Kesses, the clan leader, now in his advanced years, still firmly held his position. As the enemy's attention was drawn to Qingqing, they were slow to notice the thin ice butterfly on the other side, leaving them no time to flee. In a desperate bid for survival, they resorted to defensive skills. With authority from his superior, Lei Zhan had no choice but to endure. He was determined to withstand the trials of Hell Week. As a fireball plummeted rapidly, Zhou Hao enveloped it with telekinesis, hurling it once more at the last helicopter, leading to the complete annihilation of Umbrella Corporation's aerial forces. Wang Jing, Shuiyu seethed through clenched teeth, wishing nothing more than to sever his neck with a single bite. Before long, the two arrived in the courtyard, where 5 cold-faced youths stood. Upon seeing Yu Wanggu, their expressions hardened, and they all fixed their gazes upon him. These were the manifestations of Nie Jizhou's cultivation, devoured and transformed. Their sheer number now eclipsed his previous entirety, indicating that Nie Jizhou had likely surpassed the soul transformation realm. Suddenly, Lei Tingyun produced a needle from his pocket. With a swift motion of his right hand, he struck the battling Star Claris. Just as things began to take a turn for the better, she noticed that, in his 30s, he had already established such a large conglomerate, managing multiple projects. Before she could finish her sentence, the man bit down fiercely on her lower lip. Immediately surrounding the lips, he was wholly possessed and ravaged by this man. Han Feng understood that it must have been the moment that the black, venomous liquid dripped to the ground, splattering onto Shun Yu's ankle, which rendered her unconscious. Fortunately, Shin Yu had only come into contact with a minuscule amount. The toxin was not extremely potent and would not prove fatal in the short term. Yet it would induce total paralysis and the loss of strength throughout her body. Su Jing flipped his hand to grasp Xianjiu. Can your poison be cured? Capturing Xianjiu would provide formidable assistance, ensuring a grand display upon returning to their sect, but such matters were for another time. The immediate priority was to counteract the poison. In truth, I believe that what we ought to learn most from Su Qingshun is his profound understanding of soul techniques and his insights into combat. I would like to invite classmate Su Qingshun to share his experiences in this regard, suggested a young teacher beside Bingyu. Upon witnessing the successful diversion of Baylor Gang's attack, Zhao Tian let out a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the enhancement of his spatial powers post-ethereal transformation, he would not have been able to utilize spatial fluctuations to divert the deathly aura. As for auxiliary magic patterns, Emo Xian was naturally well acquainted with them. They were indispensable in large-scale military operations. However, in his usual encounters, the auxiliary magic patterns he observed typically provided fixed-point increases, making this percentage-based enhancement quite rare. Lord Nilu, the three approached her with faltering steps, paying their respects. The overwhelming roar of the masses had little impact. It was straightforward, over the past month of battles. The manner in which the masses had acted had long since eroded their hearts. He could not deny the reports from the homeland, ultimately opting not to explain further, while the Northwest garrison persistently propagated their narrative, which had already caused widespread disillusionment. Surveying the surroundings, Han Feng had not paid close attention yesterday, but now he instantly recognized that most faces were familiar. These individuals would become his senior brothers and sisters 3 years hence in his previous life. A night passed in silence. The 20 or so children, weary from their day, slipped into slumber early. Of course, Han Feng was the exception. After a day filled with excitement, his emotions gradually settled into calmness. Such gestures were not uncommon in the past, and now they were executed casually. Yet when he wrapped his arm around the plump figure, resting his hand beneath her shoulder, despite the softness of her flesh, Rinjie understood that the sensation was not entirely genuine. Chapter 144. The Confrontation. Why, despite not having acquired the coveted sorcery of his master, did he suddenly resort to such a maneuver? Silently and expressionlessly, he walked forward, eyes cast down, fixated on the path ahead. Those who followed him dared not utter a word, while Dai Qing accompanied Empress L, casting a furtive glance at her face, unable to decipher the complexity of her expression. Though somewhat alarmist, this moment felt undeniably real. It was not an auspicious omen. Lin Feng remained silent, while Qing Shui, wishing not to disappoint him, repeated her previous divination, only to receive the same result. Given the child was born in the fallen realm, bearing its mark upon the soul, and half of its lineage derived from there. Did that entirely suppress the soul realm's heritage? Perhaps she was not as satisfied as he had imagined. She loved to feign and to lie, and if one dared to bully her, she would surely retaliate. He could not forget her then, mischievous yet frequently on his mind. And Su Qian gazed into the distance. Ling Yichen's office lay just 100 meters away. Was this truly necessary? She had been here before. The sudden appearance of the sword aura was both abrupt and swift. The towering tree men leapt less than 2 meters before the fierce sword energy struck them with a resounding boom. As the roar subsided, Hu Kai appeared before another severed leg. Raising her enchanted dagger once more, she fiercely swung it towards that leg. Contemplating this, she wished to summon Shuai for a glimpse, but upon turning, she noticed Shuai stealthily approaching the direction of Xia Shiming. Liu Bei discerned Guan Yu's thoughts and began to contemplate the matter of finding wives for the two brothers. Among the 3 brothers, he was the eldest at 37 years. Both brothers had also surpassed their 30s, and after years of wandering, with Yizhou now secured, it was indeed time to consider their lifelong commitments. Regrettably, Jun Li's dream was destined to shatter. Just as she departed from the De Yang clan's main residence, the clan promptly sent someone to retrieve Rongzhan. However, as they ventured farther, the candle flickered more violently, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Ultimately, after covering less than 50 meters, the candle was snuffed out, and Master Xian Yin attempted to relight it, but it too was extinguished. Glancing forward, nothing was discernible. What did this signify? The group dressed modestly, but while others could manage, Feng Yuyu, as the crown prince, could not disguise himself too effectively. His garments were clearly woven from luxurious fabrics that even affluent commoners could not afford. As the archers, gripped by fear, retreated, more light boats drew closer to Liu Bei. Elbu's large bamboo raft gradually encircled both Elbu and Liu Bei's soldiers, who incessantly poured oil around the grand bamboo raft. After noon, Ling Lan proposed a nap. Having been up late the previous night and engaging in skating lessons that morning, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. However, lying on the bed, Ling Lan found her spirit revived. Her thoughts consumed by the affairs of those 5 young men. Gu Hanhao seemed to grasp Ling Lan's intent, adjusting the paper to a different angle as they both gazed from the podium. Yet, how could this information be acquired? At present, her sole source of news was Lu Mama, whose words were often untrustworthy. The expenses for food, clothing, and all other matters accumulated to a considerable sum. Ling Shi refrained from indulging in favoritism, consistently responding with courtesy, which greatly enhanced the positive impression that several concubines held of her. She busied herself, discarding her own identity after being favored by Zhao Dong, opting instead to continually ascend in status. At this moment, Du Hai and Chui Su were equally perplexed, entirely unaware of Zhan Rulin's demise, let alone the fact that Zhan Rulin's master would come seeking retribution. He meticulously reported the affairs from Chang'an County, detailing everything, including a message from a person with the name Hong. Very well, Wang Hao sighed, realizing that the matters concerning the Tiansha organization would be delayed yet again. A twitch graced the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. Was this old man genuinely confused or merely pretending? How could he not know that he was employed at the Ninghai Hospital? Although his growth attributes had not improved, his foundational attributes had significantly increased, alongside enhancements to his equipment and skills. If they were to advance to the same tier as the 2 skeletons before him, their attributes and talents would likely reach an epic level. Yu Huan naturally took Lin Yurong's hand and tucked it into the pocket of his hoodie, providing warmth. There was no hint of mischief in his demeanor, yet his expression radiated freshness and purity, not to mention the aura of a self-assured young man. The inexplicable equipment clearly stemmed not from his own shortcomings, but rather from the mechanisms of the boss. In the current political sphere, it was tacitly accepted that the union between the Liu and Bei families was to be between Bei Qingning and Liu Jin. A thief, sensing something amiss, realized too late that it was kerosene, screaming in alarm, but it was futile. As soon as the guards threw the oil bottles, they shot arrows, leaving the thieves no time to flee. Fortunately, Gu Xinghan possessed a formidable physique and admirable cultivation. Otherwise, that single strike could have cost him his life. My Lan family boasts remarkable military achievements. I am but young, yet have attained the rank of Ting Ho. What need have I to vie for military honors? The Xiu Fazfa base is the most significant forward stronghold north of the Able River, and it cannot be relinquished lightly. There is no need for negotiation. Where force is required, force shall be employed. On the border, minor skirmishes are entirely commonplace. Fraser stated coolly, yet his attitude was unmistakably clear. Understanding the circumstances of Panga's creation, Jiang Zheng and the divine heavenly Taoist were indeed entities that emerged from the primordial chaos. With the existence of the divine heavenly Taoist and the progenitor Jiang Zheng, the future of this primordial world is limitless. Perhaps it will even evolve into a second primordial space. Chapter 145. Slaying the second-level mutant cat, particularly when it noticed Jing, he gazing at it with a scrutinizing look. Its irritable temperament could no longer be contained. The imperial decree appointed Chun Ji as the county magistrate of Suzhou and Hangzhou, instructing him to collaborate with Ming Ying to thoroughly investigate the misdeeds left by the previous magistrate. In reality, even if she were indeed a prophet, a virtuous individual might not necessarily face defeat. If the demon hunter performed exceptionally well, they could still turn the tide. Luo Xiaoshuang was previously quite troubled, for she possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness and disliked being in close proximity to such individuals. The moment a young creature sensed something, tears immediately welled up, and with a soft whimper, it buried itself in its father's embrace. With resplendent golden hair cascading like sunlight and a black trench coat accentuating her silhouette, her bright eyes and pearly teeth adorned her exquisite visage. Although old Yang spoke thus, Yang Jing was aware that the anxious heart he had long held was finally at ease. It turned out that, upon their reunion after parting, Lu Tianshu had tormented himself in the most cruel manner, subjecting himself to rigorous training each day, leaving his body battered and bruised. Neglecting any treatment and failing to eat regularly, Luo Qinghuan frowned slightly. She could not endure such a heavy atmosphere, and even Zhong Heng was noticeably anxious around her, hastily leaving without allowing her a word. Initially, it was merely some ruffians, but soon ordinary citizens began to stroll along the streets. Sun Ruo, you will soon understand. Originally, my brother intended to bring something back for you, but since you are here now, it is quite fortuitous. Ming Xian teased, assuring that once Sun Ruo beheld the surprise, she would surely be delighted. Frank, take good care of your injuries, and do not dwell in melancholy. Whether or not you participate in the grand competition is of little consequence to us. I only wish for your well-being. Is that agreeable? At that moment, as she rose from his embrace, Lan Ling's beautiful eyes glimmered slightly red. Suddenly, a crisp, cheerful laughter resonated from outside the casino, causing all onlookers, including Zhuang Xixian and Zhuang Mingju, to turn their heads in unison. Sichuan awkwardly regarded the large bump on Master Zhao Shun's head and the blood at the corner of his mouth, alongside his disheveled hair. After the previous validation, he was acutely aware that his practical combat abilities had once again improved. However, he furrowed his brow. She was still too thin. Starting tomorrow, he would need to devise a plan to ensure she gained weight, or else he himself would become a mere skeleton, unfit to care for a child. What else could she say? Would it be too forward to express her desire to offer herself completely? That would be far too direct, too shameless. Yet, in the next instant, he recognized his own oddity and hastily turned his stiff neck, surprise finally dawning on his face. In the end, towering at a height of approximately 20 to 30 meters, with a diameter exceeding 2 meters, it enveloped both Du Bian and Li Qianqian completely. The atmosphere continued to veer into the realm of the bizarre, and just as he felt utterly immobilized, the neighbor's elderly lady strolled in, cheerfully holding a bowl of fragrant fresh fish rice. All right, Director Zhang, I must convey some unfortunate news. Zhou Sanbiao has passed away, Wan Chong stated deliberately, each word measured. As my curiosity about her intentions grew, she suddenly raised her hand and removed the hood, allowing her flowing locks to cascade freely. The two held onto the enchanting specter with unyielding grip, yet the flames intensified, ultimately engulfing the entire form of the bewitched apparition, which writhed in a desperate struggle, letting out piercing screams. Sun Fatsai, witnessing the dense throng of police gathered at his doorstep, felt a twinge of apprehension. However, upon seeing Uncle Fu, he felt considerably reassured. Meanwhile, the shameless Xing Luo, upon returning to her room, resumed her slumber, relishing the rare opportunity to evade tasks for several years, allowing her heart to gradually find solace in living as an ordinary person and embracing the mundane joys of life. Nie Xiaoxin became involved, with Shun Tong entrusting the entire work summary to him, while she focused solely on planning for the upcoming year. Li Feng, utilizing his remaining hand, summoned a dimensional blade. Given their proximity, it morphed into a lethal weapon in his grasp, aimed at the Serpent Man's head. Among the 72 pillars of Solomon, each entity harbored immense power, with those ranked higher possessing exponentially greater strength. Hearing the tremendous commotion, the bald Senator Tatukus hastily emerged, flanked by numerous attendants, immediately spotting Kratos standing menacingly at the entrance. After meeting with Meng Fei, He Zi felt a sense of security envelop him, akin to a large umbrella unfurling overhead. He recognized that he now possessed an advantage over other ruffians who operated in secrecy while he could act openly. Gazing at the opulent palace surrounding him, Shen Huai felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, yearning to leave without delay. Very well, Chief Bai He, I shall not disrupt your assembly of chieftains. There remains but one left, Chen Chu remarked. It was evident that, although the reasons behind the god of war and destruction, Lord, refraining from intervention remained unclear, Yiril had indeed been forsaken by him. A resounding shout accompanied the swift winds that surged forward as he charged behind the shield-bearers. Leaping into the air with a powerful thrust of his foot, with both hands gripping his blade, he executed a sweeping strike, dispatching 3 pirates who were colliding with the shield-bearers, before seizing one by the shoulder for leverage, leaping high, weapon raised, and slashing towards the valley below. After exhaling deeply and reopening his eyes, the fiery blaze that had once burned in his gaze had completely vanished. Jingning then noticed Zhao Ji, momentarily taken aback. He was the leader of her fan club, with whom she had interacted a few times, yet their bond hardly seemed profound enough to warrant such intimacy. The dozens of magic wolves encircling them had vanished, but in the distant thickets, the foliage stirred intermittently, indicating that the wolves were lurking in the shadows, biding their time for the perfect moment to strike. The windstorm number 1 did not hesitate, bellowing, "It's the magic boar beast," as he gathered spiritual energy upon his sword and thrust it forward with determination. Upon hearing the system's directive, Chen Chu wasted no time, shattering the tracking talisman in his hand. Even though the azure bull python did not act immediately, Chen Chu, being human, understood the risks involved, and thus he heeded the system's advice, aware that while the system might be somewhat unreliable, it would not jeopardize his life frivolously. Chapter 146. The Decision. Brother Long, where are we headed now? Zhao Long had just entered the vehicle when the chubby companion inquired. At this moment, Zhao Long and his companions had already arrived in M City. The president, Yuan Da, remained silent with closed eyes, tightening his embrace around her, making it impossible for her to break free. The sudden voice startled Yi Juanru, prompting her to instinctively look up, only to find Xiao Iran cradling by Ran Ran, who was nestled comfortably in his arms, exhibiting no reaction even upon hearing her voice. How do you find it? Do you now believe I am indeed the king of the underworld? Qingqing retracted her staff, and the golden light instantly vanished. Of course, within his dantian, there existed another aspect of the great laws of life, which seemed to have expanded significantly compared to before, now radiating the power of life. After a while, Lu Jun could no longer maintain his smile as the effects of the potion began to take hold. Damn it, this is unbearable. Did the old man add something extra this time? This feels even stronger than last time, Lu Jun cursed. From the moment Tong Xian regained consciousness, she felt as though she had lost something profoundly significant. The elderly man remained silent, his head bowed. After all, Du Gaming had endured this poison to save them. Had it not been for their rescue, he would not have suffered in such a manner. Suddenly, the wild lion drew his gun and shot a man standing behind Sun Ping in the head. The victim had no time to emit a cry before collapsing to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. Serves you right, you can never be the leader. Only a local tyrant. Qingqing laughed sweetly. Their swords were the most ordinary kind, thus their progress was painfully slow. After hacking for half an hour, they had scarcely severed a few thorns. At this rate, it would take them an eternity to clear such an entanglement. Another possibility is that the true Xiaomegu is among them, albeit suffering from amnesia, Yifenglan added. Indeed, that is the case. I have never worked. Always relying on my father-in-law, Zhu Danita remarked. Upon finishing this statement, he lifted the prescription in hand, ready to tear it apart, while rolling his eyes in indignation, instantly shattering his previous aura of a mystical healer and reverting to a mischievous, impish demeanor. However, the mind staff was necessary for protecting the wormhole generator. Should he relinquish the staff, Dak could effortlessly destroy the generator. Dak's right hand grasped the air, and the blade of darkness materialized before him. He swung it towards the magical barrier erected by the mind staff, which rippled but showed no signs of shattering. At this moment, Hirano Toda still retained some semblance of rationality, refraining from aiming his gun at the people ahead. This cannot continue. The crowd was fervently engaged in battle. Yet the hero began to frown. Eliminating the minor foes posed little strain, but the heightened state of mental alertness necessary to guard against potential ambushes was the true challenge. About an hour later, the formidable beast, the great tiger, could no longer endure and finally came to a halt, panting heavily. This was hardly surprising, as it had just engaged in a frenzied display of leaping and thrashing about, leaving it utterly exhausted. I shall become stronger. Ron emerged from the vast ocean of knowledge, gradually opening his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he felt a surge of immense confidence, convinced he would surpass everyone. "Hey, Shu'er, could you come here for a moment?" Lu Mingxiu spoke softly, his tone laced with a hint of guilt, as he gracefully exited Han Shu'er's office. Ji Fangfei was intrigued by Wang Ping's acquaintance with Wu Shuangjia, especially after witnessing the remarkable writing of Wang Ping, which left her utterly astonished. Meanwhile, on the previous night, Xia Xiaowang, who returned from Yunjiang with someone sent by Xiao Lingyun, shared a local rumor with Wang Peng at his residence. Observing the bustling construction site below, Lu Xixia could no longer sit still. As was customary, she donned her straw hat, slung her water bottle over her shoulder, and tied a towel around her neck. Ready to head down to the site, Yu Xingyuan proactively offered to accompany Lu Xixia for a stroll around the construction area. That night, after Su Yang departed the military camp, Mu Kuan led the entire Heavenly Dynasty army towards the city of Yuzhou, issuing orders for all to strictly guard the city. "You seem to be living well. How is it that you cannot even take care of your own family?" Wang Peng felt a pang of sadness at Mo Fusang's lack of understanding. The battle reignited, soldiers fell one after another, and under the captain's long spear, 8 black-clad figures lay defeated. At last, the captain could no longer bear the onslaught, succumbing to 3 successive stabs, slowly kneeling on the ground, too weak to rise. Well, although Ling Yuqing held no fondness for the people of the Hidden God sect, it concerned the life of Tsang Yuan. The urgency was overwhelming. And Wang Ping silently lamented, as a ravenous tiger pounced, Ding Yinjin would surely perceive him as a lecher. Upon hearing this, Yang Lan's face turned pale as snow. Moments ago, Chang Yu had narrowly escaped peril, nearly falling beneath his sword, and that was merely a warm-up? Shuebing mused, suspecting that the call to the police likely came from someone he had injured, yet he paid it little heed. Although the beginning with Zhu Ying was unforeseen, her intellect and beauty undeniably captivated Shuebing. Amidst the mountains and forests, the symphony of birdsong and the chirping of insects filled the air. Yang Lan strolled joyfully, glancing around with delight. Before long, she released Chang Yu's hand and began to chase the birds flitting through the trees. This time, Ji Rui noted that the gathering at Lian's comprised the most formidable experts from the western and southern regions of the Qiwu continent, likely surpassing even Shengwan Hong. Thus, it was essential to prepare more by Fang Fire Feathers. Zhang Yuping's first squad was annihilating the enemies ahead, while the second squad maintained a distance of nearly 50 meters between each tank, sweeping leftward at the enemy vehicles. Meanwhile, the third squad was firing at the vehicles on the right. Shuebing accurately struck his target, shattering a window, and the ghostly figure vanished from sight. Hit by a glass bottle, Zhang Fei held his breath, skillfully adjusting the throttle to the optimal position. Amidst the helicopter's erratic ascents and descents, the No.01 helicopter struggled to hover precariously over the hillside behind, with its rotor blades merely 2 meters away from the rocky slope. From the helicopter's doorway, a soft ladder was cast down. In a joyous spirit, Qi Liang, having indulged in a few extra drinks that evening, succumbed to a haze of inebriation before returning to the camp for rest. Chapter 147. Anomaly. I pondered the purpose of those researchers' visits. Did they merely come here to incinerate items? Had they ever articulated the rationale behind their burning? I was uncertain if this method would prove effective, yet my uncle, possessing considerable experience, asserted that it was entirely feasible, provided the filter on the water pipe was removed, lest it become easily obstructed by silt. As we departed from the inn, Wu Fei remarked to me that tonight we could employ the soul departure technique to glimpse into Su Qing's essence, compelling the residual soul within the dagger to emerge. By harnessing this remnant spirit, there was a significant likelihood of locating Shi Yifan, contingent upon Su Qing's soul still residing in his grasp. Upon concluding his words, Kai Yong disregarded the subordinates around him, taking Lu Ye's hand as they entered the Kai residence. Meanwhile, Dian Wei and Tai Niu voluntarily remained at the entrance, assuming the role of guardians. In a fit of rage, Zhang Xiu abruptly seized a spear from beside him and charged at Lu Yi. Fortunately, Zhao Yun, positioned behind Lu Yi, was prepared. As Zhang Xiu lunged toward Lu Yi, he leaped forth, using his sword to intercept Zhang Xiu's assault, leading to a fierce clash between the two former comrades. Concerning my father, despite Yi Qin's assertion that there seemed to be some softening on his part, it was merely a sensation. There were no tangible signs indicating that my father had truly consented to my wishes. Zheng Feng stood in a daze, speechless, contemplating the 3 formidable armies converging upon them, a harbinger of inevitable doom. Zhao Yuanrong then fixated on the koi swimming below, murmuring to himself as he attempted to count them, but soon found himself dizzy. Humph. Young Master Yang, he remarked, the Lu family is indeed in dire straits. Even their own have transformed into our pawns, signifying their decline. Yang Yongwei concurred with a nod. Sighing, The enigmatic elder raised his gaze, murmuring to himself as his expression grew somber. The crowd felt as though they had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Their spirits dampened, resembling wilted eggplants, heads bowed in despondence, emitting a chorus of mournful sighs. Bai Yi was equally taken aback. Although the vitality pill and tranquil heart pill were beneficial for those at the qi refinement stage, their efficacy for cultivators attempting to break through from the 9th layer of qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage was nearly negligible. Only the foundation establishment pill could enhance the chances of a successful breakthrough. Everyone comprehended the rationale behind Xiang Feiyu's words, yet they maintained their objective rationality, still unable to reach a decisive conclusion. Beneath the cloak, a creature with four petal-like jaws resembling a blossoming flower, its sharp teeth clustered together, and its densely swirling tentacles dripped saliva perilously close to Kong Zhuang's face. Observing your current state, I surmised your father has not chastised you for your recent antics, I remarked with a light chuckle. Before we even reached the training ground, we heard the resounding shouts echoing far and wide, as Fu On and his companions trained vigorously, drenched in perspiration. I am Tai Hao Duo. I am, he began to explain, but a tender voice, tinged with a sobbing tremor, interrupted from the pale world around him. The once shrewd and deceitful tactics of the marketplace now appeared somewhat ludicrous in this fantastical new realm. Surrounded by a shroud of clouds, the scene was truly breathtaking and magnificent. It was a perfect opportunity for Luo Xinyuan to meet his aunt, as the Gu family had been favored in the court for 3 generations. Yining calculated carefully. It was now the 16th year of Jida, and less than a year had passed since the ascension of the new emperor. Following his coronation, the court had been tumultuous, and families like the Gu and Luo clans would inevitably be affected. Jing Ruohua reclined on the bed, showing no intention of leaving. As the room became increasingly crowded and the air grew thick, her expression darkening, Yining felt a twinge of displeasure. It was not her intention to create a festive atmosphere today, but he, possessing the bloodline of the Corpse King, was granted an immortal existence even without the inheritance of the Corpse King. Her heart tightened as Xiao Ryua turned stiffly to see her father, who had just been seated at the head of the table, now standing by the door, his back turned to the 6th sister. Feng Yin hid in the shadows, worried that Mo Huapei might act irrationally as he had before. As long as he remained calm, Feng Yin would not intervene. Rong Ju covered his cheek, initially ready to scold, but upon seeing her desolate expression, he swallowed his words. He exchanged a glance with Hu Qinglan, who promptly urged him forward. Although there was no evidence linking Xiao Weiliang to the incident, Yakai sensed that she was indeed involved. Unable to resist, Meiyang leaned against the man behind her, resembling a frightened lamb, trembling in Feng Ji's embrace. Thus, regardless of how much Mrs. Sun might change or the secrets she held, Yunqi firmly believed she would never harm her. He had only recently acquainted himself with Wei Lan through her resume, yet he spoke of her as if she were intimately known to him. This could be seen as a clever tactic, but paper could not contain fire indefinitely. It would eventually be exposed. This harmonious scene lingered for about a quarter of an hour until, suddenly, Chang Sun Xuani opened his eyes, his smile growing increasingly beguiling as he gestured for Yunqi to stop and pulled her to sit beside him. The Black Dragon discerned Lin Yuan's thoughts and remarked, "You need not fear retaliation from the Fox Immortal's eye. Even if it survives, it will be gravely weakened, and its recovery will take hundreds, if not thousands, of years." Chapter 148. Do you intend to kill me? The atmosphere in the living room seemed to freeze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The 3 individuals were locked in a grotesque standoff, akin to a suffocating ink painting that could not be unraveled. Chen Xiaohua's pallid face bore testament to her struggle. Her hands, tightly gripping the long knife, were bloodied and raw, as crimson droplets flowed incessantly. The searing pain gnawed at her nerves, waves of agony crashing over her like a relentless tide. Her body began to tremble slightly, and her once exquisite visage now appeared disheveled and pitiful. Beside her, Chun Shui watched in stunned silence, unable to fathom why Chen Xiaohua would resort to such drastic measures. A look of bewilderment etched across her face. "Very well, go ahead. I am curious to see what a delusional higher deity possesses that warrants such arrogance." The leader, draped in purple, cast a disdainful glance at Su Hong. Kai Wei had rushed over, taking over Qing Ran's position to assist Dong Li in exiting, exchanging a knowing glance with Qing Ran, who nodded in response, promptly instructing others to lift the kneeling maid and bring her inside. A group of burly men hurried toward the office, resembling a mobster crew or American agents on a mission, leaving a dizzying impression in their wake. Good heavens! Ji Yuqin was once again taken aback. Having endured a blow from him, even a peak celestial would be severely affected, yet the serpent merely shuddered slightly. The force behind this strike was formidable. Had he not fled, it might have obliterated him entirely. Once, the sentiment of the past had dominated the southern region, with the arrogant Mu Tianxi being trampled underfoot. The Red Flag Army did not seize control of the revival points within the city, yet they were aware that these points were guarded by remnants of the past sentiment and the proud Tian, thus conserving considerable manpower. However, when the heavenly aura emerged, the world within 100 miles seemed to plunge into darkness, followed by the rampant spread of that blinding light. Indeed, it was Li Zongwei who had arrived. Residing in Jiang City, maintaining an unremarkable existence within the confines of the Wisteria courtyard, where he had taken a menial kitchen job. Living the mundane life of an ordinary citizen in Jiang City. Simultaneously, another figure trailed closely behind Tian Jihin's group, Du Ziding, the wine immortal. Observing the figure that had now become an ethereal shadow, along with its crimson eyes, Zhao Hongxiu sighed softly, gently closing her eyes. The dog lay despondently in its cage. Disillusioned, it had hoped this new master would cherish and care for it, providing a life filled with comfort and joy. Zhang Tao and his companions turned pale, their faces drained of color upon hearing Mu Fei's words. Ultimately unable to endure the humiliation any longer, they nodded and departed the 213 dormitory in shame. The entire resort occupied the lush Biyun Mountains in the western suburbs of Yinzhou, featuring 130 natural springs, of which 95 were hot springs, symbolizing the esteemed number 9. Thus, it was aptly named Longmai Villa. Are you going to school? Yu Maqing believed that when Yin Yin had taken a day off, and surely she had not slept well the entire night prior, selling a house would not yield substantial wealth, especially considering he had an easy $2 million from Vigo and would soon receive over $820,000 from Damocles Corporation in less than 10 days. Thus, parting with a property truly posed no significant burden. His eloquence and logical articulation momentarily rendered Emperor Yu Xian speechless. Every corner of the estate ensured utmost privacy, with guest rooms, tea rooms, game rooms, and practice rooms all readily available. Have you consumed everything you purchased yesterday? Gazing at the room filled with refuse and packaging, Li Yong felt a wave of despair. After a frenzied meal, Mao Mao released a puff of pale blue mist towards the Wei family army as it enveloped them. The symptoms resulting from the bee stings of the toxic smoke vanished entirely. Chapter 149. Regaining control of the body. Chen Shui stood as if struck by lightning, her gaze fixed on the silhouette before her, contemplating thoughts she herself had once harbored. A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed her eyes as they locked onto the long blade embedded in Chen Xiuhua's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Her complexion turned an alarming shade of pallor, and within her beautiful eyes, her pupils appeared unfocused, rendering her gaze vacant and bewildered. The frail and delicate form of her body began to tremble uncontrollably, a harbinger of the significant blood loss coursing through her veins. Her expression marred by anguish as she endured a dual torment of body and spirit. Amidst the chaos, some scalding blood. In the throes of evading formidable foes, Liu possessed numerous strategies beyond mere terrestrial confines. The formidable powers that Fu could wield at that moment surpassed the imagination of any mortal, particularly after Liu witnessed Yao in employing the methods of the Dui talisman, elevating his understanding of the Yin talismans to unprecedented heights. In truth, the magical elemental energies of ballet, the arcane forces of the Yuqing continent, and the mystical energies of the demon realm were merely different terminologies for the same fundamental essence. He longed to transcend these limitations, yet some aspirations are not so easily realized. He was acutely aware that he harbored no hope of breaking through to that echelon. Such decisions were not made lightly, especially by someone of his significant stature. Liang Sha mounted the back of Long Batian, bearing with him a precious cargo. "Let us depart," he commanded, gesturing towards the east, urging Tu Han to lift the golden cocoon and hastily retreat. Had been possessed any semblance of rationality, he would not have succumbed to the inherent antagonism, yet he had already been dominated by the forces of order, which do not permit the existence of chaos. The two met beneath an arch bridge. Due to Ma Xiaoqian's disguise, Zhang Matzi failed to recognize him. Thus, Zhang Matzi, holding a jug of wine, would engage Ma Xiaoqian in conversation, exchanging a prearranged signal. Concurrently, Xiao Ding had stationed the remaining 8,000 guards of the Right Martial Army along the banks of Qianxu River. 2 centuries hence, the 9th form of the Black Universe transformation, the most potent technique of this arcane art, was similarly comprehended by Lu Xian. Upon Lu Yingquan's utterance, Ma Xiaoqian nearly spat in his face, exclaiming, "You, a mere official of the Horse Monitoring Bureau, possess no seals. Who then could?" He lamented. "I am tasked with maintaining the Shanhaiguan. Had I not needed to mobilize troops, who would seek your counsel?" Regrettably, though the notion was commendable, Yi Qian, who effortlessly seized the ankle of the leg aimed at her, employing little force, yet the Baroness found it impossible to retract her extended limb. In an instant, she scarcely had time to contemplate her potential escape. The husky remained silently at the kitchen door, unusually refraining from launching itself at the food. Jier wailed as she leapt from her cage, curling up atop the curtains, casting a forlorn glance at Zhou Jiao. Yi Qian, whose voice resonated directly within Qin Galei's mind. As the exchange of consciousness proved far more efficient than verbal communication, the passage of time was negligible, allowing a dialogue to unfold in the blink of an eye. Shen Yun was left in a state of bewilderment. This is a method of calculating the spiritual energy consumption of cultivators that he had never considered before. However, for the Moonlight Bodhisattva, this represented a divergence from one's own intentions through the force of will. Meanwhile, Qin Yang passed the ball to James Ennis and provided him with a screen, allowing Ennis to drive straight to the basket, as Qin Yang set another screen with Nurkic. Previously, he had thought he had secured victory over He Yong. But the armored vehicle his grandson was in not only boasted superior defenses, but was also positioned at the very outer edge of the encirclement, which is why he was so far away. Feng Yuni, displaying a remarkable understanding, refrained from saying much, quietly climbing the mountain and beginning to jest. If this were indeed the case, Feng Li would not have merely acquired a pair of direct death eyes. At this moment, the crown princess also realized her oversight and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for her earlier words. Exercising restraint, she comforted the two imperial physicians for a moment before allowing them and Su Tsang to withdraw. Chapter 150. Antiviral Serum. Regrettably, over the years, he has devoted himself to the esoteric study of metaphysics, rarely making appearances in public. Whenever he does emerge, it invariably stirs a commotion. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a flush of embarrassment. After their discordant parting the previous night, how could she muster the courage to reach out to him? She, too, possesses her own dignity, does she not? Outside, the shouts of mercenaries echoed, and Lin Xiao, with one hand on his hip, swaggered into a half-open room. Heedless of whether it was occupied, swiftly shutting the door behind him and holding his breath to listen intently to the commotion beyond, there stood Ji Xian, seemingly entranced in the lake, clutching a wooden stick with a fish still writhing at the end, its tail flicking desperately in its last throes. This was the first time Chu Outyin had been treated in such a manner, and he was decidedly displeased. Had they become so audacious as to disregard him? After a short walk, they arrived at the mountain god temple, which was bustling with a considerable number of devotees and tourists. The enormous incense burner in the center of the courtyard was shrouded in swirling smoke, filled with remnants of incense sticks still smoldering. Lin Jingjing had a falling out with Gao Guoren, a top athlete from another class, and sought the help of the cheerful spirit. However, Zhu Xiaocai, upholding his principles, scorned cheating and firmly declined. Ruo Xin, listening to Wan Xian's words, seemed to catch a hidden implication, her warm demeanor laced with politeness. Without wasting a moment, Ruo Xin grasped Feng Hua's hand and boarded the carriage, while Yin Ji leapt up as well, though she chose to sit outside the vehicle. As for the game development company, a certain percentage of the advance payment was remitted to Nintendo for the creation of game cartridges. Subsequently, Nintendo and the game company would share the profits in a predetermined ratio. How about this? Tomorrow, could you don a flight attendant's uniform and accompany me for a while? Lin Shifan mused, recalling her elegant attire and alluring appearance aboard the plane. It was only now that he realized his grave oversight. He had focused solely on enlisting the Black Cat to mediate with Ling AI, neglecting to provide the necessary information. Nevertheless, Lu Mingyang resolved to assist Li Lin. After all, Li Lin had saved his life on a previous occasion, and their rapport had been quite agreeable. Li Lin was indeed a person worth befriending, and thus, he would offer his support. In reality, attending the summer comic did not require a ticket. One merely needed to queue for entry. However, possessing an internal club ticket allowed one to enter through the side door, making it considerably more convenient. At that moment, Nie Feng charged towards Xiong Wu, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, the sound of cracking bones resonating sharply. Xiong Wu's breath faltered, yet until his last moments. He continued to glare at Richard, his eyes ablaze with fury. The trio exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the rebellious second brother who stepped forward first. Swaggering with an exaggerated gait, the clanking of his armor echoing like the thugs of a bygone era before the apocalypse. Xie Danshin knew the truth could no longer be concealed and reluctantly disclosed his expenditures, regretting his rash actions that were so unlike his usual self. Oh, come on. Your studio doesn't even know when it will turn a profit. Buy me a drink? You can pour a fine bottle on my grave when you turn 80. That would be a favor indeed, remarked the middle-aged man with a disdainful expression. Nestled in the hillside, the valley has been meticulously leveled. and magnificent structures crafted entirely from azure stones rise in competition. Let us wait a while. Without him, all our efforts would be futile. Allow everyone a moment to double-check their belongings, lest you forget something essential once we reach space, their leader proclaimed. You certainly have an eye for selection. This volume of Zen teachings is my favorite, Yu Zichin remarked softly, lifting his gaze to the sky, momentarily entranced. As if it were not a falling camellia petal, but rather the brilliance of his own starlight that had descended to the earth. Yunheng glanced at Li Chengyun, offering a gentle smile. I have passed, he declared before reclining on the ground, the Dragon Lord's sword reverting once more to a bracelet. The dragon and snake emerged, evading the assault of the black-armored lizard, and then it was at the edge of the wooden platform, where Yin Kai rushed towards them. Upon seeing her, Qin Muyan's eyes sparkled with fervent light. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, he pursed his lips and shifted his gaze elsewhere. What? The crowd gasped, utterly incredulous. To forsake such a promising opportunity was an act of self-sabotage, a waste of the immense fortune accumulated through countless lifetimes. Shi Shichen's eyes widened in disbelief as two minuscule drops of blood managed to stain a large sheet of paper red, even exhibiting a slight movement. Struggling to traverse the surface, Zhou Batong acquiesced, and thus they all began to eat. After a considerable span of time, they finished their meal. Jiang Xuanqi's gaze shifted from Su Jingwu to Tong Qian, clad in short sleeves and shorts, as a new set of clothes materialized in his hands. It is indeed not difficult to discern that the actions taken at this moment reflect certain underlying issues. With her eyes gleaming, Yin Xiaoxiao regarded Jin Guangyan's hesitation with confusion, offering him an encouraging look, clearly eager for him to continue. A multitude of explanations rolled back down his throat, and Yi Xiong, with a furrowed brow, gazed at Feng Wu, hoping that his eyes might convey the injustice he felt. Chapter 151. Unusual weather. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. Not out of a lack of desire to believe, but rather due to the prolonged wait that had extinguished their hopes of reviving their family. Surviving without succumbing to starvation was of paramount importance. Throughout the past 6 months of film releases, the formidable strength of the Miracle Company instilled a measure of confidence in the domestic cinemas, leading to the construction of large screens across the nation under the auspices of Miracle S Distribution. Su Wuyo raised an eyebrow, acutely sensing that the moment he summoned his ultimate power, the crown of destiny stirred as if it were a shark drawn to the scent of the most exquisite blood, eager to seize the supreme strength. She understood well that these were not mere temptresses easily deceived. Without the ability to convince the 8 great kings, utilizing its power was an impossibility. Yi Zhong had likely discerned the character of the princess from the great Zhao kingdom. Reasoning with such a person was futile. Furthermore, given Zhao Ling'er's status, Yi Zhong preferred to avoid any entanglement with her. As Yi Tian's hypnotic techniques matured, Zhao Nan finally announced on the 45th day post-course commencement that Yi Tian had completed his studies, achieving the highest grade of A in all subjects. He stood as the most outstanding among all special operatives trained in secret across the Huaxia nation. Unlike other cultivators who absorbed spiritual energy to enhance their prowess, where more absorption equated to greater cultivation, Yi Tian required not spiritual energy, but rather a unique substance. No, why you dared not. A mere huff from her was sufficient to instill such fear that he would not venture beyond his door. Meanwhile, at the edge of the death forest, 7 or 8 cultivators ventured deeper into the woods, their eyes glinting with murderous intent, as if in search of something. Having laid bare the facts, the unreserved county magistrate AI directly exposed the truth, causing the atmosphere to become palpably tense. The 2 elder officials of the household department, intimidated by Qin Chuan and Zhu De, paid little heed to the empty threats of the magistrate and his assistant, their actions akin to a slap in the face, leaving them at a loss and on the verge of erupting. Shangguan soared into the air, enveloped in an aura of lethal intent, arms outstretched. One hand crackled with purple lightning while the other amassed a chilling blue energy, unleashing a torrent of ferocious elemental power. The festivities resumed, a scene of intoxicating revelry as if the previous events had never transpired. Outside, the cicadas sang in a chorus, the silence profound, creating a realm entirely separate from the fragrant atmosphere of the lush willow residence. The cave was shrouded in darkness. I felt my way along the dry walls, incredulous that this cavern could be situated atop the perpetually frozen peaks of Silver Moon Mountain. As victory loomed, Lu Xuahan and Xinyu regained their composure, unleashing curses and shock arrows upon the last remaining find, leaving the towering man to languish under the relentless assault of the 2 women. Upon hearing this, Wang Li also noticed the source of light. The white glow was faint, indicating that a considerable distance remained to be traversed. This is not an issue, Xing Tianyu remarked. The individual gestured towards one of his assistants, and Xing Tianyu observed that both he and Zavia had several aides responsible for various affairs. Whatever tasks needed to be executed, they would simply attend to them. The arena competition was inherently designed to conclude only through victory or defeat, a tradition upheld for countless years. Why should the arrival of Shangguan Chun disrupt such a long-standing custom? Such extraordinary beings were indeed most detestable. The Hongming purple qi was hailed as the foundation of the great Tao. In the past, during the teachings at the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu bestowed 7 paths, which corresponded to the current 6 saints and the ancestor of Hongyun. The fiery steed nearly lifted all 4 hooves off the ground, and passers-by on the street felt a gust of wind rush past. The youth exhibited no traces of fear, laughing heartily instead. At this moment, the helpless King Lihe of Korea could only beseech his queen, Min Fei, for assistance. Despite being his wife, the matters of the kingdom still required her counsel. Lihe smiled bitterly within, acknowledging that although the Qing dynasty was under the rule of Empress Dowager Cixi, she remained the emperor's mother, while in reality, the governance of Korea was effectively in the hands of his wife. Consequently, the onslaught from the Japanese samurai intensified. Yet it posed no threat to the young man clad in blue. Fortunately, Zhu Yifan responded nonchalantly, as none of it pertained to him. His sole purpose for being there was merely to accompany Yi Xingyu. This inevitably led Chun Jinting to ponder the potential outcome if he were to agree to return to Japan with Gong Ping. Tang Jian waved his hand, leading the group away from the presidential palace, preparing to mobilize the Navy and Air Force to express gratitude to Roosevelt. Xiaoyan feigned sorrow in his words, yet his demeanor bore an air of indifference, as if he felt not an ounce of grief over the assassination of Princess Yel Dai. Most terrifying was that he still had not comprehended the true nature of Yang Wang. He was aware of Yang Wang's ability to transform into a water spirit, but remained oblivious to the peculiar circumstances surrounding him. At that moment, he dragged Master Zhu into the mire, causing a drastic change in Zhu's expression. When did I ever say that? I merely mentioned that I would heed my wife's instructions and refrain from mentioning the Ma family in front of outsiders. After all, in both nations, I am merely a merchant. It is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. His gaze flickered somewhat. Qin Feng then understood why Shinan Lei had come to answer the phone. It seemed that Tong Minghua had imposed a drinking ban on her. The Jin Prince looked at her and asked, "Why are you here? Whether dead or vanished? Since the world has forgotten Sima Xia, you should not reappear." Such cold-hearted words brought tears to Sima Xia's eyes, choking her voice as she struggled to respond. David felt disheartened, believing he might be mistaken. Otherwise, so many would not oppose his viewpoint. At the very least, the interns learned that even legendary hunters often found themselves in financially precarious situations. The gentle sound of falling snowflakes rendered the night even more tranquil. They fell silently upon the snow, leaving no footprints, for Wusu was enveloped by the spirit of heavenly gloom, and under Yi Hao's orders. This spirit relentlessly attacked and tormented him. You can absorb this energy, just as our kin absorb the energy from the sun well. Kelsis asserted with unwavering certainty. The enhanced fried rice, rich in aroma, was enveloped in a delicate golden-hued, viscous egg mixture, draping itself over the pearl-like, plump grains of rice, as if emanating a faint, enchanting luminescence that captivated the onlookers. Guangchan inquired, "Is there anyone willing to share a drink with me?" Upon his utterance, several gentlemen raised their glasses and approached. After a cursory glance, Guangchan chose to retain only one gentleman clad in white, allowing the others to disperse to their respective corners. Chapter 152. Heart-to-heart conversation. The old man Nin merely mentioned preparing firewood, which could only imply that he was ready to ignite a blaze. Not that he intended to do so immediately. After all, setting fire is a matter requiring prior preparation. It is not akin to some legendary fire mage who can conjure flames at will. Let us be straightforward, one-on-one, a single match to determine the victor. What do you say? The stout man squinted as he spoke. Noticing that Dalong Zimin seemed to have formed an idea, it became evident that Dalong's simplistic mind could only manage the control of so many dragon bags. However, his initiation of such a frenzied assault must have been provoked by some deeply angering event. For the time being, I need not return to Jizhou. For since Yuan Shao has sought peace with me, I can be assured he will not take any aggressive actions against us, allowing Liu Bei and his followers to plunder freely. A vast expanse of white mist surged forth from the darkness, accompanied by a low hum, instantly transforming the black night into a blinding white. With vigilant eyes fixed upon the autumn night, Qian Rinxue drew her sword, positioning it defensively across her chest. The clash of energies sent ripples through the surrounding verdant forest. Chen Yuan had no choice but to advance cautiously, yet after nearly half an hour of searching, he found no sign of anyone. He felt somewhat bewildered, as they had been led off the main path by the nine-colored deer, unknowingly deep into the mountains. Currently, Liang Chun needed to approach the Morong family to seek the imperial dragon vein, necessitating a humble demeanor. This was Liang Chen's first time requiring something from others. Thus he naturally had to accommodate them. The giant man has fulfilled its duty, executing a swift reversal that sent the Pai Pai flying. However, Pai Pai regained his balance and did not fall. In Huaxia Dragon City, an army of 85,000, led by the Dragon Emperor Ouyang Haoyan and 13 second-tier powerhouses, had been stationed on the southern bank of the Huanhe River. Do not worry about your mother. It will not be long before you can see her again, Su Tong said, as his form dissipated entirely into the void. It is worth noting that with the assistance of the clear enlightenment body, the forthcoming training would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Unbeknownst to him, every time after the amateur table tennis selection matches, videos of Su Zhou would be eagerly clicked on by countless viewers on the tournament's official website. They could hardly wait to see if this competition would once again conclude with a score of 11, 1/3 matches, or if someone would finally shatter this long-standing youthful myth. Gu Jiao sincerely hoped for happier times to return. Indeed, having known Rong Fan for 10 years, it was her first time witnessing such a rift between her friend and Mu Yihan. Even in past disputes, they had always reconciled swiftly. However, at that moment, Su Zhou remained oblivious to the inner turmoil of his two friends. He simply thought to himself that he might as well embrace the situation and move on. Though it might sound exaggerated, Zhu Qiming believed that even exaggeration could not capture the full extent of the reality. We wandered through the great tomb for a considerable time without encountering any threats. The interior bore a resemblance to a mass grave, with skeletal remains scattered about. These bones appeared ancient, some having crumbled to dust at the slightest touch, vanishing into the depths of the tomb. Most astonishing of all, just as the note had stated, there truly was a boy here. It is neither a secret language nor anything of the sort. Quite literally, there is a boy here. The scythe of Lan Pierre was already in a state of repair, and her vigorous swings would inevitably lead to disastrous consequences. Are you truly willing? Bai Ji finally regarded Zhou Tian with earnest eyes. It was the first time today that she had looked at him so attentively. Although it was not mealtime, he had become quite familiar with the chefs in the restaurant, allowing him to conveniently grab a bowl of noodles whenever he pleased. Do you indulge in late-night snacks and afternoon tea? Including those, it amounts to 5 meals a day, concluding the matter in 2 days. Zhao Teng's mind was somewhat clouded. As a member of the martial hall, it was expected that no one would dare to provoke the elder brother. Yet, now he was dead. Who could he have offended? With less than a month until the winter break, Sheng Xia took 10 days to complete the previous book, not uploading everything at once, but rather saving drafts to be released in a timely manner. In the completely tumultuous hall of the lower house, all the members of parliament fixated their gazes on the high hand of Yu Qiuping, which held a seal that symbolized boundless business opportunities, immense wealth, and endless possibilities, every merchant's aspiration. Su took out the infinite divine elixir, for the forgetting and void elixir would only be useful during the advancement and tribulation, leaving him with no choice but to enhance his divine perception now. There lies merely a pile of tea leaves. What purpose does it serve? Come, I will lead you to find something worthwhile, said Daimiao. As she put on her shoes and stepped down, the children were overjoyed. With Zhang Dinyo helping to don her shoes, all eager to see what treasures old Lady Zhang would bring back. The renowned religious military campaign, the Crusades, permitted by the Pope in the West, was also fraught with cruelty and bloodshed. Having been scrutinized by this boy for some time, Sui Xian found herself at a loss for words, merely opening the letter to take a glance. Upon hearing the insinuation in her words, Mu Bai Wei pondered secretly. Had Chu Bo Fan conveyed something to the Empress Dowager? Or had the Empress Dowager already heard the rumors circulating in Yuntai Palace, harboring resentment towards the favored concubines in the palace? This posture was utterly ungraceful. With one hand restrained against the wall, and one leg he raised firmly caught by the other hand, Lei Xiaotang contemplated for a moment before agreeing. Thus, the contract was formally established, and before hanging up, Lei Xiaotang did not forget to inform Jing Yi about the gathering the following evening. It has been said that the forgetfulness of the immortal Feng Yu may not be restored by medical means. Perhaps only certain incantations and techniques could be employed to search for the departed. Qi Tianyu furrowed his brow, attempting various methods. Yet none could prompt Feng Yu to remember Qing Tian, causing a sense of anxiety to rise within him. And Jia realized she had thoroughly angered him and nervously swallowed. As if to bolster her courage, she declared, "Moreover, I love you more than Chen Jingyi." And, having uttered this, she fled in a flurry before he could respond. This was merely the result of a world full of superficiality, where people do not seek the truth, chasing shadows and fabricating rumors indiscriminately. Jun E still respectfully held the tea, responding, "Who are you? How dare you hijack the vice-general's carriage? Do you not wish to live?" The man, evidently no fool, remained calm amidst the upheaval, which took Jiang Zheng by surprise. Indeed, Qingyu will attend to the lady with utmost care, ensuring that no one will find an opportunity to exploit her. You may rest assured. Qingyu has already returned to her usual demeanor, diligently fastening his belt. Legend has it that over 3,600 years ago, at the edge of the southern ridge, there resided a family of humble practitioners, remarkably ordinary in their pursuits. Chapter 153, Jiang City. I have returned in the present day. The primitive forests of Central Africa have seen the military deploy 1,000 ordinary armored soldiers, a number that is steadily increasing. The rotund Okwo hastily remarked, expressing his desire for Yangzhe to avoid offending the third prince, lest he mysteriously vanish without a trace. Before long, Di Yunfeng paused on a flying eve outside the Rosen Hall, where he observed two ethereal cultivators standing guard. After a brief period of scrutiny, he confirmed that no one would be coming to relieve them. With a swift motion, he unleashed his internal energy, targeting the dantian of the two sentinels. In the realm of true martial arts, a lethal strike could be executed with but a flick of the wrist. Lu Mingfeng gazed at him with a foolish smile, her hand tightly clutching a golden hairpin, a peculiar action indeed. At that moment, Hua Wuyan, equally dulled by the spirit love potion, reveled in the affectionate caress of Xian Wu, gently wrapping her delicate hands around his head, tilting her soft pink lips to the left to lightly nibble his ear while exhaling warm breaths. Despite the man's curses still lingering, the notion of daring to be angry yet remaining silent persisted. Yet in Huai City, who truly dared to defy his words to his face? Li Liyun pulled Sherman Yu from her embrace, her expression dark as she scrutinized Sherman Yu's face, her countenance exceedingly grim. Gu Fan leapt forth, his extremely cold bloodline pushed to its utmost limit, causing his heart to momentarily halt, and his entire bloodstream echoed with the sound of freezing. Miraculously, the silvery blue icy mist began to surge back into his body. Unbeknownst to whose daughter possessed such skill, a table was laden with 18 exquisite dishes. Each a feast for the senses, just a whiff or a glance could uplift the spirit. "I do not blame you," Feng said, looking into Jiang Ming's eyes. Pain evident in her tear-filled gaze, yet she resolutely conveyed her message. She found herself momentarily at a loss. In her expectations, the next scene would be the Empress Dowager's furious rage, followed by her own sharp remarks that would infuriate the Empress Dowager further, ultimately leading to an unsatisfactory conclusion to the banquet. His words indicated a willingness for the elders to escort Dudu away, complicating matters for Mu Jihan to voice her objections. Fortunately, this individual did not become overzealous and released Zhang Yingying just in time. Otherwise, it would have been a provocation of her authority. However, upon realizing that Shaman's gaze was fixed in a particular direction, I could no longer deceive myself. Yang Leffen observed that Sun Schwerer's boyfriend remained unmoved, likely disbelieving his words. He was indifferent, having anticipated this skepticism, for irrefutable evidence lay ahead, rendering Sun Schwerer's attempts at rebuttal futile. Relade's body tensed slightly as he gradually lowered my arm from his waist, turning to embrace me and guiding me to the bedside. The peak of the Dan Ding remained unchanged, and at that moment, Li Tong was exceedingly irritable. Suddenly, a disciple reported that Master Li had sent a letter. "Ling Yu, what has transpired? What are you doing?" Kong Xiaodian inquired, observing Kong Ling Yu, who sat despondently on the ground. At that moment, Wei Jing's lips moved slightly, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately refrained. Yet Yuming noticed this subtlety, surmising that the presence of many people in the gathering made it difficult for Wei Zheng to voice his thoughts. The haunting nightmares that lingered in Li Anrui's mind left her heart in turmoil, prompting a soft sigh as she resolved to calm her emotions before attempting to sleep once more. The room was enveloped in silence, and as the echo of her sigh faded away, Li Anrui's eyes, which had just closed, fluttered open again. Thus, although the number of individuals from the Sanqing Academy was evidently inferior to that of the Tiandi Hunyuan sect as reflected in the voting during the conference, the reality of a conflict would entail a heavy toll, where 1,000 foes could be vanquished at the cost of 800 of their own. The blood-flame earthworm seemed to be in slumber, its massive, elongated body coiled into a ball, riddled with wounds, the most grievous of which was at its midsection, nearly severed. When the giant horned rhinoceros attempted to retaliate, it found itself too weakened to pose a significant threat to the giants, ultimately collapsing to the ground. As Chen Wei spoke, he keenly observed Xing Min's shifting expressions. Despite her efforts to suppress her emotions, Chen Wei discerned her distress. Tan Lingling emerged from her home, sensing an odd atmosphere within, yet unable to pinpoint its peculiarity. Not only Feng Xiaoyan, but also Chun Wei were taken aback. It was indeed the first time Chun Wei witnessed Xing Zhengji showcase his martial prowess before him. Clearly, the protective mountain formation had suffered severe damage during that time, ultimately brought here by the ancestors of the Jin family. Enough of the chatter. Your elder brother's seal has also been stolen. If we do not provoke others, how can we pass the assessment? Rin Yishu stated earnestly. Could it be that Shi Song-er has been raised improperly like Schwer? Otherwise, how could she utter such words? The emperor must dote on the sister of his immensely. A few days prior, he had draped an old silk garment he once wore over a pig and shot it with an arrow for experimentation. Indeed, the silk did provide a cushioning effect against the arrow's penetrating force. Zheng Shuang was also taken aback by Zheng Shuguang's current appearance. How could one become so frail in just over half a year? His face bore the marks of hardship, and though he was still a fine young man, he now resembled a disheartened uncle. Despite their familial ties, Wan Yutong's noble status rendered Wan Ming and his son quite restrained, occupying only half of the bench. Yin Zhan's peripheral vision caught sight of Jin Se signaling to the household servant to carry away the boxes. Silver Star had also vanished, leaving the vast courtyard with merely the two of them. Yin Zhan forced herself to dispel this thought. Silver Star had mentioned that Hua Xie was the second most talented person he had encountered, and with his strength and acuity, he would surely be unharmed. Before long, various officials and generals arrived outside the command tent. They gathered and queued to enter, splitting into two lines along the sides. The only flaw in Smooji was her towering height, approximately 4 meters and 67 centimeters, towering over Will by half. Go and make the arrangements. The noble consort sat gracefully, her demeanor unchanged from the past, despite her silver hair and the absence of attention to her countenance. Though performing arts necessitate compensation, I left without money. You may manage with these sunflower seeds. Upon discovering that after bestowing gifts, the two individuals continued to gaze at themselves, Feng Hua felt a pang of regret as he stared at the sunflower seeds nestled in his palm, while another person received a small portion as well. Chapter 154. Divergence. Lian Sheng did not linger excessively, igniting a flame to seek the whereabouts of Ho Jinshan. In truth, Ho Jinshan had already laid siege to the embassy of the Rakshasa kingdom, engaging in conflict with several orthodox priests and formidable bear-like giants, and was presently provoking outside the Japanese embassy with great fervor. All the leaders of the mercenary groups rose to their feet, signifying their respect for the words exchanged. Fide and Cassie mimicked the actions of others, while Archbishop Arthur Auerbach offered a cordial nod to Cassie with a smile. Only the Archbishop's brother, Sharp Claw, remained seated. Could there be discord between these two siblings? At present, the surrounding area of this division was a narrow space wedged between the powerful Eagle Kingdom and the mighty Bear Kingdom. Lord Chao, Lianxing remarked with a smile. I am but an outsider. There is no need for you to lower yourself. You quarrel over the disappearance of Feng Xiling, yet since she is missing, it does not necessarily imply her demise. You have persistently approached this matter with a fatalistic mindset. What if Feng Xiling and Lin Yu were to reappear after you have banished Feng Wuyo to the refining tooth valley? Yang Xian inquired. Zijin's gaze remained resolute, unaffected by external stimuli, akin to a solitary assassin traversing through shadows. Before completing his mission, he would not permit any emotions to surface. There existed numerous possibilities within this scenario, such as the protection of formations, unusual materials, and other undisclosed methods. As Yang Chong infused the last batch of individuals with energy, time had already elapsed to this day. A fresh and slightly sweet aroma lingered in the air, and with the influx of oxygen, Dak's mind swiftly regained clarity, his eyes regaining their luster. Meanwhile, Zhang Danhua, despite recently having caught a whiff of it, could not help but cover her mouth and nose with her hand, disdainfully fanning the air. This fool was exceedingly anxious. He yearned to reclaim his position while simultaneously fearing the heavy losses that Nars might inflict upon the three elephants during battle. Just moments ago, he had the audacity to request that Nars be notified to refrain from excessively harming the members of the three elephants. The heat was unbearable, and now the cold was equally oppressive. The sudden shift from hot to cold occurred in an instant, leaving no room for preparation. Upon hearing this, Philip seemed inclined to argue, yet Seville once again intercepted him. The previous scandal involving a student-teacher romance had long passed, and Lin Shui was now in good spirits, informing Zhang Chun that she had facilitated connections for him. Thus, he would not need to take the exams this year to pass. He had already witnessed the darkness of the black market. Even if they demanded he mortgage the entire Tata Island, he would not be overly astonished. He could simply choose to ignore it, especially since the world of oceans was on the brink of chaos. Could they still engage in their unscrupulous dealings? In his recollection, the one he pledged loyalty to, Loren Turin, was a person of immense restraint and caution in most situations. He maintained an unperturbed demeanor, only displaying noticeable emotional fluctuations during critical moments, or when he felt particularly uncertain. With a sudden gasp, Li Xuanho's life-bound treasure was damaged, causing him to spew forth blood, his complexion turning pale. At this moment, due to the defensive barrier surrounding the arena and the soft-spoken nature of Achilles, the spectators below were oblivious to his words. Chun Xiaoshan's contemplation was abruptly interrupted, and upon regaining his senses, he realized that the entire classroom was fixated on him, leaving him somewhat flustered. At the forefront of the imposing steel gate stood Yan Jingchen and Qin Yunlan, both third-tier mech warriors, followed by others arranged in impeccable order according to their strength and military rank. "Get out and fight. Show some decorum," Zhang Zheng bellowed, prompting the surrounding attendants to open the grand doors, revealing the training ground behind them, which was already immaculate, devoid of the elves and rat men that had previously occupied it. "No need," I replied, lifting my gaze to meet those pale gray eyes. "Let me assist the dignitary to the inner hall for rest." I could not afford to miss this opportunity. I had to give it a try, no matter what. Yet, the images in the water mirror continuously flashed through my mind, suppressing my impulsive desire. "Who are you? Why have you slain my disciples of the Mad Blade domain?" The voice of the Blade King resonated powerfully and calmly, as if emanating from the mouth of a titan. "What is happening? What is happening?" she inquired repeatedly, her gaze suddenly sharpening as she spotted Lu Igua and another person in ambiguous postures seated in the observation tower, instantly igniting her fury. However, he felt no regret. He had never lamented his choices. Even if the millennia-old legacy of the Rui clan were to be buried here today, he would remain utterly unrepentant. The sharp crack of the firing pin striking the chamber echoed once more. Zhao Chang's expression shifted instantly. "It's jammed," he exclaimed in frustration. Of all times, it had to jam now. With a momentary distraction, the mutated zombie withdrew its arm from the wall, scattering bricks across the ground. "In such a state, it seems I shall have to enter through the back door," I mused. Seth hoisted Torko up, seemingly quite concerned for his younger brother. Siyin's face displayed a hint of hesitation, a strange glimmer passing through his eyes. After deliberation, he eventually nodded in agreement. Yet, I found myself unable to faint. So I lifted my head once more. Ilas's visage remained unchanged, though it appeared considerably more gentle than when I had last seen him. Strangely, he was smiling. "Brother Bai?" Lin Jingyang cast a worried glance at Bai Ao. "Tomorrow is the wedding day, and I fear Bai Ao may not return in time." The person before me was one of the two closest to Chu Tian in this world, whom he affectionately referred to as Uncle Zhen. Lu Jin chose not to delve deeper into the matter, knowing that just grasping the essence was sufficient. Chen Qingmei's words were surely accurate. Chapter 155, Someone. As I contemplated, I felt a wave of weakness wash over me. However, the latter part of what Haifeng had said still puzzled me. Shen Mian countered, asserting that the most effective method of psychological warfare was to utterly dominate him within her area of expertise. After answering the phone, Li Bai's expression turned grave upon hearing its contents. Although he had initially promised to take Chun Shen to the amusement park for a while, the matters at hand were of utmost importance, thus he instructed Lang Ruobing to take Chen Chen instead, and also to manage their own lunch. Jiangxia was situated more than 2,000 li from Mount Luofu, necessitating over a month of travel. A round trip would inevitably take 3 months or more. Additionally, the journey was fraught with peril. Wen, at merely 13 years of age, was still 2 years shy of adulthood. Yang's health fluctuated between good and ill, and the plight of a mother and her orphan child on the road, even with attendants, was a cause for concern. Xian Dalwan observed that even the typically composed Li Bai exhibited a dazed expression upon seeing his senior sister, akin to other men. Wei Shen dispatched someone to summon Wei and to discuss the arrangements for the aftermath, but in the absence of a body, they could only resort to clothing and ceremonial attire as substitutes. As the torrential rain fell, everyone felt the icy chill of the downpour, and the dark clouds obscured the moonlight, rendering the mountain path shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of some magical incantations, which weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Unbeknownst to me, I had unconsciously linked her with Haifeng. The same smile could either be a gesture of goodwill or a harbinger of one's demise. Next to me, Li Xian felt similarly. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity to make the acquaintance of the wealthiest individual. Over the past few days, she had secured numerous deals. Yet now she was being urged to leave, reluctant to part ways. As I pondered whether there were alternative solutions, I resolved to personally contact Long Yongqiang to ascertain his stance. Should he insist on my presence and issue threats, I might find myself compelled to comply. I recognized that this was not a time for hesitation, The Japanese individuals outside the door would certainly not be vanquished by the unexpected grenade thrown by Bai. The naked Anin was taken away by the Huolong, although they had ensured he was clothed at the time of his departure. The people of Huahua Tower were astonished. They had never anticipated encountering such an event in this location today. Zixuan was anxious, for if she could not leave the Ding family within this month, awaiting the Ma family to quell the affairs of Jiu Li before returning to retrieve her, who could say if they would even come back for her? Thus, relying solely on herself to escape the Ding family would be exceedingly difficult. He gestured respectfully to Imo Sui Feng, expressing gratitude. I would appreciate it if Master Imo could take another look. If all is well, we shall refrain from further intruding. His courtesy towards Imo Sui Feng was not solely due to the latter saving his wife and child, but largely attributed to Imo Gongzi's esteemed reputation. She had endured so much torment from her mother, must she now conceal her mother as well? Was it necessary to guard some secrets for her mother? Despite his frequent presence around the Ding family, which vexed Zixuan, she had not forgotten the kindness he had once shown her. For instance, it was only fitting for young Master Shui to visit her courtyard and present a cup of tea. Zixuan met Ping Sanya's gaze with calmness, neither startled nor angered, simply returning his look with tranquility. Yaoyue playfully teased the cat's chin, eliciting a contented purr as the feline narrowed its eyes, clearly enjoying the attention. He had reached the age for discussing marriage, yet neither the Hu family nor Chao Song had broached the subject. Even the daughter of his mother, a convict, had married off, while Chao Yu continued to frolic on the beach, embracing youth. Ashing had previously mentioned to Chao Song the lifelong matters concerning Au. But Chao Song suggested that Ashing and Chao Chao should decide for themselves. Overcome with excitement, Yue nearly uttered an inappropriate remark, promptly silencing herself. Yet Yu still caught the pivotal words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jili let out a long sigh, pondering the absurdity of accusations. One need not don such a lofty pretense to seek advantage. Wu Yu's face was a canvas of astonishment. The blood of the green giant possessed points? This notion had never crossed his mind. The once closed gate swung open in succession, in the previously desolate street filled with a throng of people, all rushing towards the eastern entrance. She was certainly aware of old Tiger Yun's affection for her. Yet she was genuinely taken aback by how significant she was in her husband's heart. A soft rumble filled the air, and a figure stepped in front of her, creating a barrier. Li Jiayu questioned her about the foul and unhealthy habit of smoking, to which He Ichuan replied that working late with a group had led her to partake, finding herself rather dashing and carefree in the act. Later, when desiring children, she regretted her smoking habit. Accompanying her words, a pair of scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan suddenly opened wide, her inner spiritual energy boiling like water, all transforming into the power of her eyes, directed towards Ishida Yulong's gaze. Yitru was a peninsula nation, characterized by its long and narrow terrain, mostly surrounded by the sea. It boasted a subtropical Mediterranean climate, with dry summers and wet winters, rich in mountains and plains, and flourishing agriculture. A sky carrier? Wendy was equally astonished. She knew of such things, but this was her first encounter. Ming Chi Xiao spoke with the familiarity of one recounting cherished memories, detailing various functionalities, most of which he could adeptly operate. A composed team, wielding a ruthless demon blade, centered in a space that was never comfortable. Boom. The space closed, and the world instantly returned to tranquility. Dark hands formed seals, and a colossal skeletal hand relentlessly struck towards the vanishing point in space, as if to strike a cow across a mountain, leaving behind massive handprints that faded not far away. Imo Ran retrieved an external DVD burner from a USB drive, along with 2 sets of discs, totaling around 20 to 30. She smeared some dirt on her clothes, feigning a day of labor, and then sought refuge beneath a large tree, indulging in a deep slumber. Imo Ran sensed that the swift wind seemed to urge her to leave quickly. Not to disturb his forging, thus she diverted to another laboratory. Seeing this, Zhuge turned to Mu Jing and inquired. As Mu Jing had indeed planned to showcase the new hero he had diligently practiced for quite some time in today's match. However, since the OB team had prioritized this selection first, it was, in fact, of little consequence. Chapter 156. Eavesdropping through walls. Chen Xiaohua was taken aback, her delicate face flushed with indignation as she glared at the seemingly innocent Jiang Zheng. With a helpless gesture, Jiang Zheng pointed towards the door, indicating that she should heed the situation outside. As a level 2 ability user, he possessed an acute sensitivity to surrounding sounds. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed 2 individuals ascending the stairs with haste. Though they exchanged no words, the subtle variations in their breaths, one coarse and one delicate, accompanied by footsteps that were heavy and light, allowed Jiang Zheng to deduce that they were a man and a woman. Simultaneously, Zhao Kuan, a disciple of the Poison King Valley, held a prestigious position within the sect. However, the Poison King Valley was not regarded as a reputable establishment in the secular realm and found itself in opposition to the Xianxin sect. Given this circumstance, how could Morong Bingbing willingly align herself with the Zhao family? What do you mean by this, Master Duanmo? Han Wulong's expression darkened progressively. A few formidable figures from the Wuliang sect exuded a palpable aura as they stepped forward, their intentions unmistakably lethal. Listening to Mo Fan's seemingly indifferent urging, Chen Chuyang and the others felt a wave of emotion wash over them, silently marveling at the number of flying spirit artifacts Mo Fan had procured. Nevertheless, amidst their astonishment, they were not foolish. After expressing their gratitude to Mo Fan, they hastily began selecting their spirit artifacts. Of course, many practitioners of lesser strength had their own plans, opting to form teams, for prior to the initiation of the trial, the individuals from the demon slaughtering grounds had mentioned that during this phase, practitioners could band together to hunt the demon race, with points awarded based on kills, thus making it rather advantageous. In the Xiangfang district, Qin Ziqing weakly replied, uncertain of the seventh master's intentions for bringing her to such an environment, which left her feeling exceedingly out of place. On the very day that the pirates were replicated and returned, the incident regarding Lin Yun was conveyed to the fairy Zixia, while simultaneously, the Saluo realm received news from the Sangshu demon envoy. At that moment, Lan Chuyan, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow, her dry lips quivering slightly as she addressed the group with utmost seriousness. The Grand Mage's words had been quite clear. He expressed faith in Kai Zhixiang and Princess Ling Xian while casting doubt upon Prince Ling Xiao. The other spirit beings erupted into laughter, while Bei Ruguang trembled all over, his eyes wide with fury as he lowered his head. Suddenly, from the center of the auction, numerous figures began to emerge from the expansive auction platform. As they stepped onto the stage, beams of light cascaded down, enveloping the auction area in a dazzling brilliance. Without reservation, Bai Yi disclosed everything that had transpired to the king of all spirits, as he had never intended to keep anything from him. Amidst the mist, the neon lights flickered incessantly, spelling out the vibrant phrase, level cleared successfully. Beneath the sign stood a makeshift long table, accompanied by the commonly seen commemorative stamps and blue ink from amusement parks. Qin Mozang took the chopsticks, first retrieving a piece of carrot from within and promptly placing it into Lin Cha's bowl. Wei Xiao is not averse to his wife having her own career. Rather, he wishes she could have informed him in advance. It is utterly frustrating that he was the last to know about her trip to Cannes, especially considering she is pregnant. What if something were to go awry? A wave of heat surged from the corridor, causing those nearest to nearly lose their balance, as flames had already consumed the far end. Cold and resigned, he nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Come on, he said, leaning closer to Su Wushuang. She cupped her hands around her mouth, exhaled a breath, and then playfully flicked his ear. Wu Jin was tightly enveloped in a quilt, oblivious to how the esteemed individual beside him managed to endure the heat while they were both drenched in sweat. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the dreadful aura receded, as the jade-like bamboo shimmered with a brilliant light, transforming into a human form. In a tranquil instant, Bai Yi opened his eyes, rising to face Bai Tianlin, a gentle smile gracing his features. Thus, he appeared to be in high spirits every day. He trained diligently and worked tirelessly, seemingly unaware of fatigue, instead embracing a sense of ease and contentment. Chapter 157. The will of heaven. As the lid of the desperate hero's vehicle was lifted, Qin Ziang observed Lu Tsong's bewilderment. A profound look of confusion etched upon his face. Consequently, he climbed atop the vehicle, directing his gaze towards the point where Lu Tsong was fixated. But, father, when did you become acquainted with such a significant figure? Aren't you merely an occasional gambler? Meng Lizi remarked directly. Following their conceded goal, Huddersfield was compelled to advance their formation, initiating a counterattack that afforded Manchester United greater offensive space in the front. Peg Vita speculated that Li Yun's intent to exploit the plan involving Zhao Mei Ming was likely conceived prior to their arrival in the Water Nation. Their encounter with her was but an unexpected boon. As I finished speaking, the window of the hospital room we had been observing swung open, the flickering flame of a lighter dancing rhythmically. Rest assured, I shall uncover the truth, even if it costs me my life, the mole declared with unwavering determination. Mo Chong did not respond to him, silently soaring towards an unvisited expanse of starry sky, a realm so unfamiliar that he could distinctly sense the hearts of celestial bodies within the stars, few in number, starkly contrasting with the artificial battlefield. Fortunately, the military orders proved effective against the spatial barriers, allowing Mo Chong to effortlessly reach the edge of the dimension. On the mountainside, 3 yellow cattle grazed apart, the copper bells around their necks jingling melodiously with their movements. The old Taoist recognized that they had arrived at the pasture where the cattle usually fed, his eyes fixated on the large yellow cow, keenly observing where it typically grazed. These skills were acquired through previous training with bodyguards. After all, not every task could be entrusted to them. She needed to learn some techniques herself. Although Ouyang Bai Shui's methods were somewhat rudimentary, they sufficed. Given that their pursuers were not professional reconnaissance personnel, the emperor's overwhelming presence was formidable. Mo Chang recalled the moment when Qin Shi Huang attacked him. That image of spatial rupture forever etched in his memory. The test tubes were arranged in immaculate rows, yet one conspicuously absent tube rendered the display rather discordant. Even though the current Shimizu Yang had ascended to the status of Konoha's prince, under the directive of his father, Sarutobi Hizen, he understood the importance of awaiting instructions from the village concerning such significant matters. When the 19th squad regained their composure, they were horrified to discover that his right eyeball had been brutally extracted, resting within the soft palm of Collagen. The malevolent words of Collagen also spread on the wind. The sound of the sheng resonated far and wide, imbued with an overwhelming sense of solitude. Song Mingting's expression shifted slightly. He hastily ceased his actions, his fingers forming a seal as the thunder sword was drawn from its sheath. At that moment, the peacock's sword aura suddenly radiated brilliantly, while the dual instrument's sword energy spiraled upward like two swimming fish, intertwining with the peacock's sword energy in a flash. However, despite the notoriety of this event, he had only heard of it secondhand and had not personally experienced it, leaving him somewhat oblivious to the intricate details involved. The disciples of the Taibai sect had never heard their master speak of his origins or the lineage of his martial prowess. Now, upon discovering that their master was indeed one of the illustrious 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, they realized that the Taibai sect was a distinguished branch of the renowned Northern Dipper sect, leaving them utterly astonished. They engaged in animated discussions, their excitement palpable. Meng Qi, loosening his fingers in contemplation, acknowledged the truth in the words spoken. That very substance had once been employed on her by Zhao Shiji, a fact she had stumbled upon inadvertently, leading her to chastise him vehemently. As she brushed past Nangong Boi, she forcefully collided with his shoulder. Ru Li, feeling dispirited, stepped aside, fixated on the prince lying on the bed, her eyes brimming with confusion. The 9-tailed fox, responsible for the massacre of the Nanfeng sect, was concealed within him. What was her purpose, and why did she choose to absorb his essence in such a manner? After much deliberation, the old rogues, ultimately through Sanyas, established a connection with the magical communication of Roland City. However, this time, Old Li chose not to reach out to the Elven King Lauren or the Grand Elder Dahamis, but rather to the High Priest of the Temple of Nature, Yelma. Cao Cao had designated a hunting ground named Shutian, situated 10 miles outside of Xuchang, where he had previously driven numerous wild beasts. He also prepared fine steeds, splendid hounds, bows, and arrows. Once all preparations were complete, Cao Cao invited the emperor and his ministers to enter Shutian 5 days later to commence the hunt. With a single command from Old Li, a delegation of thousands sprang into action, each individual wearing a grim expression as they mounted their steeds, gripping their weapons or staffs with one hand, quietly guiding their mounts through the snow-laden wisteria forest, racing towards Roland City. Zheng Jia returned, irate after a recent sweep, striding towards Chu Xian's quarters while shouting the aforementioned words, given the life-and-death stakes for everyone involved. His urgency was palpable as he sought to discuss strategies with Chu Xian. Yang Zichen rapped on the imposing steel door behind him, casting a serious glance at the silent members of the Great Western State team. How could it possibly be the assault camp? Why would it be the assault camp's brothel? A place of fleeting romance. Wasn't it already reported that soldiers from the assault camp had appeared at Gao Shan's location? How could there still be remnants within Wanqing? My brother, you are unaware that this spirit-seeking bee has previously manifested in my Wuyin sect. It can locate places rich in spiritual energy and areas where demonic energy coalesces, making it an excellent tool for uncovering treasures and fortuitous lands. Shi exclaimed with delight, having already established the spiritual seal. However, he felt no fear, believing that dealing with these 3 young individuals, one of whom was gravely injured, posed no threat to his seasoned warriors. Bastards, how did you set this trap? Was it not stated that this path was free of traps? Shiera angrily dispatched personnel to lay traps. Looking at the vanishing Wenrua, Gohui could only harbor resentment, casting a lingering glance at the world before him. Like Wen Yan, he too was utterly dissolved into nothingness. Having long grown accustomed to Mo Fan's aloof demeanor, I remained silent, seizing the emerald vial to uncork it. I poured forth a pill radiating with a jade-like luster and swiftly placed it into Hao Shandong's mouth. Observing his prolonged reluctance to swallow, I leaned closer. exhaling gently into his mouth until he finally gulped down the pill, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. In that moment, numerous gazes fixated upon Mohe and the 6 other golden immortals, who were engaged in the intricate arrangement of prohibitive spells, yet no one made an immediate move. Chapter 158. When enemies meet, tensions run high in the midst of this cacophonous environment. The gradually resonating sound of crisp footsteps was remarkably clear, reverberating through the hearts of the crowd and instilling an involuntary sense of dread. Who could it be? Huang Mao, leaning against the wall, suddenly altered his expression, his demeanor turning grave as he turned to gaze towards the entrance. The eerie footsteps, which had suddenly echoed, filled him with an overwhelming sense of alarm. A faint palpitation spreading within him, igniting an inexplicable fear that rendered him restless. With Huang Mao's loud exclamation, the jubilant clamor in the room came to an abrupt halt. Although his companions were somewhat perplexed, they nonetheless complied and ceased their revelry. "Ah, Naruto. It has been quite some time," Kiba exclaimed, approaching with Akamaru, and then abruptly clapping Naruto on the shoulder. "Over the past 3 years, I have trained relentlessly. This time, I shall not be so easily defeated." As Yang Ke was discussing the upcoming registration match, the stone door of the cave was suddenly shattered by a powerful force, flying open. After sending off the last neighborly matron who had come to propose a match, Zhuiyun wiped the sweat from his brow with a wry smile. Feeling that conversing with these matrons was far more exhausting than battling for 300 rounds. The Phoenix warriors beside her were also swiftly engulfed by a whirlpool of flames. The surging fiery energy enveloped the Phoenix warriors, whose faces were filled with astonishment as they hurriedly turned around. Upon returning to the room, Xia Feng could no longer contain the excitement he had been suppressing. He began to pace back and forth, nearly bursting into exuberant shouts. The migration of the flame demon did not take him by surprise. Although the prophet seemed to have anticipated events ahead of time, it bore no significant impact on the larger scheme of things. By evening, Wang Bai received an urgent directive relayed by Peng Jinjin. Any form of contact with the Ma family was strictly prohibited. Remain on standby. The rural militia was akin to the present-day militia, consisting of local farmers who gathered during their off-seasons, wielding wooden spears and knives, practicing for a few weeks to fulfill their obligations. During this time, the authorities would occasionally provide a midday meal, and on fortunate days, a few copper coins. Wu Sheng let out a quiet sigh, glancing at Yang Ke, and with a somber expression, descended from Xingtai alongside the 2 men, initially intent on pursuing Pan Xingguang. Xia Feng reconsidered. The demonic power lurking within him was ultimately inescapable, and should these individuals flee, the uncertainty of their whereabouts would render them elusive. Thus, he abandoned the pursuit of Pan Xingguang. Calculating the time, it had only been a month or 2 since Qi Naishi had fled, and by then, the entire financial market of Tianjin would be thrown into chaos. The members of the New Star Corps were momentarily astonished. They had just witnessed Wesley's miraculous abilities, the appearance and disappearance of the divine armor, and now, yet another suit of technological battle armor. The commander was bewildered, realizing that this was not divine technology, but rather that of Earth. Giratina made no attempt to evade. Consequently, the freezing projectile struck its target without exception, causing the temperature on the ground to plummet dramatically, encasing Giratina in a layer of frost. Rest assured, there are no issues. You are currently formidable. With a month remaining, I shall train you diligently. For I have great faith in your potential, Wesley remarked with a smile. Oh dear, senior, please do not refer to me as Mr. Zhou. It truly vexes me. Kindly call me Zhou Rui instead, as it sounds more pleasant to my ears. Hearing my words, the 7 individuals furrowed their brows, pondering whether this person before them was the solitary Star Han or another exceptionally skilled player. It was indeed perplexing, yet the overwhelming aura of violence suffocated the air. Conversely, Princess Elizabeth, much like the legends foretold, trailed closely behind Albert, her expression revealing a hint of sorrow and disdain. The invigilator's mouth had transformed into an O shape, for even he found it exceedingly challenging to breach this barrier, while I, a mere newcomer, had managed to accomplish it. Chapter 159. Vulnerable to a blow, Xia Haojue departed, and none knew of his whereabouts. His plan, it seemed, had been in the making for many years, perhaps since the moment he first entered to partake in a feast of free sustenance. They did not concern themselves with the stability of their work or the abundance of their earnings. They merely wished to devote themselves, and that was all. As the poetry gathering commenced, Chang Yulo, having prevented the initial provocateur, soon withdrew, leaving a multitude of talented individuals to engage in spirited debate. She, in turn, approached the 5th prince. The sunlight slanted gently, cascading from the eaves and illuminating the figure of Chanshu Yaozai, who gradually emerged from the shadows. Perhaps, while our mother is away hunting, we should steal that magical treasure, proposed the elder brother. Which Hu family village lies beneath Yangming Mansion? I recall there being several villages under Yangming's jurisdiction bearing that name, yet I have never visited any of them. Is there something peculiar about it? Lin Sunlin remained unaware of any issues pertaining to Hu family village. The once golden hair, now tinged with red at the edges, appeared somewhat dim, and the unkempt sideburns hinted at neglect. Ultimately, in order to stabilize their market, a substantial investment was required, leading them to exchange the summer debts they held for capital from Wuyo Capital, thereby allowing the latter to acquire a staggering 80% of the summer debts circulating in the market. Following Xunyin's gesture, Liao Jiaqing turned to observe a line of ants marching across the ground. Moreover, from the moment they entered, they displayed signs of fear and unease, yet showed remarkable decisiveness when it came to poisoning during the pouring of water, maintaining a calm demeanor when exposed, which greatly impressed Lu Chun. Xiaoyu retracted his aura shield and, with poise, returned to his seat within the combat arena, unfazed by the multitude of gazes directed at him. He could sense that most of these looks were filled with admiration and respect. The 9 ice serpents consumed the spiritual liquid effortlessly in a single breath, then turned their fervent gaze toward Zhou Dao. However, Zhou Dao paid them no mind and strode purposefully toward the 9 jade pillars. The implication was clear. True friends do not boast of their camaraderie. It is only those with lesser bonds who incessantly speak of emotions and friendships. Hui Wei's tendency to blush was perhaps not a matter of character, but rather a physical response, as her blood surged to her ears. Despite struggling to find words for an extended period, she could not utter a single sound, her frustration mounting. In Wu Jie's recollection, the assassin known as the killing stab blade existed solely for the purpose of slaughter. He cared for nothing outside of his lethal profession. It was surprising to see him concern himself with such a mere title, igniting a spark of curiosity within Wu Jie. Upon observing the facade of happiness on Bing Xiao's face, Jiang Zheng felt a twinge of shame. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his hand found its way onto Bing Xiao's, yet her touch was cool against the sweltering summer heat. Junior sister, do you know their origins? Also, how were you saved by them? After Zhou Dao and the others departed, Chun Liang's expression shifted, and he began to inquire. After fully charging her phone, Zheng Jia was inundated with a flurry of messages. Before she could finish reading one, another would appear. The pent-up grievances she had harbored erupted all at once, and she wept uncontrollably. Qin Yang, recognizing the depth of her emotions, gently embraced her, soothing her long hair in a comforting gesture. After Alusha responded, Murong Chun chose to focus elsewhere, casting healing winds towards Xiao and Simon, transforming their critical injuries into mere scrapes, before turning his gaze to the stunned and incredulous look of his own turtle dove. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, a colossal cosmic wormhole was unveiled, plunging the entirety of New York into chaos, as all eyes were drawn to the vast spatial rift above. The American consulate was promptly informed of the event. A cadre of distinguished naval officers looked towards General Zhanghua, seated at the forefront, awaiting his command. Yi Hong retracted his telescope and turned to Lu Ming, inquiring whether the passage to Luoyang had indeed been severed. Was it truly a tempest? Had he lost his senses? Li Xiao found himself utterly perplexed by the man's thought process. If he hadn't lost his mind, what could compel him to court danger so recklessly? For many years, he had remained vigilant, activating his observation haki whenever he encountered unfamiliar territory to avoid losing his way. Present at the scene were only Tuoba Luguan and his loyal bodyguard, both awaiting the arrival of a whole roasted lamb. I wish we had been born in the same era, so I can spar with you at the height of your prowess, Zaro remarked disdainfully, placing his sword, Autumn Water, aside as he fixed his gaze upon Ryoma. Mr. Liu, who had just slammed against the door, was abruptly struck in the nose by its swinging open, causing blood to gush forth instantly. He harbored no fear of displeasing Su Lin. In fact, even if he did provoke her, he might not even recognize her ire. From the very first floor, only the most esteemed merchants of Weidu County could gain entry, for the threshold of Wanyue Tower was exceedingly high, without a modicum of status. One could not pass through its doors. Could you not consider my feelings? The ever-cheerful Choi Sully wore a completely humorless expression at that moment. It was evident that Ino was overthinking. The child was still entangled in a web of complex emotions, seeking not to attract attention, but rather to navigate her inner turmoil. Chapter 160. Ruthless Assassination. As Situ Wanner spoke, her bright eyes cast a noble glance towards Yi Hao, seemingly conveying a silent emotion. Although Ouyang Mingyang's words were laden with sarcasm, what he ought to do was sincerely apologize, rather than engage in frivolous banter with Ouyang Mingyang. They were perplexed. For the sake of a mere Mo Wanchun, old Dan had imposed such a stern punishment upon Master Qinzheng. confining him for half a year without the freedom to venture outside. Was this not a tad excessive? Observing the officials present, who remained in a daze, the emperor shook his head and departed. He gazed ahead at the countless ethereal figures of heavily armored cavalry when they charged forth. Their demeanor was calm and devoid of fear. Shinyanchi stood transfixed for several moments before bending down to right the trash can, restoring it to its original position. However, a voice echoed in his ear, not from Qatar, for he lacked the qualifications to enter the realm of the stealing heaven decision. It was the voice of Ramos. Yet, he altered his approach, inflicting harm upon countless individuals without shedding a single drop of blood, with no one possessing the evidence to accuse or apprehend him. Oh, the sheer thrill of being able to ruin lives merely through the utterance of words was utterly delightful. Upon hearing this, Master Wang's expression changed. At that moment, he could no longer afford to concern himself with matters of shame. The events of the night were unprecedented in his life, utterly bizarre. And he naturally believed old Yang's words. Of course, the prominent figures in the front rows of the court were aware of the underlying matters, yet they were somewhat taken aback by the emperor's intentions. Whether Duanzhan had orchestrated this deliberately, or whether she had simply remained reclusive, she had indeed not witnessed Duanzhan engaged in any legitimate affairs. Yet now, the crown prince had already fallen from grace, his maternal clan branded as traitors, and he remained in constant opposition to the emperor, potentially facing deposing at any moment. After much back and forth, the old patriarch could only see the Lu prefect's family as the most suitable kinship. Suddenly, Chen Shoshan halted his right hand, which held the rice bowl. Swiftly grasping the soup bowl instead, he drained the duck soup in one gulp, covering the rice bowl and flipping both bowls upside down. This formidable demon was a half-step demon saint, and its gaze towards the Qingyun goddess was filled with greed and fervor. Yuan Shu, extravagant and debauched, extorted and oppressed, ultimately faced betrayal from all sides, leading to a scarcity of resources and a disease that went untreated. Yet, her family was willing to conduct thorough investigations and verify repeatedly, rather than hastily concluding in anger, already granting him, Yi Qing, an opportunity. Huang Yuan was not the type to recklessly gamble his life against criminals for a few righteous slogans. Luli did not fall into the trap, merely raising an eyebrow with a playful expression as she regarded Zhang Bai, as if to say, "You reap what you sow, your demise is inevitable." Unexpectedly, when the blood-red figure approached, without waiting for Junjie to speak, with a reddened gaze and an expression of barely contained rage, she reached out and pinched Junjie's ear. Moreover, not everyone was permitted to enter the palace. Keeping her there without authorization was also a grave transgression. This individual was equipped with an old-fashioned samurai sword at his waist. Yet it bore no sheath. The cold light continuously reflected off the blade, illuminating the thick clouds above, resembling a streak where a piece of black jade had been severed by a fine steel wire. Merely by this appearance, one can surmise that this blade is no ordinary weapon. I apologize for the wait. Let us commence now. This location is rather inconvenient, so I shall instruct the steward to arrange a room. Lung Qianqian genuinely felt a pang of guilt. No, Haisha coldly retorted, his gaze dull and devoid of emotion as he cast a fleeting glance at the sword cultivators rushing towards them. It is, of course, someone you can trust. Jumian Xiaohu dialed a sequence of numbers on his mobile device and handed it to Qin Xiao. Under the duress of mental collapse, they fell apart, scattering in all directions. The advanced weaponry in their hands became utterly ineffective. Pursued by the natives, they met their demise, yet a few sailors, armed and desperate, rushed towards the aircraft piloted by Qin Xiao, only to be methodically gunned down by Huafao wielding a machine gun. Now would be the opportune moment to return to the Jiwang mansion. Lung Qianqian wished to avoid another encounter with assassins today. What? Chu Jiuchen furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed by Su Miao's words. She could not act capriciously. She must not allow anyone to tarnish her husband's reputation, regardless of whether her husband lived or perished. She would uphold his honor for as long as she drew breath. Currently, Lu Shua stands as the most celebrated comic author in the nation, with everyone in the anime industry eager to capitalize on his fame for their own gain. In the past, this token would have sufficed to command any subordinate of Zhao Go, yet now, even entering the palace gates proves impossible. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the dilapidated wooden house by the roadside, illuminating a pool of murky water that exuded an indescribable stench, provoking a visceral urge to retch. The roadside was lined with shabby dwellings, reminiscent of a refugee area, inhabited by the downtrodden and those on the fringes of society. Shi Tuantian knew well that he could never out-argue Jiang Long. It was evident, especially with the fearsome Manjiao by Jiang Long's side. Over time, Shi Tuantian began to interpret Jiang Long's remarks as compliments, opting not to nitpick, especially since Manjiao, a fierce tigress in her own right, could turn aggressive at any moment. It was likely a technique involving the assembly of bones from the bone forest realm into a bone hammer for a powerful strike. Now that Bian Tianzi was inside, it was anticipated that after inheriting the legacy of the first generation of kings, his strength would escalate further, widening the gap between them. This prompted them all to consider retreating into seclusion for cultivation, striving to lessen the distance between one another. Otherwise, they would feel like a burden to Bian Tianzi. A piercing, heart-rending scream echoed, a sound that could only emanate from one subjected to unspeakable torment. Chapter 161. The transformation of Chun Xiaohua. The wizard seemed to be touched by Wen Ruiyan's stubbornness, letting out a sigh as he helped her to her feet. It was utterly outrageous. Such blatant disregard for others was infuriating. Yin Xiang was equally incensed, yet upon witnessing Dongfang Hong's inclination to confront, she hurried to intervene. She grasped Dongfang Hong's hand that held the sword, her eyes silently imploring him to refrain from acting impulsively. However, Zuiyu remained impervious to her kindness, his demeanor consistently cold, reclusive, and taciturn. Yet, upon observing Xia Hao's inclination towards self-destruction, her inherently kind nature stirred a sense of compassion within her. Beyond the enigmas that Xiao had never publicly addressed, the post contained evidence in the form of numerous images. A cool, crisp voice resonated above, and Shun Mubai looked up to see the male protagonist with a jawline that was impeccably chiseled, his thin lips pressed into a grim line, reflecting his displeasure. Although she spoke with resolve, Shui Yifei found herself lacking confidence, for the distinct sound of slaps echoed in her ears. As she watched the tall, imposing man sidestep and directly consume the beverage she had been coveting, Rongxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Last night, observing Zhang Mashi continuously drinking, she had indeed contemplated intervening, particularly as he was still recovering from severe internal injuries. Recalling her recent frequent strolls near the Xiang residence without ever hearing news of Tian Yuan, Xiaohua surmised that Tian Yuan had likely not returned to the mansion. As Jiang Dong and the pangolin emerged, a tumultuous uproar erupted at the entrance of the rear hall. Simultaneously, a figure of significant stature took action, and fortunately, the old honey badger discerned the impending danger and swiftly positioned himself in front of the three. Nanshi took a leave of absence, and Zhuoling, filled with concern, insisted on accompanying her. Yet, she resolutely refused, as this matter pertained to Hai's lifelong happiness, and she could not afford to be careless. She believed it prudent to investigate the situation herself, considering that the son was not well acquainted with Zhuoling. To her astonishment, in this desolate, forsaken place that everyone wished to escape, there appeared to be a prince. She felt utterly blind to such revelations. "You must be Qianji Mountain. Indeed, you appear remarkably youthful." It was unexpected to find Qianji Mountain embodied in a youthful visage, with skin smooth and devoid of wrinkles, save for two delicate dimples beneath his white brows, betraying no trace of age. Yet now, as she traversed the surroundings, an eerie silence enveloped the area, rendering all sounds non-existent. Prior to the descent of the divine, Circe had discreetly partitioned a portion of her mental energy. Uncle Lei Wujua, was the lord of Wudao City in Lizhou, maintaining a close camaraderie with the Yi family of Yinzhou and the Mu family of Yuzhou. Thus, when Yifeiyu encountered Lei Wujue, it was only natural for him to extend greetings. Mu Jing had no intention of observing the solo performances of these amateur players, so he directly navigated to the official League of Legends website to begin watching the matches. The rainbow crown soared from a lotus, as Rachel's tense expression materialized above a lotus. These individuals possessed the genes of biosynthetic beings, which, combined with insect DNA, facilitated effortless bodily enhancements. The Grand Aunt expressed that the gift was excessively extravagant, one she could not accept. The butler, bearing immense pressure, finally spoke up. From the mouth of the surrendering Vietnamese general, it was learned that Go Jian was concealed atop the mountain resembling an incense burner. L2, filled with elation, dispatched 50,000 troops to guard the captives, while he led the surrendering Vietnamese officers onward towards Incense Burner Peak. The grand procession entered Pengcheng, where the streets were lined with citizens and scholars welcoming L2, their cheers and shouts resonating through the air. Observing Jiang Xin and Dong Ji's casual demeanor, Sun Li felt a twinge of envy, yet simultaneously experienced a sense of relief. "Very well, I shall have the tent moved at once." Yang Yaozu, catching a glance from Ming Fei, was already captivated by her presence. Upon her request to clear the area, he immediately nodded in agreement. "Taisher de Fu, in the past, I believed you to be akin to the foolish Ji Ran. Yet today I realize my error. You are not a fool, but a man of true national character. Please accept my sincere apologies," L2 said, stepping back and bowing respectfully. He walked towards the door with AOG, conversing in a manner that resembled an ordinary exchange between father and son. Where have we arrived? Nailin Xiao and others were present, along with experts dispatched from various esteemed families. After being struck by Yi Qiu's dragon blade and stumbling back, Han Ye's face turned pale as he hurriedly retreated. If he pressed on, a single lethal blow from Yi Qiu could cost him his life. For a warrior-type player capable of long-range attacks, he could not afford to be reckless. Having been away for 2 days, Fisher had yet to call him. And as a fiancé, he had indeed been overly neglectful. No one anticipated that within just half a month, the rift between Leonard and the Spurs had escalated to a point of irreconcilability. The star nurtured by Popovich harbored such disdain for the Spurs. Dooku then introduced Li Jingyu to her, and they shook hands before turning to find Pan Nono and her sister. They spotted Pan Nono dining with Duan Wan, while Pan Yi sipped on wine nearby. Thus, whether it be demon beasts or sentient beings, they were generally unpalatable. Ordinary wild animals were relatively more delectable. Wang Ku and Hai Ling exchanged glances, realizing that the defensive weapon from Blue Star, specifically the super-strong magnetic assimilation bomb, played a critical role in disabling their defensive interception system in an instant. Standing in the paint, Aiton, witnessing the situation, cursed inwardly and stepped up to assist in defense. However, Ross had already released the ball just before he approached, and the basketball ricocheted off the backboard and into the hoop, scoring 2 points. I understand medicine. Chen Bing thought to herself that since her brother was ill, it was imperative for her to treat him, and she need not concern herself with the promise made to the coward. Consequently, without a second thought, she uttered the words. This area would undoubtedly hold nothing of interest. The group passed through to discover a fountain pool, at the center of which stood a statue of a koi fish. Facing inward, Fan Diqing lay asleep. His eyes were gently closed, yet a stream of tears flowed down his nose. However, when placed in the hands of Western colonizers, many splendid locales have been reduced to mere wastelands, squandered and degraded. For centuries, they have languished in stagnation and even regressed, devoid of any managerial acumen, thus tarnishing the beauty of these precious lands. Chapter 162. The situation in Jiang City, Star Longkong spoke. We have arrived. Let us descend. While in the air, Feng Bufan noticed that all the peaks within the Xingxuan mountain range emanated a luminous glow at night, save for this particular peak, which appeared eerily dull and mundane, as if it were an outsider to the mountain range. Soon, countless ninjas would focus their attention on Konoha, leaving no opportunity to assist him in the slightest. Humph. You are too wicked. Do not presume that by threatening me, scaring me, or withholding my sustenance, I shall depart. Such delusions. I shall not leave. Bai Mu pouted and turned her head away, resembling a child who has yet to mature. Did the girl not fear that the food might be poisoned? The youth jested, as she finished the meal without hesitation. In the ancient battle millions of years ago, the primordial deity led the pantheon into combat, resulting in the fall of countless divine ranks, only to be reborn thereafter. The current state of affairs within that realm remains a mystery. Feng Bufan could never have anticipated that Shui Yuran would so readily acquiesce to his terms, even addressing him as a distinguished guest of the Tianxua sect, a development beyond his expectations. It appeared that his previous understanding of Shui Yuran was somewhat flawed, tinged with misunderstanding. You should seize this excellent opportunity, should you not? In a position of disadvantage, one must exploit any weakness, unless one is profoundly cunning, like a wily old fox. Yi involuntarily began to chant a ballad of war in her native tongue, the peculiar melody causing the pursuing Baizhu to pause and savor the powerful strains. Just as his feet touched the ground, the song abruptly ceased. Thank you, esteemed elder. I am profoundly grateful. However, may I inquire how many starstones you require? Feng Bufan did not entertain the notion of fortune falling from the heavens. Rainchuan would not bestow upon them an 8-leaf snow lotus without compensation. At that moment, as the aroma of the served dishes wafted through the air, Feng Bufan could no longer contain his hunger. Without further ado, he began to feast. And in the blink of an eye, the table was nearly cleared of its offerings. Lin Gu, draw your blade. Lin Gu maneuvered his horse to circle from the side, his tattered cloak billowing in the wind. Do not feign innocence, I. Yet upon witnessing the faint smile from Lu Ju, he comprehended the truth. This was a matter of his life, and regret had come too late. Though his driving technique appeared reckless, each maneuver was executed with remarkable confidence. Every tactical movement of the aircraft anticipated within his calculations. Who, then, was this Mr. Liu? Remarkably skilled. Yet now that matters had been resolved, preparations must commence. Wait. He, there shall be excitement ahead, Xiao Emo remarked with a sinister grin. Before long, the helicopter ascended slowly, heading towards the Chinyan mountain. From the perspective of the skeletal wolf, it was evident that the number of earth dragons was comparable to that of the flying dragons. Previously, Yu Chuxian had no means of contacting Yang Xie. This time, Yang Xie took the initiative to add him on QQ, a chance Yu Chuxian would not dare to miss. Despite not knowing how she had obtained his QQ information. In summary, the development of new pharmaceuticals is a high-risk, high-investment, yet undoubtedly high-reward industry. The research and development cycle is lengthy, necessitating close collaboration and coordination across multiple disciplines and professions. Thus, Xian, somewhat reluctant, returned to his dormitory to prepare for the upcoming basketball match against Steve University. Ultimately, he arrived at the location where the body was buried, only to be struck by fear as he discovered that the corpse had inexplicably vanished. Each day consisted of eating, drinking, sleeping, and consuming medication, coupled with various degrees of treatment painful, to say the least. It appeared that Luo Zitong intended to follow, leaving Xia Ziyuan momentarily perplexed about how to respond. She did not wish to harm Luo Zitong, yet felt uncertain on how to face her. Ayotsuan, originally grasping the edge of the curtain with the intention of pulling it aside, found her hand seized again by Qianze, who forcefully attempted to draw her inside. Perhaps it was due to inadequate preparation, she thought, and thus she did not resist, slipping through the curtain's edge. Once they entered, the two locked the door and instructed those outside to reinforce the barrier, preventing any sounds from escaping. Seeing Ruan Enchi in such a state stirred something within Ruan Tianzhang. He was taken aback that despite his treatment of her, she would still protect him. If we were to expand the army to 400,000, do you think that would suffice? Chu Xiao pondered as he poured himself another cup of tea, sipping it slowly. When did the Middle Earth produce such a young master of extraordinary prowess? Could it be the much-discussed young master of the Eight Extremes Palace from Shuangzhou? It is not that his strength is abnormal. The voice of Ing carried a hint of disdain as he remarked. Rather, his abilities are rather unique. Have you ever heard of the 12 Trials? As they journeyed midway, Song Huatzi finally registered the situation. She had been following Meng Xiaoyan closely, her thoughts wandering until they finally settled on him. Su Jingtian felt an overwhelming pressure as hundreds of soul-eating ants breached the sea of flames, rushing toward him. He swiftly pivoted and soared into the air. After completing the task, Bao Chun and the others returned to Shun Cheng's residence. Deputy Commander Lin indicated they would need to change accommodations, citing Shin Cheng's place as too rudimentary. Her words bore no substantial effect, as she thought to herself that feeling nervous and fearful was inevitable on the first ride. One must understand that his strength was on an entirely different level compared to that of the Heavenly Leader. The disparity was immense, as the Heavenly Leader could easily slay him with but a breath. Yurichuo took a swift step forward, rushing to Yurixi, chattering animatedly. Lin Wan could not comprehend the words, but understood that the bond between these two brothers was profoundly deep, and Yurichuo held tremendous respect for Yurixi. Whatever Yurixi said, he nodded in reverent agreement. Chapter 163. The Art of Flattery. Although humanity now conceals a colossal security hazard, one might consider from another perspective that, despite the peril, it also presents a tremendous opportunity for advancement. If I could eradicate all the anomalous creatures within the city, to what heights might my prowess ascend? Jiang Zheng's thoughts shifted, igniting a fervor within him. Indeed, danger and opportunity coexist. It merely depends on whether one can seize the favorable circumstances. Jiang Zheng calculated that the city boasted millions of foundational experience points and dozens of primary and secondary anomalous creatures. Given the significant connection between GP Energy's batteries and vehicles, and considering that Tesla first penetrated the American market, the NASCAR event, an influential automotive spectacle in the U.S., would serve as an excellent promotional avenue by emblazoning the GP Energy logo on a racing team. Unbeknownst to Su Wanga, a pair of eyes had been following him since his departure. Eventually, upon witnessing Su Wanga settle into a corner and engage in conversation with Yen Mumu, she found herself unable to maintain her composure. That evening, Yen Mumu sat in Su Wanga's bedroom, contemplating her future. Shortly after Director Zhang had left, she awoke and immediately inquired if Su Wanga's child was still safe. Upon receiving an affirmative nod from Su Wanga, her heart found solace. Indeed, the simplicity of this person made him easily trusting. If one were to ponder seriously, could Huawei truly execute the soft fist's 8 trigrams 64 palms without the assistance of the white eye? In his excitement, Enfeng neglected to watch the path ahead, and without hesitation, he stepped into a thicket only to find it empty beneath him. By the time his mind registered the situation, he had already lost his balance and tumbled forward, crashing down the slope into the underbrush. Fortunately, the terrain was not steep. The purpose of Ling Yun and his companion's arrival was fundamentally aimed at the celestial dragon. This situation, therefore, aligned perfectly with their intentions. with power generally refers to the head of a family bestowing one of his retainers to another as assistance. Since the Renmu family had covertly sided with the Ohaya family, Chongyuan Institute resolved to grant Renmu Shinji to Ohaya Hirasada as a gesture of alliance, perhaps temporarily stabilizing Ohaya Hirasada in anticipation of Gosen Maru's coming of age. Let him continue to dream. Thus, Enfeng's cunning nature was evident. However, as long as results were achieved, the rewards would be plentiful. He might even consider offering stock options, and should he contemplate an IPO in the future, referencing the growth rates of other high-tech firms. A 100-fold increase in stock price would not be unattainable. What filled him with even greater dread was the sight of the ravaged Killian, mere seconds later, launching itself towards the colossal void beside it, its enormous mole relentlessly gnawing at the flesh of its counterpart. Of course, the most exasperating aspect was the inability to send bullet comments. Even if some translators wished to contribute, they were powerless to do so. He abandoned the notion of having Crown Prince Xiaodi ascend to the throne, as the third prince, Xiaodi Ning, was merely over 2 years old. To await his maturity would render him too aged. He was uncertain whether he could endure until that time to abdicate. Furthermore, he was not entirely convinced that Xiaodi Ning would treat him as favorably as the Crown Prince had done once he grew older. Partner, I actually have another business opportunity here, with a rather high price point. I wonder if you dare to take it on. Over the past 5 years, she has not only ceased to contact Jun Mukin, but has also shown no interest in his affairs. Previously, there was talk of using the new district as a pilot. Yet it is quite disheartening that it has only now been brought forth at such a critical juncture. Fang Zhaoheng also offered a few words of admiration, after which both parties entered the hotel suite, closing the door behind them to deliberate, with the map bestowed by the Snail Clan in hand. Who have inhabited these waters for generations, they possess knowledge of perilous areas and safe havens far more comprehensive than the internal maritime chart. Ultimately, Wu Xian could no longer contain himself. He blinked his somewhat dry eyes and pulled Yu Yi to a nearby chair, insisting that he take a seat. Chapter 164. The Promise. Yang felt an unexpected dryness in her mouth. Why was it that the more she schemed against Su Jing, the better that girls seemed to fare, while they themselves found themselves in such disarray? Why was she still ruminating on such matters at this juncture? You cannot fathom how terrifying she is. I nearly lost my footing in fear, Ko Su fumed. Though the hall was spacious, it still felt somewhat constricting. Moreover, Bu Qianhuai sought to establish a reputation not through her own name, but rather through the prowess of her sword. Many disciples within the hall were oblivious to this. After all, most rumors were disseminated by ordinary disciples and servants like them. You see, all the equipment today is malfunctioning. There's no rush. We can always return later. A young man in a CAF remarked, shrugging helplessly at Yi Tianyi. Upon arriving at a manor, the fisherman hastily ushered Li Jun, Tong Wei, and Tong Meng inside. Unaware of the scheme, the three acquiesced and entered the manor. Luo Yu had no desire to act in such a manner. From the very beginning, she aimed to protect Blue Star, which encompassed the billions of ordinary humans residing there. If that is the case, why allow her mood to deteriorate so? It would be wiser to adopt a more lenient perspective on these matters, thus alleviating her worries. Zhou Bingran found little to occupy his time in the armed police dormitory. So he rose and left, heading straight for Zhang Yimen. As he pondered his vexations, he noticed Su Si leisurely strolling in, hands clasped behind his back, appearing utterly unperturbed. What is it? The same question lingered, yet the aura behind this inquiry lacked the fervor of his earlier exclamations. Should the Kashmir workshop cease operations one day, perhaps others would come seeking her talents. After all, she was skilled. But what kind of scenario would that present? Would she still earn the respect of others, living as comfortably and freely as she did now? Who could guarantee such a fate? Raising his gaze to the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, Ingzai wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered a curse. It was nearly November. Yet there was no hint of autumn, not even a whisper of wind. However, it was somewhat understandable that the ancestor refrained from ascending due to attachment to the sect he had painstakingly established. But what of the ethereal presence? The affiliated high school of Central University was a boarding institution where residents from both local and distant celestial bodies were housed. Initially, they were granted 2 days off each week. That afternoon, after listening to 2 reports, he was contemplating how to effectively advance rural work when his phone rang. To his astonishment, it was Su Ying. In such a rigidly structured environment, the vast disparity in status and the resulting radical transformations seemed to defy reason. Unless one was left with no choice. This is bad. It seeks to harm you. A vendetta for life cannot be altered by a mere exchange of words. Obsession is the essence of a ghost's existence. When that obsession dissipates, the soul is lost. Zhang Ren was lost in thought when suddenly someone approached him to report military matters. He snapped back to reality, shooting an irritated glance at the messenger and chiding them. Although the inspection team would undoubtedly hold Deputy Director Jiang Zheng accountable if any issues were found, he is, after all, the head of the Tourism Bureau. And regardless of the circumstances surrounding the Bureau, he would inevitably be implicated. In the end, he struggled to divert his gaze from Xiang Mayan's face and turned his attention to Suyu, silently moving his lips as if he wished to convey something to her. Tu Fei moved with astonishing speed, and given that Xiang Zhanyun had sustained severe injuries and was incapable of resistance, Tu Fei swiftly maneuvered behind Xiang Zhanyun, grasping the nape of his neck. With a firm squeeze, Xiang Zhanyun's vision faded to black as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiaolong's phone rang with an imposing tone. Upon answering, he found it to be an unfamiliar number. Xiaolong mused to himself, could this be a business opportunity? Hua Sanchao smiled, and in an instant he vanished, reappearing directly in front of Qi Fei, who was taken aback and instinctively retreated, while the remaining disciples in yellow garments swiftly encircled him. Seemingly aware of his distraction, Su Yang draped her delicate arm around his neck, playfully calling out to him while slightly elevating her form, allowing her ample bosom to gently graze against his chest. The soiree proved to be exceedingly dull. In the remaining time, Yin Biwei completely forgot the purpose of her attendance, which was to assist Su Nianan in seeking her next romantic endeavor. Instead, she was inadvertently scouting for her own prospects, even analyzing the physiques and happiness indices of the men while conversing with Su Nianan. Amidst the swirling dust, the Beast Lord's countenance, twisted with fluctuating emotions, revealed his turmoil. However, burdened by grave injuries and suddenly confronted by this enigmatic figure, he clenched his teeth, determined not to succumb to immediate peril. He swiftly transformed into a cloud of black mist and darted towards the outskirts of the martial arena. Above, a figure resembling the king of hell loomed. How could this be? A closer inspection of those around revealed that both the elderly and the young wore similar garments, their faces pale and devoid of color. Li Bing found himself momentarily dazed, as the commotion ahead suggested that a scuffle was taking place. Why did I lose my child? Do you know? Yen Mo's face bore a look of confusion as he turned to Lu Tianxiang. Li Bing quickly sensed something amiss, noticing a ghostly hand obstructing Zhao Jie's eyes, which incensed him, prompting a shout as he hurried over. In his haste to descend the stairs, he hastily donned a garment before making his way down. Chapter 165. The crisis of Su Ziqing. What if you were not as astute? What if he lacked such indifference? Perhaps Peng Yaqian's schemes would not be devoid of potential realization. She had encountered this box, crafted from golden silk Nanmu wood, which remains untainted by time even after a century buried underground. It was the very box her mother used to present her father with the inkstone. Her father subsequently extracted the inkstone and concealed it beneath the earth. The moment her gaze fell upon the corpse, Gu Bainan finally understood why Jun Yeqing had forbidden her from looking. She uttered not a word, settling into a lotus position and closing her eyes. By the time she had harmonized all 5 elements, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. When she opened her eyes, Xin Shaozhan remained in a deep meditative state. Was it not also due to his inability to endure another moment in that residence in Yuanpu County? Jiang Zheng even speculated whether this was a divine punishment bestowed upon him. She no longer suppressed her feelings for Jun Yinhua as she had in the past. It had become quite natural for her to inquire directly if he had received any correspondence. Zhao Guangshuan, with his flowing sleeves, spoke with a resonant voice, captivating the attention of the novices in the square. Observing their reactions, Zhao Guangshuan nodded in satisfaction. Before long, similar sounds resonated from afar, invigorating the 3 men. Shi Yuchu found it perplexing why she needed to visit a private clinic after having her health checked just days prior. A wisp of black smoke emerged from the black cloak, weaving through the boy's brow and escaping from his tailbone. Let us not dwell on hypotheticals. Had the solitary lamp master not ventured to the Sun family to rescue by Wu Shuang yesterday, but instead visited the oil factory, there would be no doubt that Wang Feng would not be languishing on a hospital bed, but rather seated with the king of hell, sipping tea. Alice's culinary creations were not molecular gastronomy. Rather, they featured a perfectly prepared autumn mackerel, embodying the essence of the season. Dolores contemplated ringing the bell to summon Electo, but upon realizing that Electo might also be asleep, she deemed it improper to disturb her. Instead, she decided to close her eyes and rest, recalling that this was Barnett's method for lulling her to sleep. Now, she found herself soothing her own mind, a thought tinged with melancholy. It was precisely due to these numerous entanglements that he found it challenging to devote himself to martial arts studies as fervently as Su Xuanxiang and others did. The pangolin, sensing the impending strike from the heavenly dragon sword's energy, recognized the difficulty of its own eyes and chose to shut them, utilizing its formidable radar sensing system. It swept toward Lu Jun. Has Mulan not yet returned? I had just probed her aura and discovered that the individual lurking in the shadows was not particularly powerful. Why then has Mulan not made her way back? I know we are no match for you, but should I reveal my backing, you would surely tremble in fear, Shui Qian declared. As the system's voice echoed within his mind, Xu Guan instantaneously acquired a staggering 40,000 storage points. However, with only the meager information at his disposal, Xu Guan found himself incapable of reverse engineering the true origins of the system, let alone investigating the formation of the nightmarish moment and the supernatural capabilities that preceded it. Iliad rarely exhibits such leniency, sparing herself from the chaos stirred in the human realm by her bone harp, even igniting a procession within the ranks of the demonic faction. She also forgave herself for spending 6 months in the human realm seeking the sacred artifact, only to find nothing, leading her to ponder if she was ensnared in a dream. In the live stream, upon witnessing the brutal scene, nearly all the men trembled, their bodies experiencing a phantom pain in unison with Loki on the screen. Simultaneously, expressions of sympathy adorned their faces as they turned their gazes towards Loki. After a while, Mo Ishua sat up, having burned a bit of calming incense, slowly finding solace and drifting off to sleep. Her concerns were not unfounded. These individuals were all recruited by the Golden Tooth, and what if discord arose at the Emperor's tomb due to unequal distribution? Over the past month, Lin Xiao had not overly restricted the number of players. As long as there were suitable reservations, they were selected to enter the game. The day following the capture of the barefoot immortal, Hua Goer, carrying the mangled figure, meticulously searched the outskirts of the mountain god's domain. Over 100 miles from Baidu City. It was obviously a ruse. If one could not discern that, how could they serve in their duties? Shurgun remarked that with just a glance at the young master, he could tell whether he was pleased or displeased. Wan Qing chuckled mischievously. As I lay in bed that night, I felt the gentle caress of a fox spirit with a vibrant red tail encircling my body. If not for the discovery of the stone carvings, coupled with various tests and analyses, it would not have been determined that this was a blacksmith shop. One could easily tell she hailed from an aristocratic family, yet there was an air of pride about her. The old dog soared into the air, while the nearby wine master summoned a jar of forgetfulness wine. However, it dared not confront the great axe directly, instead drifting to the side, emanating a faint yellow light that resonated with enduring Taoist principles. Despite Atlantico Madrid's fierce offensive during this period, they were unable to score. Thus, she played into their hands, at the final moment casting a ghostly hex on Wang Lele, compelling them to seek clues to the Bohai underground palace. Given the existence of the imprint, it necessitated the search for a top-tier talent capable of replication, a rarity to be found nationwide. She had to prove that regardless of the circumstances, she would seek justice for the child. The demonic claws of Tian Chengzi withdrew from Zhen Wu's chest, the residual malevolence corroding flesh and bone with a sinister hiss, as Zhen Wu retreated. Dao Xian and Wan Jiani, too, bore the brunt of immense wounds, their abdomens exuding chilling demonic energy, eroded into gaping holes. Why must it be this way? Su Linga raised her head in confusion, her voice already hoarse beyond recognition. Yet, at this moment, for Su Linga, the words "I am sorry" held no significance whatsoever. Furthermore, there was the identity of the youth. Capable of affording such an expensive luxury car, it was evident he belonged to a prominent family, likely a wealthy heir. After scoring, Li Qingshan did not engage in any exaggerated celebration. He merely rose, exchanged high-fives with several teammates in the Manchester United penalty area, and jogged back to his own half. Even the sharpest teeth of a creature could not inflict such a wound. The edges of a bite would undoubtedly be jagged and uneven, resembling the teeth of a saw, with numerous fragments of flesh torn away. As the golden crow traversed the western skies, the sun ascended steadily. Nearly 100 sects, including the Kongtong sect, the 100-sword sect, the Golden Spear sect, the Wutai sect, the Wushan sect, and many renowned wanderers of the martial world, had gathered within the Chongyang Grand Hall. Due to the hall's inability to accommodate all, many sect leaders were regrettably relegated to the side chambers. Chapter 166. In times of peril, a sudden change. Shi Luoying playfully stuck out her tongue, which only tightened Li Junyin's furrowed brows further. The following morning, after breakfast, Fan Zhao bid farewell to Fan Shiping and Shi Xiangxia. Yue Xiang and Hong Er parted with tears, each embarking on their own journeys. Shi Xiangxia, keen to marry Yue Xiang to Bian Lian before Xiaoqin's wedding, ensured that the latter became his wife. Mr. Bian, an avid chess enthusiast, treated Shi Xiangxia with great respect, and given Yue Xiang's commendable skills in chess, he naturally took a liking to her. It is worth noting that when that old man arrived, only a breath remained among the 10 martial emperors. This was beyond He Liuhuan's comprehension. The dependency of nomadic economies on agricultural ones, along with the mutual exchange between the two, has formed the foundation of the historical interactions between the Central Plains and the northern grasslands for thousands of years. What does the grassland require? Everything is in demand, be it population, crops, or the iron tools they most desperately need. He Luhan inquired about the vast plains beyond the Kundi River Valley, asking how many animals roamed there. In the ever-present realm of the Jianghu, there exists a singular maiden named an Iru, whose beauty and gentleness are intoxicating. A mere smile from her reveals the wondrous nature of love. Yet, her might could compel any man to bow, and a single blow would cause even the proudest head to lower before her. However, upon hearing the name Yufan, Wei Iran's eyes betrayed a tenderness that mirrored her gaze toward Shan Wufeng. 3 days later, Fan Zhao arrived in Hangzhou, delivering the monk Qiu Chuan to the abbot Hui Ming at the Baohua Temple. Fan Zhao assumed the alias Su Shijin and took residence with Qiu at an inn. After spending 2 days exploring the city, they set off to admire the beauty of Westlake. Earlier, Lei Xiu sensed a ghostly presence in the backyard, the number of which was undeniably substantial and intangible, leaving them in a state of helplessness. The ancient coin sword in Shun Liang's possession also proved ineffective against these spirits. The situation was perplexing. To welcome the emperor, Zhujiang's governor Yonggui and Hangzhou's prefect Xue Xiu dedicated nearly 2 years to constructing a luxurious palace in Wushan. Upon residing in the opulent palace, Emperor Qianlong delighted in the vibrant blossoms and verdant willows of spring, rewarding Yonggui and Xue Xiu with a generous grant of 20,000 taels of silver for their loyalty. Listening to her words, I felt an inexplicable shiver within. Indeed, everything has settled into place now. All matters have diverged significantly from their original forms. What difference does it make between knowing and not knowing? In that moment, Ling Ruoxi adjusted her expression, smiling in gratitude towards Yun Jingqiu, reassuring herself that ninth brother, despite his cold demeanor and sharp tongue, was warm-hearted, a truth she had come to understand and endure, thus there was no need for sorrow. The sudden appearance of the supervisor startled Gao Lu, leaving him in a state of shock as he gazed at the frigid expression on the man's face. With this significant elevation in cultivation level, one could only imagine the astonishment of those who would encounter her later. The reason I recognized the bodies at a glance was that they lacked heads. Blood gushed from their necks, and soon after, 3 severed heads were thrown out. The monk emerged from the carriage, his knife transformed into a deep crimson hue. Zixuan, do give it a try. See if you can forge a bond with this great cauldron. Feng Ruhuang was aware of her third brother's intentions, thus refraining from inquiring further. For Bai Yunhao would never vie with Xia Zixuan for that which she cherished. Observe these vines. They measure at least half a meter in width. You may ascend at your leisure, Xian Gu remarked. Rushi, you ought to be cognizant of this. I have no intention of marrying in this lifetime. Therefore, do not squander your time on me. I believe that Yi Yantian is quite commendable and treats you well. Perhaps you should contemplate him. Wu Jiu stated with a tranquil demeanor. The source of the light in this place was unknown to Feng Ruhuang. The solitary candlestick stood there devoid of wax, an evident yet unacknowledged presence. In his daily endeavors, Zhongnan prioritized military training above all else, as he perceived the establishment of the Zhong family's army as paramount in the near future. Fortunately, the 500 elite soldiers were increasingly exuding a refined aura. Following the battle at Phoenix Mountain, Zhongnan felt it imperative to expedite the expansion of his forces. The elder observed Mu Fan's furrowed brow with concern, yet remained patient, awaiting Mu Fan's response. As a pinnacle-tier blue-striped serpent king, it possessed an acute instinct for danger. At that moment, upon sensing the formidable aura emitted by Li Tianyang, the Serpent King immediately detected a life-threatening peril. Without a moment's hesitation, it retracted its venomous tail, which was still suspended in midair. What does this mean? The 10th prince was perplexed by her sudden statement and turned to face her, his expression laden with confusion. The system was unable to comprehend Mu Fan's desire to return to the past, and its irritation grew, resulting in a tone that conveyed a sense of disappointment and frustration. Within the void of the virtual space, a humanoid figure composed of blue liquid sat upon a throne forged from the same substance, gazing curiously at a nearby flowing entity. After all, the martial stones expended by Li Tianyang were his own, should the former require the use of his martial stones. It was merely a reflection of his personal preferences, and they had neither the will nor the capacity to intervene. Levying trembled as she picked up the photographs one by one. With each image retrieved, tears cascaded down in streams. As the elevator door swung open, Chu Jinran was taken aback by the horrific scene in the hall. On the stretcher, despite having received hemostatic fluids, several individuals, missing limbs and drenched in blood, lay in severe unconsciousness. The wounds, hastily dressed, continued to ooze blood, staining the hall with crimson droplets. Chapter 167. Stalemate. The grotesque man was rendered utterly pale, his face resembling wax paper, as he was struck by the bizarre scene before him. The intense pain was momentarily dulled by a surge of adrenaline flooding his system. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, his eyes glazed over, devoid of focus. He numbly clutched at his agonizing wound while gazing at the twitching right hand that lay on the ground. His mind blank. In the next moment, a chilling scream escaped his lips as he collapsed to his knees. The sound of shattering glass echoed once more. And this time Su Ziqing witnessed the entire ordeal. She stared in astonishment at the hideous man, as if struck by some unseen force. At Camp Nou, Fiorentina was determined to field a younger lineup to challenge the Galactic Armada. Would Fiorentina's youthful squad clinch victory, or would Real Madrid, as always, employ their formidable strength to vanquish their opponents? Fans would soon witness the unfolding drama over the next 90 minutes. The stakes were high. A loss would leave the angry Tsang Mountain in ruins, and Qin Zhonghai, who fancied himself a hero, would find that his greatest adversary was not his foes but himself. As he and Jing Tai engaged in a mutually destructive struggle, this fierce battle was a contest of inner strength. Though it lacked the spectacle of the bloodbath between Hao Jinxiang and Ling Ding, the perilous nature of their confrontation was equally acute. A single misstep could spell doom for either combatant. Zeiss, he returned to America. Did you not see him when he left? Sambik inquired. No, K2 replied, his face flushing as he began to grasp the chieftain's implications. Madame Mu finally delivered her child, rumored to be a son. At the moment of birth, a tempest suddenly roared outside the gates of the Mu residence, causing the bamboo leaves from the nearby groves to be swept towards the entrance as if 1,000 swords were bowing to a monarch. Moments later, droplets mingled with blood cascaded down, ultimately settling into the earth along the lake's edge. With a soft thud, the figure landed steadily, yet still grasped the hilt of his sword, his aura taking some time to dissipate. I shall seek refuge with Lord Jiang in the future. How can I approach him without bringing a gift? He remarked, prompting hearty laughter from his companion, indicating a long-standing acquaintance. Shin Mingyi lifted her gaze, noticing that although she sat beside him and extended her hand towards him, her face was directed towards the entrance of the hall. Spotting Yu Huanshui, Ganhong quickly withdrew her hand in embarrassment, hesitant to engage further, and grabbed her umbrella to exit the vehicle. Initially, the elder intended to offer Wang Sheng additional compensation, but Wang Sheng felt it unnecessary and declined. Watching Han Jiang turn and depart, Hu Fei squinted, a barely discernible smirk flickering across his lips. He had anticipated Tang Duo's arrival, yet feigned ignorance, maintaining a calm demeanor. The house consisted of 2 rooms. The inner chamber served as a bedroom, while outside stood a large wooden table accompanied by 2 chairs. This was all that a deputy county magistrate possessed in terms of office equipment. After swallowing the pill, Hu Fei, feeling drowsy, gradually regained his senses and slowly opened his eyes. Xia Rulin fixed her gaze ahead, her voice frigid and imbued with an air of haughty inaccessibility. Given that dozens had aided her family in harvesting wheat the previous day, it raised the question of whom he had chosen to assist. The most prudent course of action would be to refrain from aiding any household, thus evading discontent from all parties involved. After all, her opportunities to visit the city were rare. Now that she sought out him, Goa, he was obliged to adopt a stance. Alfred casually closed the office door. Nodding amiably at a few students passing by, he hummed a piano melody effortlessly, descending the stairs as if gliding. The clash between Inter Milan and Arsenal was the highlight of this round, drawing extensive coverage from the media of both England and Italy. Ling Yen raised an eyebrow, his heart gradually sinking. He inhaled deeply, attempting to relax his tense demeanor. Beast, perish. Meng Cheetah snorted coldly, channeling his true essence. With a swing of the purple flame sword, it emitted a dazzling violet light. Hundreds of sword beams surged forth, transforming into a torrential rain of blades directed toward the Tiao Wu. Chapter 168. The vanishing bullet. The grotesque man cast a fleeting glance at the shadow, his gaze lingering on the ebony handgun he clutched tightly. A flicker of trepidation flashed in his eyes. Listen, if you wish to save her, you must throw your gun over here. Lay down your firearm, and I shall release her. Otherwise, I will end her life this instant. The ugly man, suppressing the agony from his wounds and the encroaching dizziness, coldly addressed Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a demand from this man. Observing the long-absent Jiang Zheng's silence, Su Ziqing fervently shook her head, her words muddled as she attempted to divert his attention. In the trees, Yang Yi, poised to take action, was startled and, with no time for contemplation, sprang down from the treetop with a swift motion. Wu Feng kept his head bowed, acknowledging his presence as that of a failure. As he gazed at Qing Tao, he found himself at a loss for words. He understood that the more he explained, the worse his predicament would become. Unbeknownst to them, dusk had descended, and the gentle moonlight spilled down, cloaking the Wanshan Mountains in a veil of mysterious silver. Each of their movements bore the semblance of rehearsed choreography, yet their performances were, indeed, rather lackluster. The bald man, He Chi, delivered a resounding slap, which, although loud, left no mark upon his cheek. The twilight in Lu Hua Du possessed a distinct flavor compared to that of the twilight of Death Star City. The air here seemed saturated with the essence of humanity, not a sour tang, but rather a vibrant vitality. In the city of Death Star, it was rare to encounter humans at night, for they were forbidden from venturing out, relegated to their subterranean dwellings. The four spirits soared towards her, howling through the air, unleashing torrents of flames, sharp blades, and lightning upon the fair maiden clad in white. She glanced up, a slight smile gracing her lips, as she produced a jade scepter adorned with a vividly glimmering green gem. Half human, half machine, immune to toxins and chemical agents, impervious to the harshness of seasonal changes. The formidable capabilities of advanced robotics were mirrored in Su Lin. Though she had sacrificed many human sensations, such as pain and the sensitivity to the seasons, she had gained immense power. At this moment, Zhang Gong stood among the ranks of human warriors, having just collaborated with Yujiji to dispatch a demon from the celestial realm. Bloodied and breathless, he paid no heed to wiping his face clean, instead spitting on the ground and rushing toward his next target. Yunxian nodded, acutely aware that he was indeed the subject of discussion. How could he not know? Yet, he had no time to concern himself with Yi Wuhan. Feng Jia Feng Sheng Sheng. I have it. I've started recording. I'll share it on Weibo later. Now, we transition to the second match, VN versus QN. Before we proceed, let us take a moment to discuss the related information about the three Swordmasters of Death. Let us not be perceived as tedious. Tianju cast a glance at the script, then earnestly addressed the camera, underscoring the significance of this matter. This inevitably reminded Wang Ming of that day when he and his uncle had spoken at the hot pot restaurant, overheard by Feng Ziqi and others, leading to their exposure, resulting in his sanction by the Alliance for intentional assault and subsequent sentencing. The confrontation with the monstrous werewolf transpired in the blink of an eye. The company has truly invested heavily this time. Every one of the 10 tracks in the album has been accompanied by a music video, with meticulous arrangements made on all fronts. Nevertheless, he still expended hundreds of spirit stones. Of course, given the substantial pile of spirit stones in his storage pouch, this expenditure was relatively insignificant. Yet, such unreserved spending left Lord Tiger, who trailed behind him, gasping in disbelief. This marked the brother-soul encounter through the internet. A match they had never faced even in professional competitions, both a first and a last. The identification of copper stones proves to be rather challenging. They possess a slight magnetic property and can only be detected using a specialized treasure hunting compass. Yanjin smiled as he observed Su Yan, unable to help but admire her prowess. The question she posed was not one that an ordinary person could conceive. Even he had arrived at this insight only after considerable speculation and conjecture. Chapter 169. I have triumphed in this wager. Let us not dwell on the question of willingness. Any issues arising during the evacuation cannot be guaranteed. The clash of two formidable forces unleashed a myriad of shockwaves, dispersing the fog for miles. The commotion naturally attracted a multitude of onlookers, as curiosity is part of human nature, and researchers are no exception. Among the 20 or so individuals, their voices rang out in unison, creating a commendable effect as their shouts reverberated through the streets of Qingping County. Li Lu felt a twinge of embarrassment even in his cough. He approached Yuer, and together they knelt, humbly presenting a cup of tea. In truth, the referee harbored sympathy for Yi Yuan. After all, when a divine beast appears, what other spirit could possibly contend with it? Yet, bound by duty, he had to utter these words. Zhu Yuan repeatedly slapped his own face, each strike resonating crisply without a hint of distortion. Meanwhile, the zombie, whose chest had been caved in by Su Hao's kick, charged towards him before being sent sprawling back. Let us not speak of the formidable ghostly demons. Even the earthly fiends corresponding to the 72 earthly calamities possess powers that most cannot contend with. After all, the ship was laden with numerous skilled practitioners, and with the covert protection of Sun Rulong wielding a transcendent artifact, they could easily overpower demons of the same rank. Master Yi spent a sleepless night, gazing at the debris scattered across the yard, wine flowing like a river. He felt like a disaster, a calamity unwanted even by his parents. He contemplated rushing at Shan Yi for a final confrontation, his teeth clenched, yet he remained motionless. We maintain strict discipline, Yang Disheng stated. The 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention must be recited before military training each day. Upon hearing these words, Peng Shuo felt a dryness in his throat. The thought of his mother's vengeance filled him with self-reproach and frustration. If he could not avenge his enemies, what significance did life hold for a man? Just then, the long sword suddenly halted, as Cui Feng swung the dog-toothed weapon but missed, while the long sword held dominion over Kong Wen's fate. However, just as the sword was about to pierce Kong Wen, Cui Feng halted it in midair. The disciple from the Kong Yu men, who had previously voiced doubts about Cui Feng, approached him and bowed slightly. Please do not take offense, noble one. Having lingered too long in the Shenglo mine, I have inevitably become somewhat worldly. With that, he pressed his palms together and offered a respectful bow. As night fell, Yang Linshao still awaited Master Yi's return. Picking up his phone, he realized that Master Yi's device was also missing. Recollecting the dangers of that fateful night, Yang Linshao could no longer sit idly. He rose, locked the door, and hurried to the hotel where Master Yi worked. The Ji family had nearly been emptied by Yun Feng, thus the soul stones in his possession were still quite abundant. Stop! An aged voice resonated, filled with authority. Along with the languid voice from the void, all present ceased their actions. Dong Zhanyun felt a sudden release as the soul-binding spell cast by the cold serpent vanished without a trace. Now, he finds himself at a crossroads. Visiting his grandfather would only bring calamity upon them, a course of action he cannot pursue. He once contemplated venturing to Flame Dragon Valley, but that too is an impossibility, as Wudong could very well pursue him, let alone the dangers posed by Flame Dragon Valley itself. This is only fitting, for recently, he relied heavily on the support of the villagers. Treating everyone to a meal after the annual pig slaughter was a kind gesture. Meng Ying agreed, nodding in affirmation. Sure, Meng Meng shivered slightly, biting her lip in silence, her delicate brows furrowed with worry, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of compassion as they regarded Li Yan. A humble old man, hunched and clad in simple garments, leaned on a dark cane made of unknown material, glaring at him with evident displeasure. Chu Feng, exasperated, pondered how Qing Su had managed to survive such a barrage of insults. Countless individuals had labeled him a scoundrel, and if he were to take offense at every slight, he would have long since succumbed to his own wrath. Just as Yixing was about to retaliate, Yin Shan unleashed a fiery palm strike, sending a large handprint hurtling towards him, compelling him to dodge once more. Countless fist shadows raced through the air, creating a continuous sound explosion, as if 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara had manifested before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving them bewildered. It was only at this moment that Chu Feng recalled it was his birthday. Having traversed through various realms for so long, he had completely forgotten his own special day. Had it not been for Mo Tong and the others' reminders, he might have continued in ignorance. His low cultivation level and status as a scion of a prominent family made him wary of potential kidnappers seeking to extort his family. If memory serves, she had only entered the inner sect last year, yet she had already ascended to the position of the foremost within it. Her remarkable talent and beauty were undeniable, though her frosty demeanor could be considered her sole flaw. Yuan Shao remained silent, his face shadowed with displeasure. While Yuan Shu maintained a nonchalant attitude, sipping on chilled Yuemi wine, his expression a blend of amusement and mockery as he surveyed the surrounding comrades. Despite their discord, the Yuan brothers, as prominent figures of the younger generation in the capital, often found themselves convening for discussions. Light and carefree. A formation of wild geese soared over the walls of Chang'an, heading south, the azure dragon flag fluttering in the breeze atop the city towers. Casting elongated shadows that danced upon the tranquil moat below, the waters flowing gently eastward. I suspect it has to do with that 3,000 guan issue, Yang Ying remarked, her tears finally subsiding, her perceptiveness returning as she voiced her concerns. Guo Jia smiled slightly, aware that Sun Yu had grasped his own confusion in this brief moment. Perhaps he too had found his way back. Upon hearing the name Yin, Lin Jianlan was instantly reminded of the day they stood side by side against those 2 old men. Their interaction had been fleeting, yet it remained etched in her memory. It was now late autumn of the 24th year of Hongwu, and the capital had experienced an unusually rainy season. Following the mid-autumn festival, the autumn rains had persisted unceasingly, making it rare to encounter a crisp, clear day. Even the late rice harvest was conducted under overcast skies, and this year's yield was evidently inferior to that of previous years. Chapter 170. The fate of the glasses man. You have become an extraordinary being, Jiang Zheng remarked, gazing at the bewildered Su Ziqing as he slowly approached her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I am an extraordinary being. Su Ziqing's eyes glazed over, filled with disbelief. In mere seconds, her identity had undergone such a monumental transformation, elevating her to a powerful entity above ordinary mortals. This immense shift left her utterly astounded. Taking a moment to compose herself, she inhaled deeply, quietly attuning herself to the changes within her body. Jiang Zheng placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, causing her to shudder. His words, she remained still, hesitantly observing the nightscape. Perhaps haunted by past encounters where she had faltered before him, always feeling that wherever he sat was a potential trap. To her astonishment, despite his inability to articulate clearly, he still understood the essence of intimidation. Even Linyu, with her meticulous mind, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Outwardly, the situation seemed manageable, however. Should any complications arise, especially if one were to return under suspicion, the future would become perilously unpredictable. Seeing this, Fang Duanchen's smile widened, and with a single hand, he patted Lin Yu's back. Suddenly, the formerly motionless Lin Yu coughed violently, expelling a jet of black blood that vanished into thin air before it could touch the ground. The attention given to his matters appeared to be a fortuitous turn of events, promising a smoother journey ahead and alleviating many potential troubles. With so many individuals confined within, the logistics of sustenance and sanitation posed a significant challenge. Inevitably, the demon clan would soon find themselves unable to endure and would emerge without further provocation from them. Today, Fang Zheng had fulfilled their aspirations, allowing them to envision their success vividly. A white arrow soared from the distance, slicing through the air and reaching the giant tiger in an instant, striking its right eye. Before the creature could even flail its tail, it was deftly seized by Chu Qingran, who pulled back its magnificent tail fin. Fearing for its tail's safety, the crimson goldfish resignedly allowed Chu Qingran to lead it away. Lin Yu was taken aback by Baiji's high regard for the Sister of the Wind, her expression darkening. At that moment, the afternoon sun cast its slanted rays upon the towering buildings, and Milan basked in the warm glow when suddenly, a shout pierced the serene afternoon. Indeed, a splash of hot water had landed on Lu Xina's arm from the kettle, though thankfully, the burn was not severe. The doctors in the infirmary cleaned the wound with alcohol and applied ointment, ensuring no scars would remain, while cautioning Lu Xina to be vigilant against further burns. No. Lei Yi and the others howled, yet no miracle unfolded. The blood-red skull surged into Blake's forehead in an instant. The princess's chamber of peaches? Gazing at the oversized pink teddy bear resting beside the bed, Guan Yinfei gently placed Taozi down onto the mattress. Though she had already succumbed to slumber, Taozi instinctively clutched the plush bear tightly in her embrace, a serene smile gracing her lips as a sense of security enveloped her. Yang Yi nodded, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, and decided to send the two individuals back. Upon hearing this, he began to grasp the intricate complexities of the new policy, which surpassed his expectations. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from 4 directions, the bullets sweeping across a broad area, each shot claiming a target. Initially, Xiao Shan and his companions were caught off guard, but as time progressed, Xiao Shan began to orchestrate a counterattack, momentarily suppressing Zi Xiang and his group. Naturally, she called him husband. Haha. As Lu Fan spoke, he lunged towards Kai Yin, enveloping her in his arms, his hands wandering restlessly across the softness of her form. Xianyuan Qingwei listened in silence, tears streaming down her cheeks. On one side stood her once mighty father, now beset by love's trials, and on the other, the one who captivated her heart, haunting her dreams. After countless days and nights of longing, she finally anticipated his arrival in Qin City, only to see all their dreams of love and everlasting companionship dissolve into mere wisps of smoke. Chapter 171. Ambush. Alas, why did he leave? The matter remains unresolved. Jiang Zheng gazed at Lin Jiaxi's departing silhouette and inquired of Jiang Kairan upon entering the house. With the recent scandal involving the Nation of the Stick, the previously disparaged martial arts of Huagua instantly transformed into a coveted treasure in the eyes of the public. However, the urgency in his gaze dissipated almost as swiftly as it had arisen, giving way to astonishment. Under normal circumstances, if the business at the United Hotel were to thrive even slightly, it would likely exceed the supply capacity of 2 fish ponds. Not to mention their plans to open a branch in the provincial capital. The others nodded in tacit agreement, their eyes betraying the thoughts swirling within. Yet, aside from gambling in Macau, there exists another risk-averse avenue, the gambling ships on the high seas. Here, one is not beholden to the laws of Huaxia, as it technically falls outside its jurisdiction. This lucrative industry is almost entirely monopolized by the Song family in Hong Kong. 19 years ago, his grandfather was compelled to serve as a shaman for the army and perished amidst the turmoil of war. His parents had given birth to him and his sister. Now, his sister, Mei Jia, resides alone, assisting in his medical practice by caring for patients. The clash of the two titans felled swathes of forest, the terrifying roar echoing from afar. It is worth noting that with the prior introduction of the future A1 smartphone, renowned for its quality and cost-effectiveness, both domestic and international netizens have developed a near-reverent admiration for the products produced by future technology. Cold sweat involuntarily crept up Sun Xiaozu's back, for he realized his master was hinting at the importance of remembering one's roots. The emperor's demeanor towards him had already aroused his master's suspicions. His master's inherent mistrust was now evident in the altered gaze directed at him, an amalgam of scrutiny, suspicion, and ire. The earth trembled as waves of ominous energy surged forth, and Song Mingtian propelled his flying sword beneath him, racing ahead at breakneck speed. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a terrifying surge of magical energy erupting from the distance. Turning his head, he beheld a vast accumulation of water vapor transforming into a dreadful mass of thunderclouds several miles away. Very well, do rest early. Good night. Cheng Yisa exhibited a hint of panic in his eyes before turning to depart. This time, the squad was fortunate. Du Junmao and Zhang Chun were assigned to the same team as him, providing Lu Xiaoxi with an excellent opportunity to assess and familiarize herself with these two. Seeking ways to recruit them under her banner, she was abruptly awakened by a clap of spring thunder. The cacophony of thunder resonated in her ears, and no matter how deep her slumber, it could not stave off the inevitability of waking. Li Yihang's heart was already chilled. Witnessing his adversary fall to the ground with his back turned presented a prime opportunity for a lethal strike. He immediately leaped forward, his sword aimed at Wang Zhen's heart. Jiang Nan was bewildered by Yu Weiniang's statement, lacking the time to inquire further as Yu Weiniang approached her parents. While he observed this scene with quiet astonishment at the unfolding events, it was evident that the Reaper sought to resolve the source of chaos through information technology, only to find itself tainted in a collision with that very chaos. In the present day, the Land of Fire has lost both its daimyo and its imperial family. Should Konoha continue on its current trajectory, one might question the very significance of the daimyo's existence. Why does my father hold such thoughts? Chionka's expression remained serene, yet his steed took a step back. After inquiring with nearly 10 households, the responses remained disappointingly uniform. Each instance of hearing those monotonous platitudes incensed Shangguan Yaohua, prompting her to depart in a huff. The head of the Ping family, originally the legitimate father of Ping Ruoyu, appeared more like a subordinate carrying luggage. From the beginning until now, how much of her demeanor was genuine emotion, and how much was a deliberate show of weakness? Ah Fu, how did you come to know of these matters? Upon hearing this, Ah Fu felt a conflict within, pondering whether to disclose the affairs of Xiaoshan to Pan Yu. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he resolved to keep Xiaoshan's identity concealed and turned to Pan Yu. Xianjing Sword Technique. First form, Chaotic Blossoms. The Xianjing Tianqi in Songyi's hand transformed effortlessly into petals. Following this, when Xianyi ascended the throne, he indeed lived up to expectations, laying a solid foundation for the Qing dynasty. He would later be revered as the Emperor Kangxi, known as a great emperor throughout history, and alongside the reigns of Kong, Yong, and Qian, the era was referred to as the flourishing age of Kong and Qian, closely linked to the prosperity of Kangxi's reign. By the way, you already know my strengths. I should be aware of your depths as well. As I uttered these words, I could not help but curse myself for being a beast. Yet for reasons unknown, I felt an inexplicable urge to say them, alongside a deep-seated anticipation regarding a certain matter. When a blue-silver grass appeared in her palm and firmly controlled the ghoul, I was instantly awestruck. What on earth? Is this still human? How could one swallow it whole? Songyi exclaimed, nearly losing his balance. Yi Mingxian's countless admonitions had completely erased Lingxia's previous nonchalance, replaced now by a grave expression. Songyi laughed heartily, suddenly realizing that his current task was to catch up with his former self. Yet through this ordeal, he seemed to have gained some understanding. An editor can dictate the fate of an author, making the selection of a proficient editor an immensely significant endeavor. Above all, an editor's character must be impeccable. At times, Ji Wei felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the reflection staring back at her in the mirror. The youthful visage bore a striking beauty, yet the depths of her eyes concealed a maturity steeped in the passage of time, occasionally prompting Ji Wei to feel as if she were ensnared in a vivid dream. Her youthful face was exquisitely lovely, charming yet extraordinary, though her aura exuded a fierce dominance, unlike Hua Ziwang, who displayed a more fluid and unfathomable presence. In times past, he truly wished to avoid the pity of others. However, what right did he have to feel proud now? Chapter 172, The Warm Wine Slays. It It was not until she was abruptly awakened from her reverie by a handful of that she hurriedly checked Xiaohei's injuries. After promoting 2 individuals to the positions of captain and first mate of the fleet, they entered the pilot room to arrange the upcoming fishing tasks for the following days. As if golden glass had shattered, the barrier dissipated before Lin Qingyu's eyes, revealing an exceedingly simple portal. Flanking the portal stood 2 exquisite stone statues of celestial birds. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ke was filled with dread. Did this not signify an unending cycle of death? She immediately intended to rush into the arena to separate the 2. Lin Qingyu sampled the situation, and upon gaining initial control, returned to the grand hall to await the others. Sure Hao instructed Wang Ping to bring Ahu over for a thorough search. After a few minutes, they discovered a piece of tattered cloth, which upon inspection was identified as prison garb. The assassin's target was unmistakably clear. They only struck at children, and during the second attack, the aim was again directed at an infant. Qin Huimin, enduring excruciating pain, shielded the child with her body, allowing the Amei dagger to pierce deep into her flesh while simultaneously driving her short sword into her opponent's heart. Both collapsed to the ground. Just as In Tuoba prepared to push the gravekeeper into the icy abyss, Yansan suddenly widened his eyes, raising his long sword to strike at In Tuoba's back. Perhaps his previous intuition regarding the script was indeed accurate. His son's narrative was truly exceptional. Last night, she had reserved ample time for sleep, but in the dead of night, the sounds of 2 spirits battling disrupted her rest, given her acute hearing. However, 3 years of work on the moon had deteriorated his health, often leading to hallucinations, which impeded his focus during work and ultimately culminated in a grave accident while operating the lunar rover. The inspector, distressed over the loss of several young women from the village, was unwilling to let Zhao Jiner leave after hearing her words. Among classmates, colleagues, and relatives, the phrase Coco was frequently heard during conversations. When Shen Luo and Su Yuanjiao arrived at the dark pattern forest, it was already a day later. During their journey, they had resupplied in a nearby town, ensuring they could comfortably stay in the dark pattern forest for 10 days to half a month. Clearly, they believed that with Xiangxi's impeccable operational system over the years, no outsider would possess the secret arts of Xiangxi. Over 20 surviving foreign team members knelt, weeping and bowing repeatedly, pleading for Jiang Ming's forgiveness. His identity posed no issue, however, given his current predicament. Would any country agree to marry their princess to him unless one dared to play the game of rarity? You've suffered for so many years, my poor child, Mother Yang said, her eyes reddening with compassion as her fingertips gently caressed her cheek. After a long while, he retrieved the cloak he had carelessly cast aside moments earlier, cradling the dazed Lin Moen and gently placing her on the bed. While dressing, he felt a sense of satisfaction, bending down to plant a kiss on the forehead of the one resting with closed eyes. Originally, Liu Bei had no opportunity to join the table, yet this evening, Liao Huayu suffered the greatest loss. Consequently, Sun Xiangxiang and Guan Mingwei directed their gaze toward Liao Huayu. For if she desired Liu Bei to take a turn to enhance her fortune, others would find it difficult to object. At this juncture, she let out a silent sigh, recalling that she had previously transferred funds to Zhan Shouting. Their relationship had devolved into a mere creditor and debtor dynamic. She withdrew her thoughts, tenderly lifting her hand to gently caress Lin Moen's cheek, meticulously tucking the stray strands of hair behind her ear with reluctance. Before she could utter the words dog thing, the young waiter swiftly swatted Wang Qi's hand away. Bai Xingyi could not contain her delight. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a message from Zhan Shouting. Upon opening it, she discovered a screenshot of his social media post alongside payment for trending topics. Lin Jingjia had undeniably ascended to the status of an idol among Hong Kong residents, with certain influences even surpassing those of Li Jiaqing, especially considering Lin Zhengjia's youth and the absence of a well-connected uncle or father-in-law. That evening, Xie Zhaobi sent her a message, inviting her to dine on Japanese cuisine at Minghua Hotel. Bai Yunxian chose not to respond, assuming he would understand that she had already retired for the night. Ma Qingzhong was resolute in reclaiming his position and, upon arriving at the Jinin Trading Hall, was met with disheartening news from Uncle Hai. How dare you treat me this way? Gong Shooting gritted her teeth, gazing at the figure before her with a sense of unfamiliarity and disbelief. The reason for her exclamation lay in the fact that this individual was an amalgamation of Duanyang Ying and Duanyang Qi. One body bore 2 faces that incessantly morphed, while 2 voices exchanged words, evoking an indescribable sense of horror and dread. Helian Lu Ruasua's long, phoenix-like eyes flickered with a cold gleam, layered with complexity. For after years of rivalry, this adversary was indeed formidable. Tianjun Nan had visited once, subsequently conducting a reconnaissance of the route and sharing his deductions. Ma Haitao's demise was merely a starting point, allowing her to depart with a clearer conscience. The scene was utterly bizarre. Imagine a large courtyard filled with a haphazard assortment of paper-crafted vehicles and, alongside them, ancient sedan chairs, with nearly 100 paper figures gliding through the air. Fortunately, Han Tianchu had already mentioned that Qi Ran had a boyfriend, which deterred the men who were previously contemplating their advances. The color purple was a taboo, yet it had been shattered by the third prince, who had developed an increasing fondness for it over the years, donning this hue daily within the palace. She mused about how the Defei might perceive this. However, faced with the two individuals before her, Fu Mingran found it impossible to smile. It seemed she had inadvertently stumbled into an exceptionally fortuitous situation. In an instant, Xiao Moli felt an unusual curiosity. She was eager to discover the source of motivation behind the moving hand of this mere doll. Yuer had chattered about a portrait in the hall that bore a striking resemblance to her. Qingwan paused at the steps. The proximity between the two of them unprecedentedly close. The aura of the West Queen Mother was palpably ethereal, affirming that Kunlun Mountain was indeed a sacred peak, and the hidden secrets of its rear slopes were whispered in tales. Chapter 173. The Gravity Barrier, Why Have We Returned? I gazed at Baiji. A hint of astonishment reflected in my eyes. Classmate, you seem not fond of conversation, but fret not. We shall gradually become acquainted. Zhao Ping unceremoniously took a seat. In essence, I urged him not to harbor resentment towards Lady Chu, to rectify his mistakes and regain her esteem. Had Mr. Wei not encountered misfortune, Wei Tingting might have invited Dong Jian and Sun Wei to share a meal together, reveling in camaraderie. However, circumstances have altered her disposition. As she rested her head upon her shoulder, still sobbing, I inquired, "Is that the one from bed 18? I steeled myself, drawing a deep breath. Summoning courage as I recalled the youthful figure who had once glided effortlessly across the lake's surface. Surely, I could not be outdone by a mere child. Although Liu Bian returned to the late Han era to safeguard his beloved, he found himself compelled to protect the innocent people escaping calamity. Lu Fan could no longer bear to witness this, and, without further ado, pulled Zhang Liang away to bid farewell. Zhang Liang paused at the door, then turned back, bowing gratefully to Li Minglu. Humph, merely a stone array. Dismantling it shall be quite straightforward. Without a moment's hesitation, the individual stepped forward once more. Yet, in that fleeting instant, I perceived shadows erupting from the boundless array, surging towards him with a voracious intent. Luchan, cradled by Shun Jing atop the back of Niu He, was enveloped in her worried gaze. Little did Lu Chen anticipate that his wives, unwilling to remain sheltered under his protection, were preparing to assist him. The prince leaned against the carriage, engaging in light-hearted conversation and smoking with those nearby. At around 20 years of age, he was in the prime of his youthful exuberance. As Guoxian's hand rested upon Tian Chen's charred skin, preparing to lift him away, it was as though an electric shock coursed through Tian Chen, causing him to tremble and reveal a glimmer of joy. Guoxian's impulsive gesture seemed to awaken Tian Chen's pain, compelling him to emit soft groans, manifesting his agony. If this is the case, why remain fiercely loyal to the state? Would it not be more advantageous to carve out one's own territory and become a king? The timing was impeccable, perfectly aligning with the transitional weather. In such climates, any moment spent savoring a cup of hot tea is an exquisite pleasure, not to mention affordable. The grand celestial phenomenon of the Ma Wai Na realm boasted a robust physique, yet lacked a foundation strong enough to sustain it, rendering it incapable of achieving harmony with the universe. According to the accounts of the ghostly faction's Golden Core cultivators, their earlier suspicions were confirmed. A significant upheaval had indeed transpired in Kangju City. My lord, now that we have located the Holy Bone Bearer, may we commence our grand design? Sergei inquired with a smile. Ha. Let us not allow you to gloat for long. Cloak. I shall ensure you feel the gusts of the wind from every direction. Xian Yun proclaimed triumphantly, his words spilling forth from Qingfeng's lips. Upon hearing the prompt sound, Hansen was momentarily taken aback, unable to regain his composure. Instinctively, he struck at the eye, preventing its escape, without any expectation of reward. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? The object appeared as if it were a shard of glass, spinning and slicing through the air, cleaving it in two. The trio arrived at the security office. As soon as they settled in, Li Dongwei began to pour out his troubles, recounting his misfortunes. As for the other advanced genetic techniques, those could be addressed later. After all, he possessed a sanctuary card, and it was merely a matter of trading within the refuge, albeit a bit troublesome. Just as he spoke, a carriage slowly approached through the swirling snow, revealing Liuzi and Wei Wei stepping down. Clad in thick fur coats and cloaked in capes, they appeared like ethereal beauties emerging from a painting, betraying no sign of their 30-something years. When Jiner found Wenren Buer at the prison gate, Yunju was fleeing through the rain-soaked courtyard of the Su residence. From that moment on, Li Dongwei's mind was consumed not only with gambling, but also with a burgeoning obsession for revenge against Hua Fenqiang. Yin Fei, observing Lu Pingping's eager disposition, recognized her desire to thoroughly understand Misty Island. Thus, he entrusted command to professionals and began accompanying Lu Pingping on a tour of the entire Misty Island waters. However, as time passed, the inevitability of being slain loomed. Just as Hansen prepared to transform into a super emperor spirit to discern a means to escape the encroaching gray mist, he suddenly heard a familiar voice emanating from afar. In the next moment, a yellow and white straight blade materialized, only to be deflected by the spirit blade, Sakura. Wielded by Hachiju Sakura, Hotong. Wu Yuan shook his head slightly, instinctively aware of the fragrance emanating from the witch Hotong. Observing Dong Mashuan's movements, Gong Lin perhaps had yet to fully grasp the previous conversation, unconsciously leaning closer to Dong Mashuan and inquiring in a familiar tone. That child named Ruibao is rather ordinary. Is he not? He is not yet 3 years old. The silver-haired man cast him a sidelong glance. Suddenly, Yi Lingchen's mind jolted. That shape was deeply etched in his memory, causing his soul to tremble, as if a voice were calling out to him. Upon hearing Qingwu's entrance, he suppressed his anger and fatigue to greet her at the door, only to be met by a wave of alcoholic breath. 4G Xinyuan. The period following her becoming Dong Mashuan's disciple was the most secure and blissful time she had experienced since her birth. Song Shuiwei's expression shifted upon hearing the voice. She clenched her fists tightly, unwillingly gazing at old Madame Gu. Wang Yu surveyed the environment of the Yi family. Their courtyard exuded an ancient charm. The walls a deep red, evidently aged, and a persistent gray mist seemed to hover above, creating an eerie atmosphere. What are these damned branches? It feels as though they are endless, Ola's cursed vehemently. Following the match, even renowned rebound beasts like Barkley, O'Neill, and Rodman expressed their astonishment at Chu Yang's performance. Had this performance and celebration occurred in San Antonio, it would undoubtedly have elicited a collective cheer from the entire crowd. However, this is Los Angeles, not San Antonio, and the spectators here remain reluctant to applaud their adversaries. Chapter 174, Combined Assault. The leader gently waved his hand, and his cavalry promptly aimed their sabers at Gao Shun and his companions. Without waiting for Gao Shun to give a command, the guards raised their steel spears in unison, their expressions steadfast as they fixed their gaze on the approaching Huai soldiers. Lu Chuan glanced at Mo Yin before furrowing his brow. Ultimately, he retrieved a pill from his storage ring and placed it into Mo Yin's mouth. After crossing the vast ocean, they arrived at the familiar Ji residence as night fell. The moon hung high in a star-studded sky, and the cool breeze heralded a splendid evening. Her purpose for returning was vengeance, yet in this sea of humanity, the only support she could rely on was the last remnants of the Yun family's influence. Upon seeing Zhao Yi return safely, expressions of relief washed over Murong Fu and the others. They commanded their soldiers to summon those scattered at the city gates and Taisher Ci, who was outside the city. The aura of Xiao Yan, once firmly locked, was now waning to an almost imperceptible level. Mo Jingshan chuckled coldly, although unaware of the circumstances. This was undoubtedly good news. You wouldn't need to intervene. Having regained her composure, Mu Yu smiled lightly, gathering her hair back from her ears. Her gaze sharpened with determination as she gracefully advanced toward Xiao Yan, a delicate lavender sword materializing in her hand, its blade shimmering with an ethereal purple aura. Intricately patterned and evidently extraordinary. For a moment, everyone exchanged silent glances, understanding that any further action would be futile. They could only resign themselves to fate. A flash of surprise crossed Sun's beautiful eyes as she curiously inquired, while the expressionless Kai Lin couldn't help but direct her attention toward Xiao Yan. Bai Ziziqian, you have enjoyed your tea. Isn't it time to share news with my brother? After a prolonged silence, Shi Yao, seated opposite Bai Ziziqian, could no longer contain herself. A person who could ascend after merely 3 breakthroughs, instead of scheming for elevation, was here tending to crops? Behind his back, he was referred to as Whip Morichi. For the stringent work regulations he enforced were akin to a whip cracking down on the shipbuilders, who tirelessly constructed vessels for the Danish Navy. Yet now, this formidable figure trembled before Wang Chuan, utterly devoid of any will to resist. Are you all right? She asked, her emotions difficult to decipher, though her voice betrayed a hint of sorrow. Upon hearing Chunji's words, the crowd deflated like punctured balloons, their faces etched with disappointment. Grabbing the foreman beside her, Li Yaoguang instructed him before pulling along Li Qifeng and the messenger, as they clambered into the carriage, rumbling homeward. Upon hearing that they could go out and bring family along, Everyone erupted in cheers, eagerly bombarding each other with questions. Such rumors had circulated countless times since Qing Jiao entered the mansion. There had even been imperial edicts before, yet the ancestral customs remained unchanged. The title of Destroyer of Nations merely added one effect to the original title of Legion Commander. It synchronized the enemy's attributes to diminish. At this moment, the sky had fully darkened, with moonlight casting a gentle glow, the air tinged with a slight chill. In a matter of minutes, the heart's fire softened the materials within the cauldron. With a wave of his mind, he lifted the refining materials and placed them upon the forge. He brandished the hammer and began to strike. A retrospective? Such a creation exists? The elder remarked, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the intelligent cube that was reconstructing the scene. Although the burial site was vast, the landscape that shaped the great expanse of China was proportionally diminished, making it possible to traverse counties and cross rivers with just a few steps. The following morning, we felt a heavy weight upon our hearts. Having merely finished breakfast, we heard the call to assemble. The entire regiment promptly gathered on a relatively flat expanse of hillside where the commander awaited us. Furthermore, we need not confine ourselves to opening a restaurant at street level. We could easily rent a space on the second floor or hire for renovations. In such a scenario, our investment would be lower and our profits significantly greater. Zhang Xiaoxi analyzed. The sharp earthen spikes were terrifying in length. As Lianfeng dove downwards, his form momentarily faltered, nearly colliding with these soil protrusions. Farewell, Mr. Watergate. The flying thunder god moved instantaneously, and in an instant, the figure of the red-tinged apparition vanished completely. Jinyang halted before a low-hanging fruit tree, plucking a fruit with a yellow-orange skin. After peeling it, he tentatively took a bite, only to be met with a nauseatingly sour and bitter juice that made him feel ill. Yet, for the sake of survival, he swallowed it down. The outcome was predictable. As artillery fire loomed overhead, the unfortunate pilot, only then recalling the need to evade, was engulfed in a fiery explosion from the incoming cannon shells. However, internal bleeding, often hidden from view, frequently posed a far graver and more lethal threat. Though Huang Eileen had adapted to the comforts of Earth, falling in love with its fashion and delicacies, he conducted his affairs with ruthless efficiency. In this land, he reigned supreme, with all regarding him with reverence akin to that of a deity. How could he endure being publicly humiliated? Chapter 175. Who will perish first? The elder reclined gently, accompanied by someone rocking his chair, gazing with serene, bulging eyes at the evening glow and the light, wispy clouds. Han Xiang, you foolish girl. Why did you come in with me? Yichuan exclaimed, gripping one of Han Xiang's arms, a hint of irritation in his voice. Just as Yichuan intended to step back, the silver-winged sky-splitter eagle, sensing his movement, suddenly raised its grotesque head and emitted a fierce cry, launching a semi-transparent blade of wind toward him. Though de Grasse had a peculiar fondness for sunlight, he found this magnificent place rather unappealing. Ha, old Mike. You made me endure so much before. I must exact some retribution, Mars chuckled. On this perfectly ordinary day, the third squad was carrying out their routine patrols as usual. Oldly, you're back. Did you find anything? Qin Tian inquired, offering a cigarette. After spending a few days together, Qin Tian had become more cheerful, shedding his previous gloom. The distant rays struck the intact green skin of the climbing vine, and the sharp spikes of the bulbous light punctured several holes. Yet if each one thought to simply destroy the vine this way, it would be akin to painstakingly excavating it from the earth. De Grasse sighed, realizing that this would likely not deter these beasts. However, a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. The 7th and 8th levels did not imprison the monsters in iron cages or spheres, but rather with iron chains, as numerous creatures were shackled to the walls. Chains piercing through their chests. Their eyes glowed crimson, and the dark mist surrounding them was less dense, suggesting they were higher-level beings. Though all were noble houses, the Chung'an Marquisate was sparsely populated. Apart from the Chung'an Marquis, who was favored by the emperor, there remained no one of significance in the court. In her 3 marriages, Lady Latimer had never loved any of her husbands. Even with her current husband, King Henry VIII, she had never professed her love for His Majesty. Yet, she continued to enjoy the wealth and power bestowed by her title and status as queen. Madame Chen busied herself, but Lin Pei was not in the manor. It was only by evening that Lin Pei hurried to the Qing Song courtyard, his expression more troubled than that of the matriarch. The homeroom teachers will inspect the students' attire, Li Zhongguo announced through a megaphone. The competition was set for 8:45 p.m., allowing many to catch a glimpse of the analysis program regarding Liverpool versus Real Madrid during dinner. In the Champions League, Real Madrid's previous adversary, the 7-time League One champions Lyon, suffered a humiliating defeat at home, losing 0-3 3. Almost losing Xiao Zhifei intensified Yu Yu's possessiveness. His gaze upon her grew increasingly urgent. Ying Fei declared her safety within the territory of the Feather Clan, instructing the others to return first, as she had matters to attend to with them. Having served for over a decade as the Deputy Director of the Public Security Department, I hold a profound reverence for the Xia dynasty royal family residing in the Gaogui Qiming Palace. The overt display of their power is indeed formidable, and the hidden strengths lurking beneath the surface are even more ineffable. I had not anticipated our seamless arrival in Beihai City. It seems the reality diverges somewhat from the rumors. With a resounding thud, Fang Yong crashed onto a distant boulder, gradually collapsing into the muddy terrain. In that instant, both Fang Yong and Fang Bin were rendered speechless. As disciples of the Jian sect, one of the 10 most reclusive sects, they possess not only abundant resources for cultivation, but also an unparalleled depth of knowledge that is difficult for others to attain. This, however, facilitates communication regarding the wedding dress, as Mu Yishi is far more attuned to Gu Xiaoxiao than a mere translator, enabling her to articulate Gu Xiaoxiao's requirements with greater clarity. The discourse grew lengthy. With the enhancement of the master's abilities, a glazed mixed yuan tower manifested within the space, though it bore an eerie quality that rendered us unable to approach, let alone enter. The tall man at the forefront pounded fiercely on the door, through which the manager's reprimands and the sound of breaking objects could be heard. How could he allow a cooked duck to fly away? As his words fell, Lin Tianya waved his arm, instantly executing the fourth move of the carefree sword technique, washing the dust from the heart. Simultaneously, he executed dazzling footwork, his entire body swaying erratically. Uncertain of the true terror of poison obsession, Lin Tianya recalled that the fifth elder, medical obsession Jia Wuyo from the Medicine King Valley, had once stated that there are 2 poisons he cannot cure. One is the ancient and legendary 1,000 corpses and 10,000 poisons of the southern border's 5 poisons sect, and the other is the heart-devouring, soul-snatching powder of poison obsession Jia Wuyo. Nian feared that Meng Fanling might not answer her call. Compounded by her uncertainty about what to say to him first, Su Yiqing found solace in the situation, adorned with a head full of bandages. She indeed was not fit to present herself before others and preferred to remain in her room. Perhaps due to Su Yiqing's slightly elevated tone, Yang furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards her. The esteemed left prime minister of the Great Zhou would actually come personally to request the hand of his legitimate daughter for a girl of illegitimate birth. Each time Ma Han treated Zhang Qian, he could alleviate approximately 20% of her coldness, and today marked the last session. As Zhang Qian's chill had been entirely absorbed by Ma Han, an unparalleled crystal stone soared into Ling Zimo's hand, which he consumed. Simultaneously, Ling Zimo distinctly sensed a significant enhancement of the supreme power within him. Contemplating the equipment guiding technique, it indeed vanished from his backpack, and Lang Xiaoan felt as if something had been added to his mind. The Qin King was momentarily taken aback, attempting to wield his sword against Hao Xuan. But Hao Xuan swiftly thrust his blade toward the king's hand, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Hao Xuan's sword tip was poised directly at the Qin King's throat, mere inches from slicing it and drawing forth a crimson line upon his neck. Xiao Tian wished to stifle a laugh. He realized he could scarcely muster 30 spirit pills. Yet he possessed 1,000 and insisted on acquiring less than 30, truly adorably foolish. Chapter 176, The Overwhelming Battle in That Fleeting Moment. I found myself somewhat relieved that Yi still had the option to depart. As for me, I was destined to remain here until my demise. Her inquiry was not merely a question. From the instant she posed it, she had prepared herself to flee at the first sign of peril. At that moment, several Native Americans, adorned in white ash and mounted on American paint horses, appeared at the intersection, led by one whose head was adorned with vibrant feathers from various birds. Have someone prepare the vehicles. Gather everyone available. There is work to be done, Lin Songhai declared as he strode towards the exit. I have now changed my mind. I intend to obliterate this planet that has nurtured such filth. The energy continues to accumulate, bit by bit. Stay for dinner, Zheng Wanxue exclaimed, emerging from the kitchen upon seeing Zhong Yin about to leave, and quickly urged him to stay. If you seek death, I shall grant it, the Lord of the Underworld proclaimed, advancing with heavy footsteps, unleashing a flurry of blows that altered the very essence of the world. He Wu's tongue proved formidable. I had thought this time I could best him in words, yet it seems I miscalculated once more. Ba Seng's smile was nonchalant, as if he found my temperament rather agreeable. Upon sensing the eldest elder's suspicion, the second elder began to cry wolf, and soon many elders emerged to support his claims, indicating that he possessed considerable rapport within the council. Good grief. What time is it? And you're still playing games. Lives are at stake. How can you treat this so lightly? Why is it that others celebrate their birthdays with such fervor while they remain oblivious to their true purpose? Seemingly perceiving the thoughts swirling in Xiaofang Yuan's mind, Gong Shaoxia allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he extended his arm towards her. Fortunately, not long after, Lord Ming and Lady Ming returned, appearing weary and travel-worn. Within the depths of the space-time wormhole, aside from the Ashura Emperor and his 9 royal princes, there existed 18 princes and numerous exceptionally gifted individuals of the Shura clan. The rhythmic sound of gears turning resonated as, guided by Ali, Jiang Zheng arrived at the final peak. His beautiful lips pressed tightly together, and the veins in his clenched fists became pronounced. He understood the implication of his words. Wu's lifespan did not equate to theirs, who seemed nearly immortal. If she could not enter the realm of cultivation, her life would be limited to a mere century. Even if he were to sacrifice 100 years, it would ultimately hold no significance. Not a problem, Feng Wu reassured him, aware of his concerns, yet confident in the efficacy of her antidote, without a hint of worry. Although this street fell under the jurisdiction of the Black Flame sect, it had long since fallen into disrepair. The once glorious sect could now only tend to its own front yard. After stretching and having breakfast, Ao Yuan returned to his room, securing the door behind him. The 4 flower girls found it rather peculiar. They were so stunning, yet they seemed to be absent-mindedly gazing around, their eyes betraying a lack of focus. However, there were no alternatives left in sight, nor any opportunity for regret. They could only cling tightly to the Su family's great leg. Qiu Yulong and his 3 companions, upon seeing Wenxin emerge, were eager to unleash their full potential, employing every tactic to compel Wenxin into a contest of artifact refinement. I dare not, Wang Ming exclaimed in terror, speaking truthfully as he feared being inexplicably immobilized. Tomorrow night would be preferable. I must visit the Lin residence for dinner during the day. Moreover, with the moonlight dim and the stars sparse, it is likely to be sunny tomorrow, making movement under the sun quite cumbersome. For safety's sake, it would be wise to set out at midnight. The initial plan was to depart overnight, yet Aunt Qingyu insisted on a reunion dinner before allowing him to leave. It was evident what Bai Hongyuan was contemplating, clearly. Aside from his anxious and reckless demeanor, Bai Chenhao was remarkably astute. As the 2 departed, the Zen Emperor gazed at the ancient Bodhi tree before him. As the head of Meituo Temple, he was perplexed as to why he had never noticed any peculiarities about this ancient tree. Lin Wei settled onto the sofa, her long, slender legs emerging from beneath her skirt, invoking thoughts that were difficult to dismiss. Recently, Lin Wei had been in the countryside, thus she had been wearing long pants. Today, she must have just switched to a short skirt. Zhou Chu and Wei Cangsong exchanged puzzled glances as they watched Li Jiang leave, but at least, in his panic, he had entrusted them with the thunder-avoiding golden sand, which was their primary objective for this trip. A weekend proved to be quite challenging for Li Mu and Zhang Ning, leading them to refrain from suggesting outings and instead enjoy a comfortable time at home, watching television or playing on the computer. Subsequently, the group deliberated and unanimously agreed that a stealthy ascent of the mountain would be the wisest course of action, ensuring that the enigmatic Xianling realm remained undisturbed. The wind blade was far more formidable than a crossbow, leaving hundreds of assassins with no escape, resulting in a scene of carnage throughout the city, with no one daring to pursue the carriage. Upon encountering the light once more, Bai Mingyuan scrutinized his surroundings, finding only tightly shut houses. Wan Baidan closed her eyelids, tightly embraced by Mo Zai, murmuring, "Pampan, I have not seen your face." Elder Bien, upon hearing this, patted Tan Hao's shoulder, feeling deeply moved. The latter had once been exceptionally talented, yet was hindered by a spiritual injury that prevented him from establishing a foundation. Was he not similarly trapped in this desolate land due to a damaged golden core, with advancement seeming hopeless? Gao Ying, unable to restrain her frustration, swore under her breath and then pointed at Wan Yi in exasperation, questioning the meaning behind her words. "Suji, do you glean any understanding from this?" Bai Mia gazed at her departing figure for quite some time. Her birthday had yet to arrive. She was still 17, but in a few months, she would turn 18. Ning Xia remarked, "What is it?" Ziming had yet to consider the matter regarding Yi Fan and Zilin, assuming it was merely about Yi Fan's family. He unexpectedly detonated his meridians, forcing out his lifelong internal energy, then wielded his long sword, sweeping it towards them, blocking their path on the island. "Do not deceive me. I have matters to attend to, and no time to converse with you here." Kongju intended to turn a blind eye, hoping to let things pass as they were. Knight Ji, somewhat skeptical of the supernatural, thoroughly inspected every classroom on the 3rd floor, yet each room appeared identical. Chapter 177. Do you prefer men? Having vanquished 3 novice human abilities, he was rewarded with 9,000 energy points. A nearby skin revealed 3 primary ability crystals, Should he collect them? Indeed, the system's cold voice resonated in Jiang Zheng's mind, and with a glimmer in his eyes, he confirmed without hesitation. Even though his mobile home was now equipped with extensive weaponry, and his energy collection had significantly improved, he did not disdain these meager rewards. In this outing, he had effortlessly amassed nearly 10,000 energy points along with 3 primary crystals, rendering the expedition worthwhile. More crucially, these 3 abilities he had dispatched. Yu Yang silently observed all that transpired, witnessing those transformed into demons by sorrow. A hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes, revealing that even demons possess emotion. Tang Li, lacking personal wealth as he dedicated his funds to the mountain communities, found himself in a position where, having broken his word, his only recourse was to assist Jiang Mei in securing employment in the city. As the pain subsided, Xiao Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, only to find herself momentarily stunned. The first maid, Green Jade, conversed with her, the tear mole at the corner of her eye slightly upturned, imbued with a hint of flattery. I apologize, but you are aware of my status. I cannot freely share my private number with strangers, Ai Lu remarked with a shrug. This is a common ailment of large families. In their quest to manage business operations and sustain the family's livelihood, they are oftentimes compelled to make sacrifices or relinquishments. Hua Samlang returned to the bank, not encountering An Wufeng, yet he felt no surprise. After all, upon learning of An Wufeng's involvement in handling the affairs of the Meng family in Datong, it was entirely understandable that he would be preoccupied with official duties. With no meal consumed and another meeting convened, it was evident that other responsibilities awaited her. Given her hectic schedule, one could hardly expect the company to flourish if she were to falter first. Just as humans differ from one another, so too do animals vary. Particularly when comparing a cat to a dog. Ling Shuzi regarded him, and all the cultivators within the grand hall turned their gaze towards him. Yet, the individual at the center of attention maintained an air of composure, seemingly untouched by external influences. However, he may have overlooked the fact that indeed, there were many rats in Yanjing, one of which happened to be his descendant, Jiang Xinian, found himself ensnared by Zhao Qingyi's schemes. Now, could the most formidable underworld force in Yanjing justly label others as rats? Most of the demon beasts' corpses had been swept away by the tide, leaving little opportunity to excavate demon cores. North Xian Yu lamented. The fan club would coordinate with the company's promotional plan, and in the coming days, Hani and the others were urged to prepare thoroughly. This time, success was imperative. Song Yiji surveyed her surroundings, but all she could see was an expanse of white, rendering her unable to discern her location. Despite having risen at the break of dawn to prepare, the atmosphere in the vehicle was thick with gossip. Cha Tae-su was in the office, meticulously verifying the marketing data and production metrics from various countries and regions. Ultimately, Lu Qingyu was not driven away. Shen Lanyi watched helplessly as he entered her domain, seizing one of her bedrooms. I once believed that those who vowed to be with me forever could never truly be lost. Now, I have come to understand that some matters are best left unexamined. Love, it seems, can reveal its harsh visage through the relentless passage of time, rendering it ultimately trivial. I am indeed curious about what circumstances could compel a right envoy of the Celestial Alliance to disrupt a moment of great joy. The voice of the alluring yet authoritative leader of the Harmony sect resonated. Has Miss Song made any progress regarding the restoration of the Blood Moon? Shen Siguang inquired with apparent concern. Sharing a bond with Tiandu, he had contemplated the possibility of unforeseen changes arising one day. Thus, he remained cautious in his dealings with Bai Yingqiu. Sheng Etian suddenly uncovered a significant secret. Gu Yinyu's visage underwent transformation during the movement of the green moths. Chapter 178. The battle concludes. Alas, a misunderstanding. This is indeed a misunderstanding. Jiang Zheng forced an awkward smile, scratching his head, at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized that his recent actions could indeed appear overly affectionate to outsiders, making Su Ziqing's misinterpretation somewhat understandable. After much explanation, Jiang Zheng gradually alleviated the anger simmering within Su Ziqing. As she listened to his earnest and patient clarifications, her expression softened considerably, though the fierce glint in her beautiful eyes sent a chill down Jiang Zheng's spine. This cheeky girl possesses an unexpectedly sharp gaze. Jiang Zheng couldn't help but pout, muttering to himself. Lately, he had felt a sense of unease regarding the security measures in the collection room. It seemed as though something was amiss or even missing. Du Song was equally perplexed about where the issue lay. Just as they were locked in a stalemate, a mechanism above activated, causing some unknown objects to descend and engulf the monstrous entity. Aside from this individual, the stoic-faced teacher was also present in the room, quietly observing Kuan In and the others while seated in a chair. Hui Sen, with a polite smile, remarked, "Thank you. Would you care to join us for dinner?" This statement was merely a formality. "Mr. Du, do you believe that to be the case?" "I have no recollection of Mr. Su as you mentioned, especially since the pawnshop has not provided me with any information about him. I am unaware that he was the previous manager," Su Lu responded. As a top undercover agent for the Song dynasty, Qin Huai enjoyed the trust of Wang Yansheng, yet certain matters remained inaccessible to him due to his Han ethnicity. However, the tribes of the grasslands were not Han, and Wang Yansheng did not harbor suspicions towards Qin Huai on this front. Moreover, the suggestions Qin Huai presented were indeed advantageous for the Jin state. "I shall step out to meet them." Huisin rose and approached the door, flinging it open, only to catch a fist that had been poised to knock. This fool still wished to knock after the door was opened. The impact of the Tianjia Foundation pill was overwhelming, lingering in Tang Lu's mind and disrupting his cultivation. In an instant, the essence of the spiritual herb stirred up a tremendous wave, and a beam of sword light cleaved through the torrent, rumbling as it traversed the ends of space, striking heavily against the inner wall of the 8 trigrams furnace. The visage before him was an ominous shade of green, with deep-set eyes, devoid of brows, flared nostrils, and bulging eyeballs. A black horn, half a finger long, protruded from the forehead, while the ears were pointed, reminiscent of the mythical elves. After speaking, he consciously glanced towards the nearby caregiver and nurse, all seasoned employees of area, who were well aware of Lu Chuanfu's situation. They chimed in supportively for Chen Yuan. "That won't do. Mir should call me Brother Xiao. As an elder brother, I naturally must present a gift to my sister. Given the haste of this visit, it is fitting to select something from Gus Ju." Xiaoyi chuckled, for Gus Ju was his enterprise, known to few. Jinmi's endearing nature was a gesture of goodwill towards Jinjun. Upon hearing this, Yufei scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, as Zhang He had articulated, today was not a day for surrender. He would rather perish than become a captive, determined to fight to the last man. Meanwhile, Zi smiled knowingly at Jun Yi, his gaze imbued with deeper meaning. Morong Jinyun gracefully approached, her demeanor exuding an air of cultured ease as she regarded Chen Yuan with keen interest. She genuinely expected Yuntu to decline politely, yet was taken aback by the audacity of his immediate acquiescence. "Great sage, it has been over 10 days since our discourse began. Given the depth of our conversation, there remains a matter in my mind that is still unclear. Might you enlighten me along the way?" Yihan spoke candidly, aware that if the formidable being chose to remain silent, all his attempts at persuasion would be in vain. Emerging from the rainforest, a vast expanse unfolded before him. The waves of the ocean rhythmically caressed his soul, and half a crimson sun descended slowly on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the entire beach. "We are under the banner of the champion Marquis, here to confront the rebel Zhang Ju, also known as Zhang Chan. Fear not, fellow townsfolk. The general's forces do not disturb the peace." The captain, who was engaged in clearing the streets, remarked with a smile upon hearing these words. This time, Yihan, upon recognizing the presence of the corpse spirit, found himself capable of perceiving the myriad emotions embodied within it, even as a soul departed from the mortal realm. The distinctions among them were discernible with remarkable ease. Chapter 179. Is it not delightful for my daughter to be a girlfriend? The Gu residents began to bustle with activity as Gu Huaiqin, having accumulated numerous accolades in battle, was naturally to be rewarded by the emperor. Early this day, old Master Gu made his way to the royal palace. "Wuyo, oh dear, what should we do if the apprentice is haunted by spirits?" Upon seeing Yi Wuyo at the door, Hua Xianxian immediately dashed over to hide behind her. Zhang Yunjun prepared the ingredients and brought them out. In truth, this was the second time he had attempted this. The first time was when Xiao Xiao expressed her fondness for it and suggested he make it himself. With a swift flourish of his hand, 2 violet blades of spiritual energy severed the vines binding Yi Wuyo. Ji Xingyan's face fluctuated between shades of red and blue in anger. His eyelids twitched violently as he hissed, urging his sword to accelerate further, creating a gale that sought to silence Chen Xiao. "What is the purpose of the hot water bag?" Qing Qian queried, puzzled as to how it related to Qiangyu courtyard. "Thank you, sister," Qing Qian merely asked out of curiosity, not truly expecting Gu Qinglian to provide an honest answer. It was perplexing. Normally so domineering, she seemed rather timid at this moment, and not just by a little. "Brother Yin, Wuyo, and Yue have clashed with Manager Liu. I was about to take her to the cliff of reflection for penance." She bit her lip, adopting a sanctimonious demeanor. Not long after returning to the room, Kitaki Sakamoto appeared at the door. Prepared, Kitaki Lin managed to respond with composure, ensuring that Sakamoto did not detect anything amiss, as the former was not particularly familiar with Tsunade, making it difficult to discern any abnormalities. in medium divine realms like the heavenly golden kingdom or the celestial sphere kingdom. Whether they possessed 5,000 domain gods remained a significant unknown. With a little guidance from Xian Mingzi, Long Rin comprehended everything fully, breaking out in a cold sweat. Thus, he dared not linger any longer. After bowing to Xian Mingzi in farewell, he hurriedly departed with the elite of the Dragon Guardian clan. The orphanage fell silent as the instigators of the child abuse rumors, Liang Qiufeng and Bian Shui, were brought to light, awaiting the judgment of the law. With the secret technique activated, an immediate connection was established with Zhang Huaishan. A rush of information surged into his mind, and upon grasping the method of use, Zhang Huaishan was nearly overwhelmed with joy, discovering that this item was none other than the long-lost sword Pilla of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Faces contorted in pain emerged, with some crying out, yet their voices merely echoed like the buzzing of flies. The giant ape, devoid of resistance, was ensnared by the vines, and when they finally loosened, it was left as nothing but a mere skin, its flesh having vanished entirely. More beautiful than the residence of the celestial king. The land was adorned with rare and auspicious creatures, with pools and towering heights, where he even spotted 2 immortal herbs casually planted by the roadside. The armored guards marched in unison along the palace pathways, instinctively lightening their steps as they passed the deep blue tower. He had remarked how something felt amiss about today's funeral. Not only was Song An absent, but Song Zihan's demeanor was cold, yet not sorrowful. Not much different from his usual self. 2 crimson beams surged forth, instilling an inexplicable dread in the distant Yi Shitian, as if his very soul had been pierced by the vivid scarlet light. Indeed, Xingzi, your strength is still quite limited. Just remain at Beijing University while the 3 of us proceed, not Tai advised Xingzi. Such audacity. A man, his eyes ablaze with fury, pointed a finger at the composed and dignified Qing Hong, vociferously reprimanding him. Chief Steward, what troubles you? Do you not wish to be with your beloved? Pan Yuhong, with a sudden flash of insight, uttered these words. The ice, now crystallized, lowered its head and murmured a response, though a protest emanated from its belly. Pathetic, sneered the shark slayer, yet in the midst of his disdainful words, he abruptly commanded his shark apparition to surge forward. As figures emerged, a chilling malice surged like a tempest, crashing violently against the cloaked figures. This unexpected scene froze the triumphant smile on Mu Jinna's face. If you wish to flee, then stay. The monk seemed to discern Pan Yuhong's intentions, his hand expanding instantly to envelop Pan Yuhong, leveraging the ancient bronze essence. Fong Dong's progress was nothing short of astonishing, having ascended yet another realm within mere months. The wind rose, and as it brushed against my body, an arrow was loosed from its bowstring. The sound of the wind masked the arrow's flight, a perfect shot. I witnessed the gleaming arrowhead pierce the tawny fur. How could I be unaware? Among the divine, distinctions of superiority and inferiority are inevitable, much like the newly initiated in the realm of the formidable, who are no match for the transcendent beings. Is it so that I cannot even stroll to the back garden? Tang Qin raised an eyebrow, assuming a demeanor befitting a senior figure. Elder brother, sisters, I shall take my leave. With that, she evaded Nie Ying's gaze and fled swiftly. Having been automatically ejected by the system, the sun outside was just right. Not yet wishing to re-enter the game, I reminisced about the bowl of beef noodles I had savored yesterday, smacking my lips in anticipation. To serve our nation with our lives is the duty of a soldier. You, Commander Yu, if you have any thoughts, please voice them. We are brothers in arms. No need for formality. Zhu Boyong focused intently, internally resolving to indulge in this wild escapade with the mad commander. Hua Ruoshi felt a bead of cold sweat for Shang Wanya. In the presence of Tang Qin, who was unrestrained in her schemes, it was certain that if the need arose, Tang Qin would not hesitate to ensnare him. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, numerous trees were shattered. The gray sword energy was overwhelmingly potent. Even the slightest release of this energy pulverized the surrounding foliage, its fierce essence threatening to rend the very fabric of space. Even the 2 who had reached the 4th tier, Wan Zhan and Tung Long, felt a slight change in their expressions. Empathy. It was indeed akin to the description, but what lay within that illusion? Pain, joy, anger? The crowd questioned in confusion. Upon hearing Li Yuqing's words, Lu Changyu felt an ache for her. He had not anticipated that the resolute Li Yuqing before him had once endured such experiences. Chapter 180. Invitation. Yen Luoshi, her eyes brimming with tears, fought valiantly to suppress her emotions. She gazed up at Lian's lips, which had once whispered sweet nothings to her, wishing fervently that this reality was but an elaborate jest played upon her by Lian. Yet, his cold and unyielding words reverberated in her ears, rendering her incapable of deceiving herself even for a fleeting moment. Luo Yichen had endured the torment of the night beside Shang-Chi without a moment's reprieve, having scarcely slept. Upon returning home, he hastened to the bathroom to quell his inner turmoil. Emerging moments later, he found his grandfather seated upon the sofa in his room. The earth trembled, and the mountains shook. Great chasms split the valley, while the once overhead metallic mist shattered into countless fragmented pieces. Su Jin's exerted considerable force. The second young master nearly lost his grip on her as she broke free. Swiftly, he seized a tie and clothes from the bedside to bind her hands and feet, covering her with a blanket before turning to clothe himself with the garments strewn about the floor, striding toward the door as two figures approached. He had never before heard of the supreme existence, nor had his master, Xiantian Ba, ever mentioned it. Was the supreme realm a higher tier than that of the sage? The ultimate destination for martial practitioners? Even during class, his presence was as elusive as a dragon, vanishing immediately upon its conclusion, leaving one to ponder what he occupied himself with throughout the day. Yin Lanjun, a man of considerable caution, had taken the liberty to investigate Kai Duo's company, albeit out of respect for Shuaringyang. Observing Ruoxuan's gaze, which had grown forlorn and nearly lifeless, Muhan inhaled deeply, suddenly raising his arm to strike out at Ming Chu. 3 days after the announcement of the demon-slaying conference, this locale was thronged with 3,000 souls, with new factions arriving every couple of hours. A roar resounded as thousands of Xiongnu warriors joined in a unified cry, yet without any cohesive command or leader. They surged towards the direction from which the scouts had returned. Before him stood a criminal clad in the yellow garb of a sanitation worker. Yet his countenance bore no trace of the usual benevolence associated with such a role. Instead, it radiated an aura of malevolence. He paid no heed to He Wanlong's warnings. However, since his ascension to the realm of cultivation, his perspective on the world had undergone a profound transformation. If he could attain the seemingly impossible status of a cultivator, then surely myriad extraordinary phenomena must exist within this world, concealed from the lives of ordinary people. Yu Wuyo recounted the affairs of the tea house in meticulous detail, and Chen Su, upon hearing, expressed no dissent. He understood well the confusion harbored by his disciple, Fu Jian. Even those who genuinely entered the Buddhist path and cultivated their own insights inevitably grappled with such questions. In the domestic chip market, Intel maintained a dominant position, commanding approximately 50% of the market share, while Fuxi chips closely followed with nearly 40%. The two entities were locked in fierce competition, yet Fuxi displayed formidable momentum. Bolstered by its home advantage, this rivalry was destined to endure. Mo Lei and Goda engaged in discussions until the night fell, finalizing the essential matters concerning the Spell Academy. Exhausted from a fruitful day, Mo Lei fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by Corey's knock at his door. "Do I truly deserve such credit?" Chen Su asked, turning his head, his cheeks flushed after reading every word. "My lord, judging by the sounds, the enemy has no fewer than 3,000 steeds and is advancing with ferocity. The northwest city gate is undoubtedly impassable. We must hasten to escape through the southern gate. Shachi City cannot hold out for much longer," urged the commander of the elite troops, his face etched with urgency. "What kind of divine ability is this?" Kuanping was jolted back by the immense merit golden wheel, compelled to retreat, releasing his grip on the Jiujiu Sampo Hulu. Yang Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing this. Merely saving one's life was insufficient. Living the latter half of one's life in paralysis contrasted starkly with a vibrant existence. He wished to inquire further with the old Taoist, seeking clarity on the potential outcomes of their rescue. If the prognosis was grim, he would opt to send the two to the hospital. Xinyang opened his mouth to refuse, but was unceremoniously pulled away by the enthusiastic cook. Under Gu Chang'an's watchful gaze, Wang Kai Ren felt his heart sink. Fearing to linger any longer, he stumbled away in haste. Speaking of which, Zhou Feng's beauty was not inferior to that of Sun Mengzhu. She possessed a captivating charm. Had it not been for the deep imprint of Sun Mengzhu in his heart, Li Dong might have pursued Zhou Feng as well. Her cold response reflected her inner frustration. The inability to drink was truly bothersome, akin to an abrupt alteration of a long-standing habit. The current Li Dong was no longer the naive cultivator of yore. He was well acquainted with both advanced spells, the fire-based high-level spell, Flames of Devastation, and the water-based high-level spell, Raging Tides, both of which were among the elite spells passed down by the Heavenly Dao sect. Her demeanor, in stark contrast to her usual serene beauty, exuded a charming shyness, rendering her even more enchanting against the backdrop of the night. Lei Zhenzi could not help but lean down, planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "Which trending topic are you referring to? The one about an employee violently confronting their superior late at night?" Yu Yu replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Typically, he refrained from being too audacious, fearful of being caught by Chun Yang's associates, living a life akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. In truth, Cheng Songxue was quite striking, with almond-shaped eyes and a complexion like fine jade. Sadly, she bore an overwhelming aura of hostility. Brewing wine differs from alchemy. The most expensive ingredients are not always the finest. Many brewing materials are commonplace in the marketplace, and she could not request anything utterly unrelated from Qiao Junshin. Thus, she had resolved to personally venture out to procure everything she required. Who is he? Huan Yuan mused, stroking her chin as she gazed at the elegantly attired man before her, radiating a dazzling charm.